Family, who understands? Complaining about One Piece, traveling back to before the plot starts, awakening the Rinnegan, and using ShinraTensei to turn pirates into dust, recruiting a pirate crew to rob merchant ships, just about to explain things when the Bart pirates come to raid the island. What an exhilarating start to this crossover. Let me tell you, those clueless pirates came at me with a big slap. Goodness, that palm as big as a fan came right at my face. I didn't even blink, and I countered with a ShinraTensei. With a boom, that 2-meter tall fool didn't even see who I was and instantly turned into a shooting star flying into the sea, making such a unique splash. Family, who understands? These pirates were utterly dumbfounded, looking like they had seen a ghost. I thought to myself, isn't this just right? If only they had understood earlier, they wouldn't have had to take a beating, to be honest. This all dates back to half a month ago. I was just at home enjoying my comics, and I casually complained if I went to the One Piece world, I'd have to beat the celestial dragons until they can't find their teeth. The moment I closed my eyes and opened them again, guess what? I really crossed over. I landed directly on a desolate island, and beside me were 3 big white eggs, like a blind box. One of the eggs cracked open with a kacha, and out popped a middle-aged man who called himself the genius Dr. Sunbei Norimaki. I thought to myself, isn't this the doctor from DR? Slump? But this guy seemed to be the initial version, not having created a Raw yet, only possessing a lame transformation skill that lasts 12 hours. As for me, I directly awakened the Rinnegan and was gifted 2 divine skills right from the start: Universal Pull and ShinraTensei. So we relied on each other on this broken island, waiting every day for a ship to pass by. This genius Dr. Sunbei couldn't even make a wooden raft without tools, which almost made me want to tensei him on the spot. Just when we were about to despair, a ship actually appeared in the distance, flying a skull flag. I was overjoyed. I didn't care what kind of ship it was. I just wanted to leave this cursed place. Sunbei was scared and hid behind me, saying pirates would kill us. I thought, who knows who will kill whom? When the ship docked, a captain as round as a meatball came down, accompanied by a bunch of oddballs, claiming to be the one-eyed pirates. That fat captain arrogantly asked me, "Kid, the Pirate King has been dead for over 20 years. Now the East Blue belongs to our one-eyed pirates." My mind went buzz. The Pirate King? Dead for over 20 years? Not only did I cross over, but I also crossed it before the plot started. While I was in a daze, those pirates thought I was looking down on them since I didn't react. So they sent that 2-meter tall, skinny monkey up to give me a loving slap. Then the scene from the beginning happened. It was all about a dimensional strike. That slap didn't land. Instead, it sent their own guy flying, and now they had stirred a hornet's nest. The remaining pirates charged at me, shouting, with swords and spears, looking quite intimidating. I was helpless at that moment. What were they even trying to achieve? I sighed, pushed my hand forward lightly, and softly chanted ShinraTensei. Boom! That scene was incredible. The entire beach looked like it had been plowed. All the pirates, along with their shabby ship, were sent flying dozens of meters away, falling into the sea like dumplings. The whole world instantly became quiet. When those guys finally crawled back onto the shore, they were utterly obedient. Over 40 of them knelt in front of the small wooden house I built, not daring to breathe. Especially that meatball captain, named Abel Muse. When I asked for his name, he trembled and confessed everything. He said he had a bounty of 13 million berries, and had just fought with Arlong, leaving only this few people from a fleet of over 200. When I heard that, I laughed. 13 million. That's not even worth the first minor boss Luffy fought when he set out. Interestingly, this fat guy claimed he could fight Arlong on even terms on land. I thought, although this fat guy looks useless, he seems to have some hidden skills. All right, they'll make use of him from now on. He'll hang out with me. I immediately decided that from today, the one-eyed pirates would disband and be renamed the Little Rain Pirates, and I would be their new captain. These pirates didn't dare to voice any objections and nodded like garlic sprouts. I also casually asked for the year, and wow, it was the year 1519 in the Sea Circle calendar, meaning Luffy was probably still playing in Windmill Village. The impulse in my heart was overwhelming. I really wanted to go to Windmill Village right now and give him a beating while he was still young. After recruiting these guys, the next step was, of course, to make money. As a new captain, I couldn't leave my crew to drink the Northwest Wind. However, I found out that these pirates were poorer than I was, with no fresh vegetables or milk on board. Could I endure that? So, on the 3rd day of being captain, we finally encountered a merchant ship passing by. I flew directly over and landed on their deck. Let me tell you, my first time robbing was a total lack of proficiency. I cleared my throat and politely said, "I'm here to rob you." The guard were stunned for a moment before bursting into thunderous laughter. One guy even pointed at my nose and said, "Little brat, just because you fly a kite and think you're a pirate? Go home and find your mommy for milk." My blood pressure shot up. All right, so you want to disrespect me, huh? Without saying a word, I waved at the most arrogant guard, using universal pull to draw him over, and effortlessly drew my katana, Poochie, making a cut in his belly. Now, the whole ship fell silent. But before I could continue to act cool, the lookout tower shouted, "A pirate ship is coming." Can you believe it? These guys actually forgot about me, the flying idiot, and all ran to prepare their weapons to deal with my slow-moving, shabby ship. I was about to spit blood, family. Who understands? And the captain's standing right here, and you're ignoring me? Fine, if I don't show you something fierce. You want to know why the flowers are so red? A little excited, I unleashed another ShinraTensei. Instantly, everyone on the deck was cleared out and shoved into the cabin, all dazed and confused. Now they finally understood who their daddy was. A guy who seemed to be in charge crawled out, trembling, and said, "Sir, we'll give you all the goods. Please spare us." Only then was I satisfied and nodded. That's more like it. You had to take a beating to learn. I floated back to my ship and waved my hand. You guys go up and move the goods. Of course, I still had principles. I left them some capital for survival. However, I made sure they didn't leave a single box of vegetables and milk behind. All of it was moved over to me. After robbing the goods, my pirate career officially got underway. I practiced the exclusive pirate laugh on the ship every day. Wah, yah, focusing on an immersive experience. Sinbei couldn't stand it anymore. While helping me modify the ship's cannons, he advised me, "Little Rain, with your skills and strength, why not become a Navy? Isn't a steady job nice?" I rolled my eyes at him. The Navy? Punching in every day. How could that compare to the freedom of being a pirate? Besides, with this shabby ship, do I deserve to captain it? Just wait. Once I have money, they'll definitely get Adam's Tree and have Sinbei build me the most stylish battle spaceship in the world. Then Qianbingwei was still there arguing with me, saying I didn't look like a bad person, that I smiled like a handsome guy. Let me tell you, at that moment, Muses and AKS were nodding beside me, which made me so angry that I almost couldn't hold back. I directly flipped my bangs, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and told them, "There's nothing I can do." Who told me I'm so handsome? This damn good looks. It's just born beautiful and hard to abandon. Goodness, if it weren't for the fact that they couldn't take me on, I reckon I would have been pressed to the ground and rubbed by these guys right then and there. I was just about to explain a few things about the upcoming voyage tomorrow, telling them not to spend money recklessly anymore, when suddenly my reincarnation, I started beeping. Beep, beep, beep. In the distance, 3 pirate ships were heading toward our little broken island in a swarm. That clever AKS immediately put on his wind goggles, and his face changed. "It's the Bart pirate crew. These bastards are here to rob this island." I couldn't help but laugh just in time. I hadn't had a chance to show off my newly practiced skills, and now some sandbags had come to accompany me for practice. Without a second thought, I ordered, "All hands on deck. Tell the procurement guys to come back quickly." AKS immediately pulled out a signal gun, and with a bang, a colorful skull, specially made by Qianbingwei, exploded in the sky. The salty fish on the ship who were still playing cards saw the action and instantly grabbed their weapons and rushed to the deck. Qianbingwei, this honest kid, was a little embarrassed and came over to say, "Xiaoyu, time is too tight. I've only modified a dozen shells, and the new cannons aren't ready yet." I smiled at him and patted his shoulder. "It's okay, just pile all the shells, whether modified or not, right by my feet." Muses and AKS exchanged glances. Although they were full of question marks, they still did as told. In just a short while, the 3 ships had already closed in. At the bow stood a tattered guy, looking like a beggar gang leader, extremely arrogant, 1 foot on the bow, and he shouted at Muses. "Ha! Muses, you one-eyed dragon. You brought so few people and still want to fight me? Did alone blind your eyes, so you can't see the formation of our Bart pirate crew?" Upon hearing this, my brows immediately furrowed into a Chan shape. I stepped forward and sneered. "Sorry, but this place is no longer called the One-Eyed Pirate Crew. It's now called the Little Rain Pirate Crew. Captain, it's me." The people across from us were stunned for almost a minute, and then, family, who understands, they started laughing out loud. They were laughing so hard they were almost in tears. "Muse, where did you find this little actor? He hasn't even fully grown up and dares to be a pirate. It's over. The One-Eyed Pirate Crew really can't do it anymore. Using a kid as a front." The expressions of the brothers behind me are as if they're looking at a fool, almost as if they want to write "Don't cry" later on their faces. I was furious at that moment, and the veins on my forehead popped up. 2 words blurted out of my mouth. "Looking for death." As soon as the words fell, my eyes widened, and the dozens of shells at my feet shot out like they were equipped with rocket boosters, zooming away in a whoosh. The speed was countless times faster than that of a cannon firing. Boom! Let me tell you, that scene was unbelievable. There were loud explosions, screams with splinters, and black smoke, and we directly gave the 3 ships opposite us an opening strike. "What are you waiting for? Kill them." With a roar, I shot out like a cannonball. The brothers, who had been holding back their anger for more than half a month, also went crazy, charging forward while howling. The Bart pirate crew opposite us was just stunned by the explosions, their morale plummeting. They were no match for our pack of hungry wolves. And it was basically a one-sided massacre. I landed with a thud right on the last small piece of deck of their main ship, just in time to see the captain, Bart, struggling to climb up from the water. I gave him a wicked smile, and the poor guy was so scared that he almost jumped back into the sea. I grabbed his shoulder and leaned in close, saying, "You call me a little brat? You say I'm not qualified to be the captain? Come on, let me see how qualified you are." With one punch, just one punch, with a crisp crack. He didn't even have time to scream before I punched him back into the sea. But this wasn't over. I extended my hand towards the surface of the water and shouted, "Come back." Then I gestured with my other hand towards a nearby, sinking ship and invoked the power of the heavens. Boom! That broken ship was directly pulled out of the water by me and accurately smashed onto Bart's head, who was just surfacing. Goodness, now he was really dazed. I got addicted and simply pulled out all 3 broken ships, swung them around in the air, and then smashed them down on the dock with a bang, causing the entire island to shake 3 times. In less than half an hour, the somewhat famous Bart pirate group from the East China Sea, over 200 people along with their ships, were neatly packed and thrown onto the dock by me. I stood on a big rock, looking at the mess, and turned to Muse and the others, saying, "This broken team actually got someone hurt? It seems you're not unjustly defeated by Aaron." The few brothers who got injured instantly turned as red as a monkey's, but I pointed at the large pile of captives on the ground, feeling a bit troubled. What are we going to do with these people? Killing them is too bloody, but we can't afford to keep them. Muse has said that in the past, they would just let them go on a small boat, but now there are too many. I had a flash of inspiration. Let the villagers call the Navy to take them away. It's a good idea, but how do I get the villagers to listen? At that moment, I decided to take a tough approach. I used my Wanxian Tianin to control the smallest broken ship and flew it over the village. Then with a loud bang, I smashed it into the ground at the entrance of their village, creating a big pit. I shouted at the top of my lungs, "Everyone listen! Our little rain pirate crew has solved your troubles. Within 10 minutes, send someone in charge to discuss the thank you fee. If anyone doesn't come, this ship will be your fate." At this point, the entire village was in an uproar, completely plunged into panic. Muse, standing beside me, wiped his sweat and quietly asked, "Boss, isn't this a bit too much?" I gave him a glare and said, "What? We are pirates, not philanthropists. If you want to show kindness, you might as well join the Navy." My words left Muse speechless. 10 minutes later, an old man leaning on a cane, supported by a strong man, came over trembling. The 2 of them approached, seemingly wanting to talk to Muse, probably because he resembled the captain. I was annoyed at that moment and snorted coldly, "Stand there. I'm the captain. Now, have you contacted the Navy?" The old man was startled and quickly explained that he hadn't, and even thanked us. I nodded and got straight to the point. "All right, less nonsense. Go contact the Navy to take them away and prepare 1 million berries as payment for this job." The strong man beside me clenched his fists, looking defiant. Seeing his expression made me angry, so I used a technique to pull him over and grab his neck. "Kid, if you want to be a hero, you need to know your strength. If it were any other pirate crew today, with your attitude, your village would already be gone." After saying that, I threw him aside. The old man was terrified and quickly pulled out a backpack from behind, opened it to reveal a lot of money, and said there were 3 million here, begging me not to harm them. I smirked and said loudly, "I said 1 million, it's 1 million. No more." I took the money and jumped back onto the ship, waving my hand and saying, "Hey everyone, is everything packed up?" Muse, holding a million belly, nodded and said, "Report, boss. All the treasures and weapons of the Bart pirates have been loaded. We can set off any time." I stand at the bow of the ship, facing the sunset, laughing out loud. "Come on everyone, cheer up, let's set sail. Ha 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 ha." As the ship sails far away, I can still hear the strong man behind asking his father why he doesn't let him go all out, and the old man sighs, saying, "Our pirate crew is already considered reasonable." The next day, the weather was just perfect. I was on the deck drawing our new pirate flag, while AKS was beside me, holding the new sniper rifle that Kiambingwei had modified for him, laughing like a 200-pound child, saying he is now the #1 sniper in the East Sea. I threw the painted flag to little Luo at the lookout tower to hang it up. The new flag, based on the original one-eyed skull, added a dark cloud with rain falling underneath, which fits my little Rain's temperament perfectly. I asked the Muse why they are called the One-Eyed Pirate Crew when he is clearly not one-eyed. They both felt a bit embarrassed and confessed to me that they used to be deckhands on a pirate ship in the Grand Line. But as soon as they entered the Grand Line, they encountered a storm, and the ship sank. Fortunately, they managed to drift back to the East Sea, so they actually know nothing about the Grand Line. I was feeling disappointed when my eyes suddenly squinted and I looked towards the 8 o'clock direction. AKS reacted quickly, raised his sniper rifle to take a look, and immediately shouted, "Not good, it's the Navy." I slapped him on the back of the head. "It's just 3 warships. What's there to be scared of? We're pirates." That said, Muse and the others were all scared and insisted on avoiding them. I couldn't argue with them, so I had to agree to change course. But not long after, I realized something was wrong. "Hey, have you guys noticed that those warships seem to be faster than us?" I asked with a frown. Muse and Axe's faces turned pale. "It's over. Our ship is too old. We'll definitely get caught." I burst into laughter at that moment, laughing wildly as I stretched one hand towards the sea at the stern of the boat. In an instant, everyone on board felt something was off. The boat beneath us began to rise slowly into the air. It was at least 6 or 7 meters above the sea surface, and the speed was incredible. Wahaha! Little ones, this wave is pretty impressive, right? I stood at the top of the boat, looking back at the naval warship that was left far behind, grinning with pride. However, after such an extreme maneuver, once we shook off the Navy, everyone on the boat, including myself, started to feel a bit seasick. Qianbing was about to puke his guts out. Just as I was mocking them for being timid, suddenly everyone froze. I didn't know when, but a new warship had silently appeared less than 100 meters away from us. A completely unfamiliar officer stood at the bow, looking coldly at us. Good heavens! This time we really ran into trouble. I'll tell you, when that shell flew over, I was dumbfounded, but who was that guy? I reached out with one hand, activated gravity, and good grief, those shells stopped in front of me like they were seeing their father. I flicked my finger, sending them straight back. As a result, a guy in a justice coat jumped out from the warship opposite, exuding quite an aura, and stopped all the shells I sent back in midair, detonating them and turning them into a burst of fireworks. When he landed, the cowards on our ship went weak in the knees, and that kid, AKS, looking through the binoculars, turned pale and stammered, "Major General." Great, now we've run into a tough opponent. I was initially planning to practice a bit, but seeing my crew scared stiff like quails, unable to stand, my heart sank. Just when I was contemplating whether to strategically retreat, that Major General swung his sword from about 70 or 80 meters away. The sword energy, let me tell you, was as fast as lightning, and I almost didn't react in time. In a flash, I shouted, "ShinraTensei!" With a loud bang. Our clash created a huge pit on the sea surface, and the waves it generated were taller than our ship. I thought to myself, this is bad. And as I tapped my toes on the wave crest, I flew up while simultaneously using a universal pull, forcefully pushing our broken ship back several meters. The Major General looked at me with eyes gleaming, as if he had discovered a new continent, muttering, "There are such characters in the East China Sea." Then, I watched him disappear from a warship in a flash with a movement technique I couldn't comprehend, and the next second, he was right in front of me. Damn, that speed. My Rinnegan can see clearly, but my body can't keep up. We started fighting on the surface of the sea. He's gliding over the water while I'm struggling to stay afloat with chakra. This guy is puzzled while fighting. "Aren't you afraid of the seawater? You can stand on the water?" Interesting. I was furious at that moment, pulling out my revolver from my waist, and, with a smirk on my face, I said, "Who do you think you are? You've been in the Great Route for 10 years, and you're still just a rear admiral. Looks like you're just a nobody." His face exploded with anger at my words, and he charged at me with a slash. This time I was prepared. My Rinnegan locked onto all his movements, and just as the tip of his sword was about to poke my forehead, I twisted my body into a pretzel and sent my chakra-covered fist directly towards the tip of his sword. With a clang, we both froze. His sword was just a centimeter away from my fist, but it couldn't pierce through. His face turned red, sweat dripping down. Family, who understands? On the surface, I looked calm as a dog, but inside, I was a bundle of nerves. I had secretly activated a small version of the ShinraTensei in front of my fist to block it, chakra pouring out like it was free. This guy had an outrageous amount of strength and speed. I raised my right hand and pointed the gun at him, grinning. "Fool." Bang! I shot him, creating a hole in his shoulder. Using that momentum, I did a backflip to create distance, my forehead drenched in cold sweat. I hadn't even hit a vital spot. The moment he was pushed back and then pulled in again, he actually twisted his body and used hockey. A rear admiral in the Navy, truly no easy opponent. That guy was named Jason, and like a battle maniac, he seemed even more excited seeing his bleeding shoulder. "Interesting, your shooting skills are quite good." I blew on the barrel of my gun, silently counting 1, 2, 3. My ShinraTensei has a 5-second cooldown. I needed to buy time, but he didn't give me any chance at all, sneering as he charged at me again. In the distance, the Navy's warship was quickly catching up to our shabby boat. No, I had to end this quickly. I watched as he drew closer, the tip of his sword wrapped in black aura, the air around us feeling like it was about to explode. I directly shoved my gun back into my waistband, clasped my hands together, and shouted out all the chakra I could muster. ShinraTensei. This time, it was a full-force explosion. The entire sea surface looked like it was boiling, with towering waves rising over 10 meters high. That Jason actually charged forward against my repulsive force, the aura on his sword growing stronger as he pressed on. For justice. Break for me, he shouted. I was gritting my teeth, my veins bulging in my hands, feeling like I was about to give in. Break for me, I roared as I pushed out the last bit of chakra. Boom. In the end, he couldn't withstand it, and I blasted him away along with a massive wave, directly crashing towards the Navy's warship. The people on the warship were stunned, and by the time they reacted, it was too late. The giant wave swept all the Navy personnel on the deck into the sea. I took the opportunity to jump back onto the ship, using a powerful force to throw the remaining few Navy personnel who had climbed aboard into the sea. I casually fired a few more shots and waved my hand. Set sail. The crew erupted in thunderous cheers, and that guy Muse slapped me on the shoulder, looking as happy as a 200-pound child. Only Kiambingwei supported me and quietly asked, "Are you hurt?" I coughed, nodded, and helplessly complained, "Yeah, I took that guy out. Let me tell you, this world is just a nest of monsters." The crew members were shocked and nearly dropped their jaws when they heard I had defeated a naval rear admiral. Once back in the cabin, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was too close earlier. If it weren't for my potential bursting at the last moment, I might have been the one to die. Then Muse, looking serious, told me that the Black Sword Jason I had defeated was quite a celebrity in the Grand Line, having previously wiped out their pirate crew. Now that we had killed such a high-ranking official in the East Sea, the Navy headquarters would definitely be in an uproar. Next time, we might even face a vice admiral or even an admiral. As soon as I heard it, my head started to spin. Well, it seems I can only run away first and quickly head into the Grand Line. The original plan is all in vain. Just when we were all frowning in distress, there was a sudden loud bang on the deck, followed by several screams. We rushed out and saw 30 or 40 pirates surrounding a child. 2 brothers were lying on the ground, convulsing. The child was holding up one hand, with his fingers glowing, and he was smiling wickedly. I went up and asked him a soul-stirring question. "What is 2 plus 9? My crew was all confused, and Muse said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, "Boss, this is a question for a 3-year-old, right?" In the end, that little brat counted on his fingers for a long time, realized he didn't have enough, and finally shouted at me confidently, "It's 13. I almost spat out a mouthful of old blood at that moment. Everyone on the ship, one and all, collapsed hopelessly on the deck. Family, we were actually defeated by a little brat who can't even solve elementary school math problems? This is simply the biggest cyber joke of 2025. I couldn't take it anymore, so I used a Wanxian Tianin to pull him over and gave him a hard knock on the forehead. "It's 11. You idiot. Didn't you receive my psychic message when you came out of the egg? How embarrassing." This kid, Dumpling, wasn't having it and started arguing with me. Meanwhile, our ship was in chaos, and on the other side, the naval headquarters had already exploded. Old Warring States was so furious that the veins on his forehead were popping, while that old carp was still snoring away, munching on donuts. When Warring States announced that Major General Jason had been taken down by an unknown rookie in the East Sea, Carp's donuts nearly fell out of his hands. To make matters worse, they didn't even know who I was or what I looked like, so they couldn't issue a bounty. In the end, Warring States decided to send Vice Admiral Stolo Belly over and let Carp, who was on leave back to the East Sea, take a look as well. Meanwhile, Smoker in Road Town also received the news, and with a cigar in his mouth, his eyes lit up with interest. As for us, we finally arrived at a bustling little town called Kaimea, ready to take a break and have Sanbei build a new ship. But unfortunately, our old ship's keel broke directly and was completely wrecked. For the past few days, I've been practicing new moves, using Dumpling as a sparring partner, and all I got was him kicking me in the stomach every day. The spiraling sphere was manageable, but that water transformation technique was impossible to master. To make matters worse, Muse and Axe returned dejected, saying that the crucial cables needed for shipbuilding had been monopolized by a noble family on the island called the Hussein family, and they bought them all. Sunbei exploded when he heard this, shouting that without cables, they couldn't build a ship and might as well join the Navy. Axe said gloomily, "The Hussein family is a well-known noble here, has a private army, and is protected by the world government. We can't afford to mess with them." I laughed when I heard that. "Oh, there is actually a Navy stationed on Camellia?" "Not just station, my friend. That kid Muse told me back then that there is a village called CC on the other end of the island, right next to a Navy base, where a colonel named Helens is stationed. As soon as I heard colonel, I thought, is that it? I exchanged a glance with Dumpling. And you know that look? We both had our lips almost stretched to our ears. As a result, those two cowards, Muse and Axe, were sweating on their foreheads and tremblingly asked me, "Boss, you're not really thinking about going guns blazing, are you?" Their faces turned pale as they said, "We just took out a major general, and who knows how the Navy might be after us. If we stir up more trouble and attract a general, we'll be done for." I got really angry at that moment and said, "Get straight, if you're a pirate, you should already be ready to risk your life. If you're afraid of dying, go home and hug your kids. Besides, it's just some broken noble, not a celestial dragon. If I flatten his estate, who would know it was me?" As soon as I said that, the two of them seemed to be on fire, shouting and wanting to fight with me. That old man Kiambingway was about to say something, but I shot him a glare and said, "You have no choice. If you back out, you won't survive either. This is not your peaceful penguin village." I turned to Muse and asked what the Hussein family was all about. They both scratched their heads awkwardly and said that this family was notorious throughout the East China Sea. They used to be involved in human trafficking, and now, well, they've opened a factory where all the workers are brought in from Sisi village. Slaves. Kiambingway was furious at the time. Let me tell you, that old man usually looks quite dull, but upon hearing this, his eyes turned red, asking about the Navy. "Doesn't the Navy care?" Muse sneered and said, "The Navy? The Navy is just a watchdog for the celestial dragons. Do you expect them to help the poor people in the slums?" At this point, Kiambingway could no longer sit still and directly stated that he would also get involved in this matter. I teased him, saying, "You better not cry from fright when the time comes." To my surprise, the old man was quite proud and huffed, saying, "Don't underestimate me. I just built a robot out of junk yesterday. It's called Battlecoin." My heart sank at that moment. Who understands my worries? I was afraid he might create something like a Rawl, and with one punch, wouldn't the world just crash? Luckily, it turned out to be something you could sit in and drive, which startled me. That night, under the dark moon and howling wind, we set off. Kiambingway was driving his rusty old robot, clanging and clattering, giving me a headache. The robot looked quite abstract, like a big iron ball with limbs, walking like a disabled person. But to be fair, it was easy to take out ordinary minions like chopping vegetables. Muse pointed to the manor ahead, saying the entrance to the underground factory was inside. As a result, the two of us, like ghosts, swiftly took down all the sentries outside. But after searching for a long time inside, we found nothing. I was speechless and asked Muse where the entrance was, and he actually said he didn't know. I was really fed up. There was no choice but to close my eyes and perceive it myself. And guess what? The entrance wasn't even in the manor. It was right next to the small woods we had just passed. I whistled to call the people over and gave those two a good scolding. When I ran over, I found that the two sailors were sleeping against a tree like dead pigs. I went up and gave each of them a chop, making their sleep even deeper. As I entered the tunnel, the smell of rubber almost knocked me out. The further I went in, the more I heard the sound of metal clanging, mixed with the sound of a whip cracking. Once inside, I really didn't want to relive the scene again. There was a child, no more than 10 years old, being whipped to the ground by a strong man, blood all over his face. Yet he didn't make a sound and got up to drag a cable bigger than himself. On the other side, an old man was kicked down, and his grandson rushed up to protect him, but after being kicked away, he got back up and kowtowed, begging for mercy. Bingwei's eyes welled up with tears as he gritted his teeth and said that he was glad he didn't become a sailor. Otherwise, he would rather be a pirate than protect such scum. Just as the foreman was about to lift his foot to kick someone again, Dumpling made his move. With a blast of energy, the entire underground factory shook 3 times. The foreman didn't even have time to scream before he turned into a charred piece of coal in the pit. I then said, "Get to work, leave no one behind." Muse and Axe charged out like crazy, swinging their big knives and striking with a rifle butts, brutally attacking that group of beasts. As for me, I jumped to the highest point and snapped the supervisor's neck, yelling to everyone below, "From today on, you are free." And what was the result? A deathly silence. Everyone stared at me like wooden dolls, their eyes hollow. Bingwei crawled out of the robot and shouted, "You are free." Yet still no one moved. There was even a child crying, begging us not to take away the cables, or else they would be beaten to death. I realized that unless we completely uprooted the Hussein family, these people would never be able to let go of that tension in their hearts. I exchanged a glance with Dumpling and rushed out. This matter must be dealt with decisively. As soon as I arrived at the manor, I saw a group of Navy officers and guards. The leading noble, named Sailor, was trying to show off. The Navy colonel next to him was the one who had chased us before. When I spotted him, I couldn't help but smile. What a familiar face. Just as the colonel was about to deliver a righteous speech, I raised my hand and pulled him over. Dumpling understood immediately and unleashed a powerful attack. Bang. He was taken out in an instant. The rest were all dumbfounded. I looked at the noble named Sailor and felt annoyed, clapped my hands, and unleashed a devastating force. With a thunderous boom, a 50-meter radius was flattened. As we walked into the ruins, a group of people from the banquet in the manor came out, including some minor nobles and big merchants, pointing at us and cursing. One Navy major was particularly arrogant, asking where the colonel had gone. I dug into my ear and said, "Colonel, there might still be a chance if we go now." As for the others, I pointed at the few who had been the loudest just now and said, "Anyone who spoke up just now has to die." Jiaozi fired another round of his special bullets, and those few people went up in smoke. I casually shot that major. Guess who was the fiercest? Qianbingwei. That old man must have been so furious that he couldn't find the words. 2 rocket launchers and a Gatling gun popped out of the robot, and he blasted away at those scumbags. Good heavens, he turned the garden into a hellish battlefield. Once we cleaned up outside, I returned to the underground factory and was left dumbfounded. Muse and AKS were lying on the ground, bruised and battered. Having been beaten up, I kicked each of them in anger and shouted for them to get up. Suddenly, a little girl from the group of slaves stepped forward, claiming she was the one who did it, named Anna. Wow, a girl about 14 or 15 years old, accompanied by a little pink pig, took down my 2 strong subordinates? I felt embarrassed at that moment and used gravity to pull her over. As a result, that pig let out a loud roar and turned into a cloud of steam, charging towards me. I sensed the danger and quickly jumped aside, casually forming a spiral sphere and launching at the steam. The steam was quite fierce, and I directly turned it into a spinning top, slamming it against the wall and turning it back into a little pig, which was now dazed and confused. The group of slaves was so scared that they all knelt down and begged me. I didn't have time to deal with them. I was overjoyed at that moment. It was a crisis. I actually comprehended the spiral sphere. I waved my hand proudly, telling them to get up, then gathered all the cables and prepared to leave. But then that girl named Anna stopped us, saying that if we just left like this, the people on the island would still be doomed, and the naval base wouldn't spare them. I said we had dealt with the bad guys, and the rest was none of our business. Anna pointed out bluntly that our ship was broken, and if the naval base reported it, we wouldn't even be able to leave the island. Muse, who has no filter, in a panic directly blurted out that we had taken out a rear admiral. As soon as I heard this, I knew it was bad. Sure enough, the look in Anna's eyes changed instantly, filled with hatred, and she said that the one truly in charge at the base was a colonel named Cruz, who was very powerful and was probably already on his way. What can I do? I can only continue to show off. I laughed and said it's just a major general, no big deal. Then I directly flew away sitting on the cable group. I just jumped down from the cable, and boy, I was completely stunned. A group of Navy personnel showed up at the manor entrance, and the leader, who looked as thin as a telephone pole, was a colonel. He cast a sinister glance and asked if we had dealt with that Major General Barus. Dumpling and Qianbingwei were blocking the entrance, and Dumpling's little eyes were fixed on the colonel, sensing that this guy was not simple. The colonel didn't waste any words and directly asked which pirate crew we belonged to. Dumpling calmly announced my name, the Little Rain Pirate Crew. As soon as he finished speaking, the colonel suddenly shot up into the air, his aura fully unleashed. Then, let me tell you, something outrageous happened. The colonel smirked and said, "Dumpling, you fruit user can't take down Jason." And whoosh, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already teleporting behind Dumpling. Does anyone understand this? The speed was incredible. Dumpling reacted quickly, making a sharp turn in the air and crossing his arms to block. With a loud bang, he managed to block it, but was still kicked away, crashing into the ground and creating a huge pit. Qianbingwei was beside him, his eyes nearly popping out, probably thinking, is the East China Sea this competitive now? Even a colonel seems to be cheating. The colonel, gliding in the air, looked a bit surprised and said he didn't expect that our little East China Sea pirate crew had some skilled fighters. Before he finished speaking, from the big pit on the ground, boom, Dumpling shot out like a cannonball and was instantly right in front of his face. A rapid exchange of blows ensued, and the two separated. Dumpling took a breath and still had the nerve to say, "Your speed is okay, but your strength is lacking." Qianbingwei shouted from below, "Dumpling, well done. I'll make you a floating bike when we get back." The colonel's expression turned serious, saying he specialized in the Navy's 6 styles and was going to get serious now. After saying that, he kicked out dozens of crescent-shaped storm kicks in the air, like a machine gun. Dumpling dodged left and right in the sky, and his fingertips began to glow. Dodo wave. Boom! A golden light shot out, exploding into a fireball in the air, the scene resembling a New Year's fireworks show in 2025. Dumpling seized the opportunity to ascend and evade the explosion. His fingers, like a Gatling gun, unleashed a frenzied barrage at the colonel. I was sitting not far away on a cable, watching and thinking that this naval colonel's strength was almost on par with that major general from earlier. He had some skills. Just then, Anna came over holding that pig, and she walked up to me, her eyes full of hatred. She said, "His name is Kuluz, and he fears the light." Fears the light? My mind clicked, as if my CPU had overclocked, and I instantly thought of that iconic scene from the Grand Line. I stood up, gathered my breath, and shouted at the Kuluz in the sky. "Hey, you, the one called Kuluz, did that Moonlight Moria take your shadow?" This shout completely stunned Kuluz. He paused in midair. Dumpling wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. He kicked and sent Kuluz crashing back into the Navy ranks. Kuluz stood up, his face ashen, staring at me intently. "It seems you guys are no ordinary pirates. Even Moonlight Moria knows about you. You were the one who killed Jason, weren't you?" I was left with a face full of question marks. Jason? Who is that? He was so angry that his face contorted. "You'll know when you get to hell." After saying that, he charged at me. Dumpling was even faster, instantly blocking his way. "Your opponent is me. If you can't even defeat me, how do you expect to challenge our captain?" As he spoke, Dumpling raised his hands in the air towards Cruz. Cruz let out a howl and knelt down. Clutching his stomach, cold sweat pouring down his face, his expression pained as if he had been kicked in the groin from a distance. He asked Dumpling what kind of devil fruit power this was. I floated over, patted Cruz on the head, and laughed arrogantly. "Did you think that using hockey to protect your belly would keep you safe? Ha ha! Should I tell you that Dumpling didn't even eat a devil fruit? This is his own superpower. With your little skills, you think you can stop us? It's simply a fantasy." The group of Navy soldiers around us were so scared that their legs went weak, their hands shaking as they held their guns. When Qianbing saw that these extras dared to ignore him, a robot, he was furious. How could he tolerate this? He transformed immediately, with cannon barrels extending all over his body, and started firing at those Navy soldiers' brothers. Then he pulled out a 4-meter-long big machete and charged into the smoke, wildly slashing around, shaking the entire ground. I looked at the scene and couldn't help but comment. The strength of this robot, Qianbing, is impressive, but its speed is just too slow. Muses, wiping cold sweat beside me, replied, "Boss, my speed isn't fast either." I swung back a punch and hit him on the forehead, making a big lump. "You worthless piece of trash. Do you think you're comparable? You can't even beat a little girl." I glanced at Axe. That kid was particularly clever, immediately looking up at the sky. "Huh, the moon is so round tonight." Bam! Another punch. Axe was sent flying by me, landing face first in the dirt, and just pretended to be dead. I snorted. "What are you looking at the weather for during a fight? I tell you, over here we're just messing around." And Anna looks completely stunned, probably wondering why this pirate crew is so different from what she imagined. Suddenly, her expression turns cold, as she stares fiercely at Cruz. Cruz. "I've waited for this day for 5 years." As soon as she finishes speaking, whoosh, the pig in her arms suddenly starts steaming, shooting her forward like a little rocket. In a swift motion, a scalpel slices across Cruz's neck. Before the blood even has a chance to flow, Cruz's eyes widen in shock, and he falls straight down. The entire place goes silent. Dumpling immediately explodes, pointing at Anna and shouting, "What the heck? You little brat, are you stealing my kill? Just watch how I deal with you." But before Dumpling's fist can even reach her, the girl sits there as if her soul has left her body, tears streaming down her face like a broken dam. Dumpling's fist comes to a complete stop just 1 centimeter in front of her face, completely confused. "Wait, I haven't even hit you yet. Why are you crying?" I sighed and shouted at her. "Cry, just let it out. You've avenged yourself. Now it's time to live for yourself." With that shout, she immediately broke down in tears, crying so hard it felt like the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting. No one in the family understood. I was at a loss. At that moment, the old man from the underground factory who had spoken to Anna came over with a little girl. I directly interrupted his sentiment. "Stop. Name, gender, occupation. And what are you here for? Hurry up." The old man was caught off guard and said irritably, "Sarumail, slave." The little girl, Jolena, pointed at me and said, "Grandpa, he is a good person." I stared at her, making a funny face to scare her. "I'm a pirate who kills without hesitation." But instead, the little girl laughed, even happier. Later, I found out that Anna's father was a famous doctor on this island. He often helped the poor and refused to treat nobles. And 5 years ago, he was framed by Cruz and killed as a pirate. For these years, Anna has been hiding everywhere. As for that pig, Anna saved it, and after eating some strange fruit, it became very intelligent, could draw and communicate, and saved Anna's life several times. As soon as I heard, the daughter of a famous doctor? Oh my see, aren't we in need of a doctor on our ship? I immediately asked, does Anna know medicine? If her dad is a famous doctor, and she's a useless person, I would be really angry. The old man Saru said Anna's medical skills are quite good, but he hopes she won't become a pirate with us. I started to PUA him directly. Do you think she has any other choice now? In front of so many nobles, she took down a naval colonel. Her dad was falsely accused of being a pirate, so she's the daughter of a pirate. If she stays on this island, do you think the Navy will let her go? The old man fell silent. I raised my eyebrows proudly at muses and acts, got it done. Just as I was sweet-talking and deceiving to secure a new ship's doctor on the Navy's side, that old man Carp was on a phone call with Sengoku. Sengoku was roaring in the transponder snail, saying we took down Crus and were fixing the ship in Kamiya, urging Carp to hurry and catch us. That old coot Carp was still picking his nose, saying there was no rush, that we could just wait for the rabbit in Roadtown. Sengoku was so angry he hung up the phone. In the end, Carp reluctantly stood up, ordered Smoker into Shiji to prepare set off, and mumbled that he needed to deal with me quickly to go home and see his grandson who insists on becoming a pirate. 2 days later, in the morning, the sea fog was thick. I looked at our brand new pirate ship, excited beyond belief. Let me tell you, Kiambingwei hasn't been idle these days. This thing he built is simply a mobile fortress at sea, 80 meters long, capable of flying, diving, and everything in between. Even Transformers would have to shout Big Brother at it. Kiambingwei excitedly asked me what to name the ship. He wanted to call it the Justice. I quickly stopped him. Stop, stop. We are pirates. We don't represent justice. We are free. Kiambingwei thought for a moment and said a bit dejectedly, then let's call it the Penguin. That's the name of my hometown. I patted his shoulder. Good. Let's call it the Kyre from now on. This will be your home. But it didn't last 3 seconds. On the sea surface, good heavens, a row of warships popped up like dumplings. The atmosphere instantly solidified. No need to think, there must be a mole. Muses and Axe's faces darkened, and they turned to the group we had recruited from the one-eyed pirate crew, growling. Who would have thought we were betrayed by our own brothers? Sure enough, one of them named Xiao Luo stepped forward, crying and shouting that he was scared, saying I caused too much trouble, being a rear admiral and from a naval base. They just wanted to be ordinary pirates and didn't want to be hunted by admirals. So he informed the Navy 8 days ago, not expecting them to come now. The group of pirates all knelt down, crying for their parents. Muses and Axe also knelt down, begging me not to kill them, saying they were willing to give their lives in exchange. On the ship, Anna was holding a pig, urging me, hurry up and decide. The Navy is coming. I suddenly grinned and pulled Muse and Axe up. Everyone get on the ship. How can the Grand Line be without you? Dumpling and Sunbei immediately boarded the ship as well. The propeller of the Penguin began to spin, moving on its own with no wind, cutting through the waves in another direction. After the ship had traveled over 100 meters, I flew directly to the bow, standing on the pirate flag, looking at the group of traders on the beach who thought they had escaped with their lives, and sneered, just because I won't kill you doesn't mean I won't punish you. I directly used a Wanxian Tianin to suck those dozens of traders from the beach, along with the sand, and then, with a whoosh, threw them right onto the naval warship. Grandpa, I protected Sister Anna and set sail. Goodbye. The voice of that girl Jolena came from the lookout tower. Goodness, she sneaked onto the ship too. Old man Saru on the beach secretly wiped his tears, cursing that little girl. Amid the laughter of the villagers, our Penguin ship officially set sail. Meanwhile, on the naval side, Vice Admiral Stolleberry looked through his telescope towards our escape direction and ordered coldly, "Pursue." A soldier reported, "Vice Admiral, nearly 40 pirates have been spotted ahead in the sea." Stolleberry didn't even blink, coldly stating, "Execute them all. The priority now is to pursue the Little Rain pirate cruise ship." Boom! Amid the sounds of cannon fire, the curses and hatred of those traitors vanished forever into the sea. I tell you, after this battle, the ship was incredibly quiet. The sea breeze was so pleasant. I was on the balcony, watching that new girl on board, Jolena. This little sister looks to be about 13 or 14, quiet and gentle, but good grief. She has strength that rivals a dumpling. Dumpling can kick over a tree, and she, a little kid who hasn't trained at all, has such innate strength. This talent is simply amazing. I asked her, "Did you secretly eat some devil fruit?" She seriously gestured a swimming pose and said, "I didn't. My strength comes from moving things in the underground factory, and I can swim." All right, I believe you, sure. While I was pondering this, Anna slapped a stack of papers on the table and said to me angrily, "Are you still worried about others? Look at your own worth. 170 million berries. You're a big pirate now." I looked down and saw that our bounty notices were out. Azura Xiaoyu, 170 million. Little Brat Dumpling, 70 million. One-Eyed Muse, 20 million. Quick Gun AKS, 13 million. Demon Dr. Anna, 10 million. Family, who understands? Our rookie group has only debuted for 2 months, and our total bounty has skyrocketed to 283 million. This achievement would be quite explosive in the Grand Line. That guy Kiambingwei wasn't on the bounty list and was standing with his hands on his hips laughing wildly. "Ha ha ha, I am indeed a partner of justice." Dumpling was so angry, muttering, "Why is that? I have a whole 100 million less than him." He originally fantasized about becoming a billion-dollar pirate, but ended up being just a fraction of my bounty, and his little face was all puffed up with anger. I laughed and said, "We took down a major general, a lieutenant colonel, leveled a naval base, and casually eliminated so many nobles. What is this little bit of money worth? And you, Anna, the demon doctor, what a cool nickname." I made a comment that left her speechless. After all, that guy Cruz was taken care of by her own hands. But then I looked at the photo on the wanted poster, and no matter how I looked at it, it fell off. Suddenly, I remembered, hey, didn't that old man who took our pictures at the banquet take this? He actually cut out the group photo to make it a wanted poster. As soon as I said this, Kiambingwei was frozen in shock. After thinking for a long time, he said with a pale face, "I remember now. I think there was a flash when I was sleeping. It's over. When I get wanted, the photo will definitely be my embarrassing black history. I can't accept this." Everyone on the ship burst into laughter. To be honest, with us and the pig, there are only 8 living beings on this ship. It feels so empty. Luckily, Kiambingwei set up a bunch of smart surveillance. Otherwise, staying up at night would be exhausting. While we were joking around, Mew suddenly looked up at the sky and said, "Looking at the sky, it seems a storm is coming." Kiambingwei didn't believe it, took out a compass-like device and fiddled with it, then frowned. "It really is. My weather tester shows a storm is approaching. All right, let us pack up and hurry to bring everything back inside." Just as I stepped back onto the balcony, my peripheral vision caught something, and I was stunned. I tell you, right behind our ship, those 3 naval ships that appeared a few days ago had actually followed us relentlessly. "All hands, accelerate," I shouted, and the propellers at the back of the ship spun like the wheels of fire, and in less than 5 minutes, we had left them far behind. Our ship's speed is unmatched. I just breathed a sigh of relief, turned my head back, and in the next second, my heart almost stopped. Family, right ahead, less than a kilometer away, there's another warship. And the old man standing at the bow, wearing a doghead hat. Damn it, it's Carp, the naval hero, the living legend who nearly pushed Pirate King Roger to the brink. At that moment, my head buzzed, and I shouted at the top of my lungs, "Turn around, 9 o'clock direction. Hurry, hurry, hurry." Muse and AKS in the cockpit were also panicking, frantically steering the wheel. Anna rushed out of her room, looked at my tense expression, and seemed a bit confused. "Do you get scared sometimes, too?" I let out A and said, "Sister, take a good look at who is on the other side. That's the naval hero Carp, the man who can wipe the floor with the Pirate King. Do you think I, in my current state, can withstand even one punch from him?" Nanny. Anna's face turned pale. Those big shots from that era could easily dismantle our little broken ship into pieces. She must be thinking that her luck is so bad that she might get wiped out on the very first day of boarding. At that moment, I was really feeling miserable. It wasn't that I was being stubborn. I was just taking a gamble. I was betting that that old man Carp would fall asleep and not see us. If the Navy behind us caught up and he noticed, it wouldn't just be total annihilation. We'd be directly sent to impel down. What a joke. Can you not make it sound so easy? Anna was almost crying. In the end, what I feared actually happened. That old man Carp seemed to have really noticed us, and the warship started chasing us. I was taking a gamble, but I couldn't bet the lives of everyone on the ship. "Shinjo, get the ship flying. Right now." Immediately, I just gave the command, and on the other side, Stoloberry was so furious he was practically jumping up and down. It turned out he had notified Carp long ago, but that old guy fell asleep at the bow of the ship. His subordinate was still reporting, "Admiral, we just found out that the ship was built by that strange Dr. Qianbingwei, and it seems like it can fly." As soon as he finished speaking, our ship, the Penguin, let out a loud bang, and 2 streams of fire shot out from the stern, lifting the entire ship off the ground. "No way. It really can fly." Stoloberry's eyes were about to pop out. He was so excited that without saying a word, he took a step forward and charged towards us. On the other side, Carp also woke up. He was stunned for a moment as he watched us take to the skies. Then, he let out a low roar, Bring me all the cannonballs. What does he want to do? He took off his justice coat, his veins bulging on his arms, grabbed 2 cannonballs, and threw them like baseballs. Whoosh, they were launched. I tell you, the speed and range were farther than what a dam cannon could shoot. In an instant, they were right behind our ship. Everyone on board was dumbfounded. Anna and Qian Bingwei dropped their binoculars in shock. Qian Bingwei's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. This is a monster, right? Xiao Yu, let's surrender. Otherwise, we'll be killed by him. Look, that big bearded guy is catching up too. I took a deep breath, staring at the approaching shells, and asked Qian Bingwei, how much longer can the ship fly? With the iron wings and boosters deployed, at most just 5 nautical miles. I nodded and slowly flew up in the sky. You guys go ahead, the phone bug will contact you. I'll stay back to hold them off. If I end up dead, remember to come back and collect my body. Everyone was stunned. Without a word, Dumpling also flew up, snorting, don't forget, I can fly too. After saying that, he pointed his finger at the incoming shells and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. The deafening explosions erupted beside our ship, flames shooting into the sky. Remember, if you don't hear from us in an hour, come collect our bodies. I shouted with a smile and turned to charge into the rain of shells. My mind was racing at that moment, with only one thought. I must stop Admiral Carp today. I spread my arms wide and activated the universal attraction to its maximum. Goodness. Those hundreds of shells in the sky seemed to be pulled by a giant magnet, all suspended in midair, creating a dark mass that completely blocked out the sky. The people on the opposing warship were dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? He blocked Admiral Carp's fist bone, meteor shower. Carp squinted his eyes and then grinned. Not bad, kid. After saying that, he pulled out a massive iron ball, almost the size of half a warship, and hurled it toward me with great force. I almost fell from the sky back then. Damn it. Is this something a human can throw? What kind of monster family is this D-clan? Boom. That iron ball crashed directly into the pile of cannonballs I had gathered, instantly causing an explosion. Let me tell you, that shockwave almost knocked me down from the sky. Just blocking the cannonballs had already consumed a massive amount of my chakra, and now Carp was pressing down on me with pure strength, making it hard for me to lift my head. The iron ball was blown down, and the Navy below was so scared they almost peed their pants, shouting for Carp to get rid of that thing. As a result, Carp grinned, grabbed the chain, and swung that huge iron ball back up, simultaneously pushing off the ground and launching himself toward me. Kid, this level of strength is not enough to impress me. Boom. The iron ball was suddenly right in front of me. I quickly formed a gigantic Rinnegan with my right hand. Super large Rinnegan. Push it back to me. The Rinnegan slammed hard into the iron ball, forcefully knocking it back. Everyone on the warship was stunned. Over at Strawberry's side, he was locked in a fierce battle with Dumpling and was also taken aback by the scene, saying to Dumpling, "Looks like your captain is quite impressive." Dumpling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, furious, and shouted, "I'm way stronger than him." After saying that, he launched another attack with his Doton wave, but he was completely being pressed and almost got hit multiple times by Strawberry's dual swords. "Kid, you're still too young." Carp's voice exploded in my ear as he kicked the iron ball that had been knocked back. With a loud bang, my super large Rinnegan shattered instantly, and an irresistible force surged toward me, sending me flying back like a kite with a broken string, and I spat out a mouthful of blood. "Xiao Yu," Dumpling exclaimed. The wind howled past my ears, and I felt like my internal organs were about to burst into flames. This guy's strength is terrifying, and his haki is so powerful that I feel like just brushing against it would seriously injure me. I forced myself to stabilize in midair, wave my hands, and several water columns shot up into the sky, finally blocking the iron ball with a series of thuds. But the next second, Carp directly stepped on the iron ball like a springboard and appeared right in front of me. ShinraTensei. Boom. Carp's fist, covered in haki, struck like it was hitting a wall of copper and iron. But the rebound force only made him pause for a moment. His mouth widened even more. "This little bit of strength can't stop me, kid." Saying that, he actually pushed forward against my repulsion shield. Damn it. If this continues, my chakra will be completely insufficient. I roared in my heart and swung my fist. "Super strength fist, open up for me." Another muffled sound echoed, and the airwaves rolled. Both of us were knocked back. Carp flipped twice in the air and landed back on the ship, while I skidded across the water like a stone, sliding over 100 meters before finally stopping. "Xiao Yu." Dumpling immediately shook off his opponent and flew to my side to support me. I spat out 2 mouthfuls of bloodied saliva and forced a laugh. "You little brat. You're injured yourself, yet you still come to check on me. I'm the captain." The Navy on the opposite side was in an uproar, staring at me as if I were a monster. Stoloberry also returned to Carp's side, who laughed heartily and said, Sengoku didn't miscalculate this time. Just sending you alone might not be enough to take him down. As soon as he finished speaking, Stoloberry, unwilling to back down, charged at me with a shave technique. My Sharingan could keep up with his speed, and with a burst of chakra beneath my feet, I met him head-on. In that instant, I felt a hint of wind property in the chakra under my feet, and my body suddenly felt lighter. Without time to think, a massive Rinnegan appeared in my hand. I stomped hard on the surface of the sea and shouted, Body flicker technique. Whoosh! My figure instantly vanished and reappeared behind Stoloberry, and I slammed the Rinnegan down fiercely. Stoloberry reacted quickly, crossing his two swords to defend, the swords radiating a strong aura. Get down! I gritted my teeth, and the spinning force of the Rinnegan made him spin along with it. With a loud boom, I smashed him into the sea, sending a towering column of water erupting into the air. Carp was still laughing heartily, showing no intention to intervene. I just paused for a moment when I heard the sound of Moon step behind me, and two swords were already slashing in my back. ShinraTensei! I pushed him away again, using a teleportation technique to appear in front of him, and suddenly grabbed his hand, kicking him away and sending him crashing into the warship. But I knew this was just child's play. My chakra was already more than half depleted, especially after those few moves against Carp, which were simply burning me out. The burning sensation in my chest was getting stronger, and I knew I had internal injuries. Dumpling, you have to go quickly, I said to Dumpling, who was supporting me. If you don't leave now, I won't be able to hold on either. But Dumpling suddenly laughed, straightened his body, and his eyes sparkled. What are you talking about, Xiaoyu? We're brothers, and this is what you taught me. Stick to the path you want to take. After saying that, he charged toward the warship all by himself. I looked at his back, stunned for a moment, then smiled. This guy really thinks of himself as a hero. Carp, let me experience the power of this naval hero. I laughed heartily and chased after Dumpling, waving my hands as the sea around the warship began to churn violently. Dozens of giant water columns shot up into the sky, ready to smash this warship. The Marines on the ship were terrified, screaming in fear. Carp's silent aide, wearing a gentleman's hat, suddenly glanced at me and said calmly, I think it should be a gravity-related ability. Carp cracked his knuckles, making a clicking sound, and grinned. No, I have to try it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in front of Dumpling and me in an instant, his black fist coming down directly toward our heads. If that punch landed, we would definitely die on the spot. My Rinnegan could see everything clearly, but my body couldn't keep up. I grabbed Dumpling and yanked him aside, activating ShinraTensei again. Boom! The shockwave was immense. Just then, Carp's aide moved. He drew his long sword, disappearing in an instant, leaving only a sword mark in midair. All the water columns I summoned were severed by his sword in one stroke, turning into a torrential rain. Good heavens! What kind of master is hiding in this naval base? Just as physical strength and haki alone could pierce through my ShinraTensei. How did this monster train? I gritted my teeth, forming a Rinnegan in my hand and directly pushing it against Carp's fist. At that moment, Dumpling shouted from behind me, I'm going to use my ultimate move. I turned around and saw his bald head and instantly understood. I quickly withdrew the ShinraTensei and Rinnegan. With a loud thud, the spinning Dumpling slammed into Carp's chest, but from the sound, I knew it didn't break through his defenses. I immediately summoned a massive water column crashing down towards Carp. Carp laughed heartily, completely unconcerned with the water column, and with one hand, he grabbed the Dumpling's head and lifted him in front of him. At that moment, the Dumpling was already dizzy. Dumpling, I shouted anxiously, using a body flicker technique to appear in front of Carp. Carp lifted his leg, directly passing through the water column, and his haki-infused fist came at me. Just at that critical moment, the Dumpling, who had just been lifted, woke up. He suddenly used his superpower to strike Carp, who was caught off guard, causing a sharp pain in his stomach and momentarily stiffening his body. With that opening, I narrowly dodged his fist, and with a powerful punch, I struck him hard, sending him flying. I quickly grabbed the Dumpling, rapidly retreating while standing on the surface of the sea, gasping for breath. And as I carried him on my back, my mind raced with strategies. At this close distance, with Carp's speed, we couldn't escape at all. I tell you, my chakra was almost depleted, and my body was starting to sound alarms. After all, I had just crossed over for a little over a month, and my body still hadn't fully adapted. There's a devastating power hidden within me, but I dare not use it. Once that thing takes over, I won't be myself anymore, and I could end up indiscriminately killing everyone around me. On the other side, that old man Carp returned to the warship. wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling quite frustrated. Goodness, these two little brats are a bit eerie. He complained to the Rear Admiral Stoloberry beside him, saying that if it weren't for my quick reflexes to shield myself with arm hockey, that little white face would have pierced my stomach just now. Stoloberry nodded in agreement, saying it really is eerie, and I can see that these two kids are not even capable users. Carp slapped his thigh. Exactly. I deliberately didn't dodge that water column just to see if he dared to touch seawater, and the next thing I know, that kid charged right at me. That little white face isn't scared at all. As they discussed, the more they thought about it, the more they felt something was off. Suddenly, his aide piped up. Do you think their instant movement technique could be a variant of the Navy's 6-power Zuru? Upon hearing this, Carp and Stoloberry were both stunned. After thinking carefully, it really did resemble it. Carp's brows instantly furrowed into A shape, and his expression changed. No, we must capture these two guys. At that moment, my heart sank, and I thought this old man is serious. Sure enough, Stoloberry unsheathed his twin swords without a word. The other 3 warships also surrounded us, and cannonballs rained down on me like a torrential downpour. I took a deep breath, waved my hands, and summoned several towering water columns to counterattack those 4 warships. But then, Carp's aide, the swordsmanship instructor, intervened again. Suddenly, a flash of sword light appeared in the sky, and my water columns were instantly sliced into a torrential downpour. Right after that, can you believe it? Carp, that old man, used a massive iron plate from the warship as a surfboard and flew straight at me. He even took off his suit, revealing muscles that looked like small mountains under his shirt. I could only smile bitterly. My blue camouflage uniform was completely soaked, covered in blood. The dumpling on my back was in even worse shape. His custom tiger hat was nowhere to be found, and there was a large patch of blood on his chest. He was already no match for Stoloberry and had taken a hit from Carp. It was a miracle that his little head didn't explode on the spot. The dumpling was barely hanging on, whispering to me, Xiaoyu, you should go. Don't worry about me. I slapped his back with my reverse hand and shouted at him. Who just said we were brothers? Brothers are not for selling. If we're going to die, we die together. Besides, who says we are definitely going to die today? After saying that, I mobilized all the remaining chakra in my body, my Rinnegan spinning wildly. In an instant, I flashed behind Stoloberry, delivering a whip kick with the force of wind and thunder. But this veteran Major General was no joke. As soon as he unleashed his aura, he blocked my attack with a kick and then slashed down with his dual swords, shouting, don't underestimate a veteran Major General. I'm not some useless Jason you can compare me to. I did a backflip and used the body flicker technique to create some distance. At the same time, a column of water erupted beneath my feet, propelling me towards the 3 warships. And guess what? That old man Carp sent me a delivery. The iron plate beneath his feet was kicked out by him, flying toward me like a cannonball. In that moment, a spark of inspiration hit me, and I executed a body flicker to snatch his iron plate. I kicked off it and shouted, thanks a lot, Vice Admiral Carp. Ha ha ha. I stepped on that iron plate like a meteor, directly piercing through the water column. With a loud bang, I smashed one of the warships into 2 pieces. The sailors on the ship were stunned. Some fell into the sea, while others grabbed onto ropes. I landed steadily on the severed bow of the ship and chuckled at the rapidly approaching Carp and Stoloberry. Then, with a flick of my hand towards the cannonballs that were about to fall into the water, dozens of cannonballs flew out of the box as if they had eyes, hovering in midair. The Navy on those ships had never seen such a scene. They were all dumbfounded and froze in place. Let's see how you defend yourselves. I laughed wildly, and dozens of cannonballs shot towards Carp and Stoloberry like missiles. The Navy on deck finally reacted, raising their guns to shoot at me. But all the bullets stopped in front of me. ShinraTensei. Boom. With a loud bang. The surrounding sailors and fragments of the warship were all blasted away by an invisible force. At the same time, those dozens of cannonballs exploded. An entire sea boiled like a pot. As the smoke cleared, Stoloberry stumbled out in a disheveled state, only to collide head-on with the half of the warship that Carp had broken himself. Behind him, Carp was twice as fast, directly punching the half-warship into smithereens, with countless fragments shooting towards me like bullets. You brat dared to use my moves. Carp yelled at me while stepping onto a larger fragment, threatening to make me spit blood. His speed was so fast that I couldn't react at all. I had just used ShinraTensei and was still in cooldown. It was too late to use the body flicker technique. Carp's fist was already at my chest. I used the last bit of my strength to throw the dumpling away, letting it land on a piece of wood, and then my whole body was smashed away like a cannonball. Boom! That punch nearly knocked me unconscious. sending me straight down into the sea about 50 to 60 meters deep. I spat out a mouthful of old blood and choked on several mouthfuls of salty, bitter seawater. On the surface of the sea, the Navy began to cheer. Truly a hero, Carp. Vice Admiral Carp is invincible. That old man Carp stood there with his hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Stolo Berry covered his forehead, reminding him with a blank expression. Mr. Carp, what if that kid isn't dead and has run away to hide at the bottom of the sea? This remark brought Carp back to reality. He clicked his tongue and flashed to the piece of wood where the dumpling was, grabbing the dazed dumpling and scolding him. You little brat with such strong power, why are you not a Navy and instead becoming a pirate? But when he saw the dumpling's eyes filled with despair, he was taken aback. Just when everyone thought the situation was settled, the sky suddenly changed. With a loud rumble of thunder, the entire sky darkened instantly, and a fierce wind rose, whipping up giant waves over 20 meters high. All the Navy were busy escaping. Even Carp and Stolo Berry were stunned. Amidst the towering waves, a magnetic and brutal voice echoed. Ha ha ha, I feel like fighting now. As soon as the voice fell, a submarine-like pirate ship burst out of the waves. A dark figure flew out from the ship, so fast that Stolo Berry could barely defend himself. The dual blades were directly caught by the figure. And then a kick to the stomach sent him flying like he was skimming across water. The dark figure then appeared in front of Carp. This time, Carp reacted, delivering a punch that pierced through the figure's chest. But strangely, the figure only showed a hint of pain, and with a claw, left several blood marks on Carp's chest. Then, taking the dumpling in his arms, he flipped back to the deck of the submarine. Hey, Little Rain, didn't you say these two guys were strong? They seem just about average. The man in the black military coat is another monster on our ship, Glid. Little Rain, you're not dead. When the dumpling recognized the newcomer, tears streamed down his face as he hugged his neck tightly. I coughed and walked out from behind him. I'm not that easy to kill. I haven't even become the Pirate King yet. I looked at Gride and said, You, who have died once, still don't understand their strength? Gride sneered, just about to show off, when he turned around and found Carp and Stolo Berry already standing on the warship. Carp's chest injury seemed like nothing. And although Stolo Berry had blood at the corner of his mouth, he was also standing up. At this moment, Smoker also appeared with Tashigi. Carp even patted Smoker on the shoulder, making him shudder. Tashigi was stunned and quietly asked Smoker, Is this really the hero Carp who forced the Pirate King Roger into a corner? Why does it feel like? Smoker took a deep drag on his cigarette. Of course, if Vice Admiral Carp gets serious, he can take care of that kid in an instant. As soon as he finished speaking, Carp, Stolo Berry, and Smoker moved at the same time. All the members on our ship, including Kiambingway, stood up. You are our captain. Can a pirate ship still be called a pirate ship without a captain? Boss, you haven't even become the Pirate King yet. How can you die? Listening to everyone's words, I felt the burning pain in my body turn into a warm current. I grinned and shouted, Guys, let's go all out. Glid snorted, Don't get cocky. After this battle, I will definitely challenge you one-on-one to decide who the captain really is. With the crew's roar, Glid and I jumped out at the same time. One heading towards Carp and the other charging at Stolo Berry. Kiambingway and the others faced Smoker. The battle erupted instantly. Glid's fist collided with Carp's iron fist. The air shook, but he was still overpowered. On my side, due to severe injuries, I could only barely use the spiral bomb and body flicker technique to deal with Stolo Berry. Kiambingway had it worse. He was fighting Smoker with a robot. But Smoker is a Logia type, making physical attacks ineffective, and with a single strike of Sea Prism Stone, he shattered the robot's protective shield. The others on our ship rushed in to help, but their attacks all passed through Smoker's smoke body. Kiambingway had no choice but to initiate self-destruct, and was ejected by the safety seat. I quickly dodged to catch him, but just that moment of distraction almost got me hit by Stolo Berry's twin swords. How dare you get distracted while fighting me? Stolo Berry sneered, swinging his dual swords infused with hockey. I grit my teeth against the excruciating pain in my body, formed two spiral bombs with my hands, and pushed them forward. Just as he was about to use Shave to dodge, a red chakra chain suddenly shot out and wrapped around his neck. With this one hit, my double spiral bombs slammed firmly into his chest. Stolo Berry screamed as he was blasted away. On the other side, the same chakra chain also wrapped around Carp, but he suddenly went berserk. Goodness, this old man entered Mad King mode directly. His entire body was instantly covered with black hockey, and his conqueror's hockey erupted without reservation, breaking the chain instantly. He vanished in a flash and delivered a powerful elbow strike to my chest. With a thud, I was smashed into the deck, not knowing how many ribs I broke. Xiaoyu, Glid exclaimed in shock. Just as he wanted to rush over, Carp vanished again, grabbing Glid's fist, then his head, and began smashing it down onto the deck. Muse and Axe rushed up. One was punched away, and the other was grabbed by the head and smashed down like Glid. Anna and the others were directly immobilized by Carp's Conqueror's haki. Dumpling trembled as he stood up and used all his strength to unleash a super dodo wave. But the furious Carp didn't even look, countering with a punch that directly deflected the dough wave. Dumpling. Glid. I struggled to get up, looking at my fallen companions. My mind exploded with rage. Bastard. My eyes turned blood red as I roared at the sky. All chakra, appear for me. I don't care anymore. That power within me, which I've always been afraid to unleash, let it all explode. In an instant, blood-red chakra erupted from my body. A beast-like killing intent and the aura of a conqueror swept across the battlefield. On the surrounding warships, thousands of Navy soldiers rolled their eyes and fainted on the spot. Smoker, Tashigi, Stalaberry, everyone looked at me in shock. Come and die. Amidst the roar, I felt myself instantly transform into a 15-meter-tall monster, covered in the cloak of a tailed beast, with 6 chakra tails sprouting from my back. I swung a fist down at Carp, and that force made the entire pirate ship suddenly sink. Carp also snorted coldly and shouted, "I am a navy with absolute justice. How could I be defeated by a pirate like you?" His fist, similarly imbued with haki and the aura of a conqueror, met my fist head-on. Boom! The entire sea exploded. The dark clouds in the sky were torn apart by the shockwave of our clash. The seawater beneath us surged into giant waves dozens of meters high, crashing violently against the surrounding warships. In the final roar, my chakra erupted again, and the 6 tails instantly transformed into 9. The immense impact sent both me and Carp flying. In that moment of being thrown back, I used 3 chakra tails to grab our pirate ship and, with all my strength, hurled it into the distance. I quickly shrank back down and landed back on the ship. Hurry, dive into the sea. Chibu the rest. I leave it to you. My body was burning hot, my skin covered in burns. Even the pouring rain evaporated upon contact. Later, I learned that 3 days later, at Marine Headquarters Marineford, Sengoku and Tsuru looked at the report written by Smoker and the others. Their faces darkened. Sengoku asked Carp, "So, are you saying that this kid's final blow, even with your full strength, could only barely suppress him?" That old man Carp, with a band-aid on his forehead, nodded seriously, recalling the scene at the time, and said solemnly, "That's right, that kid transformed into a beast 15 meters tall, and that punch, to be honest, almost went down from that." Sengoku tapped the table, his expression extremely grave. This pirate crew is not simple. In less than 2 months since their appearance, they possess such combat power. It seems that the bounties for these guys need to be reassessed. It would have been better not to assess, but once they did, I tell you. The blood pressure in the Marine Headquarters soared. That old Carp was the first to speak, spitting everywhere as he analyzed us. He said that I and Little Rain had individual strengths definitely above that of a rear admiral, but against an admiral, we would probably be done for. Why? Because my final move was like opening the 8 gates, purely burning my life away. 30 seconds of being a real man, and once it was over, I was finished. So the strength assessment was capped here. I'm telling you, his analysis is really spot on. He said my abilities are like a golden lion, but it's the ultimate plus version of the golden lion. Not only can I control things to float, but I can also bounce back all attacks. If he doesn't go all out, he can't even break my defense shield. Then there are various types of energy balls, big and small gravity spheres, with devastating power. Stoloberry was taken out by one of my energy balls. Sengoku and Admiral Tsuru, who were listening nearby, had their brows knitted tightly. Kapu continued to talk about the others on her ship. That pretty boy, Muse, can shoot lasers from his fingers like a younger version of Kizuru. He is fast, strong, and can even control minds. If someone with a weak will encounters him, they probably just short-circuit and disappear. Finally, you mentioned a newcomer, Glide. Goodness. Kapu burst out laughing and said this guy is pure physical cheat, a cockroach that can't be killed. Even if you blow his head off, he'll still smile at you. He has practically the best punching bag in the Navy boot camp, durable and doesn't need repairs. Sengoku and Admiral Tsuru's faces turned dark, their mouths twitching uncontrollably. Shut up. Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, interrupting Kapu's monologue. Do you think those who can fight are the most troublesome? Wrong. Dead wrong. The most terrifying one is that scientist named Sunbei. Kapu looked confused. Huh? What is so great about that old man? Great? Sengoku sneered. Haven't you seen Smoker's report? That sea stone weapon of his took all his strength to break a piece of glass he made. And that was just glass. If he had enough sea stone, what kind of monster could he create? And saying this, Sengoku slammed my revolver on the table. This gun, Vegapunk, our chief scientist, studied it for half a day, threw up his hands, and said the tech tree is too skewed. He can't understand it or fix it. Does anyone get it? This is a clear case of dimensionality reduction attack. And their ship, it can fly and dive, took your and that kid's dual attack head on. And didn't he lose a single paint ship? Are our warships this sturdy? The more Sengoku spoke, the more agitated he became, and by the end, he was practically trembling with fear. A capable opponent isn't scary. The Navy has plenty of monsters. But a scientist who can mass-produce this kind of black technology would overturn the world order. Kapu. Sengoku suddenly stood up, pointing his finger at Kapu's nose. You now, immediately, go to the East Sea. If you can't find them, don't even think about your annual leave this year. Huh? Kapu exploded, stepping forward to face Sengoku, their foreheads nearly touching. You're ordering me? Do you think I'm someone who would listen to you? Just as it looked like they were about to fight, Admiral Tsuru remained calm. She tapped the table. Sengoku, don't rush. This group doesn't seem to indiscriminately kill civilians. They only target corrupt nobles in the Navy. My suggestion is to significantly increase their bounty. As for that scientist, we should find a way to make contact. If we can recruit him, that would be best. If we can't use him, then we must eliminate him at all costs. His technology is too dangerous. When Kapu heard this, he laughed and slapped Tsuru on the shoulder. Haha, you still care about me, little Tsuru. This earned him a simultaneous retort from Sengoku and Tsuru. Idiot. The scene shifted to our side. It was a disaster. An absolute disaster. In the East Sea, on a desolate cliff beach, our battered penguin ship was washed ashore like garbage. I, along with Little Rain, had the protagonist's halo shattered all over the place, my body wrapped in bandages like a mummy, sitting in a wheelchair being pushed. The captain's cabin had collapsed halfway. The mast was broken, and Glide was there, jumping up and down in distress. I'm sorry to everyone, and even more so to the penguin. I floated up and looked around. Well, this place is remote enough that the Navy shouldn't be able to find me. I slumped in my wheelchair and started ordering. Sigh. I haven't had meat in days, and my mouth is full of the taste of fish. Anna, go buy some good ingredients and stew me some medicinal dishes to replenish my strength. Otherwise, my back won't get better in a month. Without a word, Anna rode her pig and flew up the cliff to find a village. Hiambingwei also rode his hover bike, saying he was in a town to buy parts, preparing to completely renovate and upgrade the penguin, which might cost a lot of money. Money? That's no problem. We casually looted a noble's house on the last island, and now we're rolling in wealth. Once they all left, only Greed and I were left on the beach. We just laid everything out on the sand. Goodness. He laid his cards on the table and told me that he really did travel from the world of Full Metal Alchemist, lost the final battle against Father, and ended up accidentally bringing part of the Philosopher's Stone's power with him, being reborn in this world and occupying Yao Lin's body. I was shocked after listening to it, and then I told him, don't think about it anymore. The story from your hometown has come to an end. Edward and the others won, and your father has been locked up in a small dark room. The story from your world has turned a page, and now this world is truly your new starting village. I pointed to the sky, just like that old man named Carp last time. Even if we combine our peak states, we might not be able to handle it. This world has plenty of monsters. Grid fell silent, but the fire in his eyes burned brighter. He understood. He clenched his fists and let out a cold laugh. Fine. I'll let you sit in the captain's position for now, considering you're a cripple. But are you really planning to stay in this broken place for a month? I laughed, and even the wheelchair seemed to float up as I shouted at him. 1 month? No, 1.5 months. When I'm healed, it will be our time to conquer the Grand Line. At that time, we'll see who is the true king of this world. Ha ha! I'll play this game with you till the end. Great. Just as our youthful spirits burned brightly, another storm was brewing in the tavern of Windmill Village. Machino looked at the newspaper, her mouth covered in shock. The village chief took a look and was also dumbfounded. The headline was a photo of the Navy hero Garp getting injured by a rookie pirate. Just then, Luffy strolled in, snatched the newspaper, and his eyes widened like saucers. Nanny, Grandpa got hurt by a rookie pirate? While he was still in shock, a news seagull flew in, dropping a stack of the latest bounty notices. Luffy picked one up and exclaimed, Village Chief, this rookie is amazing. Less than 2 months at sea, and a bounty of 350 million. The village chief nodded. Yeah, Luffy, this kid is way stronger than you. Luffy huffed in discontent. Just then, the tavern door swung open, and Muse and Axe walked in, dressed in camouflage, swaggering in to buy some drinks. Axe was patting Muse on the shoulder, telling him to keep it down so he wouldn't scare the beautiful landlady. They carried a barrel of beer and left. Luffy scratched his head behind them, feeling that these two looked familiar. The village chief slapped him on the back of the head. Idiot! Did you think the bounty notice you just read was for nothing? Those two are One-Eyed Muse and Quick Gun Axe. Nanny! Luffy yelled and dashed out, but they were already gone. On the beach, we had been there for 10 days. Although I was still in a wheelchair, the bandages had been removed, and I was training everyone on the ship like a drill sergeant. Even that pig wasn't spared. I put it directly on the fire, forcing it to master the abilities of the steam fruit. Greed, meanwhile, had his eyes closed, letting Muse axe, and the others surround him and train his perception abilities similar to observation hockey. Dumpling attempted a sneak attack, trying to kick his head off, but Greed caught his ankle and flung him out, nearly crashing him into the stone pillar formation he had created with alchemy. Damn, no need to be that ruthless. Dumpling complained, wiping cold sweat. Greed looked displeased. If it weren't for practicing with these rookies, who would waste time here? To be honest, I didn't expect that after all our hiding, we would end up in Garp's hometown, Windmill Village. Even more unexpectedly, just when I thought that Luffy was probably about to set sail, a straw hat suddenly popped up from a cliff. When we looked up, our eyes met, and we were both stunned for a moment. Then, in unison, we shouted, Ajura Xiao Yu, Stahlhat Keith Luffy. Ya ha. Finally found you. That kid Luffy. His thought process is completely off the charts. As soon as he recognized me, without saying a word, he directly hit me in the face with a rubber pistol. I smirked slightly. At that moment, I was sitting in a wheelchair, not moving at all, just gently pointing with my finger. Instead of hitting me, Luffy's fist was pulled down from the cliff by a huge suction force, and his own fist bounced back with a bang, hitting his own face hard. ShinraTensei! I let out a soft grunt, and Luffy was sent flying like a rubber ball, crashing into the cliff and creating a large human-shaped pit before falling down and landing headfirst into a pile of sand. Greed crossed his arms and scoffed disdainfully. With this level of strength, how dare you challenge me? Luffy struggled to pull his head out of the sand and shouted at Greed, Are you really that strong? How dare you underestimate me? Everyone on our ship was stunned. This guy's neck can actually stretch that long. I smiled faintly and said, This guy's Captain Carp's grandson. Monkey D, Luffy. Nanny. Everyone was shocked, and Grid's palm instantly hardened and turned black, exuding murderous intent. You know my grandfather? Luffy finally reacted. I couldn't help but smile wryly. We were beaten up badly by your grandfather, which is why we came here to recover. By the way, I'm here to challenge you. Luffy struck a pose. Just as Grid was about to make a move, I stopped him. I looked at Luffy and said, With your little skills in the new world, you wouldn't even know how you died. Today, I'll show you what the gap really looks like. As soon as I finished speaking, Luffy swept a kick at me. I smirked, suddenly squeezing my left hand, and shouted, Partial multiplication technique. In an instant, my left hand grew to 4 or 5 meters long, grabbing Luffy's rubber leg, swinging it and smashing it down onto the beach, then forming a fist and striking down. With a loud bang, the entire beach shook. When I retracted my fist, that kid Luffy actually shook his head and stood up as if nothing had happened. I'm a rubber man. Such attacks are useless against me. Luffy seemed quite pleased. I scratched my head. I'm going to be the future Pirate King, wahaha. Impressive, right? Oomph. I'm the man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy, not convinced, pulled his hands back. Rubber rocket cannon. His palms came rushing forward. Partially multiplication technique. Armament hockey, harden. My hand grew large once again, this time transforming into a 10-meter giant palm, completely pitch black. I directly swatted his rocket launcher away with a single slap, then turned around and punched him squarely in the forehead. Luffy was smashed right into the sand and didn't move for a while. Wahaha! With such little strength, he still wants to be the Pirate King. I laughed, hands on my hips. Suddenly, I heard Luffy shouting from the sandpit. It hurts. It hurts. He crawled out, touching the big bump on his head, looking at me in shock. Your fist is just like my grandpa's. It can actually make me feel pain. I coughed once and started to show off. Luffy, this is called hockey. It's the ticket to the new world. Without this thing, you don't even have the qualification to be a cannon fodder. So, who is stronger, you or my grandpa? Luffy grinned and asked directly. I sighed. I'm currently sitting in a wheelchair, which is the result of losing to your grandfather. Who would have thought that in the next second, Luffy would burn out all of our ship's CPUs? He plopped down on the ground, eyes shining. You're so strong. Teach me. Family members. Just a second ago, we were fighting fiercely, and now he wants to be my disciple. This thought process, it's truly you, the future Pirate King. I was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Sure. Otherwise, if my opponents are too weak, it won't be fun to become the Pirate King. Just at this bizarre apprenticeship scene, Chibimaru came racing over on his hover motorcycle, looking like he had seen a ghost, clutching a stack of papers and shouting at the top of his lungs. Why? Why is there a bounty on me too? Grilled snatched the bounty notice from his hand and quickly flipped through it. Luffy, on the other hand, looked at this new uncle with curiosity, completely failing to recognize him. After all, the bounty notice showed a picture of him before he transformed. In the next second, good grief, this uncle dropped to his knees. He cried out loud, holding the sand and pounding the ground with his fists, utterly heartbroken. I wondered what was going on, and guess what he was crying about? He said, "It's over. My handsome face isn't even printed on the bounty notice. Now all the beauties in the world will laugh at me. How am I ever going to find a girlfriend now? Boo-hoo." At that moment, I saw an old man on the subway looking at his phone, looking completely confused. As a result, when he started crying, it set off Grid, who had been holding in his anger next to him. Grid's eyes turned red, and he snatched the bounty notice, pointing at the numbers on it with a fierce expression. I tell you, even from 800 meters away, I could feel the chill. It's one thing for Xiaoyu to be taller than me. But why does this guy get to be taller too? When Qianbingwei saw that he was about to go on a rampage, he quickly ducked behind me, poking his head out to fan the flames. Of course, this penguin ship was built by me, a genius scientist. Do you understand its worth? Can a battle maniac like you compare? Ha ha ha. Grid's fists were cracking, and it looked like he was about to make a move. But then there's Luffy. I have to say his thought process is really something. He didn't even hear what we were arguing about, completely focused on the ship. He jumped on Qianbingwei's leg like a hungry tiger, pouncing on its prey. Uncle, did you build this ship? It's amazing. Can you help me build one too? I'm begging you. I'm about to fight over here. And he looks like a turtle at a wishing well over there. When I saw that bounty list, I had 350 million, the crazy doctor had 300 million, and Grid 220 million. Ha ha ha. Does anyone understand? No wonder he broke down on the spot. Together, the whole ship has a total of 35 billion. In the new world, that would be a somewhat famous crew. I was feeling quite proud and wanted to show off to Luffy, but this guy completely ignored me, still hugging Chinjo and saying, "Uncle, no need for that much, just half is fine. I'm setting sail next year." Chinjo also got excited, and as soon as he heard that, he stopped crying and patted his chest, saying, "That's a piece of cake, as long as the materials are ready. So, tell me, do you want something for diving, flying, or an all-terrain vehicle?" Luffy's eyes lit up immediately. It can fly. Then it has to be all-terrain. The two of them were in sync, completely leaving Grid without words. He twitched his mouth and in an instant appeared behind Luffy, delivering a heart-shaped iron fist thud. He smashed Luffy halfway into the sand. I took a deep breath, feeling my blood pressure rise, and said to the straw hat head that was still exposed, "Luffy, not to mention anything else, do you have money to buy materials?" This question left him speechless. I used the universal pull to pull him out of the sand, and he clapped his hands, suddenly realizing, "I do. I've been collecting it for the past few years." Upon hearing this, Chinjo also perked up, and the two of them jumped on that hovering bike to go find Luffy's treasure. Gride watched their backs with a look of utter despair. Kapu's grandson. What a weirdo. Do we really need to care about someone like him? I smiled and patted him. Don't doubt it, this is his way. To pursue his dreams with unwavering determination, this kind of strength you'll understand in the future. When I said this, Anna and the others thought it was all over, and they tiptoed away. Without turning my head, I coldly said, "Do you think I'm blind? Get back and continue your training." Meanwhile, at the Windmill Village dock, let me tell you, a heavyweight has arrived. That old man Carp came down from the dog-headed warship with a donut in his mouth and shouted at the village chief, "Hey, old man, you came to welcome me again." The village chief was almost poking him in the face with his cane. "Nonsense. I'm here to see if you're dead yet. I heard you can't even beat a rookie pirate crew." Carp laughed heartily and lowered his voice, saying, "That's all fake news released by the Navy, you know? It's a setup to let other pirates deal with them." The little soldiers behind him turned pale, frantically hinting, "Vice Admiral, military information. The military information has been leaked." Carp finally realized, quickly shut his mouth, and changed the subject. "By the way, Makino is still as beautiful as ever. Where's that brat Luffy?" The village chief snorted. What else could he be doing? He's been training on the back mountain every day to become a pirate. As soon as Carp heard this, he crushed the donut in his hand and instantly became furious. "That brat. Just watch. I'm going to break his legs this time." With that, he stormed off towards the mountain bandit Dadong. The next day when I saw Luffy again, good heavens, he looked like a pig's head covered in injuries. I asked him what happened, and he stubbornly replied, I had a fight with my grandpa. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is this what you call a fight? This is just one-sided destruction. It's all about educating with love, right? I bet Admiral Carp is snoring peacefully without a scratch on him. Luffy still disagrees. No way. I used the second gear you taught me and caught him off guard, making him tumble. So it counts as a fight. I'm really at a loss. If it weren't for your grandson, would anyone be caught off guard? Then it's just daily training. To put it bluntly, it's me unilaterally dominating him. This kid has awakened his conqueror's haki, but it's completely uncontrollable. Once he activates it, it's indiscriminate attacks. What's even more infuriating is that this guy Grid. Last time he saw me provoke Luffy, he actually awakened too, and his observation haki is grasped faster than mine. It's simply unbelievable. Luffy was hit by my Rinnegan and slammed into a mountain wall, and just as he crawled out, he saw Shinjio and immediately remembered. Hey, crazy doctor, where's the ship you promised me? Mentioning this, Shinjio got angrier than anyone else. You idiot. You call that junkyard materials? It would be a hassle to make a tricycle with that scrap metal. Luffy also got anxious. Then why don't you bring me some materials when you go deep-sea diving? You stingy old man. Idiot. That's special metal we painstakingly extracted from deep-sea samples. Do you think it's cabbage? Shinjio cursed as he threw a pair of gloves out of the cabin. This is all we have left. I made you a pair of sea stone gloves, with joints and palms inlaid. It's enough for fighting against natural types. Take it. Luffy was taken aback, immediately picked them up and put them on, filled with energy again. Looking at him like that, I took a deep breath and told him, Luffy, we're leaving tomorrow. Our second voyage, destination the Grand Line. He fell silent. I knew that in this month, he had already regarded us as true partners. Those days of arguing and training together flashed through my mind. Luffy lowered his head, but when he raised it again, his gaze was incredibly firm as he shouted at me. Wait for me, little you. I will definitely defeat you guys in the new world. Just wait and see. I will become the Pirate King. Just as his shout fell, a dog-headed ship silhouette appeared on the distant horizon. Damn, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. I immediately shouted to everyone. Get on the ship. Run. If your grandpa catches you, it's all over. On the warship, Carp's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He originally wanted to secretly watch his grandson grow up, but instead found out that our group of bad guys was actually teaching him how to be domineering and instilling pirate thoughts in him. This was unacceptable. The old man was so furious that he didn't even eat his donuts, took off his justice coat, grabbed a cannonball in each hand, and roared. Sank these little brats. As soon as I saw it, I burst into laughter. Chopper, take-off mode. Flames shot out from both sides of the Penguin, and the entire ship soared into the sky. I flew in midair, waved my hands, and created a massive wall of water to block the cannonballs, then shouted down below, Luffy, go check that tent. We left you a gift. We'll be waiting for you in the Grand Line. After saying that, the Penguin vanished like a rocket. All that was left was Carp, jumping up and down in anger, seething in frustration. On the beach, Luffy walked into the tent we left behind, and in the next second he was stunned. Who understands family? A brand new small boat was quietly parked inside. The hull was made of a super strong alloy created by Greed using alchemy. The design was drawn by me, and it was handcrafted by Chopper. Although it was small, the cabin was equipped with a sofa, a refrigerator, an automatic artillery system, and even had a shield for diving. Luffy sat on the sofa, touched the brand new helm, and his eyes instantly turned red. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Meanwhile, all the big shots in the world received our new bounty notice. In the new world, Whitebeard looked at the newspaper and laughed heartily, saying this newcomer was interesting. Over at the Red Hair Pirates, Shanks had a motherly smile, saying this kid reminded him of Luffy. In Alabasta, in a dark room, Crocodile was smoking a cigar, squinting as he contemplated how to recruit us for himself. East Blue Lowtown, Colonel Smoker held our information, his cigar almost smoking with rage, and ordered his subordinates. Keep a close watch on the docks. These guys will definitely come here. 1 week later, Lowtown docks. I tell you, our way of appearing is simply a dimensionality reduction strike. As soon as the Penguin boat steadied, we each hopped on a hover motorcycle and zoomed off the ship. Mine was like a jet ski, and Grid's was even cooler, styled like a Harley, looking incredibly awesome. I'm going to check out Roger's execution platform. You guys do as you please. Let's meet back on the ship in 2 hours. As soon as I finished speaking, Senbei took off ahead in his huge 5-meter diameter spherical robot, Battle Lore Number 1, leaving behind a smaller Battle Lore Number 2 to watch the ship. I let out a hum and twisted the throttle, flying out. I parked my car under the execution platform, gazing up at this legendary place that marked the beginning of an era, feeling quite emotional. Just as I was pondering what Diesel really was, I simply floated up and flew to the top of the execution platform. This scene left everyone in the square below dumbfounded. Among the crowd, a guy with a green cactus hairstyle nearly dropped his jaw, muttering to himself, "What kind of ability user is this? How can he just fly up like that?" I told you, that green-haired cactus, his little brothers were shouting beside him, "Boss, it's these guys who came on flying motorcycles." As soon as he finished speaking, good heavens, Grid, Anna, and a few others also arrived riding hover motorcycles, skidding to a stop in a row. The scene was like a motorcycle gang holding an annual meeting. Everyone was staring at the guy on the execution platform, Little Rain. He was just sitting cross-legged, like an old monk in meditation, looking up at a 45-degree angle at the sky. No one knew what his CPU was calculating. At that moment in the crowd, that green-haired cactus, Bartolomeo, had a light bulb go off in his head. He slapped his thigh and finally remembered. Damn, I remember. These guys are the Little Rain pirates. The one on stage is the captain, Azure Little Rain, the monster with a bounty of 350 million. What the hell? His little brother's legs went weak, almost kneeling on the spot. 350 million? That number could crush a person with internal injuries. This is definitely top-tier band level. Bartolomeo pointed at Grid. So excited. Look at that guy in the black coat. See that? I need to explain to you, Little Rain and their crew all wear blue camouflage uniforms now. But the outer coats are different. Little Rain and Grid are wearing black trench coats, with two blood-red big characters on the back. Evil. It's the opposite of the Navy's Justice Code, a reverse marketing strategy. The little brother quickly nodded. I see it, boss. What's up? Idiot. That's Undying Fighter Grid. With a bounty of 220 million. Bartolomeo slapped the back of his little brother's head, nearly having a heart attack from anger. He was regretting it deeply now. These little brothers really weren't afraid of death, daring to mess with such a level of deity. Is there a way to be reckless like this? Just me, Bartolomeo, alone would probably be treated like a chick and bullied by them. Just as he was saying this, a squad of Navy soldiers rushed into the square, surrounding the execution platform with a whoosh. The crowd dispersed. Smoker came out, puffing on 2 cigars like a moving chimney. He stared at Little Rain on the platform and said in a low voice, Azure Little Rain, you really haven't gone to the Grand Line. What? Are you here to cause trouble in my low town? Little Rain frowned, looking over with an unhappy face. Who are you? Daring to interrupt my thoughts? Don't you know I'm busy thinking about what to do after becoming the Pirate King? I tell you, as soon as those words were spoken, everyone in the room dropped their jaws to the ground, except for Bartolomeo. His eyes were wide as saucers, and he was frantically thinking, this guy, has he already assumed he's going to be the future Pirate King? Xiao Yu completely ignored the crowd's shock, slowly stood up, and continued to add fuel to the fire. Besides, you're so weak. Did you come here just to hand over your head? Just that one movement of standing up made the surrounding Navy soldiers collectively take 3 big steps back, cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. There's no way around it. Most of them were present during the last battle, where Xiao Yu used his Conqueror's Haki to clear the field, leaving them with a psychological shadow larger than this square. Smoker was so angry that he almost crushed his cigar, his fists cracking with tension. He instantly drew his 6 swords from his back, his lower body transforming into smoke as he charged at Xiao Yu. Then let me show you the power of the Navy. In his eyes, Xiao Yu's Haki was just a sporadic bug, unstable. As a Navy officer, it was his duty to attack. What happened next was that Greed clapped his hands and summoned a few stone chairs, sitting down like an old man while smiling. This position is nice. The VIP viewing area. Anna and the others were a bit tense at first, but seeing Greed's relaxed demeanor, they also sat down. Clang! With a crisp sound, Smoker's swords were firmly blocked by Xiao Yu's katana at his waist. That sword was made of sea prism stone, specifically designed to restrain devil fruit users. Smoker was taken aback, feeling an uncomfortable aura coming from a sword. He didn't think much of it. His other hand transformed into smoke and aimed for Xiao Yu's face. But the next second, Xiao Yu's other hand was instantly enveloped in a layer of black armament Haki, grabbing the solid part of the smoke. Then with a fierce downward push, he yanked Smoker out of his smoke state and pressed him hard against the execution platform. Smoker, it's been over a month. How are you still so pathetic? Xiao Yu laughed heartily. The future Pirate King, might just take care of you right here today. Smoker had blood oozing from his forehead, but he still held his ground. Pirate King? With you? You're not qualified. Smoker, his subordinate, a glasses-wearing girl named Tashiji, panicked and jumped up with her sword drawn, aiming to slash at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu smirked, released Smoker, and in a flash appeared behind Tashiji, locking her throat and leaning his head close to her ear. Beautiful lady. How about joining my pirate crew? I promised to gather all the world's famous swords for you. Bastard. Just as Tashigi was about to struggle, Xiaoyu casually tossed her aside. And fortunately, Smoker was quick enough to catch her. Everyone, evacuate this place. Smoker shouted, clearly preparing to go all out. The onlookers in the square fled faster than rabbits. Bartolomeo furrowed his brows and slipped away too, puzzled. Isn't the Logia type invincible? How did Xiaoyu manage to grab Smoker's solid form? This power is outrageous. Xiaoyu looked at the determined Smoker and raised his thumb to point at himself. Hey, do you really hate pirates that much? We liberated all the civilians on Kamiaye Island and took down those scumbag nobles. Smoker was momentarily speechless, as this matter indeed brought great relief. He was also fed up with those nobles. Just then, a Navy sergeant commanded with a trembling voice, Fire! Fire! Bang, bang, bang! Bullets flew towards Xiaoyu like rain. But then an incredible scene unfolded. All the bullets stopped mid-air as if hitting an invisible wall. Then, with a slight smirk from Xiaoyu, all the bullets instantaneously turned around and returned along their original trajectory. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds erupted, and the unlucky Navy personnel found their bullets lodged back in the barrels, instantly rendered useless. Smoker's face turned ashen. Everyone retreat. Tashigi, you retreat too. This is not a battle you can participate in. After saying that, he charged forward, his right hand morphing into a giant smoke serpent, roaring as it lunged at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu grinned, extending his right hand as a blue energy sphere rapidly spun in his palm, growing larger. Supersized Rinnegan, he shouted, directly slamming the massive spiraling ball against the smoke serpent's head. The smoke serpent was instantly torn apart, smoke filling the air. Xiaoyu pushed forward with the Rinnegan, charging straight towards Smoker's real body. Smoker was startled and quickly dispelled his ability, his lower body spraying smoke as he flew into the sky. Xiaoyu's Rinnegan crashed into the ground with a tremendous boom, creating a pit 5 meters in diameter and 1 meter deep. Before the dust settled, Xiaoyu's figure vanished from a pit. The next second, he appeared behind Smoker in midair, too fast for Smoker to react. A heavy punch, laced with armament hockey, struck solidly on the back of Smoker's head. Smoker fell like a cannonball, but fortunately, he managed to elementalize just before hitting the ground to avoid a faceplant. Xiaoyu was feeling quite pleased. That fight with Carp was truly worth it. Not only did it force out various techniques, but I also awakened the 3 forms of hockey, and my instant movement technique is getting smoother. His figure vanished again, and when he reappeared, he was already standing behind a group of Navy soldiers. He extended a hand and shouted, Universal pull. Whoa. The scene was chaotic as hundreds of Navy soldiers flew uncontrollably towards Xiaoyu like iron filings to a magnet. Smoker, seeing this, panicked and unleashed countless smoke tendrils from his arms, wrapping tightly around each soldier's legs, pulling like a tug of war. Xiaoyu smirked and increased the power. Come here. This time, even Smoker himself was pulled over, and with a loud thud, hundreds of people crashed together like a pile of human mountains. Xiaoyu, the Azura. Smoker was furious, and Tashigi was also enraged as the two charged towards Xiaoyu simultaneously. Meanwhile, on another side of the commercial street, our scientist Qian Bingwei was driving his spherical vehicle. Battle King number 1, throwing kisses at the beautiful women by the roadside. Miss, want to join me for a ride? The girls were so frightened that they turned pale, thinking they encountered a pervert. At that moment, 2 men in black suits emerged from an alley, cloaked in justice cloaks. The strange doctor then rolled up to Qian Bingwei. Qian Bingwei saw the Navy and immediately shut the protective shield, wanting to flee. We are here to negotiate with you, one of them said with a serious face. The government wants to invite you to join the scientific corps. After hearing this, Qian Bingwei sneered. Serve those scumbag nobles? In your dreams. I am a mad scientist with a bounty of 300 million from Xiaoyu's pirate crew. Then, I can only say sorry. The 2 suited men instantly shed their cloaks, their figures flashing. The next second, Battle King number 1 was kicked away with immense force, crashing into a bar with a thunderous noise. Coincidentally, this bar was Bartolomeo's old haunt. Just as he returned, pondering life, he was nearly killed by an iron ball that fell from the sky. Boss. His subordinate Gambia was dumbfounded, pointing at the 2 suited men who walked in and shouted, Brothers, take them down. Dozens of lackeys rushed up with guns and knives. But the 2 suited men vanished with a flick, appearing beside Battle King number 1. One of them said, Mike, this thing is really tough. It didn't even break after we kicked it. The other, named Yoshida, coldly laughed. This was made by a scientist that even the Navy headquarters fears. How could it not be sturdy? As soon as the words fell, Battle King number 1 instantly took off and hovered steadily in midair. On the ground, Bartolomeo furiously climbed up. His expression changed. Captain Xiaoyu was right. Interrupting someone's contemplation on life really can make people furious. The guy named Mike was still laughing. Oh, this guy is still alive. Yoshida was even more arrogant. We are the Navy. Mind your own business, or you'll regret it. As soon as this was said, Bartolomeo and his gang of little brothers burst into laughter. Little ones, did I hear it wrong? Did he say they are the Navy? Boss, you didn't hear it wrong. Ha ha. Gambia was laughing so hard he was in tears. What about the government troops we took down yesterday? Where are they? Thrown into the sea. Before Yoshida could finish his words, he was suddenly blasted away by an invisible powerful force, crashing through 3 or 4 walls before stopping. That was Bartolomeo's barrier fruit ability. Mike had just reacted when Senbei's Battle King number 1 shot out a laser, instantly piercing through his heart. 1-hit kill. The power of that laser was like Kizaru's laser, creating a deep hole in the ground. Bartolomeo was momentarily stunned. Battle King number 1, is the other one dead? If not, go finish him off. Senbei shouted anxiously inside. Yes, master. Battle King no. 1 transformed into a giant bowling ball and slammed towards the spot where Yoshida had disappeared, with a loud bang and smoke billowing up. When the smoke cleared, it extended its mechanical arm and retrieved the already unconscious Yoshida. Senbei opened the protective shield and said to Bartolomeo, "Thank you, young man. I am Senbei from the Xiaoyu Pirates." Bartolomeo was taken aback, quickly took out a newspaper to compare, frowned and said, "You're lying. You look much better than in the photo." This left Senbei speechless, and he immediately became emo, squatting in the cockpit drawing circles. Just then, Muse and Axe arrived with bags, explaining that Senbei's wanted poster photo had been tampered with by the Navy. Upon hearing this, Bartolomeo got excited again at the sight of these 2 new celebrities. Suddenly, a clear voice came from the sky. Bartolomeo? He looked up and saw, wow. All of Xiaoyu's crew were riding hoverbikes suspended in midair. Ah, it's the Azura Xiaoyu, the undying warrior Glid, and little brat Dumpling. As soon as he finished shouting, Dumpling appeared behind him, brimming with killing intent. Who are you calling a little brat? Bartolomeo was so scared that he quickly opened his barrier, smiling obsequiously. The title given by the Navy, I didn't say it. Xiaoyu slowly walked over, smiling like a child trafficker. I can't believe there's such a strong person in Road Town. How about becoming our partner? 1 sentence left Bartolomeo dumbfounded. He could hardly believe his ears. What? Not willing? Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly became deep. Of course I'm willing. I absolutely wanna. Bartolomeo was so excited he was about to cry. These past few days, he had already become a die-hard fan of the Xiaoyu Pirates. Escaping from the hero carp and acting so cool on the execution platform, this character setting directly struck the XP of this star-chasing fan. Boss, this can't be. Gambia tried to stop him, but was grabbed by Xiaoyu by the neck. Xiaoyu said to Bartolomeo, being a gang leader is too underwhelming. Join my pirate crew, and I'll take you to see a broader world and make you a crew member of the future Pirate King. This sentence made Bartolomeo burst into tears on the spot, his posture making it seem like he wanted to bow down immediately. Xiaoyu released Gambia. I'll give you an hour to find us on the Penguin ship at the dock. Don't be late. Yes. Bartolomeo was so excited he was about to take off from where he stood, grabbing Gambia and starting to arrange their future plans. Hurry. Bring me that devil fruit we stole as a gift. Also prepare 100 million berries as my token of allegiance. I'm going to become a crew member of the Pirate King. Ha ha ha. At night, in the captain's cabin of the Penguin ship, everyone gathered for a meeting. The newcomer Bartolomeo was as nervous as if he were at a job interview. Xiaoyu told him to keep the 100 million berries for himself, but was quite interested in that devil fruit. This is a paramecia type, but I don't know what ability it has, Bartolomeo said while wiping sweat. Xiaoyu looked at it over and over, but couldn't figure out, so he asked everyone who wanted to eat it. As a result, this treasure that could be sold for 100 million on the black market was left untouched. Xiaoyu said he believed in his own strength. Glid said he had stronger powers to master. Senbei said he had Battle King, and that was enough. Anna said she was a doctor and didn't need to fight. Dumpling even complained that eating it would turn him into a land duck. Let me tell you, if this devil fruit had a mouth, it would probably curse right on the spot. In the end, the chef Kairina snatched the fruit and said, I don't want it. I don't want to be powerless when I run into that smoker again. After saying that, she bit into it like an apple, swallowed it in a few bites, and immediately grabbed a cup of milk tea to rinse her mouth, spitting it out the window. Yuck, yuck, yuck. What is this? It tastes like poop. It's so disgusting. Kairina stuck out her tongue, looking completely cheated. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I said, "Oh my dear lady, if this thing were even a little tasty, would it still come to you? Good medicine tastes bitter, you know? The worse it tastes, the more explosive the ability." But little Chalina wouldn't listen at all, sticking out her tongue and shouting that she would never eat it again. I was sweating and told her, "Sister, this thing can only be eaten once. If you eat two, you'll explode right here and turn into a beam of light in the sky." Anna was more excited than anyone else nearby. After all, her pig had already mixed with the natural system, and she wanted to see what kind of blind box her best friend could open. But who knew what the family understood? As soon as I finished speaking, Xiaolina suddenly vanished. I hadn't even reacted when I heard a loud crash, and she had left a human-shaped pancake impression on the wall, blood streaming from her nose, lying on the ground with tears in her eyes. Muse and Act were dumbfounded, saying that this speed was too ridiculous. I and Glid saw it clearly. Glid reacted quickly and said, "Damn, could this be a speed fruit? If practiced to the extreme, with that destructive power combined with her brute strength, it's unimaginable." Xiaolina was lying on the ground, groaning, "Stop talking. Sister Anna, is my nose disfigured?" Anna hurried to find an ice pack, and I was too lazy to move, directly using a universal attraction to pull her onto the bed to lie down. Once that was settled, I turned around and patted Bartolomeo's shoulder, saying, "Let me tell you, the expression on this guy's face at that moment was priceless." I said, "Brother, since you contributed this treasure, you are officially a combat member of my little rain pirate crew from now on." Wahaha! Well, Bartolomeo broke down right there, tears streaming, probably already imagining an 80-episode idol drama in his mind. Glid, the battle fanatic, was also intrigued, saying he had to grab some devil fruits next time to study. I looked at Muse and Axe and painted a bright future for them. "Don't worry, there will definitely be something for you. Don't be like that old man Carp. All three admirals are ability users, right? I need to raise the intensity for you." Dumplings then asked, "What abilities do the three admirals have?" I cleared my throat and began to educate them. "Listen up. Admiral Akiji has the Ice fruit. With a snap of his fingers, he can bring you an ice age. Admiral Kizuru has the Light fruit, pure light speed kicks, focusing on, did you see that? No, you didn't. And there's Admiral Akainu with the Magma fruit, which is even more heavyweight. A moving active volcano. They're all from a natural system. Without Haki, you can't even touch the edges of their abilities, they're just hitting air." My outburst left everyone on the ship in silence. Even Greed frowned, probably thinking his CPU was about to overheat. After the science lesson, our ship arrived at the entrance of the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain. Let me tell you, the scene was like a giant mountain slamming into your face, and the water was flowing upwards. I was sitting at the 3-meter-high bow of the giant penguin ship made by Qianbingwei, shouting at the top of my lungs, "Everyone, steer properly. Get ready to charge. Miracle Mountain, here I come." As a result, that old guy Qianbingwei immediately malfunctioned. The telescope fell to the ground with a bang, and he shouted that he wanted the ship to fly, claiming we were going to break through. Anna was also furious, saying I was just messing around. At this critical moment, it was still the experienced ones who stepped forward. Muse and Axe stood up and said, "The captain is right. The waterway is just ahead." Qianbingwei was still mumbling, saying our ship's bottom had sea stone and that we could clearly go directly through the comm belt. "So why do we have to take this perilous route?" As soon as he said that, everyone looked at me. I chuckled and began to reveal, because I was going to meet someone. An old man guarding the Twin Cape Lighthouse, named Kolo Kesu. He has another identity. The ship's doctor of Pirate King Roger. What? Muse and Axis were blown away. They had been there before and met that old man. But they could never have imagined he was such a hidden big shot. Looking at their shocked expressions, I dropped another bombshell. Not only that, but I also knew where Roger's other crew member, Rayleigh the Dark King, was. At that moment, Bartolomeo went weak in the knees and sat down. Grid was curious too and asked where I got the information. Should I tell him I came from another world? I started to ramble. You wouldn't understand. That smoker in Lowtown is the apprentice of the former Navy Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. This insider info is easy to come by, right? Upon hearing the name Black Arm Zephyr, they were all convinced, believing every word. I was almost laughing crazily inside. These locals were so easy to fool. Just as we were bragging, the ship was about to crash into a mountain, and Anna screamed in fright. At that moment, I felt it was time to show off. I flew out directly, hovering between the ship and the mountain wall, raised my hand, and unleashed a mini version of a Shin's Tench. With a bang, the ship was safely bounced back to the center of the canal. Phew! Everyone on the ship sighed in relief. Our penguin ship surged up the sky along the river against the current, making a beautiful drift at the mountaintop and directly plunging into the descending channel. The Grand Line. Here I come. I spread my arms and shouted loudly. Grid was also fired up. All masters. I'm here to meet you. However, the old lecher, Kianabi, was thinking, the beauties of the Grand Line, here I come. And just like that, we officially entered this legendary sea area. We docked under the lighthouse at Twin Falls and met the legendary Uncle Colicus, along with the giant whale Labu. I had already communicated with Labu using my abilities, informing it that Brooke was still alive, which calmed it down. Uncle Colicus looked at our group, just finished bathing and hanging up clothes, with a bewildered expression. I went straight to the point. Uncle, stop pretending. I know you were on Roger's ship. Your medical skills are amazing. Can you teach our ship's doctor a few techniques? Uncle was instantly petrified, probably wondering where this kid came from. When Anna heard there were secret techniques to learn, her eyes lit up, and she rushed over to hug Uncle's arm like a pendant. In the end, Anna managed to get 2 treasured medical notes out of him, which were incredibly valuable. Bartolomeo was so excited he was about to lose it, muttering to himself, the Pirate King's companion. I actually met the Pirate King's companion. Then doesn't that make me a companion of the future Pirate King's companion? I ignored him and continued to boast to Corex. I told him my brother's name is Monkey D. Luffy, and within a year, he would see his bounty notice. As for me, I would become the Pirate King before him, and then I would sail around the world and come back to see Laboon. Corex looked at me, his eyes filled with the shadow of Roger from back in the day. He skeptically asked me if I really had a fight with Garp. I directly showed him the scar on my fist and laughed. Look, it's the real deal left by Garp himself. If it's fake, I'll pay 3 times. At this point, the old man completely believed me and laughed, saying that maybe I really could become the Pirate King. This made Bartolomeo cry, and he cried so loudly that it was earth-shattering. With the atmosphere at this point, I slapped my thigh and said, let's have a feast. Uncle Corex, Laboon, let's party. For days after leaving Twin Cape, we experienced the specialty of the Grand Line, whether like opening a blind box. 1 second it's clear skies, the next it's thunder and lightning. Jinbei was holding his instruments calculating, looking completely dazed. I floated over to his window and said, stop calculating, this is the Grand Line, it's all about idealism. I say it's sunny. As soon as I finished speaking, it really was sunny. I was so proud at that moment. The whole crew was laughing like crazy. Only Chi Bing was questioning his life. Just then, a KS from the lookout suddenly shouted, at 8 o'clock, there's a pirate ship. As soon as Grid heard this, he got excited and clenched his fists, saying it was just right to test the quality of the Grand Line. Bartolomeo was even more excited than him. Let me tell you, this kid is a pure fan of mine. He ran over to apply for battle, saying he wanted to secure the first kill for his idol and prove his worth. What else can I say? With a wave of my hand, I said, go. The number 1 fighter of the Pirate King. Go for it. Bartolomeo was instantly pumped up, grabbing the AK-47 that Kiambingwei gave him, and made a leap of faith towards the approaching pirate ship. I thought, there's no way he can jump that distance. But just when the kid was about to fall in midair, a transparent step appeared out of nowhere beneath his feet. He pushed off that transparent step with his toes. And wow, he shot out like a firecracker. In midair, his AK-47 was like a Gatling gun spewing blue flames, and he unloaded a whole clip. By the time he landed steadily at the bow of the other ship, the pirate's eyes were about to pop out. Damn, did this guy just fly over? Who cares? Let's take him down. What is with this newbie acting all tough? I tell you, these extras are really bold. They watched Bartolomeo leisurely changing his magazine, while dozens of guns were aimed at him, and then there was a crazy barrage of fire. The gunshots and smoke sounded like fireworks during the new year. But when the smoke cleared, guess what? Bartolomeo stretched lazily and yawned, saying, hey, can you give a warning before shooting? You scared me. The expressions on all the pirates' faces were like seeing someone still using a Nokia in 2025, completely incredulous. What? He didn't die? Is he cheating? While they were still in shock, Bartolomeo had already changed his magazine. The wrath of the AK was unleashed instantly, followed by screams, as a dozen people fell on the spot. But that wasn't the end. Bartolomeo sneered, reached out, and shouted, "Impact barrier." Goodness. Another group of people was knocked away like bowling pins, crashing directly into the cabin. The remaining few were so stunned, they stood there like wooden posts. In that moment of distraction, Bartolomeo had already loaded another round. The last captain, along with a few lackeys, saw that the guns were useless and charged in with drawn swords. The captain was quite confident, thinking, I'll chop you to death in close combat. But then, with a clang, the sword hit the air wall, and with a crack, the sword broke, and he ended up fracturing his own wrist. He screamed in pain, and cold sweat poured down like rain. At that moment, our penguin ship finally arrived. Xiaoyu flashed over to Bartolomeo's side, glanced at the bodies lying all over the deck, and patted Bartolomeo's shoulder, saying, "Little Bar, not bad." Wahaha! I tell you, Bartolomeo couldn't hold back his tears at that moment. A little rain. He praised me. Family. Who understands this kind of self-cultivation of a die-hard fan? Glide was more direct, grabbing the captain by the collar and cursing loudly. Is this all you've got? Hey, Little Rain, if the first half of the Grand Line is filled with such trash, we might as well head straight to the New World. This isn't even enough to warm me up. The captain was in so much pain he couldn't speak, and a nearby pirate, pretending to be dead, broke out in a cold sweat, trembling as he said, "Why you are? The Little Rain pirates? The ones with a bounty over 1 billion. Damn." As soon as those words came out, all the surviving pirates on the ship had their minds blown. Who would rob the Little Rain pirates? What's the difference between that and delivering KPIs to the King of Hell? They all regretted it deeply. Little Rain grinned wickedly. That's right. I am the Azura, Little Rain. Those who know what's good for them, quickly bring out all the valuables on this ship, or I'll send you up to the sky to become stars. To increase his persuasion, he casually formed a Rinnegan and pressed it against a hapless pirate, who instantly vanished into the sky. Now everyone else scrambled towards the cabin, their enthusiasm higher than when clocking in for work. Amidst the chaos, Little Rain picked up a revolver from the ground, weighed it in his hand, and turned to ask Chinjaru, "Old man, didn't you say your revolver is the best in the world? This thing looks decent, right?" Chinjaru immediately blew up, flying over in his Battle King No. 1 and shouting, "Idiot! This is a 6-shot, low-caliber piece of junk. Can its power compare to what I made? The guns I make have 3 times the power of this thing. Ask Axe." Axe was busy polishing his precious sniper rifle and excitedly slapped the gun. "Boss, Chinjaru isn't boasting. This gun was modified by him. Its effective range is 1,500 meters. If used by a top expert, it can take your life from 2 kilometers away, making it hard to defend against." "Oh, is it really that powerful?" Just then, a sexy and mature lady's voice suddenly came from above us. We all froze and looked up at the roof of the cockpit. Goodness, there was a stunning beauty with long black hair and a top-notch figure, elegantly sitting there, smiling at us. Glide immediately scoffed. "TCH, I thought it was some expert. Turns out it's just a woman." I thought to myself, "What do you know, you battle maniac?" The beauty chuckled. "Hee, so this is the Azura, Little Rain. I thought you were some kind of 3-headed, 6-armed monster." Little Rain also found it amusing, feeling playful, and in a flash, he appeared behind the beauty and then back to his spot, grinning mischievously. "Beautiful lady, are you looking at me because I'm so handsome and want to marry me?" Chinjaru, the old pervert, couldn't hold back, flying up in Battle King No. 1 and producing a rose from the cockpit like a magic trick. "Beautiful miss, would you honor me with a ride?" The beauty, who was Robin, brightened up, interested in Chinjaru's flying machine, and knocked on it. To everyone's surprise, Battle King No. 1 actually spoke. "Beautiful lady, please do not knock on me casually." Robin was startled and jumped back several meters, then suddenly realized, Are you the genius scientist, Dr. Chinjaru?" Upon hearing this, Chinjaru was so excited he almost fell out of the cockpit. "Ah, miss, you actually know my name. May I ask for your name?" "Nico Robin." She smiled faintly, but her gaze was fixed on Little Rain. Just then, Glide had another incident. He was holding a bag of treasure taken from the pirates, opened it, and his face turned green. He then struck a pirate in the chest with his hand. "Bastard! Who do you think you're fooling with this junk? Is this even worthy of being called treasure?" Little Rain quickly stopped him. All right. This is worth at least 100,000 berries. Most of it is just silver." After saying that, he let everyone take the loot and Robin back to our ship. Upon arriving at the Penguin, Little Rain and Glide took the gold and silver to have Chinjaru make them new weapons. Chinjaru was busy trying to impress Robin and had no time for them. Little Rain and Glide exchanged glances, instantly dropping their playful demeanor and blocking Robin on either side. "Woman, tell us, what do you want on our ship?" Little Rain smirked. "When I get angry, even I am scared." Bartolomeo was beside them, holding his face with hearts in his eyes. "Oh, angry Little Rain is so cool." Robin laughed, dropping her act. "Hee, I am Nico Robin, the vice president of Baroque Works. I was sent by our president to make contact with you." Just as Chinjaru was about to mediate, Little Rain bluntly interrupted. "Baroque Works? Isn't that the criminal organization under the warlord Crocodile?" As soon as he said this, even Robin was stunned. She never expected her background would be revealed, along with her boss's identity. Her eyes narrowed, and she prepared to flee. But Little Rain waved his hand. "Don't rush to leave. I don't want to kill you just yet." However, that crocodile, acting like a great hero in the desert, while secretly doing these little tricks, really annoys me. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 arms suddenly sprouted from his back, twisting toward her neck. The flower fruit. Little Rain smirked, not even turning his head. ShinraTensei. Boom! An invisible, terrifying force exploded outward from him. Not just the 2 arms, but even Glide was directly blown away. In the chaos, Robin jumped onto the back of a giant turtle and sped away. Glide climbed up from the other side of the ship, roaring, "Idiot! You blew me up too." Axe raised his sniper rifle, ready to finish her off, but was stopped by Little Rain. He explained that Robin's flower fruit required either absolute speed to take her out before she could react, or absolute power, like hockey, to prevent her from growing arms at all. Chinjuru rolled his eyes at this. "What you said is like saying nothing." Little Rain chuckled. "What are you afraid of? You're hiding in Battle King #1. She can't see you, and your laser cannon can still blast her." Amidst the commotion, this matter passed. In the following days, everyone trained hard on the ship, but only I and Little Rain and Glide, hit a bottleneck and were bored out of our minds. This guy Glide is also ruthless. He insists on training his physical strength to the extreme before starting to cultivate hockey. One day, Little Rain leaned on the railing, looking at the unchanging sea, and sighed. "So boring. How about we find an island to play on?" Bartolomeo immediately announced like a herald, "Captain's orders. Everyone prepare to go ashore." Chinjuru poked his head out from the cockpit. "I don't have a map. You all figure it out. Don't bother me with inventions." Just then, the originally clear sky suddenly started to snow heavily. I was stunned. The weather changed faster than flipping a page. The few girls on the ship who had never seen snow instantly got excited, shouting they wanted to have a snowball fight. Little Rain held a cup of hot milk tea, looking profound. "The captain says there must be an island." As soon as he finished speaking, Axe on the lookout shouted, "Boss, there's an island ahead." Goodness, we were all stunned, and Glide's mouth twitched. This guy must have seen it with his Rinnegan long ago. Barto was in tears. The boss is indeed a godlike man. Xiaoyu pretended to shake his finger, just about to say something more, when AKS shouted, "Boss, a pirate ship is charging at us." Xiaoyu glanced at it and disdainfully said, "It's just a small broken ship. Ignore it." Just as he finished speaking, there was a bang, and a bullet came flying towards AKS's forehead. Grid reacted quickly, instantly conjuring a steel plate in front of AKS, blocking the bullet with a clang. "It seems the newcomers are not friendly." Grid sneered. AKS also raised his sniper rifle. There's a strong sniper on the opposite side. Saying that, he fired back immediately. On the small ship across, a guy named Oko was startled as the bullet grazed his scalp, piercing through several layers of their ship's deck. A big bearded man burst into laughter. "Such a good gun. We must grab it." A winged guy flew directly towards us. However, he had barely taken off when Xiaoyu's figure appeared before him like a ghost, and a glowing energy ball slammed into his chest, sending him spinning like a top and crashing into the sea. Immediately after, the big penguin at the bow of our ship's eyes lit up with a whoosh. The bearded man seemed to sense a deadly crisis. His face changed drastically, and he shouted to flee, grabbing an oar and paddling frantically. "How dare you lay hands on my crew, seeking death?" Xiaoyu in midair was completely enraged, and the 2 laser cannons of the penguin ship fired instantly, booming as the small ship across was blown to pieces. Amidst the flames, the bearded man and several others were blasted into the sky, still struggling to shoot at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu spread his hands. "ShinraTensei, let me tell you, that scene was incredible." A devastating storm swept across a 3-kilometer area of the sea. The penguin dove straight into the seabed before we could react, barely escaping disaster. By the time the storm passed, there was no trace of those few people on the surface. When the penguin surfaced, Grid erupted on the spot. "Idiot, do you want to get us all killed?" Little Rain scratched his head and sheepishly chuckled. "Oh, I got too excited and couldn't control myself. By the way, those guys just now looked a bit familiar, didn't they?" We slowly sailed into the inner river of Drum Island amidst a mess. The villagers on the shore and the Captain Dalton, who had just witnessed that instant kill, looked at us, their legs trembling in fear, as if they had seen a ghost. An uncle cried out on the spot. "Just drove off Walpo, then came Blackbeard. And now there's someone even more ruthless. Did we poke a pirate's nest on Drum Island?" The guy named Jean Bay was completely oblivious to the situation. Seeing this scene, he thought we were being welcomed and excitedly waved his hand. "Ah, are you throwing a banquet for us? There must be beautiful women and fine wine." Dalton was dumbfounded and mustered the courage to ask, "You, aren't you pirates?" Little Rain smiled broadly. "Can't pirates fight pirates? Don't worry. We just came up to have some fun." Once we got ashore, Little Rain looked at the injured villagers and frowned, asking, Who were those pirates just now? There were only a few of them, and you couldn't handle them? Dalton looked ashamed. They call themselves the Blackbeard Pirates. Their strength is too strong. We are simply not their match. Little Rain was stunned at that moment, then slapped his forehead and realized. What? Blackbeard? So I just accidentally took out the Blackbeard Pirates? He muttered a bit annoyed, blaming that guy for dressing too casually, not even wearing the iconic captain's hat, which made me not recognize him. While I was still feeling down about it, the people on Drum Island were already scared silly. Upon hearing the Whitebeard Pirates, the guy named Dalton turned pale. Let me tell you, the name Whitebeard is truly formidable, the strongest in the world. Who wouldn't tremble at the mention of it? I casually waved my hand and said, "Oh, come on, relax. It's just a traitor, a minor character, can't stir up much trouble. Aren't we having a banquet?" Well, as soon as I said that, the way Bart looked at me was almost worshipful. In the end, Dalton had a troubled expression and said that all the food had been snatched up by Blackbeard's gang, and now he could barely scrape together a meal. Old Kyambai was just about to say that we had supplies on the ship, but Glid and I shot him a death glare and I shut him down immediately. Come on, do you think I could just give away my rations? I couldn't care less if they had food. I just wanted to go to the island and take a look around. As soon as I finished speaking, I was already flying towards that giant snow mountain that looked like Optimus Prime. Glid also snorted and glanced at Kiambingway, who immediately wilted and could only awkwardly tell Dalton to just grab whatever. To be honest, I was just curious and wanted to see if the legendary blue-nosed reindeer really looked that cute. Flying up was fast. In no time, I was nearing the mountain's peak. But down below, Glid wasn't having such a good time. Let me tell you, he was just walking when suddenly his observation hockey went off. He tilted his head, and a rabbit bigger than him zoomed past his shoulder. He was puzzled, wondering why the rabbit looked like a calf. The next second, dozens of these giant rabbits appeared in front of him, and he was completely thrown off. These rabbits were the local bullies, called Labon. Glid had no idea who they were and found it quite amusing. With a chuckle, his whole body instantly carbonized, and his fingernails turned into claws as he charged into the rabbit horde and started a massacre. His speed, combined with his observation hockey, was like a dimensional strike. While dodging attacks, he chanted, right, left, above, TSK, the lower ground is empty. With swift strikes, every rabbit was a one-hit kill, and soon the ground was littered with them. He was laughing while fighting, saying this place was great for practice. However, the commotion was too loud and triggered an avalanche. The scene was like a tsunami, pouring down in overwhelming waves. I saw it from the mountaintop and thought this would be interesting. Guess what happened? That guy Grid not only didn't run away, but instead smiled excitedly and slapped the ground with one hand. With a thunderous sound, a stone wall over 100 meters long rose from the ground, firmly blocking the avalanche. Those family members, who understands? This alchemy was like cheating, leading by a wide margin. Down the mountain, Sunbei and the others were stunned, thinking we were fighting. Dalton was so scared he was shivering, probably thinking, my gosh, a fight caused an avalanche, and he can create walls just like that. What kind of monsters are these? Meanwhile, let me tell you, that Blackbeard on the broken ship was pondering while drinking. He couldn't figure out why my ability couldn't even absorb his dark fruit. His subordinate, Luffy, was grimacing in pain, saying the spot where my spiral ball hit him still couldn't exert any strength. Only then did they realize that the newspaper report about us escaping from Carp was true. That guy, Blackbeard, got more and more excited, laughing maniacally and saying he wanted to seize my ability and recruit our entire crew. Goodness, he really has big ambitions. Not even afraid of overreaching himself. I fell on the wall built by Grid, watching him and the pile of rabbit corpses he was carrying, feeling a bit speechless. What are you doing? Making such a big fuss. Grid looked quite pleased. This thing is called a raboin. I don't know if it's edible, but if it is, I'll catch all of them. Just as he finished speaking, that kid Bartis showed up out of nowhere, grinning obsequiously and said, Senior Grid, leave this rough work to me, little ba. I laughed. This guy took advantage of the avalanche to rush up, and he was pretty quick. I floated to the castle gate, and Glid followed suit, using alchemy to create a staircase directly to the mountaintop, walking up step by step while sneering at me. Flying up feels really great, huh? I couldn't be bothered with him. He's just one of those who loves to compare. But when I entered the castle, I was dumbfounded. There wasn't a single person inside. Where's the witch doctor? Where's Tony Chopper? I was completely disappointed, like finding out the main character didn't show up in a drama. Glid looked at me with a puzzled expression because I was frowning. I told him there was supposed to be a super skill doctor here. He asked how that compared to Uncle Cola on our ship, and I said that he might be better in some aspects. After saying that, I flew off in another direction. Sure enough, not far away, I saw a small wooden house. Chopper was peeking out from the window, and when he saw us, he was so scared that he shouted, "Dr. Doriel, those pirates haven't left. They caused an avalanche and built a wall." A purple-haired old lady with a face full of wrinkles but a strong presence, that is, Guriva, rushed out and punched Chopper on the head. "You're so noisy, you idiot. You're disturbing my medicine preparation." Chopper, looking aggrieved, covered his head and apologized. But when he turned around and saw me descending from the sky, he was so startled that he couldn't speak properly. "I saw someone flying over." As soon as Guriva came out, she recognized me. "Azura Xiaoyu? What are you doing here?" Glid followed behind, and as soon as he saw Guriva, his mouth got ahead of him again. "Xiaoyu, are you sure this is the right person? Just this old lady? The miracle doctor you mentioned?" Goodness, as soon as he said that, the veins on Guriva's forehead popped out, and in an instant, she was in front of Glid, delivering a flying kick. Glid's observation hockey gave him an instant warning, and he did a backflip to dodge, then got excited, ready to fight back with his whole body carbonized. I hurriedly stopped him and smiled at Gulewa. "Dory, we're not here to fight. We just want to meet Mr. Reindeer." Gulewa's expression instantly turned cold. "How do you know Chopper?" At that moment, I was possessed by some kind of mystic spirit and began to half-jokingly deceive her, talking about fate and destiny. I even did a fortune-telling for myself, predicting that Chopper would have a connection with someone who inherited the will of D, and that they would meet within a year. Believe it or not, this set of words really convinced her. She hesitated for a moment and actually believed it, shouting into the house, "Chopper, come out." Then I saw a little reindeer wearing a hat peeking out from the side of the wooden house, but it ended up hiding awkwardly, exposing its whole body. Grid couldn't help but burst out laughing. "What kind of joke is this? This silly little raccoon is related to the will of D?" When Chopper heard this, he got anxious and jumped out, shouting, "I'm not a raccoon. I'm a reindeer." But when he saw Grid's fierce gaze, he quickly darted back inside. On the contrary, Gulewa laughed and said I was an interesting kid. I shook my head, said nothing more, turned to leave, and before I went, I shouted to Chopper, Tony Chopper, study medicine well, and there will be a group of people who recognize you, although you do look quite like a raccoon." A few days after we left, we arrived in Alabasta. Let me tell you, as soon as these guys got there, they went crazy. I had just ordered everyone to dock and get ready to help Chinjo extract oil, and right after I finished giving the order, Glider snorted coldly and said he wanted to meet the 7 warlords here, and he just flew off. Anna and Joanna rode their hoverbikes to go shopping and took off too. Dumpling said he wanted to go eat Tianjin rice bowls and also slipped away. In the blink of an eye, only me, Bartolomeo, and a few honest folks like Muse were left on the ship. I was so angry I could have coughed up blood. These weren't crew members, they were just a bunch of unruly huskies. There was no choice but for the few of us to do the work. We boarded the Alchemy No. 1 speedboat modified by Chinjo, which was amphibious and flew like a hover pickup truck, and we headed straight into the desert. On the other side, Glider was in the town without a map and was feeling frustrated. Then he ran into Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week, who were trying to trick him with a fake map. What kind of person is Glider? He casually grabbed a passerby to ask, found out the map was fake, and his expression instantly turned cold. Without much movement, countless stone pillars shot up from the ground, pinning Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week in place, unable to move. Miss Golden Week wanted a sneak attack using her powers, but Glider tilted his head and dodged, then grabbed her head and slammed it against a stone pillar, making a loud thud, and she passed out. Mr. 3 was so scared he peed himself, crying and shouting that he was from Baroque Works, and originally wanted to trick him into an ambush, but now he surrendered. When Glider heard ambush, he actually laughed, grabbed Mr. 3, handcuffed him with Sea Tower stone handcuffs, and tossed him onto the back of the motorcycle, saying, "Lead the way, I want to see how you plan to ambush me." Meanwhile, we were having some fun in the desert too. A giant sand lizard that looked like Godzilla charged out, and with one shot from Battle King No. 1, it was instantly taken down. I looked at that big lizard and thought it would make a great mount. Bartolomeo chimed in, saying that this would suit the boss's status. Just as he finished speaking, an even bigger one crawled out of the sand. I chuckled and jumped onto that huge creature's head, unleashed my Conqueror's Haki, and punched down, stunning it immediately. I patted its head and said, "You'll be my mount for the next few days, or else I'll take you down." The sand lizard instantly became obedient and took off running. I quickly pulled Bartolomeo along and shouted to Chinjo and the others behind us, "What are you waiting for? If you don't catch up, I won't wait for you." After running for almost a day, in the evening, we spotted a ship in the distance. Sailing on the sand? It was flying a pirate flag. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment and patted the giant lizard beneath me. "Charge over and take a look." The giant lizard, upon hearing the command, sped up, and directly collided with the two small sandbarges. With a loud bang, the two small boats fell apart on the spot. Bardo reacted quickly, instantly raising a shield that sent the debris and people flying. On the opposing sand boat, dozens of cannons and firearms were suddenly aimed at us. Sitting on the giant lizard's head, I brushed off the sand on my body and looked at them with great interest. I tell you, the expressions of those sand bandits at that moment were like they had seen a ghost. They all stared at me, as if trying to figure out who this bold person was who dared to be so arrogant. And guess what happened next? One of the small minions, trembling, pulled out a bounty notice and shouted out loud that I was the infamous ShinraTensei with a bounty of over 100 million. Goodness, when he shouted that, everyone on the boat was stunned. The leader, Barabaruza, who had been quite arrogant just a moment ago, turned pale. He jumped off the boat and slowly made his way to the giant lizard in front of me, struggling with each step. I thought he was going to say something tough, but then, plop, he directly knelt down before me. Who understands family? 1 second, he was pointing a cannon at me, and the next second he was prostrating himself, saying he had failed to recognize the Great One and pleading for my forgiveness, saying that if punishment was necessary, he should be the only one to bear it. At that moment, I tilted my head, completely confused, thinking, punishment? What punishment? While I was still in a daze, Qian Bingwei, that old rascal, started again. He turned on his broken mech, activated the shield, and with a rose in hand, he tried to flirt with the girl on the opposite side, named Lasha, even saying something about having a banquet together. Let me tell you, not only was that girl stunned, but all the sand bandits on the opposite side looked like they had been struck by lightning. The next second, boom, they all fainted collectively. I am speechless. I told Qianbing that you scare the person, and then turned to the boss and asked, so what exactly do you guys do? Are you sand bandits? I hadn't finished my question yet when Qian Bingwei exploded, roaring at me from inside the mech. Idiot. Don't interrupt me. I just detected an oil field down here. If you keep rambling, I'll pack you up and send you back. I tell you, I was furious at that moment. That unnamed anger surged up all of a sudden. I jumped 3 meters high from the lizard's head, ran to the side, and slammed my hands on the ground. Sandstorm mass burial. Boom! The entire desert was like a tsunami, with sand waves over 10 meters high swirling with countless hands made of sand, smashing all those pesky stone pillars nearby to bits. In a 1-kilometer radius, everything was flattened in an instant. I tell you, after I let out that breath, I felt completely relieved, muttering in my mouth, Gleed, you bastard. Dumpling, you bastard. Qianbingwei, you big bastard. After venting my frustration, I suddenly realized, that move just now was cast by me? When I turned around, Qianbingwei and the others were all glaring at me, as if they wanted to eat me. Roaring? Of course. If it wasn't TU, who else could it be? Luckily you didn't T-aim it at us. Otherwise we would have been done for. Idiot. On the sand ship opposite, all those sand pirates were slumped on the deck, unable to even stand up, with a few scared ones fainting outright. Only that Bardo on our ship, his eyes sparkling, looked at me as if I were a deity, probably thinking to himself that my dream of becoming the Pirate King was secure now. While we were in chaos over here, on the other side, that little brat Dumpling, you know him, right? He rode out on a hoverbike by himself and ended up being targeted by a few clueless bounty hunters. Those guys looked at the bounty notice and muttered, wondering how such a little brat was worth 100 million. It must be because of that bike. Then Dumpling popped up like a ghost, grinning and asking them, you want my bike? Okay, try this move. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot out a light wave with a finger boom. Those bounty hunters, along with the small house next to them, were blown away. After that, he shook his head, rode off on his bike, and mumbled, so boring, too weak. Can you believe it? And this scene was all witnessed by a woman. Who? Robin. She was hiding in the shadows, watching everything unfold, murmuring that Crocodile was going to hit his steel plate this time. TSK, TSK. This wave is called the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, and there's even an old sick spying. By night, the desert was freezing cold. Qianbingwei was shivering and cursing me, saying I had destroyed the wind-blocking stone pillars. Bardo quickly defended me, saying I was meditating to comprehend my new ability. In fact, I was just sitting there in a daze out of anger. Those sand pirates, threatened by Qianbingwei with missiles, didn't dare to run and were shivering on the ship with empty stomachs. They were quietly discussing, saying that the legendary ShinraTensei was supposed to be a 10-meter tall giant, so why was he such a little guy? In fact, I wasn't even meditating at all. I was awakened by Gleed and the others. Gleed finally came back, dragging 2 captives, Mr. 3 from the Baroque Works and Golden Week. As soon as he arrived, he complained that the desert was too big, and I chuckled, directly slamming my hands on the ground again. Sandstorm Mass Burial. Guess what? A 30-meter-high pyramid rose from the ground. Just like playing with Lego. Gleed was dumbfounded, thinking I'd secretly learn his alchemy. I told him not to waste time and quickly use his expertise to carve out some rooms in this pyramid. We were going to set up a temporary base here. Kiambingwei complained that if he had known Gleed was coming, he wouldn't have brought materials, but Gleed shot back. Aren't your materials also made by me? Mr. 3 was scared stiff the whole time, probably thinking everyone on our ship was a monster. I asked Kiambingwei if he found the water source, and he said he did, but it seemed like there were people there. That's when I realized that group of sand bandits was still in place, and with a wave of his hand, he said, "Don't just stand there, let's have a feast. Invite them too. Let's celebrate my newfound technique." Upon hearing about the feast, Glit also got excited and said it was indeed time to celebrate. Meanwhile, in the Spider CAF, the senior agents from the Baroque Works were having a meeting. Mr. 1 and Mr. 2 were still discussing why Mr. 3 hadn't returned, while Miss Valentine was there gloating, eager for them to die so she could get a promotion. At that moment, Robin walked in and coldly told them that their only target was the invincible fighter Glid. She said Glid had already captured Mr. 3 and would come looking for them tomorrow, so they should be prepared. The next day, we all set out to find the water source that Kiambingwei had discovered. I had also recruited that group of sand bandits, and they became the Desert Oilfield Defense Team. When we arrived at the location, it was a complete ruin, and suddenly a group of people rushed out, claiming to be rebels. The leader, a handsome guy with golden hair and sunglasses named Kusha, wouldn't let us pass. I said, "We are pirates, here to look for water." He said there is no water here. I was too lazy to argue with them, so I just flew over the Kiambingwei's mech. That Kusha really dared to shoot, but all the bullets were blocked by my sand wall. He was stunned at that moment, probably wondering if this sand fruit didn't belong to Crocodile. Then someone from his crew recognized me, and Kusha immediately questioned my purpose in Alabasta. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I said, "Aren't you trying to destroy this country?" "Just in time. I want as well. You should be happy." Looking at the hundreds of guns pointed at me, I was really annoyed, so I unleashed my Conqueror's Haki. In an instant, except for a few officers, all the small soldiers on the other side fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. At this time, Kiambingwei had finished his scanning and excitedly shouted that there was not only water below, but also a larger oil field. In front of Kusha and the others, I waved my hand, and suddenly a 5-square-meter big well appeared on the ground. Kusha and the others were wide-eyed. Then I negotiated terms with him, saying they could use the well freely, but we also needed to build a base here. That guy was on board, saying as long as we provided weapons, it was no problem. I agreed, but I also told Kiambingwei not to go too hard, otherwise when Luffy and the others came, it would be no fun. That would be like directly spoiling the plot. After finishing the work, I felt it was boring, so I called Jiaozi and the others, got on my big lizard, and said, "Let's go have some fun," leaving behind a speechless Kiambingwei and muses to deal with the aftermath. Just as we were off to have fun, Glid had also arrived at his destination. He directly threw Mr. 3 and his companion at the entrance of the Spider CF like a challenge, telling the Baroque Works members to get out. Those high-level agents were all trying to act tough, but Glid without hesitation unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. His body carbonized and became harder than diamonds. That Mr. 1, who could turn his whole body into blades, swung down, and with a clang, sparks flew. The blade almost bent, and Glid didn't even get a scratch. Then there was Mr. 2, the transvestite martial arts guy, who kicked over, only to end up holding his own foot and howling, probably with broken bones. Glid could even use alchemy to create stalagmites from the ground to launch surprise attacks. Mr. 4's explosive baseball was even more of a joke, casually caught by Glid and thrown back. Glid fought like a war god, laughing while saying, "Your abilities are quite interesting. I need to get a devil fruit to play with too." The scene was simply a one-sided massacre. But guess what? There's always one or two people who are blind and want to come up and offer themselves. That one called Mississippi Christmas directly dove into the ground. Trying to play trench warfare with me? I thought this was like whack-a-mole, slapped my hands on the ground, and used alchemy to turn the entire desert into steel plates. I heard the sound of heads banging below and almost laughed out loud. Then her partner, called Mississippi Valentine's Day, floated in midair like a balloon, but the next second, she smiled and her weight skyrocketed to 10,000 pounds, crashing down like a meteor. Goodness, I really didn't believe it and even reached out to block it. Guess what happened? With a bang, my head was flattened into a pizza. Seriously, it was a bloody mess as flat as could be. That woman even pretended to be elegant, standing up and wiping her knee with a handkerchief. Is this the strength of the vice president? Let me tell you, Mr. 1 and the others were about to pop their eyes out. The next second, with a flash of red light. My flattened head puffed back to its original shape like a balloon. I stood up, twisted my neck, and my bones cracked. At that moment, one thought crossed my mind. I must get a devil fruit. This is too fun. That woman was directly scared silly, shaking like a leaf, asking what kind of monster I was. Just at that critical moment, a smoky dragon floated down from the sky, and that little brat Jowsy waved at me from above, shouting glid, "What are you dawdling for? Are you done?" Little you is asking if you're going to the rainy land. The veins on my forehead were bulging, and I shouted back, "Am I here to play? I'm here to challenge. I want to find Crocodile." But little you directly replied, "Crocodile is in the rainy land. Are you going or not?" I instantly lost my temper. My eyes lit up. What is the point of fighting then? I jumped on my floating motorcycle, and before leaving, I changed the ground back to sand, letting that mole lady out, and casually threw a wink at that 10,000-pound woman. "Beautiful lady, if you miss me, come find me in the rainy land." As soon as we left, those agents were still in a daze, especially that Mr. Two, who was daydreaming. Oh my God. Is that ShinraTensei and the little brat dumpling? How can they be so cute? Honestly, I really can't understand the thought process of these villains. On the other side, our Uncle Kiambingwei on the ship was negotiating business with the rebel leader Kusha. That guy, sitting in a pyramid that suddenly rose overnight, was pretending to be all serious while discussing arms deals. He said earnestly, "We are pirates, providing you with weapons, so you need to pay, right? That's very reasonable. I assent it." But the moment his daughter came in to serve tea, he immediately changed his demeanor, practically drooling, and said to Kusha, "Don't worry, Leader Kusha, for justice, I'll give you 1,000 rifles, 3 crates of grenades. Miss Lasha, why don't you sit down and talk with us?" Kusha and his crew were sweating profusely, probably thinking, "Wow, finally found your weakness." With a shift in the scene, we arrived at the rainy Casino Yen. Let me tell you, it was exhilarating. Xiaoyu, Bartolomeo, and I were dealing, and we won 23 hands in a row. Every single one was an all-in, betting the maximum odds. The casino's money was flowing to us like a river, 2 billion berries in just the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. The casino boss turned pale and sent several waves of people to physically persuade us to leave, but Bartolomeo and I threw them out like sandbags. Just as we were about to win enough to bankrupt him, a woman exuding a mature and alluring aura, Nico Robin, silently appeared beside us and said, "Crocodile wants to see you." Upon hearing this, my blood surged, and I stood up immediately, leading the way. I let Xiaoyu and Bartolomeo continue playing while I followed Robin into the VIP passage. Just as I stepped in, Xiaoyu quickly exchanged all his chips for cash, had Bartolomeo carry it, and followed us in. This kid is really sharp. As soon as we entered the passage, Xiaoyu sensed something was off. He turned the entire floor into sand and had Bartolomeo launch a shock barrier at the sandy ground. With a bang, the floor exploded, and we fell into a huge basement. Good heavens, I was right in the middle of a fierce fight with Crocodile. This old sandbag was really tough. The stalagmites I created with alchemy hit him like air and passed right through. His sand fruit allowed him to become intangible, making physical attacks useless. He pierced my chest with a hook, only to find I was completely fine, and I punched his head into sand, seeing I hadn't finished him off yet. Xiaoyu looked at me with pure disdain. Crocodile also noticed him and said, "So you are sure, Xiaoyu?" I was furious at that moment. "What are you staring at? Can't you see I'm busy beating him?" As I said this, I pulled out a pair of specially made C-Prism stone gloves from my coat. And once I put them on, my aura changed completely. I smiled at him. "Crocodile, I'm getting serious now." The guy still had the nerve to retort, "Do you think a pair of gloves can defeat me?" Just as he finished speaking, my claws were already at his chest. He blocked with his golden hook, and with a clang, his right hand turned into a sand blade and slashed at me with a move called Desert Treasure Blade. Moving at an unbelievable speed, I was cut in half on the spot, and the ground was left with a deep trench over 10 meters long. Immediately after, he used the move Desert Sunflower, turning the ground into quicksand, trying to swallow my 2 halves. Just when everyone thought I was done for, my 2 halves started glowing red. He followed up with another move, Crescent-Shaped Sand Dune, which instantly drained all the moisture from my body, turning me into a dry corpse. But I'm an alchemist. I pressed my hands together and conjured water out of thin air, gulping it down a few times and instantly reviving to full health. I leaped out of the quicksand and stood on a stone pillar, looking at Crocodile, feeling absolutely ecstatic. At this moment, Xiaoyu started fanning the flames, innocently asking Crocodile, "Hey, is that scar on your face from accidentally scratching it with your hook while picking your nose?" I couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Why don't you say he cut himself while shaving without a mirror? Crocodile's face instantly turned from white to a purplish hue, his murderous intent almost materializing, and the whole basement began to whip up a sandstorm. Seeing that things had gone too far, Xiaoyu quickly reminded him, "You better think it through. If you start fighting here, your image as a hero of Alabasta will be completely ruined." Crocodile was a tough guy too, sneering as he said he would wipe us pirates out and pin the blame on us, still considering himself a hero. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu decided not to fight here. Then he pulled off the most outrageous move, clenching his fist at Crocodile and shouting, "Sand binding coffin." Can you believe it? He actually bound Crocodile with sand. Old Sand was stunned on the spot, probably thinking how could there be a second sand fruit in this world. Taking advantage of his confusion, Xiaoyu unleashed a massive tailed bee spiral and broke through the ceiling, and the three of us shot out in a flash. We flew directly to the desert outside the city, and Crocodile transformed into a sandstorm to chase after us. Little Rain patted me on the shoulder. "This match is yours. Fight well." I nodded. This old sandbag was indeed tricky, but his biggest problem was that he didn't know my trump card. In the desert, the battle resumed. His move, the Desert King's sword, was indeed fierce, but it was blocked by the alloy wall I created with alchemy, which even got deformed from the impact. This guy had average physical skills, but he was particularly slippery, always turning into a sandstorm to dodge my attacks. After being caught in it a few times, I got angry and threw the sea prism stone gloves to the ground. Then, I slammed my hands down on the sand, activating alchemy. Two massive steel arms emerged from beneath the sand, donned the sea prism stone gloves, and swiftly grabbed Crocodile, who was in the process of materializing. "Finally, I got you." I laughed heartily as the steel claws pierced through his shoulders. Who understands, family? This is a classic case of information disparity crushing him. He thought I was helpless once I took off the gloves, but I directly gave him a remote-control beatdown. At that moment, Little Rain walked over and said, "All right, you've defeated him." I pulled out the steel claws, reverted to my original form, and looked at the coughing Crocodile, feeling incredibly relieved. Little Rain was still pretending to be the good guy, saying that trust between partners allowed me to unleash greater strength, and that Crocodile lost due to a lack of information. Otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain. I scoffed inwardly, but indeed, that kid didn't leave me behind just now, which was quite heartwarming. The three of us walked away against the sunset without looking back, leaving Crocodile alone there, questioning his life. Back on the ship, everyone celebrated with champagne. I stood at the bow, reminiscing about the battle with the Shichibukai, feeling that I had grown stronger, and was laughing like a fool when Little Rain came over and said, "Idiot, others will think you're a fool," which completely threw me off. I was just about to suggest we train together when he retorted, "You can't even beat me without using new abilities," and sent me back to the training room. But what we didn't know was that not far away in the bay, 10 Navy warships had quietly surrounded us. A colonel, Tina, who was smoking and wearing gloves, was observing us with binoculars. Her subordinate reported that we had defeated Crocodile, and she snorted coldly, "Smoker, I will take revenge for you." Now, Tina was very angry. After saying that, she waved her arm, and the 10 warships rushed towards us like a swarm. Goodness, this scene was something else. 10 warships were charging at us like dumplings flying towards our faces. But what about on our ship? The captain didn't take this seriously at all, and was still checking supplies, asking Muse and the others if they had brought enough, saying that this trip might last over a week without docking. I told you, Muse was dumbfounded, pointing outside and asking, "Boss, what about those Navy ships?" The boss, looking completely unconcerned, said, "Barto, Muse, AKS, and Anna Little Pig Jolena, isn't this just left to you? A mere fleet led by a colonel. Do we really need the main forces to take action?" As soon as this was said, both Anna and Jolena's eyes nearly popped out. Their hair stood on end. Anna exploded, hands on her hips like a housekeeper, shouting, "What are you joking about? 10 warships and a colonel. You want us to fight? How is that possible?" As for the boss, hey, he was calm and collected, took a leisurely sip from the water bottle at his waist. Who understands? That bottle wasn't tea filled with alcohol. It was sweet milk. Our captain usually loves drinking milk tea and yogurt. It's ridiculous. He glanced at the slightly trembling Jolena and said, "Jolena, you have the speed fruit. If you understand how to use it, you'll be incredibly strong. Do you want to spend your life cooking in the kitchen?" Then he turned to Anna. "And you, don't think that being a ship's doctor means you don't have to fight. This is a pirate ship, not a sightseeing cruise. At the very least, you need to have self-defense capabilities." This statement left Anna speechless. She was so angry that she grabbed the nearby pet pig. "And you useless thing, a natural systems steam fruit. You can't even fight. If this continues, I'll really cook you. Goodness, that little pig was so scared it was kicking its legs everywhere, sweating like it was raining, and tears were about to burst out of its chubby face. Just as we were having our internal strife, Tina's 10 warships had already surrounded us. She stood with one foot on the railing, flicking the ash off her cigarette, looking incredibly cool. Smoker, they all say we can't defeat this level of pirate. Today Tina will prove them wrong. I tell you, Herbie hasn't even finished installing yet, and the next second, something happened that directly caused my CPU to overheat. Boom! A flash of light. One of her warships exploded. Boom! Another flash. Another one gone. In the blink of an eye, her fleet lost 4 ships. Tina's cigarette almost fell out of her mouth. She was dumbfounded. What the heck is this? Is Kizaru coming to our ship as security? What a joke. She got anxious and quickly shouted, 2 ships, rescue the people. The rest, charge. Close quarters combat. As soon as her words fell, 2 more beams of light shot out. And with 2 loud bangs, 2 more ships turned into fireworks on the sea. Anna and Jolin on the ship were clapping with joy. Huh, we hit. The Navy is nothing special. I was sweating nervously at the time. Who understands what family members go through? Those 2 thought they were the ones fighting. But that was the ship's smart targeting system. For goodness sake. With your 2 aiming skills? In 3 minutes, 6 naval ships were out of commission. The remaining 2 finally managed to get close, and the Navy charged at our ship like crazy. Tina stood at the bow, her face turning green with anger, gritting her teeth and shouting, Little Rain, pirate crew. Now Tina is very angry. Just as she finished shouting, our pet pig suddenly sprang into action, shooting a jet of steam that instantly cooked 2 naval soldiers. Tina was dumbfounded. A pig? She reacted quickly, transforming her hands into chains to pass through the little pig's body. But what happened? The pig simply turned into an element, leaving her with nothing to lock onto. Tina was completely stunned. Meanwhile, Jolina moved like a ghost, swiftly taking down 2 naval soldiers in a flash. Axe was even more ruthless, shooting right next to Tina's foot as a warning. In less than 5 minutes, over 300 people from 2 ships were all down. Only then did the captain leisurely walk out, sporting that infuriating smile, and saying, Did Smoker not tell you? We are not even in the same league. You can't even handle our logistics personnel on this ship. After saying that, he waved his hand. You guys set sail? Watching us sail away. Tina was shaking with rage behind us, shouting, I will definitely catch you. The captain didn't even turn back, just waved his hand and called out, Oh. Next time remember to bring Smoker along. Otherwise, coming alone won't even be enough to warm up my crew. After shaking off the Navy, we drifted at sea for 3 days, and the ship's compass seemed broken, constantly pointing upwards. Chiba was worried, scratching his head, saying that now they couldn't find their direction. The captain, stroking his chin with a knowing expression, said, The compass points up because there's a sky island up there. A sky island? Chiba was the first to not believe it. Are you joking? An island at 10,000 meters high? How do people up there even survive? Gride also came over and gave the captain a knock on the head. Stop bragging. It's impossible to even see it. I tell you, at that time on the ship, everyone except Bart looked at the boss as if he were a fool. The boss's mouth twitched, and just as he was about to explode, he scanned the distance with his Rinnegan and saw a ship approaching. He immediately smiled. Detection dude, it's time to work. Our hope of reaching Sky Island has come. As the ship got closer, we were all stunned. There was a guy at the bow who looked like a gorilla. Grid was shocked. Is that a synthetic beast? The boss shouted directly at the other side. Is that a member of the 8 Mountain United Army? Upon hearing this, the gorilla on the other side laughed. Indeed, it is I, the great gorilla. I didn't expect someone to recognize me. At that moment, I thought to myself, this world is truly full of wonders, and there are such conspicuous bags. The boss immediately ordered, Take me to your leader right now. The 8 men, thinking the boss wanted to steal their gold, were ready to attack. But in the end, the boss didn't waste any words with them. With a wave of his hand, the 8 man was uncontrollably pulled over. The boss delivered a powerful punch, striking him on the head and causing a big bump, and casually took the permanent pointer to Gaia Island from him. Then he tossed the 8 man back, shaking the pointer in his hand and laughing, See, this is it. Let's go to Gaia Island first, find someone knowledgeable to ask about the rising currents, and then we can reach the Sky Island. Ha ha, are you excited? Little ones. We looked at each other in disbelief, still digesting the outrageous news about the Sky Island. Meanwhile, the people on the opposite ship finally reacted. Someone pulled out the bounty notice and trembled. That group, just now, is the Little Rain pirate crew. Not good. The captain is in danger. Hurry back and notify. At the same time, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Sengoku was slamming the table in rage. so furious that the veins on his forehead looked like they could tie a horse. Are Smoker and Tina idiots? They keep getting taken down by the same rookie. They've embarrassed the Navy. Akainu immediately volunteered. I'll go and catch him. Before Sengoku could respond. What about Old Man Garp? Sitting nearby, munching on rice crackers. He suddenly chimed in. That kid, if the whole crew joins forces, you might not even be able to take him down. Sakazuki? As soon as he said that, the room fell silent. Akainu's face darkened immediately. Garp shrugged and continued. I've fought it before. That kid's hockey is very strong. And don't forget, there's that undying warrior on their ship, along with others. It's been 3 months since then. Do you think they've been standing still? They were fighting desperately. I almost got hurt. Now, if you go alone, Sakazuki, you might not fare well. After hearing this, Sengoku's expression grew even more serious. And he could only give the order. Search for that kid with all our might. We quickly arrived at Magic Valley Town with the stolen pointer. Let me tell you, as soon as we entered the town, the scene was like Moses parting the Red Sea. The crowd parted instantly to give us a path. Everyone kept their distance and whispered among themselves. The boss was not pleased and casually pulled a pirate from the crowd. Where's the best restaurant around here? Lead the way. The pirate's legs went weak, and he nervously led us to the entrance of a resort hotel. The boss looked at the environment and was overjoyed, shouting, Where's the owner? I'm taking over this place. No sooner had he finished speaking than a 3-meter-tall, one-eyed giant blocked our way, drawing his sword and ready to attack. Who dares to block my way? The boss's face darkened. Looks like someone is out of the loop. Saying that, he pressed down on the giant's head, and with a loud thud, the ground cracked, and the giant fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, unconscious. Someone nearby immediately exclaimed. Lord Fick, with a bounty of 32 million, was taken out in an instant. At this point, the entire town fell silent. We entered the restaurant, and the noisy pirates inside instantly became quiet. A person who looked like a reporter even started snapping pictures of us. Gathering his courage, he approached and asked, Hello, Captain Xiaoyu, can I do an interview? Interview? As soon as this crowd of flashy pirates heard those 2 words, they all rushed forward like they were on adrenaline. Anna, Kiambingwei glid. All of them scrambled to grab the spotlight, boasting about their glorious deeds. Seeing that this had nothing to do with him anymore and feeling isolated and embarrassed, the boss pulled Bart over and said, Little Ba, let's go for a walk. This place is making me feel invisible. Just as they left, a few clueless ones came to the dock, seeing that our super cool penguin ship was unguarded. They got the wrong idea and tried to steal something. As soon as they climbed aboard, they found all their companions standing still, dumbfounded. A cold mechanical voice echoed. Has the last person arrived? The next second, a 3-meter-tall round robot, BattleBot number 2, appeared out of thin air, shooting lasers from its eyes, and in a few moments, it pierced through the entire group of pirates. BattleBot No. 2 looked at the pile of bodies and complained to itself. Really, now I have to clean up these corpses. We spent 3 days in Magic Valley before following the boss to find a man named Kaliki. From a distance, his house looked like a seaside villa, but up close, it was half a house. The other half was empty, purely for the sake of appearances. As soon as we arrived, the ape who had his pointer stolen immediately pointed at the captain and complained, It's him. He stole my pointer. Kirik stood up, his sharp gaze fixed on us. You must be the little rain pirate crew. What are you doing here? The captain chuckled and threw the pointer back. I want to go to Sky Island and need your help to find the upward current. In return, I'll help you ring the golden bell in the sky to prove that your ancestors were not liars. As soon as these words came out, Kirik was dumbfounded, standing there with his mouth agape, big enough to fit a fist, unable to close it for a long time. Then guess what happened? This guy was stunned for a good 3 to 4 minutes, and just when we thought he was going to back down, he suddenly burst out laughing. He laughed so hard he nearly fell over, then slapped his thigh and shouted at us. All right, I don't care how you know my background. Just because you dare to believe me, I'll take this job. But let me warn you up front, this thing is 9 deaths out of 10. So you better be ready. I tell you, that guy Xiaoyu is really something. He just smiled and got right to it. Of course, we know what we're doing. Actually, my boat can fly too, just not very high. I need to catch a ride on your tailwind. After saying that, he looked at the sky. It's almost 7 o'clock. Come on, buddy. Let us move it. Kulik is also a straightforward guy, with a wave of his hand. All his brothers from the Monkey Mountain Alliance jumped onto the boat in a rush. 3 boats, I tell you, shot out like arrows, zooming straight south. It was less than 3 hours, and the front boat slowed down. Kulik yelled at the top of his lungs. Found it. 12 o'clock direction. Less than 500 meters. As soon as we responded, the group on the ship started murmuring. That tech geek, Kiambingwei, and the Sundra guy, gel-eyed, where they're performing a dialogue. One said, "Do you really believe in Sky Islands? How come I've never heard of them all these years?" The other crossed his arms and sneered, "This world is quite absurd. But Sky Islands? Nonsense. I tell you, Xiaoyu is really steady." He just sat on the head of the penguin ship, squinting at the sky, looking like a big boss. He leisurely said, "The sky is getting darker. By the way, Grid, how's your observation hockey training going? You might run into a top expert in that area soon." Upon hearing this, Grid's eyes lit up with excitement. An expert? Hey, I'm really looking forward to it. Kiambingwei was still there, relentless. "Hey, are you so sure there's an empty island?" Xiaoyu smiled mysteriously. "If I could build a ship that flies 10,000 meters, would I still need to bother them?" This remark made Kiambingwei explode on the spot. "Anxious, you make it sound so easy. Do you think building a ship is like playing with building blocks? There's not even a reference in this world, and I have to figure out the engine myself. My penguin ship must be a national treasure by 2025. While they were arguing, Anna suddenly shouted, "Don't you think the entire sea surface is moving?" Wow. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at the sea in unison. I tell you, that scene is unforgettable. A gigantic sea king creature, like a toy, was directly sucked into a bottomless whirlpool. Immediately after, our ship was also sucked in like it was grabbed by a vacuum cleaner. Kiambingwei turned pale, yelling, "Battle King no. 2. Quick, dive. Dive my foot." Xiaoyu shouted loudly. Diving down would mean missing this ride. "Hold on tight." Chakra burst out from his feet, sticking him to the deck like a magnet. The others were in trouble, except for Grid and Dumpling, who were both freaks. Everyone else was thrown around like kites, clinging tightly to the railing. The feeling was like being in a washing machine, spinning wildly. After 3 or 4 minutes, the whirlpool stopped, the sea surface calmed down, but the sky was as dark as ink. Just as Kiambingwei was scratching his head, wondering what was going on, Xiaoyu chuckled and pulled up the scared Anna and Kairina. "Don't worry, the main event is coming, upwelling current." As soon as he finished speaking, bubbles started to rise under the ship, and the next second, boom, a ridiculously thick water column shot up into the sky, directly lifting our entire ship into the air. The wind whistled past our ears, stinging our faces, and Anna and the others screamed as Xiaoyu grabbed one in each hand. That guy was still laughing wildly. "What? We're flying, folks. This speed is exhilarating." Even more thrilling was yet to come. A sea king creature fell from the sky, heading straight for our ship. Xiaoyu clicked his tongue, shoved the 2 girls into Bart's arms, and raised his hands towards that huge creature. Universal pull. Wow. That dozens of meters long sea king was thrown away like trash with a flick of his hand. It was all so easygoing. Grid was stunned. Looking down from 2,000 meters in the air, his expression was one of classic, "I must become stronger" moments. Xiaoyu was still shouting, "Battle King number 2, set sail. Full sail for me." Riding on this momentum, we charged upwards. Wahaha! As the sail opened, the ship sped up even more. It was like riding a rocket. Grid watched all this with a smirk. "Looks like there really is an empty island." Xiaoyu's laughter was filled with longing, probably already planning in his heart. Empty island. God, Enel, I wonder if he could take a few hits from me? By the time we came to our senses, we were already above a vast white sea of clouds. The deck was drenched, and Muses and Kiambingwei were sprawled on the ground like dead dogs, suffocating. Anna hurriedly grabbed the first aid kit to give them artificial respiration, and they finally recovered. Xiaoyu was still there mocking. "This is the white sea above 7,000 meters. The air is thin. Kiambingwei, you should practice more. And you Muses, your beer belly is too exaggerated." Before he finished speaking, Grid suddenly kicked off the ground, delivering a flying kick to the side, infused with carbonized power. With a thud, a mass guy slid out far on the clouds. Grid was a bit stunned. Hey, this cloud can actually be used as an ice skating rink. As for the Sandio warriors, all I heard was that Grid shrugged and continued running upwards. Apparently there was another layer above. Xiaoyu naturally felt it too. He shouted at another cloud in the sky. "There's another one. Don't hide, come out. Do we have to beat you down?" The next second, an old man riding a Pegasus emerged from the cloud, landing on the deck with a wary expression. "You guys can use hockey too?" "Hockey? What is that?" Grid looked confused. Xiaoyu directly laughed, teleporting behind the old man and patting his shoulder. "Old man, gone full, right? Don't be nervous. We're not here to take over territory. We just want to meet that guy named Enel." Gone full was instantly petrified, dropping his spear in defeat. "You want to see that man? He is a being comparable to a god." Upon hearing this, Grid laughed. "A god? My dad is the one who brought the power of gods down to the mortal realm. Xiaoyu, this empty island can't really be where the gods live, right?" Xiaoyu began lecturing us. How should I put it? Here, observation haki is called withRinnegan. The god they're talking about is just a user of the Rumble fruit. His power is developed quite well, his attack power is off the charts. And he can eavesdrop on everyone on the island using electric waves, like having a full map cheat. Speaking of this, even Xiao Yu frowned, clearly weighing the opponent's strength. Hearing about the Rumble fruit, Grid's anger rose again. Humph, one day, I will definitely get a devil fruit and study it. Qianbingwei also chimed in. Let me see it once you research it. Gon full saw that we weren't scared at all, left a whistle, saying if we wanted to find Inel, just blow it, and then flew away. After he left, Xiao Yu was still provoking Grid. Hey Grid, why don't you go try to find that god? Anyway, your bit of divine power can't be used at all. It's completely useless. Grid exploded on the spot. Idiot. If I could fully control it, defeating you would be a piece of cake. You big fool. Qianbingwei was trembling over there, the Rumble fruit. If a lightning strike comes down. Xiao Yu looked at his cowardly appearance and laughed. What are you afraid of? I've already prepared a rubber suit. Wearing this thing, lightning striking me feels like a tickle. Qianbingwei suddenly had a big realization. Right? No wonder you made me prepare so many rubber things. I thought it was for sun protection. Xiao Yu twitched the corners of his mouth. You use a rubber suit for sun protection? You're really something. While they were talking, the ship arrived at the gate of heaven. Just as we entered, an Amazonian old lady with a camera started snapping photos of us and immediately asked for money. Dumpling was fed up. Why would you have such a thing guarding the entrance? Is there something wrong with your brain? Before the old lady could finish speaking, Xiao Yu gave a cold snort, releasing his conqueror's haki, and the old lady rolled her eyes and fainted. Anna immediately slapped the back of Xiao Yu's head. What are you arguing with an old lady for? How many times have I said? The captain's head shouldn't be casually slapped. Xiao Yu rubbed his head, looking unhappy. That old lady was a scammer. There were records saying that if you didn't pay her, she'd notify Inel to come after you. Upon hearing this, Anna screamed louder than anyone. Nanny, then why didn't you just kill her directly? Wow. Everyone's gaze towards her has changed. Indeed, the heart of a woman can be the most ruthless. All right, Sunbei, let's take off. We're about to enter the Real Sky Island. The penguin soared into the air, using the elasticity of the Cloud River, jumping 3 times before finally reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters. Let me tell you, when we saw that coastline, everyone was dumbfounded. The scenery was simply breathtaking, like a masterpiece of wallpaper. So beautiful. Anna leaned on the balcony, looking completely entranced. Grid cracked his knuckles. Hee, I'm getting more and more interested. Boss, it's definitely not a mistake to follow you. Muse and Act were almost in tears. This adventure was just too thrilling. Just as everyone was reflecting, Xiao Yu suddenly squinted and pointed in a direction. Don't you guys think? That beauty seems to be heading straight for us. We looked in the direction he pointed, and a jet ski-like Weepa was barreling towards us uncontrollably. At this distance, only Xiao Yu could save us. He slowly took a sip of hot milk, pointed into the distance, and muttered, Inel, watch closely. This move is called universal attraction. As soon as he finished speaking, the Weepa, along with the people on it, was directly pulled over by an invisible force, spinning several times in the air before crashing down onto our deck with a loud bang, shattering into pieces. Among the wood chips, a girl named Conies crawled out. Her knees scraped. Anna rushed over to help her bandage the wounds. However, when this girl heard that we hadn't paid the toll, she became frightened and retreated repeatedly, saying that someone from the divine would come. I tell you, that tech nerd Qianbingwei, when he saw a beautiful girl, his soul flew away. Battle King No. One instantly appeared with a rose in his mouth, starting to recite his nonsensical poetry. Connie actually blushed, and Qianbingwei instantly got carried away, shouting for us to go fight Inelu while he stayed to protect the beauty. A few of us were going to get into a fight. So we boarded the Alchemy No. 1 ship and set off first. That guy Qianbingwei actually took the opportunity to put his hand on Cornus's shoulder, only to be slapped to the ground by Jirina. Cornus quietly reminded us, you don't know how terrifying the gods are. They can hear us talking here. Anna casually replied, oh, Little Rain mentioned this ability. But Glid's observation haki is the strongest among us. Just then, not far away, a few guys wearing white berets crawled over, looking like they were performing a skit. The leading captain, Malikin, stood at attention and sentenced us to 7 crimes, immediately demanding 70 billion EQ. Qianbingwei was incredibly brave in front of the beauties, shouting directly, fear my head. Battle Lore No. 1, capture him for me. Those so-called enforcement teams, let me tell you, are just weaklings. Axe took down 4 of them with a few shots, and Jirina moved so fast that she was a blur, taking down the rest in an instant. Muse wielding a large sword, stood alongside Jirina, smirking at the rookies. The scene was just too cool. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the trial in Yunhe, Glid was so angry he was jumping up and down, pointing at a statue, and cursing. What kind of god is this? Just this pathetic trap? As a Thunderfruit user, I'm embarrassed for you. Little Rain and Bart were lazing around on the ship like they were on vacation. Dumpling was eating meatballs and daydreaming. Glid turned around and got even angrier. Don't you have any fire in you? It's all child's play from earlier until now. Since you're the one blocking, it has nothing to do with us. Little Rain yawned and continued steering the ship. Glid was so furious he was twitching, urging, then let's hurry to that trial ground. I don't have the patience. Little Rain glanced ahead and steered the ship towards the sphere trial. Take it slow. Your observation hockey is strong, but when it comes to application, you're still no match for Enel. Application? Isn't it just a perception ability? Little Rain chuckled and began to guide him. He is a Thunderfruit user, able to directly combine his ability with observation hockey, eavesdropping on thoughts through brainwaves. He is definitely listening to our conversation right now. As he spoke, he deliberately shouted loudly, "By the way, Enel, we came to find you with something that counters you." Glid got even angrier. He can combine his fruit. How can I combine? Little Rain shook his head and smiled. When observation hockey is mastered to the extreme, it can not only predict movements, but also infer a person's thoughts through their breathing and heartbeat fluctuations. Only when you can hear all of these will you truly reach the peak. Glid was momentarily stunned, lost in thought. Little Rain was right. Being able to hear how far away was just the basics. Being able to see into people's hearts was the ultimate achievement. Just then, Dumpling finished his meatballs and called out, "Hey, why are there so many balls here?" The ship had already passed through the cave entrance, and the sphere trial in the forest appeared before them. I tell you, as soon as we entered, that guy, Xiaoyu, smirked, casually waved his hand, and suddenly, a round priest appeared in his hand, as if attracted by a magnet. Xiaoyu grabbed his neck and said to him, "Just you? Still trying to do a trial? Your observation hockey is impressive, but you can't dodge attacks. What are you even playing at?" As soon as he finished speaking, a spiral sphere hit the priest right in the stomach with a thud. Of course, it was just the ordinary version, enough to knock him out, but not to take him away on the spot. With that one move, a priest was gone. If you were to say this on Sky Island, who would believe it? Dumpling was watching the human-shaped pit embedded in the tree trunk with curiosity, saying, "Hey, why does this guy look like a meatball?" Bartle was dumbfounded beside him, rubbing his hands and coming over to Xiaoyu, saying, "Boss, can I go next?" Xiaoyu nodded, stepped on the gas, and the alchemy no. One ship shot out in a flash. In less than an hour, we arrived at the next trial point. Let me tell you, while we were casually cutting through enemies like chopping vegetables in our double mode, that so-called god Enel was sitting on his golden throne munching on an apple. He was fully online, using his observation hockey to watch the whole scene unfold. He even muttered to himself, "Oh, a few cuties have arrived. Have they found something to counter me? Hilarious. What in this world can counter lightning?" The divine warrior beside him was flattering him, saying, "Exactly. How could a god possibly be countered?" Enel shrugged. However, these Qinghai people have some skill. They took out Daegu with one move. Upon hearing this, the two priests nearby gasped, their faces turning pale, and they rushed out with a shout to save their big brother. Meanwhile, in the Shandya tribe, a little girl named Aisha had her observation hockey functioning like a real-time battle live stream. She suddenly woke up, her face filled with fear as she told her tribe, There are Qinghai people who broke in. A priest was sucked away, taken out in one move. Now, there's only one breath left." The one next to her, named Wapapa, brightened up upon hearing this, grabbing Aisha. "You can't be serious?" After getting a confirmation, he immediately blew the whistle to gather the fighters. "Combat personnel, assemble. Prepare to engage." Aisha was almost crying in panic. She could hear what was happening on our side. Just as she was about to advise against it, there was another scream, and she was stunned. Another priest was taken out. They're heading to the third trial ground. All one-hit KOs. Family, who understands? This little girl's observation hockey was like a front-row VIP viewing seat, watching us rack up achievements. Back on our side, when it came to the trial of ropes, Dumpling made his move. The priest opposite had just pulled out a fire-breathing thing when Dumpling flicked a finger. And with a whoosh, the whole wave hit directly, taking down another priest. Dumpling felt a bit embarrassed and said to Bartle, "Sorry." He suddenly breathed fire and startled me. I couldn't hold back. What could Bartle say? He could only give a thumbs up. Next came the third one, a priest who was constantly rolling his eyes. Greed was at a loss for words. Is this guy rolling his eyes because he looks down on us? But the priest himself said, "Huh? Am I rolling my eyes? No wonder I can't see anyone." In that moment of distraction, Bartles seized his chance. A transparent impact barrier slammed down and knocked that guy out. Bartles stood with his hands on his hips, looking very pleased. He finally didn't get snatched by the seniors. Let me tell you, these priests, when singled out, have decent observation hockey, but in the face of absolute power crushing them, their predictive abilities are like a phone signal with only one bar, completely useless and lagging. We're getting ready to find a last one. Over at the Sandia tribe, Aisha completely broke down. She rushed in front of the fully armed Waipa, crying and shouting, "Please don't go. Those Qinghai people are monsters." The third priest has also been defeated. Out of the 4 of them, 3 have already made their move, all with 1 hit. Now, they're going to find Enelu. Waipa was sweating at that moment. 3 people had taken down 3 priests, and the last and strongest one hadn't even made a move yet. But he still held his head high and shouted, "We are warriors of Sandia, to reclaim our homeland. What is there to fear in death? Let's go." Aisha watched their retreating figures and cried even harder. "Those Qinghai people know I'm listening to them, They just said on purpose not to let us Sandia people go and die, or they'll kill us all." The scene shifts back to us, the last trial ground. A priest named Ohm was sitting among a pile of broken stones, crying. Dumpling pointed at him. "Look, there's an idiot crying." Grid also looked disgusted. "Just seeing him makes me want to hit him." The guy heard them, lifted his head, and tried to act tough. "Humans are weak. That's why they die." But Bart was picking his nose and said, "Oh, he actually has some self-awareness, knowing he's weak and getting scared to tears when he sees us." Ohm immediately broke down. Just as he was about to make a move, Grid slammed his hands on the ground, and countless stone spikes shot up, directly impaling Ohm and turning him into a piece of art, unable to move. He was stunned, screaming inside. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything at all. His little courage was nothing in front of Grid. Grid teleported to his side, used alchemy to create a long sword, and with a thrust, Ohm was pierced through the chest, another one unconscious. Just then, there was a loud bang in the sky, and Enelu made a dazzling entrance. This guy had long ears and looked like he hadn't woken up, looking at us and saying, "You're the strongest I've ever seen, how about it? Come be my priests? This is a great opportunity to serve the gods." I almost burst out laughing at that moment. Bartolomeo directly stepped on the ship's side, pointing at him and cursing, "You idiot. Captain Little Rain is going to be the pirate king, and you, the best in your village. Dare to take him as your little brother?" Greed had long been annoyed with him, and immediately put on a specially made rubber suit, cursing as he put it on. "This guy is even more arrogant than me. I'm going first." He jumped off the ship and looked at the over 2-meter tall Enel, muttering, "What do people in this world eat to grow up? Why is everyone like a telephone pole?" When Enel saw Greed's outfit, he immediately laughed. "Yahaha, you look like a mascot. Are you here to perform acrobatics for me?" As he spoke, he casually waved his hand, releasing electricity, 20 million volts. A blinding bolt of lightning struck Greed. And what happened? Greed felt nothing, and with the electric light, he landed a punch right on Enel's face, knocking him down from the clouds. Greed shook his hand and complained to us. "Little Rain, are you really going to let this idiot on the ship? He doesn't even know that rubber doesn't conduct electricity. I disdain him." Enel got up from the ground, dazed, but still tough. "Looks like 20 million volts isn't suitable for you." He tapped the drum behind him. "Thunderbird, Thunder Dragon, good heavens." A flurry of moves as fierce as a tiger, with special effects at full blast. But when it hit Greed, the damage was all 0. Enel directly gave up, his mind filled with question marks, his eyes wide as saucers, his jaw almost dislocated. "Why? What is rubber? Why doesn't it conduct electricity?" Greed chuckled, walked up to him, and landed another punch, sending Enel flying like a bowling ball, crashing through a wall. Now, Enel finally reacted, realizing that electric shocks were useless, and he had to rely on physical combat. He closed his eyes, focusing his observation hockey to the maximum, instantly appearing behind Greed and striking down with his stick. But Greed reacted even faster, turning around and dodging, his beast claw grabbing his stick and retaliating with a kick. Enel was knocked back repeatedly, panicking inside. "How is this possible? I can't hear your next move." Greed sneered. "Your observation hockey is good, but unfortunately, mine is not any worse, and your physical combat skills are really not impressive." Enel panicked, teleporting to create distance, heating his golden stick with lightning, transforming it into a trident and roaring fiercely. "As long as I ruin your tattered clothes, you're finished." He teleported behind Greed again, swinging the trident down. My heart skipped a beat, but good heavens, Greed couldn't even be bothered to dodge, directly reaching out with his left hand to grab the scalding trident. "You idiot! You actually grabbed it with your hand." Enel laughed madly, frantically channeling lightning into the trident. The next second, a scene that left everyone jaw-dropped occurred. In a flash of lightning, Greed tore off his rubber suit, withstanding the high-voltage current, charging forward with the electric light, and landing a solid punch right on Enel's face. Enel flew out, his mind probably left with just one thought. What the hell is this monster? My brother Grid coolly dusted off his clothes, smirked, and started mocking Enel. Idiot, don't you know that being carbonized to the extreme means it's diamond, which isn't conductive? It's all Xiao Yu's fault for making me forget such an important thing. I was speechless at the time. Why was this blame being thrown on me? I opened my mouth and thought, a good man shouldn't fight with a mad dog. As a result, Grid twisted his neck, moved his ears, and lowered his voice to tell me, hey, it's time for action. A large group of people is rushing towards us, each one looking like they're here to collect a debt. Their killing intent is very strong. As soon as I heard it, I felt it too. Wow, just finished a boss fight, and now here comes another wave of minions, right? I leaped onto a broken wall and shouted at Enel, who was still dazed in the ruins, hey, God of Thunder, do you want to come on my ship? If you do, I'll protect you right now. If not, when those guys arrive later, you might really lose your life. Enel finally crawled out from the pile of stones, looking both shocked and angry. He must have realized that if even a monster like Gilded was under my command, then as the captain, I must be a monster among monsters. Bruce. I dared to challenge him without wearing rubber, which made him start to feel anxious. Just then, Wapol and his group of Sandio warriors arrived. That guy had a cigarette in his mouth and an intimidating aura, making it feel like just a glance could send someone away. As soon as they landed, all weapons were aimed at me with a clatter. Wapol frowned and asked me, are you the leader of those Qinghai people? I dug into my ear and shrugged helplessly. It's me, what's up? If you're asking for directions, sorry, I just arrived too. If you want to join me as my little brother, well, I could consider it. Damn it. One of his subordinates, a guy called Mantis, blew up directly, riding a wind-powered skateboard, and swooped down above my head, swinging a flaming great sword down at me. I shook my head, unbelievable, forcing me to take action. I swiftly made a move, twisting the sand into a braid, instantly binding him tightly, and I could even hear his bones crack. Hey, he is pretty tough. Didn't even make a sound. The others were stunned. Another guy with a hat reacted and raised his hand to start shooting at me. The flash of the bullet blinded me and hurt my eyes, and I got angry right away. Are you guys kidding me? This is serious. ShinraTensei. With a loud bang, everything within a 50-meter radius of me, whether human or stone, was sent flying. In the dust, Waiapa spat out some sand and got up, but he didn't look at me. Instead, he stared intently at the ruins, his eyes filled with drama, muttering to himself, is this the homeland of our Sandia? Good grief, he got all poetic for a second, and then he went crazy again. He picked up the rocket launcher and fired another shot at me. I let out a cold laugh and instantly disappeared in front of him. When I reappeared, I was already behind him, and the spiral sphere I had formed in my hand was directly thrust at him. Vahiper was sent flying back like a top, and his brothers who tried to catch him were also knocked away, crashing into the wall and leaving a human-shaped dent. When the smoke cleared, I looked at Enel struggling to rise from the rubble and asked once more, this is your last chance. Will you join us? Enel gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with struggle, and finally snorted coldly. Fine, I can join you, but you have to kill everyone on this island for me. I tell you, as soon as these words came out, even my brother Grid was stunned. Is this guy's brain seriously messed up? I frowned and shook my head. This won't do. How about we make a bet? A bet? Enel looked confused. I smiled at him and raised a finger. Yes, I bet you will lose again next. And it will be especially disastrous. Enel's face turned pale as he instantly realized. You want to tell these Scipions my weakness? No, I shook my finger. How could I betray my future crew? But I said, can't you be less violent? You keep destroying islands. Do you believe I could take you down right now? Enel was so scared that he took 2 steps back, looking at me and Guild Tesoro as if he were facing 2 Yama Kings. Then, Wiper stood up again, like an indestructible cockroach, and shouted at me. Who gave you the right to meddle in our sky island affairs? Sigh, my friends, who understands? I really feel both angry and amused with such a stubborn tough guy. Thinking about their family's persistence for 400 years, my anger somewhat faded. I looked up at the sky. The giant vine above should be the Golden Bell, right? I floated up directly, wanted to take a look. As a result, this guy Wapia charged over again, and this time he switched to a big weapon called Gaspe. If this thing hits me, I don't have Grid's diamond skin. I was completely out of patience, and in an instant, I appeared behind him again. The universal pull directly drew him into my hands, and a supersized Rinnegan was condensing on his back, ready to be slammed down. At that moment, Enel's son was laughing maniacally behind me. There's a flaw. A massive thunderbolt struck from the sky, and the divine punishment came crashing down on my forehead. At that moment, I was holding on to Whopper, and I couldn't possibly use a wide-range move like ShinraTensei. In the blink of an eye, a buzzing sound filled my mind, as if I had unlocked a new skill. The hand that was originally holding the Rinnegan suddenly burst with electric light, and the sound of 1,000 birds calling echoed. I grabbed the Waipa, and my whole body transformed into a flash of lightning, charging straight towards that pillar of thunder. With a crackling sound, that mighty pillar of thunder instantly vanished, as if I had blown it out in one breath. Everyone below was dumbfounded, their mouths agape enough to fit an egg, especially Enel, whose attack was supposed to be unavoidable, but now was actually cut off by me. I grabbed Wapple's neck and slammed him against the wall, my gaze coldly fixed on Enel, and I threw him aside. Enel, it seems it's time for you to witness what the captain's authority really means. Before the words left my mouth, I had already appeared behind him, and without hesitation, I thrust the lightning in my hand. Thunder cut. In an instant, I pierced straight through Enel's abdomen. I slowly withdrew my hand. Blood began to flow from his body. He stared wide-eyed at his wound, disbelief etched on his face. How? How is this possible? My body, how can it bleed? My brother Grid was also dumbfounded. He could see clearly that I didn't use any armed color hockey at all. Hey, this is the protagonist's halo. Isn't it hard to explain? Poor Enel. He was already half dead from the beating, and now his confidence has completely collapsed. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted directly. I flew into the air and coldly glanced at the group of Sandio warriors, who were so frightened that they all took a step back. I came to ring the golden bell for the descendants of Rolando, and, as I flew upward, I shouted, "This is something you have been waiting for 400 years, isn't it?" As soon as I said this, they were all stunned. I crossed through the clouds and finally saw the huge golden bell. I sat on the bell. The sunlight made me squint, and I gently patted it. The 400-year promise. Today, I will put an end to it. Ding, ding, ding. The bell's sound rang out, crisp and shocking, spreading throughout the entire Sky Island and reaching Qinghai. I spread my arms wide, smiling as I looked down at the sea of clouds. I wonder if that old man down below can hear it. On Gaia Island, Kulike walked out of his small house, listening to the bell ringing from the sky and watching the huge shadow above. Revealing a satisfied smile, the Sky Island really exists. When Enel woke up again, he found himself lying on a ship. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw me and Grid leaning over beside him, excitedly studying his absurdly long earlobes. How does ears grow like that? And wearing such heavy earrings, isn't it burdensome? Enelu was so scared that he instantly teleported to the bow of the ship, looking at us with a wary expression. You, how did I end up on your ship? I lay on a lounge chair, took a sip of milk, and lazily said, "Oh, I saw you were injured, so I brought you back. After all, you're already one of our crew. When did I become your crew?" He got anxious right away. I put down the cup. My face darkened. Huh? Don't you want to join us? The corner of his mouth twitched, and he immediately put on a smile. No. How could that be? It's just, don't we still have a bet? I appeared behind him, patting his shoulder and laughing heartily. All right, that person will probably arrive here in about half a year. When you lose, you must come find me. Saying this, I handed him a card with my life on it. After losing to Luffy, use this to find me. Don't think about going to the moon. There's nothing up there. Just wasteland. If you want to see a broader world, follow me. If you dare to stand me up. As soon as I finished speaking, my body instantly grew to over 20 meters tall, unleashing my conqueror's haki. The pressure made Enel tremble all over, nearly bringing him to his knees. My lantern-sized eyes stared at him intently. Of course, how could I possibly stand him up? He forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Also, my voice was as cold as if it came from hell. During this time, don't use your so-called divine punishment again. If I find out, you will die. He gritted his teeth and nodded vigorously. Then in a flash, he teleported away. Grid walked over and asked me, "You just let him go like that?" I chuckled and said, "It's okay. He'll eventually come down to Qinghai, and then I'll deal with him. Let's go, boys." Our ship, the Penguin, retracted its mast, covered it with a glass hood, and plunged directly into the White Sea, heading towards Qinghai. As we passed through the altitude of 10,000 meters, we plunged into a strange, thick fog. The fog was so dense that we couldn't see our fingers in front of us, and even the recording needle began to spin wildly. As soon as I saw this scene, I had a feeling about it and chuckled. Grid, it seems we've stumbled into an incredible place. There's someone here who can control shadows. Upon hearing this, Grid's eyes lit up. My brother is all about being combative. Just as he asked if that was a devil fruit user, we saw a dilapidated pirate ship emerging from the fog. I looked down and laughed. Let the ship down? There really is a warlord residing in these waters. As the ship descended, we saw a skeleton in a tuxedo, leisurely sipping tea on the rickety ship, waving at us. Yo ho ho ho. Hello there. My crew, including Gride, were all so scared that they were covered in goosebumps and retreated in unison. Only I remained calm, raising my cup of milk. Hello there. Gride, completely carbonized, warily asked, what is this skeleton? What is it? Is it also a... The skeleton laughed again. Hee hee. You're right. I'm the wielder of the Yomi Yomi no Mi. As soon as I heard that, I laughed and stood up to invite him. Would you like to come aboard our ship? It's my first time meeting a talking skeleton. Sure. He replied enthusiastically and jumped right onto our ship. In the dining room, the skeleton, who is Brook, was gobbling down food while sharing his experiences over the years. When he mentioned that his shadow had been taken by a powerful guy, Grid's fists instantly clenched. He slammed down his chopsticks with excitement in his eyes. Brook, take us to that terrifying three-masted ship right now. I can't wait to face such an opponent. Brook looked at Grid's fervent smile, stunned, and quickly advised, that might not be a good idea. That guy's extremely powerful. But seeing your expression, I have goosebumps. Even though I don't actually have goosebumps. Let me tell you, Xiaoyu laughed at that moment, grinning and pointing at his own nose, saying, buddy, a bounty of 350 million. What a joke. Then he pointed at Grid, saying, this one here, a great scientist worth 300 million. Finally, he pointed at another, and that one, a ruthless person worth 220 million. Dumpling got anxious beside them, jumped up and shouted, what about me? I have 1 billion. Xiaoyu was thrilled, rubbing his head and saying, yes, 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 our dumpling strength is definitely leading the pack. Even 1 billion is an understatement for you. Brook's jaw must have dropped in shock as he stuttered. You guys are new recruits? Goodness. He had no idea we've only been at sea for half a year. Xiaoyu completely ignored him and impatiently said, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Where's the terrifying three-masted ship? I can't wait to capture Moonlight Moria and study his shadow fruit. And guess what? Brook went silent, saying the broken ship relied entirely on chance encounters. Grid immediately wanted to dismantle that skeleton, asking if his brain was full of air. Brook then banged his own head open and sincerely said, yeah, there's nothing inside. Folks, at that moment, our brains all crashed. With no other choice, we could only sail the ship aimlessly in the sky. Just then, a few pale things suddenly floated up from the eerie castle below. I looked and thought, oh, isn't that Perona's negative ghosts? I quickly shouted, don't touch anything. Just one touch and you'll start questioning your life. Yemo on the spot. Grid got flustered and asked how to dodge these things. Dumpling was even more aggressive, shooting a whole wave without a second thought. And what happened? It went right through, useless, and instead blew a big hole in the castle. In the end, it was still Xiaoyu who was impressive. He stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and performed the divine wrath. With a buzz, those ghosts were sent flying like kites with their strings cut. The little pink-haired girl with twin ponytails on the balcony below was wide-eyed, probably thinking she had encountered a real deity. Our ship crashed into the castle courtyard with a loud bang. Xiaoyu and Jiaozi floated in mid-air like celestial beings, calling out to the pink-haired lowly to summon Moria. Suddenly, a stitched monster burst out from the side, its jaw resembling that of a lion. The moment Glid saw it, he got excited. Wow, what's this new species? The guy was even more anxious. This is a lion. A lion. Xiaoyu, hovering above, revealed everything with one sentence. That's the transparent fruit. Glid, with your observation hockey, what are you afraid of? As soon as she said that, Glid and Xianbing's eyes turned green, probably envisioning some paid content in their minds. The lion-faced creature immediately lost its composure and shot 2 cannonballs at them. Glid reacted swiftly, slapping the ground, and a steel wall shot up, perfectly blocking the attack. Then, the lion face turned invisible. But it was useless, Glid sneered. Disappearing in front of me? The steel wall instantly transformed and shot out countless steel spikes. Just as it seemed the lion-faced creature would be turned into a hedgehog, a shadow of a pig-headed woman suddenly rushed out to block the attack, and the lion face rolled away in panic. Meanwhile, Perona was also in trouble. Jiaozi flashed and appeared behind her, kicking her away. If she hadn't thrown a ghost bomb to cover her retreat, she would have been done for right then and there. As the 2 fragile ones fled, Xiaoyu and Jiaozi landed on the ground. Brook was dumbfounded, asking if they could really do this. Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively, saying that Moria looked intimidating but was actually just a paper tiger, not even as strong as Crocodile. Glid disagreed. arguing that Moria's subordinates had such bizarre abilities, and their shadow teleportation was almost like instant transmission. How could he be a paper tiger? While they were debating, a strange, high-pitched laugh echoed over. Hee 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 hee. The voice was sharp enough to shatter glass. A giant onion-headed monster, over 7 meters tall, appeared before us, drooling and claiming it would turn all our shadows into zombies. Anna and Jolina were so frightened that they hid behind me. This guy did look quite abstract. Xiaoyu, with his violent temper, didn't say a word and stretched out his hand. Universal attraction. That 7-meter giant flew toward us, as if it had been sucked in by a vacuum cleaner. Moria was also shocked and quickly shot a bunch of shadow shurikens into the air. Glid cursed. Your AoE doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. Another steel wall rose up with a loud crash, and Moria crashed into it hard, making it quite miserable. Glid directly took charge. Leave the onion head to me. You guys go clear the small fries. Then it was a celestial battle. Glid fought Moria fiercely, and the guy's shadow teleportation was really tricky. Glid almost got a shadow cut several times. On the other side, Xiaoyu and the others were even heavier hitters. Jiaozi chased after Perona's real body and gave her a severe beating, while Xiaoyu stood in the middle of the courtyard, slapped the ground, and unleashed a sandstorm burial. The entire ground turned into quicksand, instantly burying all the zombie minions alive. The scene was incredible. The whole castle tilted from the impact. Moria was dumbfounded, shouting, "How do you know crocodiles' moves?" Glid was annoyed by Moria's jumping style and jumped onto the roof, clapping his hands. Giant transformation. Boom! A whole building stood up, transforming into a stone giant, and it swung a punch right at Moria's face. But that wasn't the end. A samurai zombie walked out from the castle entrance, and its aura clearly indicated it was not to be trifled with. It unleashed a wave of sword energy at Xiaoyu, who countered with a draw of his sword. Brook saw this and exclaimed, "Hey, that's my shadow." He charged in with his sword, only to be instantly defeated and reverted back to his original form. Seeing this, Xiaoyu said, "All right, let me handle it." He infused wind chakra into his sword, causing the blade to swell instantly. With a single swing, he cut down, and a deep chasm several dozen meters long opened up, even cracking the distant castle wall. My immediate thought was, are these guys really here to demolish the place? The stone giant swung a punch at Moria's giant face, and Moria reacted by throwing a punch back. A thunderous crash echoed, shaking the entire island. The shockwave sent stones flying like bullets. Bartolomeo quickly stepped forward, raising a barrier to protect us all. Hey, I have to admit, this guy was really useful at crucial moments. Anna was jumping anxiously in the back, shouting at Glid, "Hey Glid, you bastard, hurry up and deal with this. Otherwise, we'll all be caught in your mess." Glid heard her and probably cursed under his breath, muttering about how Moria, after swallowing shadows, was both meaty and had output, feeling like he was cheating. But he didn't stop his actions. Let me tell you, he slammed both hands onto the stone giant's head, ready to forge steel on the spot. He didn't believe that flesh and blood could be tougher than pure steel. I was really into it here. While on the other side, Xiaoyu had already settled the score with that skeletal warrior Lama. Xiaoyu's eyes widened, and with a whoosh, the grass-cutting sword whipped up a tornado, the power nearly spilling over. Lama, that guy was also tough. He said, "Let us decide the winner," and merged with his sword, striking directly. Whoosh. Just like that. The two crossed paths in midair and then landed, sheathing their swords. My heart was in my throat. What was happening? The next second, Longma, while expressing admiration, suddenly cracked and split in half. I couldn't believe it. That sword was too fast. The mad scientist Hegubake, hiding in the castle, was probably watching from a distance, scared to the point of his legs going weak, and turned to flee. Xiaoyu had wrapped things up, and seeing Brook joyfully dancing with excitement at the returning shadow, he couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. Just when the atmosphere was so good, a loud bang. The massive iron door of the terrifying 3-masted ship was blasted into the air as if hit by a missile. And guess what happened next? It melted into a puddle of molten iron, like ice cream. We were all dumbfounded, and Moria and Gride also stopped. 1,000 armed monkeys' eyes were about to pop out, shouting, "What the hell? What kind of thing can melt this door?" directly. Just as he finished speaking, a huge Navy warship slowly sailed in. At the bow stood a man dressed as if he were going to a wedding, wearing a red suit, with the words "Justice" draped on his back. At that moment, my mind exploded with a buzz. Xiaoyu almost shouted in a roar. "Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Akainu, hurry, everyone get on the ship. Qianbing, make the ship fly." That old dog Akainu curled his lips and let out a cold snort. Xiaoyu pirate crew trying to escape? After saying that, his hands turned into scorching lava, and he started punching upwards. Let me tell you, the scene was like the end of the world. In less than 30 seconds, meteor showers began to fall from the sky, but each meteor was a lava fist capable of smashing through an aircraft carrier. We were just about to board the ship. Our legs felt weak, and what was the point of fighting? This power was simply on another level. Family, who understands how to defend against this? Just when we thought we were going to be wiped out here, Little Rain moved. In a flash, he appeared above our penguin ship, and an invisible force lifted our big ship into the air. At the same time, he pushed forward with one hand and shouted, causing the falling lava fist to bounce off an invisible wall and fly away. Chi-Bin reacted quickly and shouted for us to get into the cockpit of the Battle King #1. Dumpling didn't say a word, directly tossing Perona aside and grabbing Muses and Aksu, flying upwards. Once we were all on the ship, Bartolomeo pointed at Little Rain, who was still holding on below, almost crying, "Captain, he can't hold on much longer. Start the ship." He was afraid of affecting us and didn't dare use full strength. The penguin ship erupted with huge flames and shot out suddenly. Just as we distanced ourselves, Little Rain smirked, clasped his hands together, and shouted with all his might, "Get the hell out of my way." At that moment, all the lava fists above the terrifying three-masted ship were cleared away by an even more terrifying force. Boom! The entire island instantly turned into a sea of fire. Little Rain landed beside Brook, casually cutting through a stray lava, and said lightly, "Run. If you get involved with us, you'll be chased by the admirals too." On the other side, Glid took the opportunity to punch Moria in the face, causing countless shadows to fly out. Moria screamed in anger, shouting at Akainu, "Do you want to destroy my ship, Akainu?" Akainu didn't even look at him, his tone devoid of any emotion. "To catch him, sacrificing you is worth it. Too bad you're such a waste. You Haventy even made him expend a bit of energy. What a disgrace to your warlord title." Those words were too harsh, and Moria almost spat out blood in anger, roaring as he swallowed a bunch of shadows, his body growing as large as the entire castle, charging directly at Akainu. At that moment, Brook surprisingly dared to approach and said to Little Rain, "Captain Little Rain, let me join you." Little Rain was almost speechless, shaking his head. "Run for your life, big brother. Whether we survive, this is still uncertain. Just wait on this ship. A guy named Luffy will probably arrive here in a year, and he knows Laboon." As soon as he finished speaking, Akainu unleashed a fire blast, directly blasting Moria, who was as big as a castle, away, his body quickly shrinking in mid-air with shadows raining down like a storm. "Oof, you dare block me?" Akainu sneered, stepping right in front of Little Rain. Behind him, there was a large number of Navy vice admirals and rear admirals. Dumpling, Bartolomeo, and Glid sensed the situation was wrong and flew down from the ship to stand behind Little Rain again. Little Rain sheathed his sword and looked at Akainu mockingly. "Last time it was Carp, this time it's you, old dog. Sengoku really thinks highly of me. But speaking of justice, why don't you go deal with the 4 emperors? I'll deal with you first." Akainu narrowed his eyes and unleashed a powerful fire blast. Little Rain didn't hold back either, using the multiplication technique to grow to 15 meters tall, wrapping himself in a layer of golden-tailed beast chakra, and adding a layer of shiny black armament haki. He punched back. Boom! The deafening sound almost shattered my eardrums. The shockwave mixed with lava flew everywhere. Carp was right. This guy's definitely a monster. Taking advantage of the explosion as smoke, Little Rain clapped his hands. Sand shuriken. Dozens of giant sand shurikens spun and shot out. Glid and Dumpling also moved at the same time, one stabbing dozens of sharp stone pillars from the ground, and the other shooting piercing waves. An admiral resembling a spider, named Ghost Spider, instantly blocked in front of Akainu, wildly swinging his 8 arms wielding swords and actually blocking all 3 of our attacks. Glid sneered. His body carbonized and turned black, pointing at that guy. "Do you dare duel?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" Ghost Spider was also hot-tempered, chasing after Glid with a group of people. As the smoke cleared, only Little Rain and Akainu remained on the battlefield. "You are the strongest rookie I've seen." Akainu spoke, his voice as hard as stone. Little Rain grinned. "You're also the Navy I've seen that stubbornly clings to its own bullshit justice. But I look down on your version of justice. You'll have no chance to look down on it." As soon as Akainu finished speaking, he punched out, and the lava formed into the shape of a dog's head. Hellhound. The temperature was so high that I felt my eyebrows burning from a distance. Little Rain also became serious, his body instantly swelling, the outer tailed beast chakra becoming denser, and 9 golden tails shot out behind him. He suppressed the violent impulse in his heart, gathering all the power of the nine tailed beast coat, and armament hockey into one punch. Smashing towards that lava dog head. Boom! The entire terrifying three-masted ship shook violently from the impact. The ground was directly lifted, and rolling flames and smoke swallowed everything. In the distance, Glid and the others were startled, their hearts racing. In the smoke, Akainu was pushed back, and Little Rain took the opportunity to appear next to Ghost Spider with a body flicker technique. The nine tails whipped down like whips, directly smashing that admiral into the ground, unable to get out. We need to leave now. I can't hold on much longer. Little Rain roared like a beast. Just as he finished speaking, Akainu's attack came again. Canine Tooth Red Lotus. Another, even larger lava dog head blasted towards us. Little Rain grew to 7 meters again, punching out with ShinraTensei, inadvertently sending Glid flying away. Akainu was truly strong, actually charging through the rebound of ShinraTensei, and the ground of the entire island began to erupt with lava, turning it into his home turf. Damn it, can't even block Super ShinraTensei? Little Rain snorted coldly, clasping his hands together as massive chakra erupted once more. Just as Akainu was still shocked at what kind of fruit power this kid had, Little Rain seized a moment of his momentary slackness, unleashing a combined attack of Super Big Rinnegan, Super ShinraTensei, and Tailed Beast Chakra Fist all in one. Boom! That hit, let me tell you, the entire upper half of the terrifying three-masted ship, along with all the buildings and trees, was directly leveled. A deep pit of over 10 meters appeared on the spot. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Little Rain spat out a mouthful of blood, his body softening, almost collapsing. Dumpling appeared just in time, catching him and shooting up into the sky with all his might. Akainu, who was blasted into the sea, instantly evaporated the surrounding seawater and climbed up, looking at our fleeing ship, his fists clenched tight, and began to crazily unleash meteor volcanoes into the sky. That momentum was 10 times fiercer than before. Just as Little Rain landed on the ship, he smiled wryly. This old dog really won T, let us go. Saying that, he staggered and flew up, clasping his hands together, shouting, Super ShinraTensei. In midair, it felt as though even the air was being pushed away. However, this time the lava volcanoes were too large, one exceeding 10 meters, and dozens came crashing down, threatening to crush Little Rain's ShinraTensei. His nine tails behind him surged again, piercing through several lava volcanoes like spears. Grid and Dumpling locked eyes, and Dumpling directly picked up Grid and threw him out. Bardo created a barrier halfway to serve as a springboard for him. Grid used the momentum to kick off, his hands carbonized, and he smashed a volcano with a punch. Finally, before Xiaoyu's super god Luo Tianzheng completely collapsed, the remaining volcanoes were all blown away. After all ninjutsu was dispelled, Xiaoyu gasped heavily, landing on the ship with Grid, blood at the corner of his mouth. We're at our limit. Let's go. Otherwise, that old dog will really catch up. With a command from Qianbing Wei, the penguin ship unleashed its strongest flames and rushed into the darkness ahead without looking back. Later, I heard that Akainu was roaring with anger on the island. Just a little bit more, just a tiny bit more, and he could have captured Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, Mariah's two subordinates, Absalom and Hogback, were hiding on the invisible ship, scared to the point of collapsing on the ground, saying that a newcomer like Xiaoyu would be at the level of the 4 emperors in 2 years. 3 days later, at the Navy headquarters, Akainu reported to Sengoku, who was frowning so hard he could crush a fly. Mariah had actually disappeared. They discussed for half a day, but couldn't figure out what Xiaoyu's ability was. Finally, Granny Tsuru spoke up, saying that the bounty for our entire crew needed to be reassessed. That old man Sengoku was cunning. He directly ordered that it be publicly announced that Xiaoyu defeated the 7 warlords Mariah and successfully escaped from the hands of the Navy Admiral. He was intentionally making us a target, drawing trouble from those big shots in the New World. 5 days later, we docked an unnamed small island. These past few days had worn us out. Xiaoyu had been in a coma for 3 full days, claiming he had a fight with some tail beast consciousness inside him. After waking up, his aura felt different, stronger than before. He said that now, just relying on his chakra, he could go head-to-head with Akainu for 3 or 4 days without a problem. We all changed into casual clothes and rode hoverbikes in a town to have some fun. Xiaoyu and Bart walked, and as soon as we entered the town, everyone looked at us like we were monsters, pointing and whispering. That kid, the dumpling with a bounty of 150 million. That black-skinned strongman, the undying fighter Grid, 320 million. The one in the flying vehicle, the mad scientist Qianbing Wei, 300 million. When Xiao Yu and Bart showed up, the entire street cleared out, creating a path as if welcoming an emperor. An uncle trembled and pointed at the bounty notice, his voice hoarse. Bounty, 540 million berries. The new king, Shura Xiaoyu, and that green hair guy next to him, the madman Bartolomeo, 100 million. Are you kidding me? Why would 5 pirates with bounties over 100 million come to our little town? Are they here to take over? I was stunned at that moment. 500 million for. Goodness. Xiaoyu pinched his chin and said to Barto with a mischievous smile. Barto, it seems like my bounty has gone up again. Barto rubbed his hands together. Looking in awe, of course, boss. Xiaoyu burst into laughter. Ha ha. The people in this town are really adorable. I just wonder if there are any nobles to rob. If there are, that would be even better. As soon as he said this, the onlookers who dared to watch turned and ran away in fright, and the entire street instantly became deserted. Anna and Jolena, the 2 girls, also found it strange. They went to buy clothes and usually loved to haggle, but this time they bought a bunch of branded items, and the shopkeeper tremblingly only charged them 3,000 Bailey, as if it were a gift, just as they were puzzled. A few burly bodyguards surrounded a seemingly frail, noble young master who walked over from the corner of the street. The remaining people in the town, upon seeing him, ran away even faster than they did when they saw us, leaving not a single one behind. Goodness, just as those people vanished, Anna and Jolena, as if they didn't see anything, tried to squeeze through the noble young master and the bodyguards with their big bags in hand. I told you, that noble young master was stunned at the time. He probably had never encountered anyone who didn't take him seriously like that in his life. When he finally saw Anna and Jolena's faces, wow, his expression was so greasy it could be used for frying. He reached out to stop them. Ladies, where are you headed? Do you want me to show you the way? One of his bodyguards even tried to chime in, saying something about how their master was giving them face, but before he could finish, Jolena responded with a right hook while muttering, Lightspeed is justice. Bam! That bodyguard was sent flying in a full 360-degree spin, and the remaining bodyguards were frozen in place, while the noble young master trembled like a leaf. Anna raised her eyebrows and coldly snorted, You dare to provoke us? Don't you know we are from the Little Rain Pirate crew? As soon as those words were out, the bodyguard's legs started trembling. One of them seemed to remember something terrifying and pointed at Anna, his voice cracking. I remember. She's the demon Dr. Anna with a bounty of 15 million. Family, who understands? It was like flipping a switch. The rest of the bodyguards all went limp. Are you kidding? We're part of a crew with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. Anyone from us could easily pack them up and feed them to the fish. Just then, Dumpling appeared on his flashy hoverbike, curious about the commotion. Hey, Anna, little Lena, what are you doing here? The head bodyguard saw him and almost fainted, immediately kneeling down. The little brat Dumpling with a bounty of 15 million. It's over now. Encountering a bounty criminal over 100 million. They couldn't think of any way to escape other than kneeling. Dumpling looked at the noble young master sprawled on the ground and asked, Who asked this guy? Did he bully you? Jolena turned her head angrily. Don't call me little Lena. Dumpling ignored her, and in a flash, he was in front of the noble young master, his speed making the bodyguard shudder again. The head bodyguard was almost in tears, trembling as he begged for mercy. My lord, I'm sorry. We didn't recognize you. We are nobles of the island. We can pay you back. Any amount. You think that's the end? Not yet. A sinister voice floated over. Money? Heh, we are pirates. If we need money, can't we just rob it ourselves? Everyone turned around, and the head bodyguard almost died on the spot. It was the undying fighter greed with a bounty of 300 million. Our crew's vice captain. Next, Qianbing came in his Battle King #1, the glass cover open, looking displeased as he glared this way. I was wondering why this street felt like a ghost town. It's these noble fools causing trouble. The strange Dr. Qianbing with a bounty of 300 million. The head bodyguard was already starting to lose his mind. At that moment, Muse and Aksu also strolled over. Well, it was good. Our crew's main force was basically gathered. One bodyguard's psychological defenses completely collapsed, and with a scream, he turned to run. Greed sneered, slapped his hands on the ground, and a steel arm shot up, grabbing the fleeing bodyguard. With a slight exertion, there was a splatter of blood and flesh. The scene was enough to scare the noble young master named Lawrence into fainting. The head bodyguard was out of options and could only utter his final threat. Our young master is a true noble. If you harm him, the Navy will definitely hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Qianbing chuckled and grinned. Oh, how does your family compare to the Hussein family? The bodyguard instinctively replied, Well, the Hussein family is a bit stronger. Qianbing immediately lost interest. TCH, Boring, not even as good as the Hussein family. But I suppose your family has some treasures, right? Greed, why don't we take these guys and raid their home? I happen to need some experimental materials. Greed's eyes lit up at the thought of robbing nobles. He grabbed the terrified Lawrence and kicked the head bodyguard in the rear. Lead the way. If we can't find anything good, you all can wait to be my experimental materials. The bodyguard dared not refuse and crawled ahead, while we all rode our hoverbikes, following along in a grand procession, heading straight for a home invasion. The scene shifted, and I was soaking in a hot spring with Bartle, feeling quite comfortable. Bartle, you really know how to enjoy life. How did you find this place? Bartle chuckled. Boss, what do you think I used to do? Finding places like this is my specialty. I was just about to fall asleep comfortably when suddenly a chilling voice came from behind me. Oh, are you that confident in yourself? Bartis jumped out of the pool in a flash, taking a defensive stance. As for me, I just lazily turned over. I saw a tall man standing by the edge of the pool with a square tattoo on his face, wearing a blue coat, and his head wrapped up like a rice dumpling. I laughed at that moment and said, "Oh, so it's you, Monkey D. Dragon. I thought it was someone else. You scared me." You have no idea. Dragon's expression at that time was like he had seen a ghost. He was probably wondering how this kid knew him. He was stunned for a moment before he quietly asked, "What do you want from me?" I thought to myself, this doesn't sound right. Sure enough, he said he was here to ask for Chihiro's help. Their revolutionary army had 2 fighters who lost their limbs, and they heard that Chihiro could create mechanical prosthetics that looked just like real ones. Plus, our ship's Dr. Anna has top-notch skills, so they wanted to ask for our assistance. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I squinted and asked him, "What do we get out of it?" Long didn't waste any words and directly threw out a bombshell. "I don't have money, but I have intelligence. Information about a devil fruit, a very powerful devil fruit. I haven't spoken yet." As Grid and the others returned with a large bag of loot, they happened to rush into the bathhouse. Upon hearing the words devil fruit, their eyes instantly turned green, like wolves that had been starving for 3 days. Fixating intently on Long, I leaned against the edge of the pool and lazily asked, "What fruit is it? Where is it? It wouldn't be in some Navy fortress, would it?" Long shook his head, his voice carrying a hint of temptation. "I don't know what fruit it is, but it's in the hands of the celestial dragons. Think about it. If the celestial dragons have their eyes on it, it can't be something ordinary, right? Wow. This is trying to get us to confront the celestial dragons head on." Before I could speak, Long added, as if provoking me, "So you guys are afraid?" Huh. I was directly amused by him and turned to ask Kiambingwei, "Are you afraid of those so-called world nobles?" Kiambingwei rolled his eyes almost to the sky, sneered, and his meaning was obvious. Gride was even more straightforward, crossing his arms and sneering. "Where are those celestial dragons? Let's go now." Long's gaze finally landed on me, waiting for my decision. I grinned and made a firm decision. Deal. So, we directly occupied the castle of that unfortunate noble Lawrence, and the dozen or so members of the Revolutionary Army moved in as well. Kiambingwei locked himself in a temporary studio, tinkering for 3 days, and managed to create 2 mechanical hands and feet that looked exactly like real human skin. When Long saw the finished product, his eyes lit up, and he immediately wanted to poach. "Mr. Kiambingwei, would you be interested in joining our Revolutionary Army?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in our little rain pirate group stood up in unison, and that momentum nearly scared the Revolutionary Army's cadres into shock. Kiambingwei waved his hand, saying he was used to freedom, and then asked Anna to perform surgery on the 2 injured. While we were waiting outside, Long was still not giving up, running over to pry information from me, asking where I found these talented individuals. I looked out the window and casually dropped a big scoop. "Oh, they're all from my hometown. Speaking of which, how is your son Luffy? I was chased by Carp before and hid in Windmill Village for a while. That kid keeps shouting he wants to be the Pirate King. It's quite amusing." As soon as I said this, Dragon's eternally stoic face finally cracked, looking at me in shock and asking how I knew about their relationship. I shrugged at him. "Want to know? Beat me first." Gleed chimed in from the side, "Yeah. And me too. Beat me, and I'll tell you." At that moment, the hospital door opened, and Anna came out first, looking pleased, which meant it was a success. Then, the 2 Revolutionary Army officers came out, stretching their new limbs, crying with excitement. In their excitement, they tried to reach out to express their gratitude, but suddenly, a series of fire tongues sprayed out from the mechanical arm. Luckily, Gleed reacted quickly and carbonized to block the bullets. Qingbei scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry. I thought I'd add some combat features, so I installed a gun and a rocket launcher." Instead of being angry, the 2 officers were even more excited. crying louder while hugging their new arms. Dragon bid us farewell, saying he would definitely come back with enough payment for cooperation next time, and then took his people away. A few days later, on the calm sea, a luxurious ship was drifting slowly. On the deck, a celestial dragon named Charles was wearing a bubble suit, a perfect example of someone lacking a brain. Who understands these family members? With nothing to do, he shot a seagull with a gun and then forced his fisherman slave to eat it raw on the spot. He even whipped the poor guy, laughing like a madman. Just then, our penguin ship made a sliding charge right toward them. They dared to fire cannons at us, but I raised my hand and pushed the cannonballs back. The big penguin at the bow of our ship shot laser beams from its eyes, directly piercing their shabby ship. I flashed onto their deck and instantly killed the guard. Guess what happened next? That celestial dragon, with his bubble head, actually said to me, "Shall you, if you become my slave, I'll let you go." I was confused at the time and turned to Kiambing Wei, asking, did this guy forget to bring his brain when he went out? Not wanting to waste words with him. I directly ordered everyone go to war, leave no one alive, kill them all. I teleported in front of Charles, and with a swift motion, his arm flew off. Ah! He screamed and fell to the ground. I teased him, saying, "Hey, don't you like to eat raw? Come on, eat your own hand, and I'll let you go." He was still making threats, saying that an admiral would come to hunt us down. I found him annoying, so I stabbed him with a sword, leaving him feeling cold to the core. The remaining guards, seeing their master dead, rushed over like madmen, but I sent a gust of windblade, and the world became quiet. Grid came out of the cabin, carrying a large bundle and waving a devil fruit in his hand. "Boss, we got the stuff. Let's retreat." I nodded, and before leaving, took a glance at the still-dazed fisherman's slave, kicking him into the sea. When we all returned to the penguin, I flew into the air, unleashed my chakra, and aimed at that broken ship with a ShinraTensei. Boom! The entire ship, along with its crew, was blown apart like fireworks in the sky. When the news reached the Navy headquarters, old Sengoku was so furious that he nearly smashed the table, shouting at me whether I intended to declare war on the whole world. Here on the ship, we are celebrating with champagne. Grid and Qianbing, the two tech geeks, got their hands on that new fruit and have been holed up in the lab for 2 days without coming out. I'm lying on the deck soaking up the sun and asked Bartle, "Is that little fish still following us?" Bartle ran to the back of the ship to take a look and came back saying, "Boss, it's still following us. That fishman named Amon has been swimming behind our ship the whole time. Should I take care of him?" I laughed at that moment and flew directly to his side. "In the sea, do you have the confidence to take down a merman? You must be thinking about Peach, right?" And guess what happened? I reached out my hand, and hey, just like grabbing a little chick, I pulled him straight out of the water. With a slap, I threw him onto the deck, and everyone on our ship ran out to watch. Let me tell you, the scene back then was incredible. This little fishman is the same one from the Celestial Dragon's ship last time. I was wondering what he wanted by following us. Revenge? In the end, this guy didn't say a word and just started banging his head on the deck, blood coming out, and I was completely at a loss. While he was banging his head, he cried out, begging us to save a friend of his named Isco, who is also a slave of the Celestial Dragons and is now sick to the point of death, but slaves are not qualified for medical treatment. He said that as long as we were willing to save him, he would do anything for us, even if it meant cooking and eating us. Family. Who understands? This logic nearly fried my CPU. Eat you? Dude, we are pirates, not playing survival in the wilderness. At this moment, Jolena, who was beside us, had red eyes. She quietly told us that these slaves have been beaten into submission since childhood. No matter how much pain or discomfort they feel, they must smile. Smiling has become muscle memory for them. They might have long forgotten how to cry. At that moment, I felt a jolt in my heart and suddenly realized that Jolena was the same, wasn't she? She was once a slave too. Qianbing Wei, this old brother, was completely broken at that moment. In his excitement, he jumped down from the second floor with a thud, fell hard, and I had to use gravity to pull him up. Once he got up, he rushed over to grab that little fish person, shouting, "If you want to cry, just cry it out. We will definitely save your friend." We all watched him. That little fishman, Iman, finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears, crying so hard it felt like the sky was falling, with tears pouring down like rain. When he had cried enough, I patted him on the shoulder and said, "I'll definitely save your friend." I casually asked, "Are you interested in joining us in our business? As pirates, with the slave mark, this is the only way to survive." Iman was stunned at that moment, his eyes filled with disbelief. I smiled. Having a fishman as a partner would provide extra insurance for underwater battles. Everyone welcomed him, and Anna took him to the medical room to bandage him up. I turned to Grid and Qianbing and asked those two tech geeks, What new gadgets have you been tinkering with in the lab? Guess what they said? Let me tell you, this theory completely blew my mind. They seriously told me, devil fruits might essentially be a type of virus. For example, with a Logia type, you don't just turn into fire. Rather, your entire body cells are infected by a fire virus. For Zoan types, it's like you've contracted some kind of animal virus. The most bizarre one is the Paramecia type. Like Luffy, who is a rubber man, they couldn't figure out what kind of rubber virus could have that effect. This theory is so ahead of its time. It's practically cyber cultivation. They said that based on this theory, they used the Zoan-type fruit they got from the celestial dragons for research, and perhaps they could really create artificial devil fruits. However, they needed to find a guinea pig to test it on first. So they got to work. A week later, they actually managed to create an artificial devil fruit. It was an ordinary-looking apple, but inside it was packed with the genes of a lion, a tiger, and a rhinoceros, resulting in a 3-in-1 ultimate hybrid. We casually landed on a small island, ready to capture a strong man. As soon as the people on the island saw the pirates, they all hid in their homes, and there was not a single person on the street. Just when we were worried, a group of little gangsters appeared around the corner, led by a guy named Dibaloo, who looked quite creative and had a strong build. Simply a perfect specimen. That old fox Grid, channeling his inner movie star, approached with an apple, a big smile on his face. Boss Dibaloo, here's a little something from your younger brother. Dibaloo, being carefree, took it and took a couple of bites before swallowing it, while complaining, "What the hell is this? Tastes like shit." Just as he finished speaking, something was off with him. He swung a punch, and his fist transformed into a rhino's hoof. In the next second, he completely morphed into an ultimate abstract creature with a lion's head, a tiger's body, and rhino limbs. We directly opened champagne here, and Muse and Axe were so excited that they jumped up high. Kiambingwei even shouted while patting his robot, "I really am a genius." I thought I should test the strength, so I flew right above him and habitually launched a spiral round against his back. With a loud bang, this guy took off from the spot, spinning as he crashed to the ground, dazed. The whole place fell silent. Grid was the first to explode, pointing at my nose and shouting, "Is this what you call a test? You're just one-shotting him. Is this how you conduct experiments?" I scratched my head, feeling helpless too. After all, who told him he couldn't take a hit? As I got closer, I suddenly realized, damn, this guy looks exactly like the bounty poster of Sanji from the future. Good grief. Not only did I give him a makeover, but I also inadvertently gave him an animal-type ability. This is going to be a big deal a year from now. Won't Sanji and the others be getting beaten up by this guy? Does this count as disrupting the timeline? Headache. Over at the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku is pulling his hair out over our route map. He's complaining to Garp, saying that we seem to be cheating. Every time we disappear for a while and then come back, our strength skyrockets, and we aren't even afraid of sea prism stones. It's completely unscientific. What drives him crazy the most is that the celestial dragons keep calling him to curse him for me, taking one of them out, which is making his blood pressure nearly explode. Old Man Garp, on the other hand, is happily eating donuts while saying that those useless celestial dragons brought this on themselves. And he wouldn't hold back either. Back to our side. After waking up, that Dibaru got beaten up by greed again and is now behaving like a good grandson. I directly handed him a check for 200 million berries and told him to quietly build us a base near the Sabaody archipelago. After all, we need to make a move on Mariejoa, and we must leave a way out. Greed looked so heartbroken that his face turned green, and I shot back at him. Do you understand what strategic investment means? Once everything was settled, we prepared to set off. Our next target, the Sabaody archipelago, to rescue Iskin. It was at this moment, in a tavern on the Sabaody archipelago, that the incredibly handsome narcissist Cavendish was gritting his teeth at our expired bounty poster, furious that we stole his headlines. A drunken uncle nearby couldn't take it anymore and reminded him, "Dude, that's old news. The latest bounty for Azura Kid is 540 million. Cavendish was instantly petrified, and then his whole face twisted in anger. We can ignore him. The penguin number 1 suddenly emerged from the seabed and steadied itself at the Shambaudi archipelago. As a result, Qian Bingwei told me that the materials of the ship couldn't withstand the water pressure of 10,000 meters deep and that we couldn't dive directly to Fishman Island. We had to first coat it at Shambaudi. Then, this guy started arguing with Guild about technical issues. One calling the other a lecherous pig and the other a miser, almost turning my ship into a battlefield. I couldn't take it anymore. With a powerful punch to one person's head, I shouted, "You two, shut up. The captain hasn't said anything yet, so why are you arguing?" The two of them covered their heads, still unconvinced, one wanting to strike and the other wanting to rebel. I couldn't be bothered to deal with them. All right. The key now is how to get to Mariejoa. Everyone calm down and come up with a battle plan. But before we could even come up with a plan, That guy Amon knelt down in front of me, crying miserably, saying he had to go along or he wouldn't know the way. I thought about it and agreed, fine, you can come with me. Bart, you're in my group too. We'll be the most eye-catching targets. As for the others, get on the penguin and wait for my signal to charge through. I joked at that time, saying, why don't you guys take a trip on this island first? The scenery in the Chagos archipelago is quite nice. As a result, Anna gave me a direct eye roll and said, as soon as we show our faces, the Navy will come at us like crazy dogs, and we still have to save people. It would be good if we don't get wiped out. All right, no more jokes. Let's get down to business. Me and Bart, just like those spirited youngsters hitting the streets, swaggered right into the lawless zone. The feeling was simply incredible. It was as if I had "I'm here to cause trouble" written across my face. I was there bragging to Bart. Look at this place if we take it over. The money we make in a year would last us for generations. The pirates around us looked at us like we were two fools. Especially a tough-looking sister named Ima. After hearing what I said, her mouth twitched, probably thinking to herself where these bumpkins came from. The next second, a giant, resembling a small mountain and wearing a slave collar, came charging at me like a madman. Bart didn't even flinch, with a simple crossing of his fingers. It was as if a wall suddenly appeared in the air. That 6-meter-tall brute slammed into it, and blood immediately oozed from his forehead. But the giant was tough. Blood streaming down his forehead, he knelt before me and repeatedly bowed his head, saying, Ajura Xiaoyu, please save me. I'll do anything. Just don't make me a slave. I waved my hand from a distance, and to my surprise, a big guy over 6 feet tall was pulled over to me like a little chick. I looked him up and down, took out the universal key that Kiambingwei gave me, and with a click, I unlocked the seemingly sturdy collar. The whole place was stunned. Everyone was dumbfounded, including the big sister Emma, whose mouth was agape enough to fit an egg. They probably had never seen anyone unlock something like this in their entire lives. I patted the giant on the shoulder, pointed in the direction of the street corner, and asked him with a grin, did you see that guy over there with a glass dome on his head? Go take care of him for me, and I'll take you as my little brother. As soon as I said that, I tell you, the whole street erupted, and except for me and Bartle, everyone else knelt down. Even that Emma gritted her teeth and knelt down, looking at me as if I were a madman. Who understands, family? The celestial dragons are out on a parade. What a scene. When that giant Wick heard that someone was going to kill a celestial dragon, he was first stunned. Then his eyes turned red in an instant, probably remembering the suffering he had endured, and he roared as he charged forward. And guess what happened? Just when he was about to succeed, I waved my hand and pulled him back. He sat down right next to me. I sneaked up to that celestial dragon, and he was still pointing a gun at me. I shoved my hands in my pockets and boldly said, you idiot, wearing a fish tank on such a hot day. Are you playing cosplay? That celestial dragon was probably seeing someone as brave as me for the first time, and he was stunned for a moment. After he reacted, he angrily fired the gun. In that instant, I was gone. The next second, I appeared behind him, and one of his arms had already fallen to the ground. He still hadn't realized what happened and was looking around, saying, hey, whose arm is this? Then he started screaming while holding his shoulder. I slowly swayed back to my original spot and specially asked Bartot, hey, what was the name of that celestial dragon we killed last time? Bartot cooperatively replied, it was St. Charles. He was still shouting before he died that he would kill us. Only then did the 2 guards react, shouting at the top of their lungs, Navy. Quickly inform the Admiral. The murderer of St. Charles, the Ajura Xiaoyu, is here. Upon hearing this, everyone on the street gasped and immediately tried to run away. I frowned and shouted, everyone stop. Who told you to run? Are you afraid of the Admiral but not afraid of me? Ajura Xiaoyu? The lady boss named Emma couldn't hold back any longer and stood up with her gun drawn. You idiot. You're so powerful that you can fight the Admiral. But we can't. Are we supposed to stay here to accompany you to your grave? I chuckled lazily and ignored her. In an instant, I dashed over and took out the 2 guards in a flash. Then using a move called sand binding coffin, I crushed the Navy foot soldiers who had rushed over into tomato paste. After that, I walked over to the unconscious celestial dragon, smashed his glass dome with a punch, and snapped his slave collar on him with a click. I pointed at Vitek and said, what's your name again? Vitek. All right, Vitek. Dare to join me in selling this bastard to the auction house. I kicked the celestial dragon, who was wearing collar, into his arms and laughed. Ha! A celestial dragon slave, the first of its kind in the world. How much do you think we can sell it for? Vitek was initially stunned, then suddenly started crying. But it was a laughter-filled cry, shouting, we can definitely sell it for a sky-high price. Bartolomeo and the newly joined Vitek casually carried a celestial dragon and swaggered away, discussing whether celestial dragons have fewer brain cells than normal people. This left a crowd of people on the street, including that Emma, in disarray in the wind. Once the news spread, the entire Shambody went into chaos, with pirates fleeing like they were escaping. In a tavern, when Cavendish heard the news, his eyes lit up, and after confirming we went to the #1 tree auction house, he galloped over on his white horse. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku was nearly blowing up the phone, his forehead throbbing with anger. Carp was leisurely showing off his new tea leaves, completely unconcerned. Finally, Sengoku had no choice but to send Admirals Akainu and Akiji to capture me. As for me, I had successfully taken over the auction house. I had Vitek release all the enslaved people, and then the three of us, carrying the celestial dragon Saint Wisdom, went straight up to the auction stage. The wealthy nobles seated below, especially when they saw the celestial dragon wearing a collar, went weak in the knees. I kicked the celestial dragon to the ground and laughed, asking what's wrong. Aren't you welcoming me? Today, I brought a rare treasure, the celestial dragon slave. Shouldn't you all be getting excited? The venue fell silent, followed by a panic that was like a landslide and tsunami. Bartolomeo grinned as he pulled a baseball out of his pocket and threw it over. Those people thought it was a bomb and rushed out in terror, nearly causing a stampede. As soon as I saw this, I jumped straight to the ceiling, pressed down with one hand, and shouted, "Universal attraction." With a whoosh, everyone who had run to the door was sucked up into the air by a huge force. And then, like dumplings being dropped, they fell back to their seats with a loud thud. I jumped back on stage and asked Witka, "How long have you been a slave?" He said it had been a year, and that during this year he had suffered greatly, which instead awakened his dominance. I nodded and told him, "The general will be here soon. If you're scared, you can leave now." Witka pounded his chest and said, "Captain, you saved me. My life belongs to you. Although I'm not strong, I can still handle a few Navy men." I smiled with satisfaction and thought, well, that's a man. I told them, "You two stay here. I'll go set up a trap and send a big gift to those Navy guys." As soon as I stepped out of the auction house door, a sharp beam of light slashed towards my face. I quickly drew the Chaoji sword and blocked it with a clang. Upon closer inspection, good heavens, it was Cavendish. I was puzzled at the time, thinking, did I provoke him? This guy came up and just attacked me. Is he on the wrong medication? Then he opened his mouth and said, "You for sure are just trying to surpass my popularity by causing all this trouble." A drop of sweat instantly appeared on my forehead. Is this guy's thought process a bit too peculiar? I speechlessly sheathed my sword and said, "Bro, I really don't have time to compete with you for popularity. Step aside quickly, or when the general arrives, we both might end up in trouble here." Who knew he got even more excited? Thinking I was looking down on him, he charged at me again on his white horse, shouting something like "Beautiful sword, Bluebird." I'm really annoyed. I sent him and his horse flying with a single sword strike. He's quite impressive, though, managing to do 3.5 flips in the air and land steadily, even striking a pose he thinks looks cool. Looking at this weirdo, I really want to slap him to death. I really have no way out, so I can only shout at the top of my lungs, "Everyone come and see! ShinraTensei has been defeated by the pirate nobleman Cavendish. Cavendish is the strongest." I thought this would finally work, but instead, he got even angrier. "Are you insulting me? Do you think I'm unworthy to be your opponent? Family, I really appreciate it. It's a waste of my brain cells to talk to this idiot." I couldn't be bothered with him anymore, and the sand beneath my feet instantly condensed into a skateboard, whooshing me up into the sky. Cavendish was down below, furiously jumping and cursing. "Damn it, get down here. Are you trying to cheat?" I completely ignored him, directly sitting cross-legged on the sand, palms together, closing my eyes to calm my mind, preparing to present a super gift to the upcoming general. Let me tell you, this gift is definitely heavyweight. The kind that once you sign for it, you have to pack yourself and the ground together and send it to the sky. I slowly opened my clasped hands, gently rubbing my fingertips together, and a black little ball, smaller than a quail egg, began to float up leisurely. Then I stood up, spread my arms wide, and launched my personal concert in front of the entire lawless zone. Tremble, celestial dragons. Tremble, world government. Ha ha ha. Today, I, Azura Xiaoyu, will perform a miracle for you here. Its name is Earth Explosion Star. As soon as I finished speaking, the entire world went crazy. What scene it was? The ground next to Cavendish, along with the houses and the auction house beside him, was instantly torn apart like ripped wallpaper, and then whoosh. They all flew towards my little black ball in the sky. Those who had just been watching the excitement in the auction house were now screaming as they, along with their chairs and buildings, were sucked up into the sky. The scene was extremely spectacular. Cavendish on the ground directly sat down, his mouth agape enough to fit a fist. Probably his brain CPU had already burned out. The elite Navy members who had just arrived in the distance were also staring up, their expressions like they had seen a ghost. Soon, the first batch of stones collided in the sky with a bang, directly surrounding that black gravity point, forming a core. Then, more things, including the entire auction house, began to stick to that core like a puzzle. In the ruins of the auction house, my little brother Vitek was so scared that his voice trembled. Is this the captain's devil fruit ability? Another little brother, Bartolomeo, was calm, shaking his head and whispering like a preacher. No, the boss hasn't eaten that thing. This is just talent. Just watch. The boss will definitely become the Pirate King. Let me tell you, the funniest part is Cavendish. This guy realized that he was the only one standing on that piece of land that wasn't being sucked up, and his self-esteem instantly skyrocketed. He pointed at me in the sky and shouted, "Are you doing this on purpose to take care of me? I don't need it. I'm going to kill you today." After saying that, he actually stepped on those flying stones like he was parkouring and charged at me with his sword. I was in the middle of maintaining my ninjutsu with my hands clasped together when suddenly I was startled. I quickly shouted to Bartle below, "Stop him. If this guy hits me with a sword, my big move will crash right here." Bartle, upon hearing this, sprang into action, stepping on the rocks and charging up. Just as Cavendish's broken sword was about to stab me, a transparent barrier appeared with a clang, blocking him. Bartle's signature mocking sneer came again. "Want to kill our boss? Maybe in your next life. He's the man who will become the Pirate King." The two started clashing amidst the flying debris. On the other side, the Navy brigadier generals who were sucked in the sky weren't idle either, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Shoot at little you. If we kill him, this move will stop." Then came a barrage of gunfire. Who understands? As soon as the bullets left the chamber, they veered off like they had seen their father, all being sucked away by my gravity ball. This move was practically providing my sphere with renovation materials, strictly adhering to the laws of physics. The brigadier was completely out of options, grabbing a stone and panicking like an ant on a hot pan. Where's the admiral? Why isn't he here yet? The messenger beside him was almost in tears, reporting, "It's possible he just left." In the distance, old Rayleigh was watching from a rooftop, his mouth almost reaching his ears. What a crazy newcomer. Aunt Xia squinted her eyes and sighed. Shura truly lives up to his name. By this time, my ball had grown into a massive object over 100 meters in diameter, resembling a small moon, blocking out all the sunlight over the Sabaody archipelago. On a pirate ship outside the island, a woman named Emma stared wide-eyed, murmuring, "What exactly is this little you?" Before she could finish her sentence, the lookout shouted as if he had lost his father, "Captain, Navy warships. The Admiral Akainu is on board." Good grief. As soon as Akainu arrived, Emma panicked and quickly ordered, "Speed up. Get away from them." But could they escape? Akainu's temper was like that of someone who had just seen their father's murderer. From a distance, without even clearly seeing who it was, he unleashed a massive fire attack, and with a bang, that pirate ship instantly turned into a firework on the sea. On the warship, Akiji leisurely walked to the bow and looked at the giant sphere I was shaping in the sky, squinting as he asked, "What kind of ability does this guy have?" A kind of frown, coldly snorting gravity. He might be a user of the dark fruit. If we let him continue like this, he could really create a true moon. Upon hearing this, Akiji also became serious. After all, the celestial dragon was still in my hands. He jumped up and pressed his hands against the sea surface. Ice Age. Crack, crack, crack. The entire sea surface instantly froze into a skating rink. Akainu and Akiji directly stepped onto the ice, rushing over at a speed faster than a sports car. I watched the two red dots getting closer, chuckled, and turned to Cavendish, who was still entangled with Bart. Stop fighting. The main event is here. Two champions, see them? You want to compete with me, right? Come on. One for each of you. Let's see who knocks down their opponent first. What do you say? Cavendish was stunned on the spot, probably thinking if I was crazy. As soon as I saw his expression, I directly mocked him. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" This provocation immediately made Cavendish lose his temper. "What are you joking about? This young master is afraid of a mere general? I am a once-in-a-century genius." I listened with my mouth twitching, thinking to myself that this guy's level of narcissism was truly off the charts. I felt a bit sorry for him and advised him, "Cabbage, you should run away quickly. This is the highest combat power of the Navy, and you're not qualified yet. Life is more important than popularity." Who would have thought he would stubbornly reply, "Without popularity, what's the point of living? Even if I die, I will kill you first before I die." I sighed and glanced at the already visible account. "All right, now you can't escape." Then I ordered my two subordinates, Barto, Witka, you two hurry and get out of the way. That's an order from the captain. Otherwise, someone will really die. Although Barto was reluctant, he obediently retreated. At that moment, Akainu, the man who was engulfed in magma, finally stood before me. I grinned widely, feeling quite arrogant. Oh, isn't this Admiral Akainu? What brings you here? All right, you're not here to buy celestial dragon slaves, are you? Sorry, but I turned those celestial dragons into a ball. So if you want to buy one, you can only get this ball. Akainu's face instantly darkened, and just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly found his body floating uncontrollably. He roared great eruption. A massive molten fist smashed down on my giant ball. The entire ball began to explode from one point, but before the fragments could fall, gravity pulled them back in. Even Akainu was momentarily stunned by this scene. In the distance, Akiji understood what was happening. He discovered the black gravitational core. Meanwhile, Akainu, the battle maniac, became even more violent after regaining his composure and directly unleashed Meteor Volcano. As soon as I saw it, I couldn't help but laugh. His move was aimed at the sky, but before they even fell, all those lava fists were sucked into my gravity sphere, crashing onto its surface with a series of loud bangs. I laughed so hard that my stomach hurt, pointing at him and shouting, "Family, come quick! Akainu is killing the celestial dragons." That Saint Wisdom was killed by Akainu. Akainu's face turned purple with anger, his fists cracking. Just then, Akiji also arrived, stepping on flying rocks and shouting, "Attack the center of that sphere, destroy the gravity core, and this move will be useless." I felt a jolt in my heart. As expected of an admiral, his mind is sharp. As soon as Akainu heard this, he immediately reacted, launching 2 attacks of ice and fire directly towards the center of the sphere. At that moment, I pulled out the transponder snail that had already been connected and whispered, "We can start now. The admiral is all on my side. We need to be quick." As soon as I finished speaking, the huge sphere in the sky collapsed with a thunderous roar. The explosion sent Sunbei flying out. Let me tell you, just as this old man recovered from the explosion, he saw his comrades had also arrived. Goodness, Glid and Dumpling stood on the ice, covered in wounds, with Dumpling still gasping for breath. I was stunned at that moment and quickly asked Xiaoyu, "What's going on? Didn't you guys go to save people?" As soon as I finished speaking, our penguin ship crashed onto the ice with a bang, and Bardo and the others all got off. Vitek was holding the unconscious Cavendish in his arms. Grid was furious, gritting his teeth as he said to me, "Isco was killed by the celestial dragons. Damn it, we took out several celestial dragons in return, and if it weren't for that old carp suddenly showing up, I would have turned Mary Geos upside down." Carp. As soon as Xiaoyu heard that name, her pupils shook. I followed his gaze, and wow, 2 of the 3 top admirals of the Navy were here, Akainu and Akiji, along with Carp, who was picking his nose. This lineup is simply the ultimate deterrent package. Akainu's sour face looked like someone owed him millions. He scanned us and sneered, "Shura Xiaoyu, the undying warrior Grid. Oh, everyone's here, just right, let's take them all out at once." I tell you, that scene instantly froze. We were lined up in a row, and on the opposite side, the Navy was also a dark mass. The air was filled with killing intent, and sparks seemed to almost ignite on the ice. Xiaoyu and Grid didn't say a word and immediately unleashed their Conqueror's Haki to the maximum. 2 powerful auras twisted together like a twisted strand, carrying the ferocity of beasts and the sharpness of blades, charging toward the opposite side. Family, who understands this? Conqueror's Haki is all about clearing the small fries. The elite Navy, usually full of bravado, in the face of these 2 auras, fell down and rose like they had their power cut, just like dropping dumplings. A rear admiral on the opposite side got anxious and shouted at Carp, "Vice Admiral Carp, what are you staring at?" Only then did Carp leisurely flick away the booger he just picked, his eyes widening. Boom! An even more terrifying wave of Conqueror's Haki pushed back, forcefully driving Xiaoyu and Grid's auras back. I was dumbfounded at that moment. That old man definitely went all out last time he chased us. Little Rain and Grid exchanged glances, both knowing that this fight today would be tough. In an instant, the 2 of them shot off like cannonballs, one charging toward the Kainu and the other towards Akiji. Sunbei was also in his Battle King #1, and immediately fired a laser cannon at Carp. Guess what happened? That old guy Carp, as soon as he activated his Busashoka Haki, his fist turned as dark as a pot bottom, and with a backhand punch, he smashed the laser to pieces. On the other side, Little Rain had already ghosted behind Akainu, wielding the grass cutter sword with wind and Haki, aiming for his neck with a slash. Akainu didn't even turn around, roaring, "You rookie, Do you really think you can touch me? With a backhand, he unleashed a lava pistol. A massive explosion echoed. Wind blades and magma erupted everywhere. And the nearby Navy soldiers were screaming as they were caught in their own Admiral's AoE, shouting for him to take it easy. Laughably, Akainu ignored them, fully transforming into lava, and roared, "What kind of navy doesn't T have the resolve to survive?" Seeing this, Little Rain understood that Akainu was about to unleash his full power and immediately performed a sand instantaneous body technique, jumping over to Akiji's side. Poor Grid was currently being suppressed by Akiji. He had just created hundreds of steel spears with his abilities when Akiji waved his hand, freezing them into popsicles. And then whoosh, they all bounced back at him. Just as Little Rain appeared behind Akiji, Akiji swiftly retaliated with an ice knife. So fast, it was ridiculous. Little Rain blocked with his sword, his arm going numb from the impact. The next second, he used another instantaneous body technique and caught a dumpling that Carp had sent flying. Just as he landed, Carp's fist was already upon him. Little Rain's 9 tails twisted together instantly, bracing for the punch. But he knew in his heart that Carp hadn't even used his full strength. It seemed that Akiji and Carp were just trying to capture people, but Akainu was genuinely out to take our lives. Realizing this, Little Rain no longer hesitated. His chakra erupted again, directly activating a tailed beast cloak plus version, transforming into a red ferocious beast with a clear target, Akainu. Each of his 9 tails was forming a supersized Rinnegan, and his mouth was firing small-tailed beast balls like a Gatling gun. The scene was about to sink the entire island. Just as Akainu had recovered his human form from the lava, he was bombarded by this combo attack, with holes bursting out all over him. Yet, he walked forward as if nothing had happened, preparing to retaliate. One punch, one lava cannon, clashing with the tailed beast balls in midair, creating loud explosions. Amidst the smoke, Little Rain was already up close. All 9 supersized Rinnegan slammed into him, while in one hand he held a Rinnegan and in the other a lightning cutter, pressing them firmly against Akainu's chest. Boom! With the 2 of them as the center. Within a 50-meter radius, lava, hurricanes, and lightning erupted instantly. On the other side of the battlefield, Grid's eyes turned red as he watched Little Rain wreaking havoc, while he himself was being toyed with by Akiji, feeling extremely unwilling. He roared in anger, unleashing all his strength. The surrounding ice began to crack and rise, and the seawater was directly refined into massive water spears, shooting towards Akiji and Carp in the hundreds and thousands. Akiji frowned, leaping into the air, pressing his hands down. Ice Age. Instantly, all the water spears were frozen in place. Even the ice shards that had been thrown up were solidified in midair. He punched towards a charging Grid, but with a thud, it was surprisingly blocked by Grid's newly unleashed Busashoka Haki. Just as Akiji was momentarily stunned, a wave of scorching steam rushed from behind, but as it brushed past him, even the steam was frozen into ice chunks. Carp nearby found it amusing. "What is that? A pig?" He picked up the frozen little pig. Grid kicked towards Carp, who caught his leg with one hand, then with a bang, smashed his whole head into the ice. But he was immortal. He retaliated with a kick, hitting Carp on the head. Carp's eye twitched, raising the little pig he held to smash down. If he landed that blow, the pig would definitely shatter into ice shards. At the critical moment, a laser shot over, pushing Carp back. Senbei, piloting Battle King No. 1, used a mechanical claw to snatch the little pig back, yelling at Grid, "You idiot, hurry and hide the pig." Before he could finish, Carp delivered a flying kick, leaving a large footprint on the round ball of Battle King No. 1, sending it flying. Just as Grid regained his balance, he felt a chill from behind. Akiji's ice spear was already there. He hardened his body and managed to break the ice spear. But Akiji had already closed in behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder, and Grid instantly began to freeze from the soles of his feet. In the distance, the dumpling panicked, firing a Doton wave to shatter the ice, revealing Grid, who had carbonized to protect himself. "Damn, I can't hit him at all." Grid cursed in anger. Akiji mockingly said with a lazy expression, "Yeah, right now, you're still not my opponent." I tell you, this sentence directly blew Grid's mind. He felt like a clown the whole time, being played like a monkey. His eyes turned blood red, and with a grasp into the void, 2 red lightning bolts bound Akiji and Carp. Carp's neck instantly hardened to block it, while Akiji shattered into ice blocks. The next second, Carp appeared behind Grid and threw a punch. "Did you think I would fall for that again?" Grid was sent flying. Meanwhile, the shattered Akiji extended a hand from the ice surface, once again grabbing Grid and instantly freezing him. Dumpling rushed over to save him. and the whole wave turned Akiji into ice chips. But as those ice chips floated past him, he himself cracked and turned into an ice sculpture. Dumpling. Muse skated over the ice and caught him. The sniper on the ship, AKS, aimed at Carp, who was about to take action, and fired a shot. The bullet hitting right in front of Carp's feet. Carp, take one more step, and the next shot will be in your head. AKS's voice trembled. He had aimed perfectly, but was dodged. Over at Greed's side, he had reached his limit. Frozen, his body began to self-destruct from the inside. Both Carp and Akiji were stunned. This was reckless. Hee, Greed's voice came from within the ice. Old man, this time I won't let you hurt my crew. The ice block exploded, revealing Greed had turned into a puddle of flesh. But in the next second, a red light shone, and that puddle of flesh began to squirm, reassembling into Greed's body. Damn, even Akiji couldn't hold it together. AKS, Lelina, get these two idiots out of here. Greed shouted, his body carbonizing again as he charged at Carp. Their fists collided, Greed's entire arm's blood vessels bursting, instantly turning into a bloody hand. Jirina used her speed fruit to pull Muse and Dumpling and started running wildly. Akiji couldn't let them escape, and with a backhand, he unleashed countless ice blades. At a critical moment, Bartolomeo appeared, a barrier blocking all attacks. Get out of here, he shouted, pushing back with the barrier. But Akiji kicked him away along with the barrier. Kiambingwei piloted the transformed Battle King No. 1, firing lasers for cover, while Akiji, whose body was shattered, complained while reassembling, your laser is so much like that guy's. Kiambingwei's robot was also frozen, and he decisively pressed the self-destruct button, blasting himself away and narrowly escaping. On the side of Little Rain, watching his companions fall one by one, he was frantic, but he was tightly entangled by Akainu. Unable to break free, gritting his teeth, he made a hard decision, drawing the SJ sword, and with a snap, he cut off his arm that was stuck in a magma. Free from the binding, he instantly rushed toward Greed, wildly shooting chakra blasts that shattered the ice surface. The penguin slowly floated into the air, and Anna and the others were picked up by Battle King No. 2. Carp, that old man, would never let us go. Leaping high to smash down on the ship. Muse and the Fishman Amon didn't think twice and blocked with their bodies, instantly getting crushed and spewing blood. Finally, everyone boarded the ship. Just as Greed was about to be frozen by Akiji, Little Rain arrived, stabbing Akiji in the chest with his tail, wrapping Greed in chakra, and tossing him toward the penguin. Then, he faced the 3 top-tier fighters chasing after him alone, spreading his arms and shouting. Universal pull. Good heavens! Akainu, Akiji, and Carp were all pulled toward Little Rain by a massive gravitational force. Looking for death, Akainu roared, his arms turning to lava. Carp's iron fist and Akiji's ice blades attacked simultaneously. Captain, everyone on the ship has gone mad. Boom! Little Rain took Carp's punch head-on, his chest caving in. He sidestepped Akainu's lethal strike and countered with a punch to Akainu's face. But he couldn't evade in time, and his right foot was directly severed by Akiji's ice blade. Blood gushed out. Strangely, the wound on his chest from Carp's punch instantly turned to flowing water, allowing Carp's fist to pass through. Just as the 3 passed through his body, Little Rain used his last strength to shout, ShinraTensei, an unimaginable repulsive force. Mixed with the last gigantic-tailed beast Rinnegan on his tail erupted. The 3 were instantly sent flying. The immense shockwave shattered the entire ice surface. The penguin took the opportunity to accelerate into the sky, but that guy Akainu, like a mad dog, charged over the broken ice, aiming a lava punch at the ship's keel. AKS jumped off the ship without thinking, using his body to block that punch. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but laughed. How could I let you destroy our home? Little Rain's eyes widened. A sand clone appeared behind Akainu, gripping his head tightly and smashing it into the ice. At the same time, Susanoo flashed and punched Akainu deep into the ice layer. He picked up the nearly baked AKS and jumped back onto the deck, handing him to Anna. Heal him. Take everyone to the comm belt. What about you? Anna asked, crying. Little Rain smiled, instantly teleporting to the mast, taking down the pirate flag and tucking it into his waist, standing at the bow, watching Carp and Akiji, who had caught up with him using Moonwalk. If I don't stay behind, how will you get away? He was enveloped by a massive Susanoo, spreading his arms and laughing heartily. Kids, I am the captain of the Little Rain Pirates. You can hurt me, but anyone who dares to touch you better be ready to be killed by me. Ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter, the gigantic Susanoo, one hand wielding a sword and the other forming a spiraling ball larger than the ship, charged toward the 3 legendary monsters. Meanwhile, Emma was frantically escaping on a small fishing boat, only to run into a naval major. After a few exchanges, she was about to be overwhelmed. Just as the major's sword was about to cut her neck, a strange wave suddenly surged from the sea, pulling the major into the water. Immediately after, the entire sea's surface boiled, the seawater forming into a monstrous shape, crashing down and shattering the warship. Emma was dumbfounded. When she came to her senses, the small fishing boat was carried by a current to an uninhabited island. She patted her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I was saved by a sea monster. It's all that bastard Little Rain's fault for showing off and causing us so much trouble. If I ever see him again, I'll definitely make him pay. Just as she finished speaking, the water monster flowed onto the boat, gradually forming into a human shape before her terrified eyes. Little Rain. Emma's eyes nearly popped out. What kind of luck was this? Just finished saying bad things, and the main character appeared. Moreover, the Little Rain in front of her looked miserable. His right leg was gone from the knee down, his left arm was completely missing, there was a large burn on his waist, and his chest was caved in. He had blood at the corner of his mouth, but still managed to smile. Could you help me get some bandages? Emma nodded absent-mindedly, went into the cabin to get the bandages, and only then reacted. Who gave you permission to order me around? Little Rain looked at her furious expression and simply curled his lips. Thanks. After saying that, he suddenly struck the wound on his severed right leg and left arm. Blood sprayed out again. Emma was directly stunned. She saw the green light emanating from his remaining right hand as he began to heal himself. Let me help you. Emma couldn't stand it anymore, took the bandages, and started to wrap him up. Xiaoyu was sweating profusely, leaning against the ship's railing and gasping for breath. But still in mood to chat. You're a pirate too, right? Why are you the only one? He wouldn't have said anything, but once he did, Emma's anger flared up. Isn't it all because of you guys? Our crew has scattered, and we don't even know if they're alive or dead now. Let me tell you, this girl curses fiercely, but her hands are quick and decisive. While helping my brother Xiaoyu bandage his shoulder, she is also gossiping. Wow. These days the newspapers are all about you. Did you really manage to escape from those three monsters? Carp, Akainu, and Akiji? Impressive. My brother was completely at a loss at that moment, shaking his head with a bitter smile, meaning, sis, just give it a rest. Carp and Akiji, those old foxes, didn't even use their full strength. If they really fought like Akainu and went all out, I'd be 6 feet under by now. When Emma heard this, she became even more worried and asked, what about your companions? This question hit my brother right in the gut. His eyes instantly turned cold as he stared into the distance, his voice sounding like it was squeezed out from between his teeth. Everyone else should be fine. It's just that idiot AKAs. He actually took on Akainu's magma fist with his body. Damn it, it's all my fault. If I were just a little stronger, they wouldn't have to suffer like this. I watched as he clenched his intact right hand, making a creaking sound, with veins bulging out. The look of guilt and worry on his face, to be honest, even moved Emma, the Ice Queen. But my brother, well, his emotional shifts were faster than flipping a book. 1 second he was emo, and the next he switched topics and started commenting on Emma. By the way, your observation hockey is pretty good. You managed to hold your own against that rear admiral for quite a while. That guy is really skilled with the 6 powers. Emma was left speechless by his sudden change in thought, turning her head away to hug her legs, mumbling softly, I'm still far from being able to compare with you. Who would have thought my brother would drop a bombshell? How about I teach you the Navy's 6 powers? With your foundation, you should be able to learn it. Emma was stunned. You? How do you know the cultivation method for the Navy's 6 powers? Oh, I just copied it from that admiral's mind. My brother said it so casually, as if it were nothing. I have this ability to directly read other people's memories. Goodness. Emma's expression was like she couldn't believe what she was hearing. But in the end, she couldn't resist the temptation, saying, well, I guess I'll reluctantly learn a bit. While her body was quite honest about it. As soon as he finished showing off, my brother sighed deeply. It's really good to be alive. Then he closed his eyes, tilted his neck, and fainted right there. Let me tell you, while my brother's fate was uncertain, the whole world was in an uproar because of him. In the New World, on Whitebeard's ship, the Moby Dick, after reading the newspaper, Dad's laughter nearly cracked the deck. He slapped his thigh and said, this kid is interesting. He dares to storm into Mary Geos, going head-to-head with Akainu, Akiji, and Garp. He even calls himself the future pirate king? Ha ha ha. Just to my taste. Marco and the other captains were discussing it too. They said this kid's strength was outrageous, with a bounty skyrocketing to 700 million. And they heard he was a top-notch swordsman. What they admired most was that my brother dared to poke a hole in the sky just to save a fisherman's slave. And in the end, he really did liberate all the slaves. When this was brought up, Everyone fell silent, probably remembering Ace. On the other side, at the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku's office was practically a disaster zone. He threw the newspaper out like a frisbee, furiously gulped down tea, but ended up spraying it all over himself, burning himself badly. That old man Garp was nearby, munching on senbei without a care, saying, "What's the big deal? It's not the first time he got away." Sengoku's face turned green, and he slammed the table, shouting, "Idiot! This time is different. He killed a world noble. We've been investigating him for 6 months, and he acts like a ghost, with no background to trace. And his abilities, not afraid of sea prism stones, can run on water. Tell me, what the heck is he?" Next up was Akainu's list of complaints. Who understands family matters? Just listen to Akainu listing my brother's abilities. Is this even reasonable? First, he can use both gravitational and repulsive forces. Second, he can compress wind on his sword. Third, he can transform into a monster with 9 tails, greatly increasing his power. Fourth, his body can become like water, making it impossible to hit him. Fifth, he can generate lightning from his hands. Sixth, he could transform into a giant to fight. I was stunned just listening to it. This ability is a patchwork of surprises. It's really troubling for the warring states, and they seem to be pulling their hair out in frustration. In the end, they can only guess wildly whether it's some kind of unseen phantom beast or if this kid can eat several fruits, just when the whole world is shaken by him. Our penguin account is in a dire situation. In the operating room, Anna was crying like a waterfall, her hands trembling like a sieve. What should we do? Axis. His entire lower body is burned beyond recognition, and the veins in both arms are completely ruined. There's no way to save him. That guy Chayabi went completely mad. He was measuring axe with a ruler while frantically sketching designs on the table beside him, muttering like a possessed person, "I can definitely succeed. We were saved at the cost of Shiyu's life. How can we let Axe die?" He yelled at Grid, "Hurry. Use your alchemy to refine these things on the blueprint for me. Quick, there's no time." Without saying a word, Grid started working on a pile of metal. Outside the operating room, Muse, Bartolomeo, Cavendish, and the others leaned against the wall, their faces looking worse than anyone else's. Bartolomeo stubbornly insisted that our captain would be the future pirate king and would be fine, but anyone could see the tension in his clenched fists. Cavendish was more realistic, saying that even Pirate King Roger was chased all over the world by Garp back in the day, implying that the captain was in serious trouble this time. Just when the atmosphere was at its most oppressive, the operating room door opened with a thud. Grid emerged, drenched in sweat, wiped his face, and forced a smile at everyone. Although he lost his hands and feet and was turned into a cyborg by that bastard Chibi, he has finally survived. As soon as he finished speaking, Muse couldn't hold it in anymore, crouching on the ground, her silent tears breaking hearts more than any sound. But at least he was saved. The scene shifted back to my brother, who was sitting on a small fishing boat with Emma, finally drifting to a small island. My brother now only has one leg left, and when he landed, he fell directly, leaving a patrolling hunter on the shore, dumbfounded. The hunter, holding his gun, asked warily, "Who are you?" My brother grinned and said earnestly, "Pirates, come here for supplies." This sentence directly poked a hornet's nest. The fishermen around instantly grabbed their harpoons and axes and surrounded us. Emma next to us laughed so hard she could barely stand up, mocking the Rookie King. The legendary Rookie, didn't he expect to be humiliated in such a small place? Huh. Ha ha. Just as things were at a standstill, a huge pirate ship appeared on the distant sea. My brother was still joking with the hunter, "If I take out those pirates, can you give me your food and water for free?" The hunter looked down at him with disdain. "You, a pirate with a broken hand and a broken leg?" The surrounding fishermen burst into laughter. However, Emma's earlier statement about the Rookie King suddenly made the hunter realize something. He widened his eyes and stared closely at my brother, and the next second, he went down on his knees with a thud. "Xiao Luo Xiaoyu, the captain of the pirate crew that attacked the Holy Land, Mary Joa 5 days ago." This kneel left everyone dumbfounded. It turned out that there were several children on this island who used to be slaves of the celestial dragons, and they were saved by my brother and his crew in Mary Joa. Now, the enemy had become a benefactor. The villagers were all crying uncontrollably. Coincidentally, the pirate ship in the distance wasn't there to plunder. It was carrying other children rescued from this island. Goodness, the scene turned into a large-scale family reunion. Filled with cries, the pirate captain, upon seeing my brother, had a look of admiration on his face, and before leaving, he specifically reminded him that the Navy was coming, urging him to hide quickly. I'll tell you, this world is truly marvelous. Not all pirates are bad, and not all Navy are good. Finally, the main event comes. While our penguin ship was sailing in the doldrums, Guess who we ran into? The Empress Boa Hancock. Goodness, when that old lecher, Kiambingway, saw a ship full of beauties, his eyes went wide, and he flew over in his Battle King #2, showering the Empress with flattery. As a result, after just a few words, he was completely smitten, almost spilling all our secrets about how much money we had on board and how we were sailing in the doldrums. Grid and Dumpling quickly rushed over to save the situation, but Grid himself couldn't resist the Empress's charm, and it looked like he was about to be seduced. Dumpling slapped him awake, but it was already too late. The Empress unleashed a sweet wind and turned Grid, along with his floating motorcycle, into stone. Grid! Dumpling was frantic and rushed over, hugging the statue and shouting. Just at that critical moment, a lazy voice suddenly came down from the sky. Grid, if you're defeated so easily, you might lose that vice captain position. As soon as the words were spoken, there were a few cracking sounds, and Grid's statue began to shatter from the inside. With a flash of red light, he burst out intact and performed a backflip, landing back on the penguin ship. The 9 snake pirates and everyone on our ship were stunned, all looking up at the sky in unison. Oh my goodness! A little fishing boat is just floating in midair. On the side of the boat sits a man with one leg and one arm, his tattered white shirt flapping in the wind. He leisurely raises a steaming cup of milk tea in his right hand, takes a gentle sip, and smiles at everyone on the penguin ship. The small fishing boat slowly descends, and my brother Xiaoyu stands in the air, while Ima elegantly flips and lands on the deck. The next second, Anna and the others are in an uproar. She covers her mouth, tears streaming down her face, pointing at my empty sleeves and pant legs, unable to say a word. Grid, in a fit of rage, slams his fist down on the deck, and Cavendish's fist makes a sound like firecrackers going off. I know they're feeling upset, thinking it's their lack of strength that made me the one left behind to face the 3 generals alone. As for me, I acted as if nothing was wrong, sipping my milk tea and greeting the girls from the 9 serpents. Hey beauties, I'm Xiaoyu, nice to meet you. With a casual hand gesture, I summoned a Susanoo and sliced that broken fishing boat in half, then turned around and grinned at my brothers and sisters. Hey family, I'm back. This shout had a big effect. Everyone burst into tears. Muses and AKS were crying like children. Anna, wiping her tears, scolded me. You bastard. Even with broken arms and legs, you still dare to bring a woman back. What, are you jealous? I laughed heartily and said, this is my lifesaver. I was reminiscing when I suddenly found myself face to face with Empress Hancock. Let me tell you, the moment I stood in front of her, it felt like looking at someone through a smartphone set to 0. 5x wide angle. So much pressure. She's 91 meters tall, and I'm only 74 meters. I chuckled and said, beautiful lady, you are indeed gorgeous, but it's a bit tough on my neck. As soon as I finished speaking, the Empress exploded with anger. She made a heart shape with her fingers, and a pink light shot toward me. I was stunned. Family, who understands this? When that sweet, fragrant wind hit me, my body instantly turned to water and then back again as if nothing had happened. The Empress looked dumbfounded. Her expression was like a 2025 model of an elderly person on the subway looking at their phone. She didn't believe it and shot several more, all of which were ineffective. It finally dawned on me, oh wow, my water transformation ability seems to counter her petrification. I rubbed my temples and innocently told her, it seems like that doesn't work on me. Now she was completely furious and pulled back her bow, shooting countless pink heart arrows at me like rain. I didn't dare to take those head on. Even rocks can get petrified. I quickly dodged around, and she jumped up too, kicking straight at my face. I barely managed to block with my remaining right hand, and let me tell you, the force almost wrecked my arm. Seeing that I was at a disadvantage in physical combat, I unleashed my ultimate move. A 20-meter-tall skeletal Susanoo rose from the ground, shielding me inside. The Empress kicked the Susanoo's shield, and it shattered into a large chunk of petrified stone. All right, you want to play rough? I flipped the table and shouted at her. I know all about the little secrets you 3 sisters have. I tell you, as soon as those words left my mouth, the entire atmosphere froze. Hancock's eyes widened in shock, and her conqueror's haki surged forth like it was free, instantly overwhelming all of us who were weaker in strength. Her 2 sisters stepped forward as well. The 3 of them were ready to fight me to the death. In the next moment, one sister's hair transformed into 8 large snakes that coiled around my Susanoo, while the other sister spat out a stream of venom that sizzled and corroded my skeletal structure. Hancock then unleashed a barrage of captive arrows. My Susanoo was on the verge of turning into a pile of rubble. I was also a bit fired up, sneering coldly, and shouted, ShinraTensei, with a loud bang. The three sisters had never seen such a move. Sonia was blasted straight into the sea, sinking down with bubbles. Hancock and the other two were also abilities users, but they could only watch in shock and couldn't dive in to save her. Just when they thought the sister was done for, I reached out toward the surface of the sea. Universal pull. With a splash, I pulled Sonia, along with the water, back up and safely tossed her onto their ship. Then I instantly appeared beside Hancock, leaned close to her ear, and said, "Isn't she just a slave of the celestial dragons? What's there to be ashamed of? If you really hate it that much, you pay, and I'll take you to slaughter through Mariewa." After saying that, I had already sat back on the railing of our ship. But then, looking handsome didn't last 3 seconds. My wound burst open, and blood started to seep out. Anna saw this and immediately panicked, coming over and slapping my wound, making me yell out in pain and sweat coldly. She roared at me like a mother tiger. "You guy, are you interested in that woman or something?" I was in so much pain that I gritted my teeth and rolled on the deck. Anna panicked and shouted in a fluster, "Chiobi, you idiot. Come help and carry him to the medical room." Later, I struck a deal with the Empress for 500 million berries to rent the uninhabited island next to her, so our pirate crew could set up camp. Anna was still sulking, asking if I had a crush on that big-chested girl. I thought, isn't that obvious? Grid and Cavendish were also unhappy for various reasons. One was upset that a beautiful woman looked at me differently, and the other was annoyed that my popularity was higher than his. I ignored them and directly started a briefing. "Listen up, everyone. With our current strength, we would just be delivering vegetables if we try to enter the New World. So, for the next month, everyone will train in the 6 powers of the Navy." I pointed at Glid. Your carbonization defense is impressive, but you can't fly. If you learn moonwalk, you be an airborne fortress." Then I pointed at Cavendish. "Get that dual personality sorted out by Anna, or I fear one day you'll take me out while I'm asleep." Muse, Axe, you two need to step up your physical fitness too. And you, Amon, Fishman karate can't be utilized on land. The 6 powers can help you eliminate your weaknesses. Finally, I turned my attention to Sunbei. "And you foolish scientist. You're the weakest on the ship. Your combat power probably doesn't even reach 5. No matter how powerful your robots are, you're just a fragile being. You break easily, and I don't want to carry a burden." Sunbei immediately roared. "Do you look down on me? The robots I designed can take on a rear admiral. I tell you, I will join the 9 Snake Pirates sooner or later." After saying that, he started daydreaming about being surrounded by admirers, drooling. All of us looked at him, sweat dropping from our foreheads. Meanwhile, it was lively in the palace of 9 Snake Island. Let me tell you, that Empress has fallen into lovesickness. Granny New was desperately advising her, saying we're the most notorious pirate crew and it's too dangerous, so hurry up and chase us away. But Hancock shot back with one sentence that left her speechless. "Do you think I can beat the man who escaped from 3 admirals?" Granny New still wouldn't give up. But he is a man. How can your powers be useless?" Hancock slapped her forehead and shouted in frustration, "I tried. It doesn't work. Does my presence really have no attraction for him?" A huge question mark slowly appeared on Granny New's forehead. A few days later, Sunbei installed new mechanical arms and legs for me. Let me tell you, it was incredibly smooth. I tried it out, and the fist on the new arm could be launched like a rocket, creating a massive wave in the sea with a loud bang. And then it could automatically fly back to reattach. So, are you afraid or not? I'm having a great time. Granny Nyo from 9 Snake Island brought people here, looking me up and down, and finally managed to say, "The Snake Princess is sick and needs you to treat her." I was stunned, thinking to myself, did you all find out that I just learned medical ninjutsu a few days ago? Anna immediately protested, saying that healing should be her job. As a result, Old Lady Nyo shook her head and said, "It has to be Xiaoyu, but you can follow along." Well, at this point, Xianbing and the other guys on the boat were thumping their chests in envy and jealousy. As for me, I brought the wary Anna and boldly entered Daughter Island. Once we got to the palace, Old Lady Nyo told us to wait outside. Anna, like a bundle of dynamite, punched me on the head, of course. It turned into a puddle again. She angrily said, "Did you all secretly get married without telling me? That old lady looks at you like she's looking at a son-in-law." I was joking with her when Hancock suddenly rushed out like a gust of wind. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw my hand resting on Anna's shoulder. In that moment, I tell you, 2 flames seemed to burst forth from Hancock's eyes. That look was as if she wanted to swallow Anna whole. She pushed Anna away and, with a voice so sweet it could squeeze water out, said to me, "You were looking for me. What's the matter?" I was a bit dazed at the time, and then Anna punched me in the head again, making my head spin. Hancock saw this and immediately went into battle mode, pointing at Anna and yelling, "What are you? How dare you hit the captain like that? If you were one of my subordinates, I would have thrown you into the sea to feed the fish. Anna, not backing down, put her hands on her hips and shot back. Who do you think you are? It's none of your business how I treat our captain. Seeing these two women about to fight, I had only one thought. Run. I quietly transformed into a puddle of water, hoping to slip out through the window. But Anna caught me. Hancock, seeing this, immediately became gentle again, hugging my arm and saying, "Little you, let me join your pirate crew. As long as I become the vice captain, I can help you discipline this unruly ship doctor." Upon hearing this, Anna exploded. "How dare you?" Hancock replied, "What is there to be afraid of? Little you, let me join." I tell you, as soon as those words came out, Granny Nyo and the others turned pale, rushing out to grab Hancock, saying, "Are you crazy? If you join them, the title of the 7 warlords will be lost, and Amazon Lily will be finished." Anna was fanning the flames on the side, imitating my laughter and saying, "Look, you can't even control your own people, and you want to manage our crew?" Well, Hancock heard this and exploded even more, grabbing Granny Nyo by the collar and shouting, "Do you all want to stop me from getting married?" I had only one thought at the time. Run. These women are terrifying. I was running with tears almost streaming down my face. Who understands the family? How on earth could that little brat, Kiambingwei, like such a terrifying creature as a woman? After finally escaping from the gentle place of Nine Snake Island. Oh no, it was a battlefield. We drove the Penguin towards the lair of the Golden Lion. Let me tell you, the atmosphere on the ship was incredibly tense, especially for Gride and Cavendish. Their faces were as tight as if they were about to take an exam. After all, the opponent was the Golden Lion, who was on par with Roger and Whitebeard. To be honest, I wasn't completely confident either. Kiambingwei was sitting in his newly built giant robot, Battle King #1, fiddling with his radar, saying there was no signal in this sea area, and the Golden Lion might not be here. I was lying on the sofa, tapping my fingers on the table, thinking that old man must have blown up the whole island. Otherwise, it would be impossible not to find him. I snapped my fingers, look up, head towards the East Sea. Kiambingwei was so pleased, saying that his wave-jamming eavesdropping device took him 2 months to create, unless the Navy had some black technology. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't find us. In these 2 months, he had been idle, upgrading the robot and working on wave jamming. And what he was most proud of was his invisibility potion. Speaking of this makes me want to laugh. This guy made an invisibility potion. Guess what he used it for? To spy on the Empress taking a bath. And what happened? He got caught on the spot by her observation hockey and was beaten half to death. It was hilarious. I glanced at him and saw his silly, nostalgic smile. And couldn't help but remind him, "You'd better practice your combat skills. Otherwise, being invisible next time will be useless, as she can sense your presence and drag you out to beat you." He huffed in discontent. The Penguin took off vertically, flying high and fast. In less than half a day, Kiambingwei's radar beeped, and he shouted, "Found it!" 20 miles away, several islands were floating in the sky. Then he started to tease me. "Hey, your abilities are similar. Why can they keep their island floating while you can't?" I twitched my mouth. "Big brother, are you kidding me? That SA Devil Fruit, it's a passive skill, and what I have is chakra. It's a blue bar. If I drag an island flying in the sky, I'll be squeezed dry in no time. I haven't even figured out how to use my 6-pass power yet, and I can't use the planetary devastation technique as smoothly as Nagato, so how dare I waste it like that?" As I spoke, those floating islands had already appeared before us. Wow, the scene was truly spectacular. Above the clouds, 4 or 5 islands were drifting with lush green trees on them, and even a piece of trapped seawater floating in the sky. It was simply a sky city. Anna and Emma were leaning over the side of the ship with their eyes wide open, exclaiming in awe. The rest of us guys had only one thought in our minds. This Golden Lion is a bit too strong. That guy Grid was even more so. His eyes were almost burning with battle intent, probably thinking that the 5 styles of the Navy he practiced before weren't enough. Kiambingwei was frantically tapping on the keyboard. Chuckling done, all monitoring systems have been hacked by me. Their technicians will need at least half a month to fix it. Xiaoyu, let us stop at that island with the beach. Just treat it as a vacation. I had just taken a sip of milk and nodded in agreement. But then Grid splashed a bucket of cold water on me. No, that island is within the observation range of the Golden Lioness observation hockey. He seems to be looking for something. I felt a bit embarrassed at that moment. Indeed, when it comes to experience, I'm not as strong as him. I had to say, "All right, then let's stop at the second one." Cavendish got excited again and said with a beaming face, "Xiaoyu, how about I take over as captain? I promise to lead you to the peak." All of us rolled our eyes at him in unison. Meanwhile, on the big ship of the Golden Lion, he took a deep puff of his cigar, as if he sensed something. His quirky scientist, Indigo, walked over, followed by a dancing gorilla. The golden lion widened his eyes and exaggeratedly shouted, "Oh, Mom." Indigo slapped him on the head. "It looks like a gorilla to me." The golden lion touched his head. "Oh, so you can talk." The two of them chatted for a bit, and Indigo said the signal was being interfered with. The golden lion laughed nonchalantly. "Whoever it is, if they dare to mess up my plans, just kill them." We stayed on the second island for half a month. And Qianbing, that scientific madman, didn't he leave the laboratory. Finally, one day, a cheer erupted from his lab, followed by a loud bang. The door opened, and a blackened figure with an explosion hairstyle walked out. He looked dejected, failed, trying to cram two abilities into one fruit. Unless it's a special physique, it just turns into a bomb. Great, the plan for the artificial superfruit is shot. I shrugged and looked at Anna and Muse. Well, it can't be helped. Let us each take one. What abilities do you want? We managed to get 2 devil fruits before. Both of them are zoan types. Without thinking, Anna said, lightning. Muse pondered for a moment and said, high-pressure cannon. The high-pressure cannon is the ability of a tiger we caught on the island. Capable of compressing air and firing it out. With power comparable to my mini-tailed beast ball, it's indeed fierce. I nodded at Qianbing. Did you hear that? Make arrangements. As for the others, Cavendish felt that zoan types were low class. Grid said he wouldn't consider it unless it was a Logia type. Dumpling wanted to train by himself. And AKS, well, he is a cyborg. That's enough for him. He doesn't need it. Anna still felt a bit uneasy and asked me, are you sure mine is a human fruit? I don't want to eat it and turn into some ugly animal. I told her that what the encyclopedia said. It might even be a mythical beast type from the Warring States period. Once Qianbing went back to continue his research, I exchanged glances with Grid and jumped directly off the ship. Let us go, meet the Golden Lion. You guys stay on the ship. As soon as I finished speaking, Dumpling, Cavendish, and AKS all jumped down right after me, their expression suggesting that if I said no, they would beat me up first. I can only shrug. All right, I admit defeat, but let's make it clear, I'll deal with the Golden Lion. Cavendish immediately looked displeased, his face twisted. Are you saying I can't handle him? I smiled and floated up, instantly flying away, leaving behind a sentence. Not bad, you're still far from him. Glid grinned and followed suit with moon steps. Dumpling and AKS were even more heavyweight. One used the Dance of the Void, while the other shot out boosters from behind, moving at high speed. 5 minutes later, the 5 of us were suspended in mid-air, looking at the large ship that resembled a small island. Cavendish furrowed his brow while stepping on moon steps. Are you sure that idiot with half a ship's rudder stuck in his head, using a sword as a foot, is the Golden Lion? Ha ha! The signature laughter of the Golden Lion came through. It seems the voice I heard that day was indeed you, the legendary newcomer. Azura Xiaoyu. He actually recognized me. It makes sense. Anyone who could escape from Carp and 2 admirals would definitely catch his attention. He even wanted to recruit me. So, how about it? Join me? I chuckled and shook my head. Forget it. You've lost to Roger before, so you don't seem that impressive. Huh? As soon as these words were spoken, the air instantly froze. The ferocious aura emanating from the Golden Lion suddenly exploded, and a surge of murderous intent rose up. I hadn't even spoken yet when AKS raised his hand and shot out 5 beams of laser. Golden Lion was momentarily stunned, but his body reacted extremely quickly and dodged in an instant. His observation haki was absurdly high level. Immediately after, he kicked out with 2 swords at his feet, sending a dozen fierce slashes flying towards us. 2 black rods suddenly grew from my bones. Grid coldly sneered and kicked out with both feet, sending dozens of storm kicks toward me, but with a few puff sounds, they were directly sliced apart. Cavendish snorted, drew his Durandal, and charged forward with a moonwalk, clanging and clattering as he managed to block all the slashes. At that moment, Dumpling had already used the Dance of the Sky technique to circle to the side of the Golden Lion, and the holes on his fingers shot out a continuous line of energy. The Golden Lion let out a loud roar and flew up again to dodge. The opportunity had come. I smirked, aimed my palm at him, and whispered, Universal Gravity. A massive gravitational force instantly yanked the Golden Lion in midair toward me. What ability is this? The Golden Lion was clearly caught off guard but reacted quickly. Although his body was being pulled by me, he pointed to a nearby, floating island, and, to my surprise, he retaliated by hurling the entire island at me. So, it's all about physical confrontation, huh? I was stunned at the time. This ability was really a bit overpowered, but I didn't let go, and I could see the Golden Lion and that small island getting closer to me. The strong wind was stinging my face, and Grid had already jumped onto the flying island. He pressed his hands against the ground and shouted, "Steel spear." In an instant, the entire island was covered with sharp steel spears. The next second, all the spears shot out at once, aimed at the golden lion. The golden lion grinned, curled his finger, and all the steel spears surprisingly changed direction, raining down on me. Damn! I quickly gave up on the Wanxian Tianin, and with a tap of my toes, I instantly dodged. The golden lion ignored Grid and the others and came straight for me, his sword on his leg, wildly kicking out slashes. As I flew, I locked onto him with my observation hockey, and with one black stick charged with lightning and another with wind blades, I turned in midair, blocking all his attacks with clashing sounds, while simultaneously countering with countless wind blades. Between the two small islands, an explosion occurred, with slashes and wind blades colliding, smoke billowing. Grid and Cavendish behind were furious, cursing. Their moonwalk was like riding shared bikes, completely unable to keep up with the speed of our divine battle. Seeing that pure slashes couldn't take me down, the golden lion glanced over, kicked the sea of a nearby island, instantly splitting half of the water apart, and then with a few more kicks, turned that water into countless water blades shooting towards me. I smiled wickedly. I might struggle with slashes, but controlling water? I'm not afraid. I retracted the black rod. My hands suddenly spread wide, and the universal attraction activated again. All the water blades instantly accelerated, rushing towards me. The golden lion was stunned, thinking to himself, "Is this guy out of his mind?" In the next second, all the seawater gathered in front of me, forming a massive water sphere. I pushed it back with a flick of my hand. "Are you kidding me?" The golden lion stared at the water sphere, comparable to a small asteroid, paused for a moment, then took a deep puff of his cigar, and with a kick, crack, the entire water sphere was split in half, crashing down onto the sea below. He chuckled. "What kind of ability user are you? You can attract, push, and even fly. I'm getting more and more interested in you." I shook my finger. "I'm not an ability user. This is a ninjutsu." As I spoke, I used the universal attraction to pull the nearest island towards me and charged it straight at him. The golden lion laughed heartily. "Do you think this move will work on me? That island is floating because of me." As soon as he finished speaking, the island suddenly stopped in front of him and unexpectedly began to turn around, crashing back towards me. My heart skipped a beat. It was indeed a monster. Relying solely on the gravitational pull of chakra, I still couldn't compete with the fully developed float fruit. Just as the small island was about to crash down on me, AKS and Dumpling arrived just in time. One unleashed a super hull wave, while the other shot 2 missiles from his chest, and with a loud boom, half of the small island was blown to pieces. I took the opportunity to fly to the remaining half of the island. No more pretending. Time to lay it all out. The fiery red chakra instantly enveloped my whole body, and the tailed beast cloak activated. 1, 2. 8 chakra tails suddenly sprang out. The golden lion was stunned for a moment, scratched his head, and suddenly pointed at me and shouted, "Nanny? Gorilla." I spat out a mouthful of old blood and almost got internal injuries. "You're the gorilla, and your whole family is made up of gorillas. This is a youthful version of the Nine Tails mode. Do you understand?" I opened my mouth, and a tail beast ball compressed to its limit shot out with a whoosh. The golden lion frowned, his feet moving as fast as a phantom, and countless slashes shattered my tail beast ball. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened, and a storm was about to break. The golden lion's expression changed as he seemed to want to avoid the weather and turned to run. I sneered. "Want to run? No way." I instantly appeared in front of him, and on my 8 chakra tails, 8 gigantic Rinnegan appeared, sealing off all his escape routes. "You damn brat." The golden lion roared in anger, slashing wildly with his feet, while the ground around us began to rise, transforming into a giant lion's head roaring towards me. I had already anticipated this. I clasped my hands together, and at the moment the Rinnegan held him back, my long-prepared ultimate move was finally completed. Almighty push. Boom. With a loud bang, an irresistible repulsive force erupted centered around me. Those lion heads, debris, and slashes were all sent flying, instantly turning into a swirling sandstorm. The golden lion, blasted into the sky, was also stunned. He completely didn't expect that I had such power. I looked at the countless sand and stone giants I controlled, a strange smile creeping up the corner of my mouth. Gravity can't compete with you, then? How about a sandstorm burial? I slowly stretched out my hand, and the overwhelming stones and dust instantly came to life, sweeping towards the golden lion like a tsunami. It was only at the moment he was about to be engulfed that he reacted, activating the power of the float fruit to make countless grains of sand begin to fall. The golden lion gritted his teeth and finally calmed down. From the very beginning, it seemed he had been dictating the pace of our aerial battle. Moreover, whether it was gravity or repulsion, it appeared he had yet to truly control them. But once I turned everything into sand, did that truly allow him to control it? Could it be that this kid's real power lies in the control of sand with the sand fruit, rather than gravity and repulsion? Thinking this, the golden lion seemed a bit confused. If he were on the ground, perhaps this kid could control the sand better? What was really going on? The golden lion pondered. But little Rain wasn't thinking the same way. Having long since designed all his plans, it could be said that the golden lion had completely fallen into his rhythm now. With a slight smirk and a faint smile, the next moment, his body seemed to dissolve into sand and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind the golden lion. The tailed beast chakra vanished, and flames suddenly erupted around him, forming a Susanoo. Grinning, he whispered, "Golden lion, I wonder if you can withstand this move." A massive fist, engulfed in red flames, charged towards the golden lion. At the same time, the sand that had not been controlled seemed to lose its grip all at once. It was quickly gathered again by the golden lion, forming a shield to block the blow. Boom! A loud noise erupted, dust and sand scattered. The tremendous impact hit the golden lion, who couldn't react in time, with a chunk of sand turned into stone, causing him to tumble several times in the air. Little Rain grinned, and the next moment, the universal attraction was unleashed. A gigantic katana appeared in the hand of the Susanoo. If I get hit by this, I'm finished. The golden lion's brows furrowed deeply, and after a cold snort, his legs repeatedly slashed towards Little Rain. At that moment, Little Rain seemed to have anticipated this, as a shield appeared in the other hand of the Susanoo. Clang, clang, clang. All the slashes were blocked, but the katana continued to thrust forward. If it weren't for his elementalized body, he would have truly been hit. Just then, the last two small islands flashed nearby. They charged towards the Susanoo at an extremely fast speed. If they hit at this moment, it seemed the Susanoo wouldn't be able to defend. Little Rain glanced over, and the long sword of the Susanoo slashed left and right. Boom! With a loud bang, the two small islands, which were as massive as boulders, were directly split in half. At this moment, the golden lion had already fallen in front of the Susanoo. With a faint smile on his lips, he softly said, "Kid, not bad." After his words fell, he stretched his legs and thrust towards Little Rain's head within the Susanoo. Clang! Two crisp sounds echoed, and after the golden lion was blocked by one of Little Rain's defenses, he quickly retreated, flying directly towards the ground. He wanted to see why Little Rain was not allowing him to go to the ground. At that moment, the universal attraction appeared once more. What made the golden lion a bit furious was that he was once again pulled towards Little Rain's Susanoo. Damn it, what kind of ability does this kid have? The golden lion was now getting a bit angry. Clearly, it was a proper aerial battle, but he was being suppressed by this kid. Moreover, the pressure seemed quite immense. Thinking this, he spat out the cigar from his mouth with a puff. Simultaneously, countless massive stones and soil on the ground transformed into lions. Attacking the Susanoo in the sky, Little Rain frowned, sneering coldly. Finally, start a fight back, huh? As his words fell, the Susanoo also disappeared. At the same time, Little Rain's body once again appeared behind the golden lion like sand. With a powerful punch, coated in armament hockey, he struck towards the golden lion's back. Just then, the golden lion smirked, turned around, and grabbed Little Rain's fist with one hand. At the same time, his legs flew up and began to stab towards Little Rain's chest. So he wanted to draw me in. Little Rain's mind was clear, and he immediately understood the golden lion's intentions. However, his body did not move at all. Meanwhile, he drew out a black stick from his waist and thrust it toward the golden lion. Thud! Two sounds occurred simultaneously, but the golden lion's thrust against Little Rain turned into water. Meanwhile, Little Rain directly pierced the golden lion's abdomen, causing blood to spurt. What? A natural type fruit ability? But I've never seen a natural type like this. The golden lion was speechless, his mouth twitching slightly, as the long sword on his feet seemed to attack with hockey in disbelief. It was clear that reality was still somewhat cruel. Although the water splashed, he truly did not hit Little Rain's physical form. And at this moment, Little Rain wore a cold smile, pulling out another black stick to stab towards the golden lion's heart. With a crack, Little Rain was thrown out by the golden lion, crashing into a massive stone, instantly turning into water to absorb the impact. Looking over, the golden lion pulled out the black stick with one hand, his eyes filled with a hint of astonishment. He couldn't understand why one person could have so many abilities. If it were possible to eat several devil fruits, he would have tried it long ago. Just then, the sky darkened with heavy clouds. The roiling clouds seemed to cover the entire sky in an instant. The golden lion turned back to look at the swirling clouds. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he shouted, "Explosive head!" Although Little Rain wasn't very close, he was still somewhat speechless at this guy's judgment. Explosive head. How did you come up with that? Somewhat stifled by the golden lion's judgment, Little Rain's right hand crackled with lightning. He slowly ascended into the clouds in the sky and then shouted loudly at the golden lion. "This time, you will definitely lose, and it will be a terrible loss." As his words fell, the entire cloud began to tremble with electricity. At this moment, the golden lion could also clearly sense something was off. As he tried to escape to the ground, Little Rain's booming voice followed. "Lightning release, Kirin." Instantly, countless bolts of lightning intertwined and gathered in Little Rain's right hand, transforming into a roaring Kirin that charged violently towards the golden lion. "Damn you, little brat." In the golden lion's last roar, he was struck by the Kirin and plummeted to the ground. Meanwhile, everything suspended in the air began to slowly descend towards the sea. The Kirin, carrying the golden lion, had already landed on the surface. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, a pillar of fire erupted into the sky. In the distance, Grid and Cavendish, who had just dealt with the golden lion's crew, stood with their arms crossed, staring in shock at Little Rain, enveloped in Susanoo, flying towards the penguin ship. "Are you kidding me? Can he really control the entire lightning? This is much more powerful than Enel's techniques," Cavendish exclaimed, his expression filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Grid seemed to have suddenly realized something and shook his head slightly. "No. The lightning technique is secondary. Didn't you notice this storm? The golden lion fears storms, while Little Rain's lightning release Kirin brings the storm, directly striking the golden lion. Clearly, knowing the golden lion's weakness, Little Rain had set him up. Set up? Cavendish was a bit confused as he looked at the penguin ship slowly descending. The ship that had just shot up seemed to look at Xiaoyu with a puzzled expression. Grid was right. The golden lion feared storms. However, today, Emma had predicted the storm would come. The timing of the storm might just be a matter of time. But if the golden lion detected the storm before it arrived, he would definitely try to escape. And just so happened, I had been drawing him into the sky to fight. After you killed those navigators, there was no one left to inform that fool. By the time he reacts, the storm will already be upon him, and my Chila might be able to injure him, but it can't kill him instantly. So, this guy will be completely defeated by the storm." Xiaoyu chuckled, a hint of wickedness at the corner of his mouth. His Qilin merely prevented the golden lion from escaping on a large scale. It was the storm that was the real reason for his defeat. Cavendish nodded slightly, and then asked, "By the way, your feet and hands are all made of sea prism stone fists. Why not just grab him and render him powerless?" A large hashtag suddenly appeared on Xiaoyu's forehead. If he directly reached out to grab him, a pirate with such combat experience would definitely become suspicious. At that time, how could he catch him? Cavendish seemed to realize this too, and shook his head. Then, as if he had suddenly discovered something, he pointed into the distance. "Look, is that those villagers?" Xiaoyu and Grid had actually noticed long ago. Almost all the crew members were looking at those people with wings on their hands, flapping their wings and slowly flying towards the sea. A smile crept onto Xiaoyu's lips. These guys, although they have been infected by those things at this moment, they also have the ability to leave. Hee. Maybe they don't even know it themselves. Emma chuckled lightly, her eyes carrying a strange expression, as if she saw something in these people. "Maybe." Xiaoyu nodded and directly sat down cross-legged. Chapter 92. A chance encounter with Ace at Marine Headquarters Marineford. Sengoku's cheek twitched as he slammed the Den Mushi onto the desk. Supporting his body with both hands, he spoke somewhat strained. "Are we really doing nothing?" That voice carried a sense of shame, indicating a kind of helplessness. He sat down heavily, sighed. "Carp, that kid Xiaoyu is causing trouble again. You idiot. Can't you stop eating sunbae and listen to me?" By the end, Sengoku nearly wanted to roar out loud. Carp shook the sunbae in his hand and squinted with a smile. "That kid's troublemaking isn't a 1 or 2 day affair. We can't possibly send an admiral every day to chase him, right?" Sengoku exhaled steam from his nose, looking at Carp in front of him. Sometimes, he found that Carp's way of living was quite good. At least, he wouldn't feel exhausted or upset. Shaking his head, one hand supporting the desk, he said softly, "This time, he defeated the golden lion. We have captured the golden lion again. I'm now thinking, sometimes the things we do are not even comparable to a pirate. At least they can do whatever they want. If they want to defeat a strong opponent, they can just go and do it. Meanwhile, we seem to be a bit hesitant." Carp laughed heartily, nodded vigorously, and said, "Sengoku, How about training new recruits with me? I really want to train the new recruits well, just like Zephyr back in the day, watching one talented and powerful Marine after another emerge from my hands. That must feel great. Sengoku was taken aback, pursed his lips, and helplessly shook his head. Talking to this guy could sometimes be very tiring. Outside the window, the sun was setting. A faint golden light poured down, illuminating the entire sea with a soft golden glow. The sea is truly a place of freedom. After a silent sigh in his heart, Sengoku tightened his fist. Meanwhile, about 7,000 meters underwater, the penguin ship, covered with a membrane, was slowly diving beneath the water. The underwater scenery at this moment captivated everyone. Who would have thought such a deep seabed could offer such sights? Hee hee. It's magnificent. Emma pressed one hand against the membrane, looking at the huge tree roots and gigantic sea fish outside. Xiaoyu grinned and whispered to Muse, "Quick, make me a cup of hot milk tea. Now is the time to enjoy the scenery with tea." Now, Muse, although having consumed the super devil fruit named by Qianbingwei, also served as the chef aboard the penguin ship, managing all kitchen affairs alongside Jolena. After the incident at Sabati Archipelago, Muse realized that no matter how powerful one's combat ability may be, it couldn't compare to Xiaoyu and the other fighters. Doing one's own job well was far more satisfying. Watching everyone happily eat his food was Muse's greatest enjoyment now. AKS, on the other hand, was stationed in the lookout tower as a lookout. Inside, there were sofas, coffee tables, and some daily necessities. It also allowed him to better study his mechanical equipment. Just the electronic eyes alone enabled AKS to see much farther now. The fisherman Amon jumped out of the ship's membrane and swam in the sea. The deep scenery made everyone comfortably lean against their sofas, quietly watching. At this moment, AKS glanced into the distance. Then, he quietly spoke into the nearby amplifier. 50 meters behind us, a pirate ship is following, and it seems they want to attack us. By the way, there's also a sea beast on board. Hearing this report, a grin spread across Xiaoyu's face as he jumped up to look towards the ship's stern. In front of the pirate ship, there was a rather large and fierce sea beast. It looked like a fish, but its head resembled that of a leopard. Xiaoyu smirked, extending his hand outwards. As the sea beast was about to touch the penguin ship, it suddenly unleashed a barrage of lightning. Instantly, the sea beast's eyes widened and it trembled. Then it slowly slumped down, dragging the pirate ship down with it. At that moment, a figure swiftly stepped onto a single-person boat that looked like a skateboard. After a collision inside the ship's membrane, it appeared in the sea. However, it was originally heading towards Xiaoyu. Yet, before it could arrive, it started to go limp, and the next moment, it fell alongside the pirate ship. At that moment, Xiaoyu seemed to have discovered an important person. He stared intently at the person falling, then reached out his hand to use the universal pull to draw that person directly up. When they landed on the deck, it was clear that the person had already passed out. "Anna, check if this guy is okay," Xiaoyu instructed, crouching beside the freckled man. Anna took out her tools, chuckled, and then punched the man in the stomach. "Ooh." A mouthful of water spurted out, and then Anna narcissistically blew on her fist, puffed out her impressive chest, and said softly, "It's nothing, just drank a bit of water." After speaking, she took a pill from the medicine box and directly stuffed it into the freckled man's mouth. Ever since she consumed that devil fruit, Anna's confidence seemed to have skyrocketed. Who would have thought her figure would become so devilish? The power of the human fruit, fairy type, is indeed more suitable for women. Confusion, illusions, and transformations, combined with the lightning added by Senbei, make for a mesmerizing combination. Just these abilities alone are enough to enchant anyone, especially when Anna's figure changes along with the fruit. It has left her excited and sleepless for days. After a man lying on the deck coughed, he slowly opened his eyes. Greed, arms crossed, looked down at the man on the ground and said, "Xiaoyu, why did you save this guy?" The others also looked at Xiaoyu with puzzled expressions. Saving one's enemy, saving a pirate who intended to rob them, doesn't seem like Xiaoyu's style. It's certainly not something a man like Xiaoyu would do. "Oh, he is Luffy's brother, Ace. So let's save him." Xiaoyu smiled widely and looked at the now awakened Ace. The fisherman Amon and several other newcomers were momentarily stunned and looked at Xiaoyu. "Boss, who is Luffy?" Greed was also taken aback, while Sunbei slapped Ace on the shoulder and shouted, Are you Luffy's brother Ace?" It was clear that Sunbei got along quite well with Luffy, because both were rather foolish. "Huh, Luffy? Do you know Luffy?" Ace, just waking up, seemed surprised and a bit confused. Xiaoyu nodded and chuckled softly. "Yes, we know Luffy. In fact, we trained together in the East Blue." When the topic of training in the East Blue came up, Ace obviously fell into memories, a faint smile on his lips as he glanced at Xiaoyu. That guy, is he doing well now? In about a month, he might be setting sail. We went to Windmill Village to hide from Carp's pursuit 6 months ago. Now that I think about it, it's about time for him to set sail. Xiaoyu counted on his fingers and sighed softly. It turns out he had been in this world for almost 6 months. His strength had also made tremendous progress during this time. Ace stood up straight and bowed to the others. Thank you. Luffy must have caused you trouble. He looked quite gentlemanly. Xiaoyu waved his hand, secretly sighing. This guy who has learned manners is simply incomparable to Luffy, that foolish guy. The difference in their attitudes towards etiquette is like heaven and earth. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu suddenly remembered something and asked, how did you end up with those guys? If we had discovered you a bit later, you would have been thrown into the sea by us. Greed and the others nodded vigorously. If they had really thrown Xiaoyu into the sea, they might not know how to face Luffy in the future. Ace scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said softly, well, I was eating on their ship. As a result, I fell asleep. I slept for 3 days and ended up here at Fishman Island. Sorry. Except for Xiaoyu, the entire crew fell into speechlessness. Is this guy really as foolish as Luffy? Falling asleep while eating? You were chasing Blackbeard, right? Xiaoyu didn't freeze like Greed and the others at Ace's words. After all, he knew what kind of person Ace was, and he also understood the character of the D family. Ace's eyes widened, his fists clenched tightly. At the same time, flames had already appeared around his fists. Greed and the others frowned, clearly knowing what kind of ability this guy possessed. That's right. I'm chasing Blackbeard Teach. How did you know? After gritting his teeth, Ace regained his composure and looked at Xiaoyu. We encountered him on Magnet Island, but I knocked him away. However, Xiaoyu paused, sighed, and said again, to be honest, right now you're not his match. Huh? Ace was clearly taken aback. This kid, does he know his strength? He has the power of the dark fruit, which can absorb your flames. Although, as the 2nd Division commander of Whitebeard, your combat power is considerable. You're still not his match right now. Moreover, if you get caught by him, you might be in trouble, Xiaoyu said with a serious expression, his voice low. At this moment, Ace laughed. As the captain, if I'm afraid of death and don't go after him, then what face do I have left to stay by Dad's side? Xiaoyu helplessly shook his head, clearly knowing he couldn't persuade him. He stood up and looked back at the sea, then sighed and asked, so, we are heading to Fishman Island next. What about you? Where are you planning to go? Of course, I'll follow you to Fishman Island and then find a ship to take me to Sabaody Archipelago. Ace shrugged helplessly and smiled wryly. Chapter 93. Landing on Fishman Island. Jinbei's welcome on the coast of Fishman Island. Looking at the sunny weather, even Sunbei felt amazed. Not to mention Xiaoyu and the others. Although they had seen such a scene in the original world, compared to reality, it was completely different. Taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly, Xiaoyu chuckled softly. So comfortable. This is Fishman Island. You might feel a little unwelcome, but with me around, it should be fine. Little Fishman Amon grinned, his teeth shining like barbs. Ace stood beside Xiaoyu, patted his shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, look at that flag. Whose territory it is. Almost everyone looked up at the flag planted on the highest building. Whitebeard Pirates. Greed's eyes widened, and he instantly understood the significance of this flag. This is Whitebeard's territory, and Ace is the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. With such an identity, it felt like entering one's own home. How could they be unwelcome or in danger? You have to know, this island is under Whitebeard's protection. With a slap, Greed directly smacked Xiaoyu on the head, frowning and shouting, "You idiot! When will you take over an island?" Oomph. After saying that, he turned his head away, as if looking down on Xiaoyu. This is a bit difficult. Even if we occupy an island, we don't have much military strength. So, it seems we can't defend it. Besides, you guys don't have the strength to fight against admirals. If all the admirals come with the navy, we only have the option to run away. As soon as Xiaoyu said this, it left Greed and the others speechless. A huge hashtag appeared on their foreheads. They frowned, staring at Xiaoyu with a very angry expression. Just then, some human pirates began to slowly gather on the coast. Among them, several fishmen quietly stood behind those pirates, looking towards the Penguin. At that moment, those human pirates suddenly started to panic, especially when they saw the flag of the Penguin. They clearly had the impulse to turn and flee. Damn, is this crazy Xiaoyu planning to attack Fishman Island and confront Whitebeard? A strangely looking pirate shouted. No, look at that guy. He has clearly Fire Fist Ace. How come? He is on Xiaoyu's ship. Another pirate was stunned at first, but when he saw Ace, he clearly couldn't make sense of it. Could it be that Xiaoyu joined the Whitebeard Pirates? Suddenly, a strange thought made everyone look at each other. as if that was the only explanation. Little Rain jumped off the penguin ship, smiling faintly as he looked at the pirates and fishmen. In his heart, he secretly pondered. It seems that my reputation is quite big now. I didn't expect that just showing up would shock and frighten everyone. Ace, along with the others, also jumped down, and after walking for a short while, they noticed a group of people slowly approaching them, especially Ace, who was extremely surprised. He grinned and said, somewhat moved, I didn't expect you to know I was coming so soon. It hadn't even been 10 minutes since they arrived from the pirate's ship, and they were already here. I have to say, even Little Rain was a bit surprised. Jinbei really is always keeping an eye on Fishman Island. Jinbei stood in front of Ace, smiled, but seemed to pay more attention to Little Rain. He thought to himself, this kid is someone who can fight against admirals. What is he doing here? And how did Ace end up with him? The onlooking pirates and fishmen quickly made way. Some even fled the area. Anyone associated with Little Rain would definitely attract the attention of the Navy. Just how did you end up on our Fishman Island? Jinbei looked serious, and his words were quite coherent. In the world of pirates, he was a rare, normal pirate. After all, in Little Rain's world, encounters with such guys were still uncommon. Ace stepped forward and tapped Jinbei on the shoulder, chuckling, I took the wrong ship, and then Little Rain saved me. This is my good friend. I hope you can take care of him on Fishman Island. By the way, can you find a ship to send me to Sabaody Archipelago? I'm in a bit of a hurry. Jinbei was taken aback for a moment, seemingly not having reacted. He then turned to look at Little Rain. After furrowing his unique eyebrows, he quietly asked, you are the legendary newcomer, Azura Little Rain? Little Rain smiled faintly and glanced at the remaining members of the Fishman pirate crew. He then quietly asked, you are the one who let Arlong into the East Blue, right? Upon hearing this, the entire Fishman pirate crew was momentarily stunned, seemingly not understanding Little Rain's meaning. At this moment, Jinbei nodded, his expression stern, and quietly asked, yes, I let Arlong into the East Blue. Why? Did he hurt you? Ha ha. Are you kidding? Do you think Arlong's strength can hurt our captain? Before Little Rain could speak, Muse beside him burst into laughter. Back when they were still in the East Blue, they thought Arlong was indeed powerful. However, after entering the Grand Line, it seemed that such strength was everywhere. Except for being several times stronger at sea, they had that kind of power on land too. Jinbei. Boss, Muse didn't mean to offend. It's just, they just brought me here to bury Isco. Fishman Iman stepped forward, carrying an ice coffin on his shoulder. Upon seeing Jinbei, he appeared somewhat fearful, or rather, it was more of respect. He grew up on Fishman Island, hearing tales of Jinbei and Tiger, so seeing the real person naturally made him feel a bit odd. A fishman? Jinbei's eyes widened in disbelief, and the pirates behind him stared wide-eyed at Iman. Oh, we rescued this one from the celestial dragons. Now he's a deep-sea scout for our Little Rain pirates. Little Rain chuckled and said softly. He then looked back at Ace. There's no rush to chase Blackbeard. If you have time, let's stay here for a day. As soon as he finished speaking, he led the pirate crew toward the town. Little Fishman Iman bowed to Jinbei and then ran ahead to lead the way. You might not know, but Little Rain fought against the Kainu at Sabaody Archipelago to save Iman and Isco. To be honest, even I was a bit surprised. Ace explained softly, watching Little Rain and the others walk away. Jinbei moved his neck in shock and turned to look at the departing Little Rain and the others, evidently carrying a sense of gratitude, especially those fishmen. They were well aware of the pain of being slaves under the celestial dragons. Moreover, Little Rain was the second powerful figure to liberate slaves. Apart from Tiger, Little Rain was the second one, and he was a human, although there was some resistance. If it were Little Rain, perhaps it could really lead to a genuine partnership between humans and fishmen, although he was the second man to ascend Mariehua and liberate slaves. Who would have thought it was to save a little fishman? He deserves our respect, Jinbei said softly. At the same time, the fishmen behind him nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in a dark underwater pirate ship, a tall man sat in the main seat, coldly staring at the fishmen kneeling in front of him, and quietly asked, is it really the Little Rain pirates? The fishman nodded vigorously, then replied with certainty, Captain, it's definitely the Little Rain pirates. Moreover, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, Fire Fist Ace, has also come along. Fire Fist Ace? What the hell is going on? Could be that Little Rain has joined the Whitebeard pirates? That's impossible. This guy's a monster attacking Mariehua. How could he lower himself to join the Whitebeard pirates? Hody furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. Nearby, some small lackeys started shouting. Although they weren't as powerful as the later new Fishman pirate crew, they had at least begun to take shape. And now Jinbei, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was stationed on Fishman Island, so they could only engage in small-scale schemes behind the scenes. Perhaps Jinbei already knew about it. Do you think this guy wants to take over Fishman Island and go against Whitebeard? Compared to past events, this possibility is definitely there. Otherwise, Captain, why not inquire about it in the royal palace? A small fishman with sharp teeth suggested. Hody nodded slightly, agreeing with the fishman's idea. After all, the strength of the Little Rain Pirates was unquestionable. They directly attacked the Holy Land Mariehua when the newspapers came out those days. Even Hody and the others felt a sense of longing. If such powerful strength could be used for themselves, why would they fear the world government? I think we should just ask Jinbei directly. A timid-looking fishman said softly, but before he could finish, Hody punched him away. The rage swept through the entire cabin like a storm. Staring blankly at the fishman who had been knocked away, Hody coldly asked, "Do you think Jinbei would tell us? Right now, he's a human lapdog. Oomph. Even Arlong doesn't look down on him anymore." The fishman lackey repeatedly apologized, which calmed Hody's anger. With deep-set eyes, he looked toward the Dragon Palace, his thick fingers gently pinching his chin. It seemed he was contemplating some sinister plot. Chapter 94. Hody's provocation on a beach in Fishman Island. Amon was quietly kneeling in front of the grave. It seemed he was lost in memories, sometimes smiling broadly, and other times tears streaming down his face. Even someone like Little Rain found it a bit unsettling to watch. The others were doing their own things. Although Isco was Amon's friend and had cared for him like an older brother when he was a slave, unfortunately, it seemed that everyone on the ship had never truly interacted with him. Moreover, it's better to let Amon be alone for a while. After all, as a member of a pirate crew, he should have space to grow. If he needs to cry, let him cry. If he needs to laugh, let him laugh. Once he has done crying and laughing, then let us set sail. We will still cherish you as our companion. Seeing Amon gradually coming to his senses, Xiaoyu stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. After coughing lightly, he said, "My condolences. At least you're still alive. Carry on with Isco's spirit. Go and see the new world with Isco's spirit." At this moment, Vitek also felt a stirring in his heart. After all, he had once been a slave. Moreover, he had lost companions because of the celestial dragons. Compared to Isco, he perhaps wanted to cry even more. "Captain, to be honest, I admire you a lot." Amon wiped away a tear and said softly. After taking a deep breath, he lifted his head. Seeing Xiaoyu looking a bit puzzled, Amon suddenly smiled. He was just an unfamiliar fishman, and humans have always regarded us as fish. To think that someone would attack Mary Geos for us. I truly admire you, even more than I admire Boss Tiger and Boss Jinbei in my heart. Seeing Xiaoyu chuckle softly, Amon's expression turned serious. With a hint of determination, "Really, Captain?" Xiaoyu patted Amon's head and chuckled. "I didn't say anything unbelievable. Well, since you admire me, you'll have to spend more time following me. To be honest, I originally planned to take you to Fishman Island and hand you over to Jinbei. After all, we were still being watched by the Navy. If I acted impulsively, it could really lead to disaster." The little fishman was now laughing happily, his sharp teeth shining gently in the sunlight, giving him a surprisingly gentle beauty. He grabbed Xiaoyu's arm and said softly, "Fortunately, you didn't hand me over to Boss Jinbei, otherwise I would have held a grudge against you for life. Since I'm on your ship now, I'm the protector of the Penguin. I'm now the underwater scout of the Penguin." The crew burst into laughter after a moment of surprise, especially Vitek, who had a hint of tears in his eyes. He could feel Amon's psychology the most. Just at that moment, footsteps were heard nearby. Xiaoyu and the others turned to look in that direction. Hody, along with a group of thugs from Fishman Street, was walking towards them. When he was about 100 meters away from Xiaoyu, Hody stopped. A hint of barely perceptible hatred flickered in his eyes. Although he concealed it well, Xiaoyu still noticed. "You must be Xiaoyu, the captain of the Xiaoyu pirates, right?" Hody's voice was low, but his words carried a sense of arrogance, as if he felt superior. Although it was quite like a celestial dragon, it still made Xiaoyu frown and feel a bit displeased. Amon stepped forward a couple of steps and respectfully asked Hody, "Boss Hody, is there something you want with our captain?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tors, who was behind Hody, snorted coldly and thrust his spear towards Amon. He grinned and shouted, "Who do you think you are to speak to Captain Hody like that?" Just as the spear was about to reach Amon, Vitek appeared beside him. At the same time, he moved his arm and grabbed Tors' spear. A hint of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. A drop of sweat appeared on Amon's forehead, and he hurriedly shouted, "No." Vitek, who had already raised his other arm to punch, stopped his movement. However, he still threw Tors aside, causing him to fall into the group of fishmen thugs. Looking for death, Xiaoyu was clearly furious. In an instant, his conqueror's haki erupted, except for a few officers and slightly stronger fishmen. The other small thugs all collapsed to the ground. Xiaoyu lightly stepped on the ground and appeared beside Fishman Amon, glaring at Hody with a murderous gaze, as if he wanted to eat him alive. "Stop it, Hody!" A calm voice suddenly appeared from the other side, immediately halting Hody, who was about to unleash water droplets, while he looked at Xiaoyu with some vigilance. The newcomer was Jinbei, and he was accompanied by 3 princes of Ryugu Kingdom and Ace. "Jinbei," Hody sneered, glancing at Jinbei and coldly snorting before leading his men away from the grave. Before leaving, he shot a glance at Ace, seemingly filled with immense hatred. In his heart, he thought, Fishman Island actually needs a human like the Whitebeard pirates to protect it. It's simply a great humiliation, watching Hody and the others slowly leave. Xiaoyu turned to Jinbei and mouthed, "You saved their lives, but it doesn't mean these guys won't come looking for trouble in the future. If they're essay next time, I won't care whether this is the territory of the 7 warlords, the Whitebeard's territory, or the Fishman's territory." Xiaoyu's words carried a strong killing intent, and the aura of hatred made the 3 princes, aside from Ace and Jinbei, feel a stirring in their hearts. It took them a while to react. "We came to invite you to the Ryugu banquet. You saved so many fishmen, and most of them have already returned to Fishman Island. This time, it's an invitation from King Neptune himself." Ace shrugged and smiled. Meanwhile, Jinbei still felt uneasy about Xiaoyu. After all, this kid's madness sometimes made even the Yonko feel that youth was great. Such a character was definitely dangerous. Moreover, this kid's conqueror's haki was still so powerful. Xiaoyu glanced at Jinbei, feeling that this guy seemed to be very vigilant towards him. His thick eyebrows seemed to be almost furrowed together, and his 2 large teeth made Xiaoyu feel quite strange. Shrugging, Xiaoyu chuckled softly. "Is that okay? We are pirates that even the government is watching, you know? And if the Navy finds out, it might cause you trouble. You don't have to worry about that. Even if you cause a huge ruckus on Fishman Island, it won't reach the ears of the world government. After all, this island is not protected by the world government," Jinbei said quite reasonably, although he was somewhat wary of Xiaoyu. However, what he said had a high level of credibility. Xiaoyu grinned and nodded vigorously. "All right, since Luffy's brother is so warmly inviting me, it would seem rude if I don't go. Before the banquet begins, I must confirm one thing. After your Xiaoyu pirates head to the New World, who is your first target? Don't tell me that a man like you would think the New World will be peaceful," Jinbei finally asked. At this moment, even Ace crossed his arms and looked at Xiaoyu, seemingly wanting a satisfactory answer. Xiaoyu grinned widely, and the crew behind him, including Amon and others, burst into laughter. This scene made Jinbei a bit perplexed. Holding his stomach and laughing until tears came out, Xiaoyu gasped for breath and said, "Speaking of which, my reputation has never been very good. I flipped over Moonlight Moria and had a fight with Crocodile. Now if I enter the New World, you might think I'm targeting Whitebeard." Ace and Jinbei exchanged glances and nodded. This thought made both of them feel helpless. After all, wherever Xiaoyu went, chaos would ensue. Even the Chambord Islands, where the Navy is stationed the most and is a territory of the world's nobility, can directly challenge 2 admirals and carp for a mere fishman. Well, to be precise, our first target is Doflamingo. Xiaoyu straightened his expression and pointed at Glid behind him. "Our vice captain has always wanted to be a king. However, among the current Shichibukai, Hancock is from the Amazon Lily, which seems unsuitable for Glid. Only Doflamingo seems to occupy a kingdom. So, this kingdom is our target. Although, it will depend on the situation at that time. But it's basically confirmed that Doflamingo is our first target. What about after that?" Ace frowned and asked. "I didn't expect this kid to plan to take down a Shichibukai as soon as he entered the New World. Oh, after that? Who knows? We'll see who provokes me. If it's Whitebeard who provokes me, I'll still fight back." Xiaoyu smacked his lips and said casually, as if discussing something very ordinary. Looking at the frowning Jinbei and Ace, Xiaoyu smiled lightly. He waved his hand and led all the crew members towards the penguin ship. As they left, he whispered, "Our positions are different, so perhaps we can't sit together and drink. Also, you 2 are not our opponents yet, so it's better for us to leave directly. By the way, 3 princes don't mind me. After all, when I rescued those fishman slaves, I didn't care at all. I never intended to save so many fishmen. We were just thinking of killing a few more celestial dragons. By the way, we might wander around Fishman Island for a day. We will leave tomorrow. You shouldn't have any objections, right?" Jinbei sighed and finally nodded. "Staying on Fishman Island is fine, but you better not make a move against my father. Otherwise, Ace and I will find you even if we die." Glid turned back to stare at Ace for a moment before laughing. There are plenty of people who want to kill us, and you two are no exception. Also, Ace, I really want to fight you. After saying that, he turned and caught up with Xiaoyu and the others. Cavendish frowned and said angrily, "Those guys should have been eliminated directly. With such little strength, are we really afraid of them? I was just giving Jinbei some face. After all, we are currently 10,000 meters underwater. If we go out and run into Jinbei, do you think we have a chance of winning against fishmen underwater? Forget I said anything. What do you think?" Jinbei's fierce sideburns were still furrowed as he asked in a low voice. Ace beside him smiled lightly and shrugged. "Do you think he has the strength to defeat my father? Moreover, even if my father might pay attention to such newcomers, he probably wouldn't want to fight someone like that. After all, this guy has his own sense of justice." Jinbei sighed, nodded, and finally turned to head towards his pirate crew's base. Chapter 95. The first battle of a new world for the human pirates on Fishman Island. Xiaoyu's threat was quite significant. After all, this guy was reckless and could drag others down when he went crazy. However, when they saw the penguin ship set sail again after a day, they breathed a sigh of relief. As they passed through the membrane of Fishman Island and entered the true deep sea, Anna sat on the edge of the ship and sighed. Speaking of which, she quite liked Fishman Island. It was lively without losing its tranquility. And the fishmen showed exceptional enthusiasm when they learned that Xiaoyu's pirate crew was attacking the Holy Land Mariehua to liberate slaves. "Can't we stay there a little longer? I feel like the fishmen aren't as terrifying as those people say." Anna pouted and said somewhat unhappily. Iman nodded and said seriously, "Fishmen are very kind, but perhaps humans don't consider us their true kin." After saying that, he seemed a bit downcast. This was his hometown. Although he had become a pirate, he still missed his hometown very much. But this longing had been deeply buried in his heart. He thought to himself, "One day, I will bring the fishmen to live on land." Among them, perhaps the most disappointed was Senbei. He had always wanted to hook up with a mermaid. But now this plan had fallen through. Xiaoyu looked at the gradually rising water currents, a deep light appearing in his eyes. He patted Anna and Amon's shoulders and whispered with a smile, "It's not that fishmen aren't kind, nor that they are terrifying. It's not that. Humans don't consider fishmen as their kin. It's just that they don't understand." "Don't understand?" Glid was taken aback, but quickly understood. Once, as a synthetic human, he seemed to be quite perplexed by that kind of friendship. However, when he realized he had died and came to this world, he truly regained that feeling of friendship. "Yes, don't understand. Fishmen don't understand humans, and humans likewise don't understand fishmen. Fishmen have 10 times the strength of humans, and just this point makes humans feel terrified. Fishmen, who are stronger than themselves and have an easier time surviving, instill fear in humans, so they reject you. This is the reason for the misunderstanding." Xiaoyu smiled bitterly and shook his head, clearly feeling helpless. This misunderstanding had also led to the tragedy of the fishmen. "Yes, I originally hated humans very much. But after being saved by you, Captain, I gradually changed my perspective." Iman nodded seriously as if he suddenly thought of something. Xiaoyu flew up, laughing as he lay on his balcony, squinting his eyes to watch the underwater scenery. In the distance, a very large sea beast was slowly waving its tail, seemingly approaching the penguin ship. At this time, Axe also jumped down and said, "Behind that sea beast, there's a ship. Moreover, it seems to be full of fishmen." With a pair of eyes made by Sanbei that resembled a telescope, Axe could see much farther than ordinary people. It was comparable to Xiaoyu's Rinnegan now, and was essential for a sniper. Fishmen, Iman, being the most familiar with the movements of those fishmen, also knew that as a fishman, these fishmen street thugs often robbed passing pirate ships. On the other side, there was another ship. Is that also a sea beast? Glid looked curiously at the giant sea beast after glancing in another direction. Xiaoyu at this moment curled the corner of his mouth and slowly opened his Rinnegan. After glancing at the two pirate ships, he chuckled. "It's probably Vanderdecken 9, right? Clearly just a pirate, yet he calls himself the 9th generation. My mood today is a bit off." After saying that, Xiaoyu twisted his neck and slowly stood up. At the same time, his eyes looked towards the two pirate ships. Although both were being pulled by sea beasts, Vanderdecken's Flying Dutchman was enveloped in a huge bubble, while the other pirate ship was entirely owned by fishmen. "Are we going to fight? That would have to wait until they get closer, right?" Glid cracked his fingers, seeming somewhat displeased. Originally, he wanted to fight Ace yesterday, but he was ultimately stopped by Xiaoyu. "No need. I just happen to be able to show you my new ninja technique. Heh. Speaking of which, this ninjutsu is entirely for naval battles." Little Rain revealed a strange smile at the corner of his mouth, and the next moment, he directly passed through the ship's membrane and appeared in the sea. However, At that moment, he also began to slowly liquefy. Eventually, he transformed into a creature that looked like it was made of water. At that moment, Grid and the others widened their eyes, looking shocked. Even the fishman, Amon, seemed unable to react. He had actually turned his entire body into water. Moreover, he transformed the surrounding water into his own power. This is truly a bizarre ability. The water-like little rain slowly made his way toward the pirate ship near the sea beast. At the same time, the water enveloped the entire ship and began to move slowly toward the Dutchman. The sea beast in front was suddenly taken aback. Under the intimidation of Little Rain's conqueror's haki, it broke the rope and fled. What's going on? Hody was also a bit surprised at this moment. He couldn't see the liquefied Little Rain, so he was unclear about the situation. The once quiet ship, filled with cold laughter, suddenly became suspicious. After all, Little Rain had only used his conqueror's haki against the sea beast, not against the fishmen on the ship. Some were completely confused about what was happening, staring at Hody with fearful expressions. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Dutchman was already charging toward them. When withRinnegan saw the pirate ship rushing toward him, his eyes widened in shock. Sea monster, knock this ship away. withRinnegan immediately commanded the sea monster pulling the ship, while he fled toward the cabin. He needed to find a stable place to secure himself immediately. Otherwise, if he was really knocked over, he would be thrown out and he seemed unable to swim. Just as the sea monster was about to strike, the water creature formed by Little Rain vanished. He transformed back into his original form and stared blankly at the sea monster before Chidori appeared. It pierced a small point on the sea monster's wrist. But that sudden jolt made the sea monster tremble repeatedly. Of course, in the seawater, the electric current could conduct. The fishmen on the pirate ship, including Hody, also trembled. The sensation of being electrocuted left the entire crew with no time to react. The next moment, a loud boom erupted. The sea beast sank to the bottom of the sea, while the fishman pirate ship collided directly with the Dutchman. Hee. That kid Little Rain really has a set of skills, Grid said with a laugh while holding his arms. The crew behind him also burst into laughter. This move can actually deal with fishmen. Doesn't that mean they're not opponents at the bottom of the sea? When Little Rain returned to the ship again, he let out a long breath. He shook his hair and chuckled softly. This move is really useful. By the way, I think there's something wrong with this rising current. As soon as this was said, Emma ran to the balcony to check. After a moment of surprise, with the arrival of a group of whales, they were swept up by the current. They then landed beside these whales and moved toward the surface of the sea with them. We actually encountered a pod of whales. These whales can definitely take us out of the sea. Emma was amazed by Little Rain's luck and looked at the whales in shock. Although the penguin was not very large, it could definitely be considered a medium-sized ship among pirates. However, compared to these whales, it seemed like a tadpole. If we could control a whale, would we be able to move an island? Little Rain blinked his eyes and became excited about his idea. That's right. If we could control such a whale, it would definitely be a great help. Even if we crashed into a small island, maybe nothing would happen, right? Grid suddenly slapped his forehead, as if he strongly agreed with Little Rain's idea. By the way, why didn't we bring Lava back then? You should have mentioned this idea earlier. At this moment, Dumpling also seemed to agree very much. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of clapping followed the actions of Grid, Little Rain, and Dumpling holding their heads. Anna, with her hands on her hips, proudly pushed up her impressive bosom. You idiots! Do you have a way to control a whale? Killing one is not a problem, but to make them obedient to my commands seems still beyond my reach. Little Rain said with a frown. If I had known, I would have gotten a Sharingan. If I cast an illusion, controlling a whale wouldn't be a problem at all. However, at this moment, Little Rain suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed excitedly. That's right, the human fruit. Fairy type, you ate has a confusing effect, right? Directly against these. Before Little Rain could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Anna. Right now, I don't have the power to control a whale. Besides, even if I did, I wouldn't want to do that. It's better to control a sea king. Little Rain and the others exchanged speechless glances. At that moment, the penguin also surged out of the sea with the whales. The entire world seemed to brighten up instantly. After the whale pod spouted several water columns, they began to move in one direction. At this point, Little Rain took a deep breath and shouted loudly, New world, here we come. As his voice fell, a cannonball came crashing from a distance. Chapter 96. New Navy, what is going on? Little Rain reacted the fastest. Before the cannonball could reach, he directly used gravity to attract and deflect it. With a loud bang, the entire sea surface erupted in a water column. All the crew members grabbed the nearest railing to prevent themselves from falling. At that moment, several naval ships nearby seemed to have discovered the penguin, which had just surfaced from seabed. The Navy is fighting someone, Dumpling pointed and said in a low voice. The others behind him also noticed. Moreover, these guys seemed exceptionally powerful, causing the Navy to struggle to cope. Just then, a tall man on the warship frowned tightly. His clothing, resembling a belly band, made his entire body appear even more robust. After a cold snort, he shouted, "Little Rain Pirates, I'm really lucky." As his voice fell, he leaped into the air with a moon step. His exceptionally long arms wrapped around each other and began to spin, shooting directly toward the penguin. At this moment, Muse slowly stepped out on the penguin. She clenched her fists and forcefully collided them together. A roar that sounded beast-like followed, and at that moment, Muse's entire body began to swell as if it had mutated. Upon closer inspection, Muse had instantly grown to a height of 7 meters. With gigantic bat wings on her back and a huge rhinoceros horn on her forehead, 2 jets of air-like breaths shot out from her nostrils. After a couple of snorts, she spread her wings and shot into the sky like a cannonball. At the same time, the horn glimmered in the bright sunlight. Boom! A huge sound erupted as the black gorilla collided with the cannonball-like figure in the sky. However, after swaying left and right, that figure suddenly extended a fist and fiercely attacked the gorilla's cheek. Roar! Muse yelled again, and a high-pressure air cannon suddenly appeared from her mouth. With a loud bang, the figure was struck and immediately fell into the sea. Is this the power of the Muse fruit? Little Rain pointed to the sky, where a roaring gorilla with flapping wings was, and asked Kiambingwei with a twitching mouth. At this moment, Kiambingwei chuckled and nodded vigorously, clearly feeling very proud. Not bad, right? The gorilla is the original fruit's power, combined with the rhino's horn and bat wings. The final high-pressure cannon is simply a masterpiece. Wahahaha. Slap. Little Rain slapped Kiambingwei on the forehead, frowning and saying, "I told you, that's my unique laugh." Umph. Anna patted her ample chest and let out a long breath. Fortunately, if that kid Kiambingwei added so many animal elements to my fruit, I would go crazy. On the other side, the black-clad soldiers on the Navy ship looked towards the sea surface. After a long time, they began to send people down to search. At this moment, there was a loud bang in the sea. A figure charged towards Muse with a column of water, both fists covered in a layer of powerful hockey. "Iron block," Muse shouted, and her already iron-like defensive body instantly became even stronger. "Finger gun," the figure shouted, and the hockey-covered finger gun pierced through the iron block, truly penetrating Muse's tough skin. Huh, how could it break through Muse's current defense? Bartle was stunned, seemingly unable to react. His fingers intertwined and released a barrier in front of him. Then, he shot toward the tall black figure. Now, Bartle's barrier ability could definitely match a typical vice admiral in a fight. Moreover, since learning the shave technique from the 6 powers, his speed had increased significantly. In the sky, Muse narrowed her eyes. Although she was hit in the chest, it wasn't very deep. Moreover, with her 7-meter-tall stature, this minor injury was insignificant. Opening her mouth, she fired another high-pressure cannon. "Mr. Shiozwa." Several new Navy members on the ship shouted at the black figure. Shiozwa snorted coldly, tilting his head to dodge the attack. Just then, the impact barrier appeared, instantly hitting Shiozwa and knocking him away. He crashed onto the Navy ship, blood pouring from his forehead. Damn it! Shiozwa punched the deck and then coldly glared at the penguin, waving his hand and shouting, "Go." Immediately, those black-uniformed Navy members began jumping into their submarines. At that moment, Shiozwa also jumped into the submarine. "Just let them go." Cavendish pointed at the submarine slowly sinking into the sea, feeling quite dissatisfied. After all, they had just attacked him and his companions. If they didn't impose some punishment, how could they live up to the name of Little Rain's pirate crew? Of course not. Our ship can also dive. Just follow them. Little Rain chuckled, spreading his hands. As the words fell, the outer glass of the penguin began to slowly retract. Then, it sank towards the seabed. At the same time, the radar activated, heading towards Shiozwa's submarine. Who are these guys anyway? Greed pondered for a long time, but couldn't recall any such figure among the pirates or the Navy. Moreover, the Navy couldn't possibly directly deal with their own people, right? Obviously, it was unscientific. Once this question was asked, almost everyone turned to look at Little Rain. After all, they hadn't been at sea for long. Instead, Little Rain seemed to know quite a bit about the New World. Little Rain pursed her lips and said, "They are the Inyo Navy. You could say they are traitors to the Navy. But don't underestimate these guys." "What? Inyo Navy? I've never heard of it." Wei was taken aback, clearly not believing Little Rain's words. Little Rain crossed her arms and chuckled softly. Pointing towards the submarine, she whispered, "This new Navy also fights pirates. However, unlike the Navy, when they capture someone, they don't send them to prison. Instead, they execute them directly." Greed frowned, clearly taken aback. After all, in his impression, apart from a few admirals, the rest of the Navy were basically weaklings. Just like those Navy ships earlier, they were completely overpowered by the new Navy. The Navy officers on those ships didn't show any resistance against Shiozwa. Such a Navy was simply an insult to Greed's strength. Little Rain smiled again, pinching her chin and explaining softly, "Don't underestimate the Navy. Their combat power is quite good. Take the vice admirals, for instance, without certain strength. Facing them is just looking for death. And you should know about Smoker from Lowtown, right?" Bartle nodded emphatically and said softly, "That's right, Smoker's ability. Even I can't crack it now." Little Rain grinned, her eyes slightly narrowing, and explained again, "There are many strong people in the Navy. If Smoker could cultivate his fruit ability to the level of a Kainu, then he wouldn't be weak at all, right? Moreover, the Navy has its own hockey training methods. Just like the Kuja Island, they have their own power system. Never underestimate this government Navy. After all, they occupy the moral high ground and can recruit experts all over the world. It's a bit unlikely for pirates to do that." Greed nodded. He understood Little Rain's words very well. Even if the Navy was weak, if they were determined, they could still eliminate a considerable number of pirates. "Little Rain, that submarine seems to have suddenly stopped." Dumpling pointed ahead, where the submarine was visible, and asked curiously. Little Rain and the others looked ahead as well. At that moment, they saw that the submarine wasn't stopping at all. Instead, the sea surface seemed to suddenly fracture. The next moment, the submarine fell straight down. Just as it was halfway down, the sea currents closed up again, accelerating its movement. At this moment, the Penguin also seemed to encounter a similar issue. It was originally sailing smoothly when suddenly the sea surface broke apart. Fortunately, the Penguin could use its electric system to fly. Otherwise, it would have been quite dangerous. "Damn it, what's going on in this new world?" Wei fiddled with his computer, somewhat angrily asking. "It's impossible for the sea surface to suddenly fracture halfway through the Grand Line. Who knows? That's probably the reason it's called the New World." "Ha. It's quite thrilling." Little Rain stretched lazily, twisting her arms. The entire crew was speechless. This could be deadly. "You still find it thrilling?" "It's really beyond words." Chapter 97. The first meeting with Zifa, the sea, was calm. The moonlight reflected on the mirror-like surface of the sea, emitting a faint glow. The submarine broke the surface of the water and approached the shore of Small Island. At the exit, a burly man crawled out. He twisted his arms and neck and jumped directly onto the shore. "Shiozwa, you're injured." Seeing Shiozwa's head, which was already stained with dry blood, Ein said in surprise. Beside him, Binzi also looked somewhat surprised. After all, he was very clear about Shiozwa's strength. Shiozwa snorted and turned his head to the other side. He encountered members of the Little Rain Pirates, and unexpectedly, this mere rookie turned out to be so strong. "Little Rain Pirates?" Ein and Binzi asked in unison, their expressions somewhat serious. "You fought with Little Rain and were defeated." After analyzing with her small mouth pursed, Ein quietly asked. Clearly, she wanted to know Little Rain's strength. After all, as a rookie with a bounty of 700 million berries, he deserved the attention of all forces. Moreover, the Little Rain Pirates had several pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion. Such strength made Ein want to understand more. Ein's question made Shiozwa feel frustrated. No matter how one looked at it, his strength was quite impressive. However, encountering a rookie freak like the Little Rain Pirates, he couldn't even defeat a few of his subordinates. If this got out, he would feel like a worthless loser. Shiozwa lowered his head, his fists clenching tightly, and finally said, "I didn't fight Little Rain. I just fought against a strange Zoan fruit user and a pirate with even stranger moves. One of those guys should be the lunatic Bartle. As for the other, I don't know who he is." "Ugh, what?" Binzi seemed to be in shock, jokingly thinking about how 2 small subordinates could easily drive Shiozwa away. If the captain and vice captain took action, could Shiozwa even come back? Although I was surprised, she remained relatively calm and quietly asked again, "What abilities do those 2 guys have?" "One can transform into a giant gorilla with bat wings and can also release high-pressure cannon blasts. As for the other, I don't know what ability he has. At that time, one strike made my head a bit dizzy. Moreover, those 2 work together very well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have run away in disgrace." Shiozwa gritted his teeth, feeling blood rising in his mouth. Clearly, He had seen a rookie pirate group with a bounty exceeding 1.9 billion. Yet he couldn't catch them. No need to ask. They have already arrived. Just as I was about to ask something else, Zifa swayed his body and approached the group. His eyes were looking towards the sea. In the distance, under the moonlight, a pirate ship with a giant penguin at the bow was rolling in with the night wind. Sitting on the penguin's head was a relatively small-looking man. Behind him stood several pirates with their arms crossed, coldly looking at the group. All of them were dressed in blue camouflage short sleeves and military boots. At first glance, one might think they were a new type of navy. "Oh, you must be the recently sensational rookie, Shura Little Rain." Zifa grinned, revealing his bright white teeth, and said with a chuckle. At this moment, the penguin ship had approached the small island, accompanied by the moonlight. Little Rain stood up and tilted his head to look at Zifa, asking, "So, you're the former Navy Admiral, Black Arm Zifa, right? Nanny? This guy is a former Navy Admiral." Qian Bingwei exclaimed in shock and immediately ran back, diving into the cockpit of his new battleship, Battle King No. 1. Compared to that, he felt it was the safest place. Zifa's eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, squinted slightly. This kid being able to escape from a pursuit of a Navy admiral wasn't just luck. His intelligence-gathering ability was surprisingly strong. Now, even most people in the Navy probably didn't know his identity. Thinking of this, he glanced at the elite soldiers standing behind him, seemingly trying to find some hidden spy. Unfortunately, it was of no use. Little Rain grinned, one hand on his waist, pointing at Shiozua and laughing. "Bartle, isn't this guy the silly giant who ran away after one hit from you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Bartle and Muse stepped forward. At this moment, Muse had a bandage-like patch on his chest and was coldly staring at Shiozua with a hint of murderous intent. Unexpectedly, his first battle after obtaining the fruit power ended with a loss to such an inconspicuous man. Upon seeing Bartle and Muse, Shiozua gritted his teeth, his fists tightly clenched. Clearly, he wanted to fight again. It was these two guys who made him run away, although it was a strategic retreat. He was indeed injured at that time. Moreover, he only stopped feeling dizzy until now. That unknown thing hitting his head really left him puzzled. "So, what are you here for this time? To fight us? Or to eliminate us?" Zifa's tone carried a hint of coldness. However, Little Rain felt a sense of goodwill from him at that moment. This old man didn't seem to be planning to capture them immediately. What was going on? Didn't he hate pirates the most? Furrowing his brows, Little Rain looked at Zifa with a somewhat strange expression, pursing his lips and asking, "We're not Navy. Why would we come to eliminate you? We're just here to test our strength and see if we can make a stand in the new world." "Oh, is that the only intention?" Zifa swung his iron wall crusher, his eyes carrying a hint of coldness. It seemed he had made up his mind to keep Little Rain and the others here. Just then, Grid frowned and looked towards the southeast direction. Lowering his head, he leaned closer to Little Rain and whispered, 1,000 meters to the southeast, there's a Navy heading this way. Moreover, it seems the leading one is quite strong. At least, he's a rear admiral." Little Rain frowned, feeling a bit irritated. After all, he had finally found a former admiral as an opponent. But unexpectedly, the Navy was coming to cause trouble. With a couple of snorts, he glanced at Zifa and Ein, quietly saying, "The Navy has found this island. You should escape quickly. By the way, we need to leave too. Next time we meet, I won't hold back." As soon as he finished, Little Rain waved his hand, and the penguin ship turned and headed in another direction. At this moment, Zifa was momentarily stunned, seemingly not understanding Little Rain and the others' intentions. When the penguin ship had already traveled 400 or 500 meters away, Zifa's eyes suddenly widened. "Teacher, those guys are just afraid of you and ran away." "Oomph. Let's chase after them." Shiozua snorted coldly and said angrily. Zifa waved his hand and shouted, "All crew aboard, leave this place immediately." "Teacher," even Ein seemed to be puzzled. Could it be that the Navy really came here? But at such a distance, how could those pirates know first? Little Rain pirates, Interesting. There's actually someone with observation haki stronger than mine. Moreover, they should have sensed it 10 minutes ago. Impressive. Zifa exclaimed twice. Then boarded the warship with the crew and headed in another direction. Right now, they weren't ready to engage directly with the Navy. After all, they hadn't found the explosive rock yet. The ship slowly moved. Zifa pondered for a moment, and, when Little Rain was no longer in sight, said, "Sho, how strong are Bartle and Muse?" "I don't know what Bartle's ability is. However, when he hit my head, it was very hard. You could say it was comparable to a piece of iron covered in hockey. As for Muse, he could turn into a black gorilla. Moreover, I've never encountered this kind of ability before. It can actually release high-pressure cannon blasts. Shiozwa thought about it and found it very strange. Is there really such a zoan-type devil fruit? Completely characterized by traits of other animals. And besides, the chimpanzee doesn't seem to be able to release high-pressure cannons, right? Please elaborate. I really want to know what these guys have mastered. Zephyr asked coldly while biting his cigar. That chimpanzee was about 7 meters tall and very robust. It had a rhinoceros horn on its head, and its skin was as tough as that of a rhinoceros. Perhaps, no ordinary metal could match its defensive capabilities. Moreover, it had a pair of bat wings on its back, and its mouth could release high-pressure cannons. I've really never seen such an animal-type devil fruit before. Listening to Shiozwa's explanation, Ein seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Zephyr asked quietly, "What are you thinking? Just say it. A few days ago, wasn't Vegapunk researching artificial devil fruits? And their shipwright, Dr. Chayabai, has scientific skills that even the Navy government fears. Besides, you must have seen that gigantic robot just now, right? Could that devil fruit be an artificial devil fruit? Teacher, even I find it hard to believe." Ein covered his mouth, clearly feeling a bit uncertain. Zephyr grinned. An interesting newcomer, directly attacking the Holy Land Mary Geos and escaping in the hands of Akainu, Akiji, and Garp. Haha. A remarkable newcomer, remarkable abilities. Let's catch up and see what this kid is really up to. Yes. The soldiers around them saluted and then ran towards the helmsman. Chapter 98. Fierce battle. The penguin slowly approached a ship, while the little rain on the penguin furrowed his brows tightly. It seemed he was thinking about something. What are you thinking about, little rain? Those new Navy troops are already coming in our direction. Greed asked with a frown, somewhat irritated. He had long been itching for a fight. If it weren't for little rain holding him back, he would have gone to fight Ace and Jinbei back on Fishman Island. Now, how could he remain calm with such a good opponent? Oh, I'm thinking about why these new Navy troops suddenly attacked the warships. Moreover, they killed everyone on those warships. You must know, although their clothes are different from the Navy's, at least one thing is the same. Their warships still fly the Navy flag. Little Rain said with a frown, softly tapping his temple, still puzzled. That's simple. Since those guys are, as you said, guerrilla members, then those guerrillas would definitely attack the Navy if they saw them escorting pirates to prison. Greed explained quietly after listening to Little Rain's description of the new Navy. At this moment, Little Rain slapped his thigh, as if he had figured it out. Perhaps Zephyr has already developed the intention to fight himself. So, he let the guerrillas attack the pirates protected by the Navy. That would explain everything. With this thought, he grinned. Let's go back and confront those new Navy troops. No, for now, let's understand the guerrillas. They might not want the Navy to know their whereabouts. Perhaps they might even directly inform the Navy later on. Upon hearing Little Rain's words, Greed instantly became excited. In his eyes, who cares who they are? As long as their SA fight for him to enjoy, that's enough. The penguin turned its helm and headed straight for the Navy ships behind. At the same time, the eyes of the penguins that Little Rain controlled also lit up. In the next moment, 2 laser cannons shot directly towards those 2 naval ships. Boom! A huge explosion occurred, and the 2 naval ships at the forefront exploded loudly. Thick smoke billowed, wafting into the sky. Zephyr frowned at this moment, his eyes somewhat cold. Just these 2 laser-like projectiles could definitely rival Kizaru's laser beams. Could it really be that the one called Chayabai created this? What impressive guy. What terrifying technology. With this thought, the penguin and those naval ships passed each other and headed towards the more distant sea, while the laser cannons and rockets shot again towards the naval ships behind. Boom! A massive explosion occurred. Those 2 naval ships that were already damaged at the bow were obliterated. The soldiers on board plunged into the sea. Damn it! The submarine surfaced, and Shiozwa emerged from it. Seeing the scene before him, he said angrily. At the same time, he picked up the GOAT rocket launcher. He aimed directly at the retreating penguin and fired a rocket. Just at that moment, AKA's leap high. His palm opened like a lid, and a beam of light appeared from his wrist. In an instant, it hit the rocket, and with a loud explosion, it detonated in mid-air. Amidst the rolling smoke, Greed, Cavendish, Bartolomeo, and Muse flew directly towards the only Navy ship where Zephyr was located. Navy 6 dial moonwalk? Zephyr frowned, clearly surprised, as he spoke. When Greed and the others landed on the ship, their eyes carried a murderous intent. These guys, while their methods were to his liking, absolutely could not be left alive. They were too dangerous. With this thought, Zephyr was the first to attack Greed. The massive iron wall crusher in his hand was used with exceptional agility. In an instant, he punched directly at Greed. Cavendish was taken aback and became somewhat angry. Did this guy look down on him? With this thought, Durandal was drawn, and he thrust at Zephyr's side. Clang! Boom! 2 consecutive explosions occurred. First, Greed's domineering punch struck the iron arm crusher, and suddenly, he was sent flying due to the explosion. Meanwhile, Cavendish's Durandal was blocked by Ein's short sword. How can I let you stab the teacher? Ein snorted coldly, and his twin swords danced. In an instant, he slashed out 4 or 5 strikes. Unfortunately, they were all blocked by Cavendish. Moreover, Cavendish was now quite interested in Zephyr and wanted to charge forward directly. Ein, on the other hand, desperately resisted, seemingly willing to die rather than let Cavendish step forward. Bartolomeo and Muse faced Shiozua, and with their combined strength, they were able to suppress Shiozua, preventing him from coming to help. Just as Binzi was about to use the flourishing fruit to bind Greed, he was gently tapped on the shoulder from behind. In the next moment, a shave flashed away. Looking back at the original position, our vice captain wants to fight with Admiral Zephyr to test his strength, so you don't need to interfere, Little Rain said lazily, appearing somewhat lackadaisical. Binzi frowned. The next moment, several vines sprouted on the deck. It seemed they could bind Little Rain at any time, and at that moment, Little Rain was indeed bound. Only his face was exposed, still wearing that expression as he looked at Binzi. As for the other sailors, they simply could not approach this area of combat. Ha ha, Little Rain, captain of the Little Rain pirate crew, you this legendary newcomer, doesn't seem that impressive. Binzi was initially stunned, not expecting to actually bind Little Rain. But when he truly realized it, he burst into laughter. This guy really was riding on a false reputation. Little Rain pursed his lips, feeling somewhat helpless. 2 black iron rods emerged from his palms. In an instant, wind and lightning chakra surged forth. The vines were instantly severed. Holding a spiky black rod in hand, he looked at Binz with a sleepy expression. At that moment, Binz felt as if something had lodged in his throat, making it hard for him to voice anything. Binz, be careful of this kid, Zephyr shouted after knocking Grid away, intending to rush over to provide support. At that moment, Grid, using Moonwalk to hover in midair, began to feel a bit angry. This old guy clearly looked down on him, right? Even while fighting him, he had the nerve to pay attention to his disciple. The corner of Grid's mouth twitched slightly, and the next moment, he charged at Zephyr again. Meanwhile, Little Rain was swinging his 2 black iron rods, slowly walking towards Binz. Binz slightly parted his lips, clenching his teeth tightly. In his heart, he wondered, is the gap really this big? How could it be? Have I truly made no breakthroughs while learning from Master Zephyr? Do I really have no power to become Master Zephyr's right-hand man? With that thought, he suddenly vanished with a shave. The next moment, he reappeared, swinging his leg to attack Little Rain. However, Little Rain seemed completely unaware. When Binz kicked out, he felt as if he hadn't struck anything. Moreover, the kid's body had no physical form and simply passed through his figure. Not good, it's an illusion. Binz immediately realized this as he kicked out. At that moment, Little Rain had already appeared behind Binz. With a smirk, he said, "Isn't my speed much faster than yours?" As his words fell, the black iron rod pierced through Binz's shoulder, almost severing it entirely with a surge of wind chakra. With a scream, Binz was pinned to the mast by Little Rain. At the same time, he quickly turned to look at Zephyr, who was being held back by Grid. Damn it! Zephyr's iron arm crusher, at that moment, exploded like a fireball, shooting out an immensely powerful flame, attacking Grid once more. At that moment, Grid was completely carbonized. After clenching his fist, he coldly sneered and struck back with a powerful punch. Boom! Flames splattered everywhere, igniting the entire warship. But Grid was also clearly blasted away by the fiery surge, combined with Zephyr's own power, spinning twice in the air before using Moonwalk to stop. As he sought out Zephyr again, Little Rain seized the opportunity to attack. Damn it, this kid actually stole my prey. Grid slammed his carbonized palm in frustration and muttered angrily. P.S. It's already Chapter 12, requesting various things. Chapter 99, Zephyr is old, 13th update. Little Rain's speed was fast, and after adding the shave technique, it had clearly reached a certain level. He appeared behind Zephyr in an instant, once again producing a black iron rod in his hand, infused with wind and lightning chakra, and stabbed it at Zephyr. After 2 clinks, Zephyr's heavy iron arm crusher was directly crossed in front of him. A hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Bin's shoulders were drenched in blood, directly pierced and pinned to the mast by Little Rain's 2 black rods. This situation made Zephyr quite furious. How could his 2 most cherished disciples possibly die here? With that thought, his movements became faster and faster. However, against Little Rain, he clearly struggled to perform. After blocking a few times with the black rods, Little Rain evaded Zephyr and instantly surged to a height of over 10 meters. A gigantic fist came crashing down. Boom! With a loud explosion, the Iron Arm Crusher collided with the massive fist. Zephyr coldly laughed and shouted, "Is this your ability? If that's all you've got, you won't win against me." As his words fell, the Crusher erupted with flames. At that moment, Little Rain slightly curled his lips, instantly returning to his original size, and with a whoosh, red flames erupted around him, manifesting into Susanoo. Pushing the shield forward, a loud explosion occurred, and as the flames scattered, the other gigantic red sword stabbed towards Zephyr. Passing through the flames, when Zephyr regained his senses, he caught it with his domineering left hand. However, the power of this Susanoo forced Zephyr to retreat repeatedly, even crashing into another mast, which shattered with a crack. Damn it! Zephyr roared inwardly and kicked the manifested giant sword away. He quickly leaped onto the deck. Just as he was about to use the Crusher to attack Susanoo again, Little Rain grinned wickedly. On the back of Susanoo, another arm grew and punched towards Zephyr. Boom! Another explosion sounded, creating a massive hole in the entire deck. Zephyr was directly smashed into it. Teacher, Ein, Binz, and the still fighting Zuza all shouted loudly, glaring coldly at Little Rain. "Hey, you're still fighting us. Why do you have so much time to watch someone else's battle?" Bardo shouted angrily, intertwining his fingers, and the next moment, the impact barrier shot out. At that moment, Muse also flapped her wings and flew into the air. With her mouth slightly open, a visible whirlwind was directly sucked into her mouth. With a heave of her chest, she shot towards Zayuza. Boom! The entire submarine was instantly blown apart by the high-pressure cannon, while Zayuza was knocked into the firing point of the high-pressure cannon. Instantly hit, he fell into the already broken submarine. "Mr. Zayuza," the sailors shouted in unison, aiming their firearms at Bardo and the fallen Muse. Meanwhile, as I'm worried about Zephyr, Cavendish also severed Ein's two short swords with a single strike. He kicked fiercely, directly sending Ein flying. Ein crashed against the side of the cabin, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Damn it, that bastard Little Rain has stolen the spotlight again," Cavendish said angrily, just as he wanted to sheath his sword. The deck beneath his feet shifted, and a tremendous force shattered the entire deck. Cavendish was startled and jumped high, using Moonwalk to hover in midair. Little Rain chuckled, looking at Zephyr, who had regained his footing on the deck, and whispered, "The Admiral is indeed the Admiral. Just relying on his domineering and physical techniques can withstand my Susanoo. Is this move called Susanoo?" Zephyr snorted coldly, slowly walking towards Little Rain. Little Rain squinted slightly, tilting his head and whispering with a smile, "Yes, this move is called Susanoo. I wonder if you can withstand it." As his words fell, Susanoo grew another arm. At the same time, 3 arms manifested into Tai-Dao swords, fiercely slashing down at Zephyr. After several thuds, Zephyr instantly knocked away the 3 arms. Meanwhile, his left arm tightened, covered in domineering, and he attacked Little Rain's Susanoo. Another muffled sound rang out as his fist struck the shield. Clearly, he did not directly break into Susanoo. What kind of ability is this? Zifa secretly hated it, unable to break through the attack. Meanwhile, the other 3 arms above continued to strike at him. What exactly is this ability? On the deck, a scene appeared that left all the sailors in disbelief. Little Yu's Susanoo had 3 arms, each wielding a long sword and attacking Zifa. Just when Zifa found a brief opening to counterattack, he was blocked back by the shield of Susanoo. Even the injured 3 officers found it hard to believe. What kind of ability is this? It can actually suppress Zifa in battle. Meanwhile, in the sky, Bartolomeo, sitting on Muse's back, chuckled, "The captain is going to become the pirate king. How could he lose to an old admiral? Besides, this admiral seems to have even lost an arm. Do you have a way to break through this defense?" Cavendish asked Gleed beside him, his eyes showing a hint of fluctuation. Gleed shook his head and replied softly, "Zifa's speed is too slow. I remember that if the Golden Lion slash had directly hit the physical body, it might have created cracks. Moreover, Little Yu said he hasn't fully mastered this power. But, with that shield, even I would need a long time to truly break through. Not to mention, Little Yu won't just stand there and let you attack." Cavendish nodded. That was the truth. Unless your speed was so fast that Little Yu couldn't see it, it would be impossible for her to just stand there and let you attack. And so far, there hadn't been anyone whose speed could make Little Yu unable to see. Even Carp and those admirals could at most make Little Yu's speed lag sometimes. However, With Shave and his instant movement technique, he could definitely avoid the Admiral's attacks. In other words, this kind of move was completely unsolvable for Zifa right now. Ha ha ha. Admiral Zifa, it seems you're running out of stamina. What are you going to do? So far, you've only made a few cracks on my shield. After slashing down once more, Little Yu laughed excitedly. Only now did he realize that as long as he could study a type of ninjutsu's fighting style well, he could at least maintain his undefeated position. Although Zifa was powerful, he was just an outdated admiral. Now he was old and suffered from severe asthma, which was simply not enough to deal with his Susanoo. Damn brat. Zifa's cheeks twitched, and he began to breathe even more heavily. At that moment, 3 giant swords attacked again. Instantly, 3 deep gashes appeared at Zifa's original position, directly piercing through the deck. Not good. The teacher's asthma is acting up again. I struggled to get up, wanting to attack Susanoo. At this moment, Little Yu noticed that Zifa's breath seemed to be becoming chaotic. Moreover, it was clearly accompanied by a wheezing sound. With a slight pout, he shook his head helplessly. It was evident that Zifa was already too exhausted to continue fighting. Although his strength, haki, and physical skills had reached the admiral level, he was still old. Right now, even if Zifa could hold his own against an admiral for a short time, as long as that admiral delayed a bit, he would run out of stamina. With a sigh, he thought to himself, those from that era have indeed all grown old. Susanoo slowly shrank and disappeared, and Little Yu floated directly in the sky. Looking at Ein and Binzi, who were helping Zifa with his inhaler, Little Yu smiled faintly. You're already old, Admiral Zifa. He looked up at the sky, finally shaking his head. I respect the justice in your heart. This time, I will not kill you, but I hope you take care of yourself. As a gorilla, how can you directly attack the Navy? As Little Yu laughed, he led his team directly toward the penguin. Before leaving, he glanced back at Zifa. It seems like you have deviated from your path. With that, the figures of several people disappeared into the penguin. Damn it. Zifa punched the already shattered deck, his teeth clenched tightly. As the sun set, the fiery clouds at the horizon slowly descended behind the mountains. The sky began to darken. At this moment, the fleet members all looked relieved. These guys are just too strong. Zayuza originally didn't want to praise pirates, but now he felt a bit helpless. Zifa looked in the direction where the penguin had disappeared and muttered, so, we need to become even stronger. Only by becoming stronger can we kill all the pirates. Chapter 100, The Gambler, Fujitora S. This is the last chapter for today. On a nameless island, they were already very close to Dressrosa. Perhaps they could reach Dressrosa after a day's journey. Choosing to stop here was also because they needed to prepare before the battle. The penguin directly docked at the pier. There were no Navy personnel on this island. Such pirate ships had become a common sight. Little Yu and the others were currently in a relatively luxurious restaurant, eating and discussing strategies. The power of Doflamingo's string fruit was not something to be taken lightly. Moreover, some of his subordinates had abilities that even Little Yu was unaware of, making it impossible to directly attack. Are you saying you will deal with Doflamingo? Gleed frowned, clearly feeling a bit gloomy, with a hint of displeasure in his voice. Little Yu shook his head and replied softly, it's not that I have to solve it. Even you might be able to deal with him. However, you need to have a stronger haki than his. Also, you need to be extremely powerful, otherwise, you will be controlled by him. I just said, he is the user of the string fruit. Gleed snorted, furrowing his brow. Although I don't have absolute confidence in dealing with that guy, let me give it a try. At least let me see how much of a gap there is between me and a true top-tier Shichibukai. Cavendish also nodded at Little Yu, clearly wanted to give a shot. As for Gyoza, as long as he followed Little Yu, it would be fine. Little Yu smiled softly and said, what top-tier Shichibukai? All Shichibukai are experts. It's just about which occasion you fight in. Seeing the puzzled expressions on Gleed and the others, Little Yu explained again. For example, if Moria is hiding on a battlefield fighting Crocodile, who do you think would win? It should be Moria, right? After all, this guy can directly control corpses using shadows. The more he fights, the stronger he gets, while Crocodile might be exhausted. Gleed shrugged and said helplessly, then, what if Moria fights Crocodile in the desert? Clearly, Crocodile would completely crush him there. After all, Crocodile's Sansan fruit would unleash 200% of its power in the desert. And opponents like Jinbe, if Doflamingo were to fight him in the sea, he would lose without even a fight. Even on the sea, he might not be able to match Jinbe. After all, Jinbe is a fishman. Little Yu patted Amon, who was sitting next to him, and laughed. Amon nodded, addressing Cavendish and Gleed. If you guys fight with me in the sea, you definitely won't be my match. The two immediately lowered their heads, pretending not to hear. Xiaoyu was speaking the truth. Those Shichibukai were not simple characters at all. Moreover, there are no absolutely powerful devil fruits. Only those who know how to use the abilities of the devil fruits. As for his string fruit, I'm not very clear about what abilities it has. However, one thing I can be sure of is that Greed's observation haki can at least sense those strings. Although my observation haki is not as good as yours, my ninja sensing ability can definitely detect those invisible string attacks. And don't forget my eyes. Saying this, he pointed to his Rinnegan. This pair of eyes can definitely see those strings. At least, Xiaoyu is very confident about that. So, are we just going to attack the palace directly? Jiaozi asked, somewhat confused as he pulled out the spoon from his mouth. Xiaoyu shook his head again and chuckled softly. Are you guys joking? If we attack the palace directly, just those people will make us feel overwhelmed. We can't just kill our way in. Moreover, we're going to occupy a kingdom, not invade one. That's right, if there are no soldiers and people left. Being a king wouldn't mean much to me. Greed patted his chest with pride, grinning. Everyone at the table broke out in a cold sweat. This guy really thinks of himself as a king. At that moment, on the other side of the restaurant at the gambling table, almost all the diners had gathered around, and the dealer was sweating profusely on his forehead. It seemed he couldn't bear such immense pressure. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu's eyes had narrowed into crescent moons, a strange smile on his lips as he focused on a tall man in a kimono in the distance. Do you know him? Greed was taken aback, having rarely seen Xiaoyu with such an expression. He asked with confusion while turning his head toward the gambling table. Xiaoyu chuckled and shook his head. No, but he's a formidable guy, and perhaps he might just be a property vagrant right now. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and slowly walked toward the gambling table. When Xiaoyu squeezed into the crowd, a few figures that looked like thugs appeared at the door beside the gambling table. After a glance, Xiaoyu had a rough idea. It seemed these guys should also be part of Don Quixote Doflamingo's business. Perhaps they were those so-called extraterritorial personnel. A man of normal height approached the kimono man and whispered with a smile. Hey uncle, how about we play a bit? Sure, as long as it's gambling. I can bet with anyone. The kimono man looked serious, exuding a special calm demeanor. Xiaoyu stroked his chin, pondering. So he's just a gambler now? Fujitora. Thinking of this future admiral, Xiaoyu was still somewhat concerned. After all, the unknown fruit power that could summon meteors was indeed terrifying. However, in terms of personal strength, it seemed that the aura Fujitora was emitting now was about the same as his own. The roulette wheel began to spin slowly, with Fujitora betting on white while the other side was betting on black. However, it was clear that Fujitora couldn't see it, and these thugs were clearly just taking advantage of the fact that others couldn't see. Uncle, this time, just as the thug was about to speak, Xiaoyu smirked and took over the conversation. It's white, you win. Oh, really busy? Fujitora seemed very happy, grinning widely. Meanwhile, the gambling table managers were glaring coldly at Xiaoyu. Did this guy not care about his life? Hey kid, do you know whose territory this is? How dare you act wild here? The thug leader snorted coldly, pulling out a handgun. The muzzle was aimed at Xiaoyu's head, exuding a murderous aura that made the surrounding gamblers retreat. They also knew this was Doflamingo's territory. Moreover, these thugs were not something they could handle. Oh, you don't even know me, yet you dare to act wild with me. Xiaoyu chuckled lightly, turning to look at the thugs with a fierce look. Suddenly, Conqueror's haki erupted. The thugs' eyes widened, and they slowly fell to the ground. The gamblers and everyone in the restaurant's main hall began to topple one by one. Conqueror's haki. Fujitora spoke softly, sounding surprised. Xiaoyu walked over to Fujitora's side, tapped the chips, and said quietly, Your strength is quite impressive too. My Conqueror's haki can sometimes suppress even regular school-level officers, yet you seem unfazed. Fujitora smiled, stood up, and tapped his cane on the ground as he walked slowly. I'm not a criminal, and I'm not your enemy, so why should I be afraid? You should be careful. After all, this island seems to be the territory of that Shichibukai. Watching Fujitora slowly walk toward the door, Xiaoyu rubbed his chin, feeling somewhat puzzled. This old man was clearly a hidden boss. Just based on strength, he seemed to be about the same as himself now. Moreover, if he truly unleashed his full power, who knows what level he could reach? At least 3 years later, Doflamingo would probably refer to him as a monstrous man. Greed came up behind him, his gaze also following Fujitora. This guy is very strong. Xiaoyu nodded and quietly said, If he weren't strong, I wouldn't have come here. Originally, I wanted to recruit him, but this guy has his own sense of justice. So, he definitely won't join us. What a pity. Such strength. And he would eventually become an admiral. Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel it was a loss. Oh, if even you think it's a pity, I want to give it a try. Greed chuckled, addressing Fujitora, who had already reached the door. Xiaoyu glanced at Greed, a faintly sinister smile appearing on his lips. You can give it a try, but if you get hurt, we'll still have to stay on this little island. Huh? Are you kidding? I would lose to him. Greed's temper flared, looking incredulous. If he were in a special environment and not a match for a Shichibukai, he could accept that. But for an inexplicably appearing character to be able to suppress him? What a joke. I said you can give it a try. By the way, it's best to bring Sea Prism Stone Claws. This guy is definitely a devil fruit user. Xiaoyu reminded while stroking his chin. He certainly wanted to see Fujitora's strength. However, he wasn't keen on testing it himself. He needed to maintain his best state to face Doflamingo. Unlike Greed, who had the Philosopher's Stone, he could fight at any time. Plus, he wouldn't get hurt or anything like that. Using Fujitora as a test subject for his strength was perfect. Chapter 101. Duel by the Coast. Xiaoyu followed Greed to the seaside, where Fujitora was still walking forward expressionlessly. Just as his cane was about to touch the seawater, he finally stopped. Turning around to face Greed, he asked quietly, "You've been following me for so long. This is the west coast of the island, uninhabited. Now, can you come out?" Xiaoyu, who had been hiding behind Greed, grinned and thought to himself, "This old guy is really interesting. He clearly knew someone was following him. So why did he bring them here? Could it be that he is really that confident in his strength?" With that thought, Xiaoyu opened his eyes and looked in that direction. Greed was moving slowly, taking each step with great caution. His entire body, even his face, had turned to carbon. There was a look of astonishment in his eyes. "You clearly have a similar level of observation hockey as I do. We should be unable to hear each other. Why? Do you still know that I'm following you?" Xiaoyu, who was still hiding, seemed momentarily stunned as well. It was true. Greed's observation hockey was extraordinarily powerful, and Fujitora clearly did not belong to the category of those with average observation hockey. Why did he know of Greed's arrival? Fujitora smiled faintly, pointed to his own ears, and said softly, "I'm blind. After being blind for so many years, I can use my ears as my eyes. It's precisely because I can hear sounds that others cannot that I know you are following me. And I also know that you must be Xiaoyu, the vice captain of the Xiaoyu pirate crew, the undying warrior Greed." "What?" Greed and Xiaoyu simultaneously exclaimed in shock. For them, this was nothing short of myth. A person could actually recognize the voice of someone they didn't know. What a joke. Even those fortune tellers couldn't be that accurate. Fujitora laughed again. Although his eyes were white, at that moment they appeared remarkably bright. He smiled faintly and said, "I heard everything you all said while you were eating at that table. There's one thing I don't understand. Doflamingo is clearly a warlord of the sea. Why do you want to challenge?" No. I can't say challenge, rather defeat him. Why?" While Greed was secretly astonished, he also began to doubt Fujitora. After all, this question didn't seem to have anything to do with him. Moreover, why was this blind man asking so many questions? Could it be that he was one of Doflamingo's people? Just as he was thinking about how to respond, Xiaoyu's voice came from behind. "Because if a pirate usurps a country and the Navy doesn't intervene, then it's up to us to take action." Huh? Greed and Fujitora both froze, seemingly not understanding Xiaoyu's words. Xiaoyu floated in midair and slowly landed beside Greed. Grinning, he said softly, "A pirate recognized by the government? Hee, do you think such a government is worthy of trust? And the captain of the Kuja pirates is originally the king of Amazon Lily. We can understand that. But a rogue pirate actually usurping a country? For us pirates, that's a disgrace, let alone what the people in those countries must be going through. I don't care about right or wrong. I only uphold my own justice." As soon as he finished speaking, he performed a backflip and floated in midair again, saying, "You all continue, if you want to fight me. You might have to defeat our vice captain first." Fujitora kept his eyes closed. After a long pause, he sighed. Then he took a step forward, his hand already gripping the hilt of his cane sword. "Although I don't know what kind of person Doflamingo is, you make a valid point. As long as you uphold your own justice, that's enough. And now, I want to test the strength of your Xiaoyu pirate crew. Then I will decide." As soon as his voice fell, the sword hidden within the cane was instantly drawn out. He slashed a few times at the empty air, and circles of light flew up into the sky. "Ah, did you aim in the wrong place?" Greed crossed his arms in front of himself, seemingly defending. But he quickly realized that this attack didn't seem to be aimed at him. His lips twitched slightly as he thought. "This old man doesn't look down on me, does he?" He aiming at the sky. With that thought, he looked up at Xiaoyu in midair. At that moment, Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. He instantly fled into the forest by the seaside, as if he were about to encounter some great move. Just as Greed was wondering if both Xiaoyu and Fujitora had lost their minds. a firelight suddenly appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it grew enormous. What ability is this? Greed shouted, then pressed his hands together and slammed them onto the ground. Suddenly, the entire coastline seemed to start rolling. Countless gigantic hands, like steel, emerged from beneath the sand, reaching up into the sky. Huh? What ability is this? Fujitora was also taken aback. He clearly felt that the ground beneath the entire beach seemed to be solidified by some force. The appearance of so many giant hands was clearly beyond his expectations. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, accompanied by fire and rubble, causing the entire small island to tremble, and then a massive deep pit appeared on the beach. With a diameter of 100 meters, countless stones and seawater began to fall into this pit. Smoke and dust filled the entire coastline, and Xiao Yu in the forest couldn't help but smile wryly. The moves in this pirate world are indeed ridiculously powerful. Such techniques would be the moves of late-game bosses in Naruto. However, even a small boss like Doflamingo seems to be able to easily counter such moves without fearing Fujitora. Once again floating into the sky, Xiao Yu laughed. Greed, hang in there. You've been pushed to the disadvantage. You idiot. Do you think I need you to worry about me? And also, which of your eyes saw me at a disadvantage? Greed was furious after the smoke cleared. He gritted his teeth and stared at Fujitora, seemingly contemplating some combat strategy. Although he said that, Greed knew very well that the earlier attack had likely revealed his abilities. Fujitora's powers should be related to summoning meteorites. Just defending against a single meteorite had already exhausted all his moves. Moreover, he still didn't know the specifics of Fujitora's abilities. However, Greed suddenly realized that he only needed to attack his true body. He wasn't like a Kainu or Akiji, who had trained their Logia-type fruits to the extreme. He could find a way to avoid his Sea Prism Stone, and moreover, as a fruit user, he should logically be afraid of Sea Prism Stone. With that thought, Greed let out a cold laugh. In the next moment, he used Shave to appear beside Fujitora, and his Sea Prism Stone Beast Claw reached out towards Fujitora's shoulder. Fujitora frowned, drawing his sword. He turned and blocked the Beast Claw, and at the same time, a tremendous force erupted. In an instant, Greed was pressed down directly into the deep pit. The immense power felt like a mountain bearing down on his back. Blood trickled from the corners of Greed's mouth, startling him. Is it gravity fruit? Otherwise, this casual sword strike is too powerful. On the other side, Xiao Yu's eyes suddenly narrowed, as if he realized his own shortcomings. It seemed he had developed too many ninjutsu at once, but he didn't have much that was truly refined. However, he could combine those ninjutsu. For example, his physical skills were good. Then, he could apply those ninjutsu to his physical skills. And if the opponent was a ranged attacker, he could incorporate all his ninjutsu into long-range attacks. With this thought, Xiao Yu suddenly felt enlightened, as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. Meanwhile, Greed was bleeding from all 7 orifices. The whole body seemed to be crushed into pieces. After Fujitora slowly sheathed his sword, he sighed. Is this all the strength you have? Hey, you'll find out soon. Xiao Yu flew out, looking at the dismembered Grid, and said to Fujitora. Fujitora was taken aback, but just after Xiao Yu finished speaking, Grid's body began to glow red and then reassembled. No wonder, this is how an immortal fighter comes to be. Fujitora was initially surprised, but when Grid reformed his body, he became calm. He smiled faintly and said softly, that's quite an impressive ability. Is it the power of a devil fruit? Grid dashed out of the deep pit with a shave, looking at Fujitora, who had not moved an inch, with a smirk. I'm not a devil fruit user. And isn't your ability not that strong? It's just gravity, right? Though he said this, Grid's expression turned serious. This guy's speed and strength are formidable. Moreover, his swordsmanship is quite impressive. The most important thing is that with this gravitational ability, he couldn't get close at all. If he couldn't grab his body with Sea Prism Stone, it would be useless. Slowly discarding his Sea Prism Stone Beast Claws, he took a deep breath and once again brought his hands together. After slamming them down onto the ground, countless spears instantly shot towards Fujitora. Fujitora smirked slightly, pulled out his sword again, and slashed a few times in front of him. In an instant, the sword energy crisscrossed. Before the spears could fly a long distance, they were directly severed by the sword energy. Grid was taken aback, not expecting this guy's swordsmanship to be this formidable. However, Grid did not lose focus, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. The next moment, beneath the pillar where Fujitora stood in the giant pit, a tremor occurred, and countless iron claws suddenly burst through the ground, stabbing towards Fujitora's feet. Boom! With a loud crash, Fujitora leaped out of the deep pit and stood beside Xiao Yu. His expression somewhat strange. This guy's ability can even launch sneak attacks. Quite an impressive ability. It seems like he controls the entire ground. Fujitora smiled faintly, and a hint of a smile appeared on his poker-faced expression. Chapter 102. Unwillingness. The tremors by the sea brought all the members of Xiao Yu's pirate crew to the shore. In the sky, Xiao Yu furrowed his brows, constantly pondering how he could counter such moves if he faced Fujitora. Gravity can be said to be something that, if your strength reaches a certain level, perhaps you could instantly withstand the gravitational pressure. For example, if Carp were to fight Fujitora, he might be able to achieve this. But the problem is, my physical skills don't seem to be strong enough. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu slightly shook his head, appearing to have a headache. Meanwhile, the members of Xiao Yu's pirate crew rushed over. Among them, Dumpling and Cavendish clearly realized that even Grid was facing a huge problem. Fujitora's sword was completely drawn. He held it as if he had no intention of attacking. At that moment, Grid pressed both hands on the ground again. The next moment, the entire ground trembled. Simultaneously, steel beast claws suddenly erupted, directly reaching for Fujitora. The speed was twice as fast as the previous spears. Moreover, numerous steel walls suddenly rose around Fujitora, sealing off all his escape routes. Cavendish frowned. Based on this battle, Fujitora should definitely be doomed. After all, with such thick steel walls, unless he used that already healed second personality to fight, he could only cut through those walls. And looking at Fujitora's sword, it looked just like a walking stick. It seemed to have no special features at all. Especially now, Fujitora stood there with an expressionless face. Such a move would be ineffective against this old man. Xiao Yu pinched his chin, saying with a sinister smile. At that moment, Fujitora finally moved. The cane-like sword began to swirl rapidly, as if it were chopping through those walls. The movements were extremely quick, so much so that Muses and the others couldn't discern the true technique. And Qianbing didn't even see Fujitora use his sword. When the true beast claws directly confronted Fujitora, with a crack, the cane-like sword was sheathed. Time seemed to stop, and Xiao Yu looked up at the sky. The heads of Qianbing and the others followed Xiao Yu's gaze upwards. Even Grid seemed to want to look up at the sky to see what was happening. At that moment, all the walls and beast claws collapsed as if they had been crushed, falling directly to the ground. At the same time, a rumbling sound erupted in the sky. Grid abruptly looked up at the sky. Then, his mouth dropped open, seemingly unable to react. Boom! The sea boiled, and the sky lit up. 3 gigantic meteors, even larger than the previous one, rained down on the entire coast. The whole area shook violently. Xiao Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and with his hands together, he shouted, "ShinraTensei!" At the same time, he landed and wrapped everyone within the Susanoo. The dull thudding sounds echoed, and the ground became pockmarked. Even the entire forest seemed to have been flattened by this strike. Xiao Yu wasn't unable to withstand these meteors. He was just worried that the guys behind him couldn't handle them. And when the real blocking began, there was still some confusion. After all, he didn't know Fujitora's strength before, but now he truly understood. This guy's earlier meteor was just playing around. Perhaps it should be called warming up. Now, this is the real attack. What? What kind of joke is this? Is this still a human? Anna's mouth unconsciously twitched, looking bewildered. Sweat beads appeared on Cavendish's forehead, and he awkwardly coughed. Is this the ability of that blind man's fruit? Xiao Yu's expression became serious to an astonishing degree, nodding vigorously, then thinking. Do you think at that time Akainu wasn't using his full power? He used magma volcanoes. If he fully unleashed a meteor volcano, wouldn't he be even more powerful? Just like this current meteor attack. Once these words were spoken, everyone swallowed hard, clearly realizing something. Then, can you dodge it? Qianbing's greatest concern was still about Xiao Yu. After all, he was their captain and the strongest fighter on the ship. If such a combatant couldn't dodge or counter, then they should avoid encountering Akainu or other admirals in the future. After all, Zephyr was already old, 70 years old. Moreover, he suffered from severe asthma. Even so, he could still fight Xiao Yu to a standstill in a short time. And against the Golden Lion, he relied on storms. It couldn't be considered a victory for Xiao Yu. Thinking of this, everyone shivered. Xiao Yu frowned and nodded. With my speed, such attacks can't hit me at all. Moreover, even if I really can't escape, I can still protect myself well. But you guys. At this point, Xiao Yu even scrunched his nose. Not bad. Among the entire crew, perhaps only Glid and myself can avoid it or be unharmed. As for the others, including Dumpling and Cavendish, they probably can't really avoid it well. Their strength is still not at that level. The entire coastline, along with the forest, has sunk into the ground. Opposite Fujitora, Glid, covered in blood, slowly stood up. That stubborn look on his face made little Rain sweat a little. Fortunately, he is a being created by the Philosopher's Stone. Although he is a bit powerful and doesn't fear death, he still looks somewhat human. If it were ordinary people, they might not even have the strength to test Fujitora's abilities. Damn it, my alchemy isn't fast enough. If it were fast enough, I could create sharper alloys, so that even if his meteorites were larger, I could cut them directly. Glid clenched his fists, muttering in dissatisfaction, as if he was talking to himself or mocking himself. Fujitora once again used that long sword as a cane and slowly walked to the other side. He really looked like a blind man. Huh, this old guy. Glid clearly hasn't lost. Why is he just leaving? Although Cavendish felt some fear towards Fujitora's ability, he still expressed his doubts. No, Glid lost. He didn't really defend against those meteorites, so he lost. If Fujitora had launched a sneak attack at that time, Glid might have been even more severely injured. Hey. Even Glid understood this very well. Little Rain sighed and shook his head helplessly. At this moment, Glid had obviously tightened his fists. Although he wouldn't die, the Philosopher's Stone also has its limits. If he is continuously pressed by those meteorites for half a day or a day, his Philosopher's Stone will still be depleted. By then, he would still be dead. What? Not satisfied? Little Rain floated down from the air and stood beside Glid, asking in a low voice. Looking at the departing Fujitora, Little Rain also felt a bit uneasy. After all, such powerful strength made Little Rain feel a little troubled. Although he had tested Fujitora's skills after Glid, it still felt like he was holding back a bit. So, thinking back now, he still felt uncertain. Perhaps he was at the level of a quasi-admiral. If he used all his abilities and fought desperately, he should be able to last a day or two against Akainu. However, if he fought like this for a long time, his chakra wouldn't be able to handle it. In other words, he didn't have such strong endurance to engage in a prolonged battle with those admirals. It wasn't that he was dissatisfied, but at this moment, what level was he at? Even he himself felt a bit uncertain. Glid forced a smile and shook his head helplessly. Looking up at the sky, Little Rain gazed into the night. Although Fujitora's meteorites were indeed astonishing, looking at the night sky was still so bright. The stars twinkled mischievously. Little Rain sighed. Actually, I also doubt my own strength. However, at least I can handle most people, even admirals. For example, if it were a one-on-one fight with Akainu, at least I should be able to last a day without any problems. Moreover, I could successfully escape. But that doesn't mean my strength is weaker than Akainu's, or that my strength is equal to Akainu's. When a person gains a firm belief, they might become a stronger opponent. Just like when I was in Sabeti Archipelago, I found out that I could actually withstand Carp's and 2 Admirals' attacks. Although I lost an arm and a leg, at least I successfully covered for you all to escape. And I even managed to escape myself. Hee. What do you think? Based on what you said, it seems I should be able to withstand Akiji or Akainu for a couple of hours without any problem. Of course, as long as I keep dying and coming back to life. And right now, my Haki mastery is still not strong enough. If my armament Haki could strengthen to the point where I could instantly use Sea Prism Stone Claws to tear apart meteorites, then I believe I would have a chance to fight Fujitora. Moreover, my alchemy seems to need to be practiced again. I should be able to refine alloys that can cut those meteorites even faster. Glid frowned, as if he was self-reflecting. Little Rain nodded and patted Glid's shoulder. Let's go back and rest. Tomorrow we still have to go to Dressrosa. Chapter 103. Encounter in Dressrosa, Dressrosa. As the Little Rain pirate crew just stepped into this kingdom, everyone was staring in astonishment at the street. It seemed they were momentarily unable to react, especially Anna, who was fixated on a giant black bear toy, her eyes wide open without blinking. On the cobblestone path, a huge black bear toy was holding the hand of a beautiful young woman, laughing and walking along. What? What is going on? Are you sure that is indeed a toy and not a person in disguise? Maybe he's wearing a bear costume. Anna's mouth twitched slightly, looking puzzled. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, wanting to confirm whether she was dreaming. Glid carefully observed those toys walking on the street, then nodded affirmatively. As an alchemist, to be honest, I have never seen such toys with souls and spirits. I'm already thinking about whether I should develop in this direction. Little Rain chuckled and glanced at the corner of the street, whispering, "That's just Doflamingo's subordinate, the ability of the toy fruit. If you're envious, I can go and catch that guy and turn you all into toys." What? Toy fruit? Everyone, including Chinjo and the others, felt a tightness in their hearts, seemingly unable to catch their breath. This is impossible, right? That fruit ability is too powerful. It can directly turn so many people into toys. This is completely a toy kingdom. At this moment, Whiteek looked astonished, feeling that it was impossible. He hadn't been on the Penguin for long, and like Cavendish, he was considered a newcomer. However, he hadn't been to Sky Island and hadn't experienced many great battles. Moreover, he hadn't seen such strange fruit abilities. For him, Little Rain was definitely the most powerful fruit user. Although the captain constantly reminded himself that he wasn't a fruit user, but facing such a situation, he still felt a bit incredulous. So, I feel this country is very strange. Clearly, it's a toy, and if it can turn people into this, then there are many fewer people, right? But why does it seem like there's no reaction at all? For example, that toy dog over there has been following a child. Do you think it's possible that the toy dog is his father? Jolana's brows furrowed slightly. She had noticed the strangeness of this country since she entered. Now, combining it with the fruit ability that Little Rain mentioned, it suddenly felt like she had discovered something. Little Rain nodded and said softly, "Yes, this country is similar to your former Kamabaka kingdom. Perhaps the nobles are indeed happy, but those commoners might have already been enslaved. I mentioned a relationship with Doflamingo yesterday, and he is the leader of the underground organization in this new world. So, do you think this country is as simple as it seems on the surface?" As they spoke, they headed straight towards the street, not knowing the location of the underground factory, and unsure if Doflamingo was aware that the Little Rain pirates had landed on his island. Little Rain felt a bit confused, but sometimes confusion can be a good thing. Although he didn't have luck like Luffy, it was still nice to explore an island like this. Leading everyone, they walked directly to the bullfighting arena. Looking at the somewhat spectacular bullfighting arena, Cavendish was amazed. After everyone bought tickets and entered the stands, Little Rain began to explain, "Have you noticed that while the audience is very afraid of bloodshed, they are all excited?" Looking at the spectators next to him, who were staring at the gladiators that had already entered the arena, each of them revealed expressions of horror, yet their hearts were filled with endless excitement. Such a scene could be described as terrifying. Yet, here they were, right in the middle of it. Anna carefully observed her surroundings, then nodded and said coldly, "Indeed, it is just like in our country. Although it looks good on the surface, almost everyone's minds are twisted." As her words fell, the slaughter in the arena truly began. Blood, flashes of blades, shadows of swords. At this moment, it fully showcased humanity's brutality and ruthlessness. Watching the fallen gladiators, Grid felt a surge of anger in his heart. It was nameless anger, as if he had suddenly seen two people engaged in a life-and-death struggle, and then felt angry. This was a complete enslavement of everyone's thoughts. If a nation is driven like this, perhaps it could be overthrown. Grid's temperament was closer to Yao Lin, and what he said even surprised himself. Yet he didn't retract his words, frowning and crossing his arms, looking quite cold. Little Rain smiled faintly and asked softly, "This is just a small island nation. Compared to your country, the population here is quite small. Moreover, with Doflamingo's strength, he could basically slaughter everyone. Do you think that even if they knew, they would dare to resist? Even if they really dared to resist, look at these gladiators. That is their fate." The slaughter in the arena continued. However, at this moment, Little Rain had no desire to watch any longer. He directly led the Little Rain pirates away from the arena. Everyone stood at the entrance, gazing at the grand building, each with different feelings in their hearts. "You all go back to the ship. I want to stroll around this island and then choose a point to attack. By the way, Grid, Cavendish, and Dumpling, you must protect the Penguin. This is the territory of a warlord. Relying solely on the Battle King now. Two might not be enough." As soon as Little Rain finished speaking, he shot off in a direction, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Watching the figure that had vanished, Grid snorted coldly and said, "You two do as you please. I'll be on the Penguin, and I will raise the flag. I want to see if Doflamingo dares to attack us directly." After his words, he led the way to the dock. At this moment, Cavendish snorted and directly followed Grid. After all, if this guy did this, his popularity would definitely rise in Cavendish's heart. Moreover, if Grid managed to deal with Doflamingo, wouldn't he be overshadowed by Grid? Dumpling hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to follow Little Rain. He used the sky dance technique to float and headed in Little Rain's direction. Dressrosa couldn't be considered very big, but it certainly wasn't small either. At this moment, Little Rain was walking alone on a small path leading to the countryside, still contemplating attack points. He didn't want to cause damage to the island directly, nor did he want to excessively let the island civilians lose their property and lives. If he attacked the royal palace, Doflamingo might lead Little Rain to attack the entire town. However, logically, he already knew that he had injured some of Doflamingo's subordinates on the previous small island. Moreover, although the penguin was not flying its flag, being docked would definitely let Doflamingo know. But until now, half a day had passed, and he hadn't seen a single one of Doflamingo's subordinates appear. Little Rain was starting to get a bit frustrated, wondering what Doflamingo was thinking. Beside him, Dumpling was aimlessly following Little Rain while eating a lollipop. In the forest path, the light and shadows were colorful, with the flowing tree shade gently swaying in the breeze. Just as the two were lost in thought, suddenly, a one-legged toy and a tall girl jumped out from the side of the path. She looked to be about 13 or 14 years old. However, the girl held a wooden sword, while the soldier shouted as he jumped, "You run away first. I'll hold him off." Just as he was about to turn around, he saw Little Rain and Dumpling. The 13 or 14-year-old girl was somewhat surprised, and her previous crying seemed to have stopped. She stared blankly at Little Rain and Dumpling. "Hello." Little Rain's eyes suddenly lit up, and his whole body seemed to become refreshed. The problems that had troubled him seemed to suddenly make sense. As soon as he spoke, before the one-legged toy could say anything, more than a dozen rogue-like soldiers sprang out from the forest beside the path, looking indeed like rogues. They were all swaggering and exuding an arrogant aura, surrounding the one-legged toy and the girl with knives and guns. "Now you can't escape. Hee hee, brothers. As long as we catch this woman, we'll never have to worry about food and drink again." The tall soldier leading them looked quite lewd and exuded a hypocritical vibe, which made Little Rain frown slightly as he watched. The other soldiers began to laugh heartily, all aiming their guns at the one-legged toy and the girl. "Hey, I'm trying to greet you. Why are you causing trouble?" Little Rain coldly snorted and asked with murderous intent. All the rogue soldiers froze and mechanically turned to face Little Rain, while the girl and the one-legged toy looked at him with some confusion. It seems there are still quite a few people who aren't afraid of death these days. "Ha. Boss, how about I teach this kid a lesson first, and then take him down?" "Exactly, he's just a weak little guy." Before one particularly vicious soldier could finish his sentence, his entire body suddenly lunged at Little Rain. At the same time, Susanoo appeared with a skeleton frame, and a katana appeared in its right hand. With a thrust, the most despicable soldier was directly pierced through the body by the katana. Drip, drip, blood slowly dripped down, causing all the soldiers' hearts to sink. Is this an ability user? Chapter 104, Grid's Anger Run. The soldier captain had no extra thoughts and yelled before turning to flee. Little Rain raised an eyebrow and coldly snorted. "Do you think you can escape?" As soon as he finished speaking, his left hand slowly rose. His wrist seemed to dislocate as a series of rockets were fired out. Boom! A loud explosion followed by a fiery blast engulfed the dozen or so rogue soldiers in the rising smoke. The path shook slightly and then returned to normal. Smoke rose slowly, dissipating into the sky, accompanied by the surprised expressions of the girl and the one-legged toy. The one-legged toy glanced back at the already confirmed dead thug soldiers, its eyes warily looking towards Little Rain. A hand reached out, tightly protecting the girl. Dumpling frowned, feeling that this toy was a bit rude. Clearly, they had saved you, yet you didn't even say thank you. Moreover, it seemed to harbor hostility towards Little Rain. Under Little Rain's silence, Dumpling sprang into action. In an instant, he appeared beside the one-legged toy, and before the toy could react, he kicked it away. Instantly, the one-legged soldier was kicked and crashed into a tree by the roadside, his head deeply embedded in it. However, he still shouted at the girl, "Rebecca, run away. Run away. We saved you. Why are you so wary?" Dumpling was a bit angry, standing next to the one-legged soldier and coldly staring at him. At this moment, Little Rain had already walked to the girl's side, grinning and saying, "Your name is Rebecca?" The girl nodded vigorously, as if she was very afraid of Little Rain. "Aren't you one of Don Quixote Doflamingo's subordinates?" "Rebecca, you should escape quickly, huh?" Before the one-legged toy could finish speaking, Dumpling yanked his body and then directly struck his forehead. Dumpling blinked, meticulously staring at the one-legged toy. "Who said we were Don Quixote Doflamingo's subordinates? Just because he is a warlord, does he dare to be the captain of our Little Rain pirates? Are you overthinking it?" After this was said, Rebecca did not respond to Little Rain. Instead, she ran directly behind the one-legged toy, nervously staring at Little Rain and Dumpling, feeling the powerful aura of these two guys. She could even predict that if she tried to escape, she might be killed in an instant. This feeling terrified her, making her want to close her eyes directly. "Little Rain, pirate crew, you are from the Little Rain Pirates. By the way, I've seen your bounty poster, you're the legendary newcomer, Azura Little Rain. The one-legged toy seemed to have reacted, looking at Little Rain with newfound confidence. Feeling a bit strange under the one-legged toy's gaze, Little Rain frowned, exchanged glances with Dumpling, and then said with a smirk, "You must be Cyrus, right?" "Huh?" The one-legged toy was clearly taken aback, looking confused and frightened. Could it be that these guys really came to capture him? Otherwise, how would they know his identity? Little Rain, with an eerie smile, whispered, "This toy fruit is really interesting. It can even retain memories. By the way, Dumpling, what do you think about turning you into a robot after we capture that toy fruit user?" Dumpling was first delighted, then quickly shook his head vigorously. Blinking, he turned to the one-legged toy, Cyrus, and said softly, "Forget it. I don't want to turn into such a useless form, unable to do anything." Even those few thug-like soldiers had to run. Cyrus now felt speechless and fell silent. "By the way, Cyrus, can you take us to the little people?" "I've already thought of a plan," Little Rain said, pinching his chin and grinning. "Since Doflamingo isn't showing up, we can only go find him." Meanwhile, at the port of Dressrosa, the situation was completely different from that of Little Rain. Originally, there were few ships at the port, but now it looked like they had seen the arrival of a marine admiral, and they all started to flee. When they saw the flag of the Penguin ship rise, whether pirates or merchant ships, they all rushed to escape to the sea at the first moment. They were afraid that the Little Rain pirates would cause some crazy trouble again. If that happened, they could escape, but they couldn't afford to be caught. Moreover, these guys were so powerful. If they provoked them, it could lead to disaster. So even the civilians began to flee. Within 10 minutes after the flag was raised, the entire port was completely cleared out. Glid stood confidently at the side of the Penguin ship, with his eyes closed and a cold expression, looking like a cold-faced killing machine. A long time passed, and the sun was about to set. The golden waves shimmered on the surface of the sea. Bang! Just as Anna and the others on the Penguin ship were dozing off, a gunshot rang out, hitting Glid's forehead and producing a metallic clashing sound. Glid still did not open his eyes, quietly standing there. However, the others on the Penguin ship, such as Qianbing, opened their sleepy eyes. After surveying the surroundings, they began to murmur, "What is going on? Is there a shooting incident somewhere else?" While they were saying this, the next moment, a rocket directly struck Glid's body. Boom! A huge explosion occurred, and Glid's entire body was engulfed in flames and smoke. However, although the people on the Penguin ship understood that something must have happened, they did not speak up. After all, they were very clear about Glid's ability. After being carbonized to the extreme, he was as hard as diamond. If they relied on such gunfire and cannon fire, it would have no effect whatsoever, unless you were a super sharpshooter who could shoot bullets wrapped in hockey. As the thick smoke dissipated, Glid's body slowly revealed itself. His eyes gradually opened, emitting a piercing light. At the same time, he looked towards the rooftop at the edge of the dock. What a joke, this guy. Could he really be immortal? My attacks had no effect at all. Baby 5, with a cigarette in her mouth, slightly moved her lips, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, Buffalo, who was beside her, seemed to widen his eyes in surprise. However, he eventually calmed down. "How about using a knife? This guy might not be afraid of bullets, but fear knives." Baby 5 nodded, then transformed her legs into sharp sickles. After grabbing Buffalo's chain, she began to spin using the power of her spin fruit. At the same time, she slowly flew up with Buffalo. Glid watched the two without saying much, still standing quietly with his arms crossed. Just as Buffalo swung Baby 5 towards Glid, the sickle touched Glid's neck, producing a crisp sound. Glid remained motionless. However, suddenly opening his eyes, Conqueror's haki suddenly burst forth. His fist clenched tightly, and the next moment, a shave appeared between Buffalo and Baby 5. He directly punched Buffalo in the stomach, causing him to double over. Along with Baby 5, they crashed onto the cobblestone ground of the dock. Boom! A light sound accompanied by dust made the entire dock tremble. Amidst the faint dust, Glid said in a low voice, "Now, immediately call Doflamingo to me, or I will kill you right now." After his words fell, Buffalo and Baby 5 struggled to get up and ran towards the palace in the town. Watching their retreating figures, Glid's eyes narrowed slightly, and he snorted coldly. "And one more. Come out immediately, or I will take action." In the corner, a young man wearing a horned flat hat and high heels appeared, clapping his hands and murmuring, "I didn't expect the undying warrior, Glid, to be this powerful. Wow, incredible." Glid glanced at the newcomer and snorted coldly, while under Doflamingo, there are truly all kinds of people. Is this a transgender? Clearly a man, yet wearing high heels. As soon as he finished speaking, the corner of a newcomer's mouth twitched slightly. Just as he was about to launch an attack, his phone bug rang. After answering a call, he turned around and left with a sulky expression. At this moment, Glid seemed to be getting a bit impatient as well. He first put his hands together, then suddenly slammed them down on the ground. Boom! The entire dock began to roll like waves in an instant. One by one, Doflamingo's stone statues started to rise from the bluestone. Glid let out a cold laugh, walked up to the nearest statue, and threw a punch at it. Bang! With a light sound, the statue's head flew off and rolled on the ground. The young man's eyes widened in surprise, seemingly getting a bit angry. But in the end, he still ran towards the town. Meanwhile, Glid continued to punch the next statue. Dust filled the dock, making the pirates, who were having dinner on a ship, feel the whole island become restless. Chapter 105. The little people inside the palace, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. The faint sunlight cast a golden hue on the ground, accentuating the tall figures. Doflamingo sat quietly in the room with a glass of wine in hand, his face wearing a cold expression. This meant their captain was missing. However, the vice-captain Glid was present. Diamante rested his chin on his hand and grinned. Yes, baby, 5, and I initially want to test Glid's strength. But, at this point, Buffalo hesitated to continue, clearly feeling a bit embarrassed. Diamante chuckled without saying anything. Meanwhile, Doflamingo seemed to be deep in thought. After a long while, Doflamingo suddenly laughed, a strange and eerie laugh. Once the laughter stopped, he asked Pika, "Did Little Rain's group appear in the arena?" Doflamingo asked quietly, looking at Pika. Pika nodded and thought for a moment before answering. They only sat in the arena for a while, and then left quickly. But why are we avoiding them instead of directly eliminating them? As soon as this question was raised, almost everyone looked at Doflamingo. Diamante, however, just smiled faintly and remained silent. Diamante, you go find Little Rain's whereabouts, and do your best to hold him back, Doflamingo said in a low voice, standing up. His action brought joy to everyone's hearts. After all, in their minds, Doflamingo standing up meant he was going to get serious. He is a legendary rookie. Do you think I can hold him back? Diamante said casually, appearing somewhat helpless. How could you not be able to stop him? In my heart, you are a true genius. Only you can truly hold him back. Besides, he is just a rookie. Even if he becomes a legend, he is still just a rookie. Doflamingo chuckled softly and said in a low voice. Diamante laughed, his laughter containing a sense of relief. Since you say so, I will admit it. Ha ha. And you should have notified the Navy 2 days ago, right? Doflamingo grinned and turned to Treble. His expression seemed to indicate he could foresee something. Treble sniffed and nodded vigorously. Of course, perhaps Kizaru will come this time. But didn't I hear that this legendary rookie could fight evenly with an admiral? Can Diamante really hold him back? As soon as these words were spoken, Diamante's eyes widened. Doflamingo frowned. Although he boasted about his subordinates, he was genuinely concerned about Little Rain's strength. Even he wasn't entirely sure he could directly take down Little Rain. Moreover, everyone on this ship was an expert among experts. Don't worry, although this legendary rookie is very powerful, that's just a legend. Who knows if the legend is true? Moreover, I just need to find him and hold him back, not to fight him head on. Diamante smirked arrogantly. Then let us go find trouble with Glid. I can't wait. The hat on Gladius's head began to swell, as if it would explode at any moment. This time I will personally take action. What kind of undying ability does the undying warrior Glid possess? Doflamingo chuckled softly and slowly walked out of the room, followed by a group of Don Quixote family cadres and subordinates. Unlike the palace, at this moment in the territory of the little people, Little Rain and Dumpling were curiously watching those tiny people who looked like ants densely packed together. Clearly, even when Little Rain witnessed this scene with his own eyes, he wore an expression of wonder. Not to mention Dumpling now. The Sky Island was amazing. The Sabeti Archipelago was also a good place. And Fishman Island had its unique underwater scenery. As for the little people, they were joyfully like toys. Are you really pirates? Leo stared at Little Rain, excitedly saying. Simultaneously, his small head kept glancing at the bounty poster. After comparing, he said, You really look like him. This is me. So it's not just a resemblance. It should be said that it really is the real person. A large bead of sweat appeared on Little Rain's forehead as he helplessly said, But why do you want to help us? Chief Goncho squinted his eyes slightly, speaking with some distrust. The one-legged toy soldier, Curly, shook his head with a firm look. He whispered, If they don't save us this time, maybe Rebecca and I will really be captured. Moreover, Just look at the incidents he has caused. He doesn't like the Navy government. But the Don Quixote family is not part of the Navy government or the world government. Gancho's words were interrupted again by Curly. But they are celestial dragons, and were once one of the 20 kings. Curly said seriously, looking at Little Rain. It seemed Little Rain harbored a hatred for the celestial dragons. Little Rain smiled and shook his head. I don't have any hatred for the celestial dragons. But I am very angry with their actions, clearly lacking strength. Yet they still want to play a powerful role. The type of person I hate the most is just like that. At this point, Little Rain twisted his neck and quietly asked, what about the former king? Where is he now? Find him for me immediately and bring us directly into the palace. I already have a plan on how to find Doflamingo. You want to enter the palace now? Leo said with surprise, quickly adding, we can take you there directly, although we can't enter the palace itself. We can reach the outskirts. Moreover, we also know the location of the underground factory. Underground factory? Xiaoyu was taken aback for a moment, but after thinking it over again, he shook his head. We'll talk about the underground factory later. Right now, I need to attack the palace first. How confident are you? Cyrus asked quietly, holding his gun. He was well aware of Doflamingo's strength. In an instant, he had severed one of his legs. Although his heart had been chaotic at that moment, ultimately, it was just that his strength was insufficient. Xiaoyu rested his chin on his fingers, thought carefully for a moment, and nodded. Although I don't know how powerful his abilities are, he should be no match for an admiral. And I can instantly elevate my strength to that of an admiral. So I do have some confidence. However, to be honest, those subordinates of his still need my partners to handle them. After all, I can't be surrounded by a group of people. As for your combat power, perhaps you can't even deal with one of their executives. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been turned into a toy. When it came to himself, Cyrus lowered his head. Clearly, he found it hard to accept. With Rebecca not here, he could accept Cyrus's identity well. He could also accept Rebecca's father's identity. If you really restored your true form, you could help me share some pressure. But as a toy, Xiaoyu scratched the back of his head, shaking it helplessly. Dumpling then patted Cyrus on the head and chuckled softly. Don't worry, Cyrus. Xiaoyu is the strongest. He can definitely defeat Doflamingo. All right, let's go now. What do you say? Xiaoyu grinned and asked quietly. Ganchao nodded, and all the little people started to gather. After a passionate speech, almost all the little people turned to look at Xiaoyu and Dumpling. After all, these two adults seemed to be very formidable pirates. Just like Doflamingo, formidable pirates should give him hope. Xiaoyu slowly stood up, took a deep breath, and thought of Rolando's vow from 400 years ago, saying, I will definitely defeat Doflamingo and rescue you all. As soon as these words came out, almost everyone was stunned, including Leo and others. The little people's executives seemed to be staring blankly at Xiaoyu. Who are you to Rolando? Ganchao frowned, looking puzzled. You can't be a descendant of Rolando, can you? Leo appeared somewhat idealistic, but also very admiring. Xiaoyu shook his head, pursed his lips, and said softly, well, how should I put it? I know Rolando's descendants, but I'm not one of them. If Rolando's descendants found out about your current situation, they might ask me for help. All right, stop thinking about those things. Now, let's set off. Oh, let's go. Chapter 106, The Death of Glid. The moonlight was dark, and a gentle breeze blew. Doflamingo stood quietly in front of Glid with the Pika army, a smile on his face, looking extremely eerie under the moonlight. Finally, you've come. Glid twisted his neck, looking at the heads of the stone statues scattered on ground. As he spoke, Anna and the others also leaned out their heads to look at Doflamingo's camp. Among them, Cavendish dropped directly to Glid's side, seemingly wanting to fight Doflamingo together. The long sword Durandal was quietly hidden in its sheath, but the chill emanating from it was palpable. Doflamingo's eyes under his sunglasses were somewhat sharp, but he always wore a smile. The immortal fighter Glid? With your powerful strength. Why are you following a kid? How about following me instead? You're overthinking it. Xiaoyu's strength is far greater than mine. And you, haha. Although Glid didn't like Xiaoyu, he still honestly spoke up at a critical moment. Moreover, he even exaggerated Xiaoyu a bit. Oh, so that means you're unwilling. Doflamingo grinned, a hint of coldness in his smile. As soon as he finished speaking, just when Glid and Cavendish both seemed to relax. Snap! A light sound appeared, and a bullet shot directly into Glid's chest. Cavendish behind him was stunned, realizing that it was Glid who had saved him just now. Immediately, he drew Durandal, his eyes turning cold. Unexpectedly, as a dignified warlord, he still resorts to sneak attacks. In that moment, he truly didn't react in time. Just this point makes him inferior to that Xiaoyu. Although his strength can still be seen, compared to Xiaoyu, he is still far behind. Cavendish was somewhat furious. Just in that moment, he even felt a threat of death. Of course, although Doflamingo wore a smile, he was somewhat shocked inside. He had definitely used all his strength in that moment. Moreover, he had also applied haki to the bullet. Just that one shot was definitely dozens of times stronger than an ordinary sniper's bullet. However, hitting Glid's chest, it didn't even produce a reaction. Just this point made Doflamingo sigh. This captain is so powerful. Could it be that the legendary newcomer is truly this strong? With a smile, Doflamingo took off into the air as the breeze lifted him. The 5-colored threads and Super Snake Whip shot out instantly, his hands clawing like a beast. With a bizarre smile, he stood directly in the sky. On Cavendish's long sword, a cold air emerged as if it were too cold. After forcefully pushing off the ground with his toes, he leaped high. In his hand, the long sword aimed to cut those threads. But the instant the sword touched those threads, Cavendish suddenly realized that the armed haki on those threads was so powerful that he couldn't cut through them for a moment. A sharp sound rang out as a glaring spark appeared on the Durandal sword body. Cavendish spun elegantly in midair 3 or 4 times, and with the motion, the long sword directly cut through those long threads. At the same time, with a moon step, he instantly distanced himself from his original position. With a crack, a deep crack appeared on the green bricks of the ground. Glid, still standing on the ground, lightly licked his lips, clasped his hands together, and suddenly pressed down on the ground. The next moment, the ground, which was originally filled with stone statues, suddenly transformed into countless long spears. In an instant, they shot towards Doflamingo. The speed was so fast that it surprised even Doflamingo. With a smile on his lips, he flipped over and chose not to attack those long spears, instead opting to dodge. And at that moment, Glid also used a shave to appear behind Doflamingo. With his fist infused with haki, he charged directly toward Doflamingo's abdomen. With a kick, Doflamingo blocked this punch with his knee. The two separated in midair. In an instant, both understood each other's strength. Glid was clearly very strong enough to at least qualify to fight Doflamingo. However, he also had a very obvious flaw. It seemed that he was too arrogant and ignored the cautious mindset Xiao Yu had mentioned. Therefore, just as Glid landed, he smiled and softly said, "Doflamingo isn't that impressive, huh? With such strength, he was made a warlord. The Navy is indeed relatively weak. Luckily, back then, Xiao Yu didn't take us to join the Navy." As he said this, he snorted coldly and charged towards Doflamingo once again. Between his hands, a pair of Sea Prism stone beast claws appeared. Since he already knew Doflamingo's combat power, now was truly the time for battle. At this moment, Cavendish was also standing quietly on the other side, watching. He seemed to be a bit self-deprecating. After all, he seemed to have not yet reached the level where he could cut Doflamingo's strings in an instant. Moreover, his own strength had not yet reached the true pinnacle. Although the illness of his second personality seemed to have improved a lot under Anna's treatment, at critical moments, he still needed to fall into self-induced slumber to let that second personality emerge. Otherwise, with his awake self, it seemed he wasn't a match for Doflamingo. Just as Grid charged at Doflamingo, Doflamingo charged directly at him as well. In the next moment, it was as if Doflamingo could control Grid's movements. He directly twisted Grid's body and grabbed him by the throat. The string also pierced straight through Grid's mouth. A light sound accompanied by blood spurted out, and Grid's body slumped softly to the ground. Doflamingo placed one foot on Grid's body, and at that moment, he wanted to laugh out loud. Although powerful, he was still just a novice. Just now, although Grid had momentarily evaded or blocked him, the parasitic string had lightly appeared on Grid's body without him noticing. In this brief moment of battle, he had turned a balanced expert into a corpse. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, he quietly said, "The vice-captain of Xiao Yu's crew seems to have only this much strength. I think it would be better for you to follow me instead." Although the strength of the others had not yet manifested, it still made Doflamingo unwilling to engage in too much combat to find out. After all, if this Xiao Yu crew was hiding an even more powerful existence, it might frustrate Doflamingo. As his voice fell, Anna and the others directly ignored him, especially Jolena, who smacked her lips and laughed. "This guy doesn't seem that annoying after all. He even wants us to follow him." Do you really want to follow someone like him?" Chayabi was very serious, but in the blink of an eye, he had already run to the cockpit of Battle King number 1. Jolena shook her head, her beautiful big eyes blinking a few times as she smiled and said, "Not really, but if he can give us a lot of money, I might consider it." "Oh, how much would it take to buy you off?" Doflamingo was somewhat curious at this moment. This little girl seemed to be quite valued in Xiao Yu's pirate crew. even making the eccentric Dr. Chayabi worry. We only have a little over 10 billion berries on our ship, huh? Just give me 50 billion berries, and that would be fine. Jolena, who originally had a youthful appearance, looked quite serious when she said this. The corner of Doflamingo's mouth twitched slightly. Meanwhile, Pika was so angry that he directly shouted, "Why don't you go rob it? Do you think we're the world government's decision makers? We could just casually take out hundreds of billions. That's true, you guys are just pirates. But you're a king. By the way, why do you talk like a woman when you look so manly?" Jolena said playfully, but as soon as her words fell, Pika erupted. Indeed, Pika had already exploded. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and then his entire cheek seemed to cramp. In the next moment, the ground began to shake. It seemed like Grid's alchemy. Everything was slowly rising. Even the nearby houses began to come towards Pika. Unlike Pika, who was standing at the back, Violet felt it was very strange. It seemed that the Xiaoyu pirate crew didn't have such cold-bloodedness. Clearly seeing her companions being defeated by Doflamingo and trampled on the ground, none of them reacted at all. In that case, how could Xiaoyu possibly fight desperately against two admirals and Garp to protect such companions? Wanted to probe these people's thoughts. She circled her fingers in front of her eyes and began to observe carefully. In the next moment, a giant stone man appeared directly in front of the crew of the Penguin. At this moment, Violet had a layer of cold sweat on her forehead. Huh, this guy has wrapped all these stones around himself. Won't he be suffocated? Wicca said with some astonishment. Chayabi also had cold sweat on his forehead. This giant stone man was simply more enormous than when Grid fought Moria. How could they fight this? Thinking of this, the fine sweat on Chayabi's forehead was wiped away by a hand that extended from inside the cockpit. Chayabi's eyes lit up and he laughed. Right? The current Battle King is not the same type as before. How could it possibly lose to such a dumb guy? Ha ha, I really was worrying for nothing. Thinking this, he patted Battle King number 1 hard. Oh, Pika is angry. Doflamingo chuckled and looked at the huge stone man. Although Gladius was also very angry at the moment, upon seeing Pika's fury gather into a stone giant over 100 meters tall. And even the ground had sunk a layer. He felt somewhat relieved. Behind him, Violet still had a layer of dense beads of sweat on her forehead. Baby 5 blinked and looked at Buffalo. It seems we don't even need to make a move. Young Master and Lord Pika will solve them all. Buffalo's 2 huge front teeth opened and closed as he spoke in a low voice. Behind him, Baby 5 and the others nodded in agreement. At this moment, amidst Doflamingo's sinister laughter, Pika's furious roar, and the mocking voices of Buffalo and others, the already dead Grid on the ground suddenly sprang up. His hands turned into knife shapes and swiftly slashed towards Grid's neck. Uffed. Blood splattered. Meanwhile, on the Penguin, Chayabi's Battle King number 1 suddenly jumped up. In an instant, this 6-meter-tall Battle King number 1 shot up to a height of 100 meters. At the same time, both hands formed a shape like a cannon. Light appeared, and in the blink of an eye, it shot out a beam as thick as a telephone pole. Boom! A huge explosion, accompanied by the tremors of the dock and the rising smoke, made the entire island seem to tremble. From a distance, the towering stone giant was directly engulfed in flames and roars. In contrast, at this moment in the palace, it was somewhat quiet. A mysterious atmosphere pervaded everywhere, and the eerie silence gave people a strange feeling. Xiaoyu stood directly at the entrance of the palace with the Little People tribe, and those guards were instantly taken down by Xiaoyu. Moreover, it seemed to be a show-off in front of the Little People tribe. However, when looking into the palace, a look of suspicion appeared on his face. What's going on? It seems there is no one in the palace. And look for yourselves. There is not a single person in those main chambers. Xiaoyu pointed at the higher levels of the palace, asking with some confusion. Dumpling stood beside Xiaoyu and laughed directly. Just check inside to see if anyone's there, and just attack. As soon as the words fell, 2 fingers stretched out. Immediately, the bright light dazzled Cyrus beside him. Boom! 2 waves shot out, causing the entire main bedroom balcony to explode with a loud bang. Thick smoke rose into the sky, further obscuring the already gloomy sky and the moonlight. Wow, so strong! Leo exclaimed, his mouth agape in surprise. Originally, he thought it was just a child. But now he realized that Xiaoyu's subordinates were not simple people at all. No one. Xiaoyu frowned, looking puzzled. After all, in his mind, since Doflamingo had not appeared, he should definitely be living in the palace. If there was no one, then you could just attack directly. By the way, your princess should be locked in a place where you've been playing hide and seek, Xiaoyu said quietly, pointing to the palace. Leo's eyes widened even more, as if he couldn't understand why Xiaoyu knew this. Dumpling, you follow them. I have to do my thing now. It seems someone is waiting for me over at the Colosseum. Xiaoyu laughed coldly, and, as the words fell, he shot off in that direction. In the sky, although Xiaoyu was fast, he felt something strange. First of all, this small town seemed to have no reaction at all. Moreover, although he sensed a few auras at the Colosseum, they didn't seem very powerful. At least, they weren't as strong as Doflamingo. Xiaoyu had always been proud of his ninja sensing ability. Sometimes, even the advanced observation haki of Grid couldn't compare. But this time, he was indeed a bit confused. During the day, he could still sense Doflamingo's aura, as well as a bunch of other auras gathering together. But now, he couldn't feel anything at all in this town. Although his observation haki wasn't as strong as Grid's, his sensing ability was absolutely reliable. When he stood at the top of the Colosseum, several people in the arena looked towards Xiaoyu, especially Diamante, who had been searching for Xiaoyu for a long time. However, he had no clues at all. It was as if he had suddenly disappeared. This wasn't a very large area, but it was definitely not small either. He thought that tomorrow he would get news about Xiaoyu, but now it seemed that this guy had come looking for them. Unexpectedly, before Diamante could finish his sentence, in the blink of an eye, Xiaoyu's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind him. Even with Diamante's quick reflexes, he almost bit his own tongue. The people behind him, like Dringer and others, had their eyes nearly popping out. Where's Doflamingo? Xiaoyu's brows furrowed tightly, and the black iron rod in his hand was almost about to stab Diamante's neck. A layer of dense sweat appeared on Diamante's forehead. Behind him, Dringer and others twitched their lips as well. It seemed they hadn't expected Xiaoyu's speed to be this fast. If I ask again and you still don't answer, you might die. Xiaoyu's expression was cold, giving even this small island a sense of entering winter. At that moment, Diamante's right cheek seemed to twist, and his teeth began to grind audibly. Xiaoyu furrowed his brows tightly, and the next moment, a ShinraTensei was unleashed without warning. Boom! With a loud noise, Diamante's troops were all blasted away. Some landed in the audience seats, while others were directly slammed into the walls. Blood flowed from Diamante's nose and mouth. Struggling to get up, he twisted his neck and coughed a few times. With a hint of malice in his eyes, he snorted. And just as he was about to stand up, Xiaoyu had already appeared beside him. Your devil fruit may be incredibly powerful to others, but to me, it's worthless. Xiaoyu's eyes widened suddenly, and the next moment, the black iron rod had pierced into Diamante's neck. Just then, Dringer and Rao kicked towards Xiaoyu's head and abdomen with extreme speed. Just in terms of physical techniques, these two were already formidable. However, Xiaoyu had just integrated all his techniques. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, a red flame suddenly erupted. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through both of their bodies before they even had time to react. They didn't even have a moment to comprehend what had happened. Diamante's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at Xiaoyu. At this moment, Susanoo enveloped Xiaoyu like a garment. Two arms sprouted from Susanoo's back, and the long swords pierced through Dringer and Rao's chests. With a drip, blood slowly flowed down, dripping onto the floor. Damn it! Diamante shouted angrily, his body instantly transforming into a block of steel alloy. In an instant, he smashed towards Xiaoyu. Bang! With a muffled sound, the iron block collided with Susanoo's palm. In that moment of distraction, Xiaoyu's black iron rod pierced through his neck. In the final moments, he appeared somewhat unwilling. The fiery red Susanoo slowly dissipated as Xiaoyu began to walk towards the outside of the building, looking up with a cold expression. Up to now, Doflamingo still hadn't appeared, and Diamante's troops seemed to have been nearly destroyed by him. Even if the other two had fled, they didn't seem to be a problem. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu sat down directly, put his hands together, and began to gather chakra. After a long time, the black particles of the Earth explosion star were completed, flying out from his palms and slowly entering the dim sky. This novel can be downloaded using the open-source free star string downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain this novel file through a proxy download and the merchant did not provide software source code or open source address, please request a refund immediately and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyvoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https Me FQ Tool, Chapter 108. Doflamingo's defeat at the dock. Doflamingo stared in shock at the wound on his chest, clearly unable to react. As the smoke cleared, the once 100-meter-tall stone figure had now shrunk to only 50 or 60 meters. The lower parts had been turned to dust by a laser cannon from Battle King No. 1. Damn, I was so close. Grid snorted coldly, squeezing the beast claw on his palm, looking quite regretful. Meanwhile, Baby, 5, and the others were terrified. They had never seen Doflamingo injured, and just now, Grid had truly been like a corpse. However, now he had no wounds at all. If it weren't for the blood on his mouth and clothes, they would think they were dreaming. What kind of fruit do you have? Doflamingo could no longer smile. Staring coldly at Grid and asking in a low voice. Cavendish landed beside Grid, chuckling. This guy isn't a devil fruit user, and he has an immortal body. So, even if you blow his head apart, he can still survive. Just like this. As the words fell, Cavendish's long sword instantly pierced through the still uncharred head of Glid. With a splatter, the sword was pulled out, and blood gushed out at that moment. Glid steadied himself, and a red light flashed above his head. In less than 3 seconds, the wound healed directly. As good as new, but the blood outside represented that he hadn't lied just now. At this moment, even Doflamingo felt a chill run down his spine. This was not the ability of a paramecia fruit. It was real. It struck the entity. Moreover, he had clearly seen his lines pierce through Glid's mouth and directly stab through his throat. But the fact was right in front of him. Such an ability was invincible, wasn't it? Have you ever seen such a fruit? Ha ha ha. Ignorant fool. Our little rain pirate crew's fighters haven't eaten any fruits. Moreover, your so-called artificial fruits are just trash. Compared to ours, your artificial fruits are simply garbage. Glid sneered disdainfully, then snapped his fingers at the Muse on the ship. Roar. With a violent roar, Muse transformed into a strange gorilla over 6 or 7 meters tall and soared into the sky. As its mouth opened, after gathering enough wind power, it fired directly at Doflamingo. Boom! Doflamingo dodged directly, his eyes filled with astonishment. Compared to such a fruit user, his artificial Zoan fruit abilities truly seemed like garbage. At most, they only enhanced recovery and wild strength. But they had created such a fruit ability. Have you ever seen such an animal fruit? Wings, the body and strength of a gorilla, and on its head, a rhinoceros horn. And the most powerful part is that it can release such a powerful, high-pressure cannon. Is it made by the mad scientist Kiambingwei? Doflamingo's cheek twitched, his eyes fixed on Kiambingwei, who was still in the cockpit of Battle King No. 1. The tempered glass cover opened, and Kiambingwei raised a V sign, grinning. Of course it's this great genius. Little Rain said you have a scientist under you who makes poison gas and artificial fruits. But now it seems it's not much. Otherwise, you would have directly used what that scientist invented. But, looking at your subordinate's fruit abilities, while still relatively powerful compared to what I created, they're simply not on the same level. Wahaha. Watching the somewhat obnoxious Kiambingwei, Glid's mouth twitched. This guy, I wanted to disrupt Doflamingo's calm mind. And now you're causing trouble. The sea stone claw made a cracking sound. The next moment, Glid reappeared in front of Doflamingo, and the beast claw swung down towards Doflamingo's head. After Doflamingo's fingers flicked a few times, he swiped across his chest, instantly blocking Glid's figure. At the same time, he jumped high and flew rapidly towards the town. His subordinates naturally followed suit. As for the stone man, it had long since scattered. Encountering a robot like Kiambingwei was truly unfortunate. He could directly use radar to find you hiding in the stone man's figure, and with a single laser cannon, you'd have no choice but to escape, let alone control the stone man to defend. As soon as Glid landed and saw Doflamingo leading everyone to escape, there was no reason not to pursue. In the blink of an eye, he and Cavendish disappeared into the night. Dust quietly settled, revealing Violet's figure. She quietly stared at Kiambingwei and the others, seemingly unwilling to leave this place. Huh, a beauty? As soon as Kiambingwei saw Violet's figure, his eyes turned into heart shapes. That feeling of a pounding heart made him jump from the cockpit of Battle King No. 1 to Violet's side. May I ask for your name, miss? Would you like to take a ride in my Battle King No. 1? Kiambingwei, not knowing when, had a rose appear in his mouth. With a deep affection in his eyes, he quietly asked, Violet. The assassin Violet softly revealed her name, her eyes narrowing slightly before directly asking, Are you really here to defeat Doflamingo? Huh? Is there any doubt? Didn't you see our vice captain chase after him? Our captain doesn't even know where he has run off to. Anna, upon seeing such a voluptuous figure, along with an angelic face, felt a bit of repulsion. After snorting coldly, she said softly, But Doflamingo is a celestial dragon, and even the Navy can't deal with him. Aren't you afraid? Violet was clearly a bit surprised by the Little Rain pirate crew's madness. But upon hearing such words, the entire crew, including Kiambingwei, burst into laughter. It seemed they had heard a very funny joke. Kiambingwei coughed lightly, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if gazing affectionately. Do you think our pirate crew, which has killed quite a few celestial dragons, would fear a celestial dragon warlord? Or do you think we would fear a pirate who relies solely on his identity to roam the seas? This should not be afraid. Violet chuckled lightly, but her eyes held tears. After so many years, someone who could defeat Doflamingo had finally appeared. Moreover, they seemed unafraid of any trouble. From the moment she looked into Kiambingwei's head to check his memories, she realized their intentions. However, she quickly reacted. These guys seemed to want Glid to become the king of this country. And it was not as simple as just overthrowing Doflamingo. Thinking of this, Violet bit her lip, feeling a bit hesitant. Unlike the scene at the dock in the town at this moment, Doflamingo, who had just entered the town and had not yet prepared, was immediately stunned. In the sky, a giant sphere with a diameter of over 100 meters appeared, directly blocking the moonlight. Moreover, the original buildings in the Colosseum had all disappeared. Even many of the nearby houses had vanished. A huge deep pit appeared on the ground. At this moment, Little Rain, upon seeing Doflamingo, was also visibly stunned, but quickly reacted. Bastard, I've been looking for you for a long time, and I didn't expect you to come out. Little Rain shouted angrily, then floated into the air. After joining his hands together, the huge sphere created by the Earth explosion star attacked Doflamingo. Are these guys all monsters? At this moment, Doflamingo had veins popping out on his forehead, gritting his teeth in confusion. However, his hands moved quickly. In an instant, his hands danced repeatedly. Suddenly, the entire sphere was sliced into pieces. But just when Doflamingo thought the sphere had been cut open and there was nothing wrong, a gravitational force seemed to suddenly appear in the sky. Then, the shattered stones began to slowly rise towards the sky, and the bodies of his people also began to float at this moment, directly heading towards those stones. What kind of ability is this? Damn it! Doflamingo was really getting angry, and his heart was filled with a coldness. Glid didn't know what ability it was, but clearly having similar strength to him, there was no threat of death, and this Little Rain could actually pull him towards that gravitational point. If he got buried in that sphere, he would really suffocate to death. Thinking of this, the five-color line opened up and charged towards those huge stones. Bang! A series of dull sounds erupted, and in an instant, those stones were cut into smaller pieces. Meanwhile, behind, Baby, Five, and Buffalo didn't have the strength to break free and were directly attracted by several giant rocks, heading towards the sky. Damn it! While cutting the giant stones around him, Doflamingo shot out a thin line towards Baby, Five, and Buffalo, who were being attracted faster than himself, directly connecting himself to a giant stone on the ground. Little Rain let out a cold laugh and whispered, "Useless." As soon as the words fell, that giant stone, along with the entire ground, began to move and headed towards the sky. Little Rain? Damn it, you're stealing my opponent. Greed, who had just arrived, said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, feeling quite helpless. Beside him, Cavendish shrugged, seemingly unable to participate in such a battle. At this moment, Little Rain seemed to be taken aback. How did these two guys end up here? Frowning, he asked Greed, "How did you guys end up here? Weren't you supposed to be guarding the penguin? P.S. I have some matters tonight, so there will only be 2 updates. Chapter 109. The Rescue of Kizaru. How did you end up here? Doflamingo is my prey, and you actually stole him halfway." Greed squinted his eyes, looking at Doflamingo, who was slowly rising towards the sky, clearly getting a bit angry. Little Rain furrowed his brow, looking towards the dock, and said softly, "Idiot, you're not trying to lure Doflamingo towards you, are you? This guy is a celestial dragon. You should know, if they find out we're here, they'll definitely notify the Marines. What will happen to the people on the ship if the Marines come now?" What? Cavendish and Greed were both taken aback, seemingly unable to react. If the Marines came, they would definitely be of Admiral level. Otherwise, ordinary people couldn't possibly deal with a master like Little Rain. Moreover, it seemed there were no masters on the Penguin who could directly confront an Admiral. Thinking of this, Greed became even angrier. Why didn't you say so earlier? Should I go back now? By the time he said the last 2 words, Greed was gritting his teeth. After all, he was so close to defeating a warlord of the sea. And at this moment, Little Rain actually wanted him to go back and guard. Does this guy want to take the glory of defeating a warlord of the sea for himself? Cavendish, at this moment, began to doubt, squinting his eyes, staring at Little Rain in disbelief. Little Rain, since you know I'm Celestial Dragon, you'd better release this technique immediately. Otherwise, the Admiral will be here soon. At that time, even you might not be able to escape. Doflamingo shouted, pulling a house next to a palace with the strings. Bastard. Little Rain snorted coldly, directly controlling several giant stones to smash towards Doflamingo. With a few cracking sounds, Doflamingo's reaction was extremely quick. In an instant, he directly shattered those stones. Damn it, Greed. Give him the final blow. We'll go back together. Little Rain snorted coldly. He was still controlling the meteorite rain, so he didn't have extra chakra to release other ninjutsu. At most, he could just use gravity to control those giant stones. However, Greed was different from Cavendish. He could directly prevent those two from being attracted by gravity. So at least Doflamingo would be even less of a match for Greed. Doflamingo was stunned, while Baby, Five, and Buffalo began to curse. Just then, a brilliant light and a wave of air shot toward the point of gravity. Boom! A loud explosion occurred, and the entire sky seemed to tremble. At the same time, Kisaru's voice followed, Jo. If it weren't for Green Bull's reminder, I really wouldn't know how to break such a technique. Sure, Little Rain. You're indeed powerful. Kizaru. Little Rain was startled and glanced in another direction. He immediately noticed Kizaru and Kuma, one of the warlords of the sea, standing on a nearby roof. This Kuma could at least match Kizaru for a short time, and perhaps his true strength was even greater. However, seeing the tall figure close the book and look towards him, Little Rain felt a bit helpless. Little Rain didn't he expect that these guys would come from another direction. Moreover, the Admiral and Kuma had rushed over like the Marines. Looking at them, although they seemed to be afraid from their words, it was just a ruse. At this moment, in the sky, all the stones and debris were falling towards the ground, along with Doflamingo and several of his subordinates. They were all covered in dust. As the smoke gradually dispersed, the figures of several people were revealed. On the other side, Pika emerged from the rocks, helping Doflamingo, who was sitting on the ground. Why did you arrive so late? If you were a few minutes later, I might have been taken out by this kid. You weren't just standing there watching, were you? Doflamingo shouted loudly at Kizaru, looking quite suspicious, as if he were a leader. Kizaru and Kuma had come to another dock. Perhaps it should be said they secretly landed. This time, they came to check around Doflamingo's palace and only discovered Little Rain's technique. Of course, when they arrived here, Kizaru instantly broke through Little Rain's technique. After all, the meteorite rain hadn't truly completed yet. If all the stones had been wrapped up, Kizaru wouldn't have easily broken this technique. Hearing Doflamingo's words, Kizaru raised his hand, pouting, Doflamingo, I just arrived. And do you think this technique is easy to break? If it weren't for Green Bull and Akainu having experience battling, I might have been sucked up into the sky like you and turned into a moon. Doflamingo clenched his fists, but at this moment he had no way out. After all, he was relying on Kizaru to save his life. Now was not the time to explode in anger. After all, relying on his own strength, he might not even be able to defeat Greed. Kizaru-kuma, I didn't expect the Marines to really care about me, coming directly here to find trouble. However, I don't like being a Marine. Even if I became an admiral, I would still be ordered by a pirate. Greed, we're lucky we didn't directly join the Marines back then. Little Rain shrugged and said, quite discouragingly. Greed, now fully carbonized, grinned and said, yeah, even if you made me a marshal, I wouldn't want to serve such a person. It's much better to be a pirate. Daxiong's eyes slightly narrowed, silently thinking, is this the Shura Little Rain the boss spoke of? Indeed, impressive. Meanwhile, Kizaru laughed, no. You can't say that. We're spending the people's money, so we have to do something. Unless you're a king. Otherwise, it's all the same, wherever you are. Greed slowly approached Little Rain, while Cavendish drew Durandal, entering a state of preparation for battle. At the same time, inside the palace, the little people who found the princess seemed to have started entering the underground factory. Dumplings followed these little people, who were smaller than him, looking worriedly towards the bullfighting arena. There, Xiao Yu's Dibua Tianxing has been destroyed. Jiaozi knows that this Dibua Tianxing can only be destroyed directly at the center point with powerful force. Just a moment ago, it was indeed destroyed. It's easy to imagine that Xiao Yu must be in a tough battle right now. Looking at the somewhat excited Leo, Jiaozi shook his head. We better hurry up. I still need to support our captain. Besides, once these toys are freed, you can go directly to the factory to find your kin who have been enslaved by Doflamingo. Leo nodded vigorously and led the way in a certain direction. At that moment, a sharp laugh echoed. An ugly and fat woman slowly walked out, and the surrounding bricks and walls transformed into an abstract, art-like environment with her appearance. Jiaozi began to feel impatient, and the super dodo wave on his fingers lit up, just as Jorah on the opposite side wanted to say a few words and turn these guys into art pieces. The next moment, the super dodo wave shot out. Instantly, The entire abstract art world erupted with a deafening explosion. Thick smoke burst through the palace walls. All right, let us move quickly. How dare someone like this pretend to be a boss? I can't be bothered to waste words with you. Jiaozi snorted coldly, looking at Jorah, who appeared to be charred all over, and said softly. Leo and the others opened their mouths wide. At this moment, they nodded vigorously and led Jiaozi back towards the underground toy factory once again. At the Marine headquarters, in Sengoku's office, Akainu sat in front of Sengoku with his arms crossed, a cold expression on his face. His eyes were fixed on Sengoku, as if trying to see through his heart. Why can't I go? Akainu's voice was soft, but the words were unmistakable. Sengoku patted his own head, forcing a bitter smile. It's not that I don't want you to go. We need someone to keep an eye on the four emperors, right? Although we've been shadowing the fleet, you should know we need to be ready for emergencies at all times. In an emergency, Akiji can handle it. And Kizaru can too. Why can't I go capture Xiaoyu? I've fought him twice, and I can say I'm the one who understands his abilities the most. Almost nature type, plus he has very strong martial arts and swordsmanship, as well as abilities akin to an awakened Zoan user. Relying solely on Kizaru, I think it's a bit precarious. Akainu's voice was cold, and his words made Sengoku feel a bit overwhelmed. What do you mean Kizaru might not be enough? It seems your strength is about the same. Even if your haki is stronger than Kizaru's, you couldn't T-catch Xiaoyu last time. If Xiaoyu is determined to escape, it would take all three admirals working together. Moreover, everything needs to be planned out. Otherwise, even Sengoku wouldn't be able to capture Xiaoyu relying on just one admiral. And this time, it's just a deterrent. We want to rely on Kizaru and Doflamingo as collaboration to directly force Xiaoyu back. Just as Sengoku was about to speak, Akainu stood up and walked toward the office door. I'm going to chase him down now. Relying solely on Kizaru might not be enough to deal with that guy. I need to rush over to support. Looking at Akainu, who had already walked out, a hash mark suddenly appeared on Sengoku's forehead. I also think we should have sent Akainu along this time. You know Xiaoyu's strength. Carp, who had been quietly drinking tea, said gloomily. Sengoku shook his head and said softly, You know Akainu's personality, and I do too. Do you think he might just take down Doflamingo directly? Then, afterwards, report that he was defeated by Xiaoyu. Do you think such a thing could happen? That is true. Carp thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Chapter 110. Lord Jiaozi in a room resembling a secret chamber. Jiaozi quietly stared at the child in front of him and the snotty creature next to him wrapped in a large piece of cloth. Blinking his eyes, although he appeared calm on the surface, he began to recall what Xiaoyu had said to him. This snot creature should be treble, and as a user of the sticky fruit, he should be quite difficult to deal with. As for that child, although he is a user of the hobby fruit, he doesn't seem to have strong martial arts skills. Moreover, as long as he doesn't get touched by her, it should be fine. Just as he was about to speak, Treble opened his mouth. It seems Jorah has already been defeated. I didn't expect the strength of these little people to be quite good. They managed to break in here so quickly. Sugar was munching on grapes and nodded, looking completely like a child. Idiot. Such a big person still has a runny nose. Jiaozi pursed his lips, his round eyes looking extremely disdainful. Just a single sentence made Treble's mouth twitch slightly. The little people looked at Jiaozi's confident demeanor, and their morale soared. A few impulsive little warrior people rushed forward directly. Sugar stuffed grapes in her mouth, and just as the little people leaped to her side, her hands began to dance. After a few light sounds, the little people turned into toys scattered all over the ground. The ability of the hobby fruit was just a joke when heard about, but upon seeing it in action, Jiaozi was slightly stunned. Just one touch, and they directly turned into toys. There was no resistance whatsoever, and they simply couldn't resist. Such an ability is too powerful. The little princess beside Jiaozi and Leo both widened their eyes in disbelief. At that moment, Treble finally moved. His hands transformed into a sticky, snot-like glue and shot towards Jiaozi and the one-legged toy, Gyrus. Jiaozi and Gyrus reacted quickly, narrowly avoiding it. At this moment, Jiaozi kicked off the wall and once again flew swiftly. In an instant, he appeared behind Treble, ready to throw a punch, but suddenly remembered Xiaoyu's words. This is a user of the sticky fruit. Wouldn't throwing a punch directly mean getting stuck? He halted his fist, and as Treble reacted and tried to release the glue, Jiaozi jumped again and landed beside Gyrus. Why did you stop just now? A look of surprise appeared on Gyrus's toy face. Jiaozi's cheekbone twitched slightly, and he sneered. He is a user of the sticky fruit. If I throw a punch, wouldn't I be caught by him? With that being said, how could you possibly be their match? Jiaozi's words were sharp, making Gyrus feel extremely awkward. Meanwhile, Leo and the others began to shout, Lord Jiaozi is the strongest. He can definitely defeat these two guys. The corner of Jiaozi's eye seemed to twitch. Treble snorted coldly, and the snot that was about to hang from his glue-like beard was forcefully inhaled. Slowly extending his hands, he sneered, no matter how many of you there are, you will all be turned into toys by us. He. Before the laughter even fully settled, the dodo wave on Jiaozi's hands had already been fired off. In an instant, he shot toward Sugar. Now, he didn't care about this natural type ability user. It seemed that her main ability was to capture people. If it were a real attack, Dumpling could easily dodge, but if Sugar touched her hand even once, that would be really bad. Treble was genuinely stunned, not expecting this kid to attack Sugar first. The glue in his hand appeared and directly wrapped around Sugar before retreating behind him. At that moment, Dumpling's whole wave seemed to turn and directly followed him. In an instant, it struck the glue hand. Boom! The entire secret room shook, and the original glue hand was blasted away by the whole wave. By the time Treble truly reacted, Sugar had already fainted. Smoke seemed to emanate from her entire body as she floated lightly. Her eyes were tightly closed, showing an extremely strange and terrified state. In the blink of an eye, those who had been turned into toys were restored to their original form. They looked at Dumpling with expressions of admiration. In another place, the laborers who had been transformed into toys were all stunned. Then, they looked at their hands and bodies. Tears slowly flowed down their eyes. Who on earth broke the power of the toy fruit? Unlike Dumpling's side, Sunbei and the others had already been brought to the entrance of the Devil Fruit Factory. Looking at the solid factory door, which was as sturdy as an underwater prison, Sunbei rubbed his chin, as if considering whether his laser cannon could directly blast open this door. Violet frowned beside him, fully aware of the door's sturdiness. Moreover, she understood the importance of this factory to Doflamingo. Just when she was thinking about whether this group could directly blast open the door, Axe's fingers seemed to fall off and directly detached. Immediately, a laser shot out, tracing a circle around the door. The next moment, with a loud bang, the entire iron door fell to the ground along with Axe's laser, raising a cloud of dust. Violet blinked in shock. At this moment, Sunbei chuckled and Combat King No. One made a metallic clashing sound as it approached her, pointing at Axe and whispering, "Did you see that?" Originally, when he was at Sabati Archipelago, he was hit by Admiral Akaino. If I hadn't directly modified him into a cyborg, he might not have survived. Huh? Cyborg? Violet looked at Axe, seemingly unable to comprehend. After all, this cyborg was more powerful than the PX series. After all, cyborgs have their own consciousness. Just like Axe. He was modified by Sunbei because of his own injuries. Moreover, to be precise, Axe's current weapon type is even more powerful. As Violet was about to check Axe's memories, a tall and sturdy man slowly walked out from behind Mahabai's. Mahabai's walked out slowly, sneering, and then said in a low voice, "Pike, I told you we should just go out and take care of these guys. Why are we still guarding? Do you really think these guys can be our opponents?" After his words, Mahabai's slowly floated up. Then, as everyone looked at him, he charged at Axe at high speed. In an instant, Violet just blinked. Mahabai's huge body was caught by Axe with one hand. Lifting him up, Axe turned to Sunbei and asked, "Can I just take this guy out?" When Sunbei, still dazed, unconsciously nodded, a laser shot out from his hand. Mahabai's hadn't even had the chance to truly make an impact before he gloriously sacrificed himself. Axe is now a real cyborg. Although he doesn't have the immense power of the original cyborg created by Sunbei, who could split the earth in an instant, he is still at least comparable to the strength of a typical giant. If we're talking about strength, Axe can at least match those of the rank of Rear Admiral and above. And if we talk about speed, those who are like lasers can't really avoid it. Just like Kizaru, the speed of lasers can easily overwhelm those rookies. Mahabai's. Pike was startled, quickly sliding towards Axe in a straight line. Moreover, he clenched his palm into a fist. With a fear strike, he was easily blocked by Axe. Axe threw Mahabai's aside, coldly staring at Pike with his electronic eye. "Your strength is not bad." After the words fell, Axe unleashed his full power. Instantly, an immense force sent Pike flying. Unable to bear it, just as he was about to crash into the wall, he suddenly stepped hard and began to slide, dissipating all his force before landing. He looked at Senbei's group with a wary gaze. This guy should be quick to take Axe down, but he didn't expect such formidable martial arts. Is this little rain pirate crew really just a bunch of rookies? Why is it that even a small minion is this powerful? If the vice captain or captain came, wouldn't I be instantly killed? Although his mind was thinking this way, his actions didn't stop. The ground beneath his feet was as slippery as ice, allowing Pike to move effortlessly. Behind that door, many small minions poured out, all armed, charging towards Sanbei and the others. Sanbei reacted faster than anyone else, letting Combat King number 1 place Violet safely in his cabin before chuckling. These guys really are fearless. So, let's have a good fight, shall we? Agreed. Although Bartolomeo still had his hands in his pockets, the battle was already brewing. Chapter 111. A battle of mutual suppression in the bullfighting arena, which had been flattened by Little Rain. Doflamingo was supported by his subordinates as he slowly approached Kizaru. In front of him, the uneven ground was littered with boulders rolling randomly. However, at this moment, even Kizaru became serious. He knew that this newcomer was difficult to deal with. At least, Akainu, Akiji, and Garp had teamed up but still failed to catch him. Now, relying solely on himself, he shouldn't be able to suppress him. However, Kuma followed for this reason. Jojojo. The newcomers are indeed terrifying. It's a pity you were born in the wrong era. If you had been born 20 years earlier, perhaps you could have competed with the Pirate King. But now, it all depends on whether you can escape. Before the fight started, Kizaru launched a psychological attack. As soon as he finished speaking, his legs swung high like 2 compasses. In the blink of an eye, the 8-sided mirror, along with Kizaru's body, suddenly appeared behind Little Rain. With a flash of light on his legs, the lightspeed kick was about to strike Little Rain. Greed had already sensed Kizaru's movement with observation haki, but the speed was too fast to keep up. The next moment, a sand shield appeared in front of Little Rain. With a bang, the sand shield exploded and Little Rain appeared behind Kizaru. At the same time, he was already wrapped in Susanoo, with 4 long swords slashing down at Kizaru. There was no sound, no blood splattering. Kizaru was directly sliced into several pieces, crashing to the ground. However, Little Rain didn't think that this single strike had already defeated Kizaru. These 3 admirals had mastered elementalization to the extreme. Even if the Conqueror's haki is not strong, it won't have much effect on them. At this point, the yellow ape on the ground began to emit a glow. In that moment, the bear suddenly appeared in front of Little Rain. This speed was even faster than the yellow ape. The other hand of Susanoo had already raised a shield, and the shield was also reinforced with a layer of haki. Boom! With a muffled sound, Little Rain was enveloped by Susanoo and slammed downwards. The originally stone-paved road was instantly smashed into a huge, deep pit. At this moment, the bear maintained a posture as if to clap. In his calm eyes, there was a sense of appreciation. Just now, the bear had definitely used all his strength. But Little Rain's reaction was also extremely quick, instantly judging the bear's move. Moreover, he used haki to block the attack. Protected by Susanoo, he climbed up without any injuries. Not far away, Doflamingo's expression slightly cooled. He was well aware of the strength of the yellow ape and the bear, especially their speed, which was definitely much faster than his own. Yet, such speed was still reacted to by Little Rain. Moreover, he came up with a countermeasure. Just from the earlier attack on the yellow ape, it could be seen that Little Rain's speed was definitely not slow. Just this point alone, he could not compare to him. After all, his speed had not reached that level. That damn guy, where did he come from? Doflamingo snorted coldly, shaking off the hand of his subordinate who was supporting him, and then wanted to fly toward the palace. At this moment, Glid and Cavendish directly blocked their path. From the earlier battle, although Little Rain was suppressed by the two, he couldn't keep up with their speed. Instead, Doflamingo seemed to be on par with him. With a sneer, Glid narrowed his eyes and said, "What? Do you think just because a general has come, you can stop our captain? Hee hee. Our captain is a man who has fought against 2 generals. Just a yellow ape is no match for him." Although Glid's words seemed a bit boastful, it was the best way to attack Doflamingo's psyche right now. After his body was fully carbonized, he pressed his hands together. At the moment Doflamingo was distracted, he slammed down on the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire ground trembled. Doflamingo and Pika jumped up instantly, while Buffalo directly took Baby 5 into the sky. The next moment, the ground of the bullfighting arena, along with other streets, turned into a series of earthen dragons. They opened their huge mouths and bit toward Doflamingo and Buffalo in the sky. "He die for me," Glid shouted, and all the earthen dragons seemed to be about to bite the 4 in an instant. At that moment, Doflamingo was clearly enraged. With his hands pulling continuously, all the dragon heads were cut off and fell to the ground. But the next moment, those dragon heads that fell to the ground once again turned into part of the earthen dragons and bit toward Doflamingo. After a twitch at the corner of his eye, Doflamingo became helpless. His hands snapped repeatedly, unable to let those earthen dragons touch him directly. On the other side, Pika snorted coldly, seemingly having thought of a method. He charged directly toward the earthen dragon rocks and disappeared among the stones in the blink of an eye. Pika. Doflamingo had a bad feeling in his heart. Since Glid was using such a technique in front of the stone fruit, he must have a countermeasure. However, Pika was clearly overconfident in his fruit abilities. So, in an instant, he fused all the stones into his body. The originally numerous stone dragons decreased by more than a dozen and then charged toward Glid. Cavendish held his sword and let out a cold laugh. Glid's strength was very powerful, especially that so-called alchemy. Even his second personality could sometimes be suppressed to the point of being unable to fight back. And now, did this guy think he could directly break through with his fruit ability? Clearly, he had not cultivated to such a level. Otherwise, the Don Quixote family would be under his control instead of Doflamingo. Glid sneered and instantly flashed to the head of Pika's stone man. After pressing his hands together, he slammed down onto the head. Suddenly, it seemed that Pika could not control the stone man at all, and it quietly turned around and headed toward Doflamingo. Idiot! Doflamingo snorted coldly, and just as he cut through those stone dragons, Pika's stone man's fist attacked. Baby 5 and Buffalo seemed to want to help, but at that moment, they were blocked by Cavendish. Durandal, with its sword energy, blocked the path of the two. Cavendish chuckled. You little characters may not bring me popularity, but at least it's much better than doing nothing at all. Damn it! Baby 5 clenched her fists in anger, and the next moment, she grabbed Buffalo's chain and transformed it into a blade, beginning to spin. Cavendish revealed a beautiful gaze, staring at Buffalo and the two. At the same time, the long sword in his hand seemed to emit a hint of coldness at that moment. Ding! A crisp sound rang out as Buffalo's chain was cut. Simultaneously, a bloody mark appeared on his stomach. Baby 5 directly fell to the ground. She was hit by some stones and was sent flying far away. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Cavendish's eyes widened, and after kicking Buffalo away, he laughed. With such little characters, I'm starting to lose interest. Damn it, Doflamingo is so strong. I'm still not his opponent. He glanced at Glid. At this moment, Glid had completely taken the upper hand. In terms of observation hockey, Doflamingo was no match for Glid. Even though his armament hockey was very strong, it was still suppressed by Glid's alchemy to a certain extent. Moreover, Glid's armament hockey was not weak either. Dozens of giant stone blocks formed into dragon shapes attacked Doflamingo, and occasionally, Pika would rush in to deliver a punch. Just dealing with those stone dragons was making Doflamingo feel some strain. Moreover, he did not want to harm Pika directly. Clearly, if the bear and yellow ape did not come to the rescue, he might truly be defeated by Glid. On the other side, Little Rain was in a bitter battle. If it weren't for his combination of Shave's instant movement technique and Sand's instant movement, he would have been defeated in an instant. Speed is weight. The yellow ape said with a smile, though his strength was not very great, that kind of speed was not something ordinary people could compare to. Of course, excluding opponents like the bear's speed, if it were to be compared to instant teleportation, would definitely be the fastest. However, his own movements were not very fast. Therefore, if he wanted to attack Little Rain, he would clearly be blocked. But with a meat shield like the bear, plus an attacker like the yellow ape, then... At this moment, Little Rain had blood flowing from his face and arms. He twisted his neck, and, after blocking the bear's slap with a hockey-empowered Susanoo, he stepped back repeatedly, smiling. Looks like Doflamingo is about to be taken down. Heh. Upon hearing this, the yellow ape shook his head. No, no, no. I can save him right away. As the voice fell, the 8-foot mirror appeared and headed towards Glid. At this moment, Little Rain also vanished with a momentary body technique. At the same time, Bear disappeared. Chapter 112. Reincarnation iRobot in the dust-filled mid-air. Glid, who was about to land a punch on Doflamingo, was suddenly distracted by a beam of light, allowing Doflamingo to dodge. Simultaneously, the beam struck Glid's chest with a loud bang, sending him crashing to the ground. Just as Glid was knocked down, Little Rain appeared at his previous position. And when Susanoo swung down at Kizaru, it hit Bear's palm, forcing it to dodge once more. Just as Kizaru thought Little Rain's obstruction had failed, a gravitational force emerged. Doflamingo and Kizaru were instantly pulled onto another arm of Susanoo. With a soft puff, Doflamingo's abdomen was pierced. But the wound wasn't deep because Pika had sacrificed himself to protect him. Kizaru, however, glowed with golden light, and in the next moment, he left the manifestation of the sword that had pierced him. Pika! Doflamingo was taken aback, grabbing Pika, and then activating the string fruit to shoot backward. Just as Little Rain attempted to pull Doflamingo closer again, Kizaru's lightspeed kick sent one of Susanu's hands flying. Little Rain was forced to retreat repeatedly. Oh, it seems that the Azura Little Rain is not brainless. He calculated all the movements and then launched a sneak attack. Kizaru observed Doflamingo, usually smiling, now with veins bulging and throat moving, realizing that Doflamingo's heart was genuinely shaken. Perhaps it was sadness or maybe anger. Who knows? Little Rain clearly felt some regret as he looked at Glid, who was slowly crawling out on the other side, and Cavendish, who had just landed. He then said to Kizaru, "What's the big deal about sneak attacks? Aren't you Navy guys always ganging up on others? If we're talking about one-on-one, who's afraid of who? Even regular pirates wouldn't fear your academy-level officers." At this point, even Kizaru nodded in agreement. With a grin, he quietly said, "In the end, it's just a matter of strength. Just like you, because you have strength, you could charge into Mariehua and still come out unscathed. And if we had strength, we could easily take you down." Little Rain chuckled, nodded, and after glancing at Bear on the other side, Susanu's forearms moved again, with two hands gripping long swords. The other two hands produced a shield and formed fists. After clasping his hands together, Little Rain sneered. "Then let us see how strength determines victory and defeat." As the words fell, Susanu's two long swords instantly slashed towards Kizaru. Kizaru was incredibly fast. After pulling his hands, a light sword appeared in his grasp. He dodged the attacks of the two long swords and then immediately slashed at Little Rain. With a dull clang, the shield blocked the light sword. Meanwhile, Bear from behind slapped out, as if Little Rain had eyes in the back of his head, using the other hand to cover with haki. To anyone unaware, they would definitely think Little Rain's observation haki was the highest level, but only Glid knew that the previous block was definitely not due to observation haki. With a cold smirk, just as he was about to go after Doflamingo again, unexpectedly, Doflamingo took the initiative to strike with the Overlord Whip, instantly hitting Glid's carbonized throat. Although he blocked the attack, the choking sensation slowed Glid's movements. In the next moment, Doflamingo's parasitic threads floated down like a spider's web. Glid's sea stone beast claws clawed at the threads until he broke free from the spiderweb-like parasitic lines. Doflamingo snorted, shooting out more threads. And just as he was about to approach Glid, his body lost control again, unexpectedly heading towards Little Rain Susanu. Again, with this move, Doflamingo silently shouted in his heart, launching a dozen threads towards Little Rain. However, they were all directly blocked by the shield. It was as if Little Rain had a pair of eyes behind him. In front, he was fighting Kizaru, while Bear occasionally attacked from the side. At this moment, Doflamingo was clearly getting closer to Little Rain's Susanu. At this moment, the entire battlefield seemed to fall silent. Dust swirled and weapons clashed, just as Doflamingo, Kizaru, and Bear attacked simultaneously. From the nearby stones, two spheres, each with a diameter of just 2 meters, suddenly rose up. With a soft puff, accompanied by blood and the earth's ravine, Doflamingo and Bear fell to the other side, both looking at Little Rain in shock, clearly unable to comprehend. The two who fell to the ground looked at Little Rain, who was still dueling with Kizaru. In the next moment, with a loud boom, an unprepared Kizaru was instantly sent flying. Along with him, Doflamingo and Bear, not far from Little Rain, were also sent flying. In the distant residential area, everyone began to flee. The houses also began to suffer devastating impacts. "Damn it, Little Rain. How did you kill my opponent?" Glid angrily looked at Doflamingo, who was crushed under a massive stone with only his legs visible, and yelled. At this moment, Little Rain's two spherical robots flew nearby. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that each of these spherical robots had a black iron rod inserted in the center of their heads. Additionally, two electronic eyes resembling human eyes displayed spiral patterns, almost identical to Little Rain's eyes. Little Rain smirked and shook his head helplessly. "I didn't kill him. You can go check for yourself. This is just his thread clone." The moment he was blasted away, he took that opportunity to escape. "If you don't believe me, go check it out. By the way, hurry to the palace. That guy should have gone to the palace." Glid narrowed his eyes, performing a shave to reach the spot where the legs were. He smashed the massive stone and looked at the scattered thread clone, his mouth twitching. With a snort, he looked at Cavendish. At this moment, Cavendish also realized that the two he had defeated had disappeared. The two exchanged glances, nodded, and headed for the palace. Meanwhile, Little Rain looked coldly at the recently risen Kizaru and Bear. Compared to Doflamingo, these two were still somewhat threatening. Kizaru, as a Logia fruit user, was extremely powerful, and Bear's fruit, if hit without haki, could indeed send someone flying. Kizaru seemed completely unharmed, grinning at Little Rain. Meanwhile, Bear had a wound on his chest, but it appeared his insides had not yet turned into a real robot. Thus, he still appeared to be bleeding. How terrifying. I didn't expect you could control such robots. These robots must have been created by Kirahibe, right? Kizaru scratched his ear and asked quietly. Little Rain shrugged and replied, "No need to answer you." As the words fell, chakra reversed, and he slapped the ground. Instantly, all the stones and soil began to roll up, ultimately forming a wave like a sandstorm, directly heading towards Kizaru. An overwhelming force seemed to engulf him in an instant. Although Kizaru was momentarily taken aback, he seemed to start taking things seriously. His whole body shone with light, and the 8-chakra mirror moved instantly towards the sandy sea. At the same time, after pinching his fingers, he directly flicked a projectile towards Little Rain. The 8-chakra jewel. In an instant, the glowing projectile pierced through all the sand and appeared right in front of Little Rain. This kind of move was something Little Rain had anticipated. After a cold snort, he gestured with both hands, and with the susu, he used the universal pull technique against those projectiles. Kizaru landed not far from Little Rain, who had given up on using sand for defense. He quietly watched the gathered projectiles, and once again grinned. Oh, what a powerful move. It can actually absorb my projectiles. Then, how about this move? With a finger extended, a point of light appeared. In an instant, 2 lasers shot out. Meanwhile, Little Rain, having already struggled to attract all those projectiles to his hands, immediately sent 2 robots to block the lasers without a second thought. Boom! A loud explosion accompanied by fire erupted, engulfing Little Rain in the flames. Little Rain sighed inwardly. Kizaru definitely doesn't want to seem as weak as he appears. The 8-chakra jewel is distracting enough. I can only send the robots to take the hits. If there are any other moves to combine with this, it would be easy to wipe out ordinary pirates in seconds. Just as he thought about countering the projectiles in his hands, Kizaru appeared behind him once again. In an instant, a lightspeed kick struck the back of Susanoo, sending Little Rain flying. In that gap, Little Rain, suspended in midair, threw out all the gathered projectiles. Boom! Like a laser cannon the thickness of a tree trunk, the explosion shook the ground and raised a mushroom cloud. On the other side, Bear frowned slightly, as if he was pondering something. The wound on his shoulder and chest wasn't too large, and he didn't pay it any mind. Moreover, his internal organs seemed to be undergoing some transformation over the past few days. So, it felt like he wasn't in pain at all. Little Rain, what exactly do you want to do? Bear sighed softly and shook his head slightly. P.S. Tomorrow is National Day, and I wish everyone a happy National Day and a great time. Starting tomorrow, I will resume 3 updates a day. Chapter 113. The entire ship arrives with the boulder thrown away. Little Rain shook his head and stood up. He hadn't expected Kizaru's lightspeed kick to be quite powerful. At least now his head felt a bit dizzy. Looking at the slowly dissipating mushroom cloud in the sky, he glanced at Kizaru and smiled slightly. Very impressive. This must be your true strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the chakra around Little Rain began to gather. The chakra, like flames, erupted instantly. It enveloped his entire body, and, at the same time, 9 tails sprouted from his waist. So this is your true strength? Are you a user of an animal-type devil fruit? Or is it a mythical beast-type devil fruit? Kizaru grinned, looking lazy. He showed no concern for Doflamingo being chased by greed, but was very curious about Little Rain's abilities. The appearance of a small fox resembling Naruto had formed, except with 9 tails. At first glance, it looked like a mythical beast surrounded by bubbles. Little Rain smiled and said softly, I told you this isn't a fruit ability. You definitely don't believe me, right? How about you bring out your Sea Prism Stone weapon, and we can practice a bit? Kizaru chuckled and waved his hand. No, I don't have a Sea Prism Stone weapon. Besides, I am a user of the devil fruit. However, those 2 said that you would be extremely powerful in this state. As the last word was spoken, 2 lasers shot out from his fingertips. Little Rain had long been on guard, so the moment Kizaru raised his hand, he vanished from sight. With a loud bang, he reappeared above Kizaru. Opening his mouth, he instantly unleashed a chakra blast. Boom! A loud explosion filled with fire and dust created a massive pit where Kizaru had been standing. At that moment, Kizaru appeared beside Little Rain. Their hands crossed, and both moved extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of blows. Moreover, as Kizaru landed, one could clearly see the holes that appeared on his body. All of these were caused by the attacks from Little Rain's 9 tails, specifically the Rinnegan. Of course, at this moment, Little Rain's mechanical arm and leg were starting to tremble. Although these mechanical limbs were made from the alloy refined by greed and manufactured by Senbei, it seemed they were struggling to keep up in this battle against Kizaru, especially the left arm, which was making a clicking sound. Just moments ago, it was this left arm, combined with the armament haki, that blocked Kizaru's lightspeed kick. Otherwise, even with the tailed beast cloak, it would have been quite dangerous. The holes on Kizaru's body began to emit light and electricity, gradually gathering back into his original form. Looking at Little Rain's left arm and right leg, he smiled and said, "It seems the photos and the reports were true. Your left arm and right leg were indeed broken by them. Hee hee. In that case, you might not be my opponent." Little Rain shook his head, just as he was about to attack again, when Doflamingo and his subordinates rushed towards Kizaru. At the same time, several combatants from the Little People tribe, as well as Cyrus and the entire crew of the Penguin, all arrived. Doflamingo, who had been fleeing, looked a bit disheveled. The string fruit ability seemed ineffective against greed. Even the birdcage technique wasn't suitable to use directly against Little Rain, given Kizaru's uncertainty about being able to defeat him. After all, it was now a time for him to either escape or fight desperately. Not for Little Rain and the others to escape or fight. Doflamingo flew up and landed behind Kizaru beside Bear. Meanwhile, Greed and the others directly approached the tailed beast-formed Little Rain. "What's going on? Why did you all come over here?" Little Rain said in a low voice, feeling a bit gloomy. At the same time, he glanced at the assassin Violet, seemingly surprised. Greed sneered. "Doflamingo is at most evenly matched with me, but I have an immortal body. So, in a desperate fight, he is definitely not my opponent." Too bad. He was just saving those subordinates, and after that, he started to run away. Once he ran, I had no choice but to chase him, and then I ran back. Greed's explanation made Little Rain's mouth curve slightly, and he smiled. Doflamingo really was unlucky. After Greed's body was carbonized, its hardness could absolutely rival Diamond. Plus, Greed's martial arts, observation haki, and Conqueror's haki were all extremely powerful. Additionally, he had alchemy and an immortal body. One could say he had a significant advantage over Doflamingo, especially with the immortal body. When it came to desperate fights, he could just let you attack while he retaliated. It's worth noting that during the first battle with Carp, Greed had managed to injure him. However, against attackers like Akainu, Akiji, or Kizu, who could attack from a distance, Greed wouldn't have the advantage. But Doflamingo's long-range attacks meant nothing to Greed. After all, the hardness of this carbonized diamond is such that Doflamingo cannot penetrate it. Moreover, Glid's observation haki is extremely powerful. It can be said that no matter what attack you use, he can foresee the movement. Coupled with that airflow perception from Yao Lin, after dodging Doflamingo's attack, Doflamingo could only run around being hit by Glid. "Damn it, why haven't you dealt with this kid yet?" Doflamingo glared at Xiaoyu and coldly shouted at Kizaru. At this moment, Kizaru still had a nonchalant expression, grinning. "If you think I'm slow, you can go up yourself." Doflamingo snorted coldly and turned his head away. In the end, he still did not speak. After all, if even Kizaru couldn't handle it, it was clear that he wouldn't be able to do anything either. Looking back at his significant losses, Doflamingo clenched his fists, his neck cracking loudly. The deaths of those subordinates could be said to be caused by him. Unexpectedly, this rookie Xiaoyu pirate crew would be so strong. Not to mention the captain. Even those small minions could easily defeat his subordinates, especially that vice captain. If not for his immortality, he could have easily overpowered him. However, dealing with someone who is immortal, there were 2 occasions when he almost fell directly into Glid's hands. Just as Doflamingo was deep in thought, Xiaoyu slowly walked forward, smiling softly. "Doflamingo, you have failed. Since you lost, you can only run away. Even if you run to Kizaru, you will still be killed by me." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyu's arm suddenly swung. In the next moment, countless rockets shot out directly, all aimed at Doflamingo. Kizaru continuously fired lasers, and with Doflamingo's bullets, all the rockets exploded. The flames and thick smoke obscured Xiaoyu and the others' figures. After glancing at the approaching Glid and the others, they nodded to each other. Then, they jumped high into the air. Opening his mouth, he directly shot out several chakra balls, piercing through the flames and smoke, directly aimed at Kizaru and Doflamingo. At that moment, Glid's hands slammed onto the ground. Boom! With a loud explosion, the ground, which was originally like sand, instantly solidified. It transformed into dragon-like forms, opening their mouths to bite at the 3. Meanwhile, Jiaozi's super hollow wave also shot out 3 or 4 waves, quickly passing through the flames and smoke. along with Bartolomeo's impact barrier, Cavendish's sword energy, and attacks from several others. In an instant, all these attacks intertwined. It appeared as if they were all affixed to Glid's dragon. Even Kizaru couldn't help but gasp in shock. All these attacks combined, even he felt a bit overwhelmed. Not to mention, directly protecting Doflamingo. While he was contemplating whether to dodge or use a special move, Kuma finally moved, instantly appearing in front of Kizaru. The book he had been holding was already placed in his pocket. With both hands free of gloves, he took a deep breath and suddenly slapped towards all the attacks. Boom! All the attacks shot towards the sky, instantly adding a sense of terror to the dark night. Moreover, the rolling dark clouds were instantly torn apart by these powerful moves. Kuma's body was suddenly pushed back repeatedly, and after being blocked by Kizaru's hands, both retreated backward. Until they had retreated nearly 20 meters, they finally stopped. Looking at the sky, where the original stones began to fall, both Kuma and Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally blocked such an attack. Kizaru stood beside Kuma, looking at the Xiaoyu pirate crew and Cyrus as the smoke dissipated, and lazily asked, "It seems this country is not as I imagined. Then, that guy should be the former king." "That's right." King Riku nodded vigorously. The righteous aura on his aged face was undeniable. "The warlords have usurped the country, and you Navy didn't intervene. Yet these pirates helped us take it back. And instead, you want to capture them. I really can't comprehend what the Navy's justice is for." This question left Glid momentarily stunned. He glanced at Chib and the others, his eyes narrowing slightly. These guys, wouldn't they sell themselves out and let King Riku reign again? What about himself? What would happen to his dream of being a king? Chapter 114. Defeat and retreat. The scene was a bit awkward, but at this moment Kizaru was still so laid back. It seemed that it had nothing to do with him at all. However, to be precise, it really didn't concern him. "So," Kizaru shrugged and grinned, "such matters are useless to me. I just follow orders from superiors, and in this world, strength decides everything. What constitutes justice? At least the Navy ensures that most people can live, and that is our justice." He. Seeing Kizaru shrugging, Xiaoyu also smiled. This guy should believe in ambiguous justice. However, what he said was quite insightful. Not all pirates are bad, but not all Navy are bad either. Yet this world must continue. Shaking his head, Xiaoyu sighed softly. "Anyway, this time our Xiaoyu pirate crew is committed. Glid, you and T want to take over a kingdom that already has a royal family and is fairly well regarded. Would you?" Glid glanced at King Riku and Cyrus. Snorted. "I don't want to be seen as a king like Doflamingo, but are you sure this guy is a good king? I don't know. But let us deal with Doflamingo first. Anyway, these royals seem easier to deal with than Doflamingo." Xiaoyu chuckled softly. King Riku had a large bead of sweat on his forehead, feeling speechless at Xiaoyu's words. Just as Violet was about to argue, she was stopped by King Riku. Right now, dealing with Doflamingo is the priority, and their own matters can wait. Newcomers like the Xiaoyu pirate crew don't seem to be bad people. The tail of the tailed beast cloak slapped the ground, and Xiaoyu once again soared into the air. Instantly, he shot towards Kizaru, with dazzling rakeage and a supersized tailed beast bomb in hand. Kizaru felt a stir in his heart, knowing that Xiaoyu seemed to be truly going all out now. Doflamingo, of course, also realized Xiaoyu's intention. After a light crack of his knuckles, he finally turned and fled with his subordinates. Now was not the time for a hard fight, and he didn't have the strength for one. Just Glid alone seemed to naturally counter him. As for Xiaoyu's strength, he didn't know much. But from the earlier fight, he clearly understood that he was no match for Xiaoyu. Even Kizaru, if surrounded by all members of the Xiaoyu pirate crew, would be overwhelmed. At least, it was time for him to choose retreat. Seeing that Doflamingo actually fled, Kizaru clicked his tongue a few times, then turned and kicked out. He directly blocked Xiaoyu's supersized tailed beast bomb and rakeage, and after a turn in midair, he dodged the supersized tailed beast bomb on his tail. Afterwards, the Yada no Kagami flashed, directly launching a large-scale attack on Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was in midair, but at this moment, he joined his hands together. Suddenly, the ShinraTensei appeared. After directly bouncing off all the light bullets with a flick of his arm, he lowly roared at Doflamingo. Universal pull. Just as Doflamingo felt that Little Rain was about to use that peculiar ability again, Kizaru reappeared above Little Rain's head. He launched a reverse light-speed kick towards Little Rain. And when the 9 tails of the tailed beast blocked this attack, Kizaru's fingers shot out 2 lasers. At this moment, Little Rain had no time to use other techniques to counter these 2 lasers. He could only retract that hand and push it out while using armament hockey to block the strike. Bang! Although the mechanical arm was already hardened with armament hockey, it was still shattered by a single blow. After all, the arm had already been hit in several key components during the battle with Kizaru. In that moment, the mechanical arm shattered completely. Opening his mouth, as Little Rain was blasted away by Kizaru's laser, he released a tailed beast ball that resembled a chakra bomb. Instantly, it hit Kizaru and exploded with a loud bang, knocking him down to the ground. A Chakra mirror. The moment Kizaru was hit by the concentrated tailed beast ball, he immediately reacted. He shot out and caught up with Glid, who had been chasing after Doflamingo, kicking him back with a lightspeed kick. The others all stopped in their tracks, not daring to move. This admiral was different from the other two. His speed was too fast. In that brief moment, they couldn't even react, and Glid was directly kicked back. Moreover, it seemed he had always maintained the upper hand in the battle with Little Rain. This was because his speed was simply too fast. Although Little Rain's Shumpa was also very quick compared to Lightspeed, he could only barely keep up. After two loud bangs, Little Rain and Glid both kicked up a cloud of dust. When Anna and the others wanted to help, Bear appeared once again in front of everyone, his eyes fixed on them, as if they could only pass after defeating him. With a crunch, Little Rain and Glid pushed aside the boulders in front of them and slowly stood up. It seemed that unless they defeated these two, they really wouldn't be allowed to pass. After a cold smile, Little Rain turned his neck. At this moment, the tailed beast cloak seemed to become even denser. Glid, on the other hand, was focused on Bear. This warlord seemed to be stronger than Doflamingo. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent to provide support. However, judging from how he swatted away everyone's attacks just now, this guy's strength was indeed formidable. At least, after swatting away such powerful attacks, he could still stand here well. Thinking of this, he exchanged a glance with Little Rain on the other side and slightly nodded. The next moment, Glid flashed behind Bear, and his beast claw aimed directly at Bear's heart. Bear obviously knew Glid's strength. After slightly furrowing his brow, his figure vanished. The next moment, he stood opposite Little Rain and the crew. With both hands raised high and a deep breath out, his palms began to push forward continuously. Glid's eyes widened, and he slammed both hands down on the ground. Instantly, an iron wall rose up from the ground. At the same time, Bear's shockwave crashed into this iron wall. The sound of thuds echoed as deep bear paw pits appeared on the iron wall. Muse and Bartolomeo leaped high, and the high-pressure cannon and shock barrier were shot out. Bear did not hesitate, slapping his hands continuously. The high-pressure cannon, shock barrier, Cavendish's sword energy, and those rockets were all slapped away in other directions. Boom! With a loud explosion, the members of Little Rain's pirate crew stood on top of the wall. This guy, although very fast, seemed to be not very quick when actually fighting. Meanwhile, on Little Rain's side, they were truly engaged in combat. Lasers flew, and pseudo-tailed beast balls were shot out. In the center of the town, two powerful abilities clashed together. A sound that shook the entire island erupted, and a mushroom cloud rose high at that moment, turning into flames and black smoke, directly covering the entire moon. Go! Kizaru appeared behind Bear and whispered, after which the 8 Shaka mirror appeared. He shot out directly, and his figure turned into a beam of light and disappeared. Bear took one last look at Little Rain, who was slowly standing up, and, with a flash, vanished from everyone's sight. Damn it, Chase! Little Rain clenched his right fist, snorted coldly, and shouted. Although fighting Kizaru may put him at a disadvantage, he could at least hold this guy back. Moreover, as long as he waited for Glid and the others to take down Bear, he believed that with the entire crew's combined assault, even Kizaru wouldn't be able to handle it. However, this guy clearly knew that dragging it out would endanger himself. So he took the first opportunity to escape amidst the massive explosion. Watching Little Rain chase after him, Glid and the others hurriedly followed. After all, they weren't as fast as Little Rain and could only barely see his figure. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the underground river, Doflamingo sat on the ship, forcefully slapping the deck. As the ship left the island's area and headed towards the open sea, Doflamingo roared, "Damn it! What happened to Jorah and the others?" Monet adjusted her glasses and sighed helplessly. This time, Doflamingo only escaped with a few cadres. Those small, Fry didn't even have time to care about them. And among those cadres and members, only half had escaped. People like Jorah and Drink would forever remain on the island of Dressrosa. Young Master, Monet knelt before Doflamingo, her fists clenched tightly, taking a deep breath before saying, "We will definitely come back." "Don't worry, young master." Doflamingo looked at those cadres who had been staring at him with determined eyes, gritting his teeth and slamming the deck hard. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the deck. Then, he stood up and took a last look at the island that was about to disappear from his sight. Little Rain, I will definitely come back. No, no, no. Not to come back, but to kill you. I will definitely kill you. Set sail for Sabati Archipelago. With a turn, Doflamingo issued a reluctant command. Under the night sky, the waves gently lapped against the large ship, adding a hint of unwillingness to this starless night. Chapter 115. Little Rain's frustration. Kizaru and Bear were both much faster than Little Rain. Even though Little Rain used Shuinpa with the addition of shaving, there was still a distance between him and Kizaru and Bear. As for Glid and the others, they had completely disappeared, seemingly out of sight. In midair, Little Rain flicked his foxtail and became a bit angry. Even with universal pull, I can't catch up to their speed. Especially Bear. His speed could rival teleportation. Moreover, the distance of Sand Shuinpa is too short. Without sand, I can't use it all. How can I catch up? Just as Little Rain was thinking this, he had already arrived at the coastline where the warship was docked. Kizaru and Bear stood there with a group of rear admirals, vice admirals, and officers. Little Rain immediately halted his rapid flight, his mouth twitching slightly, and he thought to himself, after chasing so eagerly just now, are they really about to escape now? With a helpless shrug and a sigh, he touched his mechanical arm that had been blasted by Kizaru, frowning as he said, "Are you guys counting numbers now?" The yellow ape grinned and shook his finger. "That's not how you count the numbers. Who told your subordinates to run so slowly? What's the matter? Are you afraid?" Xiao Yu's lips twitched as she glanced at the people behind Huang Yuan and the bear. After exchanging looks with each of them, she suddenly realized that as long as there were generals present, these people's fighting spirit seemed particularly strong. Even the ordinary soldiers near the warship seemed resolute, as if they could take her down at any moment. Just as Xiao Yu was about to respond to Huang Yuan, a laser shot through her heart in an instant. After splashing, it created a hole in the giant tree on the distant shore. A general is ambushing? Huang Yuan, this isn't the first time today. Xiao Yu squinted her eyes and said angrily, "This guy is fast, and his attacks have no warning at all. If he really hides somewhere to ambush, she might really be taken down by him." Fortunately, she had mastered the water transformation technique at that time. Otherwise, at this moment, she would have been seriously injured. Huang Yuan blinked and chuckled. "This isn't an ambush. My speed is just so fast that it's normal for you not to react. By the way, your elemental body seems to be water. How is that possible? Does this water have a natural type devil fruit?" Thinking of this, Huang Yuan stroked his chin and began to ponder. "Xiao Yu, this time you are doomed." Behind Huang Yuan, the ghost spider snorted and charged at Xiao Yu first. The other rear admirals and captains also rushed forward at this moment. Xiao Yu picked her nose, shook her head, and just as the ghost spider leaped high, she used a Shuinpa technique to disappear. At that moment, even Huang Yuan was stunned. This kid actually escaped. Damn it, we chase. The ghost spider became furious and wanted to chase after her. At this moment, Huang Yuan suddenly appeared in front of him. He raised a hand to stop him and shook his head. "Do you think you alone can take on their entire crew? Or should we just fight them all and destroy everything?" Huh? The ghost spider was taken aback, but his movement stopped. After taking a deep puff from his cigar, he shook his head helplessly. The bear then approached, looking at the already vanished Xiao Yu, slightly furrowing his brow, and then turned around. "I'm leaving first. Relying only on us may not be enough to catch that kid." As soon as he finished speaking, before Huang Yuan could say anything, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. When the Navy noticed, a small boat had already headed out to the open sea. The bear's ability allowed him to fly rapidly in one direction. Moreover, he could even send a ship flying with a single slap. Huang Yuan seemed unfazed by the bear's attitude, but all the Navy soldiers were enraged, especially a few rear admirals, who all frowned and said coldly, "Indeed, pirates cannot be relied upon." Unlike the situation on the coast, Xiao Yu, who had just encountered Grid and the others, was a bit angry. "You guys can't run a little faster?" Clearly, they all knew how to shave, so why not use it to hurry? And those like Muse could fly over directly. Why is everyone running so slowly? With a grim face, she directly scolded Grid. "You, with such strong physical qualities, should be able to fully comprehend shaving. You should have just used shaving to catch up. Why are you still following these guys?" "Huh? What do you mean?" Grid was also infuriated. Although he had been trying hard to catch up, he still couldn't see Xiao Yu's figure. Now that Xiao Yu said this, was she blaming him? Dumpling and Bartolomeo exchanged glances and clearly saw the displeasure in Xiao Yu's eyes. Forget it. Huang Yuan and the bear went straight to the warship, with 3 or 4 rear admirals and 5 or 6 captains, plus a top-tier warlord and a Navy admiral at the highest combat power. "Do you think I could do anything other than run away?" Xiao Yu sighed and said helplessly. At this moment, Waitik looked surprised and had a strange expression. He looked at Xiao Yu and after pondering for a moment, asked, Boss, Huang Yuan and the others are not Navy. We, are pirates. Why are we chasing them? At this point, almost everyone reacted. That's right. We are dealing with an admiral. Why are we the ones chasing them instead of them chasing us? After all, it's only the Navy that chases pirates, not pirates chasing the Navy. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu picked his nose and suddenly had a bright idea, then said, as the pirate king, how can we be chased by others? We can only chase others and fight. But let's forget about that for now. Let's go back to the island. After all, I need to meet that King Li Ku and understand the situation. In my opinion, whether my brother can become king is the key. Including Grid. Everyone broke into a cold sweat. It was obvious that they understood Xiao Yu's awkwardness and wording at this moment. Perhaps that previous statement could ignite passion in people like Bartolomeo or Amon, but for elders like Grid, it was clear that Xiao Yu seemed to have gone the wrong way again. In the palace, the elite warriors of the little people, along with the princess and the chief, were sitting in front of King Li Ku. Those who had originally sided with Doflamingo for the king, along with Violet, were kneeling before King Li Ku. At this moment, King Li Ku was still dressed in battle armor, gazing into the night from afar. After a long contemplation, he finally said, Doflamingo has escaped, but he paused, took a deep breath, and continued. But everyone should know that Pirate King Xiao Yu is being chased by the Navy. This time, they're actually chasing an admiral. In my opinion, these pirates may return soon. After all, that's an admiral, the highest combat power of the Navy. If they are ambushed by Xiao Yu's pirate crew, they may be defeated. However, if they find the warship and their subordinates, and those rear admirals and captains fight together, then Xiao Yu's pirate crew will be in trouble. Leo shook his head, seemingly not believing King Li Ku's words. No way. Lord Dumpling is so powerful. And Lord Xiao Yu could defeat an admiral. How could they lose? Father, that Shibin can create such a powerful artificial human axe. I didn't expect that axe, who only has a bounty of 30 million berries, would be so strong. I wonder if they... Violet was just about to say something when she was interrupted by Kari's. After glancing at King Li Ku, Kari's frowned and said softly, their relationship with the Navy, whether they win or lose, has nothing to do with us. However, I heard Dumpling and Xiao Yu's intention seems to be to make their vice captain Grid the king of this country. That is what I'm most worried about. What he was most worried about was that after one Doflamingo left, another Grid came. It seemed that Xiao Yu's pirate crew was even stronger than the Don Quixote family. I think those pirates don't seem very bad. Moreover, let's wait until they come back to talk. It's almost dawn now. The toys that have regained their humanity should be going back now, right? Yes, Your Majesty. In the waters near Dressrosa, Akainu stood coldly at the bow of the ship, quietly gazing into the distance. Next to him, a messenger ran up to his side and whispered, Admiral Sakazuki, we are about to arrive at Dressrosa. If we go at full speed, we can land by 8 a.m. tomorrow. Can we go any faster? Akainu frowned, and his cold expression made the messenger shudder. After a moment of contemplation, he replied again, if we maintain maximum speed, we might reach by 6 a.m. tomorrow. However, our soldiers will lose their combat effectiveness due to exhaustion. Akainu's fists instantly turned into magma, emitting a steaming heat. Then, the magma began to dissipate. Do you think you can withstand a fight against pirates of the level of the Little Rain pirate crew? Or do you believe that our comrades already on the island have lost their fighting capability? This, I dare not. The messenger lowered his head, now realizing the situation. In fact, there was already Admiral Kazuru on the island, meaning both admirals would be joining forces. Even legendary newcomers might not be able to match two admirals. But recalling the events at Sabeti Archipelago, where Little Rain managed to escape despite being besieged by two admirals and Vice Admiral Garp, the messenger furrowed his brow slightly, now looking somewhat uncertain. Chapter 116. Ace's worried dewdrops fell slowly from the leaves, and the mist was parted by the movement of people. The streets of the town were a bit chaotic. The sounds of fighting and roaring made all the civilians shiver. Inside the palace, the moment Little Rain and the others stepped in, they had already reported to King Riku. When Little Rain and the others sat down at the dining table, which resembled a conference hall, King Riku and Cyrus felt the reality of the situation, realizing it was not a dream. However, another hidden danger also surfaced in their hearts. Would the Little Rain pirate crew really seize this kingdom? Little Rain grabbed a loaf of bread and began to eat heartily with milk. To be honest, he was indeed tired after that night. The mere usage of chakra had left him somewhat exhausted. However, he had been in battle the whole time and hadn't truly felt it. Cyrus and King Riku exchanged glances, both seeing the worry in each other's eyes. Moreover, seeing the others devouring their food, they hesitated to ask directly. After Little Rain finished eating, he patted his left hand, which had been lost, and looked at King Riku. All right, most of us are full now. You can tell us why you invited us. However, I have some understanding. You know? King Riku obviously paused for a moment, seemingly caught off guard. It was Cyrus who appeared extremely calm at this moment. Of course I know. You're afraid that we would take over this country, just like Don Quixote Doflamingo, right? To be honest, if you were a good king, we wouldn't have any intention of taking you down. But if you were just a king like Doflamingo then, we would indeed kill you. As Little Rain said this, the aura of the Beast King, filled with a terrifying pressure, emanated from him. The soldiers standing behind him fell to the ground instantly, unable to react. King Riku and Cyrus both broke into a cold sweat. That faint gaze brought them an unprecedented pressure. Their wide eyes revealed Little Rain's determination. His words were definitely not just empty talk. How to explain this? Perhaps. We don't need to explain. Since you have restored all the toys here to humanity, you can imagine that you should know a little. King Riku wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, showing no sign of embarrassment. Looking at the gradually rising sunrise, he felt somewhat emotional. He'd been manipulated by Doflamingo, ultimately losing the entire kingdom. However, now he was being saved by a pirate. The Navy government had ignored the situation here, while a pirate seemed to have a strong disapproval of such actions. Thinking of this, even Cyrus sighed. Little Rain's eyes stared at him for a long time, until Greed put down his bowl and chopsticks, and then he said, "Of course, this matter mainly requires the consent of our vice-captain." If he were truly a ruler, he would definitely not lose to you. After saying this, Greed became serious. After clearing his throat, he said in a low voice, "I said back then, as long as the original king here is a good king, then I won't usurp such a kingdom." Besides, even if I really became king, with the 3 admirals coming, we wouldn't be able to withstand it. Greed sighed, seemingly very concerned about his own strength. After all, even if one really became the ruler, without the corresponding strength, they would still be directly attacked by the Navy. Not to mention anything else, if the 3 admirals came together, the Little Rain pirate crew would have no chance of escaping. And this possibility would cause his companions to die for him. Having already died once, he did not want such a thing to happen again. Even more so, he did not want such a burden to fall on his shoulders. Therefore, he needed strength. Slowly standing up and twisting his neck, Greed walked toward the outside while saying in a low voice, "Little Rain, we should leave immediately. New reinforcements have arrived at the warship. Among them, one of the forces should definitely be Akainu." Akainu is here? Then, let's run quickly. Anna was taken aback and said in a low voice. However, she ran faster than Greed. In the blink of an eye, she flew towards the direction of the penguin. This fairy fruit seems pretty good. Looking at Anna, who could fly without wings, Little Rain chuckled softly. Before leaving, he turned his head to look at King Riku. Perhaps. This world will soon undergo earth-shattering changes. Moreover, we have cut off the underground dealings between Doflamingo and the pirates of the New World. Those big pirates like Kaido might come looking for us. You can only fend for yourselves. After saying this, he shot off towards the direction of the penguin. At the head of the dining table, King Riku frowned, fully understanding Little Rain's words. The planting grounds of the devil fruits had been destroyed, and the underground factories seemed to have been entirely wrecked by the Little Rain pirate crew. However, now thinking about it, he might also have trouble. After all, Doflamingo had previously been on this island. But now, the king of this island was himself. Perhaps, Little Rain would bear most of the responsibility. But a Yonko's slightest blame could bring catastrophic disaster to this kingdom. Taking a deep breath, he helplessly shook his head and said softly, "Help me contact the admirals immediately. Perhaps I should do something for this kingdom." Alabasta, Ace was sitting on the sand in the desert, eating with Luffy and the others. Under the blazing sun, it felt like one could be roasted. "Ace, do you really know Little Rain?" Usopp looked a bit strange and spoke in a very low voice, as if he were afraid of being overheard by Luffy and the others. Ace paused his steps and chuckled. "I haven't seen them for over 2 months. Thinking about it now, I really feel that you guys are very similar to Xiao Yu's group. Do you want that? Maybe it's Xiao Yu and them who are like me." Why did you hit me, Nami?" Luffy was very angry. Rubbing the lump on his head that looked like a bun, Nami's mouth twitched. A huge hashtag appeared on her forehead. What a joke. He is the legendary newcomer. Moreover, even an average Shichibukai is no match for him. How can you say he is like you? No. Speaking of which, Xiaoyu does have a bit of Luffy's temperament. No, everyone on Xiaoyu's pirate ship has that kind of temperament. Reckless. We met on Fishman Island. But it was only after I arrived at Sabaody Archipelago that I discovered that even the Golden Lion was taken down by Xiaoyu's group. That guy is a notorious pirate on par with my father. And their group is very strong. Ace thought of this, his brows furrowing tightly. It seemed he was worried that Xiaoyu would directly challenge Whitebeard. Are we that strong? Luffy excitedly pointed to himself, his laughter carrying a longing expression. Not afraid of anything, not afraid of anyone, and being able to roam freely in the vast depths of the sea. How wonderful that is. Oh, well. At least I think their vice captain, Grid, is on par with me. Moreover, if we really talk about combat power, including Swordsman Cavendish, Scout Dumpling, Sniper Axe, and those other people, except for the ship's doctor, I think anyone who comes out could directly defeat your crew. Although Ace didn't want to say it. He ultimately struck Luffy's group without a hint of responsibility. Zoro couldn't accept it. Upon hearing that any random swordsman could defeat his crew, he snorted and turned his head away. He even looked like he wanted a challenge. At this moment, Luffy burst into laughter. It's normal. When I was in Windmill Village, I never won against Xiaoyu in them. Moreover, I was defeated by Xiaoyu in 3 moves. Ha! But now I am different from before. Oh, what is different? Ace laughed. It seemed like Luffy had never won against him either. However, Ace was somewhat surprised that Luffy had been defeated in 3 moves by Xiaoyu more than half a year ago. Of course, I am different now. Xiaoyu not only helped me develop my Devil Fruit powers, but I can also use Haki now. If I add Haki into the mix, then perhaps even they aren't my opponents. Luffy looked quite magical, but Ace genuinely laughed. After Zoro and Sanji all turned to look at Ace, the laughter stopped. This Haki is something you must learn in the New World. Otherwise, you won't have the power to compete in the New World. As far as I know, Xiaoyu's Haki is much stronger than yours. You're talking about Conqueror's Haki, right? I can do that too. Luffy became even happier and instantly unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. To Ace's surprise, the crocodile that had initially wanted to charge out of the sand to attack Luffy and the others fainted right in the sand. You can use Conqueror's Haki? Ace was clearly taken aback, seemingly unable to react. After all, the potential for Conqueror's Haki is that of a king among millions. Those with such potential would at least become a powerful existence. Luffy nodded. Yeah, when Xiaoyu was in Windmill Village, I really learned a lot of things. Even that little boat was given to me by Xiaoyu. Watching Luffy's proud smile, Ace fell into silence. The more he understood Xiaoyu, the more he realized how powerful he was. And the stronger he was, the more of a threat he posed to Whitebeard. At least, Xiaoyu now should be stronger than himself. Moreover, the overall strength of the entire crew is formidable. Such a threat made Ace feel uneasy. Chapter 117. Harvest at the port of Dressrosa. As Akainu just arrived, he noticed that the penguin was already far away. He slammed his hand on the ship's railing, and the coldness, like before a volcanic eruption, made the entire crew shiver. Beside him, Kizaru adjusted his sunglasses and grinned. Should we chase after it? But that's a ship that even Vegapunk can't build. It can fly in the sky, and it seems we can't catch up. Hearing Kizaru's cold joke, Akainu snorted and glanced at the adjutant beside him, growling in a low voice. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and chase. At the same time, his hands turned into magma, and he punched towards the sky. In the distance, on the deck of the Penguin, Xiaoyu frowned as he watched Akainu's magma shoot into the sky, sneering softly. I didn't expect this old dog to be quite fast. They clearly landed from the east, right? How did they get to the western port so quickly? 2 admirals are moving, huh? I wonder if they'll catch up directly? Grid smirked, wearing a cool smile. Do you think their ship can catch up? Chihiro was unconvinced and looked disdainfully at the distant warships. Xiaoyu slowly flew into the sky, with thunderous sounds in the dark clouds. It was like thunder was about to strike, or the prelude to a coming storm. The next moment, like a volcanic eruption, magma solidified into a massive fist and smashed toward the Penguin. Xiaoyu's mouth curled up as he shook his head, with his hands clasped together. As chakra gathered in an instant, he shouted, "ShinraTensei!" Boom! The explosion made the entire sea surface churn, and magma volcanoes smashed onto the sea, creating massive waves. The Penguin then flew into the air. Xiaoyu landed back on the deck, and, at that moment, Grid leaped high, directly smashing a magma volcano with a punch before using Moonwalk to hover in midair. The rumbling sounds were incessant. In just a few minutes, the dark clouds seemed to start pouring down magma volcanoes. The entire crew of the Penguin finally managed to escape a long distance. Anna blinked her eyes and bit her plump lower lip. Perhaps I can make those warships lose their way here. Looking at Xiao Yu and Grid, who had landed on the deck, she said confidently, "Your devil fruit ability?" Xiao Yu turned to look at Anna, smiling. Anna nodded, without saying much, and directly stood on the railing at the stern of the ship. Her body, which had become voluptuous after eating the fruit, looked sexy and alluring. Her mouth opened slightly, releasing streams of smoke. It spread like mist, and in less than a quarter of an hour, the entire sea area around the penguin was filled with a faint mist. Anna clapped her hands and smiled. Done, as long as they're S-fog. Those warships won't be able to find their way out immediately, it seems. There is no change? Grid scratched his temple and looked at the mist. A strange, dazed look appeared in his eyes. Just as he finished speaking, Chihiro was the first to have a problem. While hugging the mast, he yelled loudly, "Beautiful lady." "Ha ha ha, are you admiring me, Chihiro? Do you want to take a ride together?" Huh? Xiao Yu's eyes almost popped out. The scene left him a bit perplexed. On the other side, Cavendish stood directly on the lookout tower, raising his hands and shouting loudly, "Don't worry, I'm always watching you. That bastard Xiao Yu is already under my foot." Ha ha, this. Xiao Yu pointed at Cavendish on the lookout tower, a huge bead of sweat appearing on the back of his head. Meanwhile, Glid sat on his balcony, looking down as if he were ruling over everything. As a king, how can I let my people suffer? Immediately execute those criminals. Quickly. Ha ha ha. Anna laughed heartily, holding her stomach. Once the penguin ship left the fog, everyone finally came to their senses. At this moment, Xiao Yu and Anna were laughing so hard they could almost roll onto the deck. Glid felt the most embarrassed, a huge hash mark appearing on his forehead. It seemed he was on the brink of exploding. Kiambingwei, on the other hand, was staring angrily at Anna while bleeding from his nose. The intensity of his glare was almost fiery. The normally carefree Cavendish had directly hidden in a corner to draw circles. He had to draw a circle to curse Xiao Yu so that his beautiful dreams could truly come true. The rest of the people all rolled their eyes. The previous exhilarating feeling had completely disappeared. "Is this the ability of your fruit?" Glid asked with a frown in a low voice, still feeling a bit scared. Even Xiao Yu looked somewhat frightened at this moment. Fortunately, he had the Rinnegan, which allowed him to see through the fog. Otherwise, he might have fallen into an illusion like Glid and the others. Anna nodded proudly, a satisfied expression on her face. "That's right. This is one of the abilities of the fairy fruit, fairy fog. How about that? Impressive, right? Without a strong belief or a powerful body, this fog can trap people in an illusion permanently, leading to death." Upon hearing the words permanent death, everyone gasped in shock. How powerful must it be to maintain such an illusion until death? However, Anna shook her head. "I haven't trained to that level yet. This fog can last at most 5 days. Moreover, if someone strong comes, they can disperse the fog in an instant. By the way, why are you fine?" Including Glid, Cavendish, and Dumpling all looked at Xiao Yu. Clearly, it was normal for Anna not to fall into the illusion herself. But how is it that this guy didn't fall into the illusion at all? Don't tell me his hockey level or physical condition is so good that he doesn't need to breathe. Even artificial humans like AKS need to breathe. Xiao Yu chuckled, pointing at his eyes, and said softly, "My eyes can see through any illusion. So, your fairy fruit ability is useless against me." Everyone looked at that pair of spiral pattern eyes, expressing their speechlessness. Such an ability was too powerful. "By the way, Kiambingwei, you need to help me make another arm. Otherwise, I really will become a one-armed captain." Xiao Yu pointed at his shoulder, laughing quietly. At this moment, Kiambingwei nodded, staring at Xiao Yu, and said, "This time, our gains are quite significant. I didn't expect that the devil fruit could really be created. Although that scientist obtained the research results from others, it's still pretty impressive." "Ah, you defeated a scientist?" Xiao Yu was taken aback, seemingly not having reacted yet. At that time, he was blocking Kizaru and Kuma and didn't seem to follow through with the Don Quixote family. Ultimately, under Glid's leadership, their pirate crew actually defeated the Don Quixote family, which even surprised Xiao Yu. After all, Doflamingo was considered a formidable character among the 7 warlords. Muse also spoke up, "That's right. That scientist was actually a very powerful Logia fruit user. If it weren't for Vitex Hockey plus Glid arriving at the last moment, we might have lost. However, we also brought back those research results." Xiao Yu nodded and looked at Kiambingwei. Kiambingwei smiled, pointing to the medicinal field next to Xiao Yu's room, and said softly, "I'll try to plant some in that medicinal field, but this devil fruit needs the ability of the little human princess to help. I don't know if it will succeed. If it does, along with the research we got from the Golden Lion, we might be able to create even more powerful fruits. At that time, let us each eat one. Xiaoyu contemplated for a moment and shook his head. If you need that kind of power, just let me know. Then we can create a super devil fruit. Otherwise, we will just store it. After all, although this devil fruit ability is powerful, its flaws are also very clear. As long as you're shackled with sea prism stone handcuffs, you'll become weak all over. Even touching it will sap your strength. In that case, dealing with those Navy forces with sea prism stone weapons will be very troublesome. However, can we let Anna use the power of the fairy fruit to directly get some powerful animals and have them eat these fruits? That way, a super devil fruit animal army. Glit immediately seemed to think of something and became a bit excited. Xiaoyu nodded and said with a grin, "All right, let us quickly find a powerful animal. Then we can study slowly. Also, Qianbingwei, your robot army, should be researched quickly too. Otherwise, when a big event happens, we will be in a passive state." Understood. Qianbingwei laughed heartily, appearing quite magical. At the same time, the three warships were in complete chaos. One might say that those soldiers had gone mad. One private directly sat on the deck, laughing and pointing at the distance. "Come on, all of you. Are you going to disobey my orders?" Go Spider. Didn't you used to call me all sorts of names? Now, go clean the toilet for me. Akainu, you old dog. Do you want to go against my orders? Do you believe I'll throw you in the underwater prison? You bastard, Kizaru. Give me a cup of tea right now. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you off the hook. Watching everyone treat him like a general or even act like a pirate king or one of the four emperors, Akainu and Kizaru exchanged glances, their mouths twitching. Their fists were clenched tightly, seemingly about to explode at any moment. "Damn Xiaoyu, I will definitely catch you." Akainu snorted coldly, magma erupting from his body. Kizaru chuckled lightly, patting the railing and said softly, "I think we should leave this fog soon, right? Clearly, it's because of this fog. However, I am curious, does that kid still have such abilities? I don't know." Akainu turned his head away and snorted in response. Chapter 118, Tragic Enel. "Boss, look at this." Dumpling performed the sky dance technique and directly sent a newspaper toward Xiaoyu, who was standing on the sea fishing, his eyes filled with surprise. Xiaoyu looked a bit sleepy, yawning as he put away his fishing rod and walked towards the shore, flipping through the newspapers from the past few days as he walked. Intelligence is the biggest enemy of a pirate ship. For a pirate ship like the Penguin, there is certainly someone specifically responsible for buying newspapers and gathering intelligence. This person is the scout Dumpling. However, it seems that Dumpling sometimes doesn't gather much information. On the other hand, the second scout, Bartle, understands that world better because he has been involved in the underworld. The Judicial Island incident? Xiaoyu was taken aback for a moment and then directly sat down on the beach to start counting the days. After careful calculation, he realized that Luffy had been sailing for nearly half a year. If you add the time since he defeated and escaped from Gecko Moria, it might be nearly a year. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu sighed. Time flies, and he never expected he had been in this world for more than a year and a half. From Windmill Village to Sabeti Archipelago, and then spending so much time near Amazon Lily, Luffy has been at sea for half a year now. What has happened in the past 2 months? Xiaoyu frowned and asked softly. Since Luffy has already passed Judicial Island, then it is obvious that he has also passed Skypiea. Enel should have come to find me by now. That guy, did he really go to the moon? Dumpling felt a bit awkward at this moment. After fidgeting for a while, he said softly, Boss, this is a newspaper from a week ago. I didn't notice it back then, so I missed it. This morning, when Qianbing came to collect waste paper, I just found out. Xiaoyu's mouth twitched a bit, feeling somewhat speechless. Dumpling really is not suited to be a scout. Perhaps he could be useful while sailing since the sky dance technique doesn't require much strength to fly. However, as an intelligence collector, he seems too incompetent. I'm sorry. Dumpling lowered his head, his eyes wide open, staring blankly at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu patted Dumpling's shoulder and smiled. I know you don't like collecting intelligence. That's why I let Bartle do this kind of work too. If you really don't want to do it, you can leave it to AKS. I believe he will be more focused than you. Thank you. Dumpling suddenly smiled, looking very happy. Boss, I have an even more amazing piece of news, hee. I was shocked when I found out. Bartle walked over from a distance, looking very shocked. Xiaoyu smiled faintly and said, just say it. With Luffy's bounty exceeding 300 million, what news could possibly surprise me? Bartle shook his finger and said softly, No, boss. I knew about Luffy's bounty exceeding 300 million 5 days ago. As for this news, I just got it from an island nearby. I didn't expect Enel to have been captured. What? Xiaoyu's mouth twitched slightly, seemingly unable to react for a moment. Just now, He was still wondering why Enel hadn't come to find him. Now, he immediately received news about Enel. But he has been captured. Can you say that again? Did I just hallucinate? Xiaoyu frowned and tilted his head towards Bartle. Bartle grinned and smiled as well. You should know that when he learned this news, he was indeed stunned for a moment. Enel's strength is undoubtedly unquestionable. At the very least, his elemental body, along with his super strong observation haki, especially with such powerful fruit abilities. It can be said that even Bartle, who usually boasts, wouldn't dare to fight Enel directly. He chuckled softly and explained to Xiaoyu. There's a small town on the nearby island, and when I went to gather information today, a guy who returned from Water 7 said that after Straw Hat Luffy escaped, Carp encountered an extremely powerful guy on his way back. And that guy has the ability to control lightning. This ability user was so arrogant that he came to ask Carp about your recent situation. Then, originally, Carp was chatting happily with him. However, once he learned that this guy came to find us, they started fighting. The result, you should understand, with an admiral and Carp together, it would be lucky for Enel to escape. However, this time it seems he wasn't lucky. Xiaoyu's mouth twitched slightly, clearly getting a bit irritated. This Enel is really an idiot. Does he really think he is invincible? I already told him that there are many powerful experts in the sea below. He actually took the initiative to seek out Carp, someone he doesn't even dare to provoke. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu felt another headache coming on. Helplessly shaking his head, Xiaoyu stood up. After pondering for a moment, he said softly, Dumpling, gather everyone immediately. I have something to announce. Huh? Are we going to rescue that guy? Dumpling was taken aback and asked curiously. It seemed to him that if Enel was captured, then it was none of their business. Xiaoyu nodded and suddenly smiled, saying, This time, we might be able to catch a big event. However, before rescuing Enel, we must do another thing. What thing? Bartle also seemed puzzled. After all, besides the matter of Enel, could there be anything else that would interest Xiaoyu this much? This matter might lead to the death of a Yonko directly. What do you think? Is this matter big or not? If we prepare for it, we might be able to gain some benefits. Xiaoyu's mouth curled up as he began to devise his plan. Bartle and Dumpling exchanged glances, both shocked. A Yonko? If such a powerful force suddenly dies, it would definitely shake the new world. Deep Sea Prison, Level 6. Enel, who had just entered, was extremely furious, almost at the brink of exploding. However, being handcuffed with Sea Prism Stone, he had no way to do anything. Opposite him was a man who looked like he was missing a hand and had a scar running across his face. Crocodile chuckled coldly and looked at Enel, saying, In the Grand Line, I've never heard of your name. Where are you from, powerful guy? Enel squinted his eyes, snorted coldly, and said, It seems that anyone who can be locked up with me is not an ordinary person. And you, what powerful guy are you? Crocodile was obviously taken aback. Not expecting this guy he had never seen before to question him in return. Thinking of this, he suddenly burst into laughter. Enel seemed to have thought of something and also laughed out loud. Yeah, ha, ha. Now, I seem to understand what Xiaoyu meant. I didn't expect this blue sea to be quite interesting. Xiaoyu? Crocodile furrowed his brows, seemingly recalling something. He turned to look at Enel and asked in a low voice, You were also defeated by Xiaoyu? Enel was taken aback, clearly surprised. He shook his head and said softly, I was defeated by him once, but mainly it was a bet, and then I followed him. You wouldn't be here because of a bet, right? You are a member of Xiaoyu's pirate crew? Crocodile was obviously suspicious. How could Xiaoyu's crew members be captured? After all, at that time, two admirals along with Carp attacked together, and Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to let his crew escape while he stayed behind to cover them. How could someone like him allow his crew to be captured? Enel shook his head again and said, No, I'm not their crew yet. I just came down from Sky Island to find them. As a result, I happened to run into a guy who seems even stronger than Little Rain. And now, here I am. Just thinking about Carp made even Enel soften. That kind of strength relies on absolute power. Such strength. Even Little Rain didn't he give Enel that feeling. It could be said that Carp is the strongest expert Enel has ever seen. A guy stronger than Little Rain? What is his name? Crocodile was also a bit puzzled. An expert locked in the 6th level would at least need a Marine Admiral to handle him, right? It should be Carp, right? However, there was another guy who seemed to be referred to by that old man as Qingji, right? What kind of background do these two have? Enel was a bit angry as he asked Crocodile. Crocodile wiped a large bead of sweat from his forehead. Was this guy really coming out of the Sky Island for the first time? That S.A. Marine Admiral and a Marine hero. If you could escape from such an opponent, then perhaps you would be the captain of Little Rain's pirate crew, not just Little Rain's subordinate. Crocodile said with a low voice and a smile. Oh, you mean Little Rain could escape from two such powerful opponents? Enel became interested. After all, He and T fought much with Little Rain. However, he did fight with Glid for a long time. Crocodile nodded and said softly, on Sabeti Archipelago. Little Rain fought against 2 admirals plus Marine Hero Carp alone, then covered for his crew to escape. After holding them off, he managed to escape himself. Thinking back, that was really impressive. Also, I remember I seemed to have a bet with him. Unfortunately, I lost. I was defeated by that straw hat kid, Luffy. So, you are also one of Little Rain's subordinates. Crocodile shook his head and sneered. I 1TB his opponent, and, at that time, I didn't actually fight him. I only fought with his subordinate, a guy named Glid. At this moment, a voice came from the nearby cell. Straw Hat Kid Luffy, you were defeated by him? Hee hee, Luffy is indeed quite strong now. Chapter 119. The meeting of the 4 emperors. The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace, was actually the last person I expected to be captured. Crocodile lowered his head and spoke rapidly. But from the adjacent cell came a bitter laugh. Hee hee. What is so strange about me being captured? It's you. As a Shichibukai. How could you be captured here? The Shichibukai is a government-recognized pirate, right? Crocodile laughed, raised his head to glance at Enel opposite him. This preparatory crew member of Little Rain's pirate crew is here. Is it strange for me to be here? Oh, the preparatory crew member of Little Rain's pirate crew. That's a fresh matter. I saw Little Rain's pirate crew when I was at Fishman Island. Speaking of which, I'm a bit worried he will make trouble after entering the new world. Ace frowned slightly, appearing very natural, as if he wasn't afraid of death at all. Is Little Rain really that famous in this blue sea? Speaking of which, I've been hearing you guys talk about him since I came down from the blue sea. Enel asked with great interest. Just then, several soldiers brought in a very tall fishman towards the 6th level cell. After stopping in front of Ace's cell, Deputy Warden Domino frowned and said in a low voice, Jinbei, you will be locked up in this cell. It should be fine, right? Thank you. Jinbei said expressionlessly and walked in directly after the soldiers opened the cell door. After those soldiers and Domino left, Jinbei fiddled with his chains and handcuffs and said in a low voice, Ace, didn't he expect I would come in too? Jinbei, what is going on? Ace asked with confusion, his shock evident in his eyes. Another powerful guy has come in? Enel glanced outside the cell and chuckled. Didn't he expect so many powerful characters would appear in these cells? Like me, all Shichibukai. Crocodile frowned and said quietly. It seemed he was really thinking about why Jinbei would come in. Enel nodded, then closed his eyes as if he was going to sleep. Jinbei, what is going on? Why are you here? And, how is Dad now? Ace asked in a low voice, seemingly not wanting Crocodile to hear. This time, you might really have made a mistake, Ace. Dad might come directly to save you, so the Navy summoned all of us Shichibukai here. You know, I can't go against Dad. So, I caused a big ruckus at the Navy headquarters, and now, I'm locked up here by Sengoku. Jinbei sighed, appearing somewhat worried. What about Dad? How could Dad go to war with the Navy? Now, hasn't Little Rain also entered the new world? Didn't he go looking for trouble with Dad? Ace was most worried about Whitebeard's situation. Jinbei thought about Little Rain's recent actions and sighed helplessly, shaking his head as he said in a low voice. He isn't directly gone looking for trouble with Dad, but he has picked a fight with another Shichibukai. Doflamingo has already been defeated by him and fled to the Sabeti Archipelago. Moreover, this time the Navy summoned the Shichibukai to fight. He was the first to arrive. Hee hee. Speaking of which, I'm most afraid that after Dad leaves, Little Rain will take the opportunity to seize Dad's territory. And by then, Fishman Island will. Sigh. Seeing Jinbei sigh, Ace fell into silence as well. If it really comes to that, then all the sins will be caused by himself. In a new world, on Whitebeard's large ship, on the deck lay many small minions. The captains were watching Shanks with some vigilance. They deeply felt the previous strike that seemed to split the sky. If Shanks really made a move, they would support Dad at the first moment. After all, Whitebeard had already arrived. Captain, a pirate with decent fighting power beside Marco, clenched his fists and said fiercely, as if he wanted to rush to where Shanks and Whitebeard were sitting at any moment. Marco shook his head and said softly, Don't be hasty. Dad, doesn't he seem to want to fight Shanks yet? Besides, Shanks doesn't seem to want to fight Dad. As soon as he finished speaking, Marco became even more vigilant. After all, when the two emperors meet, even the Navy would get nervous, especially during such a sensitive period. At that moment, a sound of flapping wings appeared in the sky. Marco looked over and opened his mouth as if he couldn't close it. Whitebeard and Shanks also sensed something was off and turned their heads to look into the distance. They saw 5 wild boar-like creatures flapping their enormous bat wings, flying towards the large ship. What are those? A question mark appeared on Shank's forehead as he asked in confusion. Whitebeard's beard trembled as he said irritably, "How would I know? Marco, go take a look." Yes. Marco was already in a state of preparation, and as soon as he received the order, he transformed into a phoenix and flew up. He headed straight for the 5 flying pigs, moving so fast that he seemed to be above them. And at that moment, the 5 flying pigs suddenly opened their mouths full of fangs. In the next moment, even Red-Haired and Whitebeard were stunned, instantly firing 5 high-pressure cannons. The flames, creating friction with the air, directly passed through Marco's body. Boom! After a loud explosion, the high-pressure cannon landed on the sea, creating a huge wave. Even a large ship like the Whitebeard pirates trembled slightly with the waves. What is this? Clearly, this attack left the entire Whitebeard pirates in shock, seemingly unable to respond. The flames gathered in mid-air, and once again transformed into the immortal Phoenix Marco, who glided and flew above the 5 flying pigs. His legs kicked repeatedly, and suddenly 3 of the pigs fell into the sea. However, these pigs seemed to be unable to swim at all. In an instant, they sank towards the seabed. The other 2 flying pigs opened their mouths again, shooting a high-pressure cannon towards Marco. Damn, what kind of animal is this? I've really never seen anything like it. Marco dodged 2 high-pressure cannons and muttered after avoiding them. At this moment, even Whitebeard noticed. These flying pigs definitely had a problem. Perhaps they were the work of a devil fruit user. However, these 5 pigs couldn't possibly have the same ability. Thinking of this, Whitebeard clenched his fists, and the next moment, he punched the air beside him. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, and the entire space seemed to crack open. The 2 flying pigs chasing Marco were directly hit by an unseen force and fell into the sea with a thud. Moments later, Whitebeard frowned and quietly asked, Red-Haired, "Is this something your pirate crew developed?" Red-Haired twitched the corner of his mouth and asked in disbelief, "Do you think we have such talented people in our crew? Or, wait, could this be something from the Little Rain Pirates? Is it possible? That kid's pirate crew has a few very strange devil fruit abilities. Even Little Rain himself has a bizarre fruit ability that is hard to pinpoint." Marco landed directly behind Whitebeard and whispered. Whitebeard first glanced at the ship of the red-haired pirates. Clearly, the people on that ship also seemed a bit lost. They whispered among themselves, seemingly discussing the 5 flying pigs from earlier. With his eyes closed, Whitebeard furrowed his brows tightly. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly stood up. He walked to the edge of the ship and punched the sea. Boom! The entire sea surface seemed to start rolling up huge waves irregularly, like a devastating flood. Moreover, the surrounding sea area directly split apart. Just then, a ship broke through the sea's surface and flew into the sky. A tempered glass protective shield slowly descended, and Little Rain's voice followed. "The world's strongest man really is like a monster. You idiot, we almost capsized because of that shock just now. You stupid idiot." With Little Rain's voice, and his voice also came through. At this moment, even a large bead of sweat appeared on Whitebeard's forehead. This Little Rain Pirates is indeed a bit unconventional. After a loud bang, the waves calmed down, and Whitebeard sat back in his specially made large seat. After letting out a long breath, he said, "You must be the Little Rain Pirates that have been talked about the most recently, right? Impressive." As he said the last 2 words, his conqueror's haki burst forth, just as it landed on the penguin ship beside the Whitebeard Pirates. 2 streams of conqueror's haki erupted simultaneously, directly countering Whitebeard. Moreover, these 2 haki were extremely peculiar. It seemed they could withstand Whitebeard while also faintly intimidating everyone. Little Rain chuckled and floated over, landing beside Whitebeard's ship. "Are you interested in letting me join the operation to save Ace?" Red-Haired looked at Little Rain with some interest, while Whitebeard fell silent. The captains all crossed their arms, watching Little Rain like it was a joke. Although they had just momentarily resisted Old Man's conqueror's haki, it still felt like there was a subtle pressure. However, to them, Little Rain was still too young. Young ones on their ship could only be used as interns. Yet this guy's fame was astonishing. It was said that he had made headlines again recently, escaping from 2 admirals and seemingly defeating Don Quixote da Flamingo, a warlord of the sea. Thinking of this, even the captains seemed to grow vigilant. After all, if those flying pigs were from an ordinary pirate crew, they would indeed be difficult to deal with. Chapter 120. On a ship of the 4 emperors, you also think I should go save Ace? Whitebeard's voice was cold, seemingly capable of freezing a person's heart. With a sharp and oppressive gaze, he glanced at Little Rain and asked faintly. When Little Rain's gaze met his, he grinned. "Ha ha, you are quite amusing. You've clearly started preparing, yet you say I think you should go save Ace. So, As your son, shouldn't you go save him? As a man, as a pirate, can you stop a father from saving his own child? Ha ha, I can't do such a thing, but I can join. After saying this, even Red-Haired was momentarily stunned, seemingly not having reacted. Meanwhile, Whitebeard's eyes lit up. Little Rain landed directly on the deck, standing beside Red-Haired, looking at the huge wine bowl, and smiled softly. I've encountered Blackbeard and even fought him. However, we defeated him. But at that time, I didn't know he was Blackbeard. If I had known, I wouldn't have let them go to the sea. Now that I think about it, I regret it a bit. After a bitter smile, he sat down on the ground, staring at Whitebeard as if trying to express his stance. Blackbeard committed a major taboo on the ship. Since Ace can't catch him, then let me, as his father, catch him. When a son makes a mistake, he must be punished by his father. Whitebeard grinned, clearly appreciating Little Rain's attitude. But at that moment, Little Rain shook his head. However, I also don't agree with you directly attacking the Navy's headquarters. Why not go to Impelled Down to save him? Originally, Red-Haired was a bit happy, finally finding someone with the same idea. Unfortunately, the next sentence almost made Red-Haired fall flat on the deck. To go to Impelled Down for a rescue, you really dare to say that. If it were that easy to get in and out of Impelled Down, then it wouldn't be so famous. Kid, while I really like your statement about being a man and a pirate, not blocking a father from saving his son, but aren't you meddling too much? I have my own plans. I'm glad you want to participate in the rescue of Ace, but it's best not to have any ulterior motives, or else I'll take you out in advance. Whitebeard's voice was deep, and his words made Little Rain furrow his brows slightly. The captains on the other side seemed to start shouting loudly. Hey, Little Rain, don't think that just because you're a legendary newcomer, you can stand on equal footing with Old Man. No matter how legendary you become, you're still just a newcomer. The two beside you are the 4 emperors of a new world. You brat, do you believe I'll directly crush you? If you think your life is too long, come find me. I'll make your death quick and painless. One after another, jeers rang out. Little Rain pursed his lips and shook his head helplessly. Stand up and clap your hands toward the penguin ship. Suddenly, several animals that looked like wild boars, but with horns on their heads and bat wings, slowly flew into the sky. Among them were a few enormous giant pythons, directly following those boars. Their eyes were fixed tightly on the red-haired pirates and the white-beard pirates. Except for the captains, everyone else, including the fighters, felt a tightness in their hearts. These animals were much stronger than those flying pigs from earlier. This is the animal army of our Little Rain pirates, and you could say they are all awakened Zoan fruit users. When the time comes, this army will join you in rescuing Ace. However, we will first take care of something, and we will appear on our own later. So we won't be with you. After Little Rain finished speaking, his body slowly floated up and landed on the deck of the penguin ship. He turned around and continued. This time, Sengoku may have already set up his plan. And although you have the strength to contend with the Navy, you must be careful of Sengoku's schemes. You have too many subordinates. They might be so discord because of past conflicts or other issues. It's best to resolve such matters before you go. Don't let your own people hurt you. At your age, if you get injured, you won't be able to fight. Be careful, my only hero in my heart. After his words, the penguin ship, along with a dozen animal troops, slowly headed into the distance. Whitebeard frowned, seemingly contemplating Little Rain's reminder. Red-haired, however, stood up and walked towards his ship. Before leaving, he asked, "Did you not accept my opinion from the beginning?" Whitebeard curled the corner of his mouth, but didn't answer. However, Red-haired seemed to understand and jumped onto his ship, heading in another direction. Marco frowned and quietly asked, "Old man, can we trust Little Rain's words?" "What is there to trust?" Whitebeard laughed, as if he thought of something. He patted his chest and said softly, "This old bone of mine still has many years to live. Although this time, it's a great battle with the Navy. If the plan is well thought out, I believe there shouldn't be any problem. However, we still need to be cautious about the schemes that kid mentioned. That old fox Sengoku might really use such tactics. Also, regarding what that kid said about entering the underwater prison, he might go himself. But we can't put all our bets on him. After all, fighting underwater, we have no confidence. Yes, I'll go down and tell them to be careful of the Navy's schemes." Marco nodded and walked towards the crew members. At this moment, Whitebeard raised his head and looked at the sky. It seemed he began to reflect on his life. There have been failures, victories, and confusion. After a long time, when all the captains had gathered, Whitebeard suddenly laughed like an old man who had come to a realization. Kula la 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 la. That kid actually said, "I am his only hero." Kula la 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 la. Should I be happy about this? Haha. Old man, don't joke. That kid is just a newcomer. Being able to talk on our ship is already giving him face. The captains all laughed, as if mocking him. But Whitebeard didn't think so. On the Terror three-masted ship, everyone was having a feast. The Ghost Princess had been directly taken away by Kuma. And after inspecting Luffy and the other strength, Kuma also left. The crowd now seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The feast was incredibly lavish and joyful. Especially with Brook's participation, Luffy was full of energy. Luffy-kun, do you really know Little Rain? Brook sat quietly beside the piano with a cup of milk tea, looking a bit surprised. Luffy lay on the piano, his head hanging down. Yes, but speaking of which, I didn't expect to meet acquaintances of Little Rain along the way. In Alabasta, Crocodile lost to the Little Rain pirates, and here, unexpectedly, the powerful warlord of the sea, the Ghost Princess's master, also seemed to have lost to Little Rain and fled. It seems that over the past year, his strength has become even stronger. Ha! I hope to see him again. So he knows we have our own ship now. Brook chuckled and shook his head. I've seen their battles. Little Rain hardly fought. It was their vice-captain, Glid, who defeated Gecko Moria, but in the end, they encountered Akainu, so they had to escape. Akainu? Who is Akainu? Is he a dog? Luffy made a funny face, looking fierce like a dog. Brook laughed and shook his head. No, Akainu is a marine admiral, a top-tier powerhouse. Marine admirals are as powerful as Akiji? Sanji, who had just walked over, frowned and asked, while Zoro beside him tightened his grip on his sword. So many opponents made him increasingly excited. At this moment, Robin also walked over Brook's side and chuckled softly. The three top marine admirals are Akiji, Akainu, and Kazuo. Do you think they are powerful? So that means Little Rain can fight against an admiral. Luffy became even more curious, with a look of fantasy. Lola shook her head, swallowed the food in her mouth, and said softly, not just that, I can't estimate Little Rain's strength right now. Because after he left here, when he landed on Sabaody Archipelago, he simultaneously blocked the attacks of Akainu, Akiji, and Carp. In the end, he even covered for his subordinates to escape. With such strength, I'm not quite sure what level he has reached. Perhaps he might be on par with the Yonko. Little Rain is that powerful. Luffy was obviously surprised. Not to mention, he had seen Akiji's strength. It was very impressive, while Carp was his grandfather, whose power left him in awe. But to think he could fight against two such powerful figures and ultimately escape, how strong must he be? Back in Windmill Village, he wouldn't have been just playing around with him, right? Moreover, his swordsmanship is very strong. Brook sighed. His shadow seemed to be obtained by Little Rain after defeating that swordsman. Swordsmanship? He can also use swordsmanship? Zoro immediately became excited and asked. Brook nodded vigorously, pointing to a huge house outside that had been cut in half. Do you see the cut of this house? That was cut by Little Rain? Zoro was obviously shocked. How powerful must the cutting ability be to make such a smooth and flat cut? Oh no. Brook awkwardly scratched his skull, somewhat embarrassed. Actually, that house was indeed cut by Little Rain. However, it wasn't when he was fighting my shadow. When he fought my shadow, he seemed to have just started using a sword not long ago, so he was always trying out his sword. The bottom half of that house was all cut when Little Rain was practicing with the sword. Idiot, isn't that the same? Are you saying your shadow is also very strong? Without my shadow, Little Rain might not have been able to cultivate such powerful swordsmanship. You idiot skeleton. Chapter 121. The unlucky Dibbaloo. The gentle sunlight caressed the surface of the sea, seagulls chirped melodiously, and a breeze swept through, creating a shimmering effect on the water that reflected the boats above. In the waters near the Sabaody Archipelago, the penguin was sailing slowly. Xiaoyu patted the black cat sleeping on his lap and whispered, I wonder if that sea base is still there. We haven't been back for 4 months. Who knows? But that kid Dibbaloo should be hiding there, right? After all, this bounty poster looks just like that kid Dibbaloo. When Grid said this, he nearly burst out laughing. He never expected something like this to happen. It was fine to just be a local thug. But the wanted poster for Sanji looked too much like Dibbaloo. It was like they were cast from the same mold. On the lookout, a voice came through the loudspeaker. 300 meters ahead, we've found a sea base. I wonder if it's the one that Kid Dibbaloo built. It must be that base. Let's head over there right away. Xiaoyu grinned, feeling a bit excited. After all, Dibbaloo was the first test subject of their group. Now, with the Navy hunting him down, it was unclear whether he had truly grown stronger. That super beast fruit combined the abilities of many powerful animals. Moreover, it could increase strength by several times. Just this alone could make Dibbaloo a formidable fighter. If he could be a bit faster, he might even have the strength to be a small boss. With great expectations, the penguin slowly sailed towards the sea base. As the boat approached the base, several flying fish suddenly leaped out of the water, just as they were about to attack the penguin. One of the giant sea snakes on board shot its head out and bit off the head of a flying fish in one gulp. The knight on the flying fish was so startled that he nearly wet his pants and fell directly into the sea. The other flying fish knights quickly flew towards the base, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yu chuckled and stood up slowly. Looking at the sea base in front of him, he shouted, "Dibaloo, you little brat, why don't you come out here?" Just as his voice fell, knocking sounds echoed, like a tractor moving slowly and rhythmically. Dibaloo was sitting on a big cow, trying to curry favor with Xiao Yu at the bow of the ship. "Xiao Yu, how did you know we would be here?" "Hee, those guys earlier didn't know about the Xiao Yu pirates. If we offended you, please forgive us." "I'm sorry." At the end, seeing Xiao Yu's cold expression, Dibaloo banged his head on the cow's back, seemingly unable to bear the pressure Xiao Yu was giving him. "Hurry up and take us inside, you idiot." Grid crossed his arms and stood behind Xiao Yu. The moment he saw Dibaloo's face, he wanted to laugh. After taking a deep breath to suppress his amusement, he ordered, "Take us in." Once inside the sea base and listening to Dibaloo's experiences over the past few months, even someone as optimistic as Xiao Yu felt that this guy was utterly unfortunate, let alone being mistaken for Sanji. After several battles with the Navy, he had become stronger, while the Navy's forces sent after him had clearly become stronger too. Just last month, they even sent a rear admiral to hunt him down. If it weren't for his desperate fighting and good mobility at sea, he might have been dead by now. Xiao Yu sighed and looked at the tearful Dibaloo, asking somewhat frustratedly, "Since your hairstyle is the same as the one on the wanted poster, why don't you change it? For example, cut your hair or alter some features on your face. That way, you might not be recognized." "All right, why didn't I think of that?" Dibaloo seemed to suddenly understand, pounding his fist on his palm and exclaiming loudly, "Ah, Xiao Yu, is this guy an idiot?" Cavendish couldn't help but ask, slightly twitching his mouth in confusion. "But I still want to take revenge on the Straw Hat crew. This hatred can't just vanish," Dibaloo said resentfully, seemingly serious about wanting to take action. Smack! Originally feeling some sympathy, Grid suddenly slapped Dibaloo on the forehead, his eyes wide open as he said in a low voice, "The captain of the Straw Hat crew, Luffy, is our good friend. If you dare to take action against them, I will take you out myself. Don't think that just because you've eaten the fruit we gave you, you're that strong. In my eyes, you're still just a local thug." Dibaloo was left dumbfounded, a strange look in his eyes mixed with helplessness. Finally, he sighed and shook his head, as if giving up. Xiao Yu chuckled and patted Dibaloo's shoulder, asking, "Do you really want revenge that badly? To be honest, I might really be able to help you get your revenge." "Huh? Xiao Yu, have you been too idle lately and got a bit crazy?" Grid frowned, seemingly puzzled by Xiao Yu's suggestion. Xiao Yu laughed. With Dibaloo's current strength, he might be able to handle some mid-level officers, but taking on general-level officers would be tough. Plus, he would need to fight desperately and rely on his subordinates' help to escape. But I don't think that kind of strength can defeat Luffy and the others. Grid seemed to become interested, nodding and stroking his chin in thought. Cavendish coldly snorted and patted Dibaloo's shoulder forcefully. "I'm counting on you to help me kill the Straw Hat crew. Otherwise, I will be very angry." Cavendish, Anna, and Chimbing looked at each other, clearly surprised by this guy. Cavendish snorted coldly, suddenly pulling out a rose and gently brushing it against his cheek, whispering, "Anyone with a higher bounty than me can only be on our ship. I will eliminate all other pirate crews. This is crucial for my future popularity. I can't be careless." Xiao Yu felt a bit awkward at this moment, shrugging and smiling. "I will leave this place soon and then go to Amazon Lily." Before he could finish, Anna yanked Xiao Yu's ear and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Bastard, are you still thinking about Hancock? You scoundrel." Xiao Yu felt helpless and somewhat embarrassed. He twitched his eye and sighed, "Sister, I'm just going to arrange some matters. This is about our new member, Enel's direction. So, I have to go alone. Even if I bring you along, it wouldn't help at all." "Really?" Anna still looked doubtful, her expression showing disbelief. Hancock's threat to her was simply too significant. One could say that in terms of body shape, even if she had eaten a devil fruit, she could not compare to Hancock. In terms of height, others were even taller than Xiao Yu. In terms of strength, she was a warlord, and in terms of influence, she was an empress. Now, the only thing she could rely on to hold her ground was her medical skills and the fact that she had long been a crew member of Xiao Yu's pirate crew. With a wry smile, Xiao Yu once again said, "You all wait here for me. I will take the Black Cat to Amazon Lily and then let Hancock join this battle. After dealing with the Navy's ship, we will directly enter the underwater prison. After that, I will rescue Enel and then meet up with you before we're going to fight that battle." "Is that battle really going to happen?" Grid looked a bit uncertain, his fingers clicking nervously. If this war really happens, how many experts will appear? At that time, I must fight to my heart's content. It will. Whitebeard will definitely go to war against the Navy and the 7 warlords. Moreover, by then, the entire New World might be divided into new territories and powers. Xiao Yu said confidently, her eyes filled with determination. At the very least, this time I will prove whether I have the qualifications to be the Pirate King. Xiao Yu thought to herself, filled with a sense of invincibility. Meanwhile, on Sabedi Archipelago, Don Quixote Doflamingo frowned as he glanced at the latest newspaper. When he saw the bounty amount for the Straw Hat crew, he was momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to process it. Unexpectedly, a new pirate crew had emerged. And it seems they are also a lawless group. Doflamingo said coldly, his voice flat. Beside him, Baby 5 turned her head, a bit shyly saying, "Young master, I need to go out for a bit. No, if you go out and interact with that salesperson again, I will kill him." Doflamingo's voice was icy, indicating that he would definitely do such a thing. Moreover, it was not the first time he had done this. Baby 5 was furious, but she had no way to deal with Doflamingo. Although her hands had transformed into weapons, when she tried to strike Doflamingo, he effortlessly dodged her attack while reading the newspaper. It could be said that such an attack was nothing to Doflamingo. Of course, Baby 5 did not truly exert her full strength. Now is the most dangerous time. The Navy is starting to assemble, and I will participate in that battle. So you all must guard the home. Moreover, I do not want something like Dressrosa to happen again. Doflamingo's expression turned cold as he said this. The Don Quixote family had already lost 2 high-ranking members at the hands of Xiao Yu. Furthermore, he could not afford such losses. Whitebeard will definitely attack the Navy headquarters, and if we lose, the situation in the New World will undergo another change. Moreover, Xiao Yu has offended Kaido. Entering the New World will definitely not be easy. At that time, it will be my opportunity. With this thought, Doflamingo silently smiled. He must seize this opportunity. Chapter 122, Dibaru versus. The Straw Hat crew. The sky was clear, and the sea breeze gently blew. On the surface of the sea, the Thousand Sunny was slowly heading in one direction. At that moment, several flying fish flashed through the sky. When Luffy tilted his head to look up, the flying fish quickly turned back. At the same time, not far away on the sea, a tall knight riding a giant bull appeared. "Boss, we found a Straw Hat crew, and there's a mermaid on board." The flying fish knight shouted down to the giant bull knight, making it very clear to Luffy and the others. "Ah, this is the flying fish knights." The mermaid seemed a bit flustered, pointing at the flying fish in the sky and those on the sea nearby. Just then, Dibaru officially made his entrance. His drawn-on face looked extremely angry, and all his hair was slicked back, giving him a slick-back look. Behind the giant bull was a small sailboat. On the sailboat, tied up tightly, was Little 8. Since the day Xiao Yu left, Dibaru had started his actions. He directly captured Little 8 and, upon learning that a mermaid was on the Straw Hat crew's ship, rushed over immediately. The moment Dibaru appeared, Sanji was dumbfounded. Zoro couldn't contain his laughter and burst out laughing. Luffy laughed heartily, patting his belly as he said, "Sanji, could this be your brother?" "Ha ha, he looks exactly like the wanted poster. Aside from the hairstyle, he really looks identical." Chopper poked his head out and nodded seriously. Sanji couldn't take it anymore. Feeling as if he was on fire, he fell silent. His fists were clenched tight, and his legs began to tremble. "Oomph. The black-leg Sanji of the Straw Hat crew, I finally found you." Dibaru snorted coldly, pulling out a huge crossbow aimed directly at Sanji. "What a joke. This wanted poster has made me furious, and I couldn't find a way to vent my frustration. I never thought there would really be someone like you in this world. It's simply my disgrace." Sanji's previously trembling legs suddenly sprang up high, as if they were injected with adrenaline. Before Dibaru could react, Sanji jumped onto his bull's back. With a swift movement, he delivered a flying kick toward Dibaru's head. Bang! With a light sound, Dibaru stood up, one hand grabbing Sanji. His mouth curled in coldness. "You bastard! If it weren't for you, how could I have been captured by the Navy? If it weren't for you, I could have been living a good life back in the countryside." Wah! At the end of his sentence, Dibaru burst into tears. He couldn't stop. Even Sanji twitched his mouth, seemingly unable to react in time. "Now that you are in my hands, then, I want to let you off easily." After a cold snort, Dibaru began to transform. A lion's head, a tiger's body, and limbs like a rhinoceros. On his head, he sported a huge black horn that looked hard as rock. This transformation left Sanji dumbfounded. Luffy was taken aback, while Zoro frowned. Is this a Zoan-type devil fruit? But what animal is it? Huh? Luffy and the others all tilted their heads, a huge question mark floating above them. It seemed they couldn't understand. At this moment, Sanji tried to pull his leg away, but found that Dibaru's rhinoceros-like arm had hooked onto him like an iron hook. No matter how much strength he used, he couldn't pull out. Moreover, Dibaru's other hand had also transformed into a hoof, raised high. The next moment, it might come crashing down. Sanji's curly eyebrows furrowed as he kicked up his other leg toward Dibaru's face. However, Dibaru seemed to be even faster. His other hand transformed into a real rhinoceros foot, directly blocking all of Sanji's kicks. Moreover, in this muffled sound, Sanji felt his foot tingling a bit. I'm not the same as before. You bastard. Just watch how I kill you. Dibaru recalled all the times he had to evade the Navy and finally got serious. Just as he was about to throw Sanji into the sea, Usopp's powerful fire star shot directly toward Dibaru's back. Reluctantly, Dibaru flung Sanji away and jumped high. At that moment, Luffy reached out, stretching his arms to grab Sanji and pull him back onto the ship. The other flying fish knights all yelled out. In their hearts, aside from the Xiaoyu pirate crew's level, their boss was definitely the strongest. You gotta be kidding. Are you really going to go easy on your brother? Zoro, although he often argued with Sanji, still recognized Sanji's strength. However, at this moment, he suddenly found that Sanji seemed to be completely outmatched. In that moment just now, Dibalu even had the upper hand. Such a thing clearly made Zoro think that Sanji was holding back. Damn seaweed head, you're the real brother. However, Sanji frowned and focused his gaze on Dibalu. This guy has immense strength and incredible speed, especially those hands, as hard as steel. What kind of ability is this? Please, someone save Chopper. The mermaid and the starfish looked very anxious, but seeing Dibalu's appearance felt terrifying. They didn't even dare to look over there. Chopper? That guy. Could it be? Nami hesitated for a moment and asked curiously. Yes, it must be him. Zoro nodded vigorously, speaking very seriously. Almost everyone looked towards Nami. Clearly, the one making the decision now was not Luffy, but Nami. Dibalu snorted coldly, not giving Luffy and the others any choice to decide. After jumping high, he landed directly on the deck of the Thousand Sunny. His already tall figure, combined with the weight after transforming with the Zoan-type devil fruit, made the entire ship shake. Regardless of whether save him or not, we should deal with this guy first. Just seeing him makes me furious. Sanji twisted his neck and said angrily. Luffy also stood up, shaking his arms as if preparing for a big fight. As for Zoro, he had already positioned all 3 swords, ready for battle at any moment. Do you think I'm afraid just because there are more of you? Dibalu snorted and instantly kicked horizontally towards Sanji. Clearly, he had set his sights on Sanji now. As for the others, they seemed to be of no concern to him. Sanji also exerted all his strength, lightly tapping the ground with his toes, instantly leaping high into the air faster than Dibalu. He struck Dibalu's ankle in an instant and then turned in midair, hitting Dibalu's back and kicking towards Zoro. Dibalu reacted, but there was no place to gain leverage in midair. He braced himself and charged towards Zoro with the rhino horn on his head. Zoro smirked, his eyes slightly closing. When he opened them again, Dibalu even saw a ghostly aura wrapping around him. In an instant, his body flashed past Zoro. The next moment, Dibalu suddenly felt a pain on his head. It seemed like something was missing. That half-rhino horn, as hard as steel, fell onto the deck. Stretchable. Rubber rocket. Luffy instantly hit Dibalu's chest, hitting back towards Sanji again. At this moment, Sanji seemed to have also prepared his Diable Jam. He kicked repeatedly at Dibalu's head and cheek, as if he could make a dish out of it. At this time, the flying fish riders seemed to have reacted too. One by one, they rushed into the sky and once again crashed down onto the deck. Clearly, they wanted to save their captain by going down with him. How can I let you succeed? Brook chuckled and jumped onto the sea. Just as Frankie and Chopper were shocked, they saw Brook actually running on the surface of the water. Moreover, that cane sword was dancing continuously. After leaping high, he landed on the deck with a somersault. The sword closed, and the next moment, 6 flying fish fell down. Oh, Brook is amazing. Chopper clapped his hands, looking very excited. It seems that if I, Captain Usopp, don't show my skills, Dr. Chopper won't applaud for me. Usopp grinned and shot his special explosive bullets, hitting 2 flying fish. Instantly, the flying fish riders fell down. Meanwhile, Chopper swayed his body. Idiot, jerk, even if you praise me, I won't be happy. You better not come looking for us again. After kicking Dibalu away, Sanji, with Nami's consent, steered the ship away, saving Chopper and heading in another direction. Meanwhile, Dibalu, who had just been rescued by his subordinates, was filled with anger. Just as he was about to explode, those subordinates took out a mirror, blocking it in front of him with shocked expressions. Who is this? Dibalu's eyes widened, as if he was startled. Boss, that's you. All the flying fish riders were also a bit shocked, but they shouted in unison. What? Chapter 123, Practicing. Hi, young Master Sanji, Captain Straw Hat. Hi, beautiful lady. Dibalu rushed up, and upon seeing Nami wiping her mouth, he seemed unable to accept it and turned completely red. His invincible personality almost made the Straw Hat crew want to beat him up again. By the way, what kind of ability do you have? Why have I never seen such an ability? Sanji was puzzled, as he had seen the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. After all, such a fruit wasn't even recorded in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Dibalu laughed and explained, I don't know about that. This is the fruit that young Master Xiaoyu gave me. I don't know what ability it has. However, young Master Xiaoyu said it's a combination of a rhino, a lion, a tiger, and a cheetah. You could say it's the combined power of those 4 animals. What it's called, how would I know? What? You know Xiaoyu? Usopp was shocked again. Who exactly is this Xiaoyu? It seems like he could be encountered anywhere. Yes, right now. Young Master Grid and the others are still in my old nest. Speaking of which, young Master Xiaoyu just left yesterday. It seems he went to do something, Dibalu said with confusion. After all, he knew how powerful Xiaoyu was. But what could be so important that Xiaoyu had to handle it himself? Grid and the others are in this sea area too? Aren't they in the New World? How do they end up in this sea area? Several question marks appeared on Luffy's forehead as he asked multiple questions. Dibalu shook his head, clearly not very clear either. Then let us go find them. Haha. Speaking of which, it's been almost a year since we last saw them. Luffy laughed happily, as if he had stumbled upon something fun. The others nodded, seemingly wanting to see what kind of people such a powerful pirate crew consisted of. While everyone was in thought, a large ship was sailing towards Luffy and the others from afar. Riding the waves, it was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the side of the Thousand Sunny. This ship looked like it was a size larger than the Thousand Sunny, but wasn't as huge as a Yonko-level ship. At the ship's edge, Grid looked down at Luffy with a friendly smile. Long time no see. Grid, Chinjo, Gyoza, Anna, Lilina, Muse, Axe. Who are these people, right? Axe seems a bit different. Luffy greeted one by one, while Dibalu simply stepped aside, leaning against the penguin ship like a bodyguard. Who is this? His handsomeness is almost on par with mine. Chinjo was momentarily stunned, then pointed at Dibalu on the giant ox. The crew on the penguin ship revealed doubtful expressions. Looking at Dibalu, it seemed that if the answer was not satisfactory, they would attack at any moment. Dibalu began to sweat on his forehead, wiping it while helplessly saying this. It's because Master Sanji helped me with my plastic surgery. That's why I look like this now. Kiambingwei and the others were momentarily stunned, then looked towards the Straw Hat crew, seemingly searching for Sanji. At that moment, Sanji really felt like he could die, because the pirates on the penguin ship, after looking around his own ship, actually asked which one was Sanji. They completely ignored his own face. Gride, these people should be the Straw Hat crew, right? Cavendish asked in a low voice, his eyes cold. That kind of chill seemed like it could erupt at any moment. Gride nodded, chuckling softly. Luffy, you guys need to be careful. This guy might really attack you. As soon as he finished speaking, Cavendish disappeared in a shave. At that moment, even Zoro and Sanji were taken aback, thinking to themselves, what incredible speed. The next moment, Cavendish had already appeared behind Luffy. Durandal was drawn in an instant, glinting coldly as it swung towards Luffy's neck. Bang! A crisp sound rang out, and Zoro was also very quick. After Luffy jumped up to dodge, 2 swords directly blocked Cavendish's sword. Hey, aren't you guys companions of Gride? Why are you attacking me? Luffy was a bit angry. They had just been having a good conversation, and he even wanted to invite them onto his ship. Yet this guy suddenly pulled this stunt. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, he would have really been hit. Luffy, I can't control this guy. Besides, Little Rain isn't here right now. However, you can teach this guy a lesson. At least don't let him get too cocky. Otherwise, he won't even listen to my orders as the first mate. Gride said with great interest, sitting down on a chair with a drink while staring at Luffy. Clearly, he also wanted to see the strength of Luffy and the others. Cavendish indeed had talent, but in such a short time, he didn't have the kind of strength to rival the first swordsman. However, the strength of his second personality was still quite powerful. At the very least, if Cavendish used his second personality, even Gride would have to take it seriously. And now, Luffy's strength had piqued Gride's interest. Back in Windmill Village, Luffy had shown great combat talent. He even awakened Conqueror's Haki and the very minimal armament Haki trained by Little Rain. It was unknown if the current Luffy could use armament Haki to the same extent as himself. After hearing Gride's words, Luffy seemed to become serious as well. Clenching his fist, he lightly tapped the deck and shouted, "Gear." Second, as soon as the words fell, he instantly vanished. Meanwhile, Cavendish directly slashed past Zoro with his sword, once again chasing after Luffy. It seemed like he could see Luffy's figure. Durandal, glinting coldly, moved as his wrist flicked, stabbing towards Luffy's chest. At that moment, Zoro also caught up. The two swords directly blocked the long sword, shouting, "As a swordsman, you must first get past me." Gride on the Penguin ship furrowed his brows, not expecting that there would be such a powerful swordsman next to Luffy. Although Cavendish wasn't using his full strength right now, being able to keep up with Cavendish's speed, combined with that swordsmanship, clearly wouldn't be lacking. Moreover, this swordsman looked very young. In the blink of an eye, Cavendish's longsword was already pressuring Zoro. While stabbing out with his longsword, he proudly said, "I haven't even used my full strength yet." This swordsman, it's not just about having more swords to win. By the way, two beautiful ladies, are you so surprised because of my handsomeness? Robin was okay. But Nami couldn't stand Cavendish's narcissistic attitude any longer. He was completely at the same level of narcissism as Dibalu. It was already a pathological level of narcissism. Usopp furrowed his brows and took out his slingshot, seemingly wanting to help, saying to Chopper, "Don't worry, Chopper. I'm Captain Usopp who defeated Moonlight Moria's subordinate. How could I let such a villain run rampant on our ship?" Luffy grabbed Usopp and shook his head, seriously saying, "This is a duel between swordsmen. We can't interfere." Gride on the Penguin ship watched with great interest. However, Mew seemed to feel a bit itchy. Recently, he had been practicing his fruit abilities, coupled with the 6 styles. He definitely had the strength to fight. Thinking of this, he stepped forward. "I also want to try my strength." "Then go ahead," Gride said with a faint smile, speaking softly. The next moment, Muse roared to the sky and transformed into a giant gorilla. After flapping his bat wings, he instantly vanished. His fist, like a sandbag, came directly towards Luffy. "Luffy, let me see how much you've grown." Muse shouted loudly, but his movements didn't slow down. Luffy immediately entered his second gear battle state, grinning before vanishing again. Once more, the two met in midair with a punch. Boom! With a muffled sound, Luffy crashed onto the deck, while Muse was sent flying into the sky. Spreading his wings, he paused midair and charged towards Luffy again. Wow, so strong. Just one person out here is so powerful. If their first mate and captain make a move, wouldn't they wipe us out? Usopp said, trembling in his hands and feet, feeling a bit pessimistic. They were the legendary newcomers. Their captain could even contend with admirals, so of course they were powerful. Robin smiled and nodded, completely agreeing with the strength of Little Rain's pirate crew. Gride took a sip of red wine, feeling a bit helpless. Although Luffy seemed to be overpowering Muse, it was clear that there was no way to resolve this in a short time. Moreover, with Muse's current strength, he was at least to the supernova level, and he hadn't even used his ultimate moves yet. Meanwhile, Cavendish had been pressuring Zoro for quite a while, but this 3-sword style swordsman was indeed difficult to deal with. His battle comprehension was extremely strong, as if he could crack Cavendish's moves at any moment. Shaking his head as a first mate, it was time to stop this fight. With that thought, Gride instantly vanished. Bam! After a few crisp sounds, he directly blocked Cavendish and Zoro's longsword with his carbonized arm. At the same time, he used another shave to block Muse and Luffy's fist. He landed on the deck of the Thousand Sunny. Alright, the test has been completed. Cavendish, if you really kill them here, Little Rain might go crazy. As for Muse, you should be about ready to test your strength level too, right? Ha ha! Gride, let's hold a banquet. Luffy laughed heartily, causing everyone on the Penguin ship to be speechless at his personality. Meanwhile, Sanji was staring at Anna and Emma, his eyes sparkling with hearts, shouting, "To meet such beautiful ladies, of course we have to hold a banquet. I'm going to prepare right now." Did I just not see correctly? This Gride actually blocked Zoro's slash in an instant, and he effortlessly blocked Luffy's punch. Usopp blinked, looking a bit stunned. We should be more careful. Otherwise, we might get silenced by these guys. At this moment, Chopper spoke very cautiously, as if he were afraid that Glid and the others would hear him. Chapter 124. Searching for the 9 snake pirates. In a cloudless sky, a streak of light flashed by, as if it had suddenly cut through the entire sky. The speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had disappeared without a trace. The location was a windless zone, and on the surface of the sea, the light directly descended. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a sphere with a diameter of about 5 meters. Inside, there was a cabin-like room. Little Rain opened the glass cover, twisted his neck, and made a cracking sound. He muttered to himself, "In half a day, we should be able to reach Nine Snake Island." I didn't expect that this flying machine, made by Sunbei, would be quite comfortable. While saying this, he directly went to relieve himself. After Little Rain finished pulling up his pants, his ears twitched, and the next moment, a Sea King-class creature suddenly broke through the surface of the sea, its mouth wide open, charging towards Little Rain. Frowning, and somewhat helpless, Little Rain summoned the thousand-bird sharp gun in his hand. He directly swung it, and the enormous head of the Sea King-class creature crashed onto the surface of the sea. In the blink of an eye, a black figure flashed out from the cabin, directly pouncing onto the head of the Sea King-class creature, its claws moving, and a large piece of meat appeared. It looked like just a small black cat, about 10 centimeters in size. However, this one strike's power was enough to scare even ordinary pirates into fleeing. "Want to eat Sea King meat again? But I don't want to cook right now." Little Rain shrugged and said helplessly. The black cat heard Little Rain's words and, like a spoiled child, jumped into Little Rain's arms, desperately nudging with its head, seemingly unwilling to give up. Little Rain chuckled, patted the black cat's head, and, just as he was about to say something, his eyes glanced into the distance. At the same time, he relaxed his eyebrows and said with a low laugh, "I didn't expect to run into the Nine Snake pirate ship here. This is great. You can eat good food now." As Little Rain's voice fell, he pressed a button on the flying machine, and it flew up again. Meanwhile, the black cat quickly grabbed the piece of meat and flew towards the flying machine. When the flying machine truly shot out, both the black cat and Little Rain were seated properly. In less than 2 minutes, the flying machine came to a stop, the glass cover opened, and looking at the pirates below who were on high alert, Little Rain waved his hand. "Hancock, Sir Little Rain, are you here to find me? I'm so happy." Hancock nearly fainted upon seeing Little Rain. The two sisters beside her immediately helped support Hancock, and Little Rain's flying machine slowly descended. After jumping out of the cabin, he tossed a piece of Sea King meat to a female pirate nearby. "Please help me grill this for my pet." The female pirate took the order, and Little Rain looked back at Hancock again. "Have you received a summons from the 7 warlords recently? Right? It seems to be regarding the Whitebeard pirates." This. Are you worried about my safety, Sir Little Rain?" Hancock's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, nodding her fingers. A large bead of sweat appeared on Little Rain's forehead. This woman, could she really take this as love or marriage? "A few days ago, I received a notice from the island, indeed." Long Dan answered Little Rain's question in a low voice. At this moment, Little Rain nodded, furrowing his brow and said, "I hope you can agree. Moreover, I also hope to enter the underwater prison. I have a crew member who is imprisoned there. I need to rescue him, but entering the underwater prison is quite troublesome. I can only have you take me in. Then, I will find a way to get out. Any request from Sir Little Rain, I will agree to." Hancock bit her finger, initially appearing coy, but immediately, she transformed into a queenly demeanor. Little Rain smiled and nodded, whispering, "Thank you, Hancock. I'm so happy right now." Hancock's cheeks flushed, speaking with a hint of infatuation like a young girl. On Sabidi Archipelago, Luffy and the others were all sitting in Aunt Shia's tavern. While rummaging through the fridge for food, Luffy asked, "Aunt Shia, when I jumped on those bubbles, I noticed that Sabidi Archipelago seemed to be missing a piece. Also, many of the nearby buildings seem to be under reconstruction. What's going on?" "Oh, don't you guys know? That was caused by the battle between the Little Rain pirates, 2 admirals, and Carp." At that time, I was also shocked. Aunt Shia took a deep puff of her cigarette, reminiscing about the scene, and it was indeed a bit frightening. Aunt Shia was also shocked. "How could that be? Is the Little Rain pirates really that powerful? I just ran into them," Little 8 said with some surprise, not quite believing it. Meanwhile, Aunt Shia smiled lightly, shaking her head. "You weren't there at the time. You should know that the entire ground seemed to have lost gravity and was sucked into the sky, suspended like a moon with a diameter of over 100 meters, and it could crash down at any moment. Such power still gives me nightmares." Little Rain is indeed strong. He was able to withstand the combined attack of Akainu, Akiji, and Carp, and ultimately allowed his crew to escape. Such strength can be considered legendary. The entire ground was overturned, and it suspended a sphere over 100 meters in diameter like the moon in the sky. Is that even human? Usopp shivered, not expecting the pirate crew he just met to be such a powerful existence. Thinking about it now, he felt scared. Aunt Shia laughed. Luffy, you are currently only the second among the supernovas, but Little Rain was already called the Rookie King before even landing. However, Little Rain's bounty alone is as high as 540 million berries. Most rookies, even if you add up the bounties of the entire crew, might not reach his amount. Moreover, he managed to escape from Carp before even entering the Grand Line. Do you think such a person is not impressive? However, I am more optimistic about you, Luffy. Supernovas, what is that? Chopper asked curiously while eating cotton candy. Aunt Shia smiled lightly, pointing at Luffy. You guys have only traversed one of the routes. The Grand Line has more than just this one. And this generation of yours is called the worst generation. However, compared to Little Rain, it's still not crazy enough. When he was a rookie like you, he had already killed quite a few celestial dragons. These celestial dragons are the world nobles. Once attacked, they will send Navy admirals to hunt you down. But Little Rain held off the firepower of 2 admirals and then let his crew attack Mary Geos. Ha! I heard that at that time. The Wisdom family was almost exterminated, right? So strong? Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he hadn't experienced the battle at that time, just hearing about it felt very interesting. Aunt Shia nodded, shaking off the ash from her cigarette. Yes, very strong. Nowadays, some pirates don't dare to go where Little Rain is, or they simply run away. Because every time Little Rain does something, it crazily implicates others. The last attack on Mary Geos led to many pirates being captured by the Admiral on this island. Some even died due to the aftermath of the battle between Little Rain and the Admirals. Speaking of which, we really have bad luck. Yesterday, we actually had a banquet with such a powerful pirate crew. Usopp was clearly trembling all over, with a look of fear on his face. I heard you guys talking just now. Luffy, do you know Xiao Yu and the others? And Xiao was also curious. This kid seems to have been saying he is very familiar with Xiao Yu since just now. Luffy nodded, swallowing his food vigorously while whispering. At that time, I hadn't gone out to sea yet. Xiao Yu and their crew were hiding in my hometown because they were being chased by my grandpa. Then, we became good friends, and they helped me awaken my haki. But I don't know how to use it very well. Luffy, you can use haki? And Xiao was surprised. It's obvious that someone as strong as Xiao Yu would have haki. But for a newcomer like Luffy, even though his bounty is shockingly high, it's surprising that he learned haki from Xiao Yu before going out to sea. Luffy nodded, then scratched the back of his head. I'm better at using Conqueror's haki, but I can't control the range very well. As for armament haki and observation haki, I know a little, but I'm not very good at it. You have Conqueror's haki? Aunt Xia was once again astonished, as Conqueror's haki is a rare talent among millions. To have such a person awaken it at this age is astonishing. Luffy appeared quite casual, nodded, and then asked, is there something wrong? Xiao Yu and Gyuredo also have Conqueror's haki, and theirs is much stronger than mine. Show it to me. Aunt Xia blinked, seemingly wanting to confirm. Luffy nodded, and the next moment, a kingly aura caused a pressure to fill the entire tavern. Chopper and Usopp were sweating profusely, wanting to escape the place immediately. After Luffy withdrew it, the next moment, armament haki appeared on his fist. However, it didn't look very powerful. Perhaps it could barely be considered basic. As for observation haki, after Brook stabbed at Luffy from behind, Luffy dodged decisively, as if he had eyes on the back of his head. He did a flip and jumped onto the bar. This is my 3-color haki, but unfortunately, Xiao Yu left in a hurry at that time. Also, I learned it late. It's been almost a year, and I didn't expect it to only be at this level. I feel a bit embarrassed about it. That is already impressive. Aunt Xia shook her head and smiled. In her heart, she thought, such a newcomer is indeed rare. I didn't expect him to have 3-color haki. In the future New World, he will definitely have a place. Is it impressive? Ha ha. Luffy scratched the back of his head, looking a bit shy. Chapter 125, Various Deployments at the Navy Headquarters, in Sengoku's office. After seriously studying tactics and strength, Sengoku walked towards the conference room. As soon as he entered the conference room, he immediately frowned. Doflamingo was using the string fruit to make 2 officers fight each other. And it seemed like something might go wrong at any moment. With a cold snort, Sengoku spoke sarcastically. Did you get defeated by Xiao Yu and come here to show off? Or are you scared by Xiao Yu and come here to be a spy? Doflamingo immediately dropped his facade, veins bulging on his forehead, and after a cold snort, he said in a low voice, what do you want with me now? I already received news a few days ago about that matter. You're not here to discuss some plan with us, are you? After all, you never trust me, so how could you come to us for a plan? Sengoku snorted coldly and directly sat in the main seat. He glanced at Doflamingo, then at several other seated vice admirals and Bartholomew Kuma. Tapping his fingers lightly on the table, he said in a low voice, this time, The Xiaoyu pirate crew might participate too. So, Doflamingo Moria and Kuma will be responsible for keeping an eye on the movements of the Xiaoyu pirate crew. Gecko Moria? Is that guy still alive? Doflamingo's voice was a bit cold, clearly surprised to hear he would be fighting Xiaoyu. He clenched his fists tightly. Sengoku shot a glance at Doflamingo and said coldly, "You don't need to know about such things. Just understand that Xiaoyu is very likely to appear, and the three of you will be responsible for dealing with Xiaoyu. As for other matters, there's no need to tell you." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to dismiss Doflamingo when faint footsteps came from another corridor in the conference room. When Mihawk appeared, even Doflamingo was taken aback. He didn't expect the most unlikely person to show up at this time. The man standing at the top of the world has appeared. Of course I will come. I also want to see just how far apart we are. Mihawk sat down directly and said. Sengoku was somewhat puzzled at this time. Besides Jinbei, who was locked up in the underwater prison, and Hancock, who had not yet been notified, he didn't expect that all the Shichibukai who could come had arrived. Now, all of you Shichibukai can go rest. I need to arrange our Navy's internal deployment. Shao Kong, has that bastard carp arrived yet? Sengoku was still cold towards these Shichibukai. Even if they came to help fight, he wouldn't show them a good face. Doflamingo snorted and turned to walk out of the conference room. However, what he was most concerned about was still Moria. That guy was also defeated by Xiaoyu. But in Doflamingo's mind, Moria was never at his level. However, this time he could definitely be used well. Mihawk, on the other hand, left with a cold expression, looking out the window with a sharp gaze. It seemed he wanted to penetrate space and see Whitebeard. At the resting place assigned to the Shichibukai by the Navy headquarters, Blackbeard was currently eating his favorite cherry pie. Luffy shook his wine glass and asked in a low voice, "Captain, I heard that Xiaoyu will also be coming this time. Should we take action?" Bog has stopped eating his meat, clenching his fists tightly. Clearly, he seemed eager to make a move, his eyes fixed on Blackbeard with an excited expression. After stuffing the whole cherry pie in his mouth, Blackbeard casually chewed and laughed loudly. Xiaoyu is not our target right now. Besides, we still need to find some strong companions. Strong companions? Where do we find those? Van Oka was clearly taken aback, momentarily unable to think of anything. The others also looked towards Blackbeard. I'm now a Shichibukai. If I want to enter the underwater prison, it shouldn't be a problem, right? And where do you say strong people are? Haha. Of course, they're at the very bottom of the underwater prison. Haha. Blackbeard laughed heartily, casually picking up another cherry pie. But the underwater prison has formidable figures like Magellan. Lafitte frowned and shook his head, seeming to be a bit skeptical about this matter. I don't know how strong Magellan is. I only know that all fruit powers are ineffective in front of me. Haha. The 6th level of this underwater prison definitely holds many powerful individuals. At that time, we can first rob a warship on this island, and once we get in there, it will be much easier to enter. Ha ha ha. And once we find those strong companions, we can implement the second step of the plan. I really like Whitebeard's abilities. Such powerful abilities deserve my Blackbeard. Moreover, this time the Navy's battle with Whitebeard is likely to result in both sides suffering losses. For us, this is the greatest opportunity. Oh, is the captain planning to take advantage of this moment to kill Whitebeard and become the new emperor? Lafitte clearly understood Blackbeard's intentions first, laughing as he spoke while swirling his red wine. Blackbeard nodded and laughed loudly. Do you think a warlord can make me feel secure? My goal is to become the true pirate king, not some warlord working for the government. For me, this is just a means to temporarily ensure my safety, and then a stepping stone to find powerful companions. Lafitte nodded in agreement with Blackbeard's approach. Bagaz raised his hands, laughing and shouting. I wonder if there will be any strong opponents this time. I will definitely defeat them. Wahahaha. How about you go defeat Whitebeard first? Poison Q sneered coldly and said lightly. At once, Bagaz was rendered speechless by those words, his mouth twitching without saying anything further. Outside Snake Princess Island, Rear Admiral Mole had been waiting for a long time, staring at the Snake Princess pirates in front of him, with a hint of vigilance in his heart. In an instant, he petrified all the soldiers. Moreover, he had to injure himself to stay awake. Such combat power is indeed as strong as the Marshal said. If he could go into battle, it would give the Navy more assurance. Thinking of this, he didn't dare to look at Hancock, quietly asking, "Are you really unwilling to participate in this battle? You should know that if you do this, you might lose your position as a warlord. Moreover, the country that has survived as pirates will also be attacked and destroyed by our Navy because of you." Hancock's fingers rested on her lips, and that disdainful look made Mole very angry. But there was nothing he could do. After all, the other party was stronger than him. With a light laugh, Hancock said, I just said I would consider it. I haven't refused you yet. Besides, as soon as I heard about the Navy summons, didn't I rush back ahead of time? The cargo of your ship can be considered compensation for us, Snake Princess. He. Well then, goodbye. Hancock, you better make a decision quickly. Now, time is of the essence. Moreover, our Navy still needs to deploy. We can't waste time here. Rear Admiral Mole shouted at the ship entering Snake Princess Island. In response, there was only a chorus of women's laughter. Mole slammed his hand on the ship's mast, feeling somewhat angry. These warlords really are all so self-indulgent. But such powerful combat strength is exactly what the Navy needs. Damn it, now there's less than 10 days left. If this drags on, I won't be able to report back to the Marshal. Unlike on the warship at this moment, Little Rain walked out of the cabin, smiling faintly and saying, Hancock, if you really participate in this battle, you must be careful. Oh, Little Rain, are you concerned about my safety? I can already feel your care. Hancock leaned against the mast, looking as if she were drunk. Meanwhile, Little Rain's mouth twitched slightly, expressing her speechlessness. How many women are there like this? To be honest, I'm a bit worried about you. This time, I will also participate in this battle. Moreover, Sengoku might already know. Most importantly, I'm afraid they will send you to deal with our pirate crew. Little Rain was still somewhat worried. After all, she had directly picked two from the warlords. Among them, she wasn't afraid of Moria's strength. Doflamingo's strength could also be handled by Glid. The one she was most worried about was Hancock. If both sides start fighting, who knows what might happen, especially someone with Hancock's strength. Little Rain was very afraid her crew would get hurt. I understand. I will definitely not let your crew get hurt. Hancock said this, but in her heart, she seemed to have made a firm decision. Clenching her fist, she coldly snorted, Anna, and that Emma. This time, I will definitely kill you directly. By the way, there's also that Jolena. She's a threat too. That woman always pretends to be a little girl to confuse Little Rain. Taking this opportunity, I will directly eliminate all of them. Ha. The timing is just too perfect. Little Rain, of course, didn't know Hancock's thoughts. At this moment, she was already prepared, bringing Luffy along. I'm not the main character. I don't have any protagonist halo. Moreover, if I bring Luffy into the underwater prison, I can also recruit Crocodile and Jinbe. I will rescue Enel. This battle is going to be very interesting. Thinking of this, Little Rain laughed heartily. The other members of the Snake Princess Pirates looked at Little Rain with strange expressions. Just a moment ago, everything was fine, and now suddenly he starts laughing. Is this how men are? Chapter 126. Invasion of the underwater prison in just 3 days after waiting for Luffy's arrival. Little Rain directly brought Luffy onto the amphibious flying vehicle and followed Hancock's warship. On the day of the scheduled execution, the ship entered the Justice Gate of the underwater prison. In Hancock's room, Little Rain was swirling his red wine and said, Don't worry, that kid Luffy is still in my flying vehicle. Once I get in, I will use my sand transformation technique to open a passage for him. That way, he can come in. How will you get in? Hancock was still a bit puzzled. After all, with Little Rain's size, it would be impossible to just walk in. How about hiding in my cape? That way, you won't be discovered by the Navy. Hancock seemed to have thought of something suddenly, but after saying it, her face turned completely red. Little Rain also felt a bit awkward at this moment, but seemed to think of a better idea. He directly transformed into water and whispered, How about this? I will hide in Salami's belly, and when we reach the location, I will just come out. What if Salome digests you? How about you still hide in my cape? Then you can transform into water and slip away. Hancock was still blushing, looking embarrassed. However, what she was thinking in her heart was unknown. Little Rain wrinkled his nose and finally nodded. It seemed that there really was no other way. When Hancock unbuttoned her clothes, even Little Rain's heart couldn't help but tremble. Now that I think about it, how did Luffy manage to act like nothing happened? Moreover, it seems that my appearance this time has nothing to do with Luffy. Thinking of this, Little Rain shook his head helplessly. Just then, several orderlies walked over outside the warship. Princess Hancock, we have arrived. You can come out now. Little Rain, come in quickly. Hancock directly opened her cape and whispered. Little Rain slightly nodded his head and crawled into Hancock's cape, directly hugging her waist. Suddenly, that boneless, smooth feeling transmitted to his hands, making Little Rain's heart race even faster. At this moment, Hancock's heart was obviously racing as well. Hancock stepped out of the warship, following Admiral Mole into the prison. Hannibal and Domino stood at the door, welcoming the two as they walked inside. After stopping at the door of a room, they began to prepare for a body search and put on sea stone handcuffs. Hancock instantly petrified the phone bug and Domino, while Little Rain transformed into a puddle of water, appearing right in front of Hancock. After regrouping, Little Rain patted his body, and the sea blue camouflage shirt made him look even taller. Thanks, Hancock, Little Rain said lightly, floating up to pat Hancock's shoulder. Ah, no. No need to thank me. Hancock nearly collapsed to the ground, her face flushed with 2 rosy spots. Actually, I could have entered here from the seabed. After those blue gorillas prey on the Sea Kings, there are passages into this prison. But I was afraid that Luffy would get anxious and do something outrageous. So, I had to trouble you. Still, I really appreciate it. Saying this, he directly hugged Hancock's waist. Ah, how could? I feel so honored. I feel so excited now. Is this the storm of love? Hancock collapsed to the ground, looking as if she had exhausted all her strength. Little Rain chuckled and flew up to the partition, whispering, "All right, Hancock, restore this place quickly. Otherwise, Luffy will really cause trouble." Yes. Hancock immediately restored Domino from petrification, then was put in sea stone handcuffs and slowly walked out. However, inside, she was roaring in anger. It's all that bastard Luffy's fault. I could have spent more time with Little Rain. By the way, that guy better be eaten by the Sea Kings outside. As Hancock walked out of the room with a complaining expression, Little Rain transformed into a water figure and flowed outside. Just as Hancock was about to take the elevator down, the water formed Little Rain mouthed, "Thank you." Unfortunately, Hancock interpreted it as "I love you," and instantly collapsed to the ground again. Little Rain restored his body and began floating in the sky, heading in one direction. He could already feel that his flying device was in that direction. When Little Rain reached the outer layer of the wall, the entire building seemed to tremble. Immediately, alarms rang out in the prison. With his observation, haki, and ninja sensing abilities, Little Rain felt a slight headache. He didn't expect Luffy to directly activate the attack system on the flying device. Now it was firing torpedoes and laser cannons at the prison. With a slight twitch of his mouth, he cursed, "Luffy, you're really an idiot." With that, he sped up toward the entrance where the blue gorillas were preying. At that moment, he encountered Clown Buggy and several blue gorillas behind him. Little Rain's anger flared up again. He couldn't believe he ran into another idiot. Shaking his head helplessly, a Chidori sharp spear appeared in his hand. In an instant, it extended to 5 meters, and he charged at Buggy with a flurry of movements. All the blue gorillas fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. It happened in an instant. Buggy trembled on the ground, shocked and filled with fear. "Why you? You are the legendary newcomer, Azura Little Rain." Buggy looked at Little Rain and said in a low voice. The other prisoners stared at Buggy and Little Rain, clearly stunned. How did these 2 guys end up outside? Could they be escaped prisoners? Little Rain frowned, and his conqueror's haki immediately radiated out. The prisoners all collapsed to the ground, fainting in an instant. At this moment, although Buggy felt even more terrified, he did not faint immediately. Little Rain smirked and said, "If you want to live, follow me right now." With that, he sped up toward the direction of the flying device. Buggy thought quickly and realized that following Little Rain might give him a better chance of escaping. Instantly, he headed in Little Rain's direction. However, when Buggy stopped following Little Rain, he started to regret it. In front of them stood a dozen blue gorillas, along with dozens of soldiers. On top of a small pool resembling a lake, a spherical object floated. Inside the glass cover, there seemed to be a human figure. Little Rain slowly walked into the encirclement of the blue gorillas and soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. The soldiers fired their guns at him, but the bullets passed through Little Rain's body. The next moment, all the blue gorillas and soldiers were sucked into Little Rain's hands. Instantly, the Chidori sharp spear shot out again, stringing them together like candied hawthorn. Then, Little Rain walked next to the spherical object, opened the flying device, and pulled Luffy out. "You idiot, couldn't you wait a moment? Of all times to cause such a commotion. If we can't rescue Ace and Inaru, it's all your fault." "Ah, this. I was going to use the phone bug, but I pressed the wrong button. So, sorry." Luffy became nervous, shaking his arms repeatedly. Buggy, who had originally collapsed on the ground, stood up and pointed at Luffy, shouting, "Straw Hat Kid, how did you end up here?" "Huh? Who is this guy?" Luffy tilted his head, asking curiously. Little Rain's mouth twitched, and he suddenly turned around. "What? You still want to fight me in front of me?" Sorry, I didn't mean to." In an instant, Buggy surrendered. However, his gaze toward Luffy became strange. After all, this was the super rookie, Azura Little Rain, who could match an admiral. If someone like him could be friends with Luffy, then Luffy's strength had to be re-evaluated. "So what do we do now?" Luffy scratched his head, asking uncertainly. At this time, Little Rain frowned. He lightly tapped his temple, and the next moment, he jumped onto the flying device. "I'll just blast through here, and then we'll enter the first underground level. Then, we'll find the passage to the second underground level. This way, we can at least be faster. By the way, Buggy, you know the shortcut to the entrance of the second underground level, right? Buggy was taken aback for a moment, but eventually nodded. He was afraid that if he didn't nod, Little Rain would kill him directly. That way, he would die unjustly. Moreover, following such a person would make it easier to escape. Get ready. While letting Luffy and Buggy sit in the flying device, he whispered. At this moment, Black Cat also jumped out and immediately leaped into Little Rain's arms upon seeing him. Buggy had beads of sweat on his face, wondering why there was a little cat inside such a high-tech device. After the glass cover closed again, Little Rain pressed a button, and with a loud bang, the laser cannon shot through the ground, and the flying device truly took off, descending below. Buggy, lead the way, and we'll fly over directly. Little Rain frowned, gripping the steering wheel. The prison should definitely know about him by now. Moreover, they might have already notified Magellan. Thinking of this, he felt another wave of helplessness. In the center over there's a big hole. As long as we go down that deep pit, we can reach the second underground level. Buggy closed his eyes for a moment and then opened them again. Glancing around, he pointed to the center. Little U nodded, and the aircraft shot forward. In the blink of an eye, it reached the center. Without saying another word, they plunged into the deep pit. During the descent, Little U blinked, contemplating the route ahead. Squinting slightly, he whispered, the second level may have a lot of troops and prison beasts waiting for us. You can choose to leave the aircraft first and find your own way out. As for me, I'll hold those guys off. The faster we act, the better. Luffy was taken aback, but nodded seriously. However, Little U didn't think so. If he got entangled with Magellan here, it would be troublesome for him. Moreover, he would miss Ace's execution time. The admirals had already dispatched ships to retrieve Ace. If he showed up now, it would complicate matters. After all, with Magellan and a large group of admirals, he would be in danger. On the other hand, Luffy, with his protagonist aura, might escape unscathed. Meanwhile, he could save Enel. Thinking of this, Little U couldn't help but smile. Chapter 127. Entering the third level in the sixth level of Impel Down. Hancock looked at the man shackled by chains and handcuffs, her brow furrowing slightly. Is this the man who caused this war? In the other cells, the prisoners began to shout at Hancock. Their lewd taunts only added to Hancock's annoyance. If it weren't for Lord Little U, how would he have come to this stinky place? Taking a deep breath, Hancock turned and walked out of the cell. At that moment, Magellan seemed to have lost his temper. The poisonous gas spread into the cells like air, and screams erupted immediately. Who was that just now? Ace's voice was faint, appearing like an ordinary person. At least he showed no fear in the face of death. The warlord, Hancock, Jinbei said with a serious expression, but inside, he felt an unsettling sense of anxiety. Oh, are there any other women among the warlords at your level? On the other side, Enel chuckled, seemingly looking down on women. She's very strong. Even I have no confidence in dealing with her, Jinbei said with conviction, not showing off his manhood. Yeah, haha. Little U's introduction was indeed not wrong. I didn't expect there to be so many powerful figures in the Blue Sea. Speaking of which, I really wasted a long time before. I wonder if I can get out? Enel grinned, but he appeared somewhat regretful. If Little U knew about your situation, would he come to save you? Crocodile suddenly asked in a low voice, leaving Jinbei and Ace stunned. I don't know. However, I'd already promised them I would board the ship. If they find out I haven't gone yet, they might come looking for me, right? Enel still held some hope. After all, Little U's deeds have been shocking to hear over the past few days. If he really came, he would risk everything to ask Little U to save Ace. Jinbei silently vowed in his heart, as if he had made an oath. Meanwhile, in the second level of the underground beast hell of Impel Down, Little U, who had just landed, looked around in a daze. However, he didn't see any beasts. This made him somewhat curious. Now's the time, you guys should hurry and leave. Little U scratched his temple and then immediately spoke to Luffy and Buggy, who were also puzzled by the place. The two nodded and quickly darted out of the aircraft, running in one direction. Watching them disappear, Little U once again took control of the aircraft. Just as he was about to take off, a tiny hippopotamus appeared before him. Little U lightly tapped his head, thinking he had seen this little hippo before, but he couldn't recall where. Just then, the hippo, which looked no bigger than Little U's feet, suddenly opened its mouth wide. What the hell is this? Little U was taken aback, but reacted much faster than the hippo. He instantly pressed the laser cannon, and with a blast, the hippo disappeared in a roar of explosions, fire and smoke. The aircraft soared again, shooting off in one direction. Not long after flying out, a giant monster appeared ahead. Even someone like Little U, who had seen many monsters, couldn't help but feel scared. Just as he was about to fire the laser cannon again, he realized that the energy for the laser cannon had run out. Moreover, his crude oil seemed to be running low as well. With a snap, before he could react, a chicken snake beast bit down on the aircraft. However, due to the alloy being too hard, it couldn't bite through. Its teeth seemed to be on the verge of shattering. At that moment, the black cat in Lil Yu's arms suddenly extended its claws. After a few swift motions, the entire aircraft shattered. Boom! A loud explosion, accompanied by fire, erupted as the aircraft exploded in the chicken snake beast's mouth. Little Yu's body turned to water, instantly flying out. Simultaneously, the bat wings on the black cat's back spread open, allowing it to escape. It directly pounced onto Little Yu's chest, rubbing its head insistently against him. Patting the black cat, Little Yu felt a bit speechless. Why are you so impulsive? I have crude oil here. You just destroyed the aircraft. And now we'll have to wait for Glid and the others to come if we want to get out. Meow. The black cat meowed playfully, climbing onto Little Yu's shoulder as if it wanted to sleep. Raising his head, Little Yu glanced in the direction where Luffy had disappeared and slowly floated up. Blinking, he helplessly whispered, "There's no other way. Looks like I can only follow them now. Damn it. I could have avoided everyone and impelled down and found Enel. If I'm lucky, I might even directly save Ace." Shaking his head, Little Yu quickly flew toward that direction. In less than a few minutes, he felt the walls and ground around him begin to tremble. Considering what might happen, he shot out rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he reached the position of the Sphinx. At the same time, he saw Luffy pulling the Sphinx's hair while Buggy and Mr. 3 were trying to escape. "Luffy, what are you still doing here? If you don't hurry, Ace will really be gone." Little Yu's mouth twitched as he felt speechless at this guy who always prioritized fun over serious matters. Luffy was initially delighted, but upon hearing Little Yu's words, he clearly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten about the important matter. Just as he was about to speak, the Sphinx struck again, causing the entire dungeon to collapse. The debris fell towards Buggy and Mr. 3. In midair, Little Yu instantly flew to Luffy's side and grabbed his hand. "You really are lucky. I didn't expect you to enter the 3rd level so quickly." "Huh? The 3rd level? Are you saying that as long as we fall down, we can enter the 3rd level? Then we can just keep breaking through these places and fall down." Luffy laughed, clearly very confident at that moment. On Xiaoyu's forehead, the veins popped up as he pointed below and said, "Do you have a problem with your brain? With so much sand, do you think you could just break through here? It's better to find a way to the cells." "That's true." Luffy nodded to himself and said seriously. Xiaoyu slapped his forehead, unable to understand how someone with such a personality could still be alive. Could it really be the protagonist's halo? Just as they were about to fall onto the sand, Xiaoyu grabbed Luffy, preventing him from crashing down. But Buggy and Mr. 3 were not so lucky. They were directly knocked out. After slowly landing, Xiaoyu pouted and said softly, "Let's go to those cells first. It seems a bit impossible to make a hole here." Luffy nodded vigorously and quickly followed Xiaoyu's lead, running away in the distance. Behind them, Buggy shook his head and without thinking, followed Xiaoyu's pace. To him, at least following Xiaoyu was safer than running away alone. At this moment, Mr. 3 also recognized Xiaoyu, and seeing Buggy follow, he naturally followed suit without hesitation. When the 4 of them approached the prison entrance, Xiaoyu frowned, seemingly noticing some people. He grabbed Luffy and whispered, "Be careful. There seem to be quite a few people over there. By the way, don't you have observation hotkey? Can't you use it now?" "Well, I really can't use it well. I can only hear things when they're close." Luffy scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Just then, Buggy stammered while pointing behind them and whispered, "Xiaoyu, behind us. The Sphinx is coming." Xiaoyu blinked and laughed. He pressed his hands on the sand, and immediately, the desert began to roll. The Sphinx didn't have time to react and was swept away by the sand towards the cells. Boom! The loud explosion, along with the sand like the sea and the Sphinx that was knocked out, made the entire prison tremble. The sand under Xiaoyu's feet began to solidify, forming a giant sand block that could easily hold 10 people. Glancing at the astonished Buggy and Mr. 3, he whispered, "Are you coming up? If not, we're leaving." "Huh? Can we go up too?" Buggy was first stunned, then overjoyed, jumping onto the sand block. Feeling incredibly lucky to have met such a powerful ally like Xiaoyu in this prison. This time, the jailbreak would definitely succeed. Xiaoyu sneered, and the sand block rapidly moved towards the cells. When the sand block crossed the sea of sand and entered the cells, a large net sprang up from the ground, instantly wrapping around the entire sand block. Xiaoyu sneered again, just as he was about to harden the sand block to cut through the nets. The black cat on his shoulder seemed to explode with power. It jumped up, and after a few swipes, the entire net shattered. "What? Even a little cat is this powerful. Buggy and Mr. 3 exchanged shocked glances, filled with fear. This legendary figure was indeed formidable. The little black cat, which looked to be the size of a palm, was so strong that it instantly tore through the nets, without either of them even seeing the specific movements. Chapter 128. Little Feng, Shura Xiaoyu. Commander Salud's of the Blue Gorilla showed a shocked expression. Initially, when he reported at the Blue Gorilla's hunting entrance, it seemed quite vague. But now, it was clear that it was definitely Xiaoyu. Hello, are you here to ask for directions? Xiaoyu smiled, shook his arm, and asked cheerfully. Almost all the guards had question marks flashing on their foreheads. Was Xiaoyu really an idiot? Oh, so you're here to ask for directions. I thought you were here to catch us. Luffy suddenly realized, slapping his straw hat and speaking seriously. You idiot. Buggy and Mr. 3 shouted loudly. As this was clearly just a joke, or one could say, it was Xiaoyu looking down on them. You really took that seriously. Xiaoyu didn't speak again. But the little black cat on his shoulder stared at those blue gorillas, seemingly fascinated. Its black wings, like those of a demon, spread out. In an instant, it flew out, and before the blue gorillas could react, its claws slashed out rapidly. Indeed, it was like a swordsman's slash. 2 slashes directly turned 2 blue gorillas into several pieces, blood spraying everywhere. Even Salud's was momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to react. The guards were even more wide-eyed. Frozen in shock, the other blue gorillas finally reacted, but the black cat twisted in midair and suddenly opened its mouth. Although it looked like it was being cute, in the blink of an eye, it shot out a series of fire bullets, leaving everyone speechless. These fire bullets were real flames solidified into form. Boom! 3 fire bullets instantly penetrated the bodies of 3 blue gorillas and then exploded. The shockwave sent Salud's and the guards flying, each sliding down the wall as if they had lost consciousness. Let's go a little black, looking at the black cat clawing out a piece of almost cooked blue gorilla meat. Xiaoyu looked a bit uncomfortable. After a low shout, he controlled the sand block and shot into the cells. As the black cat grabbed a small piece of still bloody meat to eat, Buggy and Mr. 3 almost threw up. They turned their heads away, unable to bear to look. After crossing through half the desert and half the prison, Xiaoyu paused and then looked toward the cage. Buggy and Mr. 3 were stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the cage. They saw Mr. 2 spinning around happily, teaching the prisoners a lesson. Its little phone. Luffy was the first to react, pointing at Mr. 2 and shouting loudly, seeming quite excited. At that moment, Mr. 2 stopped spinning, first looking at Luffy and joyfully shouted, Stauhat! How come you're here too? Caught. But the next moment, Mr. 2 seemed to truly realize something. His eyes widened as he shouted, How are you outside? And you too, how are you also outside? Shura. Xiaoyu. Little phone, huh? I didn't expect to meet you in a place like this. Luffy jumped off the sand block, grabbing the cage with both hands. How did you get here? Although Little Phone looked very shocked, upon seeing Xiaoyu, he seemed to relax. Let's not talk about that for now, Xiaoyu. Do you have the key? Quickly let Little Phone out. Luffy turned around and shouted at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu nodded, just as he was about to take out the universal key given by Qianbing. Mr. 3 had already jumped down, extending a piece of wax from his finger and inserting it into the prison door, twisting it open with a click. At the same time, he helped Little Phone unlock the shackles on his hands and feet, whispering, My ability still has its uses. Mr. 3 said this out of fear that Xiaoyu would think he was useless and wouldn't take him along. If that's the case, perhaps we really can't escape. After all, with his and Buggy's strength, it's clear they don't have the ability to break out. All right, Luffy, stop wasting time. If this guy is willing, let him come along. I don't have that much time to waste here. Xiaoyu said lightly, carrying a cold aura. Luffy pulled Xiao Feng up, and the sand quickly flew out. In an instant, they reached the turning point. Inside the Navy headquarters, Sengoku, after receiving the call, sat down heavily in his seat, looking somewhat gloomy. At this moment, Carp was leisurely eating sanbei and drinking tea. Seeing that relaxed expression, Carp couldn't stand it anymore. He slammed the table, causing the entire ground to tremble slightly. The veins on his forehead popped up. Straw Hat Luffy is directly attacking Impel Down with a submarine. And now he's already reached the 3rd level. Carp, it's your family again. Carp, while munching on senbei, burst into laughter. No wonder he is my grandson. He is really impressive. The Impel Down incident, Sabaody Archipelago. Before Sengoku could finish his sentence, Carp interrupted. Is what happened at Sabaody Archipelago even considered a big incident? Forget about Xiaoyu. They're the real troublemakers. Don't mention that brat Xiaoyu. This time, he's involved too. A huge pound sign suddenly appeared on Sengoku's forehead. Carp's words only made Sengoku even angrier. If it weren't for Xiao Yu's help, would Luffy have been able to enter Impel Down so smoothly? Oh, he also entered Impel Down this time? Why? It seems that no one in Impel Down is related to him, right? Carp asked with some confusion. Sengoku also began to doubt. Even if Xiao Yu participated in this battle, he wouldn't risk entering Impel Down to help Whitebeard save Ace, right? Moreover, Ace doesn't seem to be familiar with Xiao Yu. There's no way it could reach the level of risking his life to save him. By the way, when I returned for Water 7, I ran into a powerful guy. It seems he was looking for Xiao Yu. In the end, because he innocently killed a few soldiers. Qingji and I captured him. We mentioned it to you at the time. Carp suddenly seemed to remember something and slapped his forehead, speaking in a low voice. It seems there was such a thing. By the way, was that guy really strong? Sengoku frowned and asked in a low voice, as if he had found a key to the problem. Carp nodded and said seriously, that guy's a thunder user of the Rumble Rumble fruit. You tell me if that's strong or not. Suddenly having such a Logia type appeared even shocked me. Moreover, his body can transform into lightning for instant movement. His speed is extremely fast. If it weren't for Qingji's help, I really wouldn't have been able to catch up with him. No wonder. This guy should be a new crew member of Xiao Yu's pirate group. Perhaps he was delayed for some reason, which is why he arrived late. But how come we have never heard of such a powerful character before? Sengoku adjusted his glasses, questioning curiously. Carp laughed heartily, stuffing a piece of sunbae into his mouth. Never heard of him. The first time I met Xiao Yu, I had never heard of such a master either. When I first met Guild Tesoro, I had never seen someone who could blow up a head with one punch and still fight back. I had never seen a genius scientist like Frankie. Do you think that just because we've never seen it means it doesn't exist? However, speaking of which, how did Luffy end up with Xiao Yu? You bastard. Sengoku exploded, snatching Carp's sunbae and dumping it into his own mouth before turning to leave. You idiot, Sengoku. Give me back my sunbae. Carp slapped his thigh and stood up to chase after him. The other generals in the office all breathed a sigh of relief. These two guys are both super strong masters of the previous generation, and Carp is even called the hero of the Navy. Just watching them quarrel puts a lot of pressure on them. Unlike Sengoku's office, in the harbor, several vice admirals began to make their arrangements. One of the ships was designated to escort Ace tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the harbor, Blackbeard grinned, coldly staring at one of the warships. Are we going to grab a warship right away? Otherwise, we might be too late tomorrow. After all, the Navy is going to battle Whitebeard this time. Lafitte asked curiously, seemingly puzzled by Blackbeard's actions. Blackbeard chuckled, pointing at the distant warship, and said in a low voice, Ace will be executed here early tomorrow morning. And Old Man Whitebeard will also show up tomorrow. At that time, Impel Down will be the most vulnerable place. Ha ha ha. As long as we take a warship, will we still be afraid of not getting in? Ha ha ha. We could just grab one of these empty warships. That's true. But how are we going to get into Impel Down then? Boggis asked curiously. Although he was muscular, he didn't seem very bright. Of course, we just walk in. Otherwise, how else can we get in? Poison Q looked at Boggis with a very dumbfounded expression, feeling weak. Blackbeard shook his head. That's where your ability comes in, Lafitte. Huh. As long as we enter the Gate of Justice, getting into Impel Down will be relatively simple. All the crew members nodded in agreement with Blackbeard's view. For this proud group, if they could enter the Gate of Justice, then getting into Impel Down wouldn't be difficult at all. In the harbor, the water rippled, and the faint water patterns swayed the ships, slowly undulating. Chapter 129. Poison Impel Down has now lost its former tranquility, with traces of fighting everywhere in the second level. The Beast Hell. In the third level, the Hunger Hell, there were prison guards lying everywhere. It looked like they had all been killed with a single blow from Xiao Yu. The speed of Sandtime Rain, combined with its large area, can instantly wipe out those prison guards. However, when they reached the fourth level, the speed obviously slowed down. First of all, Magellan was right in front of him. Moreover, he seemed very angry. Sure as Xiao Yu, Straw Hat Kid Luffy, Clown Buggy, Mr. 3, and Mr. 2 Hum. This time, I want to see just how strong you, who are called a legend, really are. Xiao Yu. Magellan's face was gloomy, and the poison on his body began to flow down like beads of sweat. Xiao Yu frowned. Just smelling this odor made him uncomfortable. It was a stench like gas, mixed with other toxic substances. Wrinkling his nose, Xiao Yu looked down at the fallen dairy cow monster, the corners of his mouth curling. I hope you don't end up like this trash. Otherwise, coming to Impel Down would lose its meaning for me. As soon as he finished speaking, his palm pressed directly onto the sand block. Instantly, 3 long spears made of sand shot out, aimed at Magellan's head, as if they could penetrate at any moment. Magellan didn't move at all, but 3 poisonous dragons suddenly shot out from behind him. In an instant, one of the poisonous dragons bit onto the spear, with a puff of poisonous gas rising. The sand spear was instantly corroded, going limp. Nanny? Buggy and Mr. 3 were both shocked, their mouths wide open, unable to close them. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng began to explain. Magellan is the user of the poison fruit, a poison man. We cannot be touched by those toxins. Otherwise, we will lose our lives. I should have known. Xiao Yu frowned and said, while letting the sand block fall down. After contemplating for more than 10 seconds, he said in a low voice, "You guys go ahead, try to get to the next level quickly. I'll hold this guy back." Without waiting for a response from Luffy and the others, he pressed his hands directly onto the sand, and after a few whooshing sounds, all the sand blocks transformed into sand rain, shooting towards Magellan in a torrent. Magellan frowned slightly, and then waved his hands repeatedly. Suddenly, toxic bullets shot out like sand rain. Boom! The entire passage was filled with toxic smoke and sand, making it impossible for Luffy and the others, who had run to a higher place, to open their eyes. "No, I have to go help right away." Luffy's eyes widened, and he shouted with clenched fists. Little Phone grabbed Luffy and shouted, "Don't go. If you rush over like this, you'll disrupt Little Yu's battle. Don't you believe in his strength? At least, he's stronger than you." Luffy struggled for a moment, helplessly shook his head, and then ran with Buggy and the others towards the other side of the passage. In the passage, Little Yu looked around and then leaped high, flying directly onto the flames, thinking to himself, "I definitely can't drag this battle out with this guy. Otherwise, just these toxic gases will overwhelm me. Damn it. This fruit ability is really infuriating." With a cold snort, Magellan became more and more aggressive. 3 poison dragons charged towards Little Yu, while his mouth opened wide. Countless toxic gases floated out, gathering in the air. This guy really plans to use toxic gas. Little Yu narrowed his eyes, realizing Magellan's tactic. He extended his hands and shouted, "ShinraTensei." The 3 poison dragons, which were about to hit Little Yu, were instantly repelled, crashing into the wall with a loud boom, releasing a burst of toxic gas. Magellan was shocked and said in surprise, "What ability is this? Wasn't this kid just manipulating sand? How can he repel my poison dragons now?" Just as Magellan released the toxic gas and was about to attack, his body suddenly felt lighter. The next moment, he found himself flying towards Little Yu. What on earth is this ability? Just now it was repelling, now it's attracting. Magellan became increasingly irritated. After all, normal people would be startled by a power like Little Yu's. However, as the Warden, Magellan's combat experience was extremely strong. Without a second thought, he once again covered his body with toxins, gathering them into 3 poison dragons, and pounced towards Little Yu. This move may be easy to deal with, but that toxic gas is a bit tricky. Little Yu tilted his head and looked at the toxic gas that had already spread in the air, sighing softly. Then, his body suddenly shot towards the wall. With universal pull activated, his left hand stretched out, looking almost mechanical. When his foot landed on the wall, a rocket was launched. Boom! A loud explosion occurred, and flames and thick smoke erupted from where Magellan originally stood. At this moment, Magellan landed back in the passage after doing a roll. His heart raced. This kid's ability is manipulating sand, repelling, and attracting. Could it be that the sand earlier was what he gathered together to fly? That's right. It must be the gravity fruit. With this thought in mind, Magellan launched a toxic gas attack. In midair, a skull-shaped toxic bomb flew towards Little Yu. The entire space was now filled with toxic gas. There's no choice. I can only try to see if the tailed beast transformation can prevent me from getting poisoned. With this in mind, Little Yu quickly gathered his chakra. He enveloped his whole body, and after slamming his tail against the wall, he shot out instantly, so fast that even Magellan was momentarily stunned. When he reacted, Little Yu was already behind him. With a flick of his 9 tails, the Rinnegan struck Magellan directly. Although Magellan reacted, his speed couldn't match Little Yu's. Perhaps, in terms of speed, he might not even be as fast as Luffy. After twisting his body, he avoided 5 Rinnegans, but the other 4 still hit his chest and abdomen. With a scream, Magellan was sent flying. He dragged along a deep trench on the ground, crashing into the wall at the end of the passage with a loud bang. It was Magellan. When Luffy, who had returned after being chased by a group of prison beasts and the head jailer Hannibal, saw Magellan, he was momentarily stunned. However, when he saw Little Yu transformed into a 9-tailed form, he felt relieved. At least this guy is okay. But now Little Yu knew that although he had hit Magellan just a moment ago, The spinning nature of the Rinnegan seemed to have directly sprayed out some of that toxic liquid. While he had avoided it all, Magellan had still manipulated the toxic gas to attack him before leaving. Now, he had inhaled a considerable amount of toxic gas. Although he could still maintain a clear state, it seemed to be only thanks to his chakra. If he were to remove this layer of tailed beast cloak, he would still suffer from poisoning. With this thought, Little Yu's speed increased even further. After flicking his tail, he rushed to Luffy's side and extended his chakra hand, wanting to pull the others to escape. Just then, Magellan struggled to get up, and the toxins were once again unleashed. To protect Little Fong, Luffy directly blocked the toxins with his body. Damn it! Little Yu snorted coldly, and in an instant, the Chidori sharp spear shot out, piercing Magellan's chest. Originally aimed at his heart, Magellan narrowly avoided it at a life-and-death moment. Just like the earlier Rinnegan, although it was fast and caught Magellan off guard, he still dodged the most crucial ones. Warden, Suddy, and Hannibal shouted in unison. At this moment, the prison beasts also began to attack. Huge spike clubs and fists all charged towards Little Yu. Little Yu snorted coldly and jumped high. At the same time, he shouted, "ShinraTensei!" Instantly, all the surrounding prison beasts were repelled. With a flick of his tail and chakra hands, he grabbed the four and headed towards the entrance of the 5th-level passage. Warden, are you okay? Although Hannibal usually spoke without a filter, he was now somewhat agitated. After all, seeing such a powerful Magellan bleeding and lying in front of him made his heart race. It seemed to throw him into a bit of chaos. It's nothing. Little Yu is definitely poisoned now, although the poisoning isn't too deep. However, using power like that just now will deepen the poisoning. You all hurry up and chase after him. Don't attack recklessly, just follow him. Magellan gritted his teeth and said through the pain. After his words fell, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. This scared Hannibal quite a bit. Regardless of whether Magellan was poisoned or not, he immediately helped him up and shouted at the nowadays Suddy, "Quickly call a doctor for the warden, and bring me the antidote." After saying that, Hannibal carried Magellan and ran towards the warden's office. His speed was so fast that even the prison beast could barely keep up. What do we do now? Are we still going to chase? Suddy snapped back to reality and asked Domino. Domino clenched her fists and snorted. "I'll take people to chase. You protect the warden. Also, immediately notify the Navy headquarters. This matter needs to be reported to the higher-ups. Little Suddy also wants to chase." Suddy stomped her foot and shouted at Domino, who was running ahead. As the four of them were suddenly brought into the 5th layer by Little Rain, he immediately knelt down on the ground. After taking 2 deep breaths, he patted the black cat that had been suppressed on his shoulder and said, "Now, it's up to you. It seems we need to find a place to rescue Luffy first. Also, I can't use too much chakra right now. Otherwise, I might get poisoned as well." He never expected that there would be someone in this deep-sea prison who could actually hurt him. He chuckled bitterly as he sat on the ground. At this moment, Little Fong was very worried as he looked at Luffy, who was lying on the ground and clearly in a state of unconsciousness. "Where do we go now?" Little Fong said, nervously staring at Little Rain, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. He was very angry. If it weren't for him, Luffy wouldn't be like this. Little Rain pressed both hands onto the ground, and the sand gathered to form a coffin, which he used gravity to place the poisoned Luffy inside. After blinking, he climbed onto the back of the now giant black cat and whispered, "Find Ivankov, the Okama King." As soon as he finished speaking, the black tiger took off with the others towards the distance. The guards and Domino, who had just been tracking them, didn't even catch a glimpse of their shadows. Chapter 130, LV5. 5-layer. In the icy world, the giant tiger transformed from the black cat flapped its wings and flew at high speed. The gust of cold wind made Buggy and Mr. 3 shiver behind him, with snot hanging from their noses. Little Foam was no exception, but he endured the bone-chilling cold, using his body to shield the coffin, not wanting Luffy to suffer from such cold. Little Rain's breathing became increasingly rapid, and his body seemed to be growing numb. He slightly turned his eyes and said fiercely, "Damn it, why hasn't Ivankov sent someone to rescue us yet? If we can't find a safe place, even if I have the ability to detoxify, I might not have the time. Those guys might find us immediately." Little Foam behind him seemed to hear Little Rain's voice. Trembling, he asked in shock, "You mean we're going to find Ivankov? The Ivankov who once saved a country that doctors deemed hopeless and on the brink of death?" Little Rain did not turn back, only nodding his head. But Little Foam suddenly felt a surge of confidence and started to cry. Found it." Little Rain's eyes lit up as he shouted. Behind him, Buggy and Mr. 3 felt a wave of hope. Little Foam, however, fainted directly. In order to shield Luffy from the icy winds, His entire body had suffered extensive frostbite. Now, his injuries were no lighter than Luffy's. Little Rain patted the black cat's head and said softly, "Quickly land. There's someone waiting at the turn of the forest ahead, 100 meters away." The black cat nodded and flapped its wings once more before descending towards the edge of the forest. When they finally set foot on the snowy ground, they stopped right at the bend. Looking at the strangely styled lightning, Little Rain rubbed his hands and shouted, "Take us to LV5. 5 immediately, or Luffy might die." Lightning was momentarily taken aback. This guy seemed to have just arrived. How did he know there was an LV5? 5-layer in this deep-sea prison? However, it was Ivankov who sent him to pick up Little Rain and the others. Luckily, after shrugging, he turned and led the way ahead. When Little Rain and his group entered LV5, even he, a relatively calm person, couldn't help but exclaim, "What a great place." Although there were no seas or mountains, this place was indeed a fantastic entertainment venue. It was like an underground bar, or KTV. Little Rain Boy, Straw Hat Boy, welcome to the world of new humans, LV5. Hip-hop. The Okama, King Ivankov, looked as spirited as ever, and his enormous face made Little Rain sweat on his forehead. What kind of body structure is this? Why does he like such a big face? I don't have time to explain. Prepare a towel and 2 basins of water for me right away. I need to detoxify Luffy immediately. By the way, Little Phone is in your hands. He has extensive frostbite. It's best to warm his body up before treating him. Little Rain grabbed the poisoned Luffy with gravity and walked inside while speaking. "Okay, Lightning, prepare everything for them now." Ivankov was quite straightforward, leading Little Rain to a quieter room. Once inside, Ivankov turned and asked in a low voice, "Are you a doctor?" Little Rain released his gravity and placed Luffy on the ground, nodding, "Not really, just a little knowledgeable. However, I can detoxify this poison, but it will take some time. Also, please don't disturb me. Oh, by the way, this kid is the son of Dragon." "Haha, the son of Dragon, of course. I'll help." Ivankov nodded his enormous head and said seriously. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned around, and his gigantic head nearly crashed into the wall. Shaking his head, he shouted, "What did you just say? Straw Hat Luffy is the son of Dragon? Are you joking? Quickly bring in the towel and water. As for whether it's true or not, you could just ask him when he wakes up." Little Rain frowned, saying somewhat impatiently. In fact, he was feeling very uncomfortable too. The poison gas he inhaled had already begun to take effect after the battle, and if time ran out, Ace might really be unable to save him. Ivankov also understood the urgency of the situation, nodded, and directly walked out of the room. Before long, Lightning entered with a towel and 2 basins of water. Meanwhile, Buggy and Mr. 3 were both staring around, as if they had short-circuited. How could there be such a place in the prison? Are you kidding me? Am I dreaming? What are you doing? Mr. 3 shouted loudly as Buggy pinched his thigh hard. At this moment, Buggy blankly asked, "Does it hurt?" "Of course it hurts. Pinch yourself and see if it hurts." Mr. 3 replied angrily, looking puzzled. Now, he felt something was off about Buggy. "It hurts, so it means we are not dreaming? But why do I feel something is wrong? Are we really still in prison?" Buggy asked Mr. 3 seriously. His clown-like face wore a look of astonishment, making him appear even more comical. Mr. 3 was also taken aback and glanced around. Then, he secretly grabbed a piece of bread from the table and started nibbling on it. After finishing that, he stealthily picked up a chicken leg. After eating 3 or 4 chicken legs in a row, Buggy smacked his lips and asked, "Is it delicious?" Mr. 3 nodded repeatedly and said, "Very delicious, and I don't seem to be hungry anymore. It looks like this isn't a dream. Then why didn't you say so earlier?" Buggy's mouth twitched as he quickly grabbed a few dumplings from the coffee table and stuffed them into his mouth. He chewed vigorously, swallowing repeatedly. At that moment, Buggy was on the verge of tears. This is the best food I've ever eaten in my life." Amidst the cries, a large face suddenly appeared behind the 2 of them. When they reacted, Ivankov shouted, "Who are you 2 guys?" Ivankov felt very confused. Initially, when he learned about Luffy's identity, he was somewhat skeptical. However, now that Xiaoyu needed to rescue Luffy immediately, there was no time for further explanations. But these 2 guys who came with Xiaoyu must know something. We are prisoners. We just happened to run into Luffy and Xiaoyu. So they saved us. Little Phone is also a prisoner, just like us. If you don't believe it, you can ask Xiaoyu." Buggy said nervously, with an uneasy tone. "I already know you're prisoners. I just want to know where Straw Hat Luffy's hometown is." "You should know that, right?" Ivankov said coaxingly, with a tempting voice. Meanwhile, in the quiet room, Xiaoyu carefully pushed water using medical ninjutsu into Luffy's heart, while using his other hand to drive away the toxins. He increased the blood flow to expedite the removal of toxins. This process consumed a lot of mental energy. In less than half an hour, Xiaoyu's forehead was covered in beads of sweat. A dense layer of fine sweat also made Xiaoyu feel a bit dizzy. Meow. The black cat beside him called out, looking somewhat worried, as if reminding Xiaoyu to pay attention to himself. With a slight smile, Xiaoyu whispered, "It's fine. As long as we continue like this for half an hour, Luffy will be fine. I just need to rest a bit, and I can regain my energy. My own toxins aren't too many, so it's relatively simple to handle." As his voice fell, more toxins were expelled by Xiaoyu and placed in the basin, immediately turning the water purple. After taking a deep breath, his hands moved again. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku slammed his desk after receiving a phone call, shattering the tranquility of the midnight hour. "Damn Xiaoyu, even Magellan got injured. It seems we need to bring Ace here quickly. Otherwise, he might be rescued by him." Crane and Carp, looking exhausted, entered the office. Seeing Sengoku's angry face, they quietly asked what happened. "Isn't the battle tomorrow already prepared? Why did you rush us here so late?" Carp yawned and looked somewhat helpless. Seeing Carp's expression, Sengoku felt even more frustrated. Sighing deeply, Sengoku said quietly, "Xiaoyu and Straw Hat Luffy invaded the underwater prison, and now Warden Magellan is seriously injured. Moreover, Xiaoyu escaped with the poison Luffy. However, it seems Xiaoyu is also poisoned. Now, everyone in the prison is looking for them, but they haven't been found yet." "What? Luffy is poisoned?" Carp, who had been somewhat dazed, jolted up in shock upon hearing this, as if he was about to run to the underwater prison immediately. "Stop. Where do you think you're going? Carp, remember you are a Marine." Sengoku's expression was very serious, leaving no room for doubt. Carp clenched his fists, trembling slightly, but ultimately sat back down. However, his heart had already drifted far away. "You plan to send Ace to our Navy headquarters for protection in advance." Crane, being the calmest, quickly analyzed Sengoku's thoughts. Sengoku nodded with a frown and said quietly, "Yes, Magellan is definitely not a match for Xiaoyu. Although his devil fruit ability is very powerful, he is still a bit distant from the strength of an admiral, and Xiaoyu's abilities he has no experience dealing with. So we must escort Ace to the Navy headquarters first." "Then why did you call us here?" Carp frowned, looking unwilling, clearly having guessed Sengoku's intentions. A serious expression crossed Sengoku's eyes. After clearing his throat, he said earnestly, "Carp, you are a Marine, so you must stand on the right side. This time, you will escort Ace back. Now go." "Damn it." Carp gritted his teeth and cursed before turning and walking out of the office. Sengoku and Crane both sighed. They certainly understood Carp's difficulties, but the situation was too tense now. Chapter 131. Early escort in the dead of night. It was already 2 a.m. The night was hazy, shrouded in a mist that enveloped the entire sea. Meanwhile, in level 5, 5 of them impelled down. The party was still ongoing. Ivankov looked at the now somewhat dazed Mr. 2, Little Phone, and his expression changed, turning excited as he began to explain. "Phone boy, I didn't expect you to be such a loyal new human." Ivankov chuckled softly. Little Phone was momentarily stunned, glancing around. Then, he rubbed his eyes vigorously and shook his head, saying in a low voice, "Ivankov, no, I must be dreaming." "No, you're not dreaming. This is level 5. 5 of the underwater prison, a paradise for new humans, and a heaven for prisoners." Ivankov's excitement was evident as he jumped around while explaining. When Little Phone realized this was real, he quickly turned to look at Buggy and Mr. 3. However, both were sleeping soundly, perhaps too exhausted. "Where's the little straw hat?" He got poisoned for me. Where is he? Take me to him now, Ivankov." A lightning-like figure appeared beside Little Phone, shaking a glass of red wine, and said with a faint smile, "Don't worry. The Straw Hat Kid Luffy has already had the toxins removed by Xiaoyu, and he is now resting peacefully. He might wake up soon." Xiaoyu saved him? Does Xiaoyu know medicine? Little Phone clearly found it hard to believe and kept asking. When Ivankov brought Little Phone to Luffy's resting room, he finally felt relieved upon seeing Luffy's calm breathing. Just as he was about to leave, Luffy suddenly opened his eyes wide. Stretching his arms, he shouted, "I'm so hungry. I want to eat meat." Xiaoyu, who had been lying on the sofa beside Luffy, slowly opened his eyes and chuckled. "It's good to be a brainless person. You can eat and fall asleep immediately. Even if the sky falls, you don't have to worry. I've been working so hard, and I still haven't eaten anything." As soon as he finished speaking, Ivankov waved his hand outside and shouted, "Quickly bring in the food. These two haven't eaten anything yet." As soon as the words were said, plates of delicious food began to be brought into the room. Xiaoyu ate very delicately, seeming to dislike some things, looking quite picky. But Luffy was different. This guy was completely indiscriminate. After watching for a while, Xiaoyu realized that this guy didn't even need to chew his food. He just swallowed it whole, making Xiaoyu exclaim, "Impressive," in less than 5 minutes. After Xiaoyu and Luffy had their fill, they slowly walked out of the room. Luffy now looked much more energetic. In contrast, Xiaoyu appeared somewhat fatigued. The time spent detoxifying had been a tremendous drain on his energy. He really needed a rest now, but it seems there was no time for him to rest. When Luffy and Little Foam reunited and explained their identities to Ivankov, Lightning frowned and said softly, "We didn't dare to disturb you just now, but Carp is already coming here, and he might have already gone to the 6th level. Carp?" Little U was obviously stunned, seeming unable to comprehend. It was only 2 in the morning. How could he come here to take Ace out? This was completely out of sync. If that were the case, I would have gone to the 6th level to save people directly instead of staying here to take a nap. How could Grandpa come here? Could it be that he is also here to rescue Ace? Luffy's thoughts were quite naive, and he said dumbly. With a slap, Little U hit the back of Luffy's head. Sighing helplessly, he shook his head and said softly, "We need to act quickly, or else Carp might have taken him away, and we wouldn't even know." "Are you saying Grandpa is here to escort Ace?" Luffy clearly found it hard to accept. One was his grandfather, and the other was his sworn brother. What kind of decision should he make? "All right, don't hesitate, Luffy. Ivankov, please take us to the 6th level. Now, there's no time to discuss these trivial matters." Little U frowned, fearing that Enel might be taken away together. It wouldn't be reasonable for him to go directly to the Navy headquarters to make a scene, right? In the Navy headquarters, there was Sengoku, Carp, and the 3 admirals. That would be like asking for death, and he wouldn't even know how he died. "Little Ivankov, we must hurry down. Ace is still on the 6th level. But if we delay any longer, he might be escorted away by Grandpa." Luffy took out a piece of life paper and said softly. Ivankov looked hesitant at this moment. However, he ultimately made up his mind. "As a brother of Dragon, I will certainly swear to protect Luffy and rescue Ace." He chuckled. It's time for the little ones to break out of prison. As soon as this was said, the entire LV5 erupted in cheers. Everyone looked as if they had been injected with adrenaline, while Buggy and the others cautiously hid behind the sofa. While they go out to attract the main forces. Let's head up directly. Otherwise, if we run into Magellan or Carp later, we're done for, Buggy said with a hint of annoyance. Mr. 3 nodded vigorously, seemingly in strong agreement with Buggy's idea. The two of them carefully watched the crowd heading toward the passage before cautiously running in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Carp, along with Vice Admirals Ghost Spider and Mongoose, had arrived at the 6th level. When Ace and Jinbei discovered that Carp had come in person to escort them, they were obviously puzzled. On the other side, Enel simply closed his eyes. This was the guy who had knocked him into the sea with one punch. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so easily captured. Carp, as a hero of the Navy, how could you come personally to escort Ace? Could it be that Dad has already attacked? Jinbei asked, frowning with confusion. Ace also stared at Carp with the same bewildered expression, clearly still not understanding. Carp tightened his fists, looking somewhat unwilling. Turning his head away, he said in a low voice, "Little U brought Luffy to infiltrate the underwater prison and has now injured Magellan. So, the headquarters sent me to escort you back to the Navy headquarters." "Damn, brat, why did you have to do this now?" "Nanny," Enel and Ace exclaimed in unison, seemingly unable to process it. Especially Enel, who understood in his heart that if Little U had come in, it was definitely to save him. "Oomph. I didn't expect you to really be from Little U's pirate crew. It seems this time Little U is here to save you." Carp let out a cold snort, unable to find a place to vent his frustration, and punched the wall. At this moment, Crocodile let out a cold laugh, as if he had seized an opportunity. "Damn it, that idiot Luffy." Ace struggled a bit, finally sighing helplessly and shouting softly. At this point, Jinbei also seemed a bit shocked. Indeed, the pirate crew, led by Little U and Luffy, was absolutely the craziest. They had actually single-handedly stormed into the underwater prison. Can you let Luffy go?" Ace asked softly, almost pleading. "You should take care of yourself. Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, Captain Fire Fist Ace." Ghost Spider suddenly took a deep puff of a cigar and said in a cold tone, "Vice Admiral Carp, isn't it time to leave? Otherwise, we might miss Mr. Sengoku's deployment." Mongoose asked in a calm but low voice. Boom! Carp punched the wall again, instantly creating another huge pit. It had already cracked. "I know what to do. I don't need you to teach me." After yelling at Mongoose and Ghost Spider, the two exchanged glances but said nothing further. After all, Carp was a figure from their teacher Zephyr's generation. Moreover, he was a strong and revered hero of the Navy. Now, his grandson had broken into the underwater prison, which was indeed troubling. Taking a deep breath, Carp helplessly shook his head and finally waved his hand. Take Ace. We'll leave immediately. Perhaps Little You has already sensed it. Yes. The two soldiers behind him stood at attention and walked toward the prison. They directly grabbed Ace's hands and followed Carp out. Watching the Navy officers entering the elevator and ascending, Crocodile chuckled quietly. I should have thought of it earlier. With Little You's craziness, if his crew members were imprisoned in the underwater prison, he would definitely come to rescue them. I just didn't expect him to act so quickly. My captain is really a madman. Enel also smiled wryly. He had been locked up on the 6th level of the underwater prison for days. He knew a lot, especially about government matters and pirate events. Among them, he understood Little You the most. It could be said that he could recount nearly every event involving Little You's pirate crew, just as the 6th level fell into a dead silence. A loud explosion stunned all the prisoners. Death's gaze. Boom. A loud explosion followed, and, at the stairway, a group of oddly dressed people rushed toward the 6th level with Little You, Luffy, and Ivankov. After glancing around, Luffy shouted, "Where's Ace?" What did Ace run off to? Chapter 132. Rescuing Enel, the originally silent 6th level, suddenly erupted in loud shouts. Ace had already been taken away by Carp, little brother. Otherwise, let me out. Hee. I can help you save Ace. Don't listen to him. Let me out. My combat power is very strong. Ha ha. Amidst the enticing voices, Little You directly took out the universal key to unlock the cell and opened Enel's handcuffs. You really have a worse luck. I didn't expect that right after coming down, I would run into Carp, whom even I am somewhat wary of. Who knows? There are indeed many powerful people in this blue sea. Enel grinned, his large ears swaying back and forth. When Luffy spotted Enel, his eyes widened. Big-eared guy. Shtalhakit. Enel's eyes narrowed slightly. Damn it. Luffy clenched his fists, seemingly ready to rush in to save Ace. Just then, poisonous gas began to slowly descend in the elevator shaft. In an instant, there was a movement towards the outside. At that moment, Shiyu appeared at the elevator entrance, kicked Luffy away, and pressed both hands on the ground. Countless grains of sand began to swirl up, eventually sealing off the elevator like a wall, preventing the poisonous gas from dispersing. Idiot, if you rush in now, you won't even save Ace, and you'll be poisoned first. Enel chuckled, crossing his arms and speaking softly. Damn it, it's right in front of me. Why didn't I come down sooner? Luffy pounded the ground with his fists, clearly unwilling to accept the situation. Shiyu slowly walked over, glanced at Crocodile and Jinbei, grinning as he asked, I didn't expect the infamous warlord of the sea to be locked up here. I'm quite honored. Shiyu, can you let me out? I want to do my part to help Dad. Jinbei said, looking straight at Shiyu. Before Shiyu could respond, Luffy directly asked Shiyu for the key and unlocked Jinbei's shackles. At that moment, even Crocodile was somewhat surprised. The other prisoners began to shout loudly, as if Luffy was easy to deceive. Shiyu frowned and glanced at Enel. Enel chuckled and instantly released a 30 million volt electric current. The entire 6th floor fell silent, a strange green smoke floating in the air. Captain, I want to rescue him. You have no objections, right? Enel said, pointing at Crocodile in a low voice. Luffy, clearly surprised, seemed quite unwilling. At that moment, Ivankov chuckled, patted Luffy's shoulder, and said softly, Don't worry, Crocodile Boy has a secret that I hold over him. He won't dare to go against me. Oh, what secret? Luffy immediately asked, and even Shiyu seemed a bit interested. Just as Enel unlocked Crocodile's handcuffs, Crocodile angrily shouted, Shut up, Ivankov. If you reveal that, I'll kill you. All right, now, we can only take the stairs. We have to hurry. Otherwise, Ace will be executed before you even get there, Shiyu said in a low voice. Luffy nodded vigorously and looked at Shiyu. Clearly, it seemed there was no staircase now. It had just been destroyed. Crocodile chuckled, stepped forward, and in an instant, the sand swirled, forming a staircase passage. He then turned to Shiyu and asked, You also have the ability to control sand, but it seems different from mine? Shiyu replied while walking on the sand. Yours is a fruit ability, while mine is not. Even if I'm shackled with sea prism stone, I can still use it. But yours can't. Leading the somewhat frustrated Crocodile, everyone headed towards the 5th floor. Crocodile created a set of original clothes from the sand, found Mr. One, took a short rest, and then rushed towards the 5th floor. To be honest, these ordinary prison guards were truly no match for them. In the blink of an eye, along with the attacks from Enel, Shiyu, and the Black Cat, they instantly overwhelmed everyone. However, when they encountered Magellan, it was clear they were somewhat surprised, especially Shiyu, who smirked and said coldly, "Aren't you heavily injured? How? Still want to deal with us while injured?" Magellan's mouth twitched slightly as he pulled off the sharp horn on his head. "As the warden of the underwater prison, it's my duty. But this time, I want to be defeated so quickly." Initially lacking experience dealing with Shiyu's abilities, things were different now. At least he had a rough understanding of some of Shiyu's powers. Moreover, he had gained some experience in dealing with them. Ivankov stepped forward, striking a pose and laughing loudly. "You all go ahead, I'll hold this guy off. Hee hee. Magellan, this time it's my turn to block. Little Ivankov." Luffy looked somewhat worried, but Shiyu grabbed Luffy and whispered, "Don't worry, Magellan is already severely injured. Just holding on. Trust Ivankov. At least his abilities should keep him safe." As soon as he finished speaking, Shiyu drew a massive circle on the ground with his 1,000 birds sharp gun. At the same time, he brought his hands together. Suddenly, the power of the universal pull lifted the stone circle into the sky. Magellan's poisonous horn slashed down, and, at that moment, Ivankov instantly appeared in front of the stone circle, blinking his eyes. He directly dispersed the slash and the poison, and at that moment, the stone circle quickly flew out. "Damn it!" Magellan roared, wanting to chase after it, only to be blocked by Ivankov once more. As the stone circle flew out and reached the passage, it began to descend. Suddy and Saludi eyes, along with the prison beasts and guards, blocked their way. Shiyu shrugged and said softly with this kind of stance, "It seems we won't need to use our full power." Just as he finished speaking, those rookie monsters jumped out, wanting to attack the prison beasts. Shiyu slapped his forehead, feeling helpless. "Even if I don't use my full power, you guys aren't capable of dealing with them." "Huh? Are those guys really strong?" Luffy asked in surprise. "They are true awakened Zoan-type abilities, with incredible stamina and ferocity, plus they recover particularly quickly." "What do you think? Are they strong?" Crocodile said in a deep voice, casually. In just a few moments, those prison beasts directly knocked the rookie monsters back. At that moment, the black cat, which had been quietly lying on Shiyu's shoulder, suddenly jumped out. Its body slowly expanded, transforming into a giant tiger over 10 meters long. Roar. After a furious roar, its mouth opened, and a huge fireball appeared. The fireball slowly shrank in, like a molten bomb. Boom! Once it was shot out, the entire ground shattered into fragments, flying everywhere. "Is it a Zoan fruit user?" Jinbei asked in surprise. Even Crocodile was astonished. Such a casual attack had such immense power. Moreover, it seemed that this cat had truly consumed a devil fruit. That's right. This is the ability of the fire-breathing tiger devil fruit. Shiyu chuckled and patted the black cat's head. "Fire-breathing tiger devil fruit?" Crocodile's long scarred face wrinkled in confusion as he asked. He clearly didn't understand what Shiyu meant. Leading everyone, they took advantage of the chaos to head for the exit. Shiyu explained, "This is an artificial devil fruit created by our ship scientist, Qianbi. I don't know the specifics of how it was made, but its power is quite good." "Artificial devil fruit?" A glint of light flashed in Crocodile's eyes. It seemed he suddenly thought of something, looking at Shiyu with some suspicion, wondering if this guy had also consumed such a devil fruit. At this moment, at the exit of the 4th level, Hannibal stood there coldly with a blood-drinking long knife in hand. His eyes held a hint of determination. Little Rain stopped in his tracks and sneered. "Deputy Director, you don't want to block us, do you?" Hannibal frowned and snorted coldly. "If you want to pass, step over my corpse. This is the duty of the Deputy Director and the last line of defense here." As his words fell, the blood-drinking long knife began to swing. "Get out of the way. Don't stop me from saving Ace." Luffy stepped forward and shouted angrily, "If you have the ability, step over my corpse." Hannibal snorted again, the long knife hanging at his waist, staring at Luffy. Behind him, the guards were all invigorated, as if their morale had suddenly risen. Luffy snorted and instantly entered Gear Second. At the same time, his body disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already punched Hannibal in the face. Bang! With a muffled sound, Hannibal fell directly to the ground, blood streaming from his nose, as if he would faint at any moment. Shaking his head, Hannibal seemed to think of something. After taking a deep breath, he stood up again. The blood-drinking long knife began to dance, igniting into a blazing flame after friction. Normally, this might indeed be impressive. However, Hannibal was facing some vicious pirates, and Luffy's martial arts were what he excelled at. After just a few exchanges, Luffy sent Hannibal flying with another punch. However, in the blink of an eye, Hannibal staggered to his feet again, struggling and shouting, "I am the Deputy Director of the Undersea Prison. How could I bow my head in front of a pirate prisoner?" Roar! The morale of the soldiers behind him surged once more. Chapter 133. Reinforcements the surface was very hot, steaming with heat. Little Rain shrugged and said in a low voice, "Luffy, move a bit faster. If it were me, I could probably take him out in seconds." As his words fell, Luffy seemed to become serious. With gears second and a speed like shaving, he instantly appeared in front of Hannibal, and at the same time, his rubber fist began to rain down. Hannibal, hit by countless kicks and punches, was once again sent flying by Luffy. At that moment, even the soldiers behind seemed to feel that the deputy director might not be able to get up again. Blood dripped, and after a struggle, Hannibal stood up again, swaying. He coughed, thrusting the blood-drinking long knife into the ground, and roared, "I already said, you can only leave over my corpse. Deputy director." The soldiers behind him all had tears in their eyes, deeply moved. At this moment, even Little Rain felt a bit of admiration for this guy. Although his strength was not very strong, and he always liked to shirk responsibility, he stood firm at such a critical moment. Just then, darkness flowed like water behind the door. It swallowed the entire door along with the soldiers, and Blackbeard appeared with his pirates. He stretched his hand into the air, and the dark water seemed to vomit, spitting all the soldiers out. However, each of them appeared to be seriously injured. Hannibal's eyes widened as he tried to attack Blackbeard. At that moment, Blackbeard stomped hard on Hannibal's face, instantly knocking him out. Luffy seemed to react as well. He snorted and said, "Blackbeard, is this the guy who defeated Ace and handed him over to the Navy? Is this the original crew member of the Whitebeard Pirates?" His fists clenched tightly, as if ready to explode at any moment. "Straw Hat Luffy, ha, you are really lucky. I was originally going to take your head to the Navy, but Ace stopped me. Ha. This is fine. Ace's life is worth a lot too." Blackbeard laughed, just as Luffy was about to charge forward. Little Rain, frowning slightly, instantly disappeared. With a speed much faster than Luffy's, he grabbed Blackbeard's head and slammed it hard into the ground. Bang! With a loud crash, stone chips flew. Blood gushed from Blackbeard's nose. Little Rain then rolled over and landed beside Luffy. With a cold laugh, he said, "You've been lurking on Whitebeard's ship for so many years, and now you've finally obtained the dark fruit. But your fruit is of no use to me at all. Does that mean you've wasted all these years?" Blackbeard struggled to stand up, knowing that obtaining the dark fruit meant enduring several times the pain. After being slammed by Little Rain, it hurt even more, covering his nose. He snorted, "Azure, Little Rain, I don't believe your powers aren't fruit abilities. I just don't know what fruit you ate." As his words fell, dark water rolled towards Little Rain. Little Rain smirked and stretched out a hand. In the next moment, the dark water seemed to be summoned and was all attracted to Little Rain's palm. At that moment, not only Blackbeard, but even Little Rain was taken aback. Originally, he just wanted to pull Blackbeard over. As a result, the dark water was directly drawn in. In the blink of an eye, it formed a black hole-like vortex floating in midair. "Ha, it seems your fruit ability doesn't like you, but rather likes me." Little Rain sneered. Just as he was about to return it, Luffy moved. He instantly appeared in front of Blackbeard and threw a punch, but Blackbeard dodged it easily. At the same time, after turning his head, he punched Luffy in the cheek with a hand infused with the power of the dark fruit. With a thud, Luffy was sent flying. While rubbing his cheek, he cried out in pain. Isn't he a rubber fruit user? Why does it hurt? And it seems he didn't even use Haki. Crocodile was momentarily stunned, clearly puzzled. This is the ability of the dark fruit. Even if you turn into sand, he can still grab your physical form. The dark fruit ignores fruit abilities. Little Rain sneered at Crocodile. At the same time, the dark water in his hand, resembling a black hole, pushed towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard shot out dark water again, directly gathering the original dark water and stepping back 2 paces. His eyes held a wary look. Little Rain had just used the universal attraction, employing gravity. The dark water was absorbed. One could say it had a similar effect. But Little Rain's gravity seemed to be a higher level than the dark water. It formed a point to attract everything, including a power akin to a black hole. "Luffy, it's better to get out first. Right now, no matter how you fight him, you can't rescue Ace," Jinbei said in a low voice. As soon as these words were spoken, Luffy suddenly awakened. He still had to go save Ace. There was no time to waste here. Luffy shot a cold glance at Blackbeard and then dashed towards the exit. Blackbeard, however, was only wary of Little Rain and did not make any unnecessary moves. After all, he was still very cautious of Little Rain. As Little Rain passed by Blackbeard with Enel, he chuckled softly. "You want to find some powerful companions to kill Whitebeard and seize his abilities, right?" Blackbeard was taken aback. He didn't expect Little Rain to know about this. Furthermore, it seemed that he could see through him. In unknown territories, people always carried a vigilance akin to fear. Even if he obtained Whitebeard's power, What difference would it make? Wasn't Whitebeard unable to reach Raftel in his time? Ha ha ha. The Pirate King is neither Luffy, nor Whitebeard, nor you Blackbeard. It belongs to me. With that, he left, casting a somewhat provocative glance at Inaru. When Little Rain's figure disappeared, even Bagas seemed to get angry. Damn it, why didn't we fight him just now? Lafitte shook his head and quietly asked, Captain, your ability seems to be suppressed by him. Blackbeard nodded slightly and said softly, not necessarily. I haven't had the fruit's power for long. Perhaps if I develop it to a certain level, I could suppress him. However, I don't want to fight him before obtaining Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. This kid, his ability is very strange. After saying that, he laughed heartily and turned to walk to the next level, with his crew following in his footsteps. Since even Blackbeard admitted he wasn't Little Rain's match, they certainly wouldn't take on a battle they weren't confident about. Although they were angry, there was nothing they could do. When Little Rain and Inaru made a round on the upper levels of the prison and reached the exit, they saw Luffy and the others dumbfounded there. Although they had already jumped onto the warship, the Justice Gate had not opened, which clearly troubled them. Little Rain sighed and shook his head, saying, Luffy, you idiot, how did you end up on someone else's ship? Huh? Little Rain, why'd you just come out now? Luffy waved his arm, looking quite anxious. The Justice Gate isn't opening, so we can only wait here. By the way, where did you just go? Why did you only come out now? Jinbei asked, somewhat puzzled. Compared to Luffy, Jinbei was very distrustful of Little Rain. His strength was too overwhelming, and he had never had a good reputation, especially for doing some particularly crazy things. Such a person might even be a threat to Whitebeard. Moreover, no one could guess the next move in his events. Little Rain shrugged and said softly, someone will come to pick us up here. So we just strolled around the prison. It's only a little after 5, and the sky has just started to brighten. They won't execute anyone this early. Luffy was suddenly at a loss for words, as if he had been choked. But even if someone came to pick them up, they couldn't come over if the Justice Gate didn't open, right? Crocodile took a puff of his cigar and asked quietly. Not many people knew about Little Rain's penguin ship. Of course, the Navy was absolutely aware. But Crocodile clearly belonged to the category of people who didn't know. Luffy knew a bit about it, but only that he had crossed underwater on the penguin ship. Little Rain chuckled, and Inaru beside him also laughed, clearly finding the situation with the people on the ship amusing. Inaru's ship from Blue Sea was a flying ship, and since the penguin ship could fly, Inaru was well aware. So, the two of them weren't worried at all. Our ship can pass through the Justice Gate, and it can also reach the Navy headquarters. Little Rain smiled faintly and said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, the Justice Gate actually opened. At this moment, it was clear that Luffy and the others understood it was due to Little Fang's efforts. The voice from the snail phone on the warship made Luffy and the others burst into tears, especially Ivankov, who had arrived at the ship with the poison lightning but hadn't seen Little Phone. He seemed to understand his intentions. Now, hearing that voice, he was crying so hard it looked like he was about to melt. Looking at the boat full of crying and wailing people, Little Rain shook his head. He originally didn't plan to rely on these prisoners and transgenders, especially Little Phone. He would be the boss of the new transgender paradise in the future. If he were to come in later, he would definitely need to rely on him. Thinking of this, Little Rain took a deep breath and looked up at the sky, just as Luffy was crying and shaking hands at Little Rain while opening the Justice Gate. The penguin ship slowly descended from the sky. Chapter 134, Pre-Battle Preparations in the Middle of the Night, calling us. Don't you have flying machines? Greed stood at the bow of the ship, looking displeased. The sky was just beginning to lighten. On the horizon, a hint of dawn appeared. The sea breeze rippled across the water. Shinjo and the others were still in a daze, seemingly very angry at Little Rain's actions. At this moment, Little Rain's mouth twitched slightly. He pointed at himself and asked softly, Am I killing myself just to let you all sleep a few less hours? Is it necessary to be so serious in bringing me down? Shinjo rubbed his eyes, shook his head, and asked quietly, By the way, where's your flying machine? That machine took me a long time to get ready. Little Rain chuckled, feeling a bit embarrassed. It got directly taken into the prison by Luffy, and then it ran out of fuel and was cut open by Little Black. Shinjo's mouth twitched, and his eyes widened at Little Black. The originally fierce black cat climbed on a Little Rain's head, seemingly wanting to hide. Inaru yawned and quietly asked, Can we leave now? To be honest, I really don't like this place. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have to get up so early to rush over. By the way, how did you get caught by Carp? Even we were wary of that old guy. You wouldn't directly challenge him, would you? Gree grinned, looking very disgusted. Mentioning Carp made Inaru feel depressed again. He was very aware of Carp's strength and was quite frustrated that his first opponent, after coming down from the Blue Sea, was so powerful. It was really bad luck to a certain extent. After the two boarded the ship, Greed and the others became serious. Today was Ace's execution day. Although it seemed they had come a bit early, they believed that Whitebeard and the Navy should be ready. If their group wanted to intervene, they had to be well prepared. It wasn't just about rushing in. After all, the Navy headquarters defenses could hardly be breached even by an Emperor-level force. Once Little Rain took his seat, the Penguin ship truly took off. At the same time, everyone gathered around Little Rain, including Eneru, who also looked very serious. By then, all the high-end combat forces in the world would appear. Especially Carp, who had captured him, would also show up. For him, this was a tremendous challenge. Now, there was still more than half a day until the execution. No, it should be half a day. Moreover, directly attacking the Navy headquarters was obviously impossible. Little Rain explained softly. People like Greed also understood this very well. Seeing everyone nodding, Little Rain said again, "Our goal is to cut in during the midst of the great battle." Cut in? Why? Greed frowned, looking somewhat displeased. Originally, he thought of taking the lead before Whitebeard's pirate crew arrived. Little Rain naturally understood Greed's thoughts. In his world, he had to be the first to charge forward to show his strength. However, this was a world-class battle, not just a skirmish for their pirate crew. We are the grand finale, so it must appear during the middle period, and we still have a lot to do. For example, Qianbing, you need to take care of the Navy's live video screening. Then, film the entire scene at any time. Why is that? Qianbing and the others were puzzled by Xiaoyu's actions, as they were clearly just pirates. However, they want to shoot the entire scene and broadcast it to the world. Doing so seemed to offer no benefit to their line of work. Xiaoyu stood up and looked towards the rising sun, her gaze somewhat dazed. After a long while, she turned around and quietly explained, "Seizing the great righteousness." Seizing the great righteousness? Are you joking? We're pirates, you know? Xiaoyu, we're the bad guys. And the Navy is the guardian of justice. Qianbing patted Xiaoyu's shoulder and scolded her loudly with a twitching mouth. Xiaoyu shook her head. I don't care about what the Navy protects, but those nobles must be taught a serious lesson. So, this time, we must do something groundbreaking. Release the footage, and then I will kidnap a world noble celestial dragon. I want to see if the Navy will exchange A's for us. Or, just let us kill the celestial dragon. Hee, what do you think of this plan? Of course, Grid, you must act quickly. As long as you catch one celestial dragon, you can come over. As for me, I will directly participate in this great battle, because if I'm not there, the Navy will be suspicious. At this point, Xiaoyu paused for a moment and then asked Qianbing, after being a pirate for so long, do you think the Navy you've encountered are good people or bad people? That is hard to say. Just based on their attitude of protecting the celestial dragons and those nobles, they can't be considered good people. However, there are those in the Navy who are willing to risk their lives to protect civilians. Qianbing hesitated and spoke quietly. Xiaoyu nodded. So, only by overpowering the opponent can one be called just. If we lose, then we will be defined as evil. It's that simple. I disagree with Xiaoyu's approach. What a joke. Why is it always you who does the spotlight stealing things? Cavendish snorted coldly, clearly very unhappy with this situation. Idiot. If you like to steal the spotlight so much, you can join me in the great battle first. Xiaoyu became somewhat frustrated and said in a low voice. Then I want to go too. Grid raised his hand, his eyes fixed on Xiaoyu. The others seemed to be blinking and staring at Xiaoyu. This made Xiaoyu even more frustrated. After talking for so long, it seemed all in vain. After glancing at Enel, who had been daydreaming, Xiaoyu shrugged helplessly. All right, you all go participate in the great battle. Then, I'll take care of the kidnapping of the celestial dragon. Enel, you have no objections to coming with me, right? Enel grinned and shrugged. Although I also feel that participating in the great battle first is more interesting, but the key figures must be involved in the middle. Yeah, haha. And we just happen to be the key figures. What did you say? Big ear guy. Looking for death? You idiot. I'll show you the power of Lord Cavendish. I will use my fist to tell you who the most important key figure is. Xiaoyu, why did you bring back such an idiot? It's simply insulting our intelligence. Voices arose, making Xiaoyu feel even more embarrassed. Suddenly, she felt what Luffy must feel. Clearly the captain, yet no one ever listens to her. Dumplings and Bartolomeo exchanged glances and nodded. We'll go with you too. After all, there might be strong guards at the Celestial Dragon's place. Xiaoyu smiled faintly and nodded. That's fine, but you'd better follow my orders then. Otherwise, I'd rather you go participate in the great battle first. Yes. Under the sea, On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard sat quietly with his eyes closed. Beside him, Marco seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Several captains sat quietly without making a sound. At that moment, the transponder snail beside Whitebeard rang. Whitebeard slowly opened his eyes, picked it up, and asked in a low voice, "Squardo, what is the matter? Didn't I tell you to rest well? A great battle is about to come, old man. Is it really okay to leave our rear to red-haired?" Squardo's voice carried a hint of worry. Seeming quite uneasy, Whitebeard frowned slightly, but eventually relaxed. With a faint smile, he asked softly what could go wrong, even if red-haired really took down some of ours. As long as we can survive and return, do we still fear red-haired? As soon as he said this, Squardo immediately shut his mouth. After thinking about it, it seemed to be true. Moreover, I trust that kid red-haired. He is not the kind of man who would stab you in the back. If Kaido really wants to stab us in the back, I believe he can help us solve it. But that group of Xiaoyu, I don't know much about them. Although they want to help us, who knows what they will actually do? Whitebeard's voice was strong, and after finishing, he suddenly laughed heartily. Kula la 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 la. Even if Xiaoyu really does something behind our backs, red-haired will help us deal with it. This time, everyone can rest assured. Yes. Squardo put down the transponder snail, pursed his lips, and let out a long sigh. On the Moby Dick, the captains opened their eyes one after another. After hesitating for a moment, they all looked at Whitebeard. Is Xiaoyu really that much of a threat? Marco seemed somewhat skeptical, although those Zoan-type ability legions were indeed strong. But Marco believed that as long as they were prepared, they were not as threatening as Kaido. Whitebeard grinned. Yes, his threat is greater than that of the other 4 emperors. Every time he does something, it seems crazy. However, each time he can escape unscathed. Don't tell me this is all luck. If there hadn't been prior decisions and deployments, do you think a pirate crew like that could survive to this day? The captains exchanged glances and nodded. Looking back, it really was like that. Seeing the expressions of the captains, Whitebeard laughed again and said, "Rest assured, although this kid is very dangerous, we're the Whitebeard pirates. Moreover, looking at his demeanor, he doesn't seem like the type to attack from behind. Based on past events, he is not the kind of person who would stab in the back. So, there is no need to worry about him. If he comes to help, that is the best. If he doesn't come, it won't stop us from rescuing Ace. Right? Our main goal this time is Ace." Marco nodded and said quietly, "There is still a bit of time. Everyone should rest a little longer. The battle later can't be resolved in an instant." Whitebeard closed his eyes again, seemingly about to snore. But the captains began to worry. After all, everyone knew Whitebeard was getting old, especially recently. Dada's health had been deteriorating. If this continues in battle and he overuses his devil fruit abilities, his body will definitely not hold up. Thinking of this, all the captains clenched their fists, swearing in his heart, "Even if it means death, I will protect Dad. Absolutely, I cannot let any navy hurt him even a bit." Chapter 135. War. When the first ray of sunlight shone through the window, all the signalmen of the Navy headquarters began to take action. The 7 warlords, the rooms of the Navy admirals, and the soldiers on high alert. The Navy gathered 100,000 elite sailors and countless experts, converging in the harbor of Marineford. As the sea breeze gently blew in, once the 3 admirals took their seats, all the elite sailors roared in unison, as if announcing the victory of this battle. Or perhaps they were inspired by the imposing presence of the 3 admirals. Ace, shackled, slowly walked up from the underground passage to the execution platform. After kneeling down, Sengoku slowly approached, picking up the transponder snail handed over by a soldier. Taking a deep breath, he said softly, "Executing Ace here has significant meaning." As soon as he finished speaking, all the sailors turned to look at Sengoku. Below the execution platform, Garp had a drop of sweat on his forehead. He clenched his teeth, clearly unable to bear it. Little Crane frowned and sighed. "Garp, this isn't your fault. Ha ha ha. At this moment, you really are gentle." Garp scratched the back of his head, smiling in a way that looked worse than crying. On the execution platform, Sengoku began to explain. When he mentioned that Ace is the son of the Pirate King, even Greed, who was eavesdropping, was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Shinjo forcefully twisted the waist of Wicca beside him. "Does it hurt?" "Not really." Wicca blinked and whispered, "Oh, that must be a dream." Shinjo chuckled, scratching the back of his head, looking quite pleased. With a slap, Greed hit Shinjo on the head and shouted, "Listen seriously. He. It's getting more interesting." The penguin ship hovered directly in the high sky behind Marineford, and due to the fog, ordinary people really couldn't notice it. Moreover, long before Little Rain left, Shinjo had directly used the ship's radio equipment to infiltrate the Navy headquarters devices. So now Chinjo could even directly control the transponder snail in Sengoku's hand to be silent. Ace is really the son of the Pirate King? That's a lie, right? Anna's long eyelashes fluttered, seemingly unable to accept it. Just then, a surprised voice once again emerged from the transponder snail. Greed closed his eyes and began to listen using his observation hockey. After a chuckle, he shook his head. I didn't expect Whitebeard to come up from a seabed. Even I didn't see that coming. So have they already started fighting? Dorina looked a bit excited and asked with a clear voice. Greed shook his head and opened his eyes. No, Whitebeard just came out. He really looks impressive. But as soon as he appeared, I didn't expect to hear so many heartbeats. Most of the sailors trembled, as if they had encountered some great fear. I will definitely become such a person one day. Cavendish snorted coldly, patting his Durandal, seemingly ready for battle at any moment. It seems we also need to appear. We can't let the Whitebeard pirates, figures from the previous era, steal the spotlight. This era belongs to us. Greed sneered, pointing his hand downwards. Suddenly, the robots received the command and instantly steered the ship towards the Navy headquarters harbor. When the Penguin ship appeared from the sky, even Whitebeard was momentarily stunned. He had originally wanted to create a tsunami, but now he was looking up into the air. The ship is hovering in midair. What's going on? This ship can actually fly. The sailor widened his eyes, seemingly unable to believe it. It's the Penguin ship of the Little Rain Pirates. Damn it. What are they doing here at this time? Sengoku clenched his fists, clearly getting a bit angry. Damn it. Why are these guys everywhere? Where did Little Rain go? It was obviously strange when he noticed that Little Rain was not standing at the bow of the ship. Greed chuckled, took the microphone handed to him by Muse, coughed, and began to speak. Moshi moshi? Cough cough. The sound quality is good. At this moment, a huge drop of sweat appeared on Sengoku's forehead. Even the Whitebeard pirates looked quite frustrated. Whitebeard, our Little Rain pirates are here to help. You shouldn't mind, right? After Greed finished coughing, he said with a very smug look. Whitebeard tightened his fists and growled. If you're not afraid of death, you're welcome anytime. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck the air with his fists. Crack! The entire space seemed to shatter, and at the same time, the sea began to surge like a rising tide. Just as Greed was about to express his stance, the Emma beside him frowned, her heroic face slightly tightening as she whispered, Not good. A tsunami is coming soon, and it's very likely to come with a hurricane. As soon as she finished speaking, suddenly, on both sides of the Navy headquarters, massive waves surged violently. It was as if they wanted to submerge the entire marine fort, directly crashing into the air towards the position of the Penguin ship. What the hell? What kind of ability is this? It's simply monstrous. Chinjo was directly scared to collapse on the deck, his mouth twitching slightly. It seemed he couldn't react at all. On the Penguin ship, except for Greed and Cavendish, everyone else looked shocked. This is simply monster-level combat power. This could directly destroy everything. Ice Age. At this moment, Akiji leaped high, shooting ice pillars at the two towering waves. In the blink of an eye, the two waves started to freeze. The cracking sounds made the sailors all breathe a sigh of relief, wiping away cold sweat. One by one, they looked like monsters. Should we go back? Chinjo's teeth started to tremble, unable to stand up at all. Anna and the other women also seemed to have weak legs. What a joke at this level of battle. Is this a human battlefield? Greed snorted coldly and shouted. This is just a high-end combat power. Do you think everyone has such strength? If that were the case, this world would have turned upside down. As soon as he finished speaking, Akiji, who had just been struck down by Whitebeard's tremor fruit power, also caused the entire sea surface to freeze. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates also stepped onto the ice surface and began to charge towards the harbor. Are we being underestimated? Greed once again seemed to be hit, his mouth twitching slightly. All right, it seems so. Wicca swallowed hard, forcing it down, and whispered, Anna, get all those guys down here. It seems the Navy completely doesn't take us seriously. Greed was furious, almost about to explode. Clearly, their ship was hovering in midair. They could at least fire shot at them. Now, they were all going to attack those pirates instead. Instead, it seemed like they were being left hanging in midair. This feeling completely wasted the confident expression he originally had. Anna was first taken aback, but then quickly nodded. Suddenly, something like powder floated out, and, at the same time, 3 pairs of wings that looked like dragonfly wings appeared with a puff on the back. After flapping a few times, they shot up into the sky. Meanwhile, Senbei was also controlling the Penguin ship, slowly descending towards the back of the harbor. At this moment, Sengoku, standing on the execution platform, slightly furrowed his brows. In fact, he had been paying attention to the penguin ship of the Little Rain pirate crew. However, it seemed that he did not want to attack the penguin ship immediately. Moreover, the ordinary Marines that went over would only be courting death. Although the Little Rain pirate crew was not numerous, every member was an elite. Each one could perhaps become a captain of an ordinary pirate crew. Such a pirate crew must be obstructed by powerful experts. As the penguin ship began to slowly descend, Sengoku still spoke up. Cannon, fire at the penguin ship of the Little Rain pirate crew. Concentrate all cannons. As soon as he finished speaking, the cannon platforms below received the order. Instantly, dozens of cannonballs shot out, densely packed like a swarm of flies, heading towards the vicinity of the penguin ship. Sunbei, Greed shouted into the microphone. Sunbei chuckled and, with his previously trembling body, directly hid into the cockpit of Battle King No. 1. He extended his hand and made an OK gesture. Immediately, the slowly descending penguin ship suddenly fired countless laser cannons. Boom! The entire sky erupted with flames and thick smoke, enveloping the entire ship as it slowly descended onto the sea surface behind the harbor. Laser beams? Sengoku was momentarily stunned to see such a weapon. It should be known that the Navy's Vegapunk had researched for a long time to derive such power from Kizaru's fruit ability. However, now it appeared that the penguin ship of the Little Rain was equipped with such weapons. Such talent was actually used by a pirate. How infuriating. Sengoku really wanted to personally capture Sunbei. Chapter 136. Beast Robot Legion. As the smoke cleared in midair, flames fell, creating small holes in the ice. Marines and pirates all looked up at the penguin ship. At that moment, a massive figure descended from the sky. There was a lion over 10 meters tall, flapping its feathered wings, and a giant python over 30 meters long with bat wings. Additionally, there was a group of enormous wild boars, each over 10 meters long, flapping feathered or bat wings, slowly descending onto the ice. What kind of animals are these? A colonel, covered in sweat, said in astonishment. Look, there's a woman standing on the head of the largest snake, said a sharp-eyed rear admiral, pointing at Anna on the snake's head. Hancock's gaze was somewhat cold. After snorting, she murmured, "Is this Anna's ability? She can control such powerful animals." After attracting everyone's attention, a group of tall figures once again launched from the penguin ship. When the dust settled, everyone looked carefully in that direction. All of them were over 10 meters tall, resembling Sunbei, and they looked incredibly strong. On the shoulders of these robots stood Greed and others. Robots? Sengoku gritted his teeth and shouted furiously. The most unexpected thing for him now was perhaps the sudden appearance of the Little Rain pirate crew. Looking at the momentum of those animal legions, it was clearly very strong. If these tall figures were robots, then just the Little Rain pirate crew could match a third of his strength. How infuriating. If he had known back then, he should have chased them down and eliminated them. Sengoku's lips twitched as he said coldly. Kapu, who had just walked over to Ace, sneered and asked, "Back then, did you know their pirate crew's whereabouts? If you did, you would have sent someone to eliminate them already." Sengoku's forehead bulged with veins, somewhat furious at Kapu's statement. But this was indeed the truth, and he couldn't argue. On the Moby Dick, Marco furrowed his brows slightly and said softly, "Old man, this group really has strong combat power. Just looking at those beasts is impressive. That's why I've always emphasized that this kid is the biggest threat." Whitebeard grinned and said calmly, just as everyone was marveling at the strength of the Little Rain pirate crew on the harbor's high platform. Mihawk frowned and drew the black sword from his back. Yuru. His brows furrowed tightly, and his eagle-like sharp gaze locked onto Whitebeard on the Moby Dick. After lightly swinging the black sword a few times, he suddenly slashed at Whitebeard. The immense slash, with a momentum like a bamboo being split, directly cut through the ice. Just as it was about to reach Whitebeard, the 3rd Division Captain, Diamond Jozu, who was glowing, instantly blocked the slash with his body. With immense strength, he swung upwards. Boom! The clouds in the entire sky seemed to be directly sliced open at that moment. The world's #1 slash was indeed extraordinary. Impressive. Cavendish frowned and murmured. He was also a skilled swordsman and naturally understood the significance of this slash. He also understood how powerful this kind of attack was. At least, Cavendish definitely couldn't unleash such a strike at this moment. This is the 3rd Division Captain, Diamond Jozu. So powerful, he actually blocked this world's #1 slash. A colonel said, seemingly unable to close his mouth, speaking slowly. "Haha, this guy's mine." Cavendish shouted. "Battle King No. 3, clear the way for me." Cavendish's eyes sparkled with excitement as he thought, "As long as I defeat this guy, I will be the world's #1 swordsman. At that time, my popularity will definitely surpass Little Rain. Ha ha. The 12-meter-long, Senbei-like battle robot, upon hearing Cavendish's command, immediately started running forward. Despite its enormous size, its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached behind the pirates under Whitebeard's crew. As Cavendish drew Durandal, he shouted loudly, "Everyone, get out of the way. Don't obstruct my popularity. Otherwise, I'll kill you all." Those pirates, upon seeing such a gigantic humanoid weapon, had no time to dodge and certainly wouldn't dare to rush forward to deliberately obstruct it. On the seats of the 3 admirals, Kizaru slowly stood up. With his mouth always pouting, a lazy voice came out. "What terrifying monsters! If this continues, the damage will be too great. It seems we have to deal with their leader first." As soon as he finished speaking, his body flashed with light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Akainu frowned slightly and didn't bother with anything else. When Kizaru reached the air, the dazzling light made Whitebeard frown. So dazzling. Just as he muttered this low remark, Marco rushed towards Whitebeard. At this moment, Kizaru clenched his hands and unleashed the technique, Shining Light. Boom! The moment Marco, who had just shot out, swung his wings to meet Kizaru's attack, the entire sky lit up with light. Blocked it. He actually blocked Mr. Kizaru's attack. How is that possible? A school-level officer said in a daze, seemingly feeling the incredibility. It's a devil fruit of the animal type, which is even rarer than the natural type. Kizaru stood in midair and said lightly. Watching Marco, who had transformed directly into a phoenix, he clenched his hands and once again released the Yada no Kagami. Charging forward, Marco's phoenix was completely unharmed. After passing through these attacks, he revealed his body. Stretching out his foot, he directly kicked towards Kizaru. Bang! A muffled sound erupted, and a beam of light instantly shot onto the wall of the high platform. After creating a large pit, Marco flapped his wings and returned to Whitebeard's side. At that moment, Greed waved his hand and shouted, "Now is the time. Concentrate all firepower and bombard that position." As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen lasers mixed with high-pressure cannons and flames, as well as numerous other forces, coalesced into a brand new power, instantly breaking through the formation of all the pirates and navy and striking towards the position where Kizaru had broken in. Boom! A huge roar sounded. An entire high platform seemed to collapse from this blow. From within, Kizaru's beam shot out, transforming into his figure in another direction. Looking towards Greed, he felt a bit surprised. If it weren't for his quick reflexes and rapid elementization just now and narrowly avoiding those attacks, even he might have expended a lot of energy. Still a step too slow. Greed slapped the head of Battle King #2, feeling a bit angry at this moment. Knowing Kizaru's speed, he should have made a decisive move. Thinking of this, he shook his head and said softly, "Rush over. Now is a great opportunity to make a name for ourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, the robot army moved out with the beast army, charging forward like a cloud of dust towards the Navy's formation. On the execution platform, Sengoku almost threw away the Din Mushi in his hand. Immediately ordered the robot army of Sabaody to move out and intercept the beast pirates and robot core of the Little Rain pirates. Damn, did these beasts also eat devil fruits? They can even release flames and such. What the hell is going on? Sengoku felt a bit surprised and gritted his teeth coldly. On the ice, Kizaru coldly looked at Cavendish, who was rushing over from the other side. Now, with the help of Battle King and his own swordsmanship, Cavendish was like entering a no-man's land. Although the opponent was an elite marine, the powerful combat ability of Battle King, combined with Cavendish's guards, made him exist like a high-level officer. In a short time, he had actually entered an invincible state. Just as Cavendish was running to the front, the ice surface behind him began to tremble. The others, including Greed, who were about to reach the middle position, looked back. A giant was swinging its large cleaver and charging towards the warship. Doflamingo and Kuma, who were about to jump down, also froze for a moment and looked at the giant. The warships kept firing at Little Oars, and just when everyone thought Little Oars would stop, the entire warship was suddenly lifted up. After being violently thrown towards the square in the harbor, all the giants rushed forward to block. Unfortunately, it seemed that they were not as powerful as Oars Strike. Boom! With a loud explosion, the warship was directly loaded onto the high platform of the square, instantly creating a passage. Little Oars has opened a passage for us. Charge. Good job, Captain Oars. The pirates under Whitebeard were greatly encouraged, each roaring as they rushed towards that passage, while the elite marines on the icy surface seemed to sense something was wrong. One by one, they began to retreat and defend. He really is a fool. With such a large body, he will become their moving target. Whitebeard frowned and said with some concern. Chapter 137. Blocking the 7 warlords. Just as Whitebeard's words fell, little oars broke through into the bay with an invincible momentum. Those few giants were simply no match. At that moment, the Beast Corps and the Robot Corps also followed closely beside little oars. Opposite them, the Pacifista Corps, Doflamingo, Gecko Moria, and the real Kuma directly blocked the way. A pirate crew with such a small number of members actually disrupted the entire battle situation. Doflamingo lightly licked his lips and said softly, "Hee. Agreed. This time I will accept your shadow." Gecko Moria chuckled while Anna, sitting on the head of a giant snake, frowned at the cold atmosphere in the air. Little oars didn't care about the 7 warlords at all, raising his sword and swinging it towards them. At that moment, the expressionless Kuma, who had been using his pressure cannon, seemed to have completed his move and directly released his pressure cannon towards little oars. Boom! A muffled sound erupted, and Greed and the others suddenly opened their eyes. Seemingly a bit stunned, such a tall giant was actually knocked down in an instant. At the same time, a shockwave radiated out, directly blasting away all nearby pirates like a high wind pressure. At this moment, Greed instantly jumped onto the ice. After clasping his hands together, he pressed down on the ground. Suddenly, the ice layers seemed to be controlled by Greed, forming a semicircular wall to barely block this move. Crack! The ice shattered open. At this time, Greed also frowned. 7 warlords are more troublesome than he imagined. On the other side, the 3rd team captain, Diamond Jaws, also seemed to attack the admirals. With a punch, he turned into a huge ice block. With absolute power, he threw it back, instantly flying over the injured giants and marines, directly smashing towards the admirals. Akainu slowly stood up, his voice filled with anger as he lowly shouted, "Why is everyone running so fast? Who will guard this place?" As his words fell, a massive eruption of flames followed. The scorching magma, with steaming heat, directly crashed onto the giant ice block. Before the ice block could fall, it was directly vaporized into steam by the magma. At this moment, all pirates and marines, including the 7 warlords, had shocked expressions. It must be said that the admirals, the highest combat power of the Navy, are indeed very strong. Even Greed, who had always been unconvinced, felt a bit of admiration for Akainu's strength at this moment. Akainu's gaze turned icy. Like a deep cold pool, the magma slowly descended. The next moment, his entire hand exploded. Boom! All the magma erupted, attacking the pirates below, like a series of volcanoes. They fell from the sky. At this moment, even Greed shouted, "Battle King Corps, shoot at those volcanic magma." Damn, do they want to take us out too? Doflamingo snorted coldly, his hands continuously flicking, instantly cutting through one of the volcanoes. He looked at Akainu on the high platform with a cold gaze. Meanwhile, Battle King also stretched out his hands or opened his mouth. Beams of laser cannons shot out, instantly shattering one of the magma volcanoes. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard directly blocked one of Akainu's volcanic stones with his bicento, sneering, "Little magma brat, want a birthday cake?" Watching the flames being extinguished in one breath. Even Akainu was somewhat surprised. However, he still calmly smiled, seemingly looking down on Whitebeard. It was truly a battle between monsters. Kiambingwei hid in the cockpit of Battle King No. 1, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and whispered. At that moment, a warship carrying a group of prisoners fell directly from the frozen surface in midair. Among the stunned expressions of everyone, Anna was the first to notice, shouting in surprise, "Luffy, how could those guys fall from above?" Who knows? Greed's mouth twitched slightly, evidently surprised. Just then, Doflamingo and Moonlight Moria seemed to have started to take action. One quickly flicked his fingers, instantly cutting through one of the beasts that hadn't had time to react. Moonlight Moria then rushed towards the fallen little oars, seemingly wanting to seize little oar's body. Shadows of bats flew out beside him, instantly forming a massive spear that pierced through Oar's chest. With this blow, even Moonlight Moria believed that little Oars was definitely finished. When he wanted to use a shadow to once again control little Oars, Anna in the sky finally took action, her fingers lightly tapping, and bolts of lightning shot out. Instantly, 2 ice pits exploded in front of Moria. Moria hurriedly stopped, and at that moment, Muse roared, flapping his wings and charging in front of Moonlight Moria. A heavy punch hit Moria's stomach, causing him to spit out the marine soldier's shadow he had swallowed. Moreover, his entire body staggered back 6 or 7 steps, almost toppling over. Just as Moria was regaining his senses and wanted to grab his scissors to attack Muse, Muse opened his mouth wide, as if preparing a high-pressure cannon. Kuma leaped high, wanting to deal with the nearby Muse first. Behind him, a laser flashed, creating a hole in Kuma's shoulder, which had become somewhat sluggish due to the modifications. Slowly turning around, he saw AKAs, who was coldly staring at Kuma with his hand raised. As fellow cyborgs, they might be the most suitable for battle now. When Doflamingo's line shot reached Greed, Greed obviously smiled. He dodged the line, his entire body carbonized. In his observation, Haki sensed the parasitic line in midair. Once again, he used a shave, directly appearing behind Doflamingo. Turning around, he aimed a finger gun, wanting to engage Doflamingo in a pure physical battle. Dodging the finger gun, Doflamingo quickly fired 2 lines. As he tried to evade, Greed directly took the line's head on and kicked at Greed with a gale kick. Originally, this line fruit was somewhat helpless against someone like Greed, who had abilities similar to Diamond Jozu, unless he was caught by the parasitic line. Unfortunately, Greed's observation Haki was evidently much superior to Doflamingo's. So, even if the parasitic line was arranged well, unless it was a clever scheme, it would be impossible to catch Greed. Moreover, Greed's speed was extremely fast, basically on par with Doflamingo's, and even had a slight edge. Unless he encountered someone like Kizaru, a pure speedster, otherwise in general battles, he really wouldn't be worse than others. In the blink of an eye, Doflamingo was directly entangled by Greed, and those pacifists, after being attacked by the Battle King Corps, the Beast Corps, as well as Jolina's and Emma, exploded one after another, although their side had also lost nearly 10 Battle Kings. The downfall of over a dozen pacifists allowed the pirates, who had originally been hesitant to confront them, to breathe a sigh of relief. Jolina's leap high, instantly appearing beside Emma, clapping her hands and shouting, "We are the strongest combination, ha ha." Emma smiled faintly, glancing at Luffy and the others, who were rescued by Jinbe. At this moment, Luffy had just regained consciousness, after defeating a few Marines who had climbed aboard the warship to attack. He jumped to the highest point of the warship, looking towards the execution platform. Carp, holding his head, looked somewhat speechless. "Luffy, you idiot, how did you end up here?" At this moment, Ace shouted loudly, "Luffy, hurry and get out of here. You idiot, this will only bring me more trouble." When Luffy spotted Ace, he smiled. "Ace, wait for me. I'll come to save you right away." With that, he jumped down directly. Jinbe, Ivankov, Crocodile, Buggy, and Luffy formed a strange combination. Everyone looked on with a sense of peculiarity. Even Mihawk, who had just jumped down, felt it was strange. Originally, he wanted to find Cavendish, who was rushing towards him. But now he seemed more interested in Luffy. "Damn it, I'm standing right in front of you. Yet you're looking at that rookie. It seems you don't take me seriously." Cavendish snorted coldly, extremely angry at Mihawk's behavior. After a cold snort, he slapped Battle King on the head and jumped off his shoulder. "Smash that guy with the black sword." "Yes, master." Battle King emitted a mechanical voice, his mouth, fingers, and chest all opening up. Instantly, a laser cannon mixed with rockets shot towards Mihawk. At this moment, Mihawk naturally reacted, gripping the black sword. He slightly opened his eyes and immediately slashed out a strike. In an instant, his slash flew towards the laser cannon and rockets like a missile. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, affecting the nearby pirates and Marines. At the same time, amidst the thick smoke, the sword light paused, and in the blink of an eye, another sword light slashed through the flames and smoke. In the next second, it could potentially strike Battle King. Boom! Cavendish originally wanted to stop it, but was already too late. He could only use Shave to escape, angrily shouting, "That brat Kiambingway has such a powerful bodyguard for himself. Yet what he distributes to us are all inferior products." Chapter 138, Women's Battle in Less Than an Hour. The Little Rain Pirates alone directly destroyed the Pacifist Corps and held off 4 warlords of the sea. Cavendish, skilled in the Navy's 6 forms, particularly Shave and Moonwalk, could keep up with Mihawk's speed. However, in front of eyes that could see through any technique, it seemed that ambushes were not very useful. Durandal instantly blocked the black sword, and Mihawk, somewhat surprised, said, "Durandal, I didn't expect you to have a world-class famous sword." Cavendish drew his sword and thrust it out again, only to be blocked by Mihawk, and he replied softly, "I'll be taking your black sword Yura this time." Hey, I think it's better not to say this thought. After all, your strength hasn't reached that level yet. As soon as the words fell, the fast-speaking Mihawk unleashed a flurry of over a dozen slashes, sending strikes flying like laser cannons. Cavendish leaped into the air with a moonwalk, and simultaneously activated his beautiful sword round table. After blocking Mihawk's attack, he sneered, "Not necessarily. How do you know I haven't gone all out yet?" Cavendish, suspended in midair, secretly shouted, "Transform, second personality." In an instant, his entire aura changed, resembling a cold and ruthless executioner, and also like a cruel thug. Durandal swung, instantly unleashing dozens of slashing attacks downward. Even the nearby Marines and pirates seemed to be targeted. On the high platform, Hancock looked at Anna, Emma, and Jolena in midair. She snorted coldly and clenched her fists. "These guys are my future rivals. I must take them out here first." As her words fell, she lightly stepped on the flower snake and jumped high into the air. At the same time, she pressed 2 fingers to her lips and drew a heart. Captive arrow. With a flick of her fingers, Hancock unleashed countless pink petrifying arrows, all shooting towards the sky. Anna and Jolena exchanged glances, snorted, and shouted, "I wanted to deal with this woman for a long time, and now she has come to us." As her words fell, she slapped the giant snake's head. All the animal army began to dodge, though a few slower animals were not spared. Those hit by the captive arrow instantly turned into stone statues. The pirate Empress Hancock is actually taking action herself, not far away. Smoker watched Hancock attack the 3 women of the Little Rain Pirates and seemed somewhat surprised. Surprise aside, Hancock's strength was evident. Although Anna and Jolena had very strange and powerful fruit abilities, compared to Hancock, who possessed Conqueror's Haki and could skillfully use 9-snake Haki, they were still being overwhelmed. Salome flicked her tail and jumped high to catch Hancock. At this moment, Hancock, after jumping from the snake's body, used her fragrant foot to attack Anna, who had just driven away a giant snake and was flying through the air. In midair, Jolena shouted, "Lightspeed fist." At the same time, she stomped on a flying pig beneath her, propelling her body like a cannonball. In an instant, she caught up with Hancock's fragrant foot, seemingly wanting to knock Hancock away with a punch. Just then, Emma had already noticed Jolena's movement, so she hugged Jolena and dodged to the side. At the same time, she executed a gale foot towards Hancock. Bang! A muffled sound erupted. Although Hancock avoided the gale foot, her fragrant foot struck a Marine's head. The Marine, who had been infatuated with Hancock's beauty, suddenly discovered that his entire face had turned to stone. The pirate Empress Hancock, please help him break the petrification. Another major saw his subordinate's head turn to stone and immediately scolded him. After a roll, Hancock stood once again on Salami's snake body, her head tilted back, pointing at those Marines. "You bunch of stinky men, I have already completed my mission by agreeing to this warlord assembly with the Navy. Even if I attack you, you must consider it as me completing my mission, because I am truly as beautiful as a celestial being." As soon as her words fell, even that major turned into a lovesick fool. It seemed he was about to be captured. "Beauty my foot." The fairy arrow. In midair, Anna shouted angrily. She posed as if drawing a bow, and in the next second, countless arrows infused with fairy powder shot out like lightning. "Damn woman, this time I will definitely take you down." Hancock snorted, leaping high and flipping twice to dodge to the side. At the same time, the spot where Hancock and Salome had been standing exploded instantly. Ice shards and thick smoke, along with a strangely pleasant fragrance, quickly spread out. So fragrant. This woman fights so interestingly. Ha ha. After saying this, a Marine suddenly found himself in a vast grassland. On the other side of the grassland, countless bikini beauties were running towards him. With arms wide open, the Marine's face flushed crimson, and he ran over too. However, in the blink of an eye, he was cut down by those pirates in reality. Within the 20-meter blast radius, such situations were everywhere. At this moment, even Sengoku, who had been closely monitoring the battlefield, seemed a bit surprised. What kind of fruit ability is this? Why does Little Rain's group all have such strange fruit abilities? Carp shrugged and said softly, "Who knows? But didn't Doflamingo say that Little Rain's group consists of super devil fruits created by Senbei? Moreover, they don't seem to fear water or sea stone. Senbei again, those robot armies must also be his work." And that Muse and Axis seemed to have become much stronger all of a sudden. A huge hashtag appeared on Sengoku's temple. But Carp snorted and didn't say anything further. Instead, he looked at Luffy, who had just kicked Crocodile away, seemingly feeling a bit helpless. When Luffy jumped down and was about to rush towards Ace's execution platform, Ace seemed to panic at that moment. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Luffy, don't come over. You idiot. We each have our own companions and our own lives. Your weak strength coming here to save me is a burden to me." After taking down several school-level officers, Luffy took a deep breath and shouted, "I am your brother." Huh. Almost everyone was stunned. Even Whitebeard seemed to have trouble processing it. Sengoku, holding the transponder snail, seized the moment to explain. Straw Hat Kid Luffy is Ace's sworn brother, who grew up together with him. Moreover, he is the son of the world's most wanted criminal, Dragon. This man carries the bloodline of evil. As soon as these words came out, all the Marines turned their weapons towards the Straw Hat. It seemed that unless they took him down, this war would not be won. On the other side, Anna, the three women, and Hancock were fighting fiercely. They didn't care about any bloodline of evil. What they cared about was that man in their hearts. Hancock was indeed powerful. No wonder even Sengoku praised her strength. Despite being attacked by the three-headed beast fruit abilities along with Anna, Jolena, and Emma, she was still holding her ground, even gaining the upper hand. Even Akainu, who had just returned after burying Sengoku's trap, seemed surprised. In midair, after dodging the attack from the flying giant python, Hancock turned around, stepping on the back of a flying wild boar, and soared into the air once again. At the same time, as her fragrant foot collided with Emma's hockey-infused handblade, she used that force to elevate herself again. She pressed her palm against the head of a flying leopard, causing her body to flip over. Then, she kicked repeatedly, flying towards Anna and Jolena. The speed was so fast that even someone like Jolena, who had a speed fruit ability, seemed to struggle to evade. Both of them were holding sea stone weapons, but after being kicked, they turned to stone and shattered. Anna flapped her dragonfly wings, taking Jolena to fly low to the ground to evade. Meanwhile, Emma executed another shave, her hand blade infused with hockey, slashing repeatedly at Hancock. Hancock swayed left and right, her hands moving again to draw a heart. Captive arrow. She shot directly towards Emma. On the other side, Anna spread her wings and took flight, positioning her hands as if drawing a bow. At that moment, the arrows of the lightning temptation powder and the captive arrow collided. Boom! Another explosion erupted, turning into stone powder or temptation powder, spreading outwards. The current battle situation was becoming increasingly difficult for Sengoku to control. Just the little rain pirate crew alone had directly blocked all the 7 warlords of the sea. Meanwhile, those captains led their pirates, stepping over Little Oar's body, invading the square. If this continued, it would disrupt all his plans. Clenching his fists tightly, Sengoku shouted, spitting as he yelled, "Sengoku, you could take another team of pacifists and flank from behind. Damn it, deal with those new world pirates first. Don't worry about the Little Rain pirate crew." Since the 7 warlords had now blocked the Little Rain pirate crew then, he should start with those soft targets. Sengoku thought this way, but Whitebeard, who had been standing on a Moby Dick, seemed to have noticed Sengoku's deployment. With a faint smile, Whitebeard directly ordered those pirates to attack the army behind the harbor, whispering, "No wonder you're a wise general, although I don't know what exactly you want to do. However, since you've released the news, you must have anticipated that we would be anxious. So, we must proceed steadily." Beside him, Marco quietly asked, "Ace's brother looks quite impressive. Keep him alive. Don't worry about the 7 warlords anymore. Pay more attention to the actions of those admirals and other vice-admirals. Kula-la-la-la. Little Rain and his group have at least helped us block all the 7 warlords. Moreover, Little Rain hasn't shown up yet. I think this kid will definitely make an even bigger commotion," Whitebeard said in a deep voice, exuding a commanding presence. Chapter 139. Betrayal Understood. Marcos Mail Fantli. In the next moment, he spread his wings and flew towards the distance. Cannonballs fell like a torrential rain, and the sounds of battle were like the calm before a storm. The smoke filled the entire battlefield, and Whitebeard's massive body stood tall at the bow of the Moby Dick. Just his presence made all the pirates feel reassured. Sengoku understood very well the power and intimidation of Whitebeard. Just one person could be worth 1,000 troops. Therefore, he had to devise a plan to injure or kill him to win this battle. He was very clear that Whitebeard himself might also be very aware of this. Of course, Whitebeard did not know that his own people might be the key to this battle. Behind the harbor, on the ice surface, a team of pacifist troops led by Hisenemaru had appeared. When the scene switched to this position, even the reporters and pirates on Sabati Archipelago were shocked. Another wave of Bartholomew Kuma appeared. The pirates all stopped, looking back at their rear. At the same time, Whitebeard laughed. It was evident that his judgment was correct. Unexpectedly, another team of these human weapons appeared. Beams of laser-like light intertwined at this moment and shot towards that group of pirates. Boom! Explosions with firelight smashed directly into the group of pirates. In less than a minute, there were hundreds of casualties. Among those who had been fighting against Don Quixote da Flamingo, Glid also seemed to have discovered the Navy's scheme. They wanted to surround his pirates and catch them like turtles in a jar. With a cold laugh, he shouted to the other side, "Quickly bring the fighting army over to resist. Relying on those guys will result in too many losses." "Okay." Cinnamorough grinned and made a hand signal, and the fighters around him began to move. Originally, they were already over 10 meters tall. Running with such strides was indeed very fast. Meanwhile, Cinnamorough, along with the two robots beside him, had a jetpack appear on their backs. A flame burst forth, and in an instant, they shot up into the air. They all extended their hands, firing lasers mixed with rocket artillery towards the pacifists. The battle between the robots on both sides left Sengoku with no mind to consider anything else. He frowned and shouted into the transponder snail, "Now. Immediately prepare to cut off all transponder snail images. Be ready at any time." "Yes." Several voices of Navy soldiers came from the transponder snail. At this moment, at the bow of the Moby Dick, Shiki slowly walked towards Whitebeard and whispered, "Old man, it looks like this will be a protracted battle." Whitebeard smiled faintly and said softly, "Indeed, but to save Ace, all of this is worth it." "Is it worth it?" Shiki seemed to be asking himself, or perhaps asking Whitebeard. Just then, a long knife slid out and stabbed directly into Whitebeard's chest. The blade pierced through Whitebeard's body, and Shiki's whole body hung on it. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Everyone on the battlefield gasped in shock, as if they had crossed over to a strange place. "Shiki, what are you doing?" Marco's eyes widened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Spreading his wings, he instantly flew towards the Moby Dick. Meanwhile, Crocodile, not far away, looked even more insane. Why didn't you avoid it when you could? Do you really trust your subordinates so much? Are those so-called sons really that important? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone reacted. What exactly did Shiki want to do? Just now, I heard a kind of ordering that as long as we go to our deaths, Ace will be released. In this way, you and Ace can survive and we are just pawns, right? Whitebeard, Shiki roared, directly drawing out the long knife. As Marco was about to attack Shiki, Whitebeard hugged Shiki tightly. Tears slowly welled up in his eyes. "To say that I, Edward Newgate, betray my own children. Sengoku, you bastard, this is your second scheme. A chain scheme, isn't it?" At this point, Whitebeard released Shiki's body. The blade scraped against the deck, and his muscles bulged tightly. Veins like earthworms swelled at this moment. "Since you don't trust my character, then I will directly break this ice layer. If you don't want to stay here anymore, you can leave directly. I, Whitebeard, am enough alone." After the words fell, both fists smashed violently to the sides. Boom! With a loud explosion, the tsunami frozen by Akiji shattered at that moment, revealing the original sea route. Directly opposite, Shiki began to cry loudly, seemingly realizing he had done something very foolish. Whitebeard, however, breathed heavily twice before saying softly, "Now, is there anyone who wants to withdraw from this battle? If so, all you should escape first. My Whitebeard pirates will swear to rescue Ace." The blade struck once again, shaking the entire Moby Dick. Glid's fist cracked loudly as he gritted his teeth and shouted at Whitebeard, "You idiot! Didn't Little Rain warn you to be careful of Sengoku's divide-and-conquer strategy? Why would you take in such a foolish man as your son? Even we, who are strangers, wouldn't think you would betray your own men. Why not kill him beforehand?" As soon as these words were spoken, Shiki directly knelt on the ground. The most surprising thing was the Warring States period. I didn't expect that even such a scheme could be guessed by Xiaoyu. It seems that I need to re-evaluate the Xiaoyu pirate crew. After all, with such intelligence and strength, they indeed have the ability to contend for supremacy in the new world. The current Xiaoyu pirate crew is no longer an ordinary newcomer and cannot be compared to those typical pirate crews. Damn it, old man. Ace couldn't bear this blow and shouted angrily at Whitebeard. Tears were already flowing uncontrollably. "There's a flaw." Doflamingo sneered, instantly releasing his parasitic strings. Just when Glid reacted, he was already controlled by those strings. Just as Doflamingo thought victory was in his grasp and directed his attack towards AKS. AKS dodged the impact cannon from Kuma and shot out a laser, instantly piercing Glid's throat, heading towards the behind Doflamingo. Damn it! Doflamingo seemed to realize that he couldn't control the parasitic strings, and after flipping twice in the air, he stood suspended. The fallen Glid had a faint red glow emanating from the wound on his throat, and his body stood up again. His hands exuded haki, directly cutting off those parasitic strings. I actually forgot about his immortality, damn. What kind of ability is this? Even after being shot through the throat, he can still be unkillable. Doflamingo snorted coldly and said helplessly. Glid twisted his neck and fixed his gaze on Doflamingo, growling, "I'm very angry right now." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he appeared directly behind Doflamingo and punched towards him. The speed was so fast that even a master like Doflamingo almost couldn't dodge. At the same time, in the waters not far from Marineford, Xiaoyu, sitting on the Thunder No. 1 ship, was refining chakra with his hands together while controlling the Earth Explosion Star to attract the seawater in this area. Watching the waves on the sea, his eyes showed a hint of fluctuation. It seems that Marineford has been fighting for a long time. "Oh, how do you know?" Enel asked boredly, staring at the celestial dragon behind him, who looked like a dead pig. This tsunami on the sea, and that feeling like an earthquake. This is Whitebeard's ability. I didn't expect it to really reach such a distance. Xiaoyu frowned and said softly, "Hey, are you kidding? It was just dawn when we discovered this tremor coming from Sabati Archipelago. Don't tell me it can shake this far at Marineford." Enel scoffed, not believing what Xiaoyu said at all. At this moment, Xiaoyu smiled faintly. "Whether you believe it or not, you will know when we reach Marineford." Bartolomeo, "Set sail for Marineford immediately." Yes. Bartolomeo took the command and steered towards Marineford. Enel provided electricity to make the ship fly faster. At this time, the dumpling fell silent. After 3 or 4 minutes, he finally said, "When we attacked the Holy Land Merigios, we also sensed several powerful auras. Even before the people arrived, we felt that kind of extraordinary power, though it was slightly inferior to this power. It was not something we could resist at that time." Xiaoyu smiled faintly and nodded. "Those were the powers of the former admirals or the fleet admiral. Don't underestimate this world. The Fujitora we encountered near Dressrosa. His strength is definitely not as simple as it appears. Moreover, we are only dealing with a gambler." "Fujitora? Just a gambler? Who's stronger compared to you?" Enel asked Xiaoyu in surprise, lowering his voice. "On par." Xiaoyu analyzed seriously and answered directly. However, this answer made Enel's mouth twitch. A mere gambler actually has such strength? What a joke. Chapter 140, Failed Transaction at Marineford, on the Moby Dick. Marco also knew that Whitebeard was truly aging. That's why he couldn't block that last attack. Perhaps his condition was even more serious. Whitebeard took a few deep breaths and jumped down, seemingly wanting to set an example. He wanted to prove that he was not the so-called traitor. He also wanted to make a final push at this moment, breaking the boat to pursue victory. A faint halo appeared on the Bicento, bringing the power to Tyr's space, striking at the approaching navy. Suddenly, a rumbling sound erupted. The entire ice surface seemed to be blown away by Whitebeard's tremor fruit ability. In the smoke, Navy soldiers were all sent flying. Just this casual attack knocked down dozens of elite Navy soldiers. Such power shocked Glid and others in their hearts. Is this the power of the world's strongest man? On the other side, Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji also focused on Whitebeard. Such combat power could hardly be countered by ordinary soldiers. First, Akiji leaped high and shot down with his ice spear. Whitebeard sneered and flipped the Bicento, shattering all the ice spears. At the same time, he thrust the Bicento upwards, instantly hitting Akiji in the abdomen. The pirates beside Whitebeard all roared. Akiji was hit by Haki. "Ha ha, Dad, take this guy out." As soon as the words fell, even Whitebeard felt that he had hit. Just then, Akiji raised his head and said in a low voice, "No, how could I be hit?" He gripped the handle of the Bicento, activating the ice fruit ability. Cracking sounds appeared as ice spread along the handle towards Whitebeard. Just as it was about to freeze Whitebeard's hand, Jozu, who was on the other side, flew in with Haki and crashed into Akiji. Akiji was sent flying, crashing into a pile of rubble, wiping his nosebleed as he slowly stood up. Meanwhile, Whitebeard was gasping for breath again. On the other side, Marco, blocking Kizaru, clearly understood that Dad's condition seemed too serious. Coupled with Squardo's knife, Whitebeard's ability to continue fighting was already a testament to his strong will. Akainu approached Whitebeard with a cold expression. At the same time, countless cannons pointed their muzzles at Whitebeard. If Whitebeard couldn't turn around at this moment, he might really die. At that moment, a flash of lightning appeared in the sky. Instantly, it struck the cannons on the high platform. Boom! After a few explosions, those cannon platforms exploded. A shadow also blocked the sunlight and gathered over the entire square, seemingly able to obscure the sun's light. Almost everyone looked up at the sky. When Sengoku raised his head, a huge hashtag appeared on his forehead once again. Xiaoyu, has he finally appeared? Sengoku gritted his teeth and roared, his fists cracking as if he was about to crush the Den Mushi. In the sky, a water sphere with a diameter of over 300 meters floated in midair. Next to the water sphere were several pirates from Xiaoyu's crew on the Thunder No. 1 ship. The lightning just now was released by Enel. At the same time, Xiaoyu had his hands together in a sword gesture, controlling the entire water sphere, looking cheerful. When Little Rain saw Whitebeard gasping for breath, he frowned and said, "Whitebeard, didn't I tell you that Sengoku might use a scheme to sow discord? How come you're still getting hurt by your own people? Ha ha! I've always believed in my kids. If they get tricked and are in trouble, as their father, I must take revenge for them." Whitebeard slowly stood up while holding his naginata, chuckling. This calm demeanor made Ace, who was on the execution platform, bang his head on the floor, tears of helplessness streaming down his face. Sengoku snorted coldly and said in a low voice, when dealing with pirates, "There's no need for so much benevolence. We are the righteous navy. How could we allow pirates to act with righteousness?" As soon as he said this, the Marines immediately shouted in unison, as if swearing their own justice. Little Rain on the Thunderbolt ship chuckled. After glancing at Bartolomeo, he whispered, "Every year, so many tributes and taxes, where do they all go? Is it spent by the Marines? Or is it squandered by those so-called nobles?" Shinjo, activate the Din Din Mushi recording, pointed at me. What? Sengoku was taken aback, and Buggy, who had just grabbed a Din Din Mushi, seemed stunned as well. After Little Rain finished speaking, Shinjo quickly pressed a few buttons in the cabin. Suddenly, all the Din Din Mushi that had been cut off lit up again. On Sabati Archipelago, the 3 huge screens also revealed their images. Bartolomeo grabbed a celestial dragon who had passed out, and Little Rain smiled faintly, asking, "These celestial dragons run rampant on Sabati Archipelago, thinking they can casually enslave people just because they are descendants of the creators. The reason I attacked Mariewa last time is that these guys don't regard humans or fishmen as people. They even wear masks just to breathe. Ha ha ha! Yet their strength is utterly pathetic. And what about our Navy's so-called justice? The so-called justice is to send an admiral to attack us when we rescue those slaves. Ha ha! Luckily, we are strong enough and not afraid of this so-called justice. Now, I declare war on the world government in the name of the Little Rain pirate crew. I swear that if I don't kill all these parasites, my Little Rain pirate crew will never become the pirate crew of the Pirate King." Just as Little Rain finished speaking and was about to continue, Luffy, who had been looking at the sky with his arms crossed, shouted, "The Pirate King is mine." Instantly, all the Marines and pirates had huge beads of sweat on their foreheads. Little Rain smiled faintly and kicked the celestial dragon's head, his gaze cold. "Sengoku, let's make a deal. I'll let this celestial dragon go, and you, let Ace go. What do you say?" Damn it. Sengoku was clearly furious. After all, to give up executing Ace for a celestial dragon could cause him a lot of trouble. But if a high-ranking official called at that moment, he might really have to let Ace go to save the celestial dragon. The celestial dragon gets hurt, and the Navy sends an admiral. So why don't they send an admiral to protect us when we common folks get hurt? Ha ha! Whether these so-called descendants of the creators are really what they claim is still up for debate. Why doesn't the world government reveal the blank 100 years of history? Could it be that these celestial dragons did something bad? Sengoku, will you let him go? If you don't let him go, I might reveal everything I know. Little Rain's smile carried a sense of triumph. However, Sengoku dared not let him continue. If it went on like this, it might shake the entire world. Below, Whitebeard laughed heartily. He glanced at Sengoku, who was furious yet had no way out, clearly understanding Sengoku's predicament. At that moment, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru, the 3 admirals, moved in an instant. A massive fireball shot towards the enormous water sphere, while ice transformed into countless ice spears that shot towards the Thunderbolt ship. The fastest, Kizuru, instantly sped towards the celestial dragon. In the blink of an eye, the huge water sphere was shattered by Little Rain's control, evading Akainu's fireball, splitting into several water spheres that crashed down below. At the same time, Little Rain's hands seemed to be free. One hand pointed at Akiji's ice spears, and he shouted, "ShinraTensei!" With a loud bang, all the ice spears, along with Akiji, were sent crashing down to the ground. Kizuru, however, was simply too fast. In an instant, he reached the celestial dragon's side. Before Bartolomeo could react, he grabbed the celestial dragon's arm and was about to shoot back down when Little Rain's Chidori appeared. Instantly, it pierced through Kizuru's body and directly through the celestial dragon's chest. With a twist of his wrist, he cut it open on the other side. Kizuru's laser flashed, and he appeared beside Sengoku. However, it was clear that the celestial dragon was already beyond saving, having been cut open from the chest by Little Rain, dead beyond death. Damn it! Sengoku's mouth twitched as he roared. His entire body seemed to emit a faint golden glow. At the same time, his figure began to swell. Transforming into a giant Buddha, he began to clap his hands repeatedly. Those gigantic water spheres were instantly sent flying by Sengoku's shockwaves, crashing onto the sea surface with a thunderous boom, creating huge waves rushing towards the bay. Below, the Marines gaped, seemingly unable to move as their legs turned to jelly. Meanwhile, Akiji, who had just landed, leaped high again, his hands reaching out to the towering waves. In the blink of an eye, he froze all the tsunamis. Everyone saw it, right? This celestial dragon was killed because of the Navy. Originally, I want to let him go. After all, he is a person too. I can only blame the Navy for being too ruthless. Little Rain sighed, making Sengoku almost explode with anger. In front of the Navy's elite 10,000, along with countless vice admirals and the 3 strongest admirals, with him in charge, they actually let a celestial dragon get killed. This time, the pressure from above would definitely be enough to overwhelm Sengoku. The pirates below, however, burst into laughter. The Navy really is ruthless. Even we pirates from a new world are scared. These guys have killed so many people and yet have become the so-called justice. Little Rain, well done, Navy, world government, you've taken a hit. The voices made Carp, who had been sitting in silence, slowly stand up. Chapter 141. The might of the Little Rain pirate crew in the smoke of battle. Carp's expression was cold, carrying an extremely gloomy aura. It seemed he wanted to fulfill his duty as a Marine, but ultimately felt unable to act. On the other side, Marco flapped his wings and rushed towards the high platform, seemingly wanting to save Ace at this critical moment. Just then, Carp leaped high. Marco didn't have time to react and was struck by a powerful punch imbued with hockey. Boom! With a loud bang, Marco was sent crashing into the ground, creating a large crater. After flapping his wings a bit, he finally recovered, thinking helplessly, this Marine hero is indeed powerful. As the light rain in the sky clearly sensed the complex emotions in Carp's heart, a faint smile appeared at the corner of its mouth. Just as it was about to say something to undermine Carp, it saw the giant Buddha, transformed by Sengoku, directly striking towards their group with a palm. A shockwave tore through the air and instantly hit the Thunderbolt #1. Even Enel had to temporarily avoid the brunt of it. At this moment, the light rain leaped high into the air, both hands forming a 1,000 birds gesture, and directly flung it towards Sengoku's giant Buddha. Instantly, it transformed into countless 1,000 birds, shooting down towards Sengoku like a torrential rain. The giant Buddha slowly raised its arm, seemingly preparing to strike again. At that moment, the water column that had been in the hole on the ice was instantly flung upwards, heading towards the Buddha and Carp. However, both of them remained motionless, as if the water column had nothing to do with them. The movements of the light rain became even faster, its hands extending slightly. Suddenly, the water column was frozen in an instant, and among it was the figure of the fisherman Amon, as Dumpling soared into the air using the sky dance technique. A wave shot out, instantly shattering the ice block. After flying past, it caught Amon's body and tossed him into the sea. He was a fisherman, able to freeze better in the water and wouldn't die immediately. On the execution platform, Sengoku, transformed into the giant Buddha, also pushed out his arm. Another shockwave was ejected, directly engulfing those 1,000 birds and then trending towards the light rain. The light rain snorted coldly, and the heavenly punishment also sprang forth, while blocking the shockwave. Both erupted simultaneously. Boom! In a brief moment, all the attacks seemed to erupt with sound. The airwaves surged, layering upon one another, and even the frozen tsunami shattered and fell. Such a level of battle was beyond what ordinary pirates could match. Even a slight ripple could result in casualties among the injured and dead. After the explosion, Thunderbolt #1 caused the light rain to hover in midair. On the other side, Enel sat atop a ball of cloud, grinning as he looked down. Sure enough, as the light rain said, the last to appear is always the important figure. Yaha! While Enel was laughing below, Kizaru also smiled slightly, transforming his whole body into a beam of light. He shot towards Enel in an instant. Behind a ball of cloud, his figure appeared. With a hook kick, he struck downward. The speed of light kick, with the power generated by its mass. In Kizaru's words, speed is mass. However, Enel's observation hockey was formidable. Coupled with his lightning speed in the blink of an eye, he connected his fingers and pulled apart. As the light speed kick struck Enel's body, it instantly elementalized. Kizaru, during the kicking process, clearly froze for a moment. His already solid foot, after being shocked, turned elemental. After a slight pause, he murmured, "A Logia fruit user. Aren't you one too?" Enel chuckled softly. The next moment, One turned into lightning and smashed down onto the ground of the square, while the other transformed into a beam of light, also crashing into the ground. Smoke billowed, and the two crawled out from the rubble. The marine soldiers and pirates were all shocked. Just the Vice Captain Greed led half the crew to block all the 7 warlords. Meanwhile, the Light Rain was leading people to block the admirals. This power could rival the 4 emperors. If those crew members recruited subordinates and became captains like Whitebeard, perhaps another new emperor would emerge, potentially becoming a unique force in the new world. After all, the Light Rain was a complete madman, seemingly capable of killing celestial dragons without mercy. Whitebeard faced Akainu, Kizaru faced Denel, and Shinji was temporarily entangled by Dumpling and Bartolomeo, with the two keeping him busy without any way out. Especially Dumpling, whose sky dance technique allowed him to soar into the sky with incredible speed. Greed and others faced off against the 7 warlords. Senbei led the Fighting King against the Pacifistas and Sabaody. Meanwhile, the captains under Whitebeard charged towards the execution platform. In the blink of an eye, they collided with the vice admirals. This completely caused Sengoku to lose control of the situation, and the broadcast continued to air. This situation made Sengoku feel he could not manage it. Carp. Sengoku, transformed into the giant Buddha, glanced at Ace on the execution platform and the long-dead celestial dragon's corpse. After a low sigh, he looked at Carp. I understand. I am a marine, and I won't let you pass here unless you step over my corpse. Carp said softly, his voice carrying a hint of determination. Those vice admirals, though strong, could only temporarily block Luffy and the captains, especially the 1st Division Captain Marco and the 3rd Division Captain Jozu, such experts. Perhaps only if Kizaru or Shinji intervened could they be held back. However, the Light Rain, which had been hovering in the sky, seemingly looking for an opportunity, was forever a thorn in Sengoku's heart. Such a man would undoubtedly become a ruler of the New World. And here, perhaps it was Sengoku's last chance. The giant Buddha's hands tightly clenched together, filled with anger. And Sengoku finally made his move. He thrust both hands into the air, and instantly, a shockwave even more powerful than before appeared. At this moment, the Light Rain let out a cold chuckle. Soaring high again, it joined its hands together once more and shouted, Earth Explosion Star. Immediately, the gravitational point that had looked like a tiny droplet in the sky suddenly erupted with insane attraction. Previously, controlling the water sphere to push down was merely a cover. Now was the Light Rain's most critical technique. After all, as long as those admirals couldn't free their hands, it could attract everything. Once Ace was drawn up, it would be perfect. As Sengoku's shockwave came up, the Light Rain instantly activated the Earth Explosion Star. At the same time, its entire body was enveloped in chakra. After forming the tailed beast cloak, 9 tails shot out, each carrying a massive tailed beast ball. 5 of them shot directly at the shockwave. After dispersing the initial wave of shockwaves, Sengoku clearly wouldn't just release one wave. Once again, he thrust out his palm, and, at this critical moment, the other 4 massive tailed beast balls collided. Boom! The entire sky seemed to be torn apart by a powerful air wave accompanied by a hurricane. It shook violently, and the immense force blew the pirates and marines on the square below into disarray. The force of the Earth Explosion Star also caused the rubble below to start floating one by one, heading towards the gravitational point in the sky. The marines and pirates also began to rise into the air along with the stones. At this moment, even Sengoku was astonished. Hearing reports from Akainu and others was one thing, but witnessing it with his own eyes was another. Such a technique, indeed, left everyone stunned. Damn it. I can't control my body at all. I'm going to be sucked up. This is the Light Rain's technique used back in Sabaody. Help me. I don't want to die yet. Vice Admiral, save me. Screams erupted one after another, and among them, several vice admirals were directly sucked up. The massive stones rolled, and most of the rocks had already converged at the gravitational point. The Blackbeard crew, who had been hiding in the town, also blinked in shock as they looked up at the sky, especially Blackbeard, who frowned at that moment. He realized that if he released the dark water, it seemed he would also be attracted upward. He had no way to counter such a move at the moment. Captain, what kind of devil fruit ability has that kid consumed? It's so powerful. Bagas asked in shock, while the other crew members also looked towards Blackbeard. Unfortunately, even Blackbeard had never seen such a move. There was no related fruit ability in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia that resembled this. Perhaps this was a type of super devil fruit created by Qianbing. Unexpectedly, it was this powerful. Haha, if Qianbing joined us, wouldn't we be invincible? But, Captain, It seems that even the world government's invitation was rejected by Chimbing back then. Chapter 142, Luffy's Haki on the battlefield. On the other side of the square, Hancock was somewhat infatuated, staring at the tailed beast transformation of Xiaoyu. That enamored smile was caught by Anna, whose mouth twitched slightly, clearly feeling a bit strange and angry, as if Xiaoyu had done something shameful. After snorting coldly, she shouted at Hancock, "You haven't defeated me yet, and you're already thinking of giving up?" As soon as she finished speaking, the lightning-infused sword mixed with seductive powder shot towards Hancock again. Hancock's fantasies were shattered once more. At that moment, she became as furious as a rampaging python, instantly firing her captive arrows indiscriminately. Of course, the most frustrated were those soldiers and pirates affected by it. A battle of this level was not something they could withstand. On the execution platform, already in midair, Sengoku and Garp exchanged glances and nodded. The next moment, one of them released an even stronger shockwave, instantly shattering the stones outside the gravitational field. Garp, meanwhile, threw a rock wrapped in powerful haki straight towards the gravitational point. The immense force, combined with Sengoku's shockwave shot from his other hand, could barely withstand Xiaoyu's 9 tails as they continuously released gigantic Rinnegan. Sengoku's shockwave had already reached inside the gravitational point. Boom! A loud sound erupted, and the entire gravitational point was directly pierced through, creating a cave. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. At least it hadn't been shattered yet. If the gravitational point had been destroyed, he wouldn't have to support it any longer. Just at that moment, Akainu and Keizuru leaped up, unleashing lasers and volcanic meteors, which instantly shot towards the gravitational point. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and the entire gravitational point seemed to shatter under the powerful attack. After completely disappearing, all the rocks and those sucked into the air began to fall. "Damn it, Enel! Whitebeard, what are you doing?" Xiaoyu yelled angrily. Just as he finished speaking, before he could say anything else, Sengoku's shockwave and Garp's massive rock came crashing towards him indiscriminately. Xiaoyu dodged while countering with ShinraTensei and Gaara's sand techniques, barely avoiding the attacks. But the chakra consumption was also immense. In just that brief moment, after the gravitational point shattered, he had wasted half of his chakra. One had to admit that Sengoku and Garp's strength was truly formidable to a certain extent. Alone, Xiaoyu found it incredibly difficult to resist. Just like back in the day with the Golden Lion, when faced with the two of them teaming up, it seemed he could only be defeated. Dust, waves of air, massive stones, and sand exploded as Xiaoyu, Sengoku, and Garp landed. Nearby pirates all fell to the ground. Sengoku regained his composure and shouted back, "Quickly send execution soldiers over. We will execute Ace now." The execution platform had already shattered, and Ace was handcuffed with sea prism stone, so he couldn't move at all. Sengoku and Garp had just protected the execution platform from damage, so it could only crash down on the high platform now. In the passage behind, 2 executioners hurried towards the execution platform. At the same time, after crossing their 2 long knives, they seemed ready to carry out the execution. Just then, Luffy's eyes widened as he shouted, "No." A wave of Conqueror's haki began to emanate from him, instantly causing some weak-willed pirates and soldiers to fall unconscious. Whitebeard, who had been kneeling, seemed to be gasping for breath from heartache. However, upon witnessing Luffy's Conqueror's haki, he was evidently shocked. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, appeared very calm. Originally, this Conqueror's haki was something he helped Luffy unleash. Now, seeing it become even more powerful seemed reasonable. Having activated it, even before going to sea, it was understandable that it now had such power. However, it seemed Luffy still couldn't control it well. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu chuckled and looked towards Greet, who was pushing back Doflamingo from a distance. The two exchanged glances and nodded. In an instant, 2 waves of Conqueror's haki were released, directly pressing down towards the execution platform. Garp and Sengoku exchanged glances and also unleashed their haki. At that moment, those trapped in between the pirates and soldiers were in immense pain. In the blink of an eye, a group fell over. At the same time, those still engaged in battle among the soldiers and pirates stopped their actions. Unexpectedly, there were 2 people in Xiaoyu's pirate crew who could release Conqueror's haki. If they truly entered the new world, what would happen then? Little Ivankov, help me. Luffy was indeed feeling a bit tired. This high-intensity battle seemed to be a huge burden on his body, giving him a sense of being unable to bear it. At this moment, Ivankov clearly had a way to help Luffy, but had been hesitant to use it. At this moment, feeling like there was no other option, he directly stabbed into Luffy's lower back. Instantly, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Luffy stretched out his arms, suddenly standing up, and shouted towards Ace. Ace, wait for me. I'm coming to save you. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards the execution platform with the Okama army, Ivankov, and Jinbei. Garp, your grandson is really a nuisance. Sengoku became furious. If the execution had succeeded just now, it would not only mean victory in this war, but would also boost morale. Perhaps, in an instant, they could suppress Whitebeard and Xiaoyu's pirate crew. But now, with Luffy causing such a commotion, it seemed they were back to square one. Garp also felt a bit helpless. A bead of sweat appeared on his temple. Shaking his head, he looked directly at Xiaoyu. I don't care anymore. If that kid rushes up, even if you kill him, I won't say anything to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped high into the air, charging straight towards Xiaoyu, his hockey-infused fist aimed directly at Xiaoyu. At this moment, Xiaoyu let out a cold snort, and 2 black rods appeared in his hands, instantly piercing towards Garp's fist with wind, attribute chakra. The overwhelming strength and the sharpness of the wind attribute chakra collided, creating a surge of air like a storm. Especially Xiaoyu's wind attribute chakra, which transformed into wind blades in an instant, slicing outwards in all directions. Cracking sounds were heard as cracks were directly cut into the ground by the wind blades. On the other side, Hawkeye was momentarily stunned. Now, it seemed that Xiaoyu was using an extremely powerful sword technique. Garp, do you really think I can't defeat you now? Xiaoyu shouted with some anger, appearing extremely serious towards this old opponent who made him feel frustrated for the first time. Garp chuckled, his hands radiating an armor-like domineering aura, turning both arms completely black. At the same time, he coldly said, You won't know if I'm your opponent unless you try to hit me. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished in an instant. The speed was so fast that even Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. In the next moment, Garp appeared from underground. With a single punch, he split Xiaoyu in half, instantly turning him into 2 pieces. Xiaoyu, Hancock, Anna, and the others all shouted in alarm, glaring angrily at Garp. At this moment, Xiaoyu's 2 have transformed directly into streams of water. After Garp passed through, they merged back together, and 2 black rods pierced towards Garp's back. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the 2 black iron rods struck what felt like a steel wall, failing to penetrate at all. 6 King Punch. Garp, utilizing Xiaoyu's strike, leaped high into the air. In midair, he performed a flip, simultaneously unleashing the ultimate technique of the Navy's 6 styles. Countless stormy feet and finger guns surged through the air, creating a fist capable of shattering anything as it charged towards Xiaoyu. Chapter 143. Xiaoyu vs. Garp. Garp's strength was initially just for fun. However, it was during the events at Sabiti Archipelago that his true power was revealed. The mastery of the Navy's 6 styles combined with his overwhelming haki allowed him to unleash attacks that Xiaoyu couldn't withstand without any fruit abilities. But now, Xiaoyu was perhaps truly different from before. Not to mention the 2 months of training on Snake Island and the continuous battle experience against admirals in the New World. It could be said that although Xiaoyu couldn't match Garp in terms of haki, he would definitely not lose to Garp in speed and chakra usage. Facing the 6 King Punch, all of Xiaoyu's chakra surged. At the same time, it transformed into wind and lightning attribute chakra. The iron rod in his left hand instantly morphed into a long spear, imbued with the sharpness of Chidori. In his right hand, a massive Rinnegan appeared. With a body capable of containing the power of a tailed beast, the chakra tail of the tailed beast extended outwards, directly injecting streams of wind, attribute chakra. In the blink of an eye, it formed a spiraling shuriken. Accompanied by a piercing noise, nearby pirates and marines began to flee in panic. At that moment, the spiraling shuriken collided directly with the power of the 6 King Punch. That fist, like a slashing attack, seemed capable of resisting the numerous wind blades of the spiraling shuriken. In midair, the 2 techniques clashed. Xiaoyu leaped high, and with his left hand, the lightning spear stabbed out. On the other side, Garp, with his domineering fist, propelled the entire layer of air, once again compressing it into an air cannon-like slash. Just like the stormy feet, boom! The air waves surged, spiraling like a tornado directly into the sky. Countless wind blades, uncontrolled, shot out with strands of lightning, indiscriminately attacking the surroundings. Dust rolled, and the storm roared. In just an instant, 1/3 of the square was lifted into the sky or scattered, sending people flying. With a couple of thuds, Garp stood on one of his foundation stones, while Xiaoyu also stood on his own foundation stone. In that instant, 1/3 of the square completely vanished. Aside from the seawater, all that remained was the foundation stone beneath Xiaoyu and Garp. Wow, so strong. A pirate swallowed hard, stuttering as he spoke. After that, the other pirates and marines began to gulp nervously. The battle between the two was something they couldn't participate in. It was like the fight between Kizaru and Enel, a clash of extreme speeds. Even if your strength could match or your haki could defend, you simply couldn't catch up. Yet Xiao Yu and Carp reached the peak of both power and speed. Just one clash could threaten the lives of others. At this moment, Luffy blinked in surprise at the strength of Carp and Xiao Yu, but he was more concerned about Ace. After knocking a somewhat dazed military officer away with a punch, he charged again towards Ace's execution platform. Straw Hat Luffy, Smoker, biting on 2 cigars, let out a cold snort and transformed into smoke, shooting towards Luffy. Meanwhile, Ivankov, who had been guarding Luffy, chuckled and blinked his deathly seductive eyes. Instantly, countless airwaves were shot out along with the blinking eyes. Although the smoke could nullify them, it was still pushed back a considerable distance. However, both Xiao Yu and Carp were momentarily stunned, gazing at each other indifferently. Carp understood from the previous strike that Xiao Yu was no longer the same as before. He was no longer someone he could easily hunt down. At least he was now at a similar level as himself. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu realized that Carp might be treating him as a hypothetical enemy, someone to push him to his limits. Clenching his fists in frustration, red flames slowly emerged, enveloping his tailed beast cloak with a power akin to tailed beast chakra. At first glance, it really looked like that. Susanoo. At this moment, it was not something an ordinary person could counter. Coupled with his current haki and strength, perhaps he could even defeat Carp. Xiao Yu thought to himself, wrapping his tailed beast chakra cloak with Susanoo. Shun, Soru. Xiao Yu used the instantaneous technique he developed, incorporating Soru and Wind, a tribute chakra. Carp, on the other hand, simply performed a basic Soru. In an instant, their figures vanished, as if they had never existed. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and air waves burst forth. In midair, Carp's overwhelmingly powerful fist collided with Xiao Yu's fist wrapped in tailed beast cloak and Susanoo. In an instant, the two were pushed apart, disappearing once again and reappearing from the ground with a thud. After exchanging blows 3 or 4 times, the two faced off with fists and feet. On Susanoo's arms, 2 swords infused with haki and wind attribute chakra slashed down towards Carp, while Carp used his haki-infused fist to block. His feet continued to unleash stormy feet imbued with haki, but they were all blocked by the 2 shields atop Xiao Yu Susanoo. Within a 50-meter radius, no one dared to approach. Even those who wanted to rush towards Ace's direction had to take a detour. While attacking, Xiao Yu shouted loudly, "What's wrong with the bloodline of the Pirate King? It's precisely because you people place too much importance on bloodlines that there are scum like the Celestial Dragons. It's not necessarily true that there are evil bloodlines, nor that there are righteous bloodlines. Luffy inherited Dragon's bloodline, yet he saved Alabasta. However, you give the credit to Smoker. Ha ha ha. The Navy doesn't seem so just after all." After this speech, even the sailors began to question. Sengoku clenched his fists, a huge hashtag appearing on his forehead. This little rein is connected to a microphone for the loudspeaker. Moreover, it can directly speak to the reporters on Sabaody Archipelago. It can be said to be more advanced than the Navy's equipment. However, because it's more advanced, Sengoku became even angrier, as it seemed that they were being overshadowed by this little rein in terms of justice. It felt as if they, the Navy, were the evil ones. Just as Sengoku was about to directly intervene and deal with this little rein, on the other side, Akainu took the opportunity during Whitebeard's moment of heart pain to land a punch on Whitebeard's abdomen. "Old man," Ace shouted loudly from the execution platform. As Marco was about to rush to rescue him, he was restrained by Kizaru and another vice admiral who took advantage of his moment of distraction, locking his arm with Sea Prism Stone. Suddenly, he couldn't use his devil fruit abilities and collapsed. At this moment, Akainu snorted coldly and pulled back his fist, retreating a few steps. Whitebeard's counterattack injured him as well. However, the aggressive words followed. "What justice do pirates have? Were we sailors then? If it weren't for our Navy's justice, wouldn't this world be in chaos? If it weren't for you pirates, would those people have to suffer the danger of being robbed at any moment? If it weren't for you pirates, would those people be worried and afraid all day long? If it weren't for you pirates, would the world government have a navy?" As soon as these words were spoken, the sailors, who were originally a bit demoralized, raised their weapons and shouted in anger. Sengoku smiled faintly and said softly, "We uphold absolute justice, so we fight for justice." Countless sailors threw themselves back into battle, seemingly having turned the tide. Whitebeard, with blood at the corner of his mouth, slowly supported himself with his Bicento, his eyes narrowing as he stared at Akainu and Sengoku. That brat Akainu and that bastard Sengoku seem to care a lot about their soldiers' morale. However, this little Rain's move is really ruthless. It actually places us pirates at the pinnacle of justice. Kulalalala. In this new era, you will definitely have your share. With that, he tightly gripped his Bicento. After taking a deep breath, he swung it towards Akainu with the power of the Tremor fruit. Boom! A wave of shockwaves sent the sailors who had charged forward flying. At the same time, Akainu spread his arms to block Whitebeard's attack. At this moment, Whitebeard's injuries were already severe due to Squard Stab, Akainu's sneak attack, and the barrage of cannonballs. However, his strong will and belief kept his fighting spirit high. After standing up, he became even more fervent in battle. Raising his Bicento, Whitebeard shouted, "Boys, fear nothing. We fight for our family, kill. Oh, charge with the old man. Kill for our family, charge." The cries echoed, shocking Enel, who had just paused to watch Kizuru successfully ambush Marco. Furrowing his brows, he murmured, "These people, for a man, can risk their lives. What a powerful momentum. This is what Little Rain calls the strongest man." Chapter 144. Retreat. Order. The roars and sounds of battle intertwined on this smoke-filled battlefield. Some timid new recruits who had never experienced a great battle couldn't withstand such killing intent and instantly fell into despair. Those with slightly stronger abilities became bloodthirsty, as if they had turned into mindless killing machines. Taking advantage of this trend, Luffy had already rushed to the execution platform. His eyes were fixed on Sengoku. This was the last barrier. As long as he got past here, he could rescue Ace. In his hand, he held to that Little Rain had given him beforehand. With this key, he could directly unlock Ace's shackles. Then, he could rescue Ace. Sengoku snorted, seemingly indifferent to Luffy having reached him, compared to the new King Little Rain. Although Luffy appeared extremely reckless, he still fell a bit short in comparison. Of course, the biggest difference lay in their strength. At this moment, Little Rain's pirate crew alone could hold off Garp, while the entire crew could almost hold off the 7 warlords, 2 admirals, and a large portion of the Navy's strength. Coupled with Whitebeard's pirate crew, they could be said to disrupt the entire battlefield. In terms of fame and strength, Sengoku didn't take Luffy seriously at all. Just then, Luffy executed a second gear shave and instantly disappeared. Sengoku seemed to have missed something, and when he looked again, Luffy had appeared behind the 2 executioners, helping Ace unlock his shackles. At that moment, Kizuru shot a laser that directly severed and Sengoku transformed into a giant Buddha. Luffy's actions had completely slapped Sengoku in the face and his eyes, making him feel uncomfortable and even angrier. The towering Buddha appeared, one hand forming a palm to strike down at Luffy. In Sengoku's eyes, this attack could definitely defeat Luffy. Of course, this was also a fact. At this moment, Luffy became anxious. The 2 executioners behind him, Mr. 3, slowly regained consciousness. Upon seeing Luffy, they were clearly surprised. "Mr. 3, what are you doing here? Quickly make a key for Ace. After unlocking him, escape from this place." Luffy shouted as if he had found savior. Mr. 3 quickly reacted. It was normal for Luffy to be here at this moment. After all, he had been the one shouting to save Ace all along. Ace's mouth twitched as he shouted softly, "Luffy, get out of here quickly. How can a weak pirate like you come to such a place? Don't talk nonsense. I will definitely save you." Luffy huffed and looked up at the air. The Buddha's hand was already coming down. If this strike wasn't blocked, even Ace would be in danger. Opening his mouth wide, he took a deep breath. His belly inflated like a balloon. As the hand came down, Luffy blew up his stomach at just the right moment. Seeing Sengoku's strength, he knew he wasn't his opponent. Indeed, after using Busashoka Haki to block Sengoku's palm, even Sengoku was momentarily stunned. When he reacted and tried to unleash a shockwave, Luffy seemed to have been deflated by the palm strike, his mouth opened wide, and he flew out. At that moment, Ace's handcuffs were finally unlocked. Grabbing Mr. 3, Ace leaped high, like a rocket, directly catching up with Luffy. After grabbing him, they fell towards the ground. Sengoku's palm smashed down, shattering the entire execution platform, turning it into rolling boulders. However, that kind of heart that clearly could have taken down 3 people, but didn't because of underestimating them, was hard for him to accept. "Carp, Ace was saved by your grandson." In the distance, Xiao Yu, after exchanging a punch, retreated far back and said in a low voice. Carp's body paused. Although he snorted coldly, he felt a little relaxed in his heart. The tense nerves he had been holding onto were stretched at this moment. "Ha ha! Of course. My grandson could never lose to that fool Sengoku. Carp laughed heartily, as if he were about to cry from laughing. At this moment, Xiaoyu moved. In an instant, he appeared behind Carp, and at the same time, the long sword of Susanoo slashed directly at Carp's back. Damn, you little brat, a sneak attack. Carp yelled angrily as he was sent flying. Xiaoyu laughed and said, what a joke, if we keep fighting like this. We could go on for days and nights without a problem. But Ace has already been saved, so of course it's time to leave. After finishing his words, he leaped high again and appeared next to Grid. Just as Doflamingo was about to slice with his colorful threads, he was cut off by Xiaoyu's sword, who then said in a low voice, now, we need to protect Whitebeard immediately. It's time to retreat. What? Protect Whitebeard? Grid thought he heard wrong, but Xiaoyu disappeared in an instant, heading straight for Hancock. Blinking his eyes, Grid snorted, then jumped up high and used Shave to reach Whitebeard's side. At the same time, he clasped his hands together in midair. When he landed, he pressed down toward the ground. Boom! The entire plaza seemed to start shaking. Countless stone men stood up from underground under Grid's control, attacking the surrounding pirates and marines. Of course, Akainu was not left out. Akainu snorted coldly and unleashed a large spray of fire towards the stone men that were 7 or 8 meters tall. Instantly, the 3 stone men that surrounded him burst apart, turning into stone powder that flew towards the side. At this moment, the large spray of fire seemed to still not have dissipated, with magma dripping down towards the ground, creating billows of smoke. Kid, what are you doing here? Whitebeard frowned and asked coldly. As his words fell, the sniper cannons and rifles, along with the powers of the vice admirals, gathered together, attacking Whitebeard from all sides. Even Grid seemed momentarily stunned. Just then, the entire crew of the Xiaoyu pirates, except for Xiaoyu, arrived. Dumplings continuously shot out the Doton wave, causing the bombs to explode instantly. Smoke and fire intertwined, and Muse's and Anna's high-pressure cannons and lightning arrows also appeared. In an instant, the entire Xiaoyu pirates jumped up and blocked all the attacks aimed at Whitebeard. The Marines were all shocked. What on earth is going on with the Xiaoyu pirates? They all went to protect Whitebeard. Meanwhile, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates rushed towards Whitebeard, especially Marco, who had just used Mr. 3 to unlock his shackles, seemed the most anxious. In this brief moment, Whitebeard took a few steps forward, looking at Ace, who was running towards him after blocking Green's attack, and smiled broadly. At the same time, he raised the Bicento high, as if making an important decision. All the pirates and marines stopped their actions and looked at this legendary man standing at the top of the world. Everyone retreat. Whitebeard's loud voice stunned the pirates. Even Sengoku and Carp, who had just climbed up from the rubble, seemed taken aback, unable to react in time. After the retreat order was given, Whitebeard jumped high again. Under the surprised gazes of Crocodile and others, he directly jumped out of the protective circle of the Xiaoyu pirates. With his Bicento, he slashed down towards the marines ahead. Boom! Instantly, countless cracks appeared. With the shockwave, the chase between marines and pirates finally split apart. Sengoku seemed to realize Whitebeard's intention. Gritting his teeth, he said in a low voice, "Is this guy trying to hold him off by himself?" "It seems that way." Carp didn't know when he had run to Sengoku's side and said in a low voice. On the other side, Doflamingo stood beside Crocodile and said quietly, "Crocodile, since you're out, come mix with me. This new world might see the emergence of new forces. You want to follow you? A guy who was defeated by newcomers?" Crocodile's mouth was a bit sarcastic, causing veins to pop on Doflamingo's forehead. Clearly, he was getting a bit angry. In contrast, Xiaoyu began to explain at this moment. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, cold sweat broke out. "How could I not like you? Anna and the others are at most just crew members." Heh. Amidst the laughter, Xiaoyu wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Then why did you whisper to her just now? Why couldn't I hear it? Have you married her already?" Hancock's girl-like fragile heart made Xiaoyu feel a wave of embarrassment. In his heart, he couldn't help but roar. "Sister, do you think marriage is that simple? A woman who blushes just looking at me. What are you thinking? Quickly say, is it like that? Oh, my heart is about to break. Am I going to die?" Hancock covered her chest, feeling as if she couldn't breathe. Xiaoyu quickly supported Hancock, and cold sweat broke out again. "Damn, if this goes on, I really won't be able to get out of this." Chapter 145, Ace's Death. Hancock. "It's precisely because I've always regarded you as my wife that I worry so much about you in battle. If those rogue marines or pirates dare to hurt you, even if they are admirals, I will skin them alive." Xiaoyu's expression turned serious as he spoke with deep emotion. Instantly, Hancock almost fainted from happiness again. After being directly held in Xiaoyu's arms, she said again, "Now, you must listen. It's best to leave here immediately. You can also hide on the penguin ship for now. Control King number 1 should recognize you and won't attack you. Yes. Hancock nodded vigorously, very seriously. In the distance, some Marines widened their eyes, watching Hancock being held by Xiaoyu. However, no one believed they were flirting. Even Sengoku probably wouldn't believe such words. After all, in their world, Hancock had always been a proud woman who acted alone and hated men. They would rather believe that Xiaoyu seemed to have used some technique to subdue Hancock. Could it be that Xiaoyu used some strange technique to make the Empress powerless? Definitely. Didn't you see how Xiaoyu could block the combined attack of the Admiral and Mr. Carp just now? How can a man like that be a match for Lady Hancock? Damn, I really hope to save her right now. Just based on you? What's wrong? Is it impossible for me? Do you have the strength of Mr. Carp? Are you saying you think you're already a great general? The argument among the Marines caught the attention of Smoker and Tashigi, who had been following Luffy. They looked at Xiaoyu with a hint of surprise in their eyes. They knew Xiaoyu's character well. He shouldn't have been able to create such a move. But nothing is absolute in this world, so even though they were doubtful, they had no way to prove it. On the other side, Anna, upon seeing the scene, was so enraged that she almost rushed back to take down Xiaoyu first. They had been tricked into coming here, while he was there flirting. Even greed seemed to twitch at the corner of his mouth, becoming somewhat speechless. Meanwhile, Qian Bingwei spat out a mouthful of blood and murmured, "My goddess, I didn't expect Xiaoyu to take her down." Sigh. Whitebeard was unaware of the thoughts of the Xiaoyu pirates standing behind him. Instead, he coldly observed the entire scene. Opposite him, Akainu stood stubbornly, seemingly wanting to attack Whitebeard again. Just moments ago, when the meteor volcano was unleashed, the Xiaoyu pirates had joined forces to block it. However, now the Xiaoyu pirates were still some distance away from Whitebeard. Moreover, Akainu was very confident in his strength. Whitebeard was old. Even though he had once been the strongest man, his body and injuries had diminished his combat power considerably. Slowly approaching Whitebeard, a hint of coldness appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his entire body was enveloped in molten magma. At that moment, Ace, along with Luffy, was heading toward his comrades. Just after passing through the gap created by Whitebeard, Akainu spoke. "You, a failed relic of the past, want to die here and make a final struggle?" Whitebeard frowned slightly, his mustache twitching. It seemed he had nothing to say. In his heart, he had long since drawn a conclusion about his era. All he wanted was to see the new era his children were creating. However, Ace was furious. Deep down, Ace had always referred to this era as Whitebeard's era and took pride in being the son of his father. The moment his feelings were touched, Ace halted in his tracks. His fists clenched tightly. He coldly stared at Akainu. "What did you just say?" Akainu sneered, not moving towards Whitebeard. Instead, he walked towards Ace and Luffy. His eyes narrowed slightly as he lowly shouted, "Isn't it true? A loser from the previous era, defeated by Roger, lost the title of Pirate King. Now he is barely surviving, taking a new bunch of tumors, still calling himself the strongest man. In my view, he's the most failed pirate, to adopt the son of his greatest enemy. Ha! What else could he be but a defeated loser who has lost his fighting spirit?" "Shut up!" Ace roared with fury, flames igniting on his fists. He threw a punch at Akainu, a massive fireball's power instantly engulfing the entire space. The scorching heat was also released. Not far away, Xiaoyu, who had just let Hancock go, was shocked. He had initially planned for the Xiaoyu pirates to protect Whitebeard's retreat, thinking of taking Ace and Luffy away. But after Hancock's obstruction, Whitebeard issued such an order. It seemed Ace was also playing out that tragedy in advance. In a moment, as he intended to rush over to stop it, Carp and Sengoku attacked him together. In midair, a shockwave combined with Carp's Navy 6 powers punch rushed towards him. If he charged forward, he would definitely not be able to defend against it. And if he didn't rush over, Akainu would truly succeed. At that moment, Whitebeard seemed to sense something was wrong. He began moving towards Ace and Luffy, albeit slowly, but he was trying his best to hurry. Akainu sneered and struck out with his right hand, bringing molten magma crashing down. Upon encountering the flames, it pressed down with a burning trend. In an instant, Ace was injured and sent flying. Luffy rushed over to help Ace up, glaring at the pursuing Akainu. At that moment, a water column appeared once again from the cracks, rushing toward Akainu. It instantly crashed onto Akainu. However, the already molten Akainu vaporized the seawater upon contact. Instantly, his entire body was shrouded in thick mist. Meanwhile, the figure of the fishman Iman also appeared from the cracks, giving Xiaoyu a victory sign. In midair, Xiaoyu indeed retreated, dodging Sengoku and Carp's attacks. He also gave a victory sign to the fishman Iman, seemingly happy for his successful rescue. At that moment, no one expected that Akainu would suddenly appear from midair, delivering a punch directly at Luffy. In that instant, even Xiaoyu did not foresee it. Was such high steam an intentional move by Akainu? Was he trying to hide his body? Just as the fist was about to make contact with Luffy, Ace, who was already injured, directly blocked it. The sound was very soft, yet at that moment, it rendered the entire battlefield silent, with both Marines and pirates frozen in place. Luffy's eyes widened in shock, standing there in disbelief. Meanwhile, Akainu snorted coldly, withdrawing his fist. Finally, you will die. Ace, are you okay? Luffy hugged Ace's slowly collapsing body, stuttering and unable to form coherent words. At that moment, Anna quickly spread her wings and flew to Ace's side. After a brief examination, she shook her head helplessly. Anna, please save Ace. Back then, you saved Xiaoyu despite such serious injuries. You can do it now, right? Anna, Luffy shouted angrily, his heart in turmoil. It's useless, Luffy. Ace's voice was hoarse, seemingly too weak to speak any further. After coughing, he quietly said, my entire internal organs have been burned away. How could there be any hope of survival? Don't say that, Ace. Anna, please save Ace. Hurry. At this moment, Luffy was already crying in desperation, his expression filled with panic, which also made Anna feel helpless. After all, she was just a doctor, not a miracle worker. She had never encountered a case like Ace's, where his entire internal organs had been burned away by magma. Even back then with AKS, it wasn't as severe. AKS had lost a lot, but his heart was still beating. Yet, it seemed Ace's heart was no longer beating. Luffy, listen to me, I know my own body. Right now, I just want you to hear me out. Ace finally grasped Luffy's hand and said in a low voice. Luffy nodded vigorously, but his eyes were searching for Xiaoyu. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu was still being attacked by Sengoku and Carp in a passive defense state. But his eyes had never left Luffy and Ace. Luffy, you must live well. My life has not been in vain. To find the meaning of survival before I die, I am very satisfied. As his words fell, his hand also fell. The earlier statement he made to Whitebeard, that he had fulfilled his responsibilities as a father, made Whitebeard reminisce a lot. Tears slowly flowed down as he had already reached behind Akainu. P.S. I request all kinds of support. My performance is not great. As a newcomer, it's not easy for me to update 3 times a day. Please support me. Chapter 146. The Angry Little Rain Boom. A loud explosion occurred as Akainu was directly grabbed by Whitebeard, his head pressed into the ground. Just moments ago, he had already been hit hard by Whitebeard like this. However, now it seemed even more powerful. There was absolutely no strength to resist, and blood flowed from his forehead. As if the air itself had shattered, Akainu's entire body was forcefully pressed down toward the ground by Whitebeard's fierce attack. Bastard! Despite Akainu's constant shouting, Whitebeard was determined. That overwhelming power was clearly manifested at this moment. Boom! The sound of the ground cracking followed as Akainu's entire body was suddenly forced down, falling into the fissure created by Whitebeard's tremor fruit ability. Taking a long breath, Whitebeard stood up. In his eyes, there was a sense of impending death. He coldly glanced at the Marines shouting for Akainu and quietly commanded, all of you, retreat. This is the last order from your captain. Old man. Marco and the others were already heartbroken. At this moment, they roared in anger. It seemed as if they all wanted to avenge the deceased Ace. Could it be that even my orders as captain are being ignored? Whitebeard turned his back to the pirates and spoke in a low voice. In the next moment, all the pirates seemed to begin turning to flee. At this moment, Luffy, after a loud shout, seemed to fall into a true state of despair. He showed no reaction at all. Even when Jinbei picked him up, he remained stiff. Damn it! At this moment, Little Rain was also quite furious. Clearly, he had anticipated the situation long ago. He could have resolved things just moments before. But now, it was too late to say anything. Even if Little Rain risked his life at this moment, it seemed he could not save Ace's life. Moreover, he could not influence the decision of his hero, Whitebeard. After a loud roar, Little Rain's aura at that moment resembled an ancient ferocious beast. Filled with endless killing intent, he howled to the heavens, "Awoo!" After a furious roar. Chakra wrapped around Little Rain in an instant. The rolling bubbles and the tangible chakra immediately put Little Rain into an extreme state. Kapu suddenly stopped his movements, his whole body trembling. Gritting his teeth, he coldly stared at the crack where Akainu had fallen. At that moment, amidst the fleeing pirates, a jet of magma erupted. In an instant, it claimed the lives of over a dozen pirates. Within the magma, Akainu's figure appeared. Upon seeing Akainu, Kapu trembled all over and stiffly walked toward Akainu's position. At this moment, Sengoku seemed to have reacted too. He rushed forward and grabbed Kapu's body, shouting, "Kapu, what are you doing? Remember your position and responsibilities. Sengoku held me down like this. Otherwise, I might really kill him." Although I said this, tears rolled down my cheeks uncontrollably. Sengoku couldn't help but sigh at this moment. Oh, whoa. Just as Sengoku held Kapu down in mid-air, Little Rain's chakra condensed into a small sphere, finally bursting forth. Suddenly splitting apart, it transformed into a red fox. Yes, indeed. It was a fox made entirely of red chakra. At this moment, Little Rain stood at the center of the fox's head, looking as if he were the true wielder of the Nine Tails' power. With his mouth slightly open, a true-tailed beast ball, akin to a heavy ion, appeared. Clenching it in the fox's mouth, it suddenly opened wide, and the tailed beast ball shot toward Akainu. In the distance, Akainu, who originally intended to chase Luffy, seemed to have reacted. After a turn, he raised his fists with a serious expression. After bringing them together, he forcefully pressed down. Instantly, his entire body transformed into magma, once again, erupting like a volcano. From his fists, a torrent of magma shot up into the sky. However, this true tail beast ball seemed to be equally powerful. It even had an even stronger tendency. In the blink of an eye, they collided. However, the massive magma ball appeared to be unable to withstand the tailed beast ball, gradually retreating step by step. "Damn it, you little brat." Akainu gritted his teeth and snorted coldly, then suddenly leaped high into the air. In that instant, the tailed beast ball and the magma collided with a thunderous roar. As the pirates desperately ran, flames resembling magma rose, creating a mushroom cloud that could cover the entire sky. When the flames shot into the sky, the shockwave that followed began to roll. Like a storm, it instantly swept across the entire battlefield. Countless Marines and pirates were blown away. Originally, the Little Rain pirates who had already escaped onto the Penguin ship all lay down, gripping the ship's mast with one hand. Boom! The sound finally erupted like thunder, causing the clouds in the sky to roll. The shockwave surged, heading toward the sky with Akainu. Within the fox, Little Rain's eyes were blood red. Controlling the fox, he suddenly jumped. Amidst the flames, he found Akainu, who had not yet had time to react, and instantly grabbed him. Bang! Another muffled sound echoed as Akainu was directly slammed to the ground. At this moment, the fox also vanished, revealing a chakra cloak reminiscent of Naruto's tailed beast transformation. With cold eyes floating in the sky, staring at Akainu, who had just crawled out of the giant pit. What justice, what evil? Who in this world can decide? Not Whitebeard, not Sengoku, nor the Gorosei. Only victory can determine justice. You have won now, killed Ace, so you can decide his justice and evil. But this time, I will kill you first, and then we will see who is the true justice. Little Rain's voice was cold, chilling the hearts of all pirates and marines. That tailed beast-like killing intent made Sengoku and Kapu seem momentarily stunned. Damn it, little brat. Do you really think you can win against me? Akainu was exceptionally furious at this moment. He could have easily chased down the Straw Hat. But just moments ago, he was stopped by Jinbei. In the end, he was even hindered by Crocodile. Now, he was being suppressed and beaten by Little Rain. It utterly humiliated the Navy. Such a battle made him extremely furious. Little Rain slowly descended, standing opposite Akainu. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. I don't know if you can beat me, but I do know that I will give you a good beating. As the words fell, both hands suddenly spread wide. In an instant, Susanoo appeared. Its massive form transformed into a height of 7 meters. At the same time, the two arms of Susanoo emitted piercing sounds. One side was a raisin shuriken, while the other was a Chidori blade. With a cold snort, he said, I wonder if you can block me this time? Let's see. Akainu's entire body of magma seemed to explode at that moment. Instantly, his entire being transformed into a volcano, madly shooting toward Little Rain. At this moment, Little Rain's Susanoo began to swing its arms repeatedly. In an instant, the lightning blade cleaved through the volcanic meteors, and through this breakthrough, the raisin shuriken was thrown out frantically. Boom! The tiny wind blades, as small as needles, slowly expanded, repelling the molten magma and pushing it outward. Gradually, they formed a massive hemispherical shape that covered a third of the harbor. The 4 spiral shurikens collided once again, resulting in a deafening explosion. The Marine standing near the hemisphere had no time to react and were swept into the hurricane in the blink of an eye. Their bodies shredded by the tiny wind blades, blood flowing profusely. It looked like a bloody hell. In the center of this hemisphere, Akainu was desperately resisting. Although his body had turned to molten magma, he was still being sliced by the tiny wind blades with each passing moment. Even Shiryu directly swung his domineering thunderblade through. In just 2 minutes, Akainu's entire body was cut into pieces, looking utterly horrific. Boom! The hemispherical hurricane blades finally exploded, shaking the entire Marineford. The outer sea was engulfed by a storm, and the sky seemed to darken ominously. At that moment, Garp and Sengoku charged in, launching continuous attacks on Shiryu, while the Marines could hardly intervene. One by one, they began to flee. Even the captains of the Whitebeard pirates hurriedly moved to the other side to avoid danger. Chapter 147. Seizing fruit powers the sea churned, and the clouds and sky dispersed. In the harbor of Marineford, it was as if everything had been evaporated, revealing the ground beneath. The seawater also receded. A gentle breeze blew, shrouding the entire battle area in a thin mist. The groans of Marines and pirates made the harbor feel surreal. In the half-destroyed square, Whitebeard guarded the crack behind him. Newbies like Kobe had even collapsed, not daring to move. If it weren't for Garp and Sengoku's intervention just now, Marineford might really have vanished in the battle between Akainu and Shiryu. A gust of sea wind, carrying a fishy smell, blew away the thick fog, revealing the scene inside. Akainu lay directly on the ground, struggling to get up. His entire body was soaked in blood. Even Sengoku and Garp had traces of blood on their faces. Opposite Shiryu, the mechanical arms on his left hand and right foot had completely disappeared. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he was still bleeding from his head. In the brief 4 to 5 minutes just now, Shiryu had exhausted all his tail beast bombs, spiral shurikens, and domineering thunderblades. He had even used the absolute defense Susanoo and sandstorm ninjutsu. Yet despite all this, his body had still been hit several times by Garp. He had been struck in the stomach by Akainu's fierce resistance and swept under the ribs by Sengoku's shockwave. Every part of his body was covered in blood. However, at this moment, Shiryu was smiling. A genuine, joyful smile. The unnamed rage in his heart gradually extinguished, bringing him back to his usual calm state. Ha ha! Akainu, can you still talk? Does this mean I won? Shiryu's voice was light, carrying a strangely calm tone, as if he hadn't just fought at all. It felt like a simple gamble. You little brat. Akainu staggered to his feet, his blood-stained mouth opening. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he gritted his teeth and roared. Sengoku frowned, blocking the swaying Akainu who still wanted to charge forward. He then turned to Shiryu. So what if you won? What if you lost? Our stances are different. You have your justice, and we, for the world government, for the Navy, and for the people, also have our own justice. Shiryu ignored Sengoku's question and Akainu's fierce expression. He chuckled and slowly floated up. As blood dripped down, he shouted towards Whitebeard. Old man, most of the pirates have already retreated. Ha ha! Isn't it time to clean house? You think we're blind, Blackbeard, hiding over there? As soon as these words were spoken, almost everyone turned to the other corner of the square. They saw Blackbeard approaching Whitebeard with a group of people. At this moment, Whitebeard merely smiled faintly and said softly, Yes, it is indeed time to clean house. Shiryu, Anna, and Hancock, who had protected Luffy on the Penguin ship, were taken aback. Just as they wanted to rush forward to stop the crazed Shiryu, they were held back by Glid. Shaking his head, Glid said softly, We need to leave here immediately. Right now, even if you try to pull Shiryu back, he probably won't come back. Moreover, this is a man's affair. We should focus on completing the task he entrusted to us. At this moment, Enel also seemed to agree with Glid's words, nodding his head. Hancock clenched her fists, seemingly wanting to take down Glid and rush forward. However, she was stopped by Anna. If she acknowledged herself as Shiryu's woman, it would be best to execute the task Shiryu assigned immediately. This was now a matter between men. As Anna spoke, tears rolled down her cheeks. Yet, she turned and walked toward the medical room where Luffy was, not looking back at Shiryu, hovering in the air even once. On the other side, Blackbeard laughed arrogantly as he approached Whitebeard. Huh, old man, do you still have the strength to clean house now? As the words fell, all of Blackbeard's crew drew their guns and opened fire on Whitebeard. Sengoku was taken aback and immediately shouted, Blackbeard, do you want to give up your warlord title? Humph. The matter of the underwater prison was also instigated by you, right? After shooting all their bullets, Blackbeard calmly said, Seeing these people, don't you know yet? Ha ha ha. The warlords were merely stepping stones for me, Blackbeard. What I want is the new world. And old man, You can go to another world now. Just leave this era to us. As the smoke swirled and was blown away, Whitebeard's gaze turned particularly cold. He unleashed a punch towards everyone, sending Blackbeard's crew and prisoners flying. At the same time, Blackbeard felt his body lighten and was suddenly grabbed by Whitebeard by the face, forcefully pressed down onto the ground. Behind the crack, the remaining pirates and Buggy felt a chill in their hearts. Especially Buggy, who was relieved he hadn't rushed in. He never expected that at this moment. Whitebeard still had such immense power. Meanwhile, Shiryu stood quietly behind Whitebeard, looking like a shadow, silently watching Blackbeard. Old man, your fruit powers are useless against me. Haha. You should know that I've been waiting for this fruit for a long time. As soon as the words fell, Blackbeard screamed in agony. A domineering punch left blood on his cheek. However, it seemed Whitebeard had no heart to truly harm him, directly tossing Blackbeard aside and slowly standing up. His heart ached once again, and blood oozed from all his wounds. Shiryu instantly used the doubling technique, directly supporting Whitebeard's arm. Transformed into a towering giant like Whitebeard, he coldly laughed and said, Blackbeard, relying only on the power of the fruit, someone who depends on external strength can never become the pirate king. Whitebeard then coughed and quietly said, the one who will create a new era can absolutely not be you. This last sentence seemed to have exhausted all his strength. Whitebeard was panting, and Xiaoyu seemed to know that there was no hope left. At that moment, the thing that Sengoku feared the most happened. One Piece truly exists. Damn it! Sengoku clenched his fists and shouted angrily. Carp, on the other hand, looked somewhat despondent. Clearly, another person from that era was gone. In Xiaoyu's eyes, there was a kind of grief, a solitude, and an uncontainable obsession. His body slowly shrank, and from the left side, an arm burst forth as if it could be extended. The right leg seemed to manifest out of thin air. This was the strongest bloodline of the Thousand Hand clan, also considered the physical power of the Six Paths. A severed limb could regenerate, and as long as there was still chakra and he wasn't dead, he could heal from even the heaviest injuries. Of course, such power should be used sparingly. Otherwise, even someone with Xiaoyu's strength might not be able to control the restless beast-like obsession within his body. You are a hero who created this era. It's a pity the heroes do not care for treasures or fame. They just want a family. Ha ha, no matter how the world evaluates you. At least in my heart, you are the only hero. After a moment of silence, Xiaoyu said lightly. He then fixed his gaze on Blackbeard's group once more. The next moment, as Blackbeard sensed the movement behind him with his combat abilities, a hand landed on his shoulder. You think with your strength. If you don't become a warlord, can you still become one of the four emperors? Just as Blackbeard was about to turn around, the Chidori sharp spear instantly pierced through Blackbeard's abdomen. After a ShinraTensei, he was sent flying. With your strength, you have only made me a wedding dress. Wahaha. Now, I declare war on this world. I, Captain Xiaoyu of the Xiaoyu Pirates, will stir up a wind in the new world. A wind so crazy that it terrifies everyone. But you know just how gentle Whitebeard was, and how ignorant you all are. As soon as the words fell, Xiaoyu floated high into the air and shouted at Blackbeard. Your dark fruit wants to obtain Whitebeard's tremor fruit ability, right? This time, I allow you to have it. I want to see just how powerful a strength you can obtain, and if you can compete with me. Blackbeard, in excruciating pain, covered his abdomen and slowly stood up. He was somewhat suspicious of Xiaoyu's actions and didn't quite believe that Xiaoyu would be so accommodating. However, in the end, he decided to take the risk. A black cloth was pulled up by the crew and directly covered the bodies of Whitebeard and Blackbeard. The quiet world seemed to give Sengoku a bad premonition. Once transformed into the great Buddha again, a palm struck towards the black cloth covering Blackbeard. Just then, the black cloth ripped apart. Blackbeard laughed heartily and jumped high, simultaneously throwing a punch toward the impact. In an instant, the tremor fruit's shock power directly blocked Sengoku's shockwave. At that moment, Marco and the others also rushed back. Each one stared coldly at Blackbeard, seemingly ready to fight. However, Xiaoyu looked on with cold eyes. His expression was as if he were watching a joke, making both Blackbeard and Sengoku, who had just exchanged blows, turn their gazes toward Xiaoyu. For both of them, Xiaoyu is now the greatest threat. Stop it. Blackbeard teach. Stop it. Azura Xiaoyu. A mature and steady voice emerged, carrying a royal-like aura, causing everyone present to look towards the source of the voice. Chapter 148. Red-haired Shanks arrives. The battle comes to an end. Red-haired Shanks, Xiaoyu and Blackbeard teach both turned to look at the source of the voice, revealing strange expressions. Especially Blackbeard, who began to sneer, seemingly unafraid of Shanks at all. Xiao Yu, however, understood Shanks' intention with a slight thought. If you want to fight, our red-hair pirates are always ready to join. Shanks' voice carried a hint of coldness, stunning all the pirates and Navy soldiers. But it couldn't stop the captains of the white-beard pirates, who were already furious, or the faint impulse in Xiao Yu's heart. Marco, do you want to let Dad's intentions go to waste? He wants you all to live. That's why he's still standing there. Shanks frowned and said to Marco in a low voice. Clearly, only Marco could calm the captains right now. Others, even Xiao Yu, could not. Blackbeard, on the other hand, laughed. It seemed he still wanted to fight Xiao Yu. He pulled his hands towards his space, and suddenly, the entire marine fort began to shake and tremble. The sea tilted and shattered, but Xiao Yu still stood quietly in midair, his spiral-patterned eyes coldly fixed on Teach, a hint of a smile on his lips. The next moment, he reached out and grabbed Blackbeard. Instantly, Blackbeard's entire figure flew into the air. In his somewhat astonished expression, Xiao Yu shouted, "ShinraTensei!" Boom! Suddenly, Marineford returned to its original state. Blackbeard was slammed down to the ground, crashing into it like a cannonball. Even if you gained Whitebeard's power, you still don't understand that kind of true power. Moreover, it seems you haven't mastered the Tremor Fruit's abilities well enough. Right now, you're still not my opponent. Xiao Yu said as if he were stating something ordinary. However, Blackbeard really was not Xiao Yu's opponent. The Dark Fruit had no effect against Xiao Yu's ninjutsu, and he had not fully mastered the Tremor Fruit either. After snorting coldly, Blackbeard found no way to deal with Xiao Yu. After being helped up by his crew, he headed back to his raft, seemingly planning to flee. Xiao Yu, stop it. Isn't the current casualty enough to calm you down? Shanks frowned, knowing that only Xiao Yu was the most uncontrollable and the one he was most worried about. After all, this kid had always acted like a madman, making it impossible to restrain him. Xiao Yu glanced at Shanks, snorted, then flew to the highest point of the Navy headquarters. He then shouted loudly, "Do you think this is the only casualty? Whitebeard is dead, and the territories protected by Whitebeard will definitely erupt in a bloody storm. Just watch. The New World is about to descend into chaos. This great voyage is also about to become chaotic." As his words fell, he shot off in one direction and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Shanks finally let out a breath. The person he was most worried about had left, so other matters would be much easier to handle. "Admiral Sengoku, now, I want to take Ace and Whitebeard bodies back. You wouldn't obstruct me, would you?" The Western sword slowly returned to its sheath as he whispered. Sengoku and Carp were both stunned, seemingly still pondering. However, those several rear admirals shouted loudly, "What a joke. If you don't have their two corpses, what do we have as a victory? Even if you are one of the four emperors, making such a request is too much." As a radical faction within the Navy, this rear admiral clearly did not care about Shanks' status and strength, showing an attitude that if he dared to take away the two bodies, they would fight him. In fact, Sengoku nodded and replied, "Sure, anyway, we have already won. As long as we have one, whether we take their corpses or not, it has nothing to do with us." After all, Whitebeard was also someone who created an era. However, as Admiral Sengoku, the Major General clenched his fists, wanting to struggle a bit more. Sengoku stopped his questioning and shook his head. After sighing, he said softly, "It's okay. All the responsibility will fall on me." Yes, although they were unwilling, since Admiral Sengoku, the overall commander, had spoken, what else could they say? Meanwhile, Akainu, who was being supported by Carp's two disciples, deeply lowered his head. Ever since being severely injured by Xiao Yu earlier, he seemed to carry a mindset of rather dying than not fighting Xiao Yu. However, after Xiao Yu left just now, he seemed to have fallen silent. Now, he further bowed his head, feeling very unwilling and resentful. "Then, I will thank you here." Shanks smiled faintly, directly heading towards the corpses of Whitebeard and Ace, walking towards his ship while the captains began to weep. It was as if they were all filial sons. Witnessing the moment their respected father fell, feeling as if they could die, the large ship slowly departed, and after Sengoku and Carp exchanged glances, they both sighed. Especially Sengoku, who was worried after recalling Xiao Yu's declaration after leaving, as well as Blackbeard Teach's betrayal and the power he gained from the Tremor Fruit. Earlier, Xiao Yu made some sense. Before dying, Whitebeard even said such words. Perhaps this would make the world even more chaotic. Did we make a mistake? At this moment, Carp's forehead creased with more wrinkles, looking as if he was questioning his own stance. Sengoku patted Carp's shoulder firmly and said softly, "We are the Navy, meant to curb these pirates. Most pirates are after treasure, for burning and looting. Should we let those lawbreakers go just because of Xiao Yu's one-sided words?" That's true. After pondering for a long time, Carp nodded. It seemed he suddenly understood what he had not comprehended before, but the slight pain in his heart could not be concealed. Ace was dead, and he had not fulfilled the tasks entrusted by Roger. For Carp, who always kept his promises, this was the biggest blow. And now, imagining Luffy's feelings, he understood very well. On the other side, on the submarine of the Heart Pirates, which had just surfaced, Gleed and the others jumped onto the deck, the unique aura making all the crew members of the Heart Pirates break into a cold sweat. However, when they saw Hancock by the railing of the Penguin, their faces turned red. That Straw Hat Kid, is he alive now? Hancock stood on the Penguin, asking Anna and Trafalgar Law, who had just walked onto the deck. Anna slightly nodded, then became interested in Law, curiously asking, Is that your fruit ability? During the recent surgery, although Law kept emphasizing that he would be the one to operate, Anna seemed not to believe him at all. However, when she saw Law could move the heart freely and make it continue to beat, just this ability surprised Anna. Ultimately, Anna was the one operating with Law assisting. Law also witnessed the medical techniques of Xiao Yu's pirate group. They were even more advanced than his. Moreover, due to Anna's fruit ability, Luffy could directly sleep peacefully without waking up. From the smile that appeared on Luffy's face after falling asleep, it seemed to be a beautiful dream. Of course, this beautiful dream was also caused by the power of the bewitching powder. Anna, it seems your fruit ability is also very powerful. Hehehe. Although constantly flattering Anna, even Gleed and the others noticed her unruly nature. However, the respect for Anna seemed genuine, and they truly admired her medical skills. That's right, but my medical skills are the most amazing. After all, I'm the apprentice of the Pirate King's ship doctor. Anna raised her head, appearing very proud. Meanwhile, Hancock on the Penguin snorted coldly, as if speaking to herself. Xiao Yu isn't here, so you throw around flirty glances. She really is a strong man's woman. You. Anna immediately became furious, her body shaking as she sprouted dragonfly wings, transforming into a fairy form. Hancock on the Penguin shouted loudly, What? Do you dare to make a move? Do you think you could be my opponent? In terms of personal strength, Anna really wasn't Hancock's opponent right now. Gleed and the others, as well as the members of the Heart Pirates, beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. It seemed they were somewhat speechless regarding the love entanglements within Xiao Yu's pirate group. Chapter 149. The joining of the Heart Pirates, is Luffy okay? A simple question made everyone on the deck look up into the air. Among them, the Heart Pirates were the most shocked. There was not a single sound, nor any trace to follow. Yet, Xiao Yu was standing there in mid-air, as if he had appeared out of nowhere. Gleed and Enel, with their powerful observation haki, realized Xiao Yu had arrived. After glancing back, they whispered, His condition should be about fine. As for the rest, you should ask Anna. Anna released her fairy combat state and snorted, then said softly, His physical condition is indeed fine. However, I don't know about the mental trauma, but I have used the bewitching powder to make him sleep. Whether it works or not, I'm not too sure. As soon as her words fell, a military ship was seen approaching from afar. Within the ship's cabin, Jinbei walked out, somewhat dejected. Upon seeing Xiao Yu in midair, he sighed and asked, What about Dad and Ace's corpses? They were taken away by Shanks. If you hurry over now, you might still have a chance to catch up with Shanks' ship. Of course, this is if you were in a condition without injuries. Given your current state, it's better to wait. Xiao Yu said lightly as he slowly descended to the deck. Xiao Yu, your hands and feet. Hancock and Anna pointed at Xiao Yu's arms and legs, seemingly surprised, and asked in unison. Being questioned like this made Gleed and the others also look towards Xiao Yu's left hand and right leg. Clearly, they were intact, especially Anna, who directly took Xiao Yu's hand and examined it. Hancock even jumped onto the deck, not letting Anna lift that leg, examining it instead. Xiao Yu pouted and immediately retracted his arm and leg. After sighing, he said softly, I broke through. As long as I'm not dead, and I have enough chakra, even if you cut off all my limbs, I can regrow them again. All right, let's not talk about this for now. It seems Ivankov and the others are coming. As soon as his words fell, Ivankov's voice could be heard. Xiao Yu was indeed right. I didn't expect you to really be here. By the way, the Straw Hat Boy is okay, right? Ivankov's huge head stretched out, looking towards the deck of the Heart Pirates. Jinbei shook his head and said softly, There should be no physical issues, but the mind will have to rely on him. I'm relieved to hear that. Then we should head back too. Goodbye. Ivankov laughed heartily, appearing genuinely relieved. He had absolute confidence in Luffy, as if he knew Luffy would be able to bounce back. Watching the distant warship leave, Xiao Yu smiled faintly. Yes, whether the mind is intact depends on oneself. Even if you give him temptation powder, Whether he can recover still depends on him. So where do we go now? Back to the New World? Or wait until Luffy is healed before leaving? Greed pondered for a moment and asked softly. Even the heart pirates turned to look at Xiaoyu. At this moment, Xiaoyu smiled faintly and then turned to Law. You are one of Doflamingo's subordinates, right? Nanny? Greed and the others glanced at Law, while Jinbei blinked and looked at Law with a questioning expression. Law was clearly taken aback for a moment. Then he grinned. Nothing can be hidden from Xiaoyu. He. Yes, I used to be Doflamingo's subordinate. And now? Xiaoyu asked with a smile, the aura of intimidation already pressing down on Law. The other heart pirates collapsed to the ground, seemingly unable to withstand Xiaoyu's pressure. Law, however, appeared very relaxed. He shrugged and said softly, right now, I just want to kill him. And I came here with the intention of saving the Straw Hat Captain. But ultimately, I still want to make contact with you. You want to take revenge on Doflamingo. Xiaoyu sat on the railing at the edge of the deck and asked softly, yes, I want to take revenge on Doflamingo. But my power is simply not enough. You, however, can easily defeat Doflamingo's crew. Moreover, you're not under the 4 emperors in the New World. So I've chosen you. After a moment of contemplation, Law spoke frankly. Xiaoyu smiled faintly and nodded. He was indeed somewhat interested in Law. After all, he was originally Doflamingo's subordinate and had presumably spent a long time in the New World. Such a person, even if you don't know his inner thoughts from his consistent style, doesn't seem to be one who would be overly calculative. Perhaps, he is indeed worth paying attention to. How do you know we will help you kill Doflamingo? He is already on Sabaody Archipelago. Although he doesn't consider himself a celestial dragon, if we land, we might be immediately discovered by the government and the Navy. Do you think he would take such a risk? Xiaoyu said calmly. Even Greed, who had wanted to confront Doflamingo again, nodded at this moment. What Xiaoyu said was indeed the truth. As long as their group landed on Sabaody Archipelago, they might be quickly discovered by the Navy and the government, and they might send several admirals to deal with them. At this moment, Law smiled. He looked as if he had encountered something very pleasant. He shrugged and said softly, you will help me. It can be seen from your analysis just now that you will definitely help me. Moreover, if you really help me kill Doflamingo, then our heart pirates are willing to pledge allegiance to you. Although we are not as strong as your crew, we have great potential. Behind him, the bear, Beepo, started practicing his martial arts after a glance from Xiaoyu. Greed and the others instantly broke into a sweat. At this moment, Xiaoyu seriously stared at Law for a long time before saying softly, very good. However, your current strength is still too weak. Come with us into the New World. In 2 years, just 2 years, I can train you to be a pirate who can stand on your own. Wahahaha. Everyone, set sail for Amazon Lily. We will rest there for a few days. As soon as he finished speaking, under Law's smile, the 2 ships headed straight for Amazon Lily. In contrast, on Sabaody Archipelago, Rayleigh silently looked at the sea as if sensing something. Aunt Shaki, meanwhile, smoked a cigarette and said to the somewhat restless Rayleigh, if you're worried, just go take a look. You're not the type to be so anxious. Hey. Is it really that obvious? Rayleigh said somewhat embarrassedly. He stood up and stretched his joints. Aunt Shaki exhaled a smoke ring and held the cigarette between her fingers. Since you saw Ace and Whitebeard die on that big screen, you've been restless. It's not a matter of being obvious or not. Your mind is clearly not here. It seems another old friend from that era has passed. Rayleigh said, his eyes somewhat forlorn. He looked like a worn-out old man. Roger. And those companions, Whitebeard, and those opponents who have already passed. Now that I think about it, I really seem to be getting old. Rayleigh sighed and looked at the gently rippling sea. Aren't Carp and Sengoku still around? Aunt Shaki smiled faintly, recalling how Carp used to chase her around in the past, causing her to chuckle inadvertently. Yes, those 2 are probably the longest-lived ones. Even now, they are still doing well. However, Sengoku should be stepping down this time. Since he let go of the corpses of Shanks and Whitebeard, he must be preparing to retire. Speaking of this, that Xiaoyu has made me very interested. When Rayleigh mentioned Xiaoyu, his expression subtly changed, as if he recalled Roger from the past. That phrase about turning this world upside down is precisely what Xiaoyu is doing now. Aunt Shaki frowned and shook her head. No, I still prefer Luffy. That Xiaoyu kid, although his strength is strangely powerful, I always feel he's a bit unreliable. Just like the last time on Sabaody Archipelago, it was a bit reckless. Moreover, he seems like a mere bystander, always enjoying the show. Rayleigh nodded, seemingly agreeing with Aunt Shaki's words. He is very strong, and he hasn't eaten any devil fruit. His crew members are also incredibly strong. A pirate crew with so few members managed to hold off 2 admirals and 5 warlords. In terms of strength, he definitely has a place in the New World. Moreover, with Whitebeard gone, the new world is truly in chaos now. Rayleigh smiled faintly, the golden sunlight shining on his face, making him appear even more mature and charming. Aunt Shaki nodded, acknowledging what Rayleigh said. Xiaoyu is indeed very powerful. I'm going to find Luffy. I hope he can recover soon. I believe he will definitely bounce back. Rayleigh sighed softly and then jumped into the sea, swimming in a certain direction. At Marineford, Sengoku sat somewhat dejectedly on a large rock, watching the injured soldiers being transported to the medical room. He felt a pang of sadness in his heart. These are all soldiers who fought for justice. There are also men with families. But now, some of them have truly passed away. Saying it's fine is just superficial talk. Kapu also agreed to sit on the giant rock, raising his head to look at the sky. Sengoku, do you think that kid Xiaoyu will really create some organization in the new world? Who knows? But if he wants to do it, he should be able to succeed. After all, his strength is there. Sengoku's mouth twitched, feeling somewhat helpless. Kapu nodded his head and pondered for a moment before saying again, actually, I think if his organization or pirate crew can really take power, perhaps the new world will be completely renewed. Sengoku was taken aback, but thinking about Xiaoyu's character and his actions over the years, sometimes he couldn't help but admire him. After all, as the justice of the navy, one cannot provoke the interests of the nobles. However, Xiaoyu is very free and can do whatever he wants. Nodding his head, Sengoku sighed. Maybe. The setting sun was infinitely beautiful, bathing the entire Marineford in a golden twilight. Chapter 150. Luffy's decision on Snake Princess Island. As soon as Luffy woke up, he seemed to go crazy and attacked everyone. However, greed instantly neutralized all the attacks. At this moment, Luffy was rushing into the forest of Snake Princess Island. Giant trees fell under the power of his rubber punches. Dust rolled up, turning into clouds rising into the sky. Xiaoyu stood in midair, watching Luffy, who seemed to be venting his anger. He shook his head and blocked Jinbei, who wanted to step forward. In an instant, he appeared in front of Luffy, grabbed his head, and slammed it directly into a giant rock. Boom! A loud noise erupted, and then the entire giant rock exploded. At this moment, Luffy was bleeding profusely, making Jinbei unable to bear it and wanting to step in to stop it. Greed also arrived and stopped Jinbei. Believe in our captain. He will find a way. I didn't expect this kid Luffy to be so fragile. If your brother suddenly died, would you react like this? Moreover, in Luffy's heart, it was because of Ace that he would block Akainu. Do you think if Xiaoyu died for you, what would happen? Jinbei looked very calm, only glancing at Greed after the question. Greed smiled faintly and shook his head. At least, I wouldn't be like him. I would feel that it's only because of my own weakness that the captain died for us. So, I need to work even harder to train, until I can be invincible in this world and lead the pirate crew to claim the title of Pirate King, to prove the correctness of our captain. Jinbei's mouth twitched, feeling somewhat speechless. Xiaoyu grabbed Luffy's head and lifted his entire body, asking softly, are you blaming your own incompetence? Or do you want to die directly, leaving the Straw Hat Pirates without a captain? Upon hearing this, Luffy was clearly stunned. He immediately thought of Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Robin, Frankie, and Brook. One by one, their figures appeared in his mind, making Luffy even more confused. Xiaoyu directly threw Luffy to the ground and sat down. Looking at the seagulls flying in the sky, he smiled faintly. Although Ace is your sworn brother, you each have your own partners. Each has their own life. You can't interfere with his life, nor can you define his sacrifice with your own persistence. This is how it is. There are always so many unfair things, so many painful things. The source of all this is because you are not strong enough. Not strong enough. Luffy's expression froze, and he turned to look at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu nodded and said softly, yes, you are not strong enough. Even though I taught you how to use hockey in Windmill Village, you left without truly utilizing it. As a result, on Sabeti Archipelago, all those partners were blown away, and you were powerless. Isn't this your problem? That's right. It is my problem. Luffy started to cry, recalling all the little bits and pieces from the past. It really was like that. Xiaoyu patted Luffy's shoulder and smiled again. Every time I make a decision, I hold the thought that even if I must die, I cannot implicate my partners. So, I have been training, always wanting to become stronger, because we are pirates, and the Navy's strength is very powerful. If we don't want our partners to be imprisoned in an underwater prison or to be killed by those admirals and warlords, we need even stronger power. I understand. Greed understands, and Jinbei understands. We all know this truth. But Luffy choked up, seemingly unable to control his tears. But what? But the freedom you yearn for is not like this, right? Or would you rather die yourself than let Ace die? Xiao Yu laughed, a strange smile on his face. Shaking his head, Xiao Yu stopped laughing and asked again, if you die, will your companions also become like you now? Will they think it is their responsibility that caused your death? Luffy was suddenly stunned and nodded vigorously. So, we're not just living for some meaning. We are not living for freedom. We are living for our own beliefs and those of our partners. Xiao Yu laughed heartily, standing up and flying towards the sky, saying, and with your current strength, the title of Pirate King is mine. And you might not even be able to enter the new world. The title of Pirate King, I am determined to have it. I will absolutely not give it to you. Luffy crossed his arms and shouted at Xiao Yu in the sky. Jinbei smiled. Looks like that Luffy is back. The group returned to the beach, and Hancock had already sent many food supplies. She even personally made a cheese pie, Xiao Yu's favorite. Just as they were fighting over food on the coast, a sea king leaped high in the nearby sea. Then, it fell into the water and began to float. The members of the Heart Pirates widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the nearby sea. This was a windless zone, and although the Sea King was huge, they indeed saw a figure just now. There was absolutely no mistake. Xiao Yu, while biting into the cheese pie, chuckled. Looks like Rayleigh's coming. Rayleigh? Greed was taken aback, as if he remembered that Xiao Yu had mentioned this name before. You mean the Pirate King's crewmate, Dark King Rayleigh? As soon as this was said, even Jinbei and others were stunned for a moment. The next moment, a relatively sturdy figure leaped high and directly jumped to the shore. The members of the Heart Pirates all opened their mouths wide and retreated repeatedly. However, the members of the Xiao Yu Pirates were very calm at this time. Luffy blinked and shouted, Uncle Rayleigh? How'd you come here? Rayleigh wrung out his clothes and smiled. I followed the wind all the way here. By the way, I really didn't expect you to hide on Snake Princess Island. Granny Nu, who was beside him, immediately reacted to Rayleigh's words. Rayleigh, which means that the Navy is very likely to find Snake Princess Island based on that wind direction. Hancock, quickly get these people away from here, or we will have trouble. Hancock squinted her eyes and coldly looked at Granny Nyan and Rayleigh. It was obvious that in her heart, these two were trying to separate the hard-won bond between Little Rain and herself. At this moment, Rayleigh shook his head. The Navy wouldn't guess like that and come here. By the way, I swam over. That's how I tracked down some things. The Navy wouldn't do such a thing. What? You swam over? Are you kidding? You crossed the entire comm belt. The members of the Heart Pirates all gaped, looking as if their jaws were about to drop from shock. Little Rain, however, stood up, looking at the figure from the era of the Pirate King before him. He smiled faintly. Rayleigh, the Navy should have very few personnel at Sabaody Archipelago now, right? Oh, yes. You must be Little Rain, the captain of the Little Rain Pirates, right? Hee. Thank you for bringing Luffy to Amazon Lily and avoiding the Navy's search. Rayleigh responded politely, but a hint of unusual color flashed in his eyes. He could clearly sense that this kid was very strong, extremely powerful. At least, based on his own words, he didn't have the strength to hold him back. Moreover, he was so young, with great potential for future development. Little Rain shrugged and chuckled softly. Luffy and I are friends, so no need for thanks. But what about you? Luffy, do you have any thoughts? Right now, both Marineford and Sabaody Archipelago should be quite empty in terms of military strength. With Whitebeard dead, there will definitely be chaos over those territories and in the New World. Then aren't you going to participate in seizing those territories? Rayleigh seemed to be tempting Little Rain, saying with a faint smile. At this moment, Little Rain chuckled and shook his head. My crew has always firmly believed that we don't need to exploit those loopholes. And as for territories, if they need me, I will naturally protect them. If I can ensure my safety, I won't bother with those little islands. But what about you? What are you doing here? As he finished speaking, he looked at Luffy. At this moment, Luffy frowned and slowly stood up. I want to go to Marineford. Nanny, Captain, are you still half asleep? You're not going to seek death, are you? The crew of the Heart Pirates exclaimed once again, seemingly unable to accept Luffy's decision. However, Rayleigh and Jinbei both laughed. We can accompany you, Rayleigh said with a faint smile. At this moment, Little Rain also nodded and smiled. Greed, let us get ready. And Law, you prepare too. We're about to go to Sabaody Archipelago to settle accounts with Doflamingo. Yes. Huh. Little Rain, aren't you going to stay here a bit longer? Hancock said, curling her finger under her lip. This action caused the members of the Heart Pirates to all have their noses bleed. Even the warriors of Amazon Lily who provided food were directly captivated by Hancock. Little Rain awkwardly scratched the back of his head and glanced at Anna, who was glaring at him, then said softly, I'm going to fight, so of course I can't indulge in tenderness. You don't love me anymore? Hancock blinked her eyes again, her gaze as watery as a deep pool, filled with a hint of infatuation. Even Little Rain almost fell into it. Meanwhile, Greed and the others were drooling, seemingly wanting Little Rain to agree. Shaking his head, Little Rain jumped onto the penguin. Luffy, Rayleigh, let me take you to that uninhabited island nearby. Wahahaha. There are some good things from the Little Rain pirates there. As he finished speaking, he waved his hand. Hancock, if you really love me, just wait for me. The Little Rain Pirate King set sail. Chapter 151. Little Rain's plan. The sky was clear and cloudless. Several reporters were continuously taking pictures of the buildings that had been severely damaged. Although they wanted to interview some Marines earlier, they were rejected by the Navy headquarters diplomats. However, just looking at the destruction, one could tell the extent of the battle that had taken place. Moreover, this time, due to Little Rain's involvement, the whole event was live-streamed, clearly showing the tragic price paid. Just the 10,000 elite Marines had suffered over half casualties. The other half, while still able to fight, were still carrying a shadow in their hearts. This was the shadow from Little Rain, the shadow of that overwhelming aura. A large group of reporters, after taking a few photos, wanted to enter the family town behind Marineford for interviews when a warship slowly approached the sea. It seemed to be there to eliminate the soldiers inspired by Whitebeard. However, when the warship was about to reach the dock, it suddenly fired a cannon at Marineford. At this moment, even the soldiers were caught off guard, staring blankly as if in a dream. As the ship circled the island, the Marines finally reacted. Among them, a major officer shouted, and countless shells shot towards the warship. In an instant, a column of water surged up, directly blocking all the cannon fire. Amidst the explosive sounds, some reporters with binoculars seemed to finally realize that the person on the warship was none other than Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid. Standing beside Luffy were Jinbei and an old man with white hair and a white beard. The major officer waved his hand and shouted, "Damn it, it's Jinbei. Fire more shells. Just these two guys can't possibly reverse the situation." As he finished speaking, dozens of shells shot out again. Rayleigh smiled faintly, tossing snacks from his hand towards the shells. Once again, all the shells exploded. When Luffy's ship landed at Marineford, all the officers and soldiers finally reacted. It turned out that the old man was none other than the Pirate King's crewmate, Rayleigh the Dark King. It's the Pirate King's first mate, Rayleigh the Dark King. How is that possible? Did Rayleigh join the Straw Hat Pirates? Are you dreaming? Rayleigh was the first mate on the Pirate King's ship. How could he go to the Straw Hat Kid? But Major, what is going on here? Confused voices emerged, leaving the Major stuttering and unable to explain clearly. As the bell rang, looking at Luffy mourning the fallen pirates, reporters rushed in front of him to start taking pictures. Each of them looked contemplative. On the Penguin, Little Rain watched the seagulls fly by and ordered a newspaper, reading it carefully. When he saw the news about Luffy, he suddenly burst into laughter. Sure enough, that kid just loves to be a clown. Does he want to create a new era? This era is what I, Little Rain, am going to create. Greed snatched the newspaper from Little Rain, and upon seeing Luffy's actions, he snorted coldly. Since Luffy has gone to Marineford for a big score, shouldn't we do something even bigger to declare our determination to enter the New World? How about we first go and kill Doflamingo? That guy has left Sabati Archipelago and re-entered the New World? How about we go kill him first? Law suggested, as he still wanted to prioritize revenge. At this moment, Little Rain and the crew of the Red Heart Pirates have set sail towards the New World. Just a day ago, they were at the Sabati Archipelago. Originally, they intended to search for Don Quixote Doflamingo. However, after searching around, they found no trace of him. The information that Law managed to gather indicated that he had already entered the New World. This made Law very frustrated. On the other hand, Little Rain seemed to not care at all. After taking his crew on a tour of the Sabati Archipelago, they directly entered the New World. They didn't even stop at Fishman Island again. Now that Whitebeard is dead, Jinbei should also be looking for new strength to protect Fishman Island, right? Little Rain gently tapped his fingers on the coffee table, as if he was pondering something. Grid was getting a bit irritated and slapped Little Rain's head hard, shouting, "You, Captain, hurry up and make a decision. Otherwise, let's just go and take over Whitebeard's territory." Hey. It's said that Whitebeard has the most territory among the 4 emperors. How about we grab one or two first, and then I could be king? How about I go with you to snatch one? Enel laughed as he spoke to Grid. Let's go back to that small island first. Then, we could take over a country to live in. That way, wouldn't we have found a country? Ha, I'm a genius. Chinjo laughed loudly, causing a large bead of sweat to appear on everyone's forehead. Little Rain's thoughts returned, and he shook his head. I think you all need stronger power. Stronger power? Don't you need that power? Grid snorted coldly, crossing his arms. He looked like he was not convinced by Little Rain. Little Rain shook his head and quietly asked, Let me ask you the first question. The current government must be lacking many warlords, right? Of course. Blackbeard betrayed and exited the warlords. Crocodile, definitely one T take that position again. As for Doflamingo, he just wants to use the title of warlord for now. T had said in the newspaper a few days ago that Gecko Moria died in battle. I suspect that guy must have escaped. So, we're suddenly missing 3 warlords? Now, only Kuma, Hancock, Mihawk, and Doflamingo are left. Grid counted on his fingers. Law seemed to think of something and looked at Little Rain strangely. This captain shouldn't care about the status of the warlords. Little Rain grinned and shook his finger. No. Buggy should be able to take a warlord title. As for the other 2, we need to fight for one. We're going to fight for a warlord title? What a joke. Shinjo became furious, clearly not fond of doing the government's bidding. I just said your strength isn't enough. I'm not talking about individual strength, but group strength. If Whitebeard comes to attack you with a group of people, let alone him, just those pirates would crush you. Unless you can create a group of combatants. And we need resources. Resources? Law became puzzled, not understanding what Little Rain meant. Exactly, resources. If I go to fight for the position of the 4 emperors and have a showdown with Blackbeard, then the government might be very happy to see our struggle. However, if it turns into a prolonged war, we really might not be Blackbeard's match. After all, he is more familiar with Whitebeard's territory than we are. So, we need a title to maintain what we've taken, and then use it as our stronghold. Little Rain frowned, continuing to tap on the coffee table. He looked as if he was strategizing. Grid nodded. That makes sense after all. We're not familiar with Whitebeard's territory, and even in the New World, we don't know it well. If we charge in recklessly, we might suffer losses. Shinjo became even more resentful. Then there's no need to fight for a warlord position, right? You have to know that our strength is more than enough to protect ourselves. Little Rain laughed again, shaking his head. We don't need to protect one. We are luring Doflamingo into the trap. What do you mean? Law seemed a bit intrigued, paying close attention to Little Rain's plan. First, you go kill a group of pirates to exchange for a warlord title. That way, we can rightfully claim that area as yours. Law nodded while listening. Second, once you have a decent territory, Doflamingo will surely contact you, right? At least, he doesn't know you've sided with me yet. And the government doesn't know either. Little Rain explained again, and this explanation seemed to make Law understand immediately. His brows relaxed. Law quietly asked, Then, I pretend to offer this land to Doflamingo and trick them onto the island. In that case, we not only get a stronghold, but we can also directly kill Doflamingo. Little Rain's eyes glinted. This Law was quite clever. He continued to explain. We offended Kaido and Dressrosa. That guy is also one of the 4 emperors. So, we might be caught in a pincer attack from both sides, Blackbeard and Kaido. In that case, our situation would be very dangerous. But if we claim it as your territory, it becomes a warlord's territory. Not only would we be safe, but we could also attack Blackbeard without worries. And occasionally ambush Kaido. Then, the territories we take will directly form an alliance. This way, we also occupy a piece of land in the New World. We could even contend with a powerful 4 emperor like Kaido. Good idea, but we really don't know Whitebeard as territory as well as Blackbeard does. What should we do? Grid, although clapping his hands repeatedly, seemed like he was about to be king, but ultimately asked, although Blackbeard knows Whitebeard's territory better, will those captains let Blackbeard go? The first step is to find those captains. You're not thinking of recruiting those people, right? Do you think they would follow you? Anna clicked her tongue, looking down on Little Rain. At this moment, the other members also cast glances at Little Rain. Although you're strong, getting those people to follow you is really just a dream. I'm not trying to get them to follow me, but to form an alliance. Little Rain felt a bit awkward, but knew he debuted late. So, it was impossible for those captains to recognize his status. In that case, it might be somewhat feasible. Grid nodded, looking at Little Rain with curiosity. How did he come up with this idea? And Law, at this moment, clenched his fists in excitement. Soon, he would be able to take you down, Doflamingo. Chapter 152. Sabo in the New World, on a nameless small island that was formerly under Whitebeard's control. The penguin slowly approached and landed. When Little Rain and his companions arrived at Whitebeard's grave, a tall, thin, blond man was sitting in front of Ace's grave, drinking and daydreaming. Upon noticing Little Rain and the others, the scar on his left eye twitched slightly. With a faint smile, he quietly asked, Sure, Little Rain? Shinjo and the others were momentarily stunned. Grid and Enel exchanged glances. The moment they stepped onto the island, they sensed this man's aura. However, although this man's strength was formidable, he seemed to harbor no ill intentions. So, that's why it has always remained unsaid. Especially Enel, combined with the power of lightning, can even judge a person's brainwaves. Just now, he also noticed that this man seemed to be in a trance. But now, the two of them have truly discovered the man's strength. His aura is very stable, and his haki is definitely very strong, especially in physical techniques. He does not belong to those who are merely strong in physical combat. Xiaoyu smiled faintly, as if she had seen a legendary figure. Slowly walking to Whitebeard's grave, she sat down and turned to ask, "Revolutionary Army Sabo?" Upon hearing this, the blonde man clearly froze for a moment. However, recalling what the leader had said to him at that time, he quickly regained his composure. Had he also received Whitebeard's kindness before? Sabo smacked his lips and then looked at Whitebeard's grave. It seemed he respected this man very much. Xiaoyu shook her head and sighed. I suppose I have benefited from him. At least in the new world he guarded, there wasn't so much irregular oppression from nobles. And there weren't pirates committing atrocities everywhere. So, I am quite grateful to him for giving us a new world that we could adapt to. Sabo was taken aback and then laughed. Is that what you think? Sabo said lightly, as if discussing something very objective. Xiaoyu nodded and smiled. Yes, that's what I think. What about you? Are you here to pay respects to Ace? Why haven't you met such a good brother for so long? Why? Yes, why? Perhaps for the sake of righteousness. Or perhaps Ace was too well protected by Whitebeard. But the biggest reason is still because of myself, right? Sabo sighed, looking very self-reproachful. Yourself? Aren't you a member of the Revolutionary Army? What's it to feel guilty about not daring to meet Ace and Luffy? For me, even if you appeared on the battlefield back then, it wouldn't have made a difference. Your strength is at most similar to mine. Even I, leading such a powerful pirate crew, couldn't change the outcome of the entire battlefield. In the end, didn't Dad and Ace still die? Xiaoyu pointed to Ace's tombstone and then to Whitebeard's tombstone, looking even more self-reproachful. Originally, he just wanted to stop the trend of such events. After trying hard for a long time, he suddenly realized that there was no way to change the facts. His strength was still not strong enough to influence a war. If he had Whitebeard as peak power at that time, he believed he could have directly influenced the outcome of that battle. But even now, he still hadn't reached that level. Sabo glanced at Xiaoyu, and the scar above his left eye moved again as he asked, "Why do you trust Whitebeard so much?" Xiaoyu grinned, and faint wrinkles appeared on the muscles around his mouth. I, without parents, have been in an orphanage since I was 7. I know the pain of being an orphan, and I understand the persistence in the hearts of Ace and those people. To be honest, I really envy Ace and those captains. They have such a good father. I truly envy them very much. Just because of that, Sabo stared blankly at Xiaoyu, who certainly knew the pain of those orphans. Take Ace and Luffy, for example. Being orphaned always brings about a sense of resistance. Shaking his head, Xiaoyu continued, I can't say it's just that, but that's the most touching part for me. Clearly not a biological father, yet he surpasses a biological father. Hey. The orphanage I was in when I was a child didn't have such a father. Moreover, I really admire Whitebeard's character. He has his own sense of justice and his own persistence. Speaking of which, you should have saved Luffy, right? How is that kid now? He isn't still crying, is he? Sabo suddenly thought of Luffy and asked in a low voice. Just thinking about Luffy's expression at that time made Xiaoyu smile as well. Nodding, oh, yes, Luffy was almost going crazy at that time. In the end, he cried it out. It's better to cry than not to cry. Sabo nodded with a smile, seemingly agreeing with Xiaoyu's statement. Do you Revolutionary Army members want to occupy a base in this new world? Xiaoyu suddenly thought of an idea and then asked Sabo. Sabo was clearly taken aback. Just a moment ago, they were talking about their sentimental matters. But suddenly shifting to strategy, even a calm person like Sabo found it hard to react. This kid's thinking jumps too much. Seeing Sabo's expression, Xiaoyu became even more excited. You are always in the open sea or the first half of the Grand Line. But the truly powerful, those who can withstand the world government, must go to the second half of the Grand Line, the New World. Just wait and see. The Navy will definitely enter the New World and stand against you. If you Revolutionary Army don't have a base by then, it might be quite troublesome. What do you mean by that? Sabo scratched the back of his head, asking in disbelief. Even the people behind him, like Greed, felt that the captain seemed to be promoting something. Xiaoyu directly sat down in front of Sabo and began to explain. You see, Whitebeard's territory is definitely going to stir up a wave of bloodshed. and our Xiaoyu pirate crew will fight against Blackbeard for these territories. Of course, those captains will definitely not let Blackbeard go either. But I hope the Revolutionary Army can give us a little help, and as a reward, I will give up a few as bases for the Revolutionary Army. What do you think? Sabo furrowed his brows, seemingly still contemplating. At this moment, Greed also became angry. I say, do you not believe in the strength of our Xiaoyu pirate crew? Do you want me to be your opponent to try it out? The way you are thinking, do you not believe in our Xiaoyu pirate crew? And you, Captain, are you advertising for our Xiaoyu pirate crew? Sabo and Xiaoyu both twitched their mouths, looking at Greed strangely. I still have to ask our leader's opinion. After all, such a big matter is not something I can decide alone. Sabo waved his hands repeatedly and said in a low voice. He certainly understood the strength of the Xiaoyu pirate crew. Even the leader had said that the strengths of this pirate crew were notable. Greed crossed his arms and snorted coldly, directly shouting, Xiaoyu, we should go find those captains right away. Making deals with these guys will only put us at a disadvantage. Last time I felt like I lost out. Xiaoyu shook his hand and stood up directly. Sabo, if you've made up your mind, just call us. My phone number is, remember it, don't forget. After finishing his words, he led the Xiaoyu pirate crew towards the penguin ship. At this moment, Sabo suddenly smiled. This Xiaoyu is quite a character. Thinking of this, he shook his head and stood up, walking towards the other side of the island. At the World Government's office center, Sengoku sat with pursed lips. Opposite him sat a tall man who looked a bit older. This is the Admiral of the Navy, who ranks just below the Gorosei Kong. He can be said to be the real person in charge of the Navy. Perhaps he is also a hidden master. Holding with both hands, he sighed softly. Really, can't you stay? Sengoku smiled faintly and said softly, I believe I'm more suited to train the new recruits now. This era is truly the era of the youth. He chuckled. Since you've made up your mind, I won't hold you back any longer. By the way, do you have any recommended candidates? Kong nodded slightly, but there was still a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Sengoku nodded and replied softly, I recommend Green Bull. Although a Kainu carries justice, sometimes I feel he is too radical. Kizaru is too slick and does things too lazily. Instead, Green Bull is the candidate I feel most confident about. Kong nodded slightly and said softly, I understand, but it can only serve as a reference. After all, it still needs to be elected by vote. By the way, has there been any news from Little Rain recently? Since Little Rain's debut, Sengoku has been in charge of him. Moreover, Sengoku probably has the most intelligence on Little Rain, compared to other pirate crews. The higher-ups are currently paying the most attention to the Little Rain pirate crew. After all, the actions of this pirate crew are too crazy. Sometimes, even the Gorosei can't suppress them. Sengoku shook his head and said softly, I've handed over the evaluation and analysis of Little Rain's strength to the intelligence department. As for my own opinion, at this point Sengoku paused. After slightly furrowing his brow, he explained, Little Rain's strength can at least withstand Blackbeard. In fact, he may be even stronger than Blackbeard teach. And those crew members, I believe you should know. Grilly can at least hold off an admiral. And Enel's strength is definitely comparable to Kizaru. As for the other personnel, my biggest concern is still Kiambingwei. Kiambingwei? Kong was taken aback for a moment, unable to understand why a shipwright and scientist would worry Sengoku. The artificial humans he created, you must have seen them, right? They are even stronger than the pacifists. If such robots were mass-produced, what do you think their power would be? Sengoku frowned and asked. Upon hearing this, even Kong fell into deep thought. When they saw those artificial humans, even the Gorosei were stunned. After witnessing the strength of those artificial humans, it shocked everyone. At least, they had the strength of a vice admiral. Coupled with that immense power, an ordinary vice admiral might not even be a match. Moreover, the most critical point is that this kind of power can be mass-produced. The pacifists, while they can withstand an ordinary vice admiral, in terms of destructive power, defense, and strength, surprisingly cannot match those artificial humans. Have there been any gains from the artificial human fragment studied by Vegapunk? Kong continued to ask. We still have to wait a while longer. Sengoku shook his head and then stood up to walk outside. Kong sighed as he watched Sengoku's fading figure. Chapter 153. Unlucky T-Beard in the New World. Atop the territory of the White-Beard pirates, T-Beard laughed heartily. He grabbed an elder from the village and shouted, I am T-Beard, not White-Beard. Now that White-Beard is dead, I am the master of this island. Ha ha! All the islanders were filled with anger, but dared not speak. The children had all hidden in caves, and the women had closed their doors. However, even so, it did not stop T-Beard from looting, searching inch by inch like a swarm of locusts. Now, recalling the feeling of being protected by White-Beard, It seemed that such a feeling would never return. When Whitebeard grabbed the village chief to question him about treasures, the whole place shook. In the bay, a pirate ship slowly approached, and beams of laser cannons shot towards the large ships of T-Beard's pirate crew. The deafening sounds filled the air. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 pirate ships shattered and exploded. Even T-Beard seemed momentarily stunned by this. At the bow of the pirate ship, there was a giant penguin. Sitting atop the penguin's head was a short-looking man, grinning as if he had come to this island for a vacation. Who is this guy? He looks so familiar. One of T-Beard's subordinates whispered to him, scratching his head, trying to recall who this familiar person was. The most handsome swordsman of the Little Rain pirate crew, Cavendish, has arrived. Everyone, put down your weapons and surrender, or face no mercy. The penguin ship slowly docked, and a man riding a white horse equipped with a loudspeaker galloped towards the shore while shouting loudly. At this moment, even Enel, who usually looked lethargic, had a large bead of sweat on his forehead. This guy could really be a star. No matter when, he always has to advertise for himself first. However, when T-Beard saw the person on top of the penguin, he immediately shivered all over. It seemed he couldn't react in time. The large machete in his hand fell directly to the ground. Captain, I remember now, they are from the Little Rain pirate crew. One of the pirates beside T-Beard exclaimed loudly. Clearly, the others also woke up from their daze. With a clatter, the weapons, treasures, and food in the pirates' hands fell to the ground. Their mouths slightly opened, seemingly unable to close them. Cavendish was the first to arrive. After his mount, Ferroliolu let out a cry. A blade of wind appeared in its mouth. In an instant, the wind blade shot out, directly cutting off half of T-Beard's hair under his hat. This was the ability of the super devil fruit he had eaten, which could instantly squeeze out wind blades. However, Cavendish seemed to look down on eating such a devil fruit. In his words, these devil fruits were too forced and could not exert their true power. What he wanted to eat was an extremely glamorous natural-type devil fruit, which could showcase his splendor. Drawing Durandal, Cavendish grinned. Not bad. Seeing that all of you have put down your weapons. Ha ha. As expected, I am the most popular in the Little Rain pirate crew. Little Rain and the others had just caught up and were eager to beat up Cavendish. Sure, Little Rain, why are you here? Even though this is Whitebeard's territory. How could you possibly come to such a remote place? T-Beard trembled, asking somewhat frustratedly. Although this could be considered Whitebeard's territory, it was indeed too remote. One could say it was hardly a bustling place. Given the reputation of the Little Rain pirate crew, T-Beard felt it was impossible for them to come to such a place. Upon hearing T-Beard's question about Little Rain, a large hashtag appeared on Cavendish's forehead. Clearly, was this not giving him face? How dare he ignore him and directly ask Little Rain behind him? Snorting coldly, he patted Ferroliolu's neck. With a cry, Ferroliolu once again unleashed 3 or 4 wind blades. In an instant, Whitebeard shrank back, not daring to move. Just a single horse had such immense power. At this moment, T-Beard's heart truly sank. As expected of the rookie king of the past, now they have become even stronger. And the person in front of him was not the one who stood against the world's #1 swordsman during the Marineford War, Cavendish. Little you smiled as she walked forward, patting Falula's neck, then turned to look at T-Beard. Why can't I come to such a remote place? By the way, have you seen the captains of the Whitebeard pirates? We are currently looking for them. Oh, and if you know the whereabouts of Blackbeard, you can tell us right now. Huh? T-Beard was momentarily stunned, seemingly not reacting. Dumpling used the air dance technique to fly forward, blinking as he stared at T-Beard's face. In the next moment, he threw a punch. Instantly, T-Beard was sent flying, crashing into a nearby giant rock. Debris flew everywhere and dust swirled. Dumpling let out a cold snort and asked, "Can't you understand human language? Does our captain need to say it a second time?" The other pirates all collapsed to the ground. What a joke. A little kid with such immense strength. T-Beard's height and weight made that seemingly light punch capable of shattering the boulder, leaving him dazed. Such power truly was legendary. T-Beard shook his head and knelt before Little You and the others. I haven't heard any news about the captains, but I have heard news about the Blackbeard pirates. In fact, I came here because I heard that news. Oh, you know where Blackbeard is? Little You became curious about this big fool. Although he looked large, he didn't seem strong. How could such a pirate know Blackbeard's whereabouts? Near Futva El-10, they are said to be trying to occupy that sea area. That's why we fled here. Originally, we intended to take advantage of Whitebeard's death. Just as the word death left his lips, Little Yu's eyes lit up. She extended her hand, and in an instant, the universal gravitational pull was activated. T-Beard felt his body lighten, and before he could react, his head was slammed into the ground. Boom! A dull sound made all the pirates and civilians tremble in their hearts. T-Beard's head was driven into the ground, and beneath Little U's feet, spiderweb-like cracks appeared. Even though Dad's body has died, his spirit lives on. Even they all firmly believe that someone will inherit Whitebeard's spirit and come to save them, Little U said coldly, pointing at the civilians in the distance. Upon hearing this, the civilians all knelt down, tears streaming down their faces. No matter what the Navy said or what others said, in their hearts, the owner of this island would always be Whitebeard. Back then, the people who were always afraid of pirates were no longer in panic because of that flag. They no longer needed to worry about being robbed by pirates while also paying taxes and tributes to the government. This was the spirit of Whitebeard. Listen, leave this place immediately. If I see you again on Dad's territory, I will kill you. Little U's voice carried a cold tone, and in an instant, the murderous aura of the tailed beast was released. Everyone in the village trembled. Even Greed slightly furrowed his brows. Little U's conqueror's haki was on par with his own, but in terms of that murderous aura, it was not something he could compare to. If the murderous aura and conqueror's haki combined, even he would feel a chill. As Little U's words fell, she directly grabbed T-Beard and threw him away. The other pirates rushed forward to help T-Beard and ran toward the sea. Just now, although Little U had destroyed all the large ships, there was still a small wooden boat remaining. With that small boat, they could at least escape this place. Sure, Little U was truly terrifying. Just moments ago, under the pressure of the murderous aura, some pirates even saw bizarre scenes of Shura. As Little U and the others watched T-Beard and the others disappear, they all looked at Little U. It seemed like it was time to make a decision. At that moment, Greed and Enel both turned to the direction Little U was looking. In about 3 minutes, the small boat that T-Beard was on was suddenly shattered by a cannon from a large ship. All the pirates scrambled to escape on the wooden planks. That large ship was now approaching this direction. When that large ship neared the harbor, the person at the bow suddenly spotted Little U's pirate crew. Among them, the magician Hawkins's expression turned cold, and he turned to look toward the shore. He didn't have vision like Little U, nor did he possess the observation haki of Greed and Enel. Although he saw Little U's pirate ship, it seemed he still wanted to fight, especially since Little U's ship, the Penguin, was a super ship that even the Navy would find troublesome. If he could get it, his journey would be much smoother. Thinking this, he immediately ordered the cannons to target the Penguin, while his ship slowly approached the Penguin, seemingly wanting to land while Little U and his crew were absent. In the village, Greed and the others laughed, and Little U also smiled. The one laughing the most joyfully was Kiambingwei. These fools think they're no one on the Penguin? Ha ha! They crack me up. Chapter 154. Magician Hawkins, Little U, and the others found it amusing, but Hawkins did not find anything funny at all. The Penguin was a ship taken seriously even by the Navy, so it must have something extraordinary. Just looking at the Marineford War, the Penguin played a significant role, coming from the sky and crashing into Marineford, then disappearing into the water and vanishing from the battlefield. Just this alone was something ordinary warships could not do. Thinking of getting such a pirate ship, Hawkins couldn't help but feel excited. However, just as he was about to get close to the Penguin, he suddenly ordered a halt. Immediately, straw was inserted into the deck, and he pulled out a deck of tarot cards from his pocket. Instantly, even Little U tilted her head, seemingly unable to comprehend what this guy was doing. Greed's mouth twitched as he pointed in the direction of the harbor and whispered, "This guy still believes in this stuff?" Suddenly, Little U seemed to realize something. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "I got it. This guy is one of the next generation's 11 supernovas, the Magician Hawkins." 11 supernovas? What is that? A huge question mark appeared on Enel's forehead as he became somewhat confused. He hadn't been in the blue sea for long, and it seemed he wasn't very familiar with it. However, the others were very clear that pirates who could be rated as supernovas were all powerful newcomers. Not to mention others, just looking at Luffy and his crew. Although their strength hadn't truly developed yet, their potential was limitless. And, as one of the other supernovas, this pirate strength was likely not to be lacking. After Bartolomeo explained it to Enel, he finally understood. However, at this moment, Enel looked even angrier. After all, the second-ranked supernova Luffy had defeated him. On this ship, it could be said to be a significant embarrassment. He couldn't even defeat Luffy back then. But to be honest, it was a matter of elemental weaknesses. Take Greed, for example. If Enel fought Greed, he would clearly not be Greed's opponent. This guy, after carbonization, didn't conduct electricity at all. Thinking of this, Enel coldly snorted, and in an instant he transformed into a lightning bolt and disappeared. Xiaoyu shrugged and said softly, "Let's go take a look." I really want to see how strong this one of the supernovas is. How does it compare to our generation? What kind of potential does it have? As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared in an instant. On the deck, Hawkins sat quietly, flipping through the cards in his hand and murmuring, "How is that possible? No matter how I calculate it, if I get a little closer, I could be killed? What a joke." Shaking his head, Hawkins couldn't make sense of it. Meanwhile, his subordinates began to shout, "Captain, should we go up directly? What are we waiting for? This treasure ship is right in front of us. Captain Hawkins, don't hesitate. Let's take the ship and leave immediately. Maybe the Xiaoyu pirate crew has been held up by some powerful opponent. Those people just now must have been eliminated from this island." Heh. The clamorous voices made Hawkins' strange eyebrows furrow together. Just as he was about to say something, a flash of lightning appeared in front of him. It directly struck down in front of Hawkins, who half opened his eyes and stared at him, asking in a low voice, "Are you in the supernovas? What was it? Number 11? Silence, a deathly stillness. Everyone stared blankly at the suddenly appearing Enel, and some even seemed to be in shock, unable to react. "You must be the god. Enel, right? I didn't expect there would really be someone who dares to call themselves a god," Hawkins said slowly. But the next moment, Enel struck the thunder drum on his back with his golden staff, and a flash of lightning transformed into a bird's shape, instantly shooting towards Hawkins' body. Boom! A loud noise accompanied the shaking of the entire ship. Hawkins' body fell to the deck, as if it had been scorched. Enel grinned and laughed. "Yah, what's supernova? It's nothing at all. I didn't expect you couldn't even take one hit." As soon as the words left his mouth, the pirates seemed unable to accept it, murmuring, "Captain Hawkins?" The sound of cracking appeared as Hawkins' ankle transformed into straw, instantly squeezing out a small straw man. Not far away in the waters, among the T-beard pirates swimming with a giant log, one person suddenly emitted electric light all over his body. Even the nearby pirates seemed to be affected, getting scorched and slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea. What happened? T-beard and the others were shocked and stood there in disbelief, seemingly unable to react. Meanwhile, Hawkins slowly stood up, looking somewhat disheveled. With a cold gaze, he said softly, "What incredible speed! I didn't expect to encounter such an opponent." Enel snorted coldly and struck the drum again with his golden staff. Instantly, a lightning dragon flew over, hitting Hawkins and causing a loud explosion. The entire ship began to shake. The electric light even reached the nearby pirates, who trembled a few times before slowly collapsing onto the deck. Hawkins fell again, and at the same time, a small straw man squeezed out from his chest. After coughing, he fixed his gaze on Enel. "This guy is very strong. Strong enough to be like the former Kizaru, rendering me completely powerless to resist. Both of them are speed-type experts. Before I could even react, I was struck by lightning. However, it seems that the speed of releasing this lightning is a bit slower than Kizaru, but the attack power is higher than Kizaru's. This clearly isn't a Logia-type devil fruit. What is going on? Could it be that I can't die?" At this moment, Enel seemed to blink in confusion, clearly unable to comprehend the principles of Hawkins' devil fruit ability. Hawkins, however, seemed unwilling to keep getting hit. He instantly shook his body, transforming into a demon-slaying straw man. With 5-inch nails in hand, he swung his arms, instantly passing through Enel's body. After elementalizing, it seemed that with Hawkins' current strength, he couldn't even touch Enel's body. Enel pursed his lips, looking somewhat helpless. He shook his head slightly and instantaneously transformed into electricity, appearing above Hawkins' head. He pressed down on the straw man's head, and electric currents began to flow into the straw man. Flames began to flicker. The entire straw man looked like it was about to be burned. After 3 successive attacks, 3 small straw men were squeezed out again and fell to the ground. At that moment, Enel instantaneously disappeared and stood on the railing. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu and the others appeared one by one. Hawkins' crew was shocked. This was a crew that had blocked all pacifists, warlords, and 2 admirals along with Sengoku and Garp. If they were to fight them head-on now, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Magician Hawkins? Hee. Although this ability is good, it seems to have its limits, Xiaoyu said casually, resting his head on his left hand, standing quietly on the railing. "Ashura, Xiaoyu?" Hawkins' crew behind him gasped in shock and said, their mouths twitching. At the same time, they all drew their weapons, looking ready to fight desperately. "Captain, you should leave first. We'll hold these guys off," one of the seemingly senior crew members shouted, pointing his saber at Xiaoyu. Enel chuckled coldly, while Xiaoyu shook his head. With his right hand carrying Chidori, he flicked it, and countless Chidori bullets flew out, instantly injuring and knocking down some pirates who couldn't dodge in time. Hawkins remained calm, glancing at his crew and saying softly, Don't panic. If Xiaoyu wanted to kill us, he would have done it long ago. Gyuride was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Hawkins to have some courage. Just this point surprised him. It seems that the title of Supernova is not just given casually. What are you doing on this island? Do you want to occupy it? But this island now belongs to me, Xiaoyu. You should turn back, Xiaoyu said casually, with a very strange tone. Hawkins nodded and transformed back into his human form. Are we just going to let them go? These guys want to take our penguin. Shinpachi pointed at Hawkins and asked in a low voice. Clearly, this situation made him very dissatisfied. Originally, he was planning to come and see how many people Enel killed. Xiaoyu smiled faintly, pointing at Hawkins and saying, "We won't interfere. You can kill as you like. Anyway, we plan to let him go now." Gyuride nodded, while Enel turned his head away. Right now, they have not yet grown. When they truly grow up, I will personally take their heads, Gyuride said with a faint smile. Speaking softly, Hawkins, upon hearing Gyuride's words, paused as he turned to leave the ship. After turning back again, Hawkins said softly, "It won't be long soon. I may come looking for you." The undying warrior Gyuride. After finishing his words, Hawkins waved his hand. Set sail. Chapter 155, The Deterrent Confrontation, Foot of Eltan. This was originally Whitebeard's. In fact, it could be said to be a certain stronghold. However, at this moment, it had just experienced a fierce battle. Although many houses have collapsed, the town is still as lively as ever. After just 3 days, it seems that everyone has forgotten about the great battle. In the center of the town, there is a relatively gentle hill, and atop this hill stands a castle of moderate size. Inside the castle at this moment, the Blackbeard pirates are celebrating. The wolf is munching on an oversized piece of cheese, looking quite pleased. He has his feet up on the slope of the hill, resembling an old man sunbathing. Meanwhile, the drunkard Jot is gulping down a shot of liquor and loudly exclaiming, "The booze on this island is quite good." Huh? Ha ha. Captain, give me some more of this drink right away. Blackbeard takes a hearty bite out of cherry pie and laughs. Ha, I'll get right on it. This old man's castle is really something. Captain, why not attack the next one? Just this Foot of Eltan isn't enough for me. How about letting me take over your captain's position? The tyrant Pizarro says while stuffing his mouth with food, laughing heartily. Blackbeard chuckles and shakes his head. That's not going to happen. However, we do need to speed things up. Otherwise, those captains will be tough to deal with. Lafitte covers his mouth and chuckles lightly. If you keep trying to take the captain's spot, you might really get killed. By the way, Captain, didn't we capture a captain? Oh, you mean that one who dresses like a woman? Izong? Katarina Devante grins, looking extremely rough, with a physique resembling a man. She certainly doesn't look like a woman at all, yet she dresses flamboyantly, truly thinking of herself as a beauty. Blackbeard swallows the entire piece of cherry pie and whispers, "Don't even think about those captains. Just dealing with one Marco is already quite something. Plus, with those other captains, we might get taken down if we're not careful. You have 2 devil fruit powers. How could you be afraid of them?" Bogus takes a bite of a drumstick and asks quietly. Poison Q sneers and then asks, "But that little you has even more abilities. Isn't afraid of seawater or sea prism stone? Do you think he could really win against Whitebeard as peak? He probably can't." Bogus swallows hard and finally says helplessly, "However, Whitebeard would be afraid of being submerged in seawater. If he has sea prism stone with him, it would also reduce his fighting ability for a while. It just depends on whether you can catch him with the sea prism stone. So, do you think little you is stronger than Whitebeard?" Poison Q asks again, leaving Bogus speechless. At this point, Blackbeard also stops his movements. His eyes grow slightly cold as he quietly asks, "Has there been any news about Lil Yu lately?" Lafitte nods slightly and says quietly, "Since protecting that Straw Hat Kid left, there really hasn't been any news. It's been almost 2 months now." Blackbeard nods, frowning as he speaks. "You all should know about the madness of the Lil Yu pirates, right? Those guys have definitely entered the New World. But until now, there hasn't been any sign of them. I feel like something is off." Van Oka smiles faintly, adjusting the scope on his eyes, and quietly asks, "I heard that little you has the quick gun axe under him. I actually want to know just how fast his gun really is. There is also a swordsman named Cavendish who can actually withstand my hawk, the Eagle Eye. I want to know just how sharp his sword is." Rain Shiryu smiles faintly, gently brushing his long sword with a handkerchief. Blackbeard shakes his head. They all seem to have found their corresponding opponents. But whether he can truly compete with Little Yu is still hard to say. He has lost to Little Yu twice in a row. Moreover, the second time, he had the power of the Tremor fruit. Blackbeard is still somewhat surprised by Little Yu's strength. After all, Little Yu is still quite young and has unlimited potential. Just thinking about the Tremor fruit makes Blackbeard feel confident again. Although the darkness fruit seems to be countered by him, my tremor fruit can now be controlled very well. At least, it won't let the power dissipate at will. Just as he is thinking this, the wolf, after swallowing the cheese, quietly says, "Captain, it seems that a pirate ship has arrived at the bay." What flag is it flying?" Blackbeard asks quietly, looking very interested. "Can't see clearly." The wolf straightforwardly replies. Van Oka then jumps to the window and looks out towards the bay. After adjusting the scope, he chuckles. "It really is true that what you say will come pass. Ha ha, Captain. The penguin ship of the Little U pirates is about to enter the harbor, and it looks like they are preparing for battle. Little U is standing at the bow, looking at me." "What?" Blackbeard is clearly taken aback and immediately stands up to look out the window. "It really is the Little U pirates? Ha ha, I still remember that fall." Blackbeard bursts into laughter and jumps out of the window. Meanwhile, the other crew members are also grabbing their weapons and jumping out of the castle. On the penguin ship at this moment, Enel, Greed, and Little U are all looking towards the castle and the town. One has extremely far vision, along with ninja sensing abilities and observation haki. Enel combines lightning with observation haki. As for Greed, he detects the position purely by airflow perception and observation haki. "How about I start with some intimidation?" Greed chuckles, glancing at the people on the docks who are all looking towards the penguin ship. Little U shakes his head and quietly says, "Do you know why those commoners are called fools? Perhaps they don't know what is good or right. But as long as they can live well, that is the greatest blessing. So this time I plan to lure those guys out to fight. Besides, this is not the time for a battle on the island. Have you forgotten that Blackbeard still has the power of the tremor fruit? If I can do precise intimidation, I might be able to." Enel sneers coldly, crossing his arms with the golden staff resting against his chest, sitting beside the penguin. "Using lightning bolts?" Little U blinks and looks at Enel. Enel nods, looking quite confident. He slowly stands up, releasing lightning from both hands, and in an instant, it shoots towards the clouds in the sky. On Sky Island, the clouds are very close. However, in this place, they're a bit far away. Moreover, the nearby clouds seem to not store lightning very effectively. So, after a minute passes, even Little U begins to feel a bit frustrated. At this point, Enel awkwardly wipes his forehead and quietly says, "Well, this should be enough. The clouds here seem a bit distant." Little U shrugs. "This isn't Sky Island. If you need it, you can have Chopper help you create your prophecy. Maybe you can control the lightning better. We'll talk about that later. Right now, let's focus on this battle." As Enel finishes speaking, dozens of lightning bolts suddenly fall from the sky, heading straight for the rushing Blackbeard pirates. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning struck the evil wolf with a deafening crack, and he, the largest among them, was not quick enough to dodge. With lightning descending at such speed, there was simply no time to evade. Around the evil wolf, all the dust and debris were blown away. First, Poison Q, caught off guard, was sent flying by the shockwave of the exploding lightning. However, Van Oka was incredibly quick and managed to dodge in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Blackbeard, the strongest among them, threw a punch at the lightning columns. Instantly, a cracking sound echoed, and the entire space seemed to tremble as those lightning columns broke apart, transforming into a rain of lightning that shot downwards. Just one strike caused chaos in the entire town, especially the workers at the docks, who all ran towards their homes. In an instant, the once bustling streets were deserted. Windows, doors, and curtains were all drawn shut. One by one, they trembled like stray dogs. At that moment, they perhaps recalled the fierce battle 3 days ago between the Blackbeard pirates and the Whitebeard pirates captains, which was just as brutal as today's strike. Yahahaha. How about that? My ability can definitely be called divine. Yahaha. Enel laughed heartily, placing his palm on his forehead. Grid's lips twitched slightly as he muttered, "Such an attack is completely useless against me in my carbonized state. If it were me, it wouldn't work either." Little Rain nodded seriously and said softly. At this time, Cavendish snorted coldly and said, "Once I transform into my second personality, I can definitely cut through that level of lightning. Plus, with this much preparation time, I could stab you with countless swords." Enel's lips twitched slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Anna and Chinjo exchanged glances and nodded firmly. Betting against this guy had its benefits. They couldn't withstand such attacks, especially Chinjo, whose strength was at most that of 3 or 4 Marines. At the same time, the evil wolf and his companions were slowly getting up, grunting as they did so, their eyes filled with anger. The evil wolf, with his massive body like a giant warship, had some parts almost scorched. This pain made him extremely furious. Chapter 156. The Initial Battle. Oh, that must be their new crew member, the one who calls himself a god and all. Blackbeard dusted himself off and asked quietly. At the foot of the mountain, this plaza-like area had marble scattered everywhere, and the ground looked as if it had been crushed by a steamroller, sinking by a centimeter or two. Just this one move made the members of the Blackbeard pirates acutely aware of the terror of the Little Rain pirates. This was just one combatant. If the captain or first mate were to strike, it would surely be even more powerful. T-Bone wrinkled his nose, which bore a resemblance to Usopp's, and said softly, "It seems we saw that guy on the 6th level. He was reportedly defeated by Carp and locked up. But he was rescued by Little Rain before us." The evil wolf nodded, now understanding the power of this guy. He hadn't expected that from such a distance. He could hit all the right spots with such accuracy. If it weren't for Blackbeard's tremor fruit ability, he might have hit himself with a few of those strikes. In that case, no matter how strong the defense, it seemed they couldn't withstand such attacks. Now, this is interesting. Boys, charge with me. Blackbeard laughed heartily, one hand wielding the dark water of the dark fruit, and the other the power of the tremor fruit. He leaped high towards the docks. Meanwhile, Little Rain smiled faintly and waved towards the sea, softly saying, "Set sail, let's take them out to sea to fight." To be honest, I've been wanting to ask, why are we going out to sea to fight? I feel more confident fighting on land. Besides, it's not necessary. Grid frowned, clearly a bit displeased. Even Enel nodded. He couldn't fly and certainly preferred to fight on land. Otherwise, what would happen if he, as a fruit user, were knocked into the sea? Little Rain chuckled. "I can fly. You can use moonwalk. Anna, your fruit ability can also fly. Shinjo, you can fight on the Battle King, right? As for the others, it seems only Enel can't fly, but he can keep discharging electricity on the ship. After all, seawater conducts electricity. And I originally planned for you to become the king. Nanny? King. King? How about we try being a president first? Ha ha ha. Let's do it this way. My first mate Grid agrees with the captain's opinion. We'll go out to sea to fight." Grid laughed excitedly, looking like a proud general. Enel and the others had sweat beads forming on their foreheads. This guy was simply someone who agreed with Little Rain for his own sake. They helplessly shook their heads and steered the penguin towards the sea. At this moment, if one looked closely, they could see that the giant penguin at the bow of the ship seemed to have dropped a huge sweat bead, seemingly speechless towards this first mate. When Blackbeard and his crew hurried to the docks, they saw that Little Rain's penguin had already headed off into the distance. Snorting coldly, Blackbeard jumped onto his pirate ship. He shouted at the departing penguin, "Chase, catch up to them immediately. Do you think that just because you escaped to the sea, I won't dare to fight you? We are the Blackbeard pirates, about to face the Yonko's pirate crew." The crew members behind him yelled and jumped onto the pirate ship, chasing after Little Rain's penguin. In less than 10 minutes, the penguin was already in sight. It seemed to be waiting for their group. Blackbeard clenched his right fist and shouted loudly at the penguin, "Little Rain, let us have a showdown. Don't be dodging around. Wouldn't that tarnish your reputation?" Little Rain smiled, standing atop the penguin's head at the bow, and replied lightly, "Aren't I already here waiting for you? Fighting on the island might destroy it. It's better for us to fight here. At least it's more spacious." Blackbeard laughed heartily, seemingly in agreement with Little Rain's approach. His fist, enveloped in the power of the tremor fruit, was launched towards Little Rain's penguin. The entire space and seawater vibrated instantly. Little Rain grinned and lightly pointed a finger. The penguin soared into the air and stopped mid-flight. Meanwhile, the position of the penguin caused a tremendous explosion in the sea due to the vibrations, creating a tsunami that rolled continuously towards the sky. Little Rain spread his arms wide and shouted, "God's judgment." Boom! Instantly, all the rising waves were flung away, transforming into a torrential rain that fell onto the sea. Anna smacked her lips and whispered, "What a powerful fruit ability." I have to ask, Little Rain, what were you thinking? Why would you give such a powerful devil fruit power to Blackbeard? You could have just stopped it back then. Xiaoyu shook his head and looked down at Blackbeard, who was very interested in him. A person who needs to rely on others to achieve something has already fallen into a lower state. If someone like that can defeat me, then I have no right to become the Pirate King. As his voice fell, the tailed beast cloak appeared, wrapping around Xiaoyu's body. At the collarbone on his chest, it transformed into a series of magatama, as if directly imprinted on his body. After a cold laugh, he shouted softly, "Blackbeard, let me see how far your tremor fruit abilities have come." He lightly tapped the penguin's head with his toes, instantly disappearing from sight. The next moment, he appeared directly behind Blackbeard. Such speed left Blackbeard momentarily stunned, almost unable to react. However, relying on years of battle experience. Blackbeard did not turn around, but directly unleashed dark water behind him. Xiao Yu's Chidori sharp spear was absorbed into the dark water, as if it had fallen into an endless pit. Oh, such a move, even I can't handle it. Xiao Yu smiled faintly, and his body seemed to move automatically as he tilted his head, evading the bullet's trajectory. At the same time, he pressed both hands on the ground, and as the dark water approached, he directly used the universal pull. In an instant, all the dark water seemed to come to life, rushing toward Xiao Yu's hands. At this moment, Blackbeard had clearly turned around. The evil king and Rain's Shiryu acted the fastest, leaping high to strike Xiao Yu. Just then, the figures of Cavendish and Dumpling appeared in the sky. Durandal instantly blocked Rain's Shiryu's long sword, while Dumpling used his foot to block the evil king's punch. Van Oka smirked, raising his spear again to shoot at Xiao Yu. At that moment, the electronic eye of Axe in midair aimed, and with a finger extension, 3 thin lasers shot out. After knocking down a few bullets, they created a small hole on the deck. Van Oka's gaze noticeably turned cold, narrowing as he looked up at Axe in midair. At this time, Axe shook his finger and wore a contemptuous smile. Blackbeard finally turned around, and with the power of the Tremor fruit, he threw a punch directly against the super-strong, chakra-enhanced brute force punch. The Conqueror's haki surged, the waves reversed, and the shockwave exploded at the bow of Blackbeard's ship, causing a thunderous roar. The entire space seemed to shift along with it. Boom! The sound finally erupted. Aside from the massive body of the evil wolf, which seemingly didn't need to stand on the deck and continued to hold onto the pirate ship, the other pirates were thrown into the air as if they couldn't withstand the aftermath of the battle. At the same time, both Xiao Yu and Blackbeard seemed unable to withstand the force, being blasted away by the shockwave. Xiao Yu was propelled more than 30 meters before his limbs grasped the air and stabilized in midair. As for Blackbeard, lacking the power of flight, he was about to hit the sea when the evil wolf stretched out his enormous hand and caught him, saying, "Captain, you can't do this. It seems you can't beat Xiao Yu." Blackbeard was taken aback and became a bit angry. How could I not beat him? What a joke. If it weren't for him being able to fly just now, I could have definitely taken him down. As his voice fell, he clenched his hands again, harnessing the power of the Tremor fruit. At this moment, Xiao Yu clearly wasn't doing well either. Even with the addition of Wind Attribute Chakra, Lightning Attribute Chakra, and his strongest Conqueror's haki, along with Chakra-enhanced brute force, he found his hands somewhat weak after such a tremor. Clearly, although his physical condition had suddenly transformed into the Six Paths physique, it still seemed not to be strong enough. If he kept trading punches, Blackbeard might be fine, while he would end up in trouble. Thinking of this, he stretched out his hand just as Blackbeard was about to throw a punch at him in midair. Directly using the universal pull, Blackbeard felt his body lighten, instantly realizing what Xiao Yu was trying to do. With a snort, he shouted, "Another one of those moves? I'm really getting angry." After saying that, he threw a punch at Xiao Yu in midair. Boom! The entire space seemed to erupt with an overwhelming shockwave, instantly engulfing Xiao Yu's entire body. Meanwhile, Blackbeard, who had just wanted to laugh, fell directly toward the sea. As the evil wolf reached out to catch him again, 4 waves rose up. Instantly, they engulfed Blackbeard's body, plunging him toward the sea. Captain Bagas was stunned and jumped into the water, trying to find Blackbeard's figure. But the evil wolf quickly scooped him up. Blackbeard's massive body hesitated for a moment, as if caught by something. At the same time, his entire body flipped over and plunged headfirst into the sea. Boom! The huge body crashing into the water instantly made the entire ship shake. At this moment, Greed and others used Moonwalk to stand in midair, quietly watching the battle between Xiao Yu and the others. Chapter 157. Defeat. What kind of technique is this? I've never seen anything like it. Greed stroked his chin, looking somewhat puzzled at the evil wolf, who was being dragged into the sea. Even Anna and Sun Bei exchanged glances, both looking somewhat bewildered. Such a technique, Xiao Yu had truly never used before. At this moment, Xiao Yu merged with the seawater, transforming into a gigantic, monstrous, transparent entity, directly grabbing the evil wolf's foot at the seabed and pulling it down. This position could still be considered near shore, so the sea wasn't too deep. But if the evil wolf and Blackbeard couldn't get up, they might really drown, especially Blackbeard, who was now feeling an impulse to kill the evil wolf directly. You got dragged down, but let go already. If you keep holding on to me like this, won't you also be submerged in the sea? At this moment, Xiao Yu was almost laughing out loud. By using the tailed beast cloak, he had made Blackbeard vigilant, causing him to drag himself into the sea. This guy, although his attack power is fierce, and seems to have rich battle experience, is still just a devil fruit user. Devil fruit users share a common weakness. Once they fall into the sea, it should be quite difficult for them to get back up. If he trained to the level of Qingji or Akainu, he might be able to use the fruit's abilities to evaporate or freeze the seawater. But Blackbeard had only recently obtained the Tremor fruit, so it was unlikely he could use it so proficiently. Therefore, now is the best time to kill Blackbeard, although Bagas and the others were heading toward the evil wolf, who was holding on to Blackbeard. They were clearly not as fast as Xiaoyu. After using the water transformation technique, he could assimilate with the surrounding seawater. Although the assimilation wasn't extensive, it should be enough to deal with these guys. At that moment, Blackbeard's dark fruit finally activated. Countless shadows wrapped around his body like flowing water. In that instant, his entire body was swallowed up. Meanwhile, he used the darkness to envelop himself and headed toward the evil wolf's ankle. It seemed that even Xiao Yu's water transformation technique was about to be devoured. Xiao Yu slightly furrowed his brow, not expecting this guy to use the darkness fruit like this. Since it can devour anything, the seawater should also be possible. With this thought, Xiao Yu fell helpless. After a cold snort, the water transformation technique turned into her own form. In an instant, she broke through the water flow and flew up into the air above the sea. Darkness followed closely, wanting to directly devour Xiao Yu. With a cold smile, Xiao Yu spread her arms and directly used the universal attraction. In an instant, all the darkness was sucked into Xiao Yu's hands. The original Blackbeard was wrapped in this darkness and now seemed unable to escape. Suddenly, a hand stretched out from within the dark sphere. The ability of the Tremor fruit appeared, but before it could attack Xiao Yu, she grabbed it directly. Immediately, the gravitational force caused Blackbeard's entire body to appear. At that moment, the Thousand Birds sharp gun pierced Blackbeard's heart. However, just as Xiao Yu was about to let out a joyful shout, Blackbeard suddenly laughed. With a flying kick, he used the Tremor fruit's ability to directly shatter Xiao Yu. Yes, it indeed shattered. Like pieces of flowing water, they instantly smashed down towards the sea. At that moment, Blackbeard leaped onto his ship, directly caught by the just-recovered evil wolf, and flipped onto the bow. Covering his chest where his heart was, he began to breathe heavily. Retreat. Retreat immediately. Blackbeard's voice was deep, as if he were issuing an order. In an instant, when everyone from Xiao Yu's pirate crew looked towards her, the Blackbeard pirate ship had already been pushed away by Evil Wolf towards another sea area. On the surface of the sea, Xiao Yu's water slowly flowed, and after transforming back into human form, she whispered, "Why not pursue? I'm not going to die. Why are you so afraid?" Greed and the others had beads of sweat on their foreheads and were somewhat irritated. "What's wrong with caring about you?" With this thought, the entire Xiao Yu pirate crew headed towards the penguin ship in the air. At the same time, Control Lord had already revved up the power, just as he was about to chase after them. Standing at the stern, Blackbeard spread his hands like flying claws and pulled hard at the air. Boom! The entire sea area instantly began to reverse due to Blackbeard's pull. The sea shattered, the space trembled, and suddenly turned into a storm that surged back. The penguin ship spun in the air twice and began to plummet towards the island. Grabbing the railing tightly, Qianbing was somewhat irritated and shouted at Xiao Yu. "Why is this guy so strong? Why is he still escaping? Is he out his mind? Idiot! Such immense power also burdens the body greatly. Besides, I clearly pierced his heart just now. Although he didn't die, he should have sustained serious injuries. Of course, he has to escape." Xiao Yu shot up into the air, instantly spreading her arms. After a thought, the heavenly pull of Shinto, carrying violent chakra, was ejected. It formed a semicircle that instantly enveloped the entire island. Boom! After a muffled sound, the sea surface calmed down. The island also returned to its original state, and the previously cracked sea began to slowly evade. This super heavenly pull, like bouncing off all vibrations, instantly stopped all tsunamis and hurricanes. Xiao Yu landed on the deck, panting heavily. She was somewhat astonished. Blackbeard had only been at it for a little over 2 months, yet he could control the Tremor fruit to such an extent. Speaking of which, he truly was a genius. In terms of battle, if given a little more time, perhaps this guy could fully master it. With this thought, Xiao Yu felt another headache coming. At this moment, Enel slightly furrowed his brow and quietly asked, "Should we chase after them? Right now, even though they are far from us, I can still hear them." Greed and the others looked towards Xiao Yu. Currently, only she had direct contact and knew whether they should pursue. Although they had exchanged a few blows, overall, they still didn't understand much. Blackbeard's current strength was definitely weakened significantly. Moreover, the other crew members had not truly become stronger. Chase, at the fastest speed. By the way, Enel immediately released those lightning pillars and attacked Blackbeard's ship. Xiaoyu answered right after thinking for a moment. Such a good opportunity. One must seize it while he is ill. Once the order was given, the entire ship mobilized, and the penguin ship instantly shot off like a meteor towards the distant sea. On the island, someone slowly poked their head out from a window, seemingly wanting to see if the battle was over. It had been calm for a long time. Logically, it should have ended by now. They were all very clear about Blackbeard's Tremor Fruit ability. During Whitebeard's era, this ability could indeed dominate the seas. At this moment, Blackbeard's ship had clearly fallen silent, especially Evil Wolf, who was definitely not in a good mood. First, he was hit by Enel's lightning pillar, sustaining a minor injury. Fortunately, he had a large physique. If he were smaller, he might have been killed instantly. And during the battle at sea, he was directly pulled into the water by Xiaoyu. Such a thing was hard for him to accept. One must understand how enormous his body truly was. Just based on this point, there would definitely not be more than 2 hands worth of people who could pull him. Of course, Blackbeard, holding his chest, clearly sustained serious injuries. He hadn't expected that Xiaoyu could be as formidable as a Logia type, able to ignore such attacks. Previously, he thought the ability was akin to a superhuman type devil fruit, but now it seemed he needed to reassess. How about those crew members? Are you now their opponents? Blackbeard grinned, looking at the somewhat gloomy crew members beside him. Van Oka frowned and shook his head. Not very clear yet, but that AKS's speed is indeed very fast, and his weapon is quite special. A special weapon? Blackbeard smiled, wanting to know more specific details. The laser-like beam is similar to Kizaru's ability. Moreover, the eyes, speed, and accuracy are basically on par with mine. No, perhaps even a bit faster. Van Oka, although reluctant to admit it, this was indeed the truth. Kawamatsu's sword is also very fast. He should be one of those fast sword users. But, at most, he can only hold me off for a while. Range Yishiru is very calm, seemingly very confident in his strength. That little brat, his strength and speed are very powerful. Especially, he can release a very scorching aura. That kind of power, I'm not very clear about. The evil Tyrant King also said a sentence, but did not mention whether he could defeat Dumpling. Ha ha! The Xiaoyu pirate crew is indeed all elites. Right now, perhaps you're still not their opponents? At the very least, that greed has strength comparable to Ace. And Enel's strength. I believe everyone saw it during the Marineford War. We still need to lie low for a while. Blackbeard laughed heartily, simultaneously clenching his fists. He directly punched towards the rear of the ship, instantly creating waves over 30 meters high. In an instant, the pirate ship rode the massive waves towards the boundless depths of the ocean. Chapter 158. Divine Authority and Royal Power on the bow of the penguin ship. Xiaoyu slapped the penguin's head hard and shouted angrily. Damn it, that Blackbeard guy actually escaped like this. Standing behind Xiaoyu, Grid and Enel also seemed a bit helpless. Just a moment ago, they were close to catching up. As a result, a tsunami and storm erupted, making the entire sea surface turbulent, forcing them to stop. Xiaoyu, however, seemed reluctant to keep using the super god Luo Tianzheng technique. After all, it consumed too much chakra. Even if they caught up, it would be useless. If it were me, I could have gotten past in that instant. But I might get beaten up by them. Enel awkwardly pressed his lips together, a frustrated expression appearing in his half-open, half-closed eyes. His strength was still too weak. If he were a bit stronger, he could have gone ahead and held everyone back. That way, at least his group could catch up. Grid scoffed and shrugged helplessly. What now? Should we go back? Right, let's head back first. That country really needs me. Xiaoyu's eyes wrinkled, and after taking a deep breath, he nodded. They can only go back for now. It could be considered one of Whitebeard's major bases. I believe they will definitely return. However, we also need to conquer those nearby. We can notify Luo and have him act immediately, Xiaoyu said calmly, directing the penguin ship towards the small island. At the town's dock, several workers blinked and looked at the returning ship. When they saw the flag of Xiaoyu's pirate crew, they visibly let out a sigh of relief. Although Blackbeard had gained Whitebeard's powers and knew them very well, it was precisely because of this that they were extremely annoyed. After all, Blackbeard's understanding made it impossible for them to live properly. Take alcohol, for example. Blackbeard knew how much alcohol could be brewed in this town in a day. So, he forced them to brew alcohol. This made them feel very strained. At least, they didn't like Blackbeard's methods now. And Xiaoyu's pirate crew, no matter how strong they were, shouldn't be unreasonable people, right? It was evident during the war. when everyone from Xiaoyu's pirate crew stood on the dock. Almost all of them cautiously looked in that direction. Xiaoyu chuckled and patted Grid's shoulder. This is a large town, 3 villages, and a large population. From now on, all these matters will be under your control. You can't treat them like the Philosopher's Stone, like that cyborg. Don't worry, I inherited Yao Lin's will. I can definitely be the best king, Grid said with a sinister smile. But for now, I'd better start as a president. When we conquer the entire new world, I can definitely become the best king. He. Grid's wicked smile made Xiaoyu smile faintly. The other members all looked at the two. They still didn't understand what this Philosopher's Stone was. Can I continue being my god? As long as I'm here, I can hear everything you want to hear. This way, even if there are traitors, we can catch them well. Enel said with a faint smile, ambition evident in his eyes. Grid and Xiaoyu exchanged glances, then turned to look at Enel. What? Do you disagree? I'm just saying it casually. Enel casually looked over to the other side of the dock, but a hint of unwillingness in his heart made him a bit helpless. Xiaoyu and Grid's powers were all above his, especially Grid, who was completely his nemesis. After Xiaoyu saved him, he owed a favor. Now, even if his ambitions were great, he couldn't just betray them like that. That was his principle, and it was also the price of following Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu shook his head and said softly, "You're really a genius. How did you think of using divine authority to control here?" Grid nodded vigorously and said softly, "If we used the methods of that old god, perhaps we could make everyone believe in us better. By the way, this is the new world. Even ordinary people seem extraordinary. If a big villain appears, just deal with him directly. He. This way, our divine authority combined with royal power will be even more solid. Even if Blackbeard comes again, even if we are defeated, we absolutely won't let those subjects submit." Behind them, Qianbing and others blinked, looking at the two with some confusion. Enel became a bit excited, his eyes fixed on Xiaoyu as he quietly asked, "Really, can we?" Xiaoyu smiled faintly and nodded. "Although I don't know if Grid's method will succeed. We can indeed create a god, and let everyone believe in this god. However, this god must promote good deeds." After finishing speaking, he patted Enel's shoulder and said with a smile, "Let's go. Let's check out the castle. Just now, Blackbeard seemed to be in that castle, right? Maybe we can find something fun." Everyone nodded. Now is the time to share the spoils. Speaking of which, Blackbeard wouldn't have taken less stuff each time he raided. But when everyone arrived at the castle and searched around, they found that Blackbeard was completely a Luffy-level character. There was hardly any treasure. Moreover, there wasn't even anything slightly valuable. This blow even made Grid a bit angry. "Hey, don't hoard it. If I find out, you'll die a miserable death." Directly opposite, a middle-aged man who looked like a newly rich person was kneeling. Sweat was dripping from his forehead. He repeatedly bowed and answered yes. "It's true, Lord Grid. Blackbeard and his gang just eat and drink all day. They even use that money to buy pirate ships. So, there really aren't many treasures here. Even the treasures that originally belonged to the old man have been used by him to buy ships and food." Bang! A loud noise made the middle-aged man tremble again, not knowing where to put his hands. Xiaoyu frowned, snorted coldly, and asked, "Then this castle must have some things that Blackbeard cares about, right?" It seems. There's a person that Blackbeard always goes to find. I don't know if that person counts as a treasure." The middle-aged man looked somewhat awkward, but his eyes grew more anxious. "What? A person?" Qianbing blinked, clearly caught off guard. Xiaoyu, however, seemed to think of something, pinched his chin, and asked, "Is it the captains of the old man?" Yes, my lord. It's Lord Izang. But now he has been injured by that Blackbeard guy and is locked in the underground prison." The middle-aged man wiped his sweat again and said softly, The members of Xiaoyu's pirate crew exchanged glances, their astonishment evident, especially Xiaoyu, who shook his head and instantly vanished from sight. Grid and Enel exchanged glances, knowing that Xiaoyu had gone to the underground prison. With this thought, the two also stood up and walked outside, looking at the middle-aged man still kneeling there. He said softly, "Kex, you can go back now. There's no need to kneel like this in the future." As soon as the words fell, everyone disappeared from the hall. Kex, however, slumped down, sitting on the ground and gasping for breath, as if he couldn't bear the pressure brought by the members of the Little Rain Pirates. Meanwhile, on the Moby Dick, Marco had bandages wrapped around his chest. However, he looked somewhat angry as he slammed his hand against the hardwood of the ship's bow and coldly snorted. "This time, we will definitely rescue Izang. By the way, Jaws, did you feel a tremor just now? It was like there was a tsunami in that direction." Jaws clearly felt it too and nodded. "But besides us, could anyone else be fighting Blackbeard? Ordinary pirates wouldn't need to use such power from Blackbeard, right?" Vista stepped forward a few paces, lightly tapping his long sword at his waist, and asked, "Do you think it could be that guy from Little Rain?" "Huh, no way, right? That kid has been missing for 2 months. Besides, Kaido has been looking for that kid. And how could he possibly come to such a remote sea area at this time?" Hard's tongue stuck out in disbelief. "That's true. Kaido has been occupying those areas. Perhaps he might confront Blackbeard later. Moreover, Red-Haired will help us hold off Kaido first. Right now, maybe Blackbeard is testing out Dad's abilities," Jaws said, pursing his lips quietly. At this moment, Marco shook his head. "It's very likely to be Little Rain's crew. Remember, they killed so many celestial dragons back then. But the Navy couldn't find Little Rain despite their strength and surveillance during the first half of the Grand Line. And now, Kaido has been held back by Red-Haired. The other one doesn't have any grudge against Little Rain, so I believe he won't make a move against him. Do you think Blackbeard would randomly test Dad's abilities? Besides, the distance here is so far. If he wanted to test it, he wouldn't need to do such things. It seems Little Rain has really returned," Marco said very seriously, raising his hand. "Let's hurry over. Maybe we can help a little." The other captains seemed to be convinced by Marco, nodding vigorously before rolling up their sleeves in preparation. Chapter 159. The pride of the captains the night was deep. There was not a hint of moonlight in the sky, and the silence was filled with darkness. The Moby Dick slowly docked on the other side. Although the whereabouts of the Penguin had been discovered at the town harbor, the captain seemed uncertain whether Little Rain had won. What if Little Rain lost and escaped, leaving the Penguin behind with Blackbeard? This pirate ship was one that even the Navy would envy. At the bow of the ship, Marco frowned and said quietly, "Why do I always feel like we're being watched? Since just now at the harbor, I've had this feeling. Do you guys feel it too?" Jaws nodded when Marco mentioned it. To be honest, they had felt the same way, but they weren't sure until now. Thinking about it, the 13 captains frowned and looked around before jumping off the ship. Compared to guessing here, it was better to go directly onto the island to take a look. It seemed there was no reason to find answers by guessing here. At that moment, a voice echoed from the air. "Why not come in through the front door? Why run to such a remote place? You don't want to ambush me, do you?" This sudden voice made the 13 captains jump, as if their tails had been stepped on. After creating some distance, they looked up into the air. Little Rain. Marco frowned and said quietly, while looking around. On a tall tree nearby, Enel was sitting on a branch munching on an apple. His faint smile made all the captains secretly wary. After all, even Little Rain might not necessarily help their group. Perhaps he was still eyeing Whitebeard's territory. There's no need to be so nervous. Even Izang has arrived here. If you don't believe me, you can wait until he comes before we talk. Little Rain smiled faintly and directly descended from the air, standing opposite Marco. Marco was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted, shrugging. "I can't say I don't believe you. After all, your strength is so formidable that you can defeat Blackbeard, so you must be interested in Dad's territory too, right?" Little Rain laughed and shook his head. "You really are the eldest son of Dad. Ha ha! If I said I wasn't interested, that would definitely be a lie. However, my intentions are different from Blackbeard's. I just want to occupy a few places and then slowly search for Raftel. After all, Whitebeard is the one closest to that place. So, some things really need to be fought for. For example, this, I definitely don't plan to return it to you. You're really straightforward. So, are you planning to give us a show of strength?" Marco snorted lightly, looking somewhat helpless. At this moment, Little Rain shook his head and said softly, "It's not about giving you a show of strength, but about wanting an alliance." Huh? The 13 captains all stared at Little Rain, unable to understand what he was saying. At this time, Little Rain smiled faintly and said softly, "Let's wait for Izang to arrive before we continue our alliance plan. Otherwise, you won't believe me at all." After saying that, he walked directly into the woods. At that moment, Khalil suddenly drew his pistol and fired several shots, with the bullets passing through Little Rain's body. At that moment, Enel frowned. On the tall tree, a bolt of lightning flashed instantly. The next moment, Enel's figure appeared behind Khalil. Khalil, Enel, Marco, and Little Rain's voices came out simultaneously, startling Khalil. But at that moment, he couldn't turn around at all. Perhaps he would be taken down in an instant. Years of combat experience had given him this instinct. At this moment, Enel's fingers indeed pulled out a long bolt of lightning, seemingly ready to touch Khalil's head. Stopping his movements, Enel grinned. "You have your principles, but I have mine too. I promised everyone that I wouldn't let anything happen to you. But if it weren't for elementalization just now, you would have been dead." As the words fell, the lightning disappeared, and the golden staff spun twice before quickly striking Khalil's back. With a loud slap, Khalil's tall body was instantly sent flying. At this time, the captains finally reacted. Marco quickly supported Khalil and glared at Enel. The other captains and fighters also drew their weapons, confronting Enel. Little Rain slowly turned around and asked, "This time, should you be the ones to make the first move? What's wrong? Do you really want to fight?" As the last word was uttered, the Overlord's haki instantly swept across the entire coast. Suddenly, those newcomers and fighters with weaker wills fell to the ground. "We didn't mean it like that. Just now it was just a mistake." Marco glanced at the captains while continuously waving his hand. Right now, Izang was still in Little Rain's hands, so they couldn't turn against them so quickly. If it came to a fight, they would be ready to go all out. Greed leisurely walked out of the woods, followed by the entire crew of the Little Rain pirates. On the other side, Izang ran out directly, looking at the tense atmosphere on both sides with a helpless smile. "Marco, what are you all doing?" Little Rain and his crew. "They really did save me." Khalil felt a bit awkward. He originally just wanted to test Little Rain's strength. Although it was clear during the Marineford War how strong Little Rain was, as captains of the Whitebeard pirates, their pride made it hard for him to resist taking action. He was naturally an impulsive person. "All right, Greed, we should discuss serious matters now. That is the alliance." Little Rain's expression was somewhat indifferent, as if he were talking to a group of strangers. Just as Greed wanted to say something, he was directly stopped by Little Rain. "Do you really think that kind of attack could hurt me? If so, then I must be too weak." Hearing Little Rain say this, Greed and the others found themselves at a loss for words. However, after exchanging glances, it was Marco who stepped forward and said, "Now, we still need to consider whether we want to cooperate with you. Moreover, we don't even know what your true intentions are. So, could you give us a day to think it over? We'll come to apologize in person tomorrow at noon." Little Rain, who had been stepping forward, paused slightly. He turned around with a strange look, fixing his eyes on Marco. Suddenly, even Greed looked at Little Rain with a puzzled expression, because at that moment Little Rain was laughing loudly, looking almost like a madman. He slapped his thigh vigorously and finally stopped. "Now I understand why Whitebeard always wanted to place his hopes on Ace. It turns out you are such timid and cowardly people. So, this time, I'll consider it my mistake. There's no need for us to discuss this any further. By the way, this island belongs to the Little Rain pirates. If you have the capability, then just take it back. Of course, we won't go easy on you." Jozu and the others clenched their fists, appearing ready to charge into battle at any moment. Marco, after careful consideration, stopped all the captains. After Little Rain and his crew left, aside from Marco and Izang, the others all snorted coldly and walked back to the ship. "Marco, why did you stop us? I can't believe that with our strength, we wouldn't be able to defeat this group of newcomers." Jozu turned his head and asked coldly. Marco shook his head helplessly and smiled. "To be honest, I'm really afraid that we wouldn't be their match." "What a joke. We can't even avenge Dad before we get sacrificed here. These guys are just a year earlier at sea than Ace. When we set sail, they might still be playing in the mud at home." Listening to his brother's grumbling, Izang also grew impatient. "We aren't even a match for Blackbeard. How can we defeat the man who defeated Blackbeard and escaped? Besides, actually, Little Rain talked a lot with me this afternoon, although I don't want to admit it. It's still a fact, especially Marco. Even if he can escape the powers of the Quake fruit, he still has no way to deal with Blackbeard. In terms of physical combat, Blackbeard is definitely much stronger than us. Moreover, it was clear during the Marineford War how powerful Little Rain is. We can't waste our energy here. We must gather all the pirate crews under Whitebeard's flag and occupy some small islands first. That way, we can at least hold our ground against Blackbeard for the long term." Now, Kaido is watching us closely. If it weren't for Shanks, he might just take over everything. And Little Rain is a great firepower point. Firepower point? What does that mean? Marco asked Izang, looking puzzled. Izang sighed and said softly, "We keep chasing Blackbeard, but it seems we haven't gained much each time, unless we can get Little Rain's support. This afternoon, he originally planned to ally with us. Then he would block Kaido's attacks, so that we could pursue Blackbeard without worries. But, now it seems there's no way to reconcile." At this point, all the captains lowered their heads. Indeed, not only Blackbeard, but even Kaido is now a significant threat. Moreover, just relying on their own strength to defend those islands is already quite difficult. It seems that forming an alliance with him is no longer feasible. However, we still need to occupy a few key small islands first. Then, we can gather all the pirates who want to take revenge on Blackbeard. This way, at least we can resist Blackbeard. As for this place, forget it, let's just leave it to that kid. Izang sighed, realizing that his group had lost to their pride. They had lost to the pride that their father bestowed upon them. Of course, the other captains understood this very well. However, they could not bow their heads. Because they are the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. Chapter 160. The selection of the general in the castle. All members of the Little Rain Pirates were sitting in the conference hall. However, the atmosphere was filled with a gloomy anger, looking like a storm was about to arrive. Why did we let them go? Those captains are too ungrateful. It's as if we were begging them to ally with us. Greed was the first to lose his composure and directly asked. Enel suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Little Rain. The others, except for Sinbei, even the fisherman Amon, couldn't stand the arrogance displayed by the captains earlier. Clearly, they were the ones who attacked first, yet there was no reason given. It seemed as if their own people had made a mistake. That kind of arrogance infuriated everyone in the flourishing Little Rain Pirates. To put it in Greed's words, when he returned, when Whitebeard was alive, they respected his character and strength. But now that Whitebeard is gone, just relying on those captains, even Greed doesn't feel convinced. Let alone you, the captain Little Rain. Without Whitebeard, they can only be your opponents. But being your opponents is already considered strong. Just like those warlords of the sea. Can they really be your opponents? Do you think everyone is at the level of the 4 emperors and warlords of the sea? Little Rain, who had been silent all along, finally spoke, and his words left Greed and the others speechless. Little Rain was right. There couldn't possibly be so many people at the level of the warlords of the sea. I don't believe they all have the strength of the warlords of the sea. Enel still refused to accept this, muttering, "At least, Marco and Jozu have the strength of the warlords of the sea. Moreover, Marco's fruit power. Do you think an average pirate can deal with it? Even if you, Enel, were to fight him, you might not have a guaranteed win. And Jozu should also be at the lower tier of the warlords of the sea. But that's not a reason for me to let them off." Little Rain frowned and said softly. Greed and Enel exchanged glances, both seeing a strange expression. Cavendish twitched the corner of his mouth and directly asked, "Speak up. What changes have been made to your plans? Not saying anything will make it difficult for us." Xiao Yu suddenly laughed, looking somewhat sinister under the moonlight. Pointing at the town outside and then at everyone, she said, "What do you think? If we were to ally with them, as the pride of the Whitebeard Pirates, do you think they would submit to us?" Grid shook his head and scoffed. "Just look at their performance today. There's absolutely no way they would submit to us. Moreover, even if we help them deal with Kaido and Blackbeard, it will just lead to a war between us and those captains." Xiao Yu nodded and whispered, "Right now, this is Whitebeard's territory, and we will continue to fight for nearly 3 more normal days. So, won't we have to fight those captains again? Personally, I have a strong sense of pride, so I really don't look down on ordinary opponents. But these captains not only inherited Whitebeard's will, but also his pride. As the pride of the Yonko Pirates, I believe that such an alliance will naturally collapse at that time. Not to mention those captains. Even the affiliated pirate crews under the Whitebeard Pirates will never acknowledge us. What should we do now? Should we attack them instead? Or should we just take out Blackbeard first?" Chiban asked, blinking. Xiao Yu shook her head. "We only occupy a small part of this sea area. Although becoming one of the Yonko is very helpful for us, in the end, we are just looking for Laughtail. This Yonko title is just a temporary status for us. However, it seems we won't be able to find Laughtail right away. So, we can only treat this small area as a temporary resting point. Of course, our resting point must be strongly defended, so we don't lose even that. Are you saying we should capture a few places first and then establish a super status country as our resting point for searching for Laughtail?" Grid finally understood Xiao Yu's so-called plan and helplessly shook his head, looking somewhat displeased. "What's wrong? Is it not feasible?" Xiao Yu looked around at everyone, sensing their confusion. Enel nodded and said, "You are the captain. You have the final say, but what exactly is on Laughtail? And why can't we find it when it's just an island?" Once this question was raised, everyone turned to look at Xiao Yu. Even Wick and the fisherman Amon showed interest. Xiao Yu pursed her lips, pinching her chin as she quietly said, "To be honest, I don't know what exactly is on Laughtail. However, one thing is certain. There is definitely something that could destroy the world. Otherwise, why would the Navy and the world government be so anxious? Is there really such a thing that can destroy the world?" Chiban frowned and asked, obviously skeptical. He could create powerful weapons, even artificial robots. But a weapon that could destroy the world must be incredibly powerful. Xiao Yu blinked and smiled. "I don't know, but it is said that the ancient weapon, Pluton, can sink a small island with one shot. And Poseidon can summon giant sea kings. As for what Uranus is, I have no idea. By the way, the Sea King is the princess of Fishman Island, Shirahoshi." "Huh? Xiao Yu, you can't be joking with us, right?" Anna looked doubtful, especially Amon, who looked at Xiao Yu with even more curiosity. As a fisherman who had lived on Fishman Island for over a decade, He had never seen Princess Shirahoshi exhibit such abilities. Xiao Yu smiled again and said softly, "This is true. In 2 years, you will understand Shirahoshi's power. But by then, we may have already found Laughtail." Hee, that is true. Grid nodded confidently, as if he expected it. Chiban then asked quietly, "What you mean by defense? Doesn't that mean increasing my workload? Making me build those defensive structures and robots?" Xiao Yu chuckled and nodded. "Of course, that's your job. But we will help too. Otherwise, relying solely on your imagination is a bit lacking." Grid immediately nodded and said, "That's true. Chiban's imagination is indeed somewhat lacking, especially when he's just thinking about beautiful women. You bunch of bastards." Chiban was furious, looking at everyone with the same expression. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the high-ranking officers were engaged in a real election. The Gorosei, along with other high-ranking officers, were each expressing their support for their candidates and highlighting their strengths. It's precisely because of such weak admirals that the Navy is always ridiculed by others. In the end, it's just a matter of not daring to act. What did you say? Are you saying Akiji is weak? What about Akainu? You should have been on Sabaody Archipelago last time. But was he also let go by that Xiao Yu? Damn it, during the Marineford War, Akiji was clearly holding back. He was stopped by that little brat and the madman Bartolomeo. In the end, it all comes down to being overly compassionate. They are pirates. If we show mercy to pirates, how can we execute justice? Bastard, are you saying that Akainu's reckless charge without regard for casualties is justice? In the end, it still affects our Marine soldiers. Listening to each person's insistence on their own justice and beliefs, Fleet Admiral Kong and several other high-ranking officials could only shake their heads helplessly. To be honest, they also very much agreed with Akiji's views and strategies. However, now even the Gorosei, who had been silent, seemed to lean towards Akainu. At this moment, Akainu, although indeed powerful, was still too extreme in his beliefs. Just as the martial faction said, pirates must be eradicated. Just this point made the Dove faction unable to bear it. Even among pirates, there are good and bad. Even within the Navy, there are some who lack justice. Kong pinched his brow, took a deep breath, and then asked, "Now, let us vote for this election. Even if you continue to argue like this, it won't determine anything." Everyone stopped arguing and looked towards the Gorosei. Clearly, the final decision still lay with them. Otherwise, even if they argued until their mouths were worn out, they wouldn't come to any conclusion. "I choose Akainu. I also choose Akainu. Akainu. Akiji. Akiji." A few simple words and phrases instantly excited the martial faction as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Meanwhile, the Dove faction looked dejected. They knew that the Dove faction had lost. Lost in just a few words. The Gorosei appeared expressionless, each wearing a mask-like demeanor. The two who chose Akiji shook their heads helplessly, looking somewhat bitter. "So, is it decided?" Kong sighed and asked quietly. "That's it, just decide. Notify Akiji and Akainu immediately. Now is not the time for idle talk. After all, things are stirring up in the New World." Among the 5 elders, the old man with the sword whispered. The other elders nodded in agreement. Clearly, everyone almost unanimously agreed on this point. Even Kong thought so. It is said that Xiao Yu temporarily defeated Blackbeard and obtained several of Whitebeard's original crew. Speaking of which, this group is the most troublesome existence. Another elder leaning on a cane said softly, "The most troublesome part is Xiao Yu's surname and background. Even now, we still haven't figured it out. Kong, have the intelligence department move a bit faster. Otherwise, we'll be very passive." Kong forced a smile and nodded. "I've been keeping an eye on Xiao Yu's movements in the New World. As for Akainu, I believe he will act accordingly without me having to say anything." Just thinking about how Akainu was injured by Xiao Yu during the Marineford War, everyone frowned. This kid's strength seems to be quite formidable. Chapter 161. Sudden Wind Island. At the dock of Sudden Wind Island, the Penguin slowly approached. It looked just like an ordinary ship, without a trace of the brutality of a pirate ship. Even the dock workers seemed to think it was just an ordinary merchant ship. However, anyone who saw that flag couldn't help but tremble. Among them, a few workers who looked like pirates quickly slipped into the streets and ran towards the town. It was obvious that they should have some relation to the pirate crew stationed here. Perhaps they were even crew members of those pirate crews. This island was relatively calm. Moreover, there didn't seem to be many pirate crews. The largest pirate crew was the Squirto Pirates. This was originally a crew under Whitebeard, or perhaps it could be called the pirate crew stationed here. However, when all the members of the Squirto Pirates arrived at the dock, Xiao Yu and his group still quietly stayed on the deck. Soaking up the sun, the warm rays of sunshine poured down. If one didn't know Xiao Yu's name, they would really think it was just a young nobleman coming to vacation. What is Xiao Yu doing on old man's territory? Do you really want to seize old man's territory? Squirdo looked very serious, like a righteous person questioning others. Snap! A light sound occurred, and 10 battle kings along with 10 fierce beasts landed instantly, standing opposite Squirdo. Amon and Victor stood quietly in front of all the battle kings and fierce beasts, coldly staring at Squirdo, especially Victor, after sneering, asked, "If it weren't for your betrayal, Whitebeard wouldn't have been determined to die, right? How dare you? A pirate like a traitor, question us?" Upon hearing this, the members of the Squirdo pirates changed their expressions. The most taboo thing for Squirdo was to mention this point, as it was the sin he had caused. It was also due to his distrust of Whitebeard. Even the captains, though they didn't speak it out loud, always had a little resentment in their hearts. Therefore, if someone usually said such a thing, Squirdo would definitely take action to teach them a lesson. However, now they were facing the Xiao Yu pirates. Even those captains might not be able to defeat this super strong pirate crew. The pirates behind them all became vigilant. They were sure that Captain Squirdo would definitely charge forward like mad. So, as his subordinates, they could only follow. Squirdo slowly drew out his 2 long knives and said softly, "It is precisely because we know this that we need to defend Old Man's territory. All of these lives are protected by Old Man. Now that Old Man is gone, we need to inherit his will and hold our ground here. No matter what, even if the Pirate King comes, I will not take a step back." Xiao Yu held a cup, took a sip of milk tea, and smiled faintly. "Just consider me the Pirate King. Moreover, you can also see me as an attack from the Pirate King. Wahahaha. You little brat. Do you dare to call yourself the Pirate King?" Squirdo angrily leaped up, swinging his long knife directly at Victor. If memory serves, this guy had also blocked a vice admiral during the Marineford War. However, it seems his fame was not that great. Victor coldly smiled, then clenched his fist tightly, instantly disappearing. He appeared behind Squirdo. At the same time, 2 fingers shot out from his fist, transforming into finger guns aimed at Squirdo's back. If he dodged, Squirdo could probably avoid it. However, at this moment, he turned around like a madman, taking the hit with his chest. Meanwhile, the 2 long knives flew back and forth, seemingly trying to shred Victor. With hockey and iron blocks, he instantly blocked the 2 long knives. However, Squirdo's strength, combined with a little hockey, still broke through a bit of defense. In an instant, both arms were covered in blood. After the 2 landed, Victor frowned, not expecting his first battle to encounter such a crazy pirate. On the deck, Muse laughed loudly. "Victor, if you only have that little strength, you might lose. The opponent is a pirate crew under Whitebeard, definitely capable of fighting 1 against 100. At the very least, as the captain, he has the strength to match a vice admiral without losing." Victor felt a bit awkward and nodded. At the same time, his veins bulged like worms. Originally standing at 6 meters tall, after this exertion, he looked like a fierce beast. Squirdo completely ignored the bloody hole in his chest. After crossing his 2 knives, he leaped again and charged towards Victor. The pirates behind him also raised their weapons and charged towards Amon and the Battle Kings. Now, although Amon's Fishman Karate and Fishman Jiu-Jitsu were not as strong as Jinbei's, he still had the strength of a cadre-level member of the new Fishman Pirates. For these small fry, it didn't seem that difficult. After a few turns and punches, he instantly sent a dozen people falling into the harbor. Those attacking the Battle Kings and fierce beasts were even worse. Originally, the bodies of the Battle Kings were extremely hard, with the laser cannons and rockets. Rumbling sounds erupted in the smoke. All firepower was unleashed, instantly sending hundreds of pirates flying. Some didn't even have time to react before being pierced through by the laser cannon, collapsing on the ground, clearly not surviving. Damn it! Squirdo watched as his brothers were beaten and scattered, some even sacrificed. Thinking of this, he became furious. He waved his hands continuously, wanting to defeat Victor even faster. Moreover, he used a reckless fighting style. He took several hits from the finger guns, directly trying to break through Victor's defense. Victor was originally a crazy person, only having been suppressed by the celestial dragons for too long. He directly used 2 fists empowered with iron blocks and armed hockey to block all of Squirdo's attacks. Occasionally, he would even turn around to sneak attack. In less than 10 minutes, the dock was filled with smoke. In the blink of an eye, those pirates either fled to the ship or fell directly into the water. The unlucky ones were directly killed by the Battle Kings or fierce beasts along with Amon. How about it? Your subordinates have almost been wiped out by us. Do you still want to hold on? although Victor's arms and waist were all bleeding. For such a massive body, these injuries seemed like minor wounds. Squatto smiled faintly and said softly, "For our father, we are willing to die." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Vitek once more. In the moment when fists and swords clashed, Vitek couldn't bring himself to strike directly. Just as Squatto was about to fight desperately, a punch struck him on the back of the head, instantly knocking him unconscious. Vitek picked up the unconscious Squatto and threw him towards their pirate ship, saying, "Take your captain away. With his current state, he is no match for me. If you disagree, you can come find me after you've calmed down." The pirates were momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to react, and quickly looked towards Xiaoyu and the others on the Penguin. After all, Vitek was not considered a powerful fighter. If this statement had been made by the first mate, Grid, then it could at least be clearly understood that Xiaoyu had let them go. "Captain, I might have to apologize to you this time. I intend to let these guys go. At least, this guy still has some backbone, and he has his own beliefs," Vitek said loudly, his expression prompting Xiaoyu to nod in agreement. Once Xiaoyu nodded, all the pirates, as if crazed, rushed out towards the bay. At that moment, they did not want to stay for even a minute. "Is this okay? That guy might come back." Grid blinked and looked at the departing pirate ship. Xiaoyu nodded and said softly, "We don't need to take action against such opponents. We can just leave it to Vitek. If we are afraid of even such opponents, how can we compete for dominance in this new world?" "That's true. It's time to give Vitek a chance." Grid nodded, speaking as if it were a serious matter. "Boss, there's some new information. 3 days ago, Akainu and Akiji had their duel. Bartolomeo, the intelligence officer, organized the information in his hands and said to Xiaoyu, 'Oh, they finally had their duel?'" Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with interest, as if he had known about this matter long ago. The location was Punk Hazard. It is said that they fought for 10 days and 10 nights, but in the end, Akainu narrowly won. "Now, the Admiral is Akainu." Bartolomeo nodded and replied softly, "Now that he has become Admiral, has he taken any actions?" Grid asked quietly. "Akainu is a true militant radical. It can be said that if he sits in the position of Admiral, he will definitely target pirates. There are 2 main actions. The first is to swap the Navy headquarters with G1 Fortress, and the second seems to be a massive conscription." Bartolomeo smacked his lips, looking somewhat serious. After all, those Admiral-level Marines are all monstrous experts. Xiaoyu nodded, seemingly digesting the information in his mind. After a long time, when everyone thought Xiaoyu had fallen asleep, he finally spoke. "All right, we need to speed up our actions. Now that the Navy will also enter the new world to guard, we must create even stronger powers. Also, that Fujitora we encountered in Dressrosa is very likely to become an admiral." That guy, Grid, gritted his teeth and said fiercely. As someone who had fought him head-on, Grid was particularly concerned about Fujitora. Just then, a gust of wind swept towards the island, causing the entire small island to close its doors and windows in an instant. This was the seasonal squall of the island, a strange hurricane that could appear and disappear in an instant. "Oh, the squall of this island has appeared? Heh. Captain, it would be better for us to hide for now." Ima smiled faintly, looking into the distance. Chapter 162, Superstorm. The new world has both demons and angels. However, the demons are relatively more powerful. For example, on the Penguin right now, there appeared a group of monsters. To put it simply, they looked like gorillas but had a comical head. Moreover, their strength was immense. Being able to tear apart tigers and leopards is considered relatively normal. These large monsters could even contend with the beast army. Of course, if there was just one of them, the members of Xiaoyu's pirate crew could still understand. However, if such a group suddenly appeared, even Xiaoyu's pirate crew found it somewhat challenging, especially for Vitek, Iman, and now Qianbingwei, who was sitting in the cockpit of Battle King No. 1. These members of powerful pirate crews were now struggling to hold on. Xiaoyu dodged one monster's attack and instantly thrust out the chambered sharp gun. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Everyone, jump up." Once the order was given, even people like Grid jumped up. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu used the universal attraction to instantly pull all the monsters. Bang! With a muffled sound, dozens of monsters collided with each other. Enel's Thunderbird appeared, instantly piling all the monsters on the deck. After a few twitches, they completely fainted. What species are these monsters? Is it even possible for anyone to live here? The door of Qianbingwei's cockpit opened, and he asked with his tongue out. Ima frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying softly, "If there are only such creatures, there should still be people living here. After all, these creatures are extremely powerful in combat. If they could be tamed, they would be a very strong force." But I feel like a storm is about to appear. Ima's navigation skills are exceptionally good. She can determine the weather just by sensing the wind and heat. Therefore, as a navigator of Xiaoyu's pirate crew, no one questioned her words. It's just a storm. What kind of storms haven't we experienced? Even seasonal squalls like those on Squall Island can't do anything to our penguin. Qianbingwei jumped out of the cockpit, patting the deck and laughing. However, this storm was indeed different from the one on Squall Island. The New World is named after its strange geography and bizarre weather. For example, it is called Squall Island due to its seasonal winds. But this island can definitely be called Storm Island, Ama said faintly, as if she were discussing something unrelated to herself. Xiaoyu blinked, patted the monsters, and said softly, "Let's first transport these things to the island. Even if it's a superstorm, we need to land to take cover. Otherwise, the ship will be blown away." Everyone nodded, and then began to move the corpses of the monsters. At the same time, those who needed to anchor did so, and those who needed to steer did so. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, quietly looked into the distance. Since it was a storm that even Ima was certain about, it must be a gigantic storm. It might even be a strange weather phenomenon. The latter half of this new world may continuously have such places, and one wonders if even more dangerous things will appear. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu felt a headache coming on. Speaking of which, how powerful was the Pirate King back then? How could he find Raftel and dominate the final journey of the new world? What kind of power was this? Could it be like the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails? Just as he was thinking this, the sky in the distance suddenly darkened. Dark clouds covered the sun, and the entire sky seemed to spin. The whistling wind made the entire small island tremble. Just as Xiaoyu and the others were gaping in surprise, several long dragons appeared in the distance, resembling tornadoes. In the blink of an eye, a storm appeared nearby. This is Ima. Why didn't you say anything sooner about such a storm? A layer of dense sweat beads appeared on Qianbingwei's forehead as he quietly asked. I mentioned it earlier, this is a storm, not just a sudden gust of wind. With a storm of this magnitude, you should have been prepared long ago. Ima gently brushed her hair and said softly. At this moment, Xiaoyu's eyes also twitched. It was worse than she had imagined. Helplessly, she took a few steps towards the side of the ship, bringing her hands together in a sword-like gesture. On the penguin, 3 robots identical to Xiaoyu emerged. After twisting their necks, they instantly jumped towards the storm. First, one of them spread its arms, seemingly trying to absorb the storm. However, it was instantly swallowed by the tornado. The second one attempted to launch a rocket, but before the shell could hit the tornado, it too was quickly devoured. Without thinking, Xiaoyu directed the third robot to run towards her ship. Fortunately, she could use chakra to stand on the water. Otherwise, she would really have a headache. With a helpless smile, Xiaoyu charged straight towards the tornado. All her chakra gathered. Super, ShinraTensei. With a loud shout, 3 long tornadoes surged outward, fiercely compressing. Xiaoyu turned her head and shouted to the astonished crowd. Why aren't you securing the penguin yet? Do you really want it to follow the tornado? As soon as this was said, everyone reacted. They all began to exert their strength, digging holes and working hard. In less than 3 minutes, Xiaoyu was barely holding on as she shot back. The big pit was directly placed into the penguin. When Xiaoyu landed on the deck, Grid slapped his hands on the soil of the pit. With a crack, all the soil instantly transformed into steel, encasing the pit tightly. While panting, Xiaoyu helplessly smiled. Qianbingwei, you need to help me create 2 more of those androids. By the way, we must use the corpses of those monsters to modify them. Such powerful bodies should not go to waste. A huge hashtag suddenly appeared at the corner of Qianbingwei's eye. He nodded in annoyance. If he had known, why send those robots out? What is in your head? The storm approached, and the tornado swept across the entire area. It was like a dragon absorbing water, destroying the stones and low vegetation above. The entire pit began to shake. Grid jumped onto the deck and asked quietly, we won't have to deal with such weather in the future, will we? Amon nodded and smiled softly. Such weather is still considered good. Have you forgotten the Thunder Island we entered back then? Perhaps Enel enjoys it, but we were completely wrecked. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even Xiaoyu felt a bit bitter recalling it. Although there were umbrellas sold for lightning protection, after staying there for just 1 day, Xiaoyu had requested to leave, and Enel was still thinking about it. Not bad, right? Speaking of which, if we don't find Raftel this time, I want to go back and rule that place. Such lightning is more suited to my fruit ability. Enel grinned, pulling out an apple from somewhere and started munching on it. Grid snorted coldly, saying, this time, we will definitely find Raftel. Besides, now that we've come this far, how can we give up? We can only obtain the power within the secret treasure, hee hee. The whole world will be at my feet. Then, I will become the founding king. Anna and the others were helpless towards these two who were always thinking about power. Xiaoyu, however, seemed to be deep in thought. After a long while, the outside seemed to calm down before she spoke. We broke the deal between Doflamingo and Kaido, and now we are directly out seeking Raftel. Now, I'm a bit worried about what's happening with Law. What's there to worry about? He just started his actions. He wants to get the title of warlord that quickly. We can just return after he truly gets the title of warlord. Kiambingwei said confidently, seemingly not very interested in Law. Xiaoyu shook her head and whispered, "No, I'm not worried about Law not getting the title of warlord. I'm worried that he might be attacked by Kaido. He is currently on our little island, and Kaido will definitely take action against us. Just relying on the Fighting Lord and the Beast Army, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold our ground. Well then, should we go back first?" Upon hearing that they might lose something, Grid immediately objected. Enel frowned as well. In just 3 months, Xiaoyu and the others had taken down 5. In that sea area, they could be considered a uniquely powerful pirate crew. Moreover, those 5 were all in favorable weather. Even Whitebeard treated those as his backyard. But if they encountered Kaido, they definitely wouldn't be able to hold out. Xiaoyu's pirate crew hadn't returned yet. And although the Fighting Lord and Beast Army were strong, after all, the opponent was one of the 4 emperors. It was impossible for the robot army to defeat them. Xiaoyu shook her head and said softly, "I just thought of that now, but we still don't need to go back. This place isn't far from Kaido's territory. We just need to go around and attack a few of them. By then, Kaido won't come after us, right? Moreover, most of this area consists of uninhabited islands. Some of them may have already been occupied by Kaido. So, as long as we create a diversion, we can continue executing our plan." While this was true, what if that old man directly went to attack our base and waited for us to show up? Grid still looked somewhat worried. After all, that was a kingdom he had spent 3 months building. He couldn't let it be broken before he even enjoyed it. "Don't worry, Grid." Anna smiled lightly, her eyes squinting like a crescent moon. "It's fine. Let us test it out first and see how things go." Xiaoyu smacked her lips and said softly. Chapter 163. Kaido's base dust storms filled the sky, and clouds swirled. This was the scene Xiaoyu and the others faced. Although it didn't seem the worst, it was the longest. Especially in such a dusty world, visibility was extremely short. Even Xiaoyu, with her Sharingan, couldn't see clearly beyond 100 meters. She could only rely on her observation haki and ninja sensing ability to judge what lay beyond that distance. Why did we come to such an island? Anna furrowed her brow, hiding within the fur of a giant lion over 10 meters tall, and shouted angrily. Jolena and Ima also looked toward Xiaoyu. Clearly, they believed there shouldn't be any of Kaido's people here. Moreover, how could anyone possibly live in such a place? The sandstorm was relentless, carrying a dry and hot feeling. Even if there were people living here, they would need food, right? But in this world, there was hardly anything to eat or drink. How can anyone live here? Even Grid didn't think so. At this moment, Xiaoyu seemed to be wavering as well. After all, in her previous life, she didn't have much understanding of a 4 emperor like Kaido. Moreover, those messages were all hearsay, with no accurate information. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu recalled that guy Moria. It seemed that he was the only one who had survived after confronting Kaido. However, in the past 6 months, there had been no sign of Moria possibly surviving. Instead, they came across a news article published by freelance writer Abu. With this in mind, Xiaoyu sighed. Although the sandstorm here was indeed quite strong, perhaps there would be unexpected surprises. Kaido's subordinates were all extremely powerful Zoan-type devil fruit users. Therefore, their physical skills must also be formidable. For such a sandstorm, it shouldn't pose much of a problem for skilled martial artists. No matter how strong a Zoan-type user is, they still need to eat, right? Muse asked gloomily. In a world like this, at least his Zoan abilities would be greatly diminished. After all, if they couldn't fly, their suppression abilities would also be significantly reduced. This is actually the truth. Xiaoyu awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled softly. Originally, Enel seemed to want to say something, but after furrowing his brows, he quietly asked, "It seems there's a canyon about 300 meters ahead." "A canyon?" Cavendish blinked his beautiful eyes and asked softly. Greed also nodded, seemingly realizing, "Indeed, and it's a canyon where the sandstorm can't reach. Moreover, there are quite a few guardians inside. No way. Could there really be Kaido's subordinates in a place like this?" Anna appeared somewhat surprised and looked puzzled. Xiaoyu chuckled and quicken his pace, urging Battle King to run in that direction. When everyone reached the high point of the canyon and looked down, even someone as experienced as Xiaoyu was shocked. The entire canyon was completely a mechanical control zone. In the center, there was a steel protective shield. Moreover, those soldiers all wore matching uniforms. They looked entirely like a military force, not ordinary pirates. It was indeed spectacular, with small houses made entirely of steel. That protective shield must be a research facility or a weapons depot. Greed pinched his chin and asked quietly. Enel was also somewhat surprised. He didn't expect there to be troops stationed in such a place. Especially among them, several individuals were exceptionally powerful. Just by listening to their heartbeats, one could clearly sense their physical strength. Haha. As expected, the more unexpected the place, the more likely Kaido would set up a base here. It looked absolutely like a research facility or a weapons development area. Good. Such a place at least gives us a target to destroy. Xiaoyu grinned, his eyes sweeping over the soldiers guarding below. If these guards didn't know it was Kaido's territory, they would definitely think it was a military force. Each one had a stern expression, exhibiting a hint of military quality. The uniforms looked tall and robust. Among them, a few pirate guards resembling leaders stood like javelins on high ground, surveying the surroundings. At that moment, one of their gazes turned toward the cliff. Everyone temporarily retreated a few steps, and then Shinbei asked, I feel this place is a weapons manufacturing site. Why? Xiaoyu was taken aback and looked at Shinbei. Shinbei furrowed his brows and said seriously, by intuition, from an organizational standpoint, ISNT this place just like a military base. Moreover, that giant wind shield must have powerful experts guarding it. Just this point is definitely related to weapons. It can't be that they would store treasures here, right? As pirates, treasure should be kept close for safety. Shinbei's words convinced everyone. After all, such a place could hardly be a treasure storage. And for pirates, it was either treasure or weapons. This simple logic was articulated by Shinbei. Xiaoyu and Greed exchanged glances and shrugged, as if to indicate that they had overthought it. So what do we do now? Just watch. Jolena blew on her small fist and asked quietly. With her super speed fruit, along with the weapons and gauntlets made by Shinbei, she was definitely invincible among ordinary pirates. After all, although Jolena's light speed punch hadn't reached the level of Kizaru against regular pirates, they would be knocked out before they even realized it. Xiaoyu pinched his fingers, deliberating for a moment before quietly saying, Let me, Greed, and Cavendish take Battle King up first, and you all act as the rear guard, ready to support at any time. By the way, it's best to sneak to the back and infiltrate that wind shield to take a look. Especially you, Shinbei, if it's some powerful weapon. We need to leave some for proper research. Shinbei nodded and smiled. Don't worry, if it's just ordinary weapons, I wouldn't even be interested. With that, he followed Enel and the others to the back. Xiaoyu, Greed, and Cavendish then jumped high, riding the wind and sand as they descended into the canyon. Just as they leaped and entered the air above the canyon, countless guns and cannons immediately opened fire on the three and Battle King. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of bullets and cannon fire descended like a swarm of locusts. Even Xiaoyu was startled at that moment. Such firepower was truly rare, even among the Marines. There wasn't such powerful artillery. With his arms spread wide, he shouted, Heavenly Convergence. Instantly, all the cannons and bullets were deflected away. They fell into the canyon, and the explosion sounded, causing the base within the canyon to raise its alert level. When Xiaoyu and the others finally landed with Battle King, they found themselves surrounded by pirates. All of them held weapons, staring at the group as if they were watching prey. Hey, don't you want to ask us what we're here for? Xiaoyu waved his hand curiously and asked. Even Greed and Cavendish behind him were somewhat puzzled. These guys didn't ask who they were or which faction they belonged to. They just opened fire at them. What if there was some misunderstanding? Xiaoyu and the others thought this way, but the hundreds of pirate guards surrounding them had no such thoughts. They looked at them as if they were viewing dead men. Three leaders slowly walked out from the encirclement. Their bodies instantly transformed into Zoan awakened forms. One a buffalo, another a kangaroo, and the last a python. With their huge eyes wide open like light bulbs, they stared at the three. Instead, the 10 Battle Kings behind them seemed to be completely ignored. So, do we really need to explain that this is just a misunderstanding? Xiaoyu asked awkwardly. The kangaroo smiled faintly and said, What is there to explain? Sure is Xiaoyu. Undying Fighter Greed, Pirate Noble Cavendish. These titles here represent your stance. Captain Xiaoyu, do you still need to explain anything? As long as we catch you here, we can claim a reward from Boss Kaido. Hee hee. It seems we're quite lucky. The python whispered softly, looking quite sinister. Little Rain let out a long breath, as if suddenly coming to her senses. She turned to Glid and Cavendish beside her and said, I really thought these guys wouldn't talk, just like those in the underwater prison. Glid and Cavendish blinked, feeling a bit speechless towards their captain. At that moment, the pirate guards surrounding the three finally opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire was intense, and in an instant, smoke billowed up, causing the original pirate guards to stop shooting. They quickly looked towards the encirclement of their group. Chapter 164. Artificial Devil Fruit, Foolish Little Rain. I said there was no need for so much nonsense. In the end, we still got shot by them. Glid's voice came from the smoke. What a waste of time. Cavendish swung his long sword to Randall, feeling a bit frustrated. Just as the smoke cleared, the three figures were revealed, and even the towering battle kings behind them stood as if nothing had happened. At this moment, the three awakened Zoan-type users were all surprised. However, they still appeared quite calm. Can we just start now? Why are you two in such a hurry? Little Rain muttered, rotating her hands. The bullets that had been pulled together flew out in an instant. The 10 battle kings also fired their laser cannons. Boom! Smoke soared, blowing like a sandstorm. Flames rose high, instantly claiming the lives of more than a dozen pirates. The three Zoan-type fruit users exchanged glances, realizing the unusual nature of Little Rain's pirate crew. If it were the previous newcomers, they would have probably fallen after just this round. These gunners were all high-level sharpshooters with extremely fast shooting speeds. Clearly, the rumors were true. Little Rain's pirate crew had the strength to match a marine admiral. The three quickly locked onto their targets, and the next moment, leaped high towards Little Rain, Glid, and Cavendish with incredible speed, as if using the marine Soru technique. Bang! With a light sound, Little Rain instantly flashed behind the kangaroo. In a split second, the Chidori sharp spear pierced through the kangaroo's body. Glid, with hands clawed like a five-fingered spear, pierced through the heart of the buffalo. As for Cavendish, after his sword strike was dodged, he turned around. The next moment, his long sword struck the opponent's neck. In the blink of an eye, the three awakened Zoan-type users fell to the ground, appearing to have fainted. On the other side, the ordinary pirates rushed towards the battle kings, seemingly wanted to take them down in an instant. Clearly, their intentions were good, but their strength was insufficient. The bodies of the battle kings were made from Glid's alchemical alloy. Coupled with the techniques used by Senpai, their sheer strength was frightening. With a single punch, even 3 or 4 pirates couldn't withstand it, being sent flying and crashing into the gunners shooting in the distance. Another battle king directly fired a laser cannon. Combined with the pirates that were knocked away, in an instant, that group of pirates was obliterated. In less than 3 to 4 minutes, over 100 pirate guards lay sprawled on the ground. Some had limbs severed and bodies scattered everywhere, causing Little Rain to frown. Are we being too cruel? Little Rain whispered, looking at Cavendish and Glid. Glid shook his head and smiled. What cruelty. If another pirate crew invaded here, they might die even worse than this. That's true. Little Rain nodded and took the lead towards the main base. At this moment, at the entrance of the main base, all the pirate guards had gathered. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be 300 to 400 of them. Just this one place had such a large number of people. It seems that Kaido, the martial arts-oriented emperor, definitely did not earn his title for nothing. Leading them was a burly man who looked like an old soldier. With white hair and a military cap, he resembled an aged soldier. Alan, Link, how you can stand up now. How long do you plan to lie there? The old man frowned and said softly. Little Rain and the others were momentarily stunned, then turned to look behind them. At this time, the 3 Zoan-type fruit users coughed and slowly stood up. All 3 displayed surprised expressions. Little Rain and Glid confirmed they had struck the heart, while Cavendish had struck the neck. Can such injuries really heal? Then wouldn't he that make them invincible? Alan, the kangaroo user, twisted his neck and said softly, It really hurts, but these 3 kids are quite strong. After all, they were the rookie kings of the past and can challenge admirals, especially this guy. Even Akainu isn't his match. Link, the python user, appeared indifferent. However, Kyle stared intently at Little Rain, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Zoan-type awakened users are said to be full of vitality and recovery abilities. Particularly, some may exhibit strange abilities. It seems that indeed this is the case. These 3 guys should have no weaknesses in that regard. By the way, the hearts of animals aren't in the same position as ours. Hey down. You too. Be careful, Little Rain said casually, looking very interested. You should take care of yourself. Glid, carbonized, instantly transformed into diamond-level defense. After a faint smile, he looked at the old man across from him. Cavendish's eyes sparkled because he noticed the Python user pulling out a long sword. Instinctively, as little rain flashed back to the two behind her, Glid used Soru to appear beside the old man. With hands clawed, he directly reached for the old man's head. With a slap, the old man slightly dodged his head, then reached out with both hands, grabbing Glid's hands and throwing him outside the base. At that moment, although Glid was surprised by the old man's strength, he quickly reacted, kicking his legs rapidly. Instantly, the two separated, standing on opposite sides, staring at each other. On the other side, Little Rain's strength surpassed that of the two Zoan-type users. In an instant, as she leaped up, although both hit her, their punches went right through, while the black iron rod, infused with wind chakra, instantly sliced through their bodies. With a splat, Little Rain spun in midair, transforming into a streak of light. As her figure paused in the sky, Little Rain turned in midair. The two Zoan-type fruit experts directly fell apart, like shattered pieces. With a thud, they landed on the ground, causing all the pirate guards to halt and look at Little Rain with fear. They've been torn to pieces. Surely they won't get up again, right? Little Rain grinned, looking as if she were Shura. At this moment, the pirates all thought of Little Rain's nickname. Shura Little Rain, indeed, lived up to its name. On the other side, Cavendish and the Python swordsman seemed to have reached a critical moment. Although the Python swordsman's longsword was sharp and could perform moves that ordinary people could not, Cavendish's swordsmanship was even faster. Referred to as the Weasel Scythe. When he transforms into his second personality, his swordsmanship reaches a certain level. Even Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, cannot decipher Cavendish's quick sword in a short period. Thus, this snake swordsman met a tragic fate. In less than a minute of combat, his entire abdomen was sliced open. A large pile of red and white spilled out, causing the pirate guards to vomit. This cruel second personality seems to be insatiable. He then turned his gaze towards the pirate guards behind the old man. Almost everyone took a step back in fear. Just being locked onto by Cavendish's gaze made their legs feel weak. Meanwhile, within the protective shield, Sunbei stood in front of a massive rocket launcher, looking somewhat amazed as he said, "I never expected such weapons existed in this new world. Oh, the weapon you value should be extraordinary, right?" Emma smiled faintly and also looked at the rocket launcher. To describe it as large is an understatement. The entire rocket launcher resembles a battleship. Moreover, the cannon barrel at the front has a chilling metallic texture, especially after Sunbei carefully examined the warhead. He shook his head. This rocket launcher can pierce through 10 warships with just one shot. I never imagined Kaido would have such weapons in his collection. No wonder he stationed so many people to guard it. By the way, these guys said they haven't figured out this rocket launcher yet. Furthermore, there are only 3 of these rocket shells left, even Kaido. That's why they placed it here, to study its materials and formulas. Muse picked up a researcher in a white lab coat and whispered. Sunbei chuckled and nodded. That's normal, even for me. It would take a long time to configure such shells just by using gunpowder. Just relying on them. Axe, take one of these shells back, and the rest can be detonated. I believe our penguin ship has gained another weapon to defend itself. Yes. Axe nodded, grabbed a shell the size of a person, and walked toward the protective shield's exterior. Meanwhile, Sunbei looked at some other weapons. Muskets, cannons, exceptionally sharp long swords, and sabers. After examining them one by one, he whispered, just having a reference rocket launcher shouldn't warrant such a massive base. And also nodded, picked up a long sword and swung it. Then said, these weapons aren't even as good as our captain's kitchen knife. What she said was indeed true, but Sunbei always felt something was off. As he walked deeper, his brow furrowed slightly. At the highest point of defeat was indeed a devil fruit. Moreover, it looked somewhat like a Zoan type. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed not to be a Zoan type. Suddenly, Sunbei slapped his head and exclaimed, I got it. This is one of the devil fruits grown in Dressrosa. I never expected to find one here. Chapter 165. Cooperation at the entrance of the base. It appeared somewhat dim due to the wind and sand. The old man looked serious, though lacking the eerie aura of a Zoan devil fruit. Instead, he bore a stubborn coldness, like a vintage wine dug out from an ice cellar. The immortal fighter Glid is quite powerful, the old man said lightly, as if discussing a common matter. Glid wore a cold smile, and after a slight smirk, he slammed his hands on the ground. Instantly, countless steel hands, like mechanical arms, reached out toward the old man. With a light sound, the old man formed his hands into blades. In an instant, he slashed down, breaking the steel arms. At the same time, he leaped high and brought down a sword strike towards Glid. The two engaged in battle so quickly that the ordinary pirate guards could hardly discern the specific moves. Light rain began to fall as Xiao Yu stood beside Cavendish and quietly asked, "To be honest, who do you think will win?" "Glid," Cavendish replied without much thought, stating that although this old man is powerful and was sent by Kaido to guard such a base, he could not possibly be Glid's opponent. After all, that guy is immortal. If it comes down to a fight for life, even you might not be able to fully subdue him. Xiao Yu chuckled and nodded. His Philosopher's Stone is indeed troublesome. No matter how much his body collapses, as long as he has the Philosopher's Stone, he can recover. At that time, Doflamingo couldn't defeat Glid for this very reason. After all, fighting against an immortal being requires one to be cautious. While they were speaking, the pirate guards surrounding their battle seemed to have reacted. They rushed towards the two, and behind Xiao Yu, the Battle Kings gathered. Laser beams shot out, and in less than 3 or 4 minutes, all the pirates fell to the ground. However, although these New World pirates are not very powerful, they are significantly stronger than those from the first half of the Grand Line. At least 3 of the Battle Kings were completely destroyed. Only when Sunbei comes to repair them can their combat effectiveness be truly maintained. Kaido's subordinates have such formidable guys. At least they are on par with the 7 warlords. Right? Cavendish crossed his arms and whispered. Xiao Yu smiled faintly. After all, they're the trusted subordinates of one of the 4 emperors, just like those captains. The First Division's Marco can hold off Kizaru without losing. It's normal for this old man to be powerful. While they were talking, Sunbei and the others inside the windbreak had already rushed outside. Among them, Axe shot directly towards the penguin ship, bringing Sunbei along. It seemed they wanted to quickly study the rocket shell and see if it differed from the artificial devil fruits from Dressrosa. Huh, why is Sunbei running so fast? Xiao Yu whispered to Dumpling, looking somewhat puzzled. Could it be that he really found something interesting inside that windbreak? We found a very powerful rocket shell and an artificial devil fruit. Now, Sunbei went to study them, Dumpling said honestly. However, this made the old man anxious. He wanted to chase after them, but Glid's strength was indeed very formidable. At least he was currently at a disadvantage. Wanting to escape, he was surrounded by so many masters. Now he truly realized the strength of Xiao Yu's pirate crew. Individual strength. Individual strength is incredibly strong. At least this vice captain is absolutely top tier among the 7 warlords. Plus, with that tough body, perhaps even Mihawk would struggle to cut through. As for Cavendish, his strength goes without saying. Being able to withstand Mihawk's sword is not something just anyone can do. As for Xiao Yu, who had only slightly revealed his abilities, that was even more so. Aren't you afraid of Kaido? I am a subordinate of one of the 4 emperors, Kaido. If you take those things today, you will definitely be hunted down by Kaido. The old man looked very anxious, trying to fend off Glid's attacks while shouting at Xiao Yu and the others. Enel dug his ear and blinked. Glid, do you want to join in? It seems this old man still has the energy to shout at us. Damn it. I'll let you off easy because you're old. I didn't expect you to actually think highly of yourself. What is up with Kaido? We've already offended him. We cut off one of his deals in Dressrosa. Besides, he is just one of the 4 emperors. Can he compare to the crew of our pirate king? Glid shouted as he launched an even faster attack, and the pressure on the old man suddenly intensified. At that moment, Little Rain burst into laughter. Hey, let the old guy go. After all, we still need him to send a message. By the way, I'm going to make my move now. Just as Glid and the old man were stunned, Little Rain suddenly disappeared. He appeared behind the old man with incredible speed, as if teleporting, and reached out. The universal pull directly grasped the old man, while the other hand shot out 1,000 birds, piercing through the old man's abdomen. As blood fell, the old man barely reacted. He elbowed backward, but with a thud, his entire arm felt numb. Turning to look back, a massive red shield, like flames, stood behind him. Little Rain grinned and said, "Your strength is still relatively strong against Kaido. However, the gap between us is still too great. Such an attack might not even break through my defense." As his words fell, the 1,000 birds was drawn out again, and blood gushed out once more, falling to the ground in a strange rhythm. Tell Kaido that our Little Rain pirates are always ready for his pursuit. Yeah. By the way, will that old guy come in person? If he doesn't maybe he might lose. Watching the old man slowly fall to the ground, Little Rain squinted his eyes and patted the old man as cheek. He then waved to the others. You all leave here first. Now, I'm going to destroy this place. Huh? Destroy this place? Dumpling was a bit stunned, looking confused. Little Rain nodded, his body slowly floating up. He glanced at the old man who still wanted to struggle to get up and whispered, This base has lost its meaning of existence. If we don't destroy it, what's the point of leaving it here? As he finished speaking, he spread his hands. Meanwhile, Dumpling and the others flew up towards the canyon. They had to leave this place quickly because some of Little Rain's moves didn't differentiate between friend and foe. W, what do you want to do, you brat? The old man finally stood up, but one hand was holding his abdomen, looking very strained. Little Rain completely ignored the old man, smiled faintly, and looked up at the sky. Then he shouted, "Super, Divine Wrath." Boom! The entire area shook, and the sand and dust in the canyon were instantly blown away. At the same time, centered on Little Rain, the entire base was instantly turned into ruins. Dust flew up, and yellow sand surged. The old man couldn't even open his eyes, directly pinned under a massive rock, with blood at the corner of his mouth. That previous blow of Divine Wrath had severely injured him. Combined with the wound from the 1,000 birds, he was on the verge of death. Ring, ring, ring. The sound of the transponder snail echoed from the old man's beige military uniform. After a cough, he trembled as he spoke into the transponder snail. "Lawrence, you must protect that devil fruit. Remember, there must be no mistakes." Lawrence spat out a mouthful of blood and replied in a low voice, "B-boss, Little Rain. Little Rain has already taken that devil fruit, and even the flame missile has been taken. The entire base has been destroyed." After saying the last sentence, Lawrence's relatively young face showed signs of aging. He fainted directly, and the transponder snail fell to the ground. Moshi moshi, moshi moshi. Lawrence, on the other side, in a dark room, a tall man suddenly threw the transponder snail away, his face cold as he shouted, "Immediately send someone to Lawrence. If he is still alive, bring him back at all costs. That little brat actually dared to attack me directly. It seems he doesn't want to live anymore." His sharp nose exhaled puffs of white steam. Yes. 2 burly pirates walked out after receiving the order. In another corner of the dark room, Blackbeard took a bite of half a cherry pie and said softly, "So, what do you think, Kaido? Let us cooperate for now. Only by driving Little Rain out of the New World can we dominate. Moreover, I can give up 2 territories in Dad's domain." "Ha ha, you don't know his strength, but I'm very clear. You bastard." Kaido glared at Blackbeard coldly, snorted, and closed his eyes. It seemed he was contemplating gains and losses. After a long time, he finally opened his eyes and glanced at Blackbeard's crew. "With your current strength, aren't you still no match for that little brat?" Blackbeard nodded and shook his head. "No. My strength, although I can suppress Little Rain, that kid doesn't know what fruit he has eaten. He can actually control the sea. The entire sea can be assimilated by him. This is the most taboo for us devil fruit users. Besides, his subordinates are not weak. Gleed can at least hold off Doflamingo, who has been cooperating with you. I believe Enel definitely has the strength of a general. And as for himself, you should have heard about the Marineford War. He can stand up to Sengoku and Garp, such an opponent. I'm not ready to face right now. If we cooperate, we can at least kill him and eliminate future troubles." Kaido's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly burst into laughter. "All right, I agree with your opinion. However, you have to be careful then. Ha ha, don't worry, I know that kid the best." Although Blackbeard was laughing, the hint of malice in his eyes was something even Kaido didn't notice. Chapter 166. Useless mythical Zoan devil fruit on the deck of the Penguin. Almost everyone let out a long breath, as if they were exhausted. In the research room, Kiambingwei blinked, stretched lazily, and walked out. Upon seeing everyone's appearance, he curiously asked, Hey, you guys, how long have I been gone? Why is everyone lying around? Isn't the Penguin supposed to be on alert? And you, Little Rain, why do you look like you just fought a big battle?" Just as his words fell, Little Rain instantly appeared behind him. He suddenly kicked out and landed on the deck, rolling a few times before stopping. "You bastard. We were working hard just now while you acted like nothing happened." Anna rushed over and punched Kiambingwei on the forehead. Instantly, several big bumps appeared on Kiambingwei's head. Just 3 hours ago, it suddenly started hailing tons of ice. Just defending against such hail nearly exhausted all the crew members. Moreover, they couldn't hide in the sea because there were currents at that time. One slip, and they could be swept away. After 3 hours, Kiambingwei just appeared. If Little Rain and the others weren't angry, it would definitely be a joke. It's just some hail. What is there to be afraid of? With the toughness of our penguin, how could we fear these things? Kiambingwei scratched his head and said helplessly. Suddenly, after a few loud slaps, several small bags appeared on top of Kiambingwei's big bump. With a face full of despair, he looked at the crowd and whispered, "Do you all still want to know the ability of that artificial devil fruit?" "What ability? Isn't it similar to that of the one in Dressrosa? Gride snorted coldly, as he had some research on devil fruits. So he understood it better than most, at least more than Xiaoyu and the others. At this moment, he clearly did not think that the artificial devil fruit was exceptionally powerful. Qianbingwei laughed, shaking his head. I suspect this is definitely a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. Definitely? What makes you say this devil fruit is definitely a mythical Zoan? Xiaoyu crossed her arms and coldly asked, looking as if she was making a statement. I have already infused it with wind power. As long as I eat it, I will definitely be able to tell what kind of fruit it is. You don't know, the last time the mythical Zoan type of human fruit was very similar in power to this devil fruit. No wonder Kaido would be nervous. Qianbingwei said incoherently, but the devil fruit taken from the lab indeed attracted everyone closer. Who wants to eat this devil fruit? Grai grinned and asked the others. Xiaoyu shook her head. No need, I'm already strong enough. I don't need this devil fruit to make the entire sea reject me. I don't even know what kind of ability it has. How can it match my grandeur? Cavendish shook his head and quietly stated, if I could eat 2 devil fruits, I would try it. Enel, with half-open eyes, suddenly exclaimed this. I don't want the ability of a devil fruit. After all, I am better at fighting with physical techniques. Vitek scratched the back of his head. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Dumpling shrugged. Just because of the ability of a devil fruit, can one become stronger? Right now, I can easily kill those ordinary devil fruit users. You all aren't eating, right? Qianbingwei was getting a bit angry. He originally wanted to find someone to eat it and see what kind of mythical Zoan devil fruit it was. Now, it seemed like he was looking for a test subject, but couldn't find one. After a cold snort, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed the entire devil fruit. After swallowing hard, he realized that the devil fruit was indeed disgusting. It tasted like a lump of feces. Of course, he had never tasted feces before. Everyone stared blankly at Qianbingwei, seemingly wanting to see what kind of power this so-called mythical Zoan devil fruit had. Was it as powerful as the fairy fruit? Did it have the perverse defense of the phoenix fruit? However, after a quarter of an hour passed, everyone twitched their mouths and tilted their heads. In the air, a huge question mark floated. Are you sure this is a devil fruit? Xiaoyu clicked her tongue and shook her head, asking quietly. This, Qianbingwei, you didn't choke on it, so you haven't digested it yet, right? How about you take a nap first and see what's going on? Anna asked a bit shyly. Yahaha, what mythical Zoan? I think it's a useless devil fruit. Enel sneered, looking a bit arrogant. Qianbingwei at this moment was also puzzled, clenching his fists tightly, as if he was putting in all his strength to throw a punch. As a result, there was no sound at all. Even the original wind power didn't seem to move. How is this possible? Logically, I should at least be able to use wind power, right? What is going on now? Qianbingwei muttered to himself. Qianbingwei, you guy, could it be that you can't handle the power of wind power? So you directly digested the devil fruit? Xiaoyu asked with a huge hashtag on her forehead, frowning. Those strange powers were obtained from the Golden Lion. Although they could be directly absorbed by the human body, one must have wild strength and power. Just like Vitek, who wants to cultivate and rely solely on his own strength and body to accept such abilities. But if combined with a devil fruit, that power would be very simple. However, now Qianbingwei showed no signs at all. It's impossible. Even if my strength is weak, this mythical Zoan devil fruit is obviously artificial. Moreover, from what I know, it shouldn't be incompatible. Qianbingwei looked at his hands, appearing to be in disbelief. TCH, after everyone showed a middle finger, they walked towards their cabins. They were very tired and just wanted to rest. On the deck, only Qianbingwei was left alone. Time flew by, and the night was dark and windy. In just 3 short hours, the sky darkened again. Fortunately, this leg of the journey was relatively calm. In the restaurant, everyone sat together, somewhat lethargically eating the meals prepared by Housekeeper Kun. No matter how hard Housekeeper Kun worked, it always felt inferior to the dishes made by Muse and Jolina. Xiaoyu glanced at everyone, biting into some cheese. Where's Qianbingwei? Is he still studying his devil fruit? By the way, is that devil fruit really found in Kaido's base? Dumpling, while eating Tianjin rice, nodded. Yes, it was indeed taken from that windbreaker. Just like that rocket warhead, it was hidden deep by Kaido. Moreover, there were researchers studying it inside. Boss, could it be that even Kaido was deceived? How could a mythical Zoan devil fruit be artificially cultivated? Besides, such a fruit wouldn't go uneaten. Bartolomeo took a sip of wine, looking somewhat skeptical. Others nodded in agreement. Clearly, they all didn't believe that it was a mythical Zoan devil fruit. At least, in their understanding of mythical Zoans, the human fruit, Buddha form, the Zoan-type phoenix fruit, and the human fruit, fairy form, were all exceptionally powerful devil fruits. Take Anna's for example. One charm technique is not something ordinary people can resist, and the enhanced beast, the giant lion still on the ship, is under Anna's control due to her charm technique. It can be said that such abilities would even make the four emperors envious. And that mythical Zoan devil fruit, Kaido might be keeping it for himself and not letting his subordinates eat it. Clearly, it seemed unreasonable. Just as Xiaoyu was about to say something to explain, the entire penguin ship shook, followed by a roar like a tiger's growl. Roar! Everyone exchanged glances and rushed out of the restaurant. Among them, Xiaoyu, Enel, and Gride were the fastest. As soon as they reached the deck, they widened their eyes in disbelief. Especially Xiaoyu, who blinked and poked Gride with her finger, whispering this. Can't be a member of the beast army that Anna secretly brought on board, right? It doesn't look like it, does it? This guy's at least 10 meters tall. Where could he hide? Gride swallowed hard, whispering in front of us at the bow of the ship. A giant white tiger over 10 meters tall is roaring to the sky. A strange wind blade spun around like it could protect its surroundings. The tiger's body looked completely insubstantial, almost like a white tiger made of wind. Its enormous, lantern-like eyes blinked and turned to look at Xiaoyu in greed. At the same time, above Xiaoyu's room, at the highest level of the railing, a massive lion poked its head out, gazing at the giant tiger. In its wild eyes, a ripple of emotion appeared. After a furious roar, it spread its wings and flew straight into the sky, instantly lunging toward the giant tiger. Chapter 167. Midnight Manifestation. Greed and the others were startled, their eyes narrowing slightly. From a moment it appeared, they sensed the danger posed by this giant tiger. Especially Greed, who was taken aback by the airflow generated by the roar. He felt a mixture of surprise and disbelief. After all, such immense power was something he couldn't possibly wield, even now. Moreover, just observing those protective wind blades revealed its formidable strength. Could this be Kaido? Xiaoyu suddenly seemed to recall something and asked in a low voice. As soon as the words left her mouth, with a loud slap, the giant lion was instantly swatted away by the giant tiger, crashing onto the deck and sliding to the feet of Xiaoyu and the others. The giant lion tried to struggle to its feet, but blood gushed from its neck like a spring. When Anna rushed out, she immediately exclaimed, "Damn it, little cat. Who hurt you? You rascals, what are you all doing standing here?" With that, she dashed to her medical room, grabbed a first aid kit, and started treating the giant lion's injuries. "Where did you pop out from? Speak clearly, or I'll take you down." Greed glared coldly at the white tiger. At that moment, Xiaoyu also reached out a hand to confront the white tiger. The crew members on the ship all assumed defensive stances, looking at the white tiger. Xiaoyu, however, shouted, "Universal attraction." In an instant, amidst the tiger's roar, it was sucked toward Xiaoyu. At the same time, Enel shot a lightning bird that collided with the white tiger, causing the universal attraction to dissipate. As everyone was stunned, staring at the white tiger hit by the lightning bird, with a thud, the lightning bird seemed to have pierced through something and was shot away. It landed on the distant sea, creating a dull sound, and after an explosion, a water column shot up. "What's going on?" Xiaoyu blinked and turned to look at Enel. A huge question mark appeared on Enel's forehead, seemingly perplexed. He scratched the back of his head. Just as he was about to strike the big drum with his golden stick, the white tiger finally moved. With a roar, the countless wind blades surrounding the white tiger instantly spun toward their target, attacking everyone. The corners of Xiaoyu's mouth twitched slightly, and in an instant, he unleashed the Divine Raigen's judgment, asking, "What the heck is this guy?" The small-scale Divine Raigen's judgment knocked all the wind blades away, but it had no impact on the penguin. However, everyone displayed looks of astonishment. Is a nature-type ability? Could it be a mythical beast? Greed's mouth dropped open, as if he had thought of something. Once he said that, the other crew members also recalled the mythical beast-type devil fruit that Shinjo had mentioned. This guy can't be Shinjo, right? "Anna, use your charm technique on him to find out who he really is," Xiaoyu shouted to Anna, who had just finished stopping the giant lion's bleeding, as he disappeared in an instant. He reappeared from the research room, looking at everyone and shaking his head. "This guy can't really be Shinjo, can he?" Anna covered her mouth in surprise. Just then, the white tiger leaped high, pouncing toward everyone. Its sharp claws, accompanied by wind blades, promised a fate as grim as that of the giant lion if they were caught. It moved with incredible speed, reaching Anna in the blink of an eye. In a moment, Xiaoyu appeared in front of Anna, activating Susanoo to block the attack with a shield. The sound of impact was like weapons clashing against the shield. "Are you going to use the charm technique or not?" Xiaoyu stood inside Susanoo, and in an instant, he slashed toward the white tiger's head. With a powerful strike, it seemed he could truly land a hit now. In an instant, the white tiger shook its head. As if about to faint, it slowly stood up, its cold gaze directed at Xiaoyu once again. At that moment, one of the capabilities of the fairy fruit, the charm technique, was also activated. Green threads wrapped around the white tiger, and in the faint glow, it seemed capable of ensnaring one's essence. In the blink of an eye, the white tiger appeared drowsy. Is it working? Dumpling flew up using the sky dance technique, hovering next to Anna, and asked in a low voice. Anna shook her head and waved her hands again. Dragonfly wings grew from her back, and her entire body was enveloped in a hazy mist, covering her entirely. Not so fast. This guy is even stronger than those enhanced beasts and those who have eaten devil fruits. Unexpectedly, a mythical beast-type artificial devil fruit has really appeared. Xiaoyu retracted his Susanoo, furrowing his brow as he shook his head. Just with a mythical beast-type devil fruit like the white tiger, it may not possess such power. This is because Chinjo infused it with wind power, right? Moreover, that illusory body is like it's made of wind, isn't it? After saying that, everyone turned to look at the white tiger. It really did seem to be composed of wind, just as Xiaoyu said. However, what the original mythical beast form was, Xiaoyu didn't know, Enel didn't know, and even Chinjo was definitely not very clear about it. Do you think this mythical beast-type devil fruit could be Kaido's ability? Xiaoyu suddenly seemed to recall something and asked Greed and the others in a low voice. Huh, what does that mean? Greed and the others paused for a moment and then looked at Xiaoyu. Kaido is known as the king of beasts. Moreover, he is also called the strongest living being. Just these two titles alone make him feel more like a beast than a human. Even with a superhuman-type devil fruit as powerful as Whitebeard's, it still retains a human shape. And even with the strong abilities of the three admirals, they still have human forms. However, why is Kaido called the king of beasts and the strongest living being? Then, could it be that the original form of this mythical beast is indeed the white tiger mythical beast? Just like how the first division captain of Whitebeard's crew, Marco the Phoenix, is? Xiaoyu furrowed his brow and asked softly. With Xiaoyu's words, everyone reacted. It seemed that it really was the case. If Kaido were a mythical beast-type devil fruit user, it would explain why he's called the king of beasts. Moreover, his subordinates are basically all animal-type devil fruit users. Why does he favor animal types so much? Besides the immense power of animal types, it's also possible that he himself is an animal-type user. Could it really be that this is the nature of his ability? Wicca swallowed hard, looking somewhat shocked. After all, just the ability of the white tiger surprised him. If Kaido had similar powers, then he wouldn't be so weak right now. After all, Sunbei had just eaten the devil fruit. He must be a powerful user. At least not someone like that idiot Shanks, who relies solely on his haki to dominate the new world. Greed pursed his lips and said softly. During this conversation, the white tiger had truly quieted down, lying flat on the deck, looking just like a little kitten. The green strands of light began to slowly break apart, and the white tiger vanished with the wind, ultimately transforming into Senbei's form. It looked as if he had fainted, lying directly on the floor. Little Rain stepped forward a few steps, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. It's really this guy. In the evening, there were clearly no signs. Why did he? Greed and Enel also stepped forward, grinning, squatting down. Just wake him up. Saying this, they immediately slapped Senbei's face with two big slaps. Muse and Axis closed their eyes, looking somewhat pained to watch. With Greed's strength, such slaps would definitely draw blood. Sure enough, Senbei sprang up in shock from his sleep. He touched his left cheek, his eyes twitching. Damn it, that guy slapped me? Looking for death? It was me. Greed's cold voice followed, staring directly at Senbei. At this moment, Senbei turned his head and noticed that everyone on the ship was staring at him, especially Witka and the others, who looked at him in surprise. What? What happened? I just had a wonderful dream. Did I wake everyone up? Senbei looked somewhat guilty. What dream? Little Rain stepped forward, causing Senbei to back up 3 or 4 steps before he grasped the railing to stop himself. What does it have to do with you? Senbei's voice trembled, looking somewhat awkward. You didn't dream of transforming into a giant white tiger and then defeating all of us, did you? Dumpling looked at Senbei with a look of astonishment. Senbei appeared to be hit hard, his eyes widening as he looked at Little Rain. You, how do you know? Did you also eat some devil fruit power that lets you see my dreams? Damn, you little brat. Senbei looked extremely furious, even feeling an impulse to shout for all the Battle Kings to surround and beat up Dumpling. At this moment, everyone's gaze was once again fixed on Senbei. Little Rain's eyes crinkled as he slapped his forehead and shouted, "You idiot, this is all real, okay? Still dreaming. What kind of nonsense is that? What? What a joke." Sunbei scratched the back of his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. However, upon seeing the eyes of Greed and the others staring at him, he paused slightly, tentatively asking, "It can't be true, can it? Is it true?" Chapter 168. Meeting the captains again in the cold night, a biting wind arose, causing everyone to shiver uncontrollably. At this moment, Sanbei was almost collapsing to the ground. Pointing at himself, as if still confirming, he asked, "You really didn't team up to play a joke on me? You really turned into a white tiger just now and then?" Little Rain nodded vigorously. Speaking softly, "You have to remember this now. Otherwise, I will make you understand what a hellish experience is. Moreover, this is also for your safety and everyone's safety. You should know that in that state just now, you could have killed Anna's little cat, and even Little Pig could have been taken down by you." At this moment, Little Pig slowly emerged from Anna's side, looking at Sunbei. Just now, if it weren't for Little Pig using his steam ability, Anna's little beast cat might have suffered even more serious injuries. As the commander of the Beast Legion, Little Pig, upon seeing Sunbei, shrank back towards Anna's feet. Looking somewhat scared, Sunbei pressed his fingers against his head while trying hard to recall. "Originally, I was just in a room studying why my fruit ability wouldn't come out. I even took a drop of my blood to study it properly, but while studying, I fell asleep." Sunbei scratched the back of his head, smiling. "What? You fell asleep? And then you started having such a dream?" Little Rain crossed his arms, somewhat angrily asking. Sunbei nodded vigorously, replying, "Yes, but I did have some gains while researching. Get to the point." Greed was also getting angry, wondering if this guy was emphasizing his own strength or mocking the rest of them for being scared by his dream. "Oh, well, I feel very strange about my blood. It's like a dreamy thing. Moreover, when I was studying the fairy fruit, I also had that feeling. It was as if I was using something like a dream, and this thing hypnotized all my body cells. Unknowingly, I transformed into that form." Senbei's voice was somewhat quiet, but everyone once again looked at Anna. She's also a Zoan-type devil fruit user, and can be said to be the most knowledgeable person here. Although Greed was also involved in the research, the final key points were still discovered by Senbei. "Actually, when I ate that devil fruit, I felt that way too. It was as if my cells were being hypnotized, as if I were a fairy." Anna frowned, recalling before speaking softly. The entire crew fell silent. After a long time, just as dawn was about to break, Little Rain lay down on the balcony sofa and directly said, "Sunbei, imagine your arm as a beast claw with wind blades." And then, before the last few words could be uttered, Senbei's left hand suddenly transformed into a gigantic white tiger claw, with wind blades slicing through the air as if to cut through space itself. Really, can you self-hypnotize like that? Or is it that the powers of those devil fruits, like a virus, have actually been controlled by you? Greed's eyes widened as he rushed to Senbei's side to ponder. At this moment, everyone was astonished by Senbei's power. Enel, however, had not shown much concern from the beginning. To him, while this power was formidable, it still fell short compared to the godlike thunder fruit. Thinking of this, his eyes suddenly widened as he looked in one direction. "Everyone, a big ship is coming towards us, and it seems to be Whitebeard's subordinates." Whitebeard's subordinates. Are those the captains? Greed was taken aback, then closed his eyes to use Kenbunshika Haki to listen, with abilities similar to Enel's. Although he couldn't hear what others were thinking, he could at least tell who it was. Indeed, it was those captains of Whitebeard. But it seems a lot of people are missing. Moreover, the number of captains has clearly decreased by more than half. Surprised, Greed understood very well the strength of the First Division captain, Marco. "Even by myself, I can't be sure I can completely defeat him, unless I can directly restrain that guy with Seastone. And the strength of the third team captain, Diamond Jaws, is such that ordinary people can't even penetrate his body, unless it's someone like Doflamingo or Anna, who can control his bodily movements. However, such a powerful force is not at the bow of the ship at this moment, but is stuck in the cabin. It's obvious that he must have suffered very serious injuries. What on earth happened? Could it be that he was attacked by Blackbeard?" Xiaoyu was also taken aback and asked in shock. Grid shook his head and said softly, "We don't know yet. Why don't we go take a look first? By the way, Qianbing, hurry up and put away that claw. You idiot, you can't even control a fruit ability. You're simply the dumbest among the four of us." The four people Grid referred to are of course himself, Xiaoyu, Dumpling, and Qianbing. They all came to this world from an egg. You could say they're the last connection he has, and they're like brothers. Qianbing snorted coldly, but found it impossible to shake off the tiger claw. After a moment of awkward coughing, He simply closed his eyes, seemingly wanting to hypnotize himself. Xiaoyu shook his head helplessly. Right now, Qianbing still couldn't control it well. Originally, he thought he could at least control part of it. The penguin quickly flew towards that direction. Just a few kilometers later, Enel and Grid furrowed their brows once again. After glancing at Xiaoyu, they whispered, "There are other pirate ships chasing them. It seems they are not Blackbeard subordinates. They should be Kaidos. They attacked you last time. Why not just ignore them? Anyway, it has nothing to do with us." Qianbing finally put away the tiger claw and snorted. Anna nodded in agreement with Qianbing's statement. The most protective of Xiaoyu, Bartolomeo, and Dumpling, also snorted and turned their heads away. Xiaoyu smacked his lips, took a deep breath, and said, "Is that not okay? Hey. Although these guys can be quite annoying at times. However, since it's Blackbeard or Kaido chasing them then, we should go help." "Why?" Grid pouted, looking very unhappy. Xiaoyu smiled faintly and said softly, "Because both Blackbeard and Kaido are our opponents. In this sea, if we can reduce their strength, then we should do so. At least, now is not the time to worry about grudges." After saying that, the penguin accelerated again towards the Moby Dick. The wind and waves parted as the ship moved, and the faint sunrise appeared on the horizon. The penguin looked extremely small compared to the Moby Dick. However, the people on this ship were definitely not weaker than those on the Moby Dick at this moment. On the contrary, they were even stronger. At this moment, Vista stood at the bow, quietly watching the penguin approach. His cold gaze made the crew behind him tense up. "Xiaoyu, what are you doing here?" Vista asked with a serious expression, ready to act at any moment. At this moment, at the bow of the penguin, Xiaoyu stood quietly on the penguin's head. After glancing at the crew behind Vista, he smiled faintly and said, "It seems there has been a major battle. Why did Marco Jaws and the others all run into the cabin?" As soon as these words were spoken, all the crew on the ship frowned. Among them, a crew member in the lookout shouted down, "The ships behind are almost here. Should we leave first?" Xiaoyu smiled even brighter, glancing back and said softly, "I told you, with your current strength, how could you possibly be a match for Blackbeard? No, that guy's actually teamed up with Kaido." Vista gritted his teeth, and his angry expression was evident. "The ones chasing from behind are Kaido's subordinates?" Xiaoyu frowned slightly and asked softly. Vista nodded, looking towards the stern of the ship. "That's right, they are all Kaido's fighters. Marco and the others are all seriously injured, and I have also sustained minor injuries. Compared to them, we are not their match. That's why we ran here." Grid and Enel also ran to Xiaoyu's side. At this moment, the three seemed to begin contemplating their gains and losses, and Xiaoyu, after a few seconds, waved his hand. "Let's head toward those ships, since they are Kaido's subordinates. Just leave them to us. But you all be careful too." After saying that, he headed towards the other side, looking at the distant penguin. Vista's mood suddenly sank for some reason. Originally, their group was here to carry on Whitebeard's will. For the sake of their father's revenge, they had persevered until now. But now that he thought about it, sometimes they indeed had been too arrogant. If it weren't for Xiaoyu, they would have lost to Blackbeard last time. Sighing, Vista said softly, "Take care, Azura's Xiaoyu." Chapter 169. Divine Punishment. 3 pirate ships all bore Kaido's flag. Among them, the most prominent was a giant man at the bow, resembling a robot. His eyes scanned the front like lanterns, with a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. That cold and brutal aura seemed to emanate naturally, spreading wantonly. The mechanical soldiers beside him also looked serious, each one acting as if facing a great enemy. "Captain, the flag of Xiaoyu pirates has appeared ahead. It seems to be the Xiaoyu gang, for sure," said a pirate whose legs were entirely made of mechanical parts. "Xiaoyu's gang? How could they appear here? We need to leave this sea area immediately," Scorch said softly to the pirate beside him, his brows furrowed. "The Xiaoyu pirates are now a dominant force in the New World. Even Kaido has issued orders. If the few big shots are not present, they absolutely cannot approach the Xiaoyu pirates. Even if those big shots are present, they must remain vigilant at all times." This group, although they haven't been out to sea for long, has still made a name for themselves in the New World. Except for the crew being slightly fewer, their strength is such that even Blackbeard's group does not dare to challenge them directly. "Captain, but the boss just told us to hold them off for a while. They will arrive soon, and the boss will come personally," the embarrassed pirate said softly with a smile. Scorch's mouth twitched slightly, and he turned around, directly knocking the pirate away before looking at the approaching penguin. "Hey, why does that guy look so much like our combat commander?" Dumpling remarked upon seeing Scorch, causing a large bead of sweat to form on the forehead of the pirate across from him. Scorch's eyes twitched slightly as he coldly asked, "See you pirates? Are you planning to wade into this muddy water? Xiaoyu smacked his lips, a wicked smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Xiaoyu doesn't talk much. Scorch's subordinates all showed a look of great sweat. This kid is too arrogant, right? Does he look down on us? Xiaoyu, although this guy is not even as strong as that old man, you shouldn't look down on others like that. Grid chuckled and glanced at Scorch. Scorch was taken aback. These guys were too arrogant. At that moment, Xiaoyu shook his head. Let's quickly get rid of these guys, shall we? With their confidence. They are definitely stalling for time, because Kaido or Blackbeard is coming. If both of them come together, even we wouldn't be sure of a guaranteed win. So, let's finish them off and leave. Hiambingwei and the others were all stunned and looked at Xiaoyu. Grid and Enel exchanged glances. Scorch and the other pirates, however, were all dumbfounded. They looked as if they were intimidated by Xiaoyu. This guy can't really be that incredible, can he? Oh, it seems to be the case. Watching the two whispering pirates, Enel slightly opened his eyes and said softly. Since Enel said so, it was clearly acknowledged. At this moment, Scorch began to panic. If even Lawrence wasn't their opponent, how could he be? He had come over because he saw that all of Whitebeard's men were severely injured, not to fight with Xiaoyu. This guy at least has the strength of an admiral, right? If a fight really breaks out, I would be directly taken down. Just thinking about it made Scorch want to turn and run. But on the surface, he had to pretend to be nonchalant. With a faint smile, he said softly, Do you know who you're talking to? We are under Kaido of the Beasts. We are a crew of the Four Emperors. Do you really want to kill us? You're not wrong. In the next moment, Enel grabbed him by the neck. He didn't give him any time to react. In an instant, a voltage of 3,000 volts appeared. Although he had a machine-like body, facing 3,000 volts at this moment, even a body like Fighting King would experience a short circuit. This robot's hair was directly smoking. The next moment, he collapsed. With such strength, you dare to mention being Kaido's subordinate? You really can't compare to our Xiaoyu pirate crew, Enel said with a faint smile, looking down on the collapsed Scorch. With a thud, Scorch grabbed Enel's foot and instantly lifted him, throwing him to the ground. At this moment, the other pirates also drew their weapons. In the blink of an eye, Enel was turned into a sieve. However, the members of the Xiaoyu pirate crew stood by with their arms crossed, watching coldly. Just Enel's speed could definitely compare to Kizaru's. Moreover, the elementalization of the Rumble fruit was not something these pirates could deal with. Just now, although Scorch had grabbed Enel's foot and thrown him out, it was merely because Enel had intentionally exposed a flaw. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even been able to grab his ankle. Xiaoyu shook his head and pointed at his own head. Enel, if you don't move a little faster, we're going to be in trouble. Enel slowly stood up, twisted his neck, and said softly, Can't you let me have a little fun? Didn't you see how happy those guys were just now? They all thought I was dead. By the way, Anna, your pig, is also a natural-type devil fruit user. Why is its strength so poor? As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind the just-standing Scorch. At the same time, he slightly raised his fingers. 100 million volts. Crack. Boom. With a booming sound, Scorch's entire body suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Those machine-like parts were directly shattered, instantly turning into a puddle of liquid flowing out. And looking at Scorch, it was clear he wouldn't survive. Are you really going to go against the Four Emperors? Are you all out of your minds? Several pirates retreated, clearly showing signs of fear. Even though they were under the Four Emperors and had a captain like Scorch, encountering a master who could take down their captain with one blow. A legendary opponent who had made even Blackbeard flee, such a man could only instill fear in them, not genuine fighting spirit. Even if there was fighting spirit, it would only be fulfilled through sneak attacks. How can this bunch of guys be so foolish? And you, the others from the other ships, why are you all just standing there? Don't you want to escape now? Enel casually threw down Scorch's body and asked indifferently. As soon as these words were spoken, almost in an instant, the three pirate ships turned their rudders and fled in another direction at the fastest speed ever, as if they would be killed if they were a second slower. Enel directly landed behind Xiaoyu, his eyes slightly narrowed. At the same time, dark clouds began to gather in the originally sunny sky. The clouds surged and rolled like waves. In the faint mist, there was a power that made one lose their original intention. Hurry up, we need to set off immediately. 3 kilometers away, I've already sensed Kaido and Blackbeard's presence. Grid said indifferently, glancing at Enel. We can set sail, I have locked onto them. Enel still kept his eyes closed and said lightly. Since Enel said so, everyone shrugged and went to their respective positions. However, Xiaoyu still sat on the penguin's head. Grid stood with his arms crossed, his eyes filled with a serious expression. The ship slowly started moving towards the direction of the captains. At the same time, the entire sky seemed to suddenly brighten like a flash. Crack! After a loud bang, the entire world temporarily lost sound. Suddenly, 3 fireballs appeared. 3 huge pillars of lightning, like divine punishment, directly caused the 3 pirate ships to explode and sink. Enel opened his eyes and smiled faintly. Nah, those who are not kind will surely face the wrath of the gods. Yah ha ha ha. Grid's mouth twitched slightly, and he quietly asked, You bastard, have you become addicted to being a god? You even preach about kindness here, but you destroyed your own hometown in Sky Island. You jerk. Enel immediately narrowed his eyes slightly and stared fiercely at Grid. If it weren't for me, could you control the entire kingdom so quickly? You idiot. Are you trying to burn the bridge after crossing it? Do you believe that when we go back, I'll proclaim you as a hypocritical king, and you'll never be able to be the king of this world again? Are you looking for death? Grid instantly became carbonized, staring blankly at Enel. At the same time, Enel was surrounded by lightning, as if he really wanted to fight. If you want to fight, get off this ship right now. The Penguin is not a place for fighting. It's our home. If you destroy our home because of fighting, Kiambingwei won't let you go. Xiaoyu's voice was very cold, as if he were stating a matter of fact. But the two turned their heads away and didn't dare speak. They were deeply aware of Xiaoyu's coldness. This is the sign that he is about to get angry. It can be said that if they didn't stop, they would really be beaten. Set sail. We're chasing after the Moby Dick. Xiaoyu's voice came again. The Penguin also sailed through the waves towards the direction of the captains. Chapter 170. Kaido's ability in a nameless winter island in the New World. Snowflakes drift year-round. The biting cold makes it unbearable for most people. Inside the restaurant of the Penguin, the heating makes the entire place feel warm. Greed raised his head and twisted his neck before quietly asking, Where's Shanks? Isn't he supposed to hold Kaido back for you guys? Now he's teamed up with Blackbeard. Why hasn't there been any movement yet? Marco, wrapped in a blanket, shook his head. No, Shanks has already done his best. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been able to escape. He's injured too. Xiaoyu turned the injured knife in his hand and asked lightly, After catching up with the Moby Dick, we brought it all the way here. I believe Kaido and the others won't catch up so quickly. Now it's time to ask these guys about Kaido's abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know what kind of strength Kaido had and would just be in the dark. Yes, Shanks is injured, but he should be able to escape. After all, his strength is there. Marco sighed helplessly, turning his head away. It seemed he was blaming himself for not being able to defeat Blackbeard, for not having a stronger power. What kind of fruit user is Kaido? Xiaoyu continued to play with his knife, not raising his head as he asked. This was what he was most concerned about. Xiaoyu knew that in this new world, intelligence was even more crucial. At the very least, they needed to know what the 4 Emperor's abilities were. Marco and Jaws looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Zoan-type mythical beast, white tiger devil fruit user. Moreover, unlike my Phoenix, my ability is mainly defensive, but his ability is mainly offensive. Offensive? What do you mean? We only know that without Sea Stone, your Phoenix fruit can remain undefeated, unless one's haki reaches the level of Carp. So what about the White Tiger's ability? Greed said lightly, his eyes fixed on Marco. The ability of the Phoenix fruit is akin to a Logia type. Moreover, even Logia types can't necessarily defeat Marco directly. After all, the ability to be reborn from flames is not threatened by damage, strength, speed, and the power of tearing winds. He can release his killing intent like Conqueror's haki. If fused with Conqueror's haki, then an ordinary person's haki can't withstand it and will be suppressed. Moreover, his tiger claws can unleash a power like tearing winds. Even I can't handle a few of his strikes. If Blackbeard joins in, even the former Whitebeard couldn't face them both without getting hurt. Of course, if it were during Whitebeard's prime, he could at least withstand their attacks without being defeated. And they couldn't do anything to him. Marco added, seemingly trying to prove Whitebeard's strength. Xiaoyu chuckled softly and nodded. I know how strong Whitebeard was in his prime. At least, I'm not his match. Unfortunately, he is also human, has his own feelings, grows old. He can also get sick. The captains turned their heads, seemingly wanting to acknowledge it, but unable to voice it. Among them, several captains were severely injured and still on the Moby Dick. So only Marco, Jaws, and Vista were here. Back then, why did you let Blackbeard take Old Man's ability? If Blackbeard hadn't succeeded back then, today wouldn't have turned out like this. Jaws snorted coldly, clearly very angry about Xiaoyu's actions back then. Xiaoyu smiled faintly and said softly, It seems that the abilities of each devil fruit are arranged by fate to whom they will be given. Blackbeard wants to be strong, wants to become the pirate king, but he goes to seize others' devil fruits. Even if that approach succeeds, what can it change? In the end, he's just a pirate acting through the strength of others. In my view, such a person, even if he gained Whitebeard's ability, wouldn't be my opponent. If he could proficiently use Old Man's ability with his physical strength and constitution, even you might not be his match. Marco became somewhat serious at this moment. They all knew about Blackbeard's unique physique. By the way, the last time I fought Blackbeard, I clearly stabbed his heart, right? Why did it not work? I want to ask what kind of physique this guy has. Xiaoyu also became curious about what Blackbeard was made of. He clearly stabbed his heart, and nothing happened. Hee, this guy's physique is indeed different from others. At least, his heart's position is different from ours. As for the rest, only he knows. Even we who have fought alongside him don't know what exactly is going on. Marco chuckled coldly, shaking his head. Now, whenever the captains mentioned Blackbeard, a chill spread through them. Greed sneered and said softly, "Don't worry, Xiaoyu. No matter how strange it is, it can't be stranger than my body, right? Hee, that's true. Your immortal body really isn't something ordinary people can compare to." Xiaoyu nodded and walked directly out of the restaurant. Greed and Enel followed him out, quietly asking, "Xiaoyu, are we really going to deal with 2 Yonka-level pirates?" And as I just said, Kaido definitely has the power of the current Blackbeard. Enel said lightly, but there was a hint of battle intent in his eyes. After coming down to the blue sea, he realized that he wasn't invincible after all. Just in this blue sea, there were many who could defeat him. Now, although Blackbeard hadn't fully mastered the power of the Quake fruit, he at least possessed strength exceeding that of an admiral. And Kaido obviously had that kind of power too. Facing 2 such guys at the same time might still be beyond Xiaoyu's current strength. Xiaoyu lightly tapped his forehead with his fingers, sighed, and said softly, "If the opportunity arises, I can at least hold off the current Blackbeard." Although Marco keeps emphasizing that the current Blackbeard can control 60 of Whitebeard's power, I still have confidence in holding him off. Even if it's a narrow victory, it wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, you two should be able to deal with Kaido. From what Marco said earlier, although Kaido has strong armament haki, he hasn't reached the level of Shanks and Carp. So, the greatest reliance is still on fruit abilities. Enel, with your speed, combined with Greed's strongest defense of his immortal body, should be able to hold him off for a moment, right? Furthermore, Marco and the others can recover in a week. With him on our side, we still have a great chance. As Xiaoyu said this, he suddenly laughed, walked toward the bow of the ship, and sat on the head of the penguin, looking at the entire island covered in white snow. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If Kaido's subordinates all mobilized together, this time we might be too few in terms of combatants and beasts. At the very least, he has 500 Zoan-type devil fruit users. Just this point, our 10 combatants, plus the leaders of the beast army, don't seem to be a match. This is indeed the most troublesome part. Greed and Enel exchanged glances and nodded. At least, the abilities of the devil fruits wouldn't be too weak. If there are 500 top experts like this, perhaps we will really be worn out on our side. So what should we do? Green Deer asked angrily, while Enel appeared very calm. It's a piece of cake. Little Rain grinned, revealing teeth as white as jade. Inside the G1 fortress, Akainu looked at the intelligence on the desk, slammed the table, and coldly stared at the intelligence officer in front of him. Did you not follow up afterwards? The intelligence officer awkwardly nodded and said in a low voice, "Our 3 warships were taken out in an instant by Kaido's subordinates. Moreover, you should know about Blackbeard's Tremor fruit ability. We couldn't get close at all, so..." Bang! Akainu slammed the table again, causing the intelligence officer's heart to race. He was very aware of Akainu's aggressive nature. If things went wrong, he might be treated as a coward unwilling to advance and could be directly eliminated. The power of magma appeared directly on his fist, turning into faint blue smoke that floated up. WE also gathered another piece of intelligence. Little Rain. Little Rain's group saved the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Now, they're being pursued by Blackbeard and Kaido. Perhaps a great battle will happen soon. The intelligence officer was sweating profusely. Little Rain allied with the remnants of Whitebeard? Akainu's eyes turned cold. He was extremely furious with Little Rain now. For the first time in his life, in such a great battle, he was beaten so badly by a kid who had only been at sea for less than 2 years. He was almost out of combat power. This humiliation made him continue to train his abilities, hoping that one day he could bring Little Rain to justice. Right now, it was still unclear, but it was indeed true that Little Rain saved those captains. Moreover, they seemed to be heading towards the front line of the New World. It seemed they really had formed an alliance. Additionally, many of Kaido's subordinates had also been taken out by Little Rain's group. It could be confirmed that Kaido and Blackbeard allied, seemingly to deal with Little Rain. the intelligence officer said, trembling. Akainu fell into silence, slightly furrowing his brows before suddenly standing up. Go get Fujidora for me, and prepare the warships and troops immediately. Now, there might be a turmoil in this new world. This is a good opportunity for our navy to rise. And also my first great achievement as a fleet admiral to offer to this world. After finishing his words, he walked directly out of the office. At this moment, the intelligence officer finally slumped down. The pressure from earlier had made him extremely tense, to the point where he almost fainted, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He murmured, "So, we have always supported Lord Greendeer. Lord Greendeer, where have you run off to now?" Chapter 171. The eve of the great battle in the Grand Line of the New World, on a new recruit training warship. Major Kobe hurriedly ran towards Sengoku and Garp's room. Holding a newspaper, without even knocking, he barged in. Upon entering, he found Sengoku and Garp leisurely enjoying afternoon tea. "Kobe, you're already a major. Why are you in such a hurry? Did something big happen?" Garp said in a low voice, taking a sip of tea and directly picking up a rice cracker to munch on. "Mr. Garp, Mr. Sengoku, something big has happened," Kobe gasped, throwing the newspaper at Garp and Sengoku. At this moment, Barumabur also burst in, shouting loudly, "Mr. Garp, Sengoku, it's not good. Blackbeard and Kaido in the New World have formed an alliance and are jointly pursuing Little Rain and the remnants of Whitebeard." "Oh, we already know." Sengoku put down the newspaper, his brows deeply furrowed. His originally jet-black hair now showed a hint of gray. Meanwhile, Garp smiled bitterly. This kid really knows how to stir up trouble. Now he's actually got those two guys chasing him together. Sengoku shook his head and explained in a low voice. Currently, Blackbeard has at least gained a territory similar to Whitebeard's. It could be said that he has formed a power that stands in opposition to the captains led by Marco and Little Rain. Since Little Rain defeated Blackbeard for the first time, it seems he took a small portion of territory. Then he disappeared. Now, I suspect that what Little Rain actually cares about is not that, but Raftel. Raftel? Kobe looked shocked, asking around with furrowed brows. "You mean? He cares about obtaining the title of Pirate King, rather than occupying those so-called territories?" Sengoku nodded and said in a low voice, "During the Marineford War. I believe you saw it too. Little Rain's strength can completely rival all the warlords of the sea. Such strength can easily make him one of the new emperors. Moreover, after defeating Blackbeard for the first time, he could have pursued him relentlessly. However, he suddenly disappeared at that time. You have to understand. With his personality, he wouldn't do such a futile effort. It is certain that he is currently searching for Raftel and then rescued Marco and the others. As for being pursued by Kaido and Blackbeard, that couldn't be confirmed. However, it was certain that a great battle would occur between the two parties." Garp said in a deep voice, "Why is there bound to be a great battle?" Kobe hesitated for a moment before finally asking. "Because Little Rain is not the kind of person who likes to run away. Moreover, this kid doesn't like being chased by others. If he doesn't disappear, then if he shows up, it will definitely be a big move," Garp said again, as he was quite clear about all of Little Rain's actions. "Moreover, this kid has his own sense of justice. In his eyes, Blackbeard is nothing but a thief. Therefore, he will not be chased by a thief." Sengoku smiled bitterly, pointing at the newspaper on the desk and saying in a low voice, "The New World may soon experience a great battle." Yes, Garp's voice carried a sense of weariness. At the same time, in a certain place in the New World, Dragon held a newspaper, a hint of doubt appearing in his eyes. "It seems that a great battle will happen in the New World." Sabo smiled faintly and nodded. "By the way, should we really ally with Little Rain? You know, that guy is currently being hunted by two emperors." Dragon stood up and walked outside, looking at the windy and sandy landscape towards the east. "I believe in him. This kid can definitely break the norm. Even we cannot charge in a Mariewa right now. This kid's bounty has already reached 1 billion berries. Oh, I feel the same way, but now is not the right time to ally. Let's wait until their battle with Kaido and Blackbeard happens before we decide. This is also for our own safety. After all, even though this kid is strong, what if he really loses? If he loses, we will suffer losses instead." Sabo stood beside Dragon and said in a low voice, "No, offering help in times of need is acceptable, but adding unnecessary embellishments seems lacking in grace. I will call that kid right now. If he needs help, I will do my best to assist." Dragon smiled faintly and walked back. At this moment, Sabo shrugged, feeling a bit helpless. On the pirate ship, in Kaido's room, dark walls are adorned with bounties from the Little Rain pirates and some related major news articles. Shura Little Rain, bounty of 1 billion berries. Undying Fighter Gride, bounty of 600 million berries. God Enel, bounty of 580 million berries. Mad Scientist Chopper, bounty of 520 million berries. Pirate Noble, bounty of 500 million berries. Little Brat Dumpling, bounty of 300 million berries. One-Eyed Muse, bounty of 180 million berries. Quick Robber, AKS, bounty of 160 million berries. Furious Emma, bounty of 200 million berries. Devil Dr. Anna, bounty of 120 million berries. Big Guy Witka, bounty of 110 million berries. Madman Bardo, bounty of 230 million berries. Fishman Amon, bounty of 105 million berries. And this pig, surprisingly, has a bounty of 1,000 berries. Haha, with just the bounties alone, the entire crew is definitely at the level of the 4 emperors. Just Little Rain alone can match up to the old man back in the day. How could such a pirate crew possibly escape? Kaido knocked on his table, frowning as he whispered. Thinking of this, he shook his head. Forget it. These guys will come out sooner or later. This time, we will definitely deal with you. If only Lawrence were here, at least we could ask what kind of ability Little Rain has. Even the Navy seems to be a bit confused. On another large ship beside Kaido, Blackbeard frowned, seemingly pondering Little Rain's escape route. He looked somewhat furious. You guys say, what is this kid really thinking? Clearly, he has the strength to compete with us. Yet every time after a fight, he just leaves, which makes me very frustrated. Ha. Is this kid's brain messed up? Blackbeard gulped down a drink and muttered. Lafitte swirled the red wine in his glass and quietly said, Captain, that's impossible, right? That kid doesn't seem that stupid, and besides, every major event is meticulously planned. How could someone like that be mindless? Boggis took a bite of a chicken leg and quietly asked, Is this kid really as smart as you say? At least, he's much smarter than you. Poison Q chuckled and replied quietly. With a single sentence, he once again silenced Boggis. You guys think, will this kid come for a surprise attack? This guy can't possibly be scared off by me and Kaido's reputation. Moreover, Marco and those guys clearly want just let me go. It just doesn't feel like someone who would easily let go. Could it be that he has already been following us and is planning a surprise attack? Blackbeard suddenly slapped his forehead and said quietly. The other crew members also stopped their movements. Clearly, they were also considering this possibility. Little Rain is someone who always has unexpected moves. And this time, could there also be a surprise attack? If a surprise attack really happens, then our group must be prepared. By the way, that guy is not a fruit user. He can merge with seawater to attack. Moreover, he can directly dive to the seabed to launch an attack. If it were an ordinary pirate, they would really struggle against such an attack. The Tyrant King snorted coldly and said directly, Why don't we go check the seabed? Blackbeard suddenly asked, causing all the crew members to break out in a cold sweat. This captain sometimes really has a personality that outweighs his intelligence. Although he is always seen as deep-minded, sometimes he acts just like a child. He would even fight over a piece of cherry pie. Right now, the evil wolf is by the ship's edge. His feet are in the seabed. Although this isn't deep sea, there is no way he could sneak past the evil wolf to ambush us, right? Lafitte said awkwardly. Blackbeard nodded, clearly realizing how childish his earlier thought was. The gigantic warship Evil Wolf turned its head and said from the window, Not necessarily. Remember last time? That kid transformed into seawater, and even I couldn't detect him. Moreover, if he is a fruit user, he would fear seawater and could never appear at the seabed. Speaking of which, what kind of ability does this kid have? A fish just bit me. Everyone completely ignored the last sentence of Evil Wolf and lowered their heads and thought, forget it. If that kid really attacks us from a seabed, we could just send him to his true grave in the abyss. Blackbeard shouted, holding his head. By the way, it seems that Red-Haired knows our movements very well. If he shows up too, we might not have a chance of winning. Lafitte slowly swallowed a sip of red wine and said quietly, Although Blackbeard is indeed powerful now, Red-Haired can at least hold him off. And Little Rain can clearly hold him off too. The most important thing is Kaido's strength. No matter what, right now he might be directly targeted by the Navy. That Akainu guy didn't move the headquarters to the New World? Ha. The good show might be starting soon. Blackbeard laughed loudly, and even Kaido's ship could hear it clearly. Lafitte and the others also smiled, especially Boggis, who seemed unusually excited at the thought of finding an opponent. He raised his hands high, as if he was about to become a true champion. Chapter 172, Surprise Attack Deep in the Seabed, on the Penguin ship. Little Rain looked at the 3 captains in front of him and smiled faintly. Marco, Jozu, and Bista. Are you for planning to sacrifice yourselves? I'm sorry for the past, but all the brothers are injured. and we are the ones who recover the fastest. This time, we must join the operation, even if it's our request. Marco took a deep breath, and just as he was about to kneel, he was directly supported by Little Rain using the universal pole. Smiling broadly, he shook his head and said, "I don't want the son of Whitebeard to kneel to me, a junior." After stretching his arms and yawning, he quietly asked, "This operation was originally meant to include you. How didn't he expect you would exclude those people?" Originally, the Ice Which Pays icebreaker was very useful in that place. If that beautiful lady comes this time, I would wholeheartedly agree, Chopper shouted from the other side, looking somewhat irritated. Now, please tell us the battle plan. With the strength of the three of us, while we can't change the battlefield, at least we can hold back quite a few of Kaido's subordinates. Moreover, the three of us might even be able to briefly hold off Blackbeard. At that moment, Marco finally lowered his head. Little Rain pressed his hands on the railing, looking at the underwater scenery. Although large fish and sea beasts occupy much of the area, regardless of the dangers, the underwater scenery is exceptionally captivating. Whitebeard treated you abandoned people as his own children, so now you want to avenge him. However, you don't have such strength. To be honest, there was a moment when I really felt it was unfair for Whitebeard. Little Rain said this and turned to look at the three in front of him. Proud, arrogant. Your strength is all based on Whitebeard. When you really think about it, you are just failures like the Seven Warlords. It is the banner borrowed from Edward Newgate, the only hero in my heart that allows you to be proud. So, when I witnessed your pride that day, I was actually very angry. Ace, Luffy, why were they recognized by Dad? Because they are truly feeling this world with their hearts. No matter what other schemes are, as long as my heart remains steadfast. It should be that way. So those two are very strong. At least, in my heart, they are strong. Xiaoyu looked at Marco and said softly. As her words fell, tears began to roll down the faces of Marco and the others. All right, now I will tell you about our plan. A few days ago, do you still remember the island we were on? Now, we need to lure them to that island. On that island, we have developed a super rocket bomb. Moreover, it has crashed into the self-destruct system. As long as we fight on that island, our chances of success can reach 70. Of course, that doesn't mean victory, but that we can at least fight to a standstill. Xiaoyu squinted her eyes and said lightly, "Only a standstill?" Marco stopped crying and asked in a low voice. Xiaoyu smiled slightly and shook her head. "Do you think that with Blackbeard's strength plus Kaido's strength, just these two alone might not shake the world? And with their fighters, do you really think we can directly take out their entire crew?" Even a big guy like Jozu seemed a bit helpless at this moment. Blackbeard has Dad's power, and with the abilities of the dark fruit, it can be said that ordinary fruit users are of no use to him at all. He is completely at a disadvantage, and Kaido is one of the four emperors. Just like Shanks, how much weaker could he be? With those fighters, being able to fight to a standstill is already quite good. Not necessarily. If things go smoothly, we might even gain the upper hand. In this new world, we might even damage the strength of the four emperors. After all, the Navy is also watching us closely. Moreover, the Revolutionary Army won't miss such an opportunity. They have already allied with us. So, as long as we can fight to a standstill, perhaps we can gain the upper hand in victory. Then our side in this new world could also be considered a force of one emperor. Xiaoyu chuckled and directly looked out at the sea. After nodding to Qianbing, the penguin adjusted its angle and instantly turned the bow towards Kaido and Blackbeard's fleet. "Hey, you little brats, you all seem to have recovered quite a bit, right?" Greed sneered, looking at Marco and the others. Clearly, he had a teasing expression that left Marco and the others stunned. "Nanny? Little brat? You guy." A huge hashtag appeared on Marco's forehead, clearly the prelude to him about to explode. Anna leaned on the railing and said lightly, "Greed is over 200 years old. What's wrong with calling you little brats? That just shows he thinks highly of you. Even Whitebeard could call him a little brat." "What? Over 200 years?" Jozu's head jerked, looking completely disbelieving. "Have you forgotten his title? The Immortal Fighter Greed. He is truly immortal, not fake. Even if I die in 200 years, he might still be alive. Right, Mr. Greed?" Xiaoyu scoffed and said lightly, "Damn brat, what mister? We artificial humans have such vitality. That's normal. Otherwise, we have been wiped out by those alchemists in an instant." Greed snorted coldly, shouting a bit angrily, "All right, everyone, get to work. Why are you making noise at this time?" Emma slowly walked out, standing in the middle of the deck and speaking softly. Everyone nodded and began to take action. Now, Kaido's fleet and Blackbeard's fleet seem to be almost stopping, and this route is indeed the one Xiaoyu and the others are taking to Winter Island. They might be heading to Winter Island. Why choose to attack them here? Marco asked in confusion, looking a bit strange. Only this way can they head up. This way, we can destroy their ships and force them to land. Then we can detonate the self-destruct device on the island. Then why say this time can only end in a standstill? Marco became even more confused, clearly unable to understand Xiaoyu and the others' intentions. Greed frowned and pointed at Marco, asking, are these people idiots? Do they really think that blowing up such a small winter island can wipe out Blackbeard's entire army? You have to know that even world-class weapons, if hit by the tremor fruit, can be knocked away, right? Moreover, if just one explosion could kill Kaido and those fighters, wouldn't the Navy have already cleaned up this world? To put it another way, if one explosion happens, do you think Whitebeard and you will all die directly? With your Phoenix ability, your Diamond ability, your Flower Swords, slashing power, will you all die? Xiaoyu helplessly tapped her forehead and asked quietly, that shouldn't be the case. Marco sighed softly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Unless they fall directly into the sea or are restrained by Sea Prism Stone. Otherwise, it would really be hard to die in a massive explosion. Xiaoyu pursed her lips, looking out to sea, not far away. Coordinates 01. 245, 327. Launch. In an instant, more than a dozen torpedoes with 2 laser cannons cut through the sea currents and hit the pirate ship sailing on the surface. In the blink of an eye, a muffled sound reached the seabed. Boom! The sea surged, and the Penguin turned around, slowly rising towards Winter Island and speeding away. On the surface of the sea, Kaido's fleet and Blackbeard's fleet panicked. In an instant, 3 ships were completely destroyed. The fighters were rescued by the medics, each lying on the deck, gasping for breath. Damn, Xiaoyu. It really was a surprise attack from the sea. This time we lost 3 pirate ships directly. Damn brat. Blackbeard's face instantly turned cold as he roared. Captain, we only lost 1 ship. The other 2 were Kaido's. Moreover, our main ship seems to have taken some damage. Lafitte awkwardly walked behind Blackbeard and said softly. Blackbeard was taken aback and turned to look at the wolf. Seeing the wolf nod, he then said, it seems Xiaoyu is quite sensible. He directly destroyed Kaido's ship first. Ha ha ha. Immediately, all the pirates had big drops of sweat on their foreheads, feeling a bit speechless towards their captain. On the other side, Kaido was definitely as furious as Blackbeard at this moment. After snorting coldly, he looked around. When the Penguins surfaced, he pointed and shouted, why aren't you all chasing after them? Why are you all standing there in a daze? Yes, Lord Kaido. Behind him, several fighters nodded and went to the helm. They turned the wheel fully and chased after the Penguin. Meanwhile, some other fighters directly entered the cabin, seemingly to repair the leaks in the bottom. The sea surged, and waves of water exploded like pillars. The overwhelming momentum surged into the sky, as if wanting to overturn the entire sea. Blackbeard steadied himself and looked towards the few pirate ships of Kaido that were pursuing them. Captain, should we chase after them? Lafitte squinted slightly and asked in a low voice. The other crew members also looked towards Blackbeard. Although Blackbeard sometimes acted thoughtlessly, he could still distinguish between big and small matters. All decisions had to be made by the captain. Frowning, with his lips tightly pressed together, Blackbeard snorted coldly. The strength of Little Rain's crew is at most about the same as ours. With Kaido added in, if we still don't dare to chase after them, then we simply cannot establish ourselves in the new world. However, we can let Kaido go ahead first, and we will slowly follow, as long as we don't lose them. He laughed evilly. Chapter 173. Little Rain's thoughts on the surface of the sea. A gentle breeze brushed by, pushing the pirate ship forward through the shimmering waves. The soft sunlight poured down, making one feel drowsy. But at this moment, Kaido had no intention of sleeping at all. Just a moment ago, that kid Little Rain had clearly appeared right in front of him, yet he had been unable to stop him. Moreover, they had suddenly lost 2 large ships' worth of manpower. How could he possibly sleep peacefully after such an incident? Can we still see the Penguin? Kaido's towering body paused slightly as he asked the navigator beside him. The navigator nodded, picked up the telescope, and immediately handed it to Kaido. Lord Kaido, we can still see the Penguin. However, the current sea flow is not favorable for us. If we don't speed up, we might lose them soon. Lose them? Kaido's sharp, knife-like gaze locked onto the navigator beside him, causing the young man to break out in a cold sweat. The next moment, he felt as if he might collapse. We'll find a way to catch up immediately. Don't worry, Lord Kaido. The young navigator wiped the sweat off his forehead and spoke in a low voice. Go. If we lose them, you know what I will do? Kaido snorted coldly and directly picked up the telescope to look at the Penguin. Yes, The navigator nodded and ran towards the cabin. Meanwhile, a very large pirate approached Kaido slowly, asking in a low voice, "Isn't Blackbeard following us? Is that okay?" Kaido chuckled coldly, turned his head to glance back, and said in a low voice, "Do you really think I don't know? Trying to profit from the chaos? Unfortunately, I won't be foolish enough to act first." During the alliance, he clearly said that Little Rain's crew would be handed over to him, and that guy Marco is our real opponent. Of course, I want to let that kid Little Rain off. But boss, what if Little Rain turns around and attacks us first? Wouldn't that play into Blackbeard's hands? The big man beside him said in a low voice, looking extremely worried. Clearly, Blackbeard's reputation had some weight, but after the war began, it had become somewhat infamous. For a devil fruit, he stayed on Whitebeard's ship for so long, and in the end, he usurped Whitebeard's position. Many pirates despised Blackbeard's actions, but if he was stronger than you could only endure it. Kaido smiled coldly and shook his head. He won't. Huh? The big man was clearly taken aback, seemingly unable to process the information. Kaido put down the telescope and a wicked, sinister smile crept across his lips. "Mate, do you know what Lawrence's last words were before he fainted?" "I don't know." Mate shook his head, looking dumbfounded. Kaido chuckled, lightly tapping the railing. "Do you know why Little Rain hates Blackbeard so much and almost killed him during the Marineford War? Because he has always regarded Whitebeard as his idol. And that kid Little Rain was originally an orphan. At least, that's what I found out. As for Lawrence's last words, they were, if we don't provoke him, that guy won't come to provoke us. If it weren't for that fool Doflamingo, we wouldn't be so passive. So, as long as I follow him, even if he finds Raftel, he won't do anything to me if I don't land. On the other hand, if Blackbeard keeps following us, something might happen. That fool has always been oblivious to this. So this time I'm sure I'll win." Although Mate didn't quite understand. Seeing Kaido smile made him smile too. On the Penguin, Little Rain spoke softly to the transponder snail. "I told you, Dragon. I already notified you about this bastard. Now, where's Sabo? Have him show up immediately, or else I will directly attack your bases." The people around him, including Chayabai and others, wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Was this kid really seeking death? Even the Navy wouldn't dare speak to the commander of the Revolutionary Army like this. Little Rain was outright threatening the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Little Rain, can we be so direct?" Chayabai laughed awkwardly and said in a low voice. Beside him, Anna directly grabbed Little Rain's arm, rubbing against her ample chest, seemingly trying to soften his heart. Little Rain frowned slightly and shot a fierce glare at the two of them. Just one look made them both retreat. "By the way, Little Rain, what if Dragon really doesn't send anyone over? What are we going to do?" Greed asked lightly, looking rather listless. "At most, we'll be taken down by Blackbeard and Kaido working together. Then Dragon won't contact us anymore," Emma said with a somewhat melancholic expression, causing Anna and Chayabai to twitch their lips, feeling the impulse to slap Little Rain dead. After a long while, the transponder snail finally transmitted a voice. "Sabo is almost at the location you mentioned, and you haven't arrived yet, have you? With Kaido plus Blackbeard. You really dare to do it." Little Rain smiled faintly, shaking his head. "Is there really anything I can't do? If you had come in person, I originally planned to directly take down Kaido and Blackbeard right there. With you, Sabo, and my crew, I believe the odds would be very favorable. Unfortunately, you're not cooperating." Anna and Chayabai immediately felt relieved. With Sabo leading the Revolutionary Army support, at least their odds of winning here would increase significantly. Meanwhile, in the transponder snail, Dragon chuckled lightly. "If I came out too, do you think the Navy and the world government would agree? They would definitely mobilize everyone, right? Isn't that better? Let us have a world war. At that time, I'll do a live broadcast. The world government actually helps pirates to deal with me, the Liberator. Wouldn't that be embarrassing for them?" Dragon's transponder snail took on a somewhat speechless expression. This kid really dared to think like that. If that happened, the entire world would become chaotic. At that time, perhaps his revolution would lose all meaning. Sighing helplessly, he said in a low voice, "You should contact Sabo instead. For now, resolving the situation in front of you is the most important thing." Xiaoyu smiled faintly and leaned her entire body against the sofa. "To be honest, when you say things like that, it makes me feel like you lack courage. Why engage in revolutionary work? Isn't it to liberate this hellish curse? Why do self-proclaimed gods appear? Isn't it because of that blank century of history? Why can some people insist on their so-called justice? isn't it because this world is so hypocritical that we can only hold on to our beliefs? If we don't dare to shake the world, how can a new world emerge? Heh. All right, you should really think about it. I actually want to pull off something big. What do you think about us teaming up to destroy the Navy headquarters? Let's talk about that later. Long S lips twitched slightly, almost shocked by Xiaoyu. Before, he always thought this kid was wildly bold. Now, he realizes this guy is completely a madman. Not just someone who is daring. Xiaoyu smirked slightly and hung up the phone. You kid, you're not serious, are you? Grid looked excited, as if he really wanted to do this. And Anna and Qianbingwei fell into speechlessness once again. Really? If we could directly cut off the Navy headquarters along with the world government, wouldn't we have completed the mission of the revolution? And we could truly seek Raftel. Xiaoyu replied softly. But what about the evil pirates? Those pirates who seek treasure? Perhaps no one would care about them. I don't think you could enforce the world government as kind of authority. Ima appeared the calmest, as if she were stating a fact. Xiaoyu stood up and looked towards a Kaido fleet that was chasing from behind. She raised her head and said softly, Do you think that by then, Long will just sit by and do nothing? That is true. Ima nodded, seemingly agreeing with Xiaoyu's approach. Meanwhile, on the Revolutionary Army's ship, Sabo hung up the phone and quietly asked, This kid is really a crazy person. Beside him, Cater smiled faintly and said softly, That crew is all a bunch of crazy people. You know, back then we had just sent in the news. We thought they would just sneak back at most. But that kid led the crew and directly killed that celestial dragon. Looking back now, these people are completely mad. Al laughed and shook his head, fiddling with his mechanical arm, and said softly, But sometimes I really envy their kind of madness. As soon as he said this, even Sabo nodded in agreement. That's the truth. I originally wanted to go to the Marineford War too. But because of my identity, I became a burden instead. In the end, I couldn't even save my brother's life. Looking back now, it's really not as free as they are. Sometimes, doing something a bit crazy can make you feel more at ease. Ha ha. Caters also laughed, nodding his head now. Maybe it's time we repay the debts we owe from back then. I've always remembered this leg. Speaking of which, I also need to repay him a favor. My troublesome younger brother was saved by Xiaoyu. I still haven't repaid this favor. Sabo grinned and became helpless. Last time, Xiaoyu and his group came and went in a hurry. But this time, if he went to support, he must at least fight to protect the lives of that crew. Thinking of this, Sabo clenched his fist and silently thought, I'm sorry. Although I don't support the Revolutionary Army's alliance with you now, I will still do my best to repay your favor. Chapter 174. Home on the ship. Snow was falling, and the sky slowly sent down snowflakes. The Penguin entered the range of this winter island and directly submerged into the seabed, completely disappearing. Kaido's entire face twitched as he grabbed the sailor. His eyes coldly fixed on him, a murderous aura spreading. What did you just say? Didn't you say you wouldn't lose them? This. Lord Kaido, just now, the Penguin suddenly accelerated. Even with our added manual speed, we are no match for them. We really. The sailor stuttered, looking like he was about to faint. Mate shook his head and looked ahead. Then he put down the telescope. Boss, there's a place ahead. Isn't that where Xiaoyu and the others are stationed? Kaido threw the sailor aside and directly picked up the telescope to look. Then, a strange smile appeared on his lips. Nodding his head, he said softly, Move the ship forward a bit. Just stop and wait for Blackbeard and the others. Really? Is it okay? Mate looked a bit hesitant, always feeling like something was going to happen, and it was something very terrifying. Kaido smiled lightly and said softly, Have you forgotten what I said? As long as we maintain an equal distance, even if we stay here, Xiaoyu 1T take the initiative to attack. Unless Blackbeard is left here. Mate smiled lightly and nodded his head. The trace of worry in his mind disappeared. On the opposite slope above, Xiaoyu and the others stood looking out to the sea, with a faint smile mixed with a bit of disdain. This rocket launcher is really that powerful. Xiaoyu looked at Qianbingwei, seeming a bit incredulous. After all, even a laser cannon doesn't seem that powerful. Qianbingwei smiled faintly, nodding his head. Yes, this rocket launcher can destroy at least a third of it. Of course it's like this. Although it hasn't reached the expected level of power, I will continue to research it. This rocket launcher was taken from Kaido. And although Kaido's researchers seemed unable to crack the composition of the rocket warhead, Qianbingwei could, and he quickly produced a replica. Look, Blackbeard's fleet has also arrived. Should we test its power first? Grid grinned and pointed at the distant fleet, whispering. Xiaoyu shrugged and directly looked at Qianbingwei. Of course. Such matters should be asked of Lord Qianbingwei, right? No need. Just ask AKS directly. This is something he has been preparing for. Although Kiambingwei liked Xiaoyu calling him that, he still shook his head and looked at AKS. AKS smiled faintly, sitting directly in front of the rocket launcher's sight. He controlled it with both hands, aiming the rocket launcher directly at Blackbeard's fleet. Is it really that powerful? Marco quietly asked, looking somewhat skeptical. Jaws and Vista also looked curiously at Kiambingwei, making Xiaoyu and the others cross their arms and watch the fun. Kiambingwei smirked, striking a disdainful pose. What do you know? Just our ship's laser cannon can already exceed this power. It's just that I'm afraid the Penguin can't bear such power. Which is why I didn't install it. If you give me a ship combined with Sea Prism Stone and Atom, I could even install the most powerful weapon. One shot could tear it apart and sink it. Are you joking? If such a weapon existed, wouldn't you find a way to manufacture it? You can't create a sea tower stone. Marco clearly despises Kanjuro, saying that if such a powerful weapon really existed, you would have installed it long ago. As soon as this was mentioned, even Shiyu turned her head away. It's not that I don't want to create it, but because I don't want to give up our home. The Penguin is a home, not a so-called weapon. It's just that we have installed some self-defense weapons at home. Kanjuro's expression was very serious, looking as if he was about to get angry. Home. Marco was taken aback for a moment and then lowered his head. What Kanjuro said was right. Didn't Dad always compare the Moby Dick to a home? Since it's a home, we need to protect it well. We need to make this home more complete. Thinking of this, the three captains couldn't help but smile wryly. We are rebellious children, aren't we? Jozu said with a frown, his eyes a little wet. Kanjuro clapped his hands and laughed. All right, now is not the time to talk about these sad things. You all are too obsessed with Whitebeard's territory. Just as Shiyu said, you haven't truly understood Whitebeard's will. Now, let's properly experience the weapon that even Kaido cares about. Okay, everything is ready, just waiting for your command. AKS smiled faintly, raising a hand signal. Then, fire. Shiyu waved his hand directly, and immediately, a thunderous sound erupted. The entire area shook due to this rocket. The rumbling sound was accompanied by an avalanche. Large areas of white snow poured down like a torrent. At that moment, it seemed like the whole world had gone deaf. Meanwhile, on Blackbeard's flagship, after a loud bang, Teach immediately covered his ears and rolled on the deck. The captains were fine, but the other subordinates who had defected to Blackbeard all covered their ears and cried out in pain. What joke. Just the power of a single cannonball could make those guys go deaf. Fortunately, they were all useless. Bagas snorted coldly, speaking with anger. Lafitte also looked at some of the weaker pirates on the deck. Obviously, it seemed like they couldn't hear it all. At this moment, Blackbeard, due to the ability of the dark fruit, became extremely easy to injure. After barely getting up, he turned to look at the ship beside him. The enormous rocket instantly pierced through the pirate ship's deck. It sank directly into the sea, shocking everyone. Boom! The entire sea surface rolled up in an instant. A water column shot up into the sky. The tremendous explosive shockwave instantly capsized all the pirate ships outside Blackbeard's flagship. At this moment, Blackbeard repeatedly swung his fists, using the powers of the Quake fruit to manipulate the tsunami, barely avoiding the impact of this strike. In the distance, Kaido's eyes widened. His originally sinister face was now filled with astonishment. Is this the power of the flame missile? Is this the true power of the flame missile? Haha. Shiyu's subordinates are really impressive. Mao was also shocked, not expecting the power of this cannon to be so great. If it weren't for Blackbeard's quick reaction, that flagship might have been silenced in an instant. At this moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky. The hurricane swept across the entire sea area recklessly. Matt frowned slightly and whispered, Boss, this must have been made by Kanjuro. Kanjuro. Kaido was slightly taken aback and turned to look at Matt. Just when Shiyu set sail, he encountered Carp. At that time, the second highest bounty was Kanjuro. Back then, Kanjuro was referred to as the mad scientist. He was wanted for not responding to the Navy summons. Moreover, the Penguin, those robots, were all created by Kanjuro. It is said that even Shiyu's strange abilities were obtained because of the Super Devil Fruit created by Kanjuro. Super Devil Fruit? A glint of interest flashed in Kaido's eyes. Matt nodded and whispered. During the Marineford War, Devil Dr. Anna, One-Eyed Muse, AKS, and others all gained their powers because of Kanjuro. Among them, Anna's fruit was similar to the human fruit's fairy type, but could also release lightning. So at that time, Doflamingo said this was a super devil fruit developed by Kanjuro. By the time of Dressrosa, Kanjuro had already succeeded in his research, and Muse's gorilla devil fruit was a complete composite. It had bat wings, gorilla strength, and ferocity. Rhino defense. It could even release wind pressure cannons. What do you think this is, a devil fruit? No. How can there be such a devil fruit? It must be an artificially developed ability fruit. Kanjuro. Remember, this time we must catch this guy, Kaido said coldly, narrowing his eyes and speaking in a low voice. Matt nodded and replied, however, as the scientist on the penguin, this guy has very strong protection around him. So, he couldn't guarantee anything. After all, Shiu's crew members are not ordinary people. Even if he was strong, he couldn't be sure he could directly catch Kanjuro. Don't worry. With Blackbeard and me together, they will have to exert all their strength. If you still can't catch him then, you know what will happen. Kaido sneered and turned to look at Blackbeard's flagship. At this moment, Blackbeard's flagship was completely in chaos. Especially the wolf, whose massive body slowed down the entire ship significantly. If it weren't for Blackbeard using the tsunami to navigate, perhaps the flagship would have disappeared just now. Damn it. Help us dock the ship immediately. Otherwise, if another cannonball comes, wouldn't we be standing in the sea being shot at by them? Blackbeard roared at the giant warship wolf on the wooden raft behind the flagship, his hands tightly clenched. The anger within him was beyond what an ordinary person could bear. Chapter 175, Detonation Ha. Look at that foolish appearance. Do you really think we will fire a second rocket of such power? What an idiot. Shiu held his stomach, looking at the roaring Blackbeard on the deck, laughing uncontrollably. Anilu and Grid, beside him, also burst into laughter. They truly heard Blackbeard's roar, especially Anilu, who immediately understood Blackbeard's thoughts. Kanjuro, is this really the only warhead you have? If you had a little more, those guys might retreat directly. Anna bit her lip and asked a bit angrily. Kanjuro twitched the corner of his mouth and turned to look at Anna. Do you think I'm a robot? I don't need to sleep or eat. Being able to create one in such a short time is already impressive. However, the power is not as strong as expected. After saying that, he pinched his chin, seemingly still considering. Meanwhile, Marco and the others were directly stunned. Just now, even they were momentarily taken aback and almost didn't react. That kind of momentum, that kind of power, even Marco, who has been with Whitebeard for so long, had never seen such a powerful rocket. Let's fire another laser cannon. Set it to the highest level, otherwise, Blackbeard will really come ashore. This will only make him suspicious. Shiu smacked his lips and said with a smile, yes. Aix reloaded once again, aiming his scope at Blackbeard's flagship. This time, it seemed he was more focused than the last. On Blackbeard's flagship, all the crew members became alert. The other pirate ships, although fast, were generally not very powerful. But on this flagship, there were only strong fighters. Any crew member, if placed in the first half of the Grand Line, would definitely be a decent competitor. Therefore, it was crucial to ensure the safety of everyone on this ship. Otherwise, the territories they had fought for would seem utterly useless. Damn Xiaoyu, speed it up a bit more. It looks like they really intend to fire a second shot. Blackbeard shouted loudly, one hand wielding the power of the Quake fruit, while the other hand bore the power of the Dark fruit. He seemed ready to defend against such a missile at any moment. Aix sniping skills were quite impressive, and even in the New World, he could definitely make a name for himself. At this moment, he gently pulled the trigger. Suddenly, an extremely bright light appeared. The cannon's muzzle was aimed directly at Blackbeard's flagship, and the brightness of the cannon made Blackbeard's heart leap. The power of the Quake fruit surged in his right hand. Boom! The laser shot out, instantly cutting through the sky and appearing above Blackbeard's flagship. The quake from the Quake fruit also manifested, causing the entire sky to seem to tilt. The force of the tremor directly triggered the laser cannon. The power was so great that the entire sea flashed with a fierce light, as if it were daytime. Kaido's eyes closed instantly. Steer the ship backward. What kind of weapon is this? Marco's mouth opened awkwardly, seemingly unable to shout. It looked somewhat like Kizaru's laser. Kaido slightly opened his eyes, watching the surging waves, and whispered during the live broadcast of the Marineford War, those robots created by Senior Pink use this kind of power, right? The pacifists from the Marines also seemed to use this kind of power. Pacifists? Kaido frowned. He had certainly heard of these pacifists, and their power was quite impressive. One pacifist could rival many New World pirates. Moreover, these guys were weapons of war that did not know pain or fear. Clenching his fists tightly, Kaido growled softly, "We must capture that Senior Pink guy. That Xiaoyu really knows how to find people." Meanwhile, the situation on Blackbeard's side and Kaido's side had diverged into two extremes. All the pirates on the ship, the moment they opened their eyes, were temporarily blinded by the dazzling light. After the laser cannon fired 3 times in quick succession, Blackbeard was furious. Both hands unleashed the power of the quake fruit and pulled at the air. Suddenly, the entire space seemed to vibrate. The surrounding sea began to shatter apart. The shaking power seemed to slice the entire sea apart. Up above, Xiaoyu smiled slightly and said lightly, "Let's all return to the penguin. This island is about to explode." "Huh? Don't we need to lure these guys to the island?" Marco asked in surprise, looking even more confused about Xiaoyu's intentions. Xiaoyu smirked, smiled faintly, and whispered, "The explosives buried on this island are seismic. That means, as long as there is a tremor, those bombs might enter a countdown to detonate. I calculated that Blackbeard would do this, which is why I shot at their ship." The others all had expressions that seemed to agree. Marco and the three captains all smiled wryly, somewhat admiring Xiaoyu. It seemed he had even grasped Blackbeard's psychology. As long as he was given time, he could definitely reach the end of the Grand Line, Raftel. Originally, this mountain had been transformed into a base-like hollow mountain by greed using alchemy. Therefore, everyone quickly took the elevator down to the underground. In the underground river, Xiaoyu's 3 clone robots slowly walked out of the ship. They instantly leaped high, directly standing in front of Xiaoyu and the others. At that moment, even Anna, facing them directly, felt a bit strange. After all, 4 identical Xiaoyus stood right in front of them, and even knowing they were robots felt different. Marco and the others were dumbfounded. It seemed they had witnessed something impossible. Xiaoyu directly led the way past them to the deck of the penguin. He then whispered, "My 3 clones will be ambushing in the sea, so don't be surprised when the time comes." Greed's mouth twitched slightly as he whispered, "You really plan to stage a surprise attack? Can you really divide your attention so much?" The others also looked at Xiaoyu. After all, if one person stayed still, they might be able to control the robots as if they were using their arms. But Xiaoyu had to fight and control these clones at the same time. Where would he find so much focus? "No. This time, I will stay quietly on the ship. Unless my 3 clones are taken out, I won't show up. But don't worry, we will definitely win this time. Hehehe." Xiaoyu shook his head and started the penguin, slowly moving toward the underground river, then entering the true seabed. At this moment, the laser cannon above finally stopped under the power of Blackbeard's quake fruit. That confident feeling returned to Blackbeard's heart once more. Grinning broadly, he arrogantly declared, "Xiaoyu, I'm not the same as I was 6 months ago. My quake fruit has become even more powerful. Captain, let us board this little island all at once. Those guys must be injured or fleeing right now." Wahahaha. Bagas raised his hands as if showing off a championship trophy, shouting loudly. Van Oka frowned and shook his head. "Captain, I feel like something's not right. Even with such a powerful weapon, Xiaoyu always leads the charge. But this time, why hasn't he shown up?" Blackbeard was momentarily stunned by Van Oka's reminder. He then frowned and looked toward the shore. What does it matter? It's just a little island. Where else can they go? Are they really going to sink this little island and involve themselves in it? Blackbeard chuckled and stepped onto the island. The group behind him also stepped onto the island. But each was extremely cautious. After all, the enemy was Xiaoyu's pirate crew. This was the Xiaoyu pirate crew that had become a minor 4 emperors since setting sail. "Boss, just now, that mountain was completely collapsed by your fruit ability. But I didn't see Xiaoyu and his group." A giant warship stood in front of the snowy mountain, lowering its head like a corpse. Blackbeard nodded, beginning to hesitate. After all, Xiaoyu's madness was quite famous. If this guy really decided to let his subordinates suffer losses and sink the entire island, it would cause trouble for him too. He was a devil fruit user. If he really fell into the sea, although he could use the quake fruit to shake off the seawater or the dark fruit to swallow it, it would still take a lot of time. During this time, if there were any assassination attempts on Little Rain, these crew members would definitely be in trouble. At that moment, even Kaido wanted to approach the landing. A voice echoed in the sky. "All irrelevant persons, leave this small island. Otherwise, I will attack you by detonating the entire island." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked up at the sky. They saw a mechanical creature that looked like a small bird, equipped with a loudspeaker, hovering above the island and speaking loudly. Blackbeard was taken aback and then shouted, "Little Rain, you bastard, do you really think such intimidation will make us leave? Come out now and stop using that toy to play these tricks." As soon as he finished speaking, dark water surged from his back, instantly reaching for the mechanical bird. At that moment, the whole island seemed to shake. In the sky, the mechanical bird's final words echoed. "Mission, detonate." Boom. Chapter 176. Duel. In that instant, a pillar of fire that seemed to connect heaven and earth rose up. Instantly, everything was engulfed in flames and smoke. A hurricane swept in, and the waves rose high. Even at this distance, Kaido felt as if he could be blown away. What? What a joke, has this kid gone mad? Matt exclaimed in shock, murmuring to himself. At that moment, it was as if he was witnessing a madman. Kaido's fists were clenched tightly, like a lion ready to hunt. After a cold snort, he laughed. What audacity. This kid can definitely be classified as a top-level danger. With such courage and means, I even admire him a bit. Matt was slightly taken aback and then looked at Kaido. Just then, a dark force like a demon began to rise, seemingly wanting to engulf the entire pillar of fire, instantly wrapping around it. At the same time, a series of tremors appeared. The whole island seemed to be lifted up. Boom! The nearby sea area seemed to boil, as if it had been torn apart by some enormous blade. In an instant, the sea was shattered, causing Kaido's fleet to rush in all directions. A few unlucky ships were even directly smashed and sank to the seabed. Kaido's mouth twitched slightly, looking angrily at the center of the fire pillar. After a cold snort, the cloak-like garment on his body burst apart. A roar, like that of the king of beasts, erupted as if his claws could tear through space, directly slashing out. Instantly, all the waves were torn apart by the power of space. The fleet retreated far away, landing quietly. The surface of the sea began to calm down, and the fire pillar transformed into mist, disappearing into the horizon, leaving the sky dark and murky. Damn, Blackbeard. Are you planning to bury all my subordinates in the sea? Kaido had already transformed into a tiger-human form, with faint stripes that resembled the ripples of the sea. The surface of the sea began to settle, leaving less than 10 miles of land. Blackbeard stood among the remaining few, his fists clenched tightly. Almost ready to explode. Little Rain, you bastard, come out now. Otherwise, I will turn the entire sea upside down. With a loud laugh, the sea began to crack. Kaido's tiger eyes widened in anger, almost rushing up to confront Blackbeard. This guy clearly didn't take him seriously. Once again, he triggered a tsunami. Stop pretending. Just that moment has already used at least half of your strength. Speaking of which, you can match red-haired with just your physical skills. So why do you need to use 2 devil fruits? A sudden voice interrupted, causing Blackbeard, Kaido, and others to look in one direction. They saw 3 little rains standing quietly in front of the waves that had been stirred up. Yes, 3 little rains. They looked completely identical. The same clothes, the same hairstyle, the same eyes, the same height. Little Rain. Blackbeard snorted coldly and then punched directly at the 3 little rains. Boom! With a huge explosion, another wave rose on the sea. At the same time, the middle little rain stepped forward a few paces and extended a hand. ShinraTensei. With a dull thud, all the tsunamis were instantly repelled away, centered around the 3 little rains. In that moment, the 3 little rains jumped up. The one on the left extended a hand and directly shot out more than a dozen rockets, instantly attacking Blackbeard's position. Fan Oka sneered, lifting his gun without much movement. In the blink of an eye, he fired a dozen shots. The target was completely those rockets, but at that moment, a series of laser points appeared, instantly intercepting the bullets, producing thud sounds on the sea. The continuous sounds stunned Fan Oka. Meanwhile, the rockets appeared in front of Blackbeard and the others. A barrel flew out, blocking the path as the rockets came flying in. Boom! With a loud bang, the rockets exploded one after another. Debris flew, causing Blackbeard and the others to move slightly and avoid all the flying debris. On the surface of the sea, the penguin appeared. On the deck, Anna coldly laughed and said, Little Rain, what about those people over there? Her pale fingers pointed towards Kaido's fleet. Little Rain smirked, looking into the distance, and softly said, Greed, Enel, Qianbing, take Battle King and go entangle them. Sabo has already arrived. I will deal with Blackbeard and these guys first. Blackbeard sneered and said coldly, Deal with us. Do you really have that strength? As soon as he finished speaking, he used the power of the dark fruit in one hand and the tremor fruit in the other, looking at Little Rain with a sneer. The 3 little rains moved faster than Blackbeard and the others, directly stepping onto the last piece of land, facing Blackbeard. Whether I can deal with you, of course. I have to try to know, but whether you can escape, that's another story. The middle little rain snorted coldly and instantly reached out a hand. Blackbeard's entire crew knew about Little Rain's ability, which could attract everyone's abilities. It was even more powerful than Blackbeard's dark water. Universal Pool. As soon as this was said, the sea tremors of Blackbeard's tremor fruit erupted. Meanwhile, Cho took a deep breath and suddenly spat out a mouthful of liquor towards Little Rain. Boom! With a loud explosion, flames erupted. Among the crowd that Little Rain had attracted, enemies appeared before them. Emma versus Tebow. Cavendish faced off against Rain Shiryu. Wick and Muse confronted Bagas and Evil King, and AKS had long since matched up with Fan Oka. Qianbing and Battle King #1 versus Lafitte. Anna stood in front of Poison Q, and the small dumpling found the giant warship Evil Wolf. Instead, the fishman Amon confronted Chote. The three little Rains stood directly in front of Blackbeard, a wicked smile creeping across their lips. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. You always want to hide yourself, and then reach the top in one go. Unfortunately, relying on other strength will never lead you to the top. Even someone like me, who hasn't been at sea for 3 years, knows this. What a pity. As soon as the words fell, a small rain that could absorb energy appeared in an instant, throwing a punch at Blackbeard. Blackbeard grinned and let out a cold laugh before responding with a punch powered by the dark fruit. Boom! A muffled sound echoed, and the entire air seemed to vibrate slightly. However, it was as if this ability was suddenly absorbed, having no effect on the small rain at all. On the contrary, Blackbeard's punch was indeed quite hard. Just in terms of physical technique, Blackbeard was undoubtedly strong. However, after consuming the dark fruit, it seemed that his damage had increased several times compared to before. When their fists collided, Blackbeard staggered back repeatedly, grabbing his hand and shouting in pain. The small rain stepped forward a couple of steps and said softly, "You see, although your dark fruit is powerful, it still falls slightly short compared to my gravity. Moreover, it seems your body can feel pain even more keenly now. Hey. Blackbeard, if you want to escape now, you might just make it. But if you insist on fighting, you will lose. Then what about old dad's tremor fruit ability?" Blackbeard snorted coldly and immediately threw another punch from a distance. At the same time, dark water appeared on his back and swallowed down towards the ground. The small rain sneered, and all three of them leaped high. Avoiding the tremor fruit's shockwave, the universal gravity technique was unleashed, instantly grabbing Blackbeard's body and pulling him into the air. Smack! A crisp sound emerged as the Azura Path small rain landed a punch on Blackbeard's face. Simultaneously, the Hungry Ghost Path small rain restrained Blackbeard's feet. After a spin, he flung him into the air. At the same time, the Heavenly Path small rain sucked Blackbeard's body and instantly executed the 6 paths of pain technique. Boom! After a muffled sound, Blackbeard crashed directly into the ground, creating a deep pit. The Azura Path small rain then shot a rocket. Boom! After a series of muffled sounds, Blackbeard was engulfed in flames and smoke. With a thud, the 3 small rains landed, their eyes reflecting confidence as they glanced into the smoke, a hint of a smile at the corners of their mouths. Captain, Lafitte, and the others all looked toward the pit where Blackbeard was. At that moment, Anna and the others seized the opportunity and threw punches. Almost in an instant, all the crew members were sent flying out. Blackbeard, if you don't come out now, your companions will be slaughtered by us. The small rain slowly walked toward Blackbeard's deep pit, speaking softly. Chapter 177, Kaido's Eruption. Small rain, you really surprise me now. What is this? 3 of you? Blackbeard's figure slowly crawled up from the smoke, his dusty appearance not evoking any sense of humor, but rather a strange sense of murderous intent. The Heavenly Path small rain smirked, a faint smile appearing. With a swift motion, 2 black iron rods appeared in his hands. Pointing at Blackbeard as he said softly, "What nonsense about the devil fruit? Have you ever seen a devil fruit user who isn't afraid of seawater or sea prism stone? It seems you're overconfident." Even Whitebeard, with such immense power back in the day, couldn't prevent Roger from becoming the Pirate King. You now seem to be just about the same. As soon as he finished speaking, the Heavenly Path small rain shot out in an instant. The black iron rods, carrying sharp wind attribute chakra, sliced through Blackbeard's hair, severing 3 strands in an instant. At that moment, even Blackbeard was taken aback. Just now, the small rain speed was simply too fast. It was so quick that he didn't even notice. If it weren't for his rich battle experience, he might have been cut at the neck. Pressing down with the power of the tremor fruit, a massive sound erupted, shaking the last piece of ground. Even the Heavenly Path small rain, still in midair, was slightly shaken. Behind him, the Azura small rain and Hungry Ghost Path small rain rushed to attack Blackbeard. It was completely a 3-on-1 physical technique duel. Even if the other crew members wanted to assist at this moment, it seemed they couldn't react in time. After all, the small rain pirate crew members were not ordinary pirates. Just pulling one out could wipe out a large group of New World pirates. Take Dumpling, for example. Facing the massive body of the wolf, he was able to match its strength completely. Moreover, his speed overwhelmed the wolf. Thus, such a large body became a target. On the other side, Greed and Enel stood at a distance, having come to help the combatants ordered by Thousandfold. At this moment, both of them were filled with fighting spirit. Not waiting for Sabo's ship to arrive, they quietly asked, "Kaido, is it not beneath us to play with you?" "Haha." Greed's voice made Kaido squint his eyes. Enel also wore a slight smile and asked lightly, "This must be the 4-Emperor Kaido, right? I really want to see if, as a 4-Emperor, you have the same strength as Whitebeard." "Yaha, Greed, I'm going to make my move first." As soon as he finished, he instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished. Damn it. Greed became a bit furious. His shave was fast, but not lightning fast. Now, he could only chase after him. Enel instantly appeared behind Kaido, resembling a god of thunder, smiling. With 100 million volts of electricity, he attacked Kaido's back. Kaido's eyes remained cold, his hands gathering explosive power with tiger claws. In an instant, his entire body seemed to explode as his hair stood on end, exuding a violent, murderous aura that darkened the world. It was as if he was in a hellish world. He suddenly turned around, and before Enel could react, a claw ripped through Enel's body, sending him flying. Boom! After a muffled sound, Enel crashed into Kaido's cabin. From the faint smoke, a column of smoke slowly rose, drifting towards the sky. At that moment, Greed also attacked. The Conqueror's haki emanated, directly countering Kaido's violent, murderous intent, while the armament haki enveloped his entire fist and attacked Kaido's tiger head. Boom! The muffled sound was like a collision between heaven and earth, and in an instant, Greed's carbonized fist, as hard as diamond, seemed unable to withstand such an attack, shattering in that moment, blood splattering across the deck. Greed was directly rebounded, crashing against the Lightning No. 1 ship, his entire arm reduced to flesh and blood. Kaido let out a cold laugh and asked softly, "With such strength, do you dare challenge the majesty of the 4 emperors?" Just then, Greed's arm flashed red and restored as before. Meanwhile, in Kaido's cabin, Enel also appeared on the deck with a lightning flash. The two twisted their necks and said softly, "We just wanted to test things out, but evidently, that was unnecessary. What do you think, Greed?" Greed's entire body crackled, a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. "For me, this test is still necessary. What if he turns out to be one of those empty names? If we kill him in one blow, wouldn't that waste Small Rain's expression?" "Yaha, you're absolutely right." Enel burst into laughter, waving his golden staff. Kaido had a smirk at the corner of his mouth, looking extremely arrogant at this moment. "This is interesting. If the Little Rain pirate crew's fighters and vice captain only have that little strength, I would find it boring." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped high into the air. Enel and Glid also jumped up in response. In midair, fists and feet collided, and in an instant, the three exchanged dozens of blows. Thunder and lightning accompanied the booming sound that shook the sky, while the armed color haki produced fists as hard as diamonds. However, Kaido's tiger claws possessed a power that seemed capable of tearing through space itself. Even Enel's elemental transformation left him with blood on his body. After all, as one of the 4 emperors, Kaido's armed color haki was quite formidable. So, even with elemental transformation, one could still get injured if caught off guard. The three instantly separated in midair, with Kaido still standing on his ship, while Enel and Glid stood on the Thunder No. 1 ship. Glid's body flashed with red light, and the previously shattered parts of his body began to repair themselves once again. Enel, looking at the claw marks on his chest, smirked. What powerful strength, to be able to slice through lightning directly. It's almost at the level of Little Rain's techniques. Glid sneered, pointing at Kaido. "Did you see that? The scars were caused by my spear. Do you think I'm blind? It was clearly my lightning spear that did it." Enel scoffed, seemingly looking down on Glid. At this moment, Kaido indeed had a blood hole in his shoulder. Although the bleeding had stopped, his expression did not appear very good. Glancing at the blood hole on his shoulder, he frowned slightly and turned to look at Glid and Enel. "Not bad. At least you can injure my second form." "Second form?" Glid and Enel exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Then, Glid put his hands together and slapped them onto the deck of the Thunder No. 1 ship. Enel, on the other hand, struck the large drum on his back. In that instant, the Thunder Dragon transformed into a giant dragon over 30 meters long, charging straight toward Kaido. Meanwhile, the entire ship transformed into countless spears under Glid's alchemy, shooting towards Kaido's ship like a torrential rain. Roar! A high-pitched beast roar echoed, causing the entire sea to surge. A hurricane suddenly appeared in the sky, carrying the power of wind blades, concentrating towards Kaido. Boom! Thunder exploded and rained down everywhere. Steel spears turned into a downpour, shooting back into the sky. After a long while, until the entire sky calmed down and the sea fell silent, the figures of Kaido and that ship slowly emerged. A giant tiger over 15 meters long stood on the deck. In a faintly ethereal state, it felt like a tangible presence. Its eyes, resembling lanterns, shot out a beam of light, instantly transforming into a brutal killing intent that swept across the entire sea. Little Rain frowned and glanced over at Kaido. Clearly, he was somewhat worried about Enel and Glid. Although these two guys were strong, Kaido's abilities and techniques were not truly grasped yet. Moreover, as one of the four emperors, the strength of his subordinates could be imagined. Blackbeard burst into laughter. Kaido only made his move now. Luckily, there's such a powerful expert around. Otherwise, wouldn't I be surrounded by you guys? Haha, aren't you already surrounded? Little Rain coldly laughed, activating the heavenly Tao's myriad gravitational pull once again. Instantly, countless giant stones rose from the sea, shooting directly at Blackbeard. There was no time for him to consider anything else. At this moment, on the Penguin, Marco twisted his arm slightly. Then, he whispered to the two captains behind him, "Now, we should make our move too. He. Kaido's subordinates, especially that Met guy, will need us to really hold them off." After finishing his words, he spread his wings and shot towards Kaido's ship. Jozu smiled faintly and shook his head. This battle, as Little Rain said, will indeed be a 50-50 split. The two exchanged smiles and followed Marco's lead, heading off in the speedboat from the Penguin. Chapter 178. Blackbeard's breakthrough. Hey, you two aren't scared by him, are you? Sabo's voice sounded somewhat abrupt, causing Glid and Enel to pause slightly. At this moment, the two were floating in midair. One stood on a cloud, while the other used moonwalk, looking at Sabo, who was rowing a small boat. Glid whispered, "You came a bit late, didn't you?" "What, kid?" Sabo's mouth twitched slightly, feeling somewhat speechless. "Are you here to support me, or to support yourself? The Revolutionary Army. Did you guys ally with Little Rain and the others? And you strays, have you also sided with Little Rain?" Kaido's aura became even more violent, first glancing at Sabo, then looking at the three captains. Enel chuckled, whispering, "What's wrong? Are you scared? Look over there. Blackbeard can take on 3 of Little Rain by himself." "Scared? I really don't know what fear feels like." Kaido snorted coldly, his tiger body leaping high into the air. His tiger claws, with unmatched sharpness, could tear apart anything. At that moment, Sabo also jumped high, and with Glid and Enel ready, his dragon claw hand directly blocked Kaido's strike. Boom! The entire space trembled, and the shockwave shot out in all directions. Met was startled. If they were surrounded by these guys, even Lord Kaido's strength could be injured. Just as he was about to rush over to help, Marco stood in front of him. With a faint smile, he whispered, "Met, your opponents are us. If you want to help, now might not be the time. Then how about we join in?" Al and Castor, leading a team of Revolutionary Army fighters, sat on a large ship and whispered. Their confident expressions made Met even angrier. It seemed he needed to deal with these people faster. Otherwise, Lord Kaido would really be in danger. Meanwhile, the battle between Little Rain and Blackbeard had become intense. On this little piece of land remaining, the Hungry Ghost Path had turned into a pile of scrap metal. The Azura Path clearly only had a head left. Of course, Blackbeard's body was also covered in various wounds. "Ha, as I expected, those 2 bodies of yours are entirely robots made by Senbei, right? Ha. Then what about your body? It can't still be like that, right? If so, I will be very angry. Hiding away to control robots to fight me. Are you looking down on me?" Blackbeard laughed, and those who didn't know might think he was saying something admirable. Little Rain smiled slightly, whispering, "Since just now, you've been using the Tremor Fruit's ability, while hiding the Dark Fruit's ability in the sea. Now, you say such things, do you really think I know nothing? Although your use of the Tremor Fruit has indeed reached a good level. However, compared to that, the use of the Dark Fruit is even better. And your Dark Fruit, do you plan to devour everything and then leave it for me to handle?" Upon hearing this, Blackbeard was surprised. After such a long battle, he had avoided the gaze of Tendo Xiaoyu to do these things. Now, why was he discovered? Just thinking about it felt a bit strange. However, his movements did not slow down. As he punched out, the air instantly vibrated and struck towards Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu extended his hands, and ShinraTensei directly deflected this attack. "Do you think an attack that even a Kainu can block can defeat me?" Blackbeard gave a faint smile, as if he had known all along, and said quietly, "Then how about this move?" As the words fell, shadowy dark water instantly emerged from beneath Tendo Xiaoyu's feet. At the same time, it wrapped around Xiaoyu's feet. It looked like it wanted to swallow his entire body immediately. Unless you're willing to give up that foot, otherwise, your body will be mine. Ha ha! Amidst Blackbeard's arrogant laughter, Xiao Yu simply smiled lightly. After extending one hand towards his left foot, his entire foot shattered in an instant. Simultaneously, the dark water rushed towards Xiao Yu's hand. You really dare to do that? Blackbeard was somewhat astonished. But when he saw the scars on Tendo Xiao Yu's thigh, he was even more shocked. You bastard, you're actually a robot? I've been fighting with a robot all this time? Tendo Xiao Yu smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. That's exactly right. You've been fighting with me, this robot, for such a long time. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground shook beneath Blackbeard's feet. Then, a piercing and sharp rotating sound appeared. With a puff, the last one was instantly sliced apart by the spiral shuriken, turning into 2 chunks of land, shocking Blackbeard. The spiral shuriken once again rushed towards him. Damn brat! Blackbeard sneered, and both fists utilized the power of the dark fruit. In an instant, everything seemed to be devoured, revealing the power of dark water. Even the spiral shuriken was wrapped up in this moment. Xiao Yu, although this move is powerful, it seems to have no effect on my dark fruit. Blackbeard laughed loudly, his frenzied expression causing even his crew to start fleeing. After all, within this dark water range, if they got sucked in, even they wouldn't be able to break free. But that's not necessarily the case. Tendo Xiao Yu's hands came together, as if gathering chakra. At the same time, the piercing sound rang out again. The spiral shuriken, like a blade that could cut through space, instantly broke through the dark water's wrapping and shot directly at Blackbeard. At that moment, even Blackbeard was surprised and didn't have time to react. Unfortunately, it seemed that the spiral shuriken exhausted its chakra when breaking free from the dark water. It stopped right in front of Blackbeard. At this moment, Blackbeard couldn't even catch his breath. It seemed he was genuinely startled by Xiao Yu's strike. Clenching his fists, he glanced at Tendo Xiao Yu, snorted coldly, and activated the power of the tremor fruit again. The air vibrated instantly, much stronger than before. In the blink of an eye, the 2 halves of the land were once again separated. In front of Xiao Yu stood a giant fox composed of chakra. Inside its head, the real Xiao Yu stood coldly. After a faint smile, he said quietly, still so impulsive. As the words fell, the fox's mouth opened slightly. Its 9 tails suddenly slapped the ground and leaped high into the air. A tailed beast bomb was then shot out, crashing into the vibrating air. Crack! A sound like space shattering erupted, and then it exploded thunderously in front of Blackbeard. The shockwave shot out, causing Blackbeard to retreat repeatedly. Meanwhile, Tendo Xiao Yu's expression was extremely serious. After a cold smile, he slowly opened his hands. Earth explosion star. Suddenly, the entire sky moved. Countless seawater, stones, and split land all flew upwards. Even Blackbeard seemed to lose his balance at that moment. With a turn of his eyes, Blackbeard looked up at the sky. When he saw the point wrapped in seawater, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Yu, you bastard. Do you think I don't know the weaknesses of this move? As soon as he finished speaking, just as he was about to swing his fist at the gravitational point, the real Xiao Yu still landed in front of Blackbeard. The 9-tailed fox's tail moved, directly grabbing several large stones and swinging them at Blackbeard. At the same time, with a light leap on the giant stones, it jumped up and roared, tailed beast bomb. Xiao Yu formed his hands in his sword fingers and shouted loudly. As Blackbeard used the power of the tremor fruit to smash the boulders, the tailed beast bomb appeared. Blackbeard gritted his teeth, and both hands instantly used the ability of the dark fruit. They transformed into 2 black holes, drawing in the tailed beast bomb and slowly devouring it. At that moment, even the fully tailed beast-formed Xiao Yu blinked in surprise, somewhat unable to react. The dark fruit has such an ability. You guy, are you trying to imitate my moves? Xiao Yu couldn't help but say this. Blackbeard laughed heartily. You brat, do you think you're the only one who can do such moves? Now I finally see it. Your moves are entirely using gravity to create a point and directly expand the attraction range. However, my dark fruit can devour everything. How could it be attracted by your gravity? The main reason is that I haven't truly mastered the ability of the dark fruit. Now it seems to be just as I thought. As the words fell, he raised both fists again and stretched them towards Xiao Yu. Suddenly, a tailed beast bomb was spit out, shooting directly at Xiao Yu. The corner of Xiao Yu's mouth twitched slightly, feeling somewhat speechless. However, he still instantly shot out another tailed beast bomb. The 2 tailed beast bombs collided in midair after growing large. Boom! With a loud bang, all the stones were stirred up. At the same time, countless fragments shot into the sky like bullets. Perhaps, The next moment, they would rush to the gravitational point wrapped in seawater. The corner of Xiaoyu's mouth slightly curved, wearing a faint smile. Blackbeard, this time you really are going to lose. As the words fell, the original shockwave seemed to be controlled by Xiaoyu, instantly rushing towards his palm. The piercing sound rang out. Chapter 179. Both sides suffer heavy losses. Super-tailed beast bomb, spiral shuriken. Xiaoyu shouted loudly, and the nine-tailed fox's claws seemed to gather all the shockwave winds, instantly launching 2 5 or 6 meter wide spiral shurikens. Blackbeard jumped abruptly from a rising giant rock, and the dark power in his hands rushed towards the 2 super-tailed beast spiral shurikens. In that instant, Blackbeard felt that if he really tried to devour these 2 super-tailed beast spiral shurikens, his hands would definitely be severed. At the moment the illusion appeared, he immediately retracted his hands, turned in midair, and charged towards the 2 super-tailed beast spiral shurikens with the power of the tremor fruit. Boom! Although Blackbeard tried his best to dodge and counterattack, the shockwave that erupted in that moment became even more intense than before. In the blink of an eye, it pushed Blackbeard directly towards the gravitational point in the sky. With a loud bang, he crashed into a massive rock, getting stuck in the seawater. Damn it! Blackbeard roared angrily, trying to stand up from the stone slab, but the entire slab sank into the seawater it was stuck to. If he got wrapped up in the seawater, he would truly be out of strength. Just as he was about to struggle out, Little Rain instantly launched an oversized Rinnegan shuriken, directly cutting off Blackbeard's retreat and putting him in a perilous situation. Blackbeard, this time, let's see if you can escape death. Little Rain laughed loudly, and that expression made Blackbeard feel even more troubled. Just when he was about to activate the powers of the tremor fruit, the oversized Rinnegan shuriken was already close to his body. Furthermore, the stone slab behind him seemed to be sinking into the seawater as well. At that moment, something even Little Rain didn't expect happened. Blackbeard's entire body seemed to turn into darkness. His whole body twisted like a dark giant, opening a massive mouth that seemed ready to swallow the sky. In an instant, both oversized Rinnegan shurikens and the heavenly star were devoured. The sky suddenly cleared up, making the previously dark and stormy sky feel a bit brighter. Even Little Rain was momentarily stunned. On Kaido's side, Bagas and the others were all wide-eyed, seemingly unable to react. All the fighters who were previously engaged in fierce combat also stopped. The first to react was surprisingly Bagas. "Ha! As expected of our captain. Hurry up and take down that Little Rain guy. Otherwise, we'll laugh at you." Bagas looked excited, raising his hands high. However, Kaido frowned slightly. Just in that moment, even he felt a sense of threat. Meanwhile, Little Rain's lips twitched slightly. Looking at Blackbeard, who seemed a bit dazed, he said softly, "You didn't even have time to react to that ability, did you? Ha! Now you're about to fall. Let's see how you fight me on the sea." With that, he instantly flew towards the other half of the cutland. Upon landing, he extended his hands, and 2 black iron rods shot out directly. The speed was so fast that even a strength-type fighter like Bagas couldn't react in time. They pierced his abdomen, and in the blink of an eye, Little Rain disappeared again. In the next moment, he was beside the Tyrant King. Just as the black iron rods were about to stab out, Fan Oka seemed to react, aiming his sniper rifle at Little Rain and firing several shots. "Am I not here?" AKA's fingers split open, and the laser bullets shot out, shattering all the gathered bullets. At that moment, Little Rain's black iron rod, infused with wind chakra, pierced the Tyrant King's chest. When he pulled it out, blood dripped down the black iron rod. Just as the Tyrant King was about to swing his iron fist again, Little Rain arrived as well. When Tibua and Jot attempted to attack together, Little Rain extended his hands, and the power of the universal pull grabbed both of their bodies. At the same time, both of them reacted quickly. In a swift turn, Jot's flames and Tibua's handblade were suddenly at Little Rain's neck. Boom! With a loud explosion, Little Rain self-destructed. In that instant, the ground shook once again, which was already less than 3 or 4 miles away. Tibua and Jot were blasted away. Run! Although Blackbeard was falling from the sky, he saw that several people seemed to be in life-threatening danger. He immediately shouted loudly. With the current strength of these crew members, it was clear they were no match for Little Rain. It was almost like a massacre. Blackbeard's other crew members also realized Little Rain's intentions. Taking advantage of Blackbeard's inability to care, they began to kill their own group. This way, it seemed that Little Rain's victory was even more promising. Just this one thing made Blackbeard's heart tremble in shock. Meanwhile, Little Rain felt a bit proud. He sneered coldly and said softly, "Foolish Teach, do you really think your dark fruit can defeat me? My speed is faster than yours, and I can fly, but you cannot. Although the massive warship, the evil wolf, had just been smashed into the sea by a punch from Dumpling, it sensed movement the moment it surfaced. With one hand outstretched toward the sky, it grabbed Blackbeard's body. After glancing at the island, it directly threw him out. Little Rain, this time I will definitely take care of you. Blackbeard shouted, and once again, a dark vortex appeared on his chest. It looked as though a demon was being born. Little Rain coldly laughed, and countless chakra arms appeared on his hands. Gently pressing down on the ground, he instantly lifted several massive stones. After continuously shooting them at Blackbeard, Little Rain slowly began to float. At the same time, the true Ninetales transformation reappeared. A high-pitched beast roar echoed as the Ninetales leaped high. Its 9 tails, like fists, attacked other areas of Blackbeard. The dark vortex expanded again, directly enveloping the 9 tails as it attempted to swallow them. It seemed as if it could directly pull the entire 9 tails into its belly. Little Rain, Anna, and Emma were both startled, while Dumpling instantly shot out the whole wave, seemingly trying to attack Blackbeard from behind. Bartolomeo also seemed to launch an attack against the barrier. At that moment, Blackbeard endured all the attacks, which were all devoured by the dark vortex. Ha ha! You can't save your captain. This time, Little Rain, you're dead for sure. Blackbeard laughed arrogantly, revealing his head. Just at that moment, Little Pig seemed to appear suddenly, transforming into a cloud of steam and diving directly into Blackbeard's mouth. The dark vortex spun, and just as it was about to completely swallow the 9 tails, it spat out. Little Rain's chakra disappeared as he flew out with Little Pig. Instantly, the Chidori sharp spear shot out, piercing Blackbeard's chest. In midair, after flipping several times, he finally landed. Patting Little Pig's head, he chuckled. This time, the ambush was well executed. Fortunately, I set up the trap. Otherwise, I would have been turned over by this guy again. Blackbeard fell back into the evil wolf's hands, clutching his chest, clearly heavily injured. Last time, Little Rain had stabbed his left heart. As a result, Blackbeard acted as if nothing had happened. One could say that this guy's body structure was completely different. This time, hitting his chest had seemingly caused him a serious injury. Little Rain, you bastard. Blackbeard slowly stood up, but suddenly his eyes widened as if he had suffered a great injury, and he sat back down in the evil wolf's hands. The pain in his body was almost suffocating. It's not just the scar on Xiaoyu's body, but the entire body, as if it has been directly corroded by something. Xiaoyu is now panting, sneering as she asks, "How is it? With this kind of power activated, you're feeling a bit overwhelmed now, right?" Wow, cough. Cough. You think the power of the devil fruit is really that easy to control? Even someone with a body like Whitebeard's would suffer greatly from the damage caused by the Tremor fruit. Coughing several times, Xiaoyu finally steadied herself. Meanwhile, Anna, Emma, and Jolena all guarded Xiaoyu's side, vigilantly looking around. Van Oka, Poison Q, and Lafitte still had the strength to fight. You're not in a good position either. Do you really think you can win this time? Blackbeard shouted, breathing heavily. He looked as if he had sustained heavy injuries. Not necessarily. Xiaoyu coldly laughed, once again bringing her hands together in prayer. Just now, although she had lost a lot of chakra, she hadn't reached her limit yet. So now she was bringing her hands together to gather chakra again. At that moment, Kaido leaped high into the air and swung a claw at Xiaoyu. Chapter 180. The main attack of the Navy, this claw was so fast that even Enel barely managed to react. Just as the claw was about to reach Xiaoyu, Anna and the others realized that it was impossible to avoid it. Just as Jolena used her lightspeed charge to rush forward, Xiaoyu's eyes widened. Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and instantly reached out to grab Jolena, who was entering the lightspeed charge, and after a quick turn, she used her shoulder to block the attack. Bang! With a light sound, Xiaoyu was sent flying towards the sea with a muffled thud. After kicking up a few waves, Xiaoyu finally steadied herself. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly as she released Jolena. Little girl, daring to show off at such a young age really makes me, as the captain, furious. Xiaoyu. Almost everyone exclaimed in unison. Even someone with Sabo's strength wouldn't dare to take on Kaido's claw head-on. Yet, Xiaoyu had received that strike without any defense, seemingly without a second thought. However, at that moment, everyone looked at Xiaoyu in slight astonishment. There were no wounds on her shoulder. Logically, half of her body should have shattered. But now, Xiaoyu's body was perfectly intact. What is going on? I just felt like I hit the water? Kaido frowned, pacing back and forth with his massive tiger body, seemingly pondering how Xiaoyu had dodged that strike. After handing over the still-dazed Jolena and Little Pig to the approaching Anna, Xiaoyu sneered. Kaido, As one of the four emperors, you actually resort to sneak attacks. Looking at Xiao Yu, who was standing directly on the surface of the sea, Kaido was momentarily stunned. What kind of ability does this guy have? Why can he stand on the surface of the sea without fear of water? Upon closer inspection, it was clear he wasn't just hovering above the water. How can this be called a sneak attack? It's just that your speed is so fast that you didn't even have time to react. If your speed is this fast, you could do it too. Kaido coldly laughed, saying casually, "Oh, is that so?" Xiao Yu smiled, her whole body radiating a fiery red power. In an instant, she transformed into Susanoo, enveloping herself completely. Just as Kaido was in shock, Xiao Yu had already vanished. When Susanoo reappeared along with Xiao Yu, Kaido was immediately startled. Behind a massive tiger body stood Xiao Yu, a smile on her face. With Susanoo's hand raised high, she shouted, "Then this shouldn't be considered a sneak attack, right?" As soon as the words fell, the massive katana slashed down. However, this time, Xiao Yu was the one who was surprised. With a crisp sound, the manifested long sword clashed like a diamond, sparking and forcing Susanoo to take 2 steps back before stopping. Emma, quickly take Jolena away from here." Xiao Yu stood on Susanoo's head, twisting her neck and speaking softly. Kaido's massive tiger body had already turned around. Upon closer inspection, he truly seemed unharmed. What kind of powerful body is this? Just now, Xiao Yu thought she had struck something made of steel. No, even steel would have bent or broken from that hit. The white tiger turned around, grinning, and softly said, "Surprised, huh? This body is even harder than steel." Xiao Yu nodded slightly, chuckling softly. "Indeed. But the main reason is that I haven't used my full strength, right?" Kaido sneered, while Blackbeard directly sat on the hand of the wolf. Keeping a wary eye on Xiao Yu's crew, Enel and the others had hurried over, shouting at Xiao Yu, "This is our prey. Are you really trying to snatch your crew's spoils?" Xiao Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and Susanoo instantly shrank, almost as if it were attached to her body. With a faint smile, she said softly, "I'm not trying to take your spoils, but because I still have the strength to fight. If you still need prey like this, I can let it go. Of course, my spoils are waiting for me to retrieve them." As soon as the words fell, Xiao Yu vanished again. At the same time, Blackbeard was pierced by Susanoo's sword on the hand of the wolf. Just as he was about to shake it off, Xiao Yu suddenly noticed a very tiny dark vortex on Blackbeard's chest. It seemed to be capable of swallowing everything. "Do you really think I can't use that power? Since it's my fruit, although it has burdened my body with a lot of extra power, that power still exists. Otherwise, Wu Ti, I just have to stand here and let you hit me. Ha ha." Laughing heartily, Blackbeard once again used the Tremor fruit. After one punch, Xiao Yu, along with Susanoo, was directly sent crashing onto the sea. The shield and body of Susanoo cracked open. Although that punch was powerful, Blackbeard also started coughing loudly. Retreat? Xiao Yu stood on the surface of the sea, looking at Luffy, who had already taken Kaido's small boat, seemingly understanding his intentions. With a smirk and a hint of a cold smile, she muttered to herself, "Given the current situation, do you really think I would let you go? Damn Teach. This time you're dead, for sure." As soon as the words fell, Xiao Yu slowly stood up. Susanoo once again transformed into a giant figure. Just as it raised its katana high, ready to slash down, a massive warship suddenly surfaced from beneath the sea. At the same time, meteors fell from the sky. In an instant, 3 meteors came crashing down towards Susanoo. Xiao Yu was clearly stunned for a moment, but her reaction was still very quick. With a high jump, 8 arms sprouted from her back, all wielding katana as they slashed at the sky. The katana, infused with wind attribute chakra, split the massive meteors apart in that instant. Boom! The enormous waves rose up as if to destroy the entire world, splashing everywhere. With a loud explosion, Xiao Yu shouted, "Sabo, Xiao Yu pirates, retreat now. That damn Akainu is ambushing at this moment." At this time, Blackbeard, Kaido, and all the pirates, unless they have already been sacrificed, everyone sees the naval ships emerging from beneath the sea. A total of 12 ships, each with either a vice admiral or an admiral at the bow. Absolute combat power, accompanied by unparalleled generals. At this moment, even Kaido appears somewhat stunned, seemingly unable to react. "Little Rain, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time," Akainu said with a cold expression, his hands almost igniting with magma as he shouted. On the other side, Fujitora smiled while commanding one of the warships. Standing quietly with his eyes closed, he slowly sheathed his sword and said with a low laugh, "The captain of the Little Rain Pirates is still this strong." Meanwhile, on the warship next to Fujitora, Bartholomew Kuma and Don Quixote Doflamingo stood. Little Rain, it seems you also have your moments of distress. Right now, you and Blackbeard are both wounded, and Kaido's territories have also been heavily seized by the Navy. I wonder if you can escape this time. You dared to occupy my territory while I was away. Do you not want to live? Kaido was clearly awakened at this moment, and, after a brief moment of thought, he understood the situation. Upon seeing Akainu, who held the position of Fleet Admiral, appearing, Kaido was so enraged that he almost jumped up to charge at him. This world does not need so-called four emperors. It only requires the Navy and the government to maintain everything for a more permanent peace. The so-called four emperors. Whitebeard has already passed, so why does Blackbeard still exist? And you, Kaido? The next moment might be Shanks. Akainu's voice was extremely cold, almost freezing the entire sea. Boss, let us retreat quickly. We have completely entered a Navy encirclement, and outside there are countless warships and those pacifists guarding. Met, along with the remaining top fighters, came to Kaido's side. The ship looked shabby and dilapidated. If one didn't look closely, they might think it was just a ghost ship. Kaido glared at Akainu for a long time before finally shouting, "Go!" The next moment, the White Tiger jumped onto the large ship and broke through towards the outside. At this moment, Akainu didn't even take any extra actions. He just quietly watched, as if Kaido's affairs were of no concern to him. "Hey, I said Fleet Admiral. Kaido and Blackbeard have started to escape. Aren't you going to chase them?" Little Rain's mouth twitched slightly, clearly realizing Akainu's intentions. This guy had come here solely for himself and Sabo. Otherwise, if he personally led the team to take down all those in the New World, the Navy would definitely gain even more. Akainu smirked coldly. "If we take down Kaido and Blackbeard, and also your three, then although we would have indeed gained most of the New World, such a vast territory is not something we can hold. And Kaido, Blackbeard, and you may very well unite together." However, at this point, Akainu looked towards the Penguin ship, which had already made its way behind Little Rain. Sabo and the Revolutionary Army, along with the three captains of Marco and the crew of the Little Rain Pirates, all coldly stared at Akainu. "But your potential and abilities are far stronger than Blackbeard and Kaido. I do not wish for a second Pirate King to emerge. Besides, you still have remnants of Whitebeard and the Revolutionary Army on your side. Do you think I'll capture them first?" Akainu squinted his eyes and said coldly, "You are truly a bit terrifying." Little Rain frowned, took a deep breath, and said in a low voice. Chapter 181. Akainu's toughness. Many can achieve victory, but few think about the consequences after winning. Many can fight to win regardless of life and death, but few can calculate gains and losses before achieving victory. The originally radical Akainu unexpectedly became so rational after becoming Fleet Admiral. Letting Kaido and Blackbeard go at least wouldn't make him fight to the death. This way, they could just surround and capture him. And this group of theirs was clearly much easier to deal with than facing Kaido and Blackbeard along with himself. If Little Rain knew that Akainu had let Blackbeard and Kaido go just to seek revenge on him, he would definitely have spat blood and fainted from anger. "Are you already feeling scared? Should you just wait for me to come and capture you?" Akainu smiled faintly, appearing confident in his victory. Little Rain's lips curled into a cold smile as he stood on the Penguin's head, looking around. "Is it just these people? In that case, you might not be able to catch us." Akainu shook his head, his hands suddenly igniting, and said in a low voice, "No, catching just you few is absolutely enough. Otherwise, why not try to see if you can escape?" Looking at his hands that had transformed into magma, Little Rain's hands cracked ominously as he whispered, "It's indeed worth trying to see whether I can escape, or whether you will be half dead again by me." After the last sentence was spoken, Akainu's eyes widened. After a cold snort, his fist shot out instantly. Great eruption, with a massive roar. His fists shot out like rockets. Just as Gree and Enel were about to rush up the block, Little Rain stopped both of them. From the power and speed displayed this time, Akainu's strength had definitely broken through. Perhaps he had already reached the level of Sengoku and Garp. With a cold snort, Little Rain clenched his hands tightly. Suddenly, a red flame rose like armor. His hands spread out, instantly reaching the top of his Susanoo. At the same time, a shield appeared on his fiery red arms. Little Rain thrust his hands forward, with the power of Haki wrapped around the shield, pushing it directly ahead. Boom! With a dull sound, Little Rain shouted, "Retreat! Gree and Enel, you two stay and hold these guys back with me. Xianbing and Dumpling, you two hurry and break out. Quick!" Anna and the others were stunned, seemingly hesitating for a moment. At this moment, Gree also realized something was off. Akainu was clearly madly pursuing Little Rain. Otherwise, how could he let go of Kaido, a four emperor, and Blackbeard, who was about to become one. Clearly, it was all targeted at Little Rain. If they didn't concentrate their forces to break through now, they might really not get out. He was immortal, but his companions were not. Glancing at Anna and the others, he whispered, "What? Are you not confident in us? Right now, we three are the strongest. Only we three can hold these guys back. Hurry and break through. Otherwise, staying here will only distract us." As soon as he finished speaking, Greet jumped up, coldly laughing as he headed towards Fujitora. "Now that you have become a general, you shouldn't have forgotten me. I could never forget the vice captain of the Little Rain Pirates." Fujitora smiled lightly, then instantly drew his sword to block Gree's punch. "I also want to see how strong those warlords and admirals are." Gree laughed heartily, instantly transforming into lightning and disappearing. Boom! A massive sound erupted as the penguin ship flew into the air due to the sudden waves. Qianbing seized the opportunity and directed the penguin ship skyward. Meanwhile, the magma spewed by Akainu fell from the sky like a volcano. Little Yu leaped high into the air above the sea, protected by Susanoo. On the other side, Grid used Moonwalk to hover in midair, coldly watching the approaching warships. Meanwhile, Enel, with the fast and powerful Thunder Fruit, caused significant trouble for Doflamingo, Kuma, and the various vice admirals. Damn, such speed makes it impossible to capture him. With an opponent like this, why hasn't Kizaru come over? Doflamingo, with a scar from a lightning spear on his shoulder, shouted angrily. The vice admirals on the other warships also grew furious. Enel's speed was simply too fast, and his lightning attacks were incredibly powerful. How could they capture such a master of the natural type? Relying solely on Haki might block the attacks, but it clearly couldn't withstand Enel's speed. Just a moment of inattention could lead to death. Idiots, everyone mobilize. Attack! If we can't capture Little U.S. pirate crew today, our navy will lose face. Ghost Spider snorted, swinging his 8 arms on his shoulders. He directly slashed at Enel, realizing that without confidence and will, they might really let Little U.S. pirate crew escape. Just this one statement instantly lifted the spirits of all the Navy personnel. Little U glanced at the warship, shook his head slightly, and said softly, "It seems that your position as Marshal ISNT very successful after all, considering there are so many people afraid of me. Wahaha. The title of Pirate King is indeed useful. Pirate King? Are you joking with me? Right now, you're about to perish in this sea, and you still want the title of Pirate King." Akainu snorted coldly and leaped high, stepping onto the upturned volcanic rock. With a sudden punch, the magma transformed into a dog's head, attacking Little U. Dogtooth, Red Lotus. Akainu roared, and at that moment his entire body seemed to be covered in magma. At this moment, Little U furrowed his brows tightly. His chakra had been running low since earlier. Now, facing Akainu's powerful attack, he felt somewhat constrained. He pressed his hands together, trying to boost his chakra speed. At the same time, Susanoo manifested 4 arms, each holding a gigantic katana, infused with wind-type chakra and haki. They stood interlaced, instantly blocking Akainu's strike. However, the power of Akainu's attack was indeed immense. Just that one strike made Susanoo surge like a speedboat, directly sliding out. Akainu sneered as the volcanic magma flew out, rushing towards Little U while shouting, "Now, are you out of strength?" "Azura Little U." Little U chuckled coldly. This guy was really overconfident, charging right at him. Doesn't he know that he is the strongest on the sea? Even Garpwoon directly engaged him at sea. Thinking this, Susanoo instantly expanded, transforming into a giant resembling a small mountain, while those arms disappeared. He placed his hands directly on his waist, and after stomping hard on the sea surface, he drew his long sword with a quick motion. The wind-type chakra at that moment transformed into a slashing strike. Boom! With a loud bang, the strike shot out, instantly cleaving Akainu in half, maintaining its momentum. After slicing through 3 warships, it finally vanished from the sea. At that moment, the sea appeared to be cut in half, with Akainu's 2 halves of magma falling into the water, wrapping around his body like a ball of molten lava. At that moment, the seawater slowly surged up like steam. Meanwhile, the 2 halves of Akainu merged back together, shooting 2 streams of magma directly from the seabed and rising like a rocket. He stood on the volcanic rock, coldly staring at Little U. "Do you think just because you're at sea, I can't deal with you?" One must admit, Akainu was indeed a combat genius. He thought of using magma to transform into volcanic rock to support his body, allowing him to stand on it by evaporating the surrounding seawater. Just this point was akin to Aokiji. Even as standing on the sea, he could continue to fight. Moreover, in terms of combat capability, Little Yu had no way to counter him. Sweat beaded on his forehead as Little Yu forced a smile. He pressed his hands together again, murmuring, "The remaining chakra is definitely not enough to match Akainu, and it seems Sunbei is also surrounded. However, the high-level combat power should be on this side. As long as he can hold on for another 15 minutes, with the speed of the penguin, he can definitely escape." Little Yu coughed and suddenly shouted, "Akainu, if you have the ability, come take my life." Amidst the roar, his entire chakra erupted once again like a hurricane. In Susanu's palms, an ultra-large Rinnegan spun into existence, looking like two massive spheres. But Akainu understood very well that such a technique would not be something even Sengoku or Garp would dare to take head-on. After clenching his fist, Akainu sneered. Then, he leaped high, shooting out fist-sized volcanoes one after another to block Little Yu's path. "Damn it," Little Yu shouted, pushing the ultra-large Rinnegan forward. Right now, he couldn't use Susanu to execute the ultra-large Rinnegan. Moreover, the precision of his chakra wasn't sufficient to perform such a powerful technique. At least, without the support of the Nine-Tails chakra, it seemed he really wasn't a match for Akainu. Chapter 182, Surrounding Akainu. The power of the ultra-large Rinnegan was still extremely strong, instantly blocking two meteor volcanoes. Little Yu controlled Susanu to turn and evade several other volcanoes. At this moment, such a massive Susanu also shrank down. After transforming to about 3 meters in height, his hands shot out Chidori's spear towards Akainu. Akainu narrowed his eyes slightly, sneering before his body instantly transformed into magma. Although pierced by the Chidori spear imbued with haki, it didn't seem to cause much damage. Sliding down along the Chidori spear, Akainu shouted loudly, "Little Yu, do you think with this level of haki, you can hurt me? You're too daydreaming." As soon as he finished speaking, Akainu's entire body transformed into magma, rushing towards Little Yu's Susanu like a giant net. "Damn!" Little Yu shouted, and Susanu's hands pressed together. Suddenly, the power of ShinraTensei appeared. Boom! With a loud noise, it directly repelled the net like Akainu that was wrapping around him. His hands simultaneously spread out, using universal pull to attract Akainu towards Susanu. At the same time, Susanu's fists, infused with haki, struck out. Bang! With a muffled sound, Akainu was sent flying in midair. He fell into the sea, once again releasing a large amount of steam that covered his body. Was this punch enough? Little Yu stood on the sea, panting heavily and shouting loudly. Susanu had already disappeared, seemingly unable to withstand it. On the other side, Grid and Enel also seemed to notice that Little Yu was not in a good state. It seemed that his strength was gradually fading. At the moment, Fujitora smiled, along with the 2 warlords and 5 or 6 vice-admirals, prevented the 2 from breaking free. Especially Enel. Although he was fast, he couldn't stand on the sea. As for Greed, he was being pressured and beaten by Fujitora's smile. On the other side, aboard the Penguin, Qian Bing and the others, who had just taken down 2 warships, were filled with anger upon seeing Sabo. Especially Cavendish, who originally wanted to go support, ended up being ordered to protect everyone instead. Seeing Sabo, who had just defeated a captain-level officer, Cavendish shouted, "Aren't you supposed to have the strength of an admiral? Why aren't you going to support our captain now?" Sabo paused in anger, suddenly feeling speechless. It was already chaotic enough. If he went to support Little Rain, he might not even escape himself. However, looking at Al and Castor's eyes, Sabo hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I can't pilot a ship like yours, so how about sending someone with me?" Sabo glanced at the warships below and the artillery that had already taken off, speaking softly. Anna and Qianbing hesitated, and Cavendish directly dragged out a hover motorcycle, shouting, "Get on. This time I want to show off my skills too." With that, he charged out. Qianbing and Anna exchanged glances and nodded. Clearly, they had a lot of confidence in these 2 experts. With Sabo and Cavendish's help, at least Little Rain would have it easier. As soon as Sabo landed, he immediately focused on Fujitora's smile. This guy definitely had the strength of an admiral. Moreover, from what he had just seen of his moves, he seemed quite powerful. Greed was currently being overwhelmed by this guy. Leaping high, Sabo landed on the deck of the warship and said softly, "Greed, leave this guy to me. You should go support Little Rain." "Damn it, do you think I'm not his match?" Greed shouted angrily, pointing at Fujitora's smile, who had once again closed his staff sword. Sabo shook his head, twirling the pipe in his hand, and said softly, "It's not that I think you're not his match. Just look at Little Rain over there. He just fought Blackbeard and Kaido now. He might not have enough strength." Greed glanced over, frowned slightly, and then disappeared in a shave. Meanwhile, Cavendish also ran onto those warships, specifically looking for vice admirals who use swords to engage in battle. Your strength is just average. Haven't you already exhausted your power? Akainu's voice, raspy, slowly emerged from the mist. He stood directly on a volcanic rock, his fists turning to magma, bubbling like they were about to boil. Little Rain was panting, coldly smiling. Just when he was about to say something, Greed appeared right in front of him, lightly stepping in the air. Little Rain, leave this opponent to me. There's no need for the captain to act personally, Greed said with a faint smile. Little Rain grinned, clasped his hands together, and said softly, then I'll leave it to you. Let me rest for 10 minutes. Soon I can fight again. With that, he closed his eyes. Waves of chakra began to slowly settle down. Akainu snorted coldly, his eyes fixed on Greed, shouting, you think you can stop me? With that, he unleashed a powerful magma punch towards Greed. Greed snorted, his carbonized hands forming fists. With powerful armed hockey, he punched out, and with a dull thud. Although he blocked the magma fist, just as Greed was about to boast a bit, the magma fist suddenly dispersed, transforming into a large net that directly enveloped Greed. Instantly, his entire carbonized body seemed to catch fire. In the blink of an eye, he had sunk into the sea. Hissing sounds erupted as a large plume of steam rose, quickly covering Greed's body. Oof, you think you can deal with me? Akainu snorted coldly, and magma spewed out again. After sinking to the seabed, it turned into volcanic rock, stepping on it and heading towards Little Rain. At this moment, Little Rain was closing his eyes, beginning to gather chakra. Just then, a water column erupted from the sea surface. Greed jumped out, landing a punch on Akainu's shoulder. Boom! With a loud explosion, Akainu's massive body crashed into the sea. Greed stood on the volcanic rock, a cold smile on his lips, softly saying, do you not know my title is the Undying Warrior? You really think you can take me down like this? However, in his heart, he thought, the power to burn flames is indeed terrifying. Just that moment has already cost me a lot of Sage Stone power. If this continues, I might really die. With that thought, Greed clasped his hands together and slammed them onto the volcanic rock. At that moment, the sea surface surged, transforming into steam, while massive magma fists emerged. Steel refining wall. Boom! A series of explosive sounds erupted as the entire steel wall melted away from the magma fists, not blocking for long before breaking through. Greed's eyes widened, his hands carbonized, swinging out with armed hockey, instantly dispersing those magma fire fists. At the same time, Little Rain suddenly opened his eyes. The emitted light instantly locked onto Akainu. With both hands extended, the tailed beast chakra surged forth, and 9 tails appeared behind him. Grinning, he shouted, Akainu, do you really think I have no power left? With that, Susanoo appeared, enveloping him in tailed beast form, and he leapt high, suddenly appearing in front of Akainu. His fist, wrapped in armed hockey, slammed down. Akainu snorted coldly, also manifesting a magma fist with armed hockey. With a fierce punch, the shockwave caused Greed to squint his eyes slightly. However, he reacted much faster than the approaching Navy soldiers. In an instant, he disappeared in a shave and reappeared, landing a punch on Akainu's cheek. He sent him flying, and with a somersault, he landed back on the volcanic rock. This guy is really hard to deal with. Greed gasped, muttering quietly. With a thud, Little Rain landed beside Greed, sneering softly, you think becoming a Marine Admiral is easy? Now, the other Navy forces should have all gone to defend the territories taken from Kaido and Blackbeard. We should feel fortunate that only these elites are here. Greed nodded, watching Akainu, who was just getting up from the steam. Do you still have strength? Why do I feel like your punches aren't powerful at all? Akainu snorted coldly, magma beginning to ooze from his body. Chapter 183. Information on Fujitori's smile. While Kaido and Blackbeard pursue us, gather those important territories directly under the Navy's control. Then follow Kaido and Blackbeard, and when we're exhausted from fighting, come to capture us. I must say, you've become smarter. But, did you let Kaido and Blackbeard go this time because you want to kill me to avenge your hatred? If that's the case, I would be even more brainless. This will only make the new world more chaotic. Little Rain frowned and said softly to Akainu. Akainu sneered, ignoring Little Rain's sincere tone, and said in a low voice, I don't care if the new world is chaotic or not. Places that need to be reclaimed by the Navy will definitely be chaotic for a while. Just right. This time will allow our Navy to take root in a new world. As for you, if it weren't for being pirates, do you think this world would have turned out like this? By the end, he shouted. His whole body erupted with magma, exploding like a bomb. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and countless magma bullets shot out like bullets. In the sky, full of dark clouds, they fell like meteors. With my current strength, I still can't defeat him. The two of us can only team up for now. Seizing the opportunity, we must deliver a decisive blow. After Little Rain muttered a word, he instantly jumped up. Susanoo enveloped his tailed beast form, disappearing in the blink of an eye above the volcanic rock. Gleed snorted coldly, and in an instant he vanished. While dodging the torrential magma bullets, the nearby warships suffered heavy losses. In a battle of this admiral level, a moment's inattention could harm the innocent. And these Navy personnel happened to be those innocent people. Akainu's eruption injured the Navy's warships in the blink of an eye. Some soldiers were even directly hit by those bullets, falling to the ground. Damn it, the Marshal is using indiscriminate attacks. We need to evacuate this place quickly. A little residual wave from their battle could kill us. A colonel shouted loudly, ordering the ship to head out, while dodging the magma bullets like a torrential rain. Little Rain turned to look at the Navy soldiers. After slightly furrowing his brows, he clasped his hands together and shouted, "ShinraTensei!" Boom! In an instant, all the magma bullets were deflected. Almost all the Navy soldiers were stunned, unable to react in time. At this moment, Gleed shouted loudly, "You idiot! Do you really want to save these guys? They are here to capture us. Why save them? Have you been hit in the head by Akainu?" Upon hearing this, the soldiers on the three warships looked up at Little Rain in midair, seemingly moved. "Hurry up and leave while I haven't come to my senses yet. Get out of here now. This battle is not something you can withstand." Little Rain shouted coldly, and as his voice fell, he charged towards Akainu once more. At this moment, Akainu appeared insane, as if he had entered a no-man's land. His fists of magma recklessly smashed in all directions. The entire sea was filled with massive amounts of steam. Gleed and Little Rain attacked Akainu together with several moves, but it seemed to have no effect whatsoever. At most, they could only achieve a draw. After Little Rain's Susanoo enveloped tailed beast form threw a punch, he directly flipped and slid out towards Akainu's rear. After Gleed exchanged punches with Akainu, he directly clashed against the magma and Akainu's fists, grabbing Akainu's arm. After violently flinging it away, one of Akainu's arms burst into flames. At this moment, Little Rain finally unleashed a spiral shuriken, filled with overwhelming dominance, and threw it directly at Akainu. This time, Akainu was startled awake. He understood the power of this move all too well. During the Marineford War, he was injured because of this move. Dambrat! Akainu roared, and his entire body transformed into magma. Then he exploded once more. The piercing sound of the spiral shuriken instantly pierced through the rain of magma. Just as the spiral shuriken was about to hit Akainu, his entire body erupted with magma rain. At that moment, even Little Rain was momentarily stunned. After glancing at Gleed, who was glowing red, he shouted, "Take this opportunity to attack him now. His body can't stay separated for long." Gleed reacted, snorted coldly, and slapped both hands on the volcanic rock. Boom! A huge explosion occurred, and countless steel spears shot out from the volcanic rock. Meanwhile, Little Rain waved his hands, launching two bursts of Raikiri, transforming into thousands of birds, shooting towards the rain of magma. Squinting his eyes slightly, Little Rain snorted coldly and jumped up again. After breaking into the airwaves, he immediately unleashed the universal pull. Several large masses of magma were drawn onto Susanoo's hands and pressed down into the sea. Damn it! The massive magma mass extended Akainu's head and roared at Little Rain. At the same time, the magma mass exploded outward again. In the distance, Sabo's dragon claw hand collided with Fujitora's staff sword, creating a sound like steel clashing, and the two separated immediately. Sabo sneered, pointing at Akainu in the distance. "Aren't you going to provide some support? The captain and vice captain are teaming up against your marshal. If this continues, night will fall soon, and your marshal might really die there. Look over there, Doflamingo and Kuma, along with those vice admirals, are clearly not a match for Enel and Cavendish. Hey, this time you might lose." Fujitora, with his blind eyes still closed, calmly shook his head and smiled faintly. "I advise you to retreat immediately. Otherwise, you really won't be able to escape. Another warlord, along with Admirals Green Bull and Kizuru, will come over. By then, facing a top warlord plus 2 admirals. With your stamina after a long battle, you won't be able to handle it." Huh? Sabo was clearly taken aback, seemingly unable to react. The 2 colonels behind Fujitora twitched their lips slightly and whispered, "Admiral, you revealed our military secrets." Huh? Did I? Fujitora suddenly seemed to wake up, scratching the back of his head apologetically. After this remark, even the colonels and navy men behind him showed expressions of helplessness. The personalities of these admirals are truly unpredictable. Kizaru always appears lazy, casually attacking while saying how terrifying it is. Former Admiral Akiji rides a bicycle every day like a leisure person. The most aggressive Akainu has now become the marshal. As for the newly appointed admirals, Green Bull and Fujitora, they're completely monstrous. Sabo didn't see it this way. He initially thought they would need those admirals and experts to suppress the newly taken over. But now it seemed otherwise. The Navy would not attack if Kaido and Blackbeard broke free. This time, chasing after Little Rain wasted a lot of manpower, especially Blackbeard. Most of his crew could be said to be dead, and Kaido didn't seem to be doing much better. The five elders would not watch those return to Kaido and Blackbeard's hands. So, the admirals and experts might really have already come over. Thinking of this, the steel pipe turned and shouted at Little Rain and the others, "Move faster. If the other admirals and those experts come, we really won't be able to escape." Little Rain, Gleed, and Enel were not foolish people. Seeing the penguin ship had already broken through outside, they all planned to start fleeing. Upon thinking of this, Xiaoyu and Grid exchanged glances and nodded. At this moment, Akainu slowly gathered above the magma of volcanic rock. After snorting coldly, he regained his form. However, he appeared to have some scars and bloodstains. Do you think he can escape? You seem to be struggling more and more now. You still need this kid to fight me to a standstill, but I haven't even exerted my full strength yet. His fists clenched, and he launched another punch. The domineering magma instantly transformed into a massive fist and charged towards Xiaoyu and Grid. On the other side, Doflamingo let out a cold laugh and asked Cavendish, "Your noble self might really stay here this time? And you too, Enel. Such a powerful fruit is not something Xiaoyu's subordinates can obtain." Cavendish brandished his holy sword Durandal and scoffed, "I haven't seen you being that strong, always shouting here. Back in the day, weren't you the one running around after getting beaten?" Doflamingo's mouth twitched, and the look in his eyes behind the sunglasses was evident. However, Enel, with his eyes half closed, casually asked, "Who is this guy? I still haven't figured it out." "Don't mind that little dog of the Navy," Cavendish said irritably. Doflamingo was nearly infuriated, veins bulging on his forehead as he instantly attacked the two. Chapter 184. Failure of the Ten Tails transformation. The current situation left the other elite Marines unable to react in time. The battle between Akainu and Xiaoyu and Grid had already reached a fever pitch. Perhaps victory or defeat would be determined in the next moment. Of course, Akainu was already at a disadvantage. Although Akainu's physical skills were also impressive, all of his techniques were imbued with fruit abilities. In contrast, Xiaoyu's physical skills, combined with his current haki and chakra power, were very balanced. With Grid's physical skills and armed haki, Akainu was completely forced to suppress his physical techniques. Victory or defeat might just be a matter of the next moment. It was already midnight, and the entire sky appeared unusually dark. In the distance viewed through the Rinnegan, a faint light began to appear. Xiaoyu frowned, glanced at Grid and the others, then leaped into the sky and closed his eyes. "Xiaoyu, are you planning to give up, or have you exhausted your strength?" Akainu mocked, shouting at Xiaoyu in midair. However, Grid seemed to sense something. That terrifying tailed beast chakra suddenly enveloped Xiaoyu in an instant. At this moment, Xiaoyu was relaxing his mind, seemingly accepting the sealed Ten Tails chakra. "Xiaoyu, what are you doing?" Grid asked anxiously, taking advantage of this gap, only to be knocked away by Akainu. Just then, a violent aura emerged. Chakra instantly transformed into a black sphere, wrapping around Xiaoyu. When it exploded, boom, a loud noise accompanied by shockwaves shot out, a force as powerful as the end of the world instantly covering the entire sea. Even Grid, Akainu, and others had to shield their faces with their hands. With the impact, Xiaoyu in midair finally transformed into the appearance of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. A pair of Rinnegan eyes looked down on everything with disdain. Several small horns appeared on his forehead, and something like faint scales hung from his shoulders, as if they hadn't yet fallen off. Meanwhile, his chest bore several tomo. One hand pressed against his forehead, as if on the verge of being controlled by the tailed beast, while the other stared at Akainu and the others. "Grid, you all need to leave here immediately. Hurry, or I won't be able to control myself." As soon as the words fell, before Grid and the others could react, Xiaoyu had already appeared in front of Akainu. One hand grabbed Akainu's arm and smashed him into the volcanic rock. Boom! Just as Akainu was about to elementalize, a seeking orb shot out from Xiaoyu's back, smashing into Akainu's chest and sending him crashing down towards the seabed again, as if this seeking orb could break through elementalization. "You little bastard!" Akainu snorted coldly, magma erupting and drowning Xiaoyu's body. "Xiaoyu!" Grid exclaimed in shock, wanting to rush over to help, but Enel, Cavendish, and Sabo arrived in time. Especially Sabo, who grabbed Grid and shouted in a low voice, "Go. If we don't leave now, we really won't be able to." "But Xiaoyu." Grid's eyes widened as he yelled at Sabo. Just then, as the magma fell, Xiaoyu's body was revealed. A black sphere completely enveloped Xiaoyu's body, showing no signs of injury. Crack! A fissure appeared, and the entire sphere burst open. However, upon seeing Xiaoyu's body, even Grid was momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to react. His entire body, even his head, was completely wrapped in a force, especially since this force continued to expand. In less than a minute, Xiaoyu had transformed into a giant beast, lying on the volcanic rock created by Akainu. The colossal figure slowly stood up, looking like a giant. At the same time, the giant's hands seemed to bear handcuffs, and those Rinnegan eyes suddenly opened wide, looking around. What is this thing? I always felt there was a monster inside Xiaoyu. Could it be this guy? Cavendish blinked, clearly shocked. Enel and the others also displayed expressions of surprise. However, Grid seemed to sense something and whispered, "Sabo, take them out. Cavendish, you must break through. Now." It seems that Xiaoyu is being controlled by this monster and will definitely be ruthless. "Do you think we're not worried about this guy?" "What do you mean by that?" Cavendish frowned slightly, somewhat angrily saying. Grid was even more furious at this point. "Idiot, I have an immortal body, but you don't. If Xiaoyu wakes up and realizes he has killed his own comrades, what will he think? I have an immortal body. I will definitely not die. Given that, do you think I have a reason to stay?" Upon hearing this, even Enel couldn't refute him. "Let's go," Sabo growled, jumping onto the hovering motorcycle. Cavendish took one last look at the massive Xiaoyu before finally turning to fly into the sky. Meanwhile, Grid smiled wryly. Looking at Xiaoyu, he quietly said, "Although I have obtained my father's divine power and the Philosopher's Stone, even I, at this moment, feel a bit uncertain. This monster's aura is just too overwhelming. Never mind, let's wait and see. If those Marines are still going crazy after being eliminated, then we can fight desperately then." As soon as his words fell, the transformed Jinchuriki Xiaoyu let out an enraged roar, breaking free from the handcuffs and howling at the sky. Ow! Just one roar made everyone's ears feel as if they had gone deaf in an instant, and Grid jumped directly into the sea. Now, he couldn't be targeted by Xiaoyu. Countless random arms shot out, instantly grabbing those warships and hurling them away. At the same time, a gigantic mouth opened. An incredibly massive tail beast ball was also expelled, rumbling. After a loud explosion, towering waves surged, instantly sinking many warships to the seabed. With a smile, Fujitora made the entire battleship lose its gravity and fly into the air. Rolling his eyes, he whispered, "It seems like it can't control such immense power at all, and has been attacking wildly." Indeed, compared to earlier, he was much easier to deal with now. Akainu slowly emerged from the depths of the sea amidst a cloud of steam and jumped onto the deck, saying, "Admiral, do you have any opinions?" Fujitora smiled, his expression not matching his words, as if he were contemplating something. Akainu snorted coldly and fixed his gaze on Fujitora, saying in a low voice, "I'll pretend I didn't TC let those guys go, but now we have to deal with Little Rain. This guy will definitely become a pirate equivalent to, or even surpassing the 4 emperors in the future. We must eliminate this potential threat." Fujitora looked somewhat awkward and shook his head helplessly, pulling out his cane sword. After a few circles appeared, the dark sky became heavier. Akainu also snorted coldly, magma erupting from his body once again as he clasped his hands into fists. Suddenly, a magma cannonball shot out like a rocket. On the other side, Doflamingo chuckled softly. After a cold snort, the power of the string fruit activated. Kuma and several vice admirals began to attack. At this moment, Little Rain seemed completely unaware. A massive chakra surged forth once more, enveloping his gigantic body in an instant. When those attacks landed before him, the chakra gathered again. With a loud boom, the tail beast bomb shot out in the blink of an eye. After exploding, the massive shockwave sent 7 or 8 battleships flying. Naturally, the Marines became innocent casualties. At that very moment, 3 or 4 giant meteors came crashing down. Before the tail beast, transformed from Little Rain, could react, they struck his head directly. With a dull thud, his massive body was smashed into the sea. Just as he moved to turn over, the second meteor hit him again. The third meteor soon followed, crashing onto the second. In an instant, the three meteors drove Little Rain into the ocean. Volcanic rock debris flew, accompanied by a mist that caused the entire sea to roil. At this moment, Greed emerged from the water, looking somewhat shocked as he muttered, "Little Rain. Could he really be taken out like this?" Meanwhile, on another battleship, Doflamingo clicked his tongue and shook his head. These admirals are indeed monsters. Akainu squinted his eyes, looking into the sea. He did not believe that Little Rain could be defeated like this. Although this attack was powerful, even he could easily block it. If Little Rain couldn't withstand it, it would only bring more shame to Akainu. He was on guard. This kid absolutely wouldn't be defeated so easily. After seeing those giant meteors move slightly, Akainu whispered, "Yes." All the Marines stood at attention in response. Chapter 185, Escape in the Sea. The volcanic rock formed by Akainu's cooled magma stood tall in the center. On the island, Little Rain was buried in the volcanic rock by Fujitor's meteors. Greed was about to make a move, while the remaining battleships were also preparing to attack once more. At that moment, a roar that shook the space erupted. A woo! The meteors shattered, almost instantly transforming into stones that shot out in all directions. Simultaneously, a giant figure stood up. The handcuff chains suddenly sprang open, transforming into another form that resembled a beast adorned with a flower. Chakra gathered, and the tailed beast bomb appeared dazzlingly. Boom! With a loud blast, the tailed beast bomb, as massive as a battleship, shot out. Gunfire erupted, accompanied by screams filled with terror. At that moment, Akainu's fists shot out like rockets, magma splattering everywhere. Fujitora then drew his cane sword and, harnessing the power of gravity, lunged at the tailed beast bomb. Behind him, Doflamingo and Kuma also sprang into action, unleashing their strongest moves toward the tailed beast bomb. Everyone knew the destructive power of this strike. Even Akainu wouldn't dare claim he could withstand it. Boom! The tailed beast bomb collided with all the forces, instantly creating a mushroom cloud that rose high. With a force that could shake the world, it generated a hurricane. At that moment, the sea surface seemed to evaporate, engulfed in steam. Thick mist enveloped everything, obscuring visibility. The 10 tails, as if being controlled once more, began to shrink slowly, transforming back into Little Rain, who then collapsed onto the volcanic rock, losing consciousness. Greed leaped onto the volcanic rock, embracing Little Rain, and quietly said, "You're really impressive. Luckily, I was hiding behind you. Otherwise, just that shockwave would have pushed me back several kilometers. If that were the case, I couldn't save you." Thinking this, he picked up Little Rain's body and headed toward the sea floor, seemingly trying to escape. At that moment, Akainu seemed to sense something was wrong. From the roar of the 10 tails just now, it was clear that Little Rain was out of control. It was certain that, in that state, Little Rain had lost his rationality. Although this strike was blocked, everyone wanted to eliminate Little Rain as soon as possible. If such power fell into Little Rain's hands, it would plunge the entire sea into panic. Just one roar could shake the heavens and the earth. If he truly mastered it, it would possess the destructive power akin to the Tremor fruit. Realizing this, Akainu repeatedly threw several punches, chasing after Little Rain's original position. Just as Greed had dived underwater to catch his breath, Akainu seemingly noticed and unleashed a fire blast toward Greed. With a wry smile, Greed leaped high with a moon step, simultaneously swinging his right fist, imbued with carbonization and haki. With a dull thud, using Akainu's strength, he flew backward again. Shaking his hand, he shouted, "Thanks, Akainu." Just as those words left his mouth, a bright light appeared behind him, quickly striking Greed in the chest. Then, a figure materialized. Crack! With a light sound, Greed's arm fell off, appearing as if it had been cleanly severed. At this moment, even Greed was stunned. His carbonization was as hard as diamond, and while his haki might not compare to Garp's, it at least had the strength of Zephyr from back then. Under such circumstances, to be directly severed by the newcomer was astonishing. Could it be Mihawk? Or perhaps a Marine Admiral? This guy doesn't seem that strong. A somewhat jarring voice appeared, flashing behind Greed. With a swift motion, it instantly cut through Greed's waist. At this moment, the figure appeared extremely arrogant. In that moment of arrogance, Akainu shouted, "Be careful, this guy is an immortal fighter." Meanwhile, Kizaru wore a faint smile, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. At that moment, the separated glid flashed with red light, and his entire body seemed to be enveloped by divine power. After a turn, he directly grabbed the neck of the person behind him. A giant rock suddenly emerged from the sea. Glid pressed the newcomer onto the rock, blood splattering out and instantly transforming into the center of an alchemical array. The red light shone brightly, illuminating the entire surface of the sea with the glow of the alchemical array. The surrounding sea soldiers immediately dissolved like blood, appearing as if they were a lump of mud. Glid's body then closed in, and with a powerful leap, he kicked out with a dominating force. Puff! A sound of blood spraying echoed as the newcomer was kicked away. Akainu was still in pursuit, while Kizuru and Fujitora seemed to have noticed the strange nature of the alchemical array. Their attacks directly collided with the dazzling red light of the array. Boom! After a massive explosion, the surface of the sea shook once more, and the whole world seemed to churn. At that moment, Glid also fell into the sea. By the time Akainu caught up, he had already vanished without a trace. Akainu clenched his fists, filled with rage. Just a little more. The already unconscious Xiaoyu could definitely have been captured. Just that little bit. Damn it. As he thought of this, his entire body erupted with power. With a sudden shake, volcanic magma shot out like bullets in all directions. On the other side, aboard a warship, Kizuru smiled faintly. Glid, impressive, isn't it? Even after being cut in half, he could still recombine. How about you? Beside him stood a tall but lean man, his mouth and body smeared with blood. After a low gasp, he sat down. I didn't expect this guy's fruit ability to be so powerful. In an instant, he almost refined me. If you hadn't arrived in time, I might have been killed instantly. However, now I finally understand his moves. No wonder he is called the Undying Fighter. So this is how it comes to be. Kizuru shook his head, whispering, No, this time his strength is clearly much greater. Otherwise, he wouldn't have almost taken you out in an instant. Of course, mainly because your strength is too weak. The man snorted coldly, turning his head away. However, at that moment, he was left speechless. He had indeed almost been instantly killed by Glid. The vice captain of Xiaoyu's pirate crew actually possesses such powerful strength. Then, what about Xiaoyu? Just now, did they really face 2 admirals, 2 warlords of the sea, and so many elite experts? How strong has Xiaoyu become? Meanwhile, Glid, having just escaped that sea area, slowly appeared on the surface of the sea aboard a small aluminum boat. In the water at the bow of the boat, the figure of Amon was swimming. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you, kid. I didn't expect you to have been hiding in the sea all along. I clearly saw you board the ship. Glid coughed lightly and said casually. Amon, holding onto the small boat made from Glid's alchemy, chuckled softly. Lord Glid, I'm a fishman, you know? After escaping, I directly dove to the bottom of the sea and swam back. However, my strength is still not strong enough. Otherwise, summoning a tiger fish would have been much faster. After all, it seems that Lord Xiaoyu is struggling quite a bit right now. Mentioning Xiaoyu made Glid a bit worried. Just now, in that fleeting moment, although his Philosopher's Stone seemed to be nearing its limit, he still managed to activate the alchemical array he had laid at the bottom of the sea in a critical moment. This way, the Philosopher's Stone he refined was sufficient for Glid's battle. Moreover, this time he managed to gain control of most of the divine power due to a twist of fate. Calculating it all, he definitely came out ahead. Yet Xiaoyu, even unconscious, was still frowning, looking quite pained. Nodding his head, Glid whispered, In that fleeting moment, this guy managed to block all the elite's lethal attacks alone. Heh. It's a pity that this kind of power seems to be beyond control. Otherwise, I would have definitely wiped out those bastards. How dare they come to pick up the scraps? At this point, even the fisherman Amon appeared very furious. If it weren't for Akainu and the others this time, our group might have truly won this battle. Blackbeard was severely injured, and several of his crew had no fighting ability left at all. Relying solely on Kaido, when everyone attacked together, it would definitely not be a problem. Yet, they were interrupted by the navy led by Akainu. Not only did they attack our group, but they also allowed Blackbeard and Akainu to escape. Speaking of which, even Amon felt that the navy went too far this time. Compared to our group, Kaido and Blackbeard pose a greater threat to the New World. Every time, we fight for the civilians, yet we are always pursued by the navy. Lord Glid, where are we heading now? Amon thought of this and felt a wave of helplessness. Turning to look at Glid, he seemed a bit downcast. Glid smiled faintly and said softly, This time I need to take a big detour to go back. By the way, call the Penguin to let them return as quickly as possible. We will draw away the other naval pursuers. Yes, Amon nodded, taking out a transponder snail from his pocket. Chapter 186. Crocodile's Assistance in Just 1 Month. After the news of Xiaoyu escaping from the encirclement of 2 emperors and the navy was released, it caused a sensation throughout the world. In just half a year, Blackbeard's power was evident, definitely deserving the title of emperor. Moreover, Kaido was also a powerful figure among the emperors. As a result, after gathering so many experts to besiege Xiaoyu, they were unexpectedly routed by him, losing many to the navy's control. Ultimately, Xiaoyu, surrounded by the navy admiral and elite forces, managed to escape. Previously, it was thought that Xiaoyu, who only occupied a small territory of Whitebeard, could not be stronger than Blackbeard. Only now did they realize that Xiaoyu looked down on all that. Such powerful strength, even a former Whitebeard would seem overshadowed. At the Navy headquarters in the New World, Akainu slammed a fist on the desk, shouting loudly, "Do these magazines want us to eliminate them? How dare they? Support Xiaoyu's momentum." Oomph. On the sofa opposite, Kizaru and the others exchanged glances, shrugging with a look of helplessness. As the Navy, no matter how much the magazines write, they can't directly attack them, right? Otherwise, they might as well be pirates. But everyone knew Akainu's anger was not unfounded. This way, they were completely helping Xiaoyu build momentum. People in the New World or the Outer Seas might start to admire this kid. When the time comes, if he really wants to establish a large pirate crew, he might only need to say a word. All the experts would gather around him, either to join him or to pledge allegiance to Xiaoyu. Instead, the Navy would become even weaker. No matter how much territory they occupy, they still cannot deal with a Xiaoyu whose fighting power has been halved, instead allowing his reputation to soar. Haven't those 2 guys been found yet? Akainu frowned, staring at the intelligence officer beside him. It seemed he wanted to melt away these useless things. This, Glid and Xiaoyu seemed to have vanished, as if they had disappeared without a trace. The intelligence officer wiped the sweat from his forehead and said awkwardly and nervously. At this moment, Akainu was truly on the verge of exploding with anger. Such a brilliant plan could have at least destroyed Little Rain's group. Yet now, not only had they failed, but it had instead boosted Little Rain's notoriety. Experiencing such frustration once during the Marineford War was enough. He never expected it to happen again. Find him, search desperately. If you really can't find him, don't come back. He roared. 2 heavily injured individuals can't even be found? Your intelligence department is utterly useless. With a cold snort, Akainu began to roar again. Yes. The intelligence officer stood at attention and saluted before running out, as if escaping. The various generals and key members all sighed helplessly. This time, even they felt a bit regretful. On the terrifying 3-masted ship, the massive Moria looked at the latest newspaper and nearly went into a rage. Clenching his fists tightly, he growled, "So many people, and yet Little Rain managed to escape. Kaido and Blackbeard even lost so much territory. Damn it. Damn you, Little Rain. Useless navy. How infuriating." Beside him, Absalom furrowed his brow and then shook his head, saying softly, "Master, we still have a chance. This time, Little Rain definitely can't just charge into the Navy's camp. Instead, he will have to circle back. No matter how strong he is, he can't avoid being heavily injured. If we encounter him during this time," Absalom sneered coldly. Moria nodded with a sinister smile, patting the armrest of his chair, and said, "That's right. If we can take the opportunity to kill him, then the corpses of both Greed and Little Rain would be worth studying. Especially Greed. This kid is immortal. Such a body is exactly what I need. Heh. Go find Little Rain's whereabouts immediately." "Yes, master." Absalom sneered and then left the room. In the fading light, he appeared to be in a good mood. Meanwhile, on the vast sea of the New World, Little Rain's small boat looked like a leaf. On the deck, a pot of fish soup was simmering. Though Little Rain was asleep, he twitched his nose and opened his eyes. Glancing at Greed and Amon, he weakly said, "Can we stop cooking this fish soup? I really don't like it." Greed's mouth twitched, and he became somewhat irritated. He slapped Little Rain on the head and shouted, "Do you think I enjoy making this? If it weren't for you, would I be cooking? Oomph. I know what I've made. Even I don't want to drink it. How can it be eaten when it's so fishy? If it weren't for you, I'd be lying on the throne drinking wine right now." Little Rain smiled faintly and shook his head. "It's a pity you wouldn't do that. We came to this world together." He chuckled. "So what's the situation now? Can we still break through and go back?" Greed's expression became serious as he shook his head and said in a low voice, "A few days ago, I sent him on to gather information, but the entire route back has been blocked. Now, those pirates in the New World don't dare to act recklessly. Moreover, even if we take a detour, we will still encounter a strong navy encirclement. As for Chibokai, I've told them to stay on the island for now. At the very least, we need to secure our last line of defense. Little Rain smiled bitterly and nodded. He looked up at the sky, where the weather was quite nice, with the sun about to set. In the distance, a large ship was drifting. The figures on the bow looked particularly tall. At that moment, Little Rain smiled and said softly, "Greed, your old rival has arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, Greed also froze. He quickly turned to look into the distance and said in a low voice, "Iman, submerge immediately and act according to the situation." "Yes, Lord Greed." Iman obediently submerged beneath the waves, avoiding the large ship. Whether they were friend or foe was still uncertain, but with Iman around, they could directly jump into the sea to avoid danger. As they spoke, the large ship had already approached, its flag resembling a woman, adorned with a winged skull. The leading man stood on the ship looking as if he hadn't woken up, staring at Greed and Little Rain. Little Rain was half lying down, while Greed was somewhat dazed. After exchanging a glance, they both exclaimed, "Crocodile? Could it be me?" Crocodile smiled faintly and turned to look at Little Rain and Greed. These two guys had a history. One had defeated him, and the other had rescued him from prison. Thinking back, he really had a connection with them. Of course, but I don't know if you're a friend or foe. However, judging by your appearance, you should be friends. Little Rain smiled faintly, as if meeting an old friend. "Hey, Little Rain, this guy is dangerous," Greed said helplessly, raising his hands to Little Rain in frustration. At the same time, a wave of Conqueror's hockey surged forth, pressing down towards the pirate ship. Thud! A few light sounds echoed, and behind Crocodile, those pirates with weak wills fell to the ground one after another, crashing onto the deck and fainting. "Is this your hospitality, Little Rain?" Crocodile's expression showed no sign of fluctuation. Beside him, Mr. One stood with his arms crossed, watching the two with a calm demeanor, seemingly making no move. "What's going on? My brothers?" One pirate shouted in shock, picking up weapons to glare at Little Rain. Meanwhile, Mr. One, Daz, smiled faintly and said softly, "This is Greed's Conqueror's hockey. Those without a strong will and strength will be instantly knocked out." "What? Damn Greed. Still so arrogant despite being heavily injured? Damn it, wake my brothers up immediately, or I'll kill you." Various restless voices emerged, causing Greed to frown slightly, while Little Rain still appeared unconcerned. "You think I would help you?" Crocodile, with his mindset, was somewhat surprised at this moment. Little Rain grinned and laughed. "Crocodile, those who come looking for us now are either here to help us or to kill us. Do you think there is a third option to just come and watch us? Moreover, you also owe me a favor." "What?" "Little Rain, are you saying this guy intends to help us return to our territory?" Greed looked incredulous, his expression carrying a hint of coldness. It seemed like he was ready to explode and attack the large ship at any moment. "Perhaps I am the third option, genuinely wanting to see your downfall?" Crocodile smiled at this moment, seemingly very impressed with Little Rain. Slowly standing up and holding his chest, Little Rain said softly, "All right, let's stop talking about other things. Greed, we should go up. This time, I really need your help." "Really? We're going to board the ship?" "Hey, Iman, you can come out now. Just keep an eye on Little Rain. This kid is really not afraid of death." Greed, somewhat angrily, supported Little Rain as they both leaped onto Crocodile's large ship. At this moment, Yimin emerged from the sea, cautiously looking towards the large ship. Eventually, he jumped up and stood beside Xiaoyu. "A fisherman?" Even Crocodile was slightly taken aback, seemingly unable to react. "This guy actually has a fisherman under his command. Is that not okay?" Xiaoyu grinned and directly led the two into the cabin. Crocodile and Daz exchanged smiles and then followed suit. Chapter 187. The safest route. You really don't see yourself as an outsider. Crocodile watched Xiaoyu devour his food, lightly tapping the table with his golden hook, and whispered, "What if I poison the food?" The actions of the three of them paused for a moment. Then they burst into laughter. "You wouldn't do that, I know," Xiaoyu said as he stuffed food into his mouth with both hands. He looked as if he hadn't eaten in days, and even Gride found it hard to watch. Crocodile laughed heartily, slapping the table as he said, "I admire you, Xiaoyu. Ha ha ha." Behind him, the pirates all looked towards Crocodile. It was rare for their captain to laugh so joyfully. Even Daz had never seen such a smile. Xiaoyu stuffed the last piece of pudding cake into his mouth and said softly, "All right, now that I'm full, let us talk. What are your plans? Don't tell me you don't have any." Gride and Yimin focused their gazes on Crocodile, eager to hear. Compared to them, the information the three of them had was simply too little. "Right now, you guys have a reputation that can shake the new world. Even ordinary naval warships would turn and flee upon seeing you. A pirate crew that fought against two of the four emperors and managed to defeat them. Even then battling against the generals and elites led by the Navy Admiral. Such combat power. Even Whitebeard during the Marineford War couldn't he survive. Crocodile said quietly, and Daz nodded in agreement, his eyes slightly shocked as he stared at the three. These three should be the ones holding back the Navy. I guess Gride and I are reported missing, right? Xiaoyu picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth and said with a smile. The pirates behind them sneaked glances at Xiaoyu. Although many pirates were enraged when Gride used his conqueror's haki to knock out several people, they calmed down afterward and realized who they were truly facing. Yes, Gride, and you have indeed been reported missing by the Navy. However, almost all the generals in the New World and aspiring pirates are looking for you. Crocodile sneered softly, saying nonchalantly. Xiaoyu lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his brows furrowing. It seemed that the situation was worse than he had imagined. After pursing his lips, he asked again, "You don't plan to let us just barge back in, do you? That could be quite troublesome. We were originally planning to take a detour back." Gride nodded and said quietly, "Exactly. We can only take a detour now. Otherwise, just dealing with the Navy would be exhausting enough." Crocodile laughed, looking quite pleased. He shook his finger and said with a smile, "Do you think that just because you thought of this, the Navy hasn't tea?" Xiaoyu and Gride exchanged glances and nodded. However, they still insisted, but the Navy will definitely be on high alert. They might be searching for us everywhere right now. There's only one route. This route might lead to some old friends quickly, or perhaps some newcomers, but it should be safe. Crocodile said quietly, looking very confident. "What route? You're not planning to take us to the Navy headquarters, are you?" Gride frowned, looking doubtful. He had always been distrustful of Crocodile. Suddenly, Xiaoyu seemed to think of something and asked softly, "You're not planning to lead us into Big Mom's territory, are you?" Upon hearing this, Crocodile was stunned. It seemed he hadn't expected Xiaoyu to guess it. After a long while, he nodded. Big Mom is currently entangled with a bunch of little brats. A few days ago, it seems a warship was sunk. Perhaps her territory is the safest place right now. Even Akainu probably wouldn't expect you to come through Big Mom's territory. Crocodile said in a low voice, sounding extremely charismatic. Gride stroked his chin, starting to contemplate this plan. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu burst into laughter. "Yes, that is a pretty good idea. Speaking of which, I've been in the New World for so long, yet I haven't met Big Mom. You kid, are you going to provoke another emperor? Right now, you can't even use chakra. What are you going to fight with?" Gride slapped Xiaoyu on the head, a bit annoyed. At this moment, even Crocodile looked shocked at Xiaoyu. The other pirates didn't dare to breathe a word. Would this vice captain take advantage of the captain's injury to kill him and take that position for himself? Such things happened frequently in the New World. Even Crocodile thought this way, it seemed. He had once been in a similar situation. At this moment, Xiaoyu rubbed his head and shouted angrily, "You old man, you've lived for over 200 years and still have such a bad temper. I've told you not to hit my head. If there's essay next time, I will definitely hold you accountable." "Nonsense. Your grandfather's grandfather is enough. What is wrong with hitting your head? Even Whitebeard, I could consider my grandson." Gride placed one foot on the table and snorted. At this moment, not only was Crocodile stunned, but the other pirates were also taken aback. This vice captain didn't seem to be boasting. Moreover, Xiaoyu seemed to wholeheartedly agree. Besides, Crocodile knew Gride's strength and pride. This guy definitely wouldn't lie like that. Xiaoyu twitched the corner of his mouth and muttered, "Even if you've lived this long, it doesn't mean you've experienced more than I have. Who brought you to this world? Who brought you into the New World? Who helped you build a kingdom?" With just one sentence, Gride sat down, looking as if he really couldn't do anything about Xiaoyu. But at this moment, Crocodile suddenly found what his heart truly looked like. The slight tremor within him was stirred by Xiaoyu. Taking a deep breath, he jokingly said, "The vice captain hitting the captain on the head seems quite amusing, doesn't it?" Gride snorted softly and chuckled. "What a joke. This kid is being pressured by Anna every day. A man afraid of his wife." Upon hearing this, he became even angrier than when he had hit Xiaoyu on the head. He suddenly stood up, unleashing his conqueror's haki and the ominous aura of the 10 Tails in an instant. At this moment, even those pirates with strong resolve and decent strength stepped back several paces. They really thought Xiaoyu would take action to eliminate this vice captain. However, at this moment, Xiaoyu's mouth twitched, his fists clenched tightly, and he roared, "You idiot. When you see Hancock, don't you get petrified instantly? Like a foolish pig, Hancock was still taken down by me. Dealing with women isn't just about being hit a few times and being scared of them. You see, it's all about personal charm. They always go against us simply because they love me." As the words fell, the overwhelming presence and fierce aura instantly retracted. At that moment, Crocodile's eyes widened as if he understood why he had become like before. The corner of his mouth curled up into a faint smile as he softly said, "Xiao Yu, you really taught me a lot, didn't you? During Alabasta, in the prison, during the Marineford War. It seems you taught me so much." Shaking his head alone, he then walked out of the cabin and stood on the deck, feeling the evening breeze. He looked somewhat disheveled. Xiao Yu slightly squinted his eyes, as if he remembered something. Furrowing his brows, he quietly said, "Gride, do you remember when Mihawk and the others always said that Luffy has the strongest power at sea? Well, what exactly is the strongest power? I could defeat that kid with one hand." Gride stretched out his hand and whispered. Xiao Yu shook his head, as if suddenly realizing something, and smiled broadly. "Now I finally understand that the strongest power at sea is the power to open anyone's heart. It can unite all pirates and navy forces. The power that leads people towards goodness." Xiao Yu's words made both Gride and Amon fall into deep thought. Xiao Yu, however, closed his eyes and smiled faintly. In a secret place in the New World, Kid suddenly slammed down a newspaper and snorted. This Xiao Yu is really a bit arrogant. With such strength, why didn't he directly kill Blackbeard back then and instead took a few pieces? Killer shook his head, as if understanding something, and patted Kid's shoulder. This guy is definitely not the type who likes to take territory. This time, he might have been forced to act, which is why he fought against Blackbeard and Kaido. Otherwise, he might have gone straight to Laughtail. The entire New World is controlled by those emperors and other famous pirates. If you were to go looking for Laughtail, wouldn't he just be entering someone else's territory? Ultimately, there would still be a battle. Kid smiled faintly, as if seeing through the entire New World. Killer nodded, as if agreeing. This time, do you think Xiao Yu will take Big Mom's route back? After all, his point is Whitebeard's center, and to get there, he has to either enter Kaido's territory or Big Mom's territory. Speaking of which, entering head-on would actually lead to the Navy's territory. Kid's lips curled up in a very peculiar smile. Killer nodded, seemingly feeling it was very likely. Speaking of which, he directly took out a piece of paper that looked like intelligence and handed it to Kid, whispering, "This is another newspaper. It seems to say that Xiao Yu is very likely to take a detour to his own place. Moreover, it's this freelance writer Abu. What is this guy's background? In the New World, he can actually grasp all the situations. It seems he is definitely not simple." Kid frowned, feeling somewhat frustrated. Chapter 188. Analysis of fruit abilities. The sea was calm, and the pirate ship cut through the water, sailing with the wind and waves. At the bow, Xiao Yu sat quietly. Even on someone else's ship, he still liked this place that broke through the wind and waves. The gentle sunlight poured down, illuminating Xiao Yu's face. His hair, just covering his eyebrows, swayed with the wind. At this moment, one would say, what a fine young man. Unfortunately, this young man was the infamous Xiao Yu, shocking the seas and shaking the four emperors. Behind him, Gride slowly approached and whispered, "It seems a ship is approaching us. From the sound, it should be Hawkins." "Hawkins? Right, he asked that rookie pirate we met in Whitebeard's territory?" Xiao Yu suddenly recalled and turned to ask. Gride nodded, frowning again as he whispered, "Why are so many people looking for us today? It seems 2 more ships are heading our way. They should all be rookies. I haven't heard of these guys before." "Rookies?" Xiao Yu chuckled, seemingly indifferent. After sailing for half a month, although Xiao Yu couldn't use all his strength yet, dealing with these rookies shouldn't be too difficult. After notifying Crocodile, Xiao Yu continued to sit at the bow. When the 3 pirate ships arrived, Xiao Yu directly opened his eyes. In that instant, a sharp light flashed, and he said loudly, "Kid, Hawkins, Abu, are you here to join me? Or to kill me, the injured one, to boost your own fame?" As the words fell, Kid's pirate ship, along with Hawkins and Abu's pirate ships, appeared at 3 positions, directly blocking Crocodile's pirate ship. Kid glanced at the 2 pirate ships next to him and snorted. "Of course, we're here to take your life. I wonder if you, who stirred up the New World, will die here?" Abu waved his hands, looking like he was DJing, and laughed loudly. Xiao Yu, who could defeat 2 emperors and escape from all the elites of the Navy, might die here today. But why can't I ever predict your death? Hawkins said, while shuffling cards and speaking softly. Xiao Yu smiled, laughing silently. Gride shook his head, not bothering to pay attention. Crocodile, however, said quietly, "Be careful. These rookies have recently been causing trouble. Big Mom even lost a battleship." "Oh, is it that impressive?" Imon's eyes lit up. Although he couldn't feel confident in front of Crocodile or Xiao Yu, he had entered the New World earlier than these pirates. Now, he could at least match a vice admiral, and even against those extremely powerful vice admirals, he had the strength to fight back. Such combat power would be very weak. Of course, in front of Xiao Yu, it didn't seem very outstanding. Kid laughed loudly, raising one hand high. The next moment, almost all the weapons began to fly towards Kid's hand. What's going on? Why can't we control our weapons? What kind of ability does this guy have? The pirates behind Daz looked shocked, clearly confused about Kid's ability. Crocodile, on the other hand, shook his head. These rookies have really strange abilities. He must be a user of the magnet fruit, able to attract all iron objects. Xiao Yu blinked and calmly said. Gride also nodded, very much in agreement. In the meantime, a giant hand over 5 meters long appeared on Kid's hand. With a gaping crimson mouth, he shouted, Xiao Yu, let us see how you handle this move. As the words fell, all the weapons instantly shot toward Xiao Yu. Gride and Crocodile crossed their arms, coldly watching everything unfold, showing no signs of helping Xiao Yu. The corner of Xiao Yu's mouth curled up, and he smiled faintly. This move is so similar to one of my previous moves. Don't you think so, Gride? As the voice fell, a figure suddenly leaped out. In an instant, a gravitational force attracted all the weapons. In the blink of an eye, those weapons stopped mid-air. At that moment, even Kid widened his eyes in shock. Xiao Yu helplessly shook his head and whispered, Newcomers are just newcomers. Such moves are useless in the new world. After saying that, all the weapons rebounded once more. Kid finally reacted, using magnetism to control the weapons back into his hands. How is that possible? Could it be that you're also a user of the magnetism fruit? No way. How could there be two identical fruit powers in this world? Kid asked in surprise, looking unconvinced. At that moment, Kira's twin sword spun and leaped high, striking down towards Xiao Yu. Iman sneered, wrapping his fists in haki, and directly blocked in front of Xiao Yu, throwing a punch. Boom! With a dull sound, Kira was sent tumbling back, landing on his ship. Just from that strike, Kira realized that Iman was stronger than him in terms of power. Xiao Yu sighed and said to Hawkins and Apu, Let's go, I don't want to kill you. You guys can't afford to die in a place like this yet. Of course. If you really want to die, I'll make it happen. Damn it. The three shouted in anger. Although they were newcomers, a year had passed, and during that time, their growth had been immense. Especially the captain-level figures, each with the strength to deal with 3 or 4 vice-admirals. Such power was something even most New World pirate captains lacked. The 3 captains were furious. Apu began to use his body to modulate sounds, while Hawkins transformed into a towering straw man. Kid jumped high, coming towards Xiao Yu. Clap! With a dull sound, Xiao Yu's chest exploded, but his entire body turned into water. After recovering, he dodged Kid's slash and turned to face Hawkins. ShinraTensei. Boom! Hawkins was directly blasted away, taking the entire ship with him as it flew off to the other side. Xiao Yu smirked and glanced at Apu, using the sounds I hear to trigger explosions. Not bad. If this ability is used well, it could be powerful. Too bad. It seems you're not using it well. Apu was stunned and suddenly slapped his hand, whispering, Right? How did I not think of that? The crew members behind him broke out in cold sweat. Captain, can you please be aware of the situation right now? Boss, are you fighting? And your ability is quite impressive. Each time, just use a metal plate and avoid attacking others' bodies. Propel the metal plate into the ship. Then control it to sink into the sea or rise into the air and fall again. This way, the power would be even greater. I didn't really use such moves in the first half of the Grand Line. Xiao Yu turned and pointed at Kid again, whispering. Kid, who was initially a bit angry, thought about it and realized that it seemed to be true. Just then, Hawkins, who had just returned, scratched the back of his head and said quietly, You, with such a powerful ability, are really wasting it. That straw man can transfer damage to others. If that's the case, you could directly cultivate the transfer to whoever you want. That way, others would fear you for self-harming. After all, they're still newcomers. They actually developed their fruit abilities in such a way. If I had such a powerful fruit, I could definitely be dozens of times stronger than you. After saying that, he shook his head helplessly. At that moment, almost all the captains returned to their ships. But Grid jumped high and smashed a punch on his Xiao Yu's head. In an instant, Xiao Yu's head exploded, turning into flowing water. After reassembling, he suddenly turned and shouted, Are you trying to murder me? I'm the captain. How dare you attack me? When they were surrounding me earlier, I didn't see you help. You bastard. Why are you analyzing others' fruit abilities so thoroughly? Are you trying to have them cultivate it and then turn against you? Grid was so angry he almost spat blood, roaring. Meanwhile, Crocodile and others nodded in agreement. Even the other pirates twitched their mouths awkwardly, nodding. Over these days, they had gotten to know Xiao Yu's character quite well. He wasn't the bloodthirsty killer that the outside world described. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and pursed his lips. It seems that way, but I didn't tell them the real fruit powers. What do you mean? Grid asked, puzzled and frustrated. Kid should be a user of the magnetism fruit. If that's true, he could just create a metal ball bigger than Carp's and smash people with it. Just think about it. If someone kept controlling a giant metal ball the size of Fujitora's meteorite to smash you, even you would feel a bit troubled, right? Xiaoyu asked quietly. Grid and the others nodded after thinking. The pirates behind them all felt a chill run down their spines, as if they could feel the pain of being hit by such a huge metal ball. As for a Po, while using a loudspeaker would increase the range, controlling it would be more complicated. If it could transmit linearly, it would definitely be even more powerful. As for the strong man, if he had stronger haki and better physical skills, he might even earn the title of an immortal warrior. Xiaoyu chuckled, as if he had played others. However, he didn't know that among the 4 emperors who would later dominate the New World, the 3 captains had all grasped the abilities Xiaoyu had mentioned. He taught them that fruit powers should not just be used for brute strength. More research was needed. There are no useless fruit abilities, only useless users. Chapter 189. Playing dead, the newcomer pirate groups came quickly and left just as fast. After removing those obstacles, Crocodile's large ship sped up towards a certain location of Big Mom. Before entering the sea area, Grid began to feel something was off. He frowned and then turned to look at Crocodile, asking in frustration, when did Big Mom's island have Blackbeard's people? Blackbeard's people? Crocodile and Xiaoyu were both taken aback, exchanging glances before looking at Grid. At that moment, Grid nodded vigorously, confidently saying, although Big Mom's territory seems to be very chaotic now, it shouldn't be so chaotic that Blackbeard's subordinates can come here, right? Right now, Death God Q and Drunkard Jot are up ahead. It seems they are living quite discreetly. Crocodile shook his head, looking unconvinced. Impossible. This 4 emperor only cares about food and not people. But he wouldn't allow others from other 4 emperors to stay in his territory. Blackbeard is definitely a 4 emperor level figure now. Xiaoyu, however, was directly pinching his chin, seemingly deep in thought. He innocently shook his head and whispered an explanation. Who else is around them? Gride snorted coldly, too lazy to pay attention to Crocodile. He replied in a low voice, not many, just about 10 or so, but their strength is quite good. However, these people seem to be discussing how to take this. Now even Kaido's subordinate Matt has arrived. Could it be that the 2 emperors plan to directly take down Big Mom's territory? At this moment, Crocodile also believed it. After all, Little Rain was the one who understood his subordinate's abilities very well. Since Little Rain had no doubts, what reason did he have not to believe? After pacing back and forth on the deck, Little Rain turned around and said softly, perhaps, the New World is really going to be chaotic now. Blackbeard and Kaido might really seize Big Mom's territory directly, and this Big Mom might not even know about it. Gride and Crocodile fell silent, while Little Rain seemed very concerned. Shaking his head, he pursed his lips and said softly, how about we go straight to this island and take those guys down? What are you talking about? Gride's eyes widened as he immediately opposed. Right now, all he wanted was to return to his own place first, and then make plans. Moreover, with just the 3 of them, even though Crocodile was also very strong, Gride still didn't trust him. What if this guy directly informed the Navy or Blackbeard? In that case, not only would they not be able to return, but they could very likely die here. Little Rain raised a finger and gently shook his head. Of course we won't go straight up. We'll disguise ourselves, you know? As long as we lure those guys out and let Big Mom know, that's all that matters. The rest doesn't concern us. Gride still seemed a bit confused, blinking his eyes and staring at Little Rain. Crocodile, however, quickly thought of something and turned to Little Rain. You mean we pretend to be Big Mom's subordinates and then attack Blackbeard's and Kaido's subordinates? After luring them out, we can escape. That way, Big Mom will chase after those people, and we can go back without being discovered by her. Little Rain slapped his thigh and exclaimed, you're smart. You thought of such an important thing so quickly. But we don't need to take everyone. Just me and Gride can go. I won't go crazy with you. I was injured last time too. Do you think you were the only one hurt? Gride crossed his arms and said sulkily. It seemed that Little Rain's compliment about him being smart made him more concerned about Crocodile. After all, he was a synthetic human who had lived for over 200 years. Being outsmarted by a kid would be quite foolish. Little Rain blinked his eyes, hugged Gride's neck, and said softly, your immortal body should have recovered well from the last alchemical array. Plus, you can apply divine power now. And my water transformation technique definitely won't let others see through it. This matter can only succeed with you and me. No way. Gride, turned his head away, and snorted. At this moment, even Little Rain became a bit angry. This guy really didn't give him any face. If you help this time, I might be able to take down a few more, making your kingdom even stronger and prosperous. Even a few taken by the Navy, I can help you get them back. What do you think? Little Rain said temptingly, noticing Gride's slightly moved expression, and added a few more words. Suddenly, in the surprised eyes of Crocodile and the other pirates like Daz, Gride directly agreed. It seemed like he had made a good deal. Hey, who do you think is the captain between those two? It seems like Gride is the captain. One pirate leaned on another pirate's shoulder and whispered. Do you think so too? I think so, the other pirate said excitedly, as if he had stumbled upon a juicy gossip. Meanwhile, above Big Mom's territory, in a very hidden alley, Barrel Jot was muttering while drinking. Why is that guy Poison Q taking so long? ISNT, it's just discussing how to control this? There aren't many of Big Mom's subordinates. Why be so afraid? After saying that, he took another swig of his drink, the sound of gulping resonating with a sense of enjoyment, making Jot fall into a blissful dream. Outside the alley, Little Rain and Gride were heading toward Jot. Seeing his constantly drunken appearance, Little Rain smiled faintly and said softly, Isn't this Barrel Jot? Why did he come to our territory? At this moment, both of them had changed into the usual clothes they wore during battles. With different hairstyles and slight makeup, they really made it hard for Jot to recognize them. Half-dazed and squinting his eyes, he laughed softly. Are you two Big Mom's subordinates? Gride nodded and chuckled. Speaking of which, how did Blackbeard's subordinate end up in our territory? Shouldn't we just take care of this guy? Little Rain echoed, nodding his head before suddenly drawing a katana he found on Crocodile's ship. With wind attribute chakra, he slashed towards Jot, instantly unleashing a cutting strike. Boom! With a loud bang, Jot narrowly avoided it. Glancing back, the original stone steps were split in half, about 4 or 5 meters deep. Turning back, he stared seriously at Little Rain. He didn't expect that even a random subordinate of Big Mom would be this strong. With the sound of the slash, a door opened beside the stone steps. Poison Q, the sick horse, and Kaido's subordinate Matt all rushed out, followed by more than a dozen pirates. They all looked like skilled fighters. Jot, what happened? Poison Q frowned and quietly asked after taking out an apple. Matt, on the other hand, looked directly at Little Rain. These two seemed familiar to him and brought a sense of danger. This was the awareness of a beast, the sixth sense of a beast. As the awakened user of the Tiger fruit, he was very sensitive to this sense of crisis. How did the ship's doctor of Blackbeard's crew and the first lieutenant of Kaido end up in our territory? No, we need to leave immediately and inform Mom. Little Rain acted well, glancing around after blinking. Then he directly pulled Gride and dashed out of the alley. Their speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from everyone's sight. At this moment, Matt and Poison Q reacted, shouting, Damn it, we can't let them escape. As soon as the words fell, dozens of apples shot out like bullets. Matt jumped high, quickly chasing after Little Rain. Unfortunately, they had already reached the street. Most people were walking around as usual. When Matt's tiger claw struck Little Rain, blood splattered, hitting the nearby pedestrians in the blink of an eye. Several women immediately covered their mouths and screamed. At the same time, those pedestrians began to flee. Just at that moment, Gride shouted, Damn Kaido and Blackbeard, are you planning to attack our mom? Sneaking onto our small island without permission. Matt was originally stunned and stood there in shock. After hearing these words, he turned around and slapped again. Suddenly, there was blood all over Grid's head. It dripped down his body, and with a thud, he fell to the ground. However, at this moment, Matt was even more dazed. His mouth twitched slightly, feeling puzzled. How is that possible? Even if my strength is great, these two guys who just gave me a sense of crisis couldn't be directly killed with one slap each. Boom! At that moment, Poison Q's bomb apple also flew out and exploded. At the same time, a dozen people appeared in the alley, all looking at Matt. Your movements are a bit quick, but it seems that these two guys just reported our business. Poison Q sneered, lying half dead on the sick horse. No, this guy was very strong just now. The sword mark on the stone steps was made by him. How could he be instantly killed by Matt? Although Joe was always drunk, he seemed to have really sobered up now. He said in surprise, with a look of disbelief. At that moment, at the street corner, two pirates came with a group of people. Upon seeing the bodies of Little Rain and Grid, they were first stunned, then immediately reacted and raised their weapons towards Matt and the others. I didn't expect that Blackbeard and Kaido really formed an alliance. Now, do they want to harm Mama? Boys, kill them for me. As soon as the words fell, Matt and Poison Q exchanged glances and began to run away. Little Rain twisted his neck, slowly stood up and looked at the departing pirates, whispering, "Grid, stop playing dead. These guys have already left." Grid did a somersault to get up, sneering coldly. This time, the new world may really be in chaos. As the words fell, the two of them walked towards the end of the street, casting long shadows in the sunset. Chapter 190. The New World is Chaotic. The New World is chaotic. After a short half-month voyage, when Crocodile sent someone to investigate and returned, almost everyone on the ship fell silent. Little Rain had been frowning, looking a bit hesitant. Meanwhile, Grid was pacing back and forth, seemingly in a state of impatience, ready to explode at any moment. On the other hand, Crocodile appeared very silent, with an attitude of not caring, smoking a cigar and smiling faintly. Little Rain, and as called, we must return quickly. Otherwise, Akainu will really destroy us all. Grid stopped, coughed, and said anxiously. Little Rain pinched his chin and after a long period of calculation, shook his head. The penguin can fly directly, and with Enel there, even if Chopper and the others escape to Sky Island, it's fine. But for us, I think this time Akainu definitely wants to lure us out. Or perhaps, he has already laid many traps around us. What should we do then? We can't just sit back and watch Akainu take us down. If that's the case, what would be the point of returning? Grid shouted angrily, looking extremely agitated. Crocodile laughed, exhaling a puff of smoke, and said softly, Little Rain, you can't just stay on my ship forever. Now it's truly a chaotic world. At this time, I could also get a bowl of soup. Little Rain stood up, sneering coldly. No, this time I plan to counterattack the Navy, not escape. Crocodile, do you want to join in? Crocodile was first taken aback, then laughed. Little Rain, are you injured in the head? You're being chased by the Navy, okay? Don't think you are chasing them. We can soon return to pursue. Now, Big Mom and Kaido and Blackbeard are fighting fiercely, and most of Whitebeard's captains are staying on my ship. I believe those pirates under them might ally with me. By then, plus the Revolutionary Army, who says the Navy will chase us. As long as I can successfully reach my vicinity, countering them will be like taking candy from a baby. But the problem is, can you reach our vicinity? Grid shouted angrily, clearly believing Little Rain's words were meaningless. Little Rain smiled and raised a finger. You all keep forgetting one person, red-haired. Shanks? Crocodile was stunned, not understanding why Little Rain was mentioning red-haired now. He turned to look at Grid, who also shook his head, indicating he didn't understand. Little Rain pointed at the ship, whispering, From here, it's at most a 2-day journey. And red-haired, at such a chaotic time, definitely wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. Back in the day, during the Marineford War, initiated by Whitebeard, he would rather block Kaido than let the New World be safe. How could he just wait on his ship doing nothing? That's the truth. Grid and Crocodile seemed to react, nodding their heads. It seemed that red-haired would not just sit idle. Little Rain said again, since red-haired can't just stay idle, he might go to support Big Mom or come to support us. Comparatively, the possibility of supporting Big Mom is a bit higher. However, once Red Hair moves, the Navy will undoubtedly divide their forces to monitor or intercept or even directly join the fight among the 4 emperors. Instead, they might pay less attention to me. Even if they do pay attention, sending the Penguin over to pick us up, one round trip takes more than half a day, and we can go back now. So, why did Akainu release the news instead of launching a surprise attack or immediately attacking us? After Little Rain's analysis, Grid and Crocodile were shocked, realizing the Navy's actions. Why? The only explanation is that they want Little Rain to appear. Moreover, Akainu only wants to surround Little Rain alone. Perhaps he also wants Grid. Without the help of the crew, without Chopper's combat support, and without the advanced Penguin ship, escaping would be extremely difficult. Not to mention that Little Rain's injuries have not fully healed yet. Thinking of this, Grid slapped his thigh. I got it. You mean we should go back first? Then, wait for the news of Red-Haired's movement before making a decision, right? Congratulations, you guessed it right. So, what do you think? This is my plan. Do you all agree? If the timing is right, Crocodile, you might even get a large piece of territory. Little Rain chuckled, looking like a little fox, and the pirates behind Crocodile all became excited. Perhaps, if the timing is right, it would not be too much to gain the title of a 4 emperor. Agreed. Agreed. Grid and Crocodile laughed heartily, raising their hands in agreement. Meanwhile, on Cake Island, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, pressed her forehead with one hand and grabbed a piece of cake to chew with big bites. At the same time, she shouted, Is there no more cake? Mama, Kaido and Blackbeard have occupied our most prosperous place, and our cake reserves have suddenly decreased. Baron Egg's words were not finished before Big Mom slapped him away. Her eyes, like copper bells, were filled with bloodshot, roaring, Damn Kaido, damn Blackbeard. Oomph. I will not let you go. By the way, why hasn't Red-haired shown up yet? If there is no support soon, this new world may no longer have the four emperors. The three-eyed girl, who had been sitting next to Xia Lingling, sighed helplessly and spoke with a voice like silver bells. Perhaps they have been held back by the Navy. Right now, Kaido and Blackbeard have joined forces, but their military strength is not as strong as ours, having lost at least half of their elites to Xiaoyu. As long as we watch the two sides fight, we might be able to take advantage of it, and Xiaoyu has not appeared yet. If this continues, we might really be taken down by Kaido and Blackbeard. My lord, Hawkmoth tugged at the three-eyed girl's sleeve and whispered. Even the fighters trembled in fear of Big Mom. Baron Egg climbed up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said in a low voice, Mama, why don't we contact Xiaoyu's subordinates and let them support us? Xia Lingling was taken aback for a moment, and then roared loudly, Are you joking with me? He is just a newcomer. Moreover, he is still missing. How can we need his help? Her roar was like a storm, instantly extinguishing the candles around. The three-eyed girl closed her two eyes, appearing unfazed. After blinking, she whispered, Although he is a newcomer, he at least defeated the combined forces of Kaido and Blackbeard and managed to escape in front of the Navy elites brought by Admiral Akainu. This statement almost made Big Mom spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood. She devoured the human next to her, who looked like a doll, and chewed vigorously, seemingly venting her dissatisfaction. Just then a fighter barged in and shouted, Mama, it's bad. Kaido and Blackbeard are personally leading their fleet over. They are now near Cake Island. Should we avoid them first? In the vicinity of Big Mom's territory, a large ship quietly stopped in front of a dozen warships. The crew on the ship looked very angry. At the bow, red-haired Shanks coldly stared at Akainu and shouted, Have we fought for so long, and you still want to let us pass? Perhaps this time the new world will really descend into chaos to the point where even the Navy cannot intervene. On the warship, Akainu adjusted his hat and snorted coldly. The chaos in the new world is just right for us to take over the pirates' territories. Oof. This time, you can't come and go as you did in the Marineford War. Red-haired's eyes chilled, and he became a bit furious. They had already fought for a day, and even on their own ship, many people had been injured. Although he and the first mate hadn't made their move yet, neither had Akainu and the admirals beside him, Kizaru and Green Bull. Plus, with the warlords and the new experts recruited into the Navy, it seemed that even if they could break through, they wouldn't be able to support Big Mom. This situation caught red-haired completely off guard. However, Akainu wouldn't let them pass, and there was nothing he could do about it. The first mate, Ben Beckman, shook his head and leaned closer to red-haired, whispering, It's useless unless Xiaoyu appears this time. Otherwise, how could Akainu possibly let us go? It seems we should head to Xiaoyu's place instead. After all, it's not far from here. This way, we could divert the Navy. If Big Mom runs away, she won't be intercepted by the Navy. Red-haired gritted his teeth. Although he was powerful, the enemy was numerous, and with Akainu and the admirals, they might indeed end up in a mutually destructive fight. Beckman's idea might be the best plan, but thinking about the chaos in the new world ahead gave him another headache. Blackbeard and Kaido had gone mad, and to think the Navy had gone mad this time too. Red-haired knew very well who the new admiral was. Compared to Sengoku, this guy was even more troublesome. Almost like a mad dog, turned the helm towards Xiaoyu's island. Reluctantly, red-haired shook his head and issued the order, feeling somewhat speechless. Watching the pirate ship sail away, Akainu frowned. This chaotic war was all due to the battle between Xiaoyu and Blackbeard and Kaido. Now, it could be said that the Navy's advantage had reached a certain level. In just a year's time, in this new world, it had completely reversed the Navy's previous awkwardness. However, compared to the four emperors, they were still somewhat weak. After all, red-haired was still safe and sound. And if Kaido and Blackbeard really took control of Big Mom's territory, then at least in terms of territory, the four emperors would still have more. However, after such attrition, even the four emperors would have greatly reduced military strength. The original Whitebeard pirates were now almost like any other pirate crew. And in this battle, even if Big Mom could survive, her strength would definitely be greatly diminished. In Akainu's heart, what he was most worried about was still Xiaoyu and his crew. Just a few days ago, when they sent someone to attack Xiaoyu's last two, the casualties from just those robots and beast legions made the Navy suffer heavily. It must be said that currently, the most dangerous person was actually Xiaoyu. Chapter 191. The escaped Jinbe Xiaoyu. Red-haired has come to find us. You can finally come back. The transponder snail chirped with Anna's excited tone, and Xiaoyu believed that Anna on the other side was definitely jumping up in joy in her unique feminine way. With a slight smile, he replied. Actually, I also wanted to go to Cake Island to take a look and then come back. Moses. Hello, I am Shanks. Damn, why did you grab my phone? Several voices burst out from the transponder snail, filled with exceptional anger, causing a large bead of sweat to form on Xiao Yu's forehead. In the end, red-haired Shanks seemed to have taken the transponder snail, coughed lightly, and said softly, Xiao Yu, I am Shanks. If possible, you'd better go to Cake Island to take a look. Originally, I wanted to support Big Mom, but I was stopped by Kainu. Right now, Big Mama's situation is definitely not good. After a moment of hesitation, Shanks continued in a low voice. At least, don't let the new world become too chaotic. Kaido and Blackbeard are completely a bit mad right now, and Akaina doesn't seem to care about the overall situation like Sengoku did. So, I'm counting on you. Shanks' words carried a tone of pleading, as if he was asking Xiao Yu to prioritize the bigger picture. Even Crocodile and Gecko Moria could directly hear this. Xiao Yu scratched the back of his head and smiled wryly, saying, It's not that I don't want to help, but my injuries haven't fully recovered yet. If I were fully healed, I wouldn't be afraid, even if Blackbeard and Kaido joined forces. But I'll do my best, at least to help Big Mom escape. Thank you. Shanks sighed softly and hung up the phone. Xiao Yu, at this moment, felt a bit emotional. If he had known it would turn out like this, he shouldn't have directly engaged with Kaido and Blackbeard, causing the chaos to this extent. He had a part of the responsibility. Crocodile frowned and stared at Xiao Yu. You're not really planning to help Big Mom, are you? Right now, it's the full-scale siege of Kaido and Blackbeard. Do you think you can withstand it even with your injuries not fully healed? Gecko Moria also nodded, agreeing that Xiao Yu's idea was completely unrealistic. There was simply no feasible possibility. After all, even a usually arrogant Crocodile wouldn't directly clash with Blackbeard and Kaido. Not to mention, Xiao Yu's injuries hadn't fully healed yet. With a faint smile, Little Rain stretched out a finger and gently shook it, then said, No, we're not going to participate in the battle. I know my body well, and it is definitely not suitable for such a large-scale war. We're just going to take a look. Take a look? What do you mean? Grid blinked, looking somewhat confused. Crocodile reacted quickly and whispered, You mean, if we can save them, we will. If we can't, we just take a look from a distance, and then escape. Little Rain smiled lightly and nodded. Just as he was about to say something, a pirate's voice came from outside. Captain, a pirate ship has arrived, and it looks like it belongs to Big Mom. As soon as the words fell, Little Rain and the others exchanged glances and then ran out to the deck. When they saw the shape of the incoming ship, Little Rain slightly furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat surprised. Even Crocodile showed the same expression. How could a fishman pirate ship appear here? Crocodile asked with a frown, taking a deep puff from his cigar. Little Rain suddenly slapped his forehead and whispered, Could it be that Big Mom has already lost? Now, Jinbei and the others have escaped? Grid was taken aback, displaying an expression of disbelief. After all, Little Rain, and he had already warned Big Mom at the time. Logically, Big Mom should have been prepared. Given the current situation, it was almost impossible for them to be pushed back so quickly. Even if Blackbeard and Kaido had allied, many of the elite and strong crew members had been killed or injured by Little Rain. If such a force could capture Big Mom's territory so quickly, then the strengths of Blackbeard and Kaido would need to be re-evaluated. Little Rain, Jinbei called out in surprise as he approached Crocodile's large ship. This made Little Rain react. Weren't you supposed to be helping Big Mom defend against Blackbeard and Kaido's attack? How could you appear here? Little Rain asked curiously, though he seemed to have an inkling. Jinbei lowered his head and sighed. Then one of the fishermen pirates behind him said directly, Kaido and Blackbeard were already prepared and even made a deal with the Navy. Therefore, Shanks couldn't come to assist. Under such a strong attack, those who had originally sided with Blackbeard and Kaido betrayed us, and in just over a month, Cake Island was captured. Now Big Mom may even be dead. Crocodile snorted coldly and smiled bitterly. Indeed, the main reason is still betrayal from our own people. Whether it's Whitebeard or Big Mom, they cannot change such a fate. Crocodile appeared extremely frustrated about being betrayed by his own people. It seemed that this was precisely why he had taken the path he had in the past. Little Rain frowned and then looked at Jinbei. So you all knew how to escape? Wouldn't Big Mom have sent you fishmen to cover her retreat? Hearing Little Rain's words, Jinbei sighed again, as if he had violated his moral code once more. After taking a deep breath, he said softly, At that time, even I couldn't believe it. Big Mom personally covered the retreat. We escaped in 3 directions. I should be the fastest. As for the other 2 routes, who knows if they made it out? After all, Blackbeard has gained the power of Father, which is truly terrifying. Grid crossed his arms and snorted, What is so terrifying? They were still running away after we beat them. If it weren't for Akainu, That would have been the day for him and Kaido. This statement left Jinbei speechless, as if he couldn't respond right away. You guys are indeed strong, but you can't compare with us. At this moment, Jinbei directly lowered his head, appearing somewhat gloomy. Little Rain's reincarnation eyes slightly narrowed as he looked around. At the same time, Grid closed his eyes. Crocodile exhaled a smoke ring and said softly, Jinbei, let's wait here for a while. Those two are looking for any other escapees. Jinbei was stunned and looked up and down at Crocodile. As a fellow warlord of the sea, he was very aware of Crocodile's strength. However, it was clear that Little Rain and Grid were on Crocodile's ship, which left him somewhat confused. Imon stepped forward and bowed to Jinbei. Captain Jinbei, we encountered Crocodile's ship after escaping, so we boarded it. Don't worry. If there are others who can escape, the captain and Lord Grid will help you find them. You're a fishman? Right, we met at Fishman Island. Jinbei pointed at Imon and asked quietly. Imon blinked and nodded. At this moment, Grid also opened his eyes and said softly, 10 o'clock direction, 3 kilometers away. A pirate ship is escaping. Behind it, there are 3 more pirate ships in pursuit. Little Rain nodded, his eyes slightly squinting. After a cold laugh, he said, whether it's out of morality or a promise to Shanks, this time, I really want to kill those people. What do you think? Grid snorted and patted Little Rain's shoulder. The fighting champion Bagas and the tyrant King Abelo, aren't they supposed to be seriously injured? Maybe I was too lenient at the time. As a result, they fully recovered in just 3 months. This time I must take their lives. As soon as he finished speaking, Little Rain disappeared as if he had never existed. Grid grinned and whispered to Crocodile, in 10 minutes, we leave this place. Then, he too vanished. On the bow of Big Mom's pirate ship, the three-eyed girl Rashi became anxious. Originally, they had escaped, but were caught in a bitter battle. And now Baron Egg and Lion were still severely injured. But behind them, Bagas and the tyrant King Abelo were not easy opponents, at least not one she could handle. With other elite pirates, they could only lead to the total annihilation of the crew. But it seemed that everyone on board was either injured or dead. With no surplus manpower, if this continued, they were very likely to be caught by the pursuing pirate ships. Closing all 3 eyes, Rashi let out a helpless, bitter laugh. It seems at this time we really can't escape. I'm sorry, Mama. In the end, I can't even avenge you. Just as her words fell, a sudden voice appeared. Not necessarily. If you ask me, I might save you. Rashi abruptly turned around, her round eyes nearly popping out. She blinked and stared at Little Rain and Grid, clearly shocked to a significant degree. Little Rain, Grid, the three-eyed girl exclaimed in disbelief. Little Rain chuckled and nodded. We've been heading in this direction and can see Jinbei and Crocodile. We just need to stay there for now. Leave the ships behind to us. As Rashi looked somewhat astonished, Little Rain flew high into the air. With his arms outstretched, the entire sea shook and several massive stones, resembling meteorites, slowly floated to the surface. Grid, who was using Moonwalk to tread in midair, suddenly vanished onto one of the meteorites. He pressed his palms together and then slapped down onto the stone. Suddenly, the giant rock the size of a meteorite transformed into countless steel spears, shooting towards the 3 pirate ships behind. Chapter 192, The Divine Power of Grid. The steel spears fell like a sudden downpour, appearing in front of the ships in the blink of an eye. Bagas and Abero exchanged shocked glances. However, they reacted quickly and jumped onto the last ship, followed by a series of thuds. The first pirate ship was pierced through by the steel spears, looking like a hedgehog. On the deck, the once arrogant pirates were either pierced and turned into sieves or were lying on the deck, shaking like chaff. What a terrifying move. Although I experienced it last time, it was still just as frightening. Abero said in a low voice, showing signs of retreat. Bagas raised his fists and laughed loudly. This time, I can finally take revenge for last time. I heard that Little Rain was seriously injured. I believe he won't recover so quickly. After saying that, he jumped high again and smashed his fist down onto the deck of the first ship, which was now like a hedgehog. In an instant, the entire cabin seemed to crack from that punch, making a cracking sound. Huh! With a loud shout, Bagas lifted half of the pirate ship and threw it towards Little Rain. At that moment, even Grid was a bit surprised. This kid's strength is truly astonishing. Little Rain chuckled, and with one hand he pushed against the cabin, causing the giant rock the size of a meteorite to burst out. Boom! With a loud bang. The cabin was instantly broken open by the giant rock, turning into pieces of wood that fell into the sea. The giant rock then continued to roar towards Bagas. The muscles on Bagas's arms bulged as the veins popped out, and he grinned widely, laughing maniacally. Little Rain, don't show off if you're still injured. Such moves won't work on me. As soon as the words fell, he thrust both hands towards the sky. Bang! With a dull sound, although Bagas blocked the giant rock. There was no solid ground beneath him. He plunged down into the sea, along with the broken ship that resembled wooden planks. Just from this strike, Little Rain could see that although this guy's strength and skills were indeed impressive, his brains weren't that great. Bagas, the evil king Abaro, shouted in surprise and quickly looked up at Little Rain and Grid in midair. At this moment, he was already thinking about retreating. Just then, the sea surface erupted. The water exploded like an explosion, shooting up a column of water. At the same time, the huge meteorite bounced back out again, shooting towards Little Rain. Little Rain and Grid both laughed at this moment, thinking this guy really had no brains. Would such moves work on them? After a cold snort, Little Rain extended his hand once more. In the blink of an eye, the giant rock came to a halt, while 3 other giant rocks converged towards it. The entire sky seemed to be covered by these enormous stones. Meanwhile, Grid stood atop one of them. I really don't want to kill them right away. How about I just lock them at the bottom of the sea to let them die naturally? Grid grinned wickedly. Without Little Rain's consent, he snapped his fingers. Instantly, all the stones transformed into enormous hands, reaching out to grab Bagas and Abaro. In an instant, they vanished. The next moment, a red light appeared on Bagas, finding his body in the blink of an eye, while Abaro was also lifted by force of red light and thrown towards Bagas. The two collided, struggling to break free from the lightning-like red light, but were tightly bound by Grid. Among the red lights, several small black hands sprang out, binding the two like long snakes. The steel hands extending from the giant rock also grabbed their bodies, coiling around them like ropes. In the blink of an eye, the giant rocks wrapped around the two like cocoons. The red light between Grid's fingers faded, and he chuckled, patting the cocoon-like giant rock. I didn't expect my father's divine power to be so useful. However, it needs the suppression of the Philosopher's Stone. Otherwise, I will be in danger too. Little Rain landed and tapped the giant rocks. There is absolutely no chance for the two bound by the earlier method to break free. After all, they were tied from behind and had no strength to use. With a faint smile, he asked softly, "Are you planning to starve them to death? Or do you want to test the power of your divine power?" Grid scoffed. The existence of the evil king has caused countless people to starve. And Bagas is definitely not a good person. Such a death is not bad. Of course, I also want to test the power of divine power. When I first went to sea and fought with Carp, the divine power exploded, and now I can finally grasp it. Hey, hey, hey. Little Rain, do you want to try this power? Looking provocatively at Little Rain, Grid grinned, appearing somewhat impulsive to strike. Little Rain shrugged and turned his gaze to the last ship that had begun to flee. The pirates were frantically rowing the oars. At this moment, no one dared to look back at the two. One was the captain who had defeated 2 emperors, and the other was a super expert whose strength was comparable to an admiral. Just now, Bagas and Abaro were bound and immobile in the blink of an eye. If their people went up, wouldn't it be seeking death? What should we do about these guys? Little Rain raised a finger, pointing at the retreating pirate ship. Grid looked somewhat sinister, crossing his arms with a cold smile. The next moment, the entire sea surged. Giant waves instantly swept away that pirate ship, and in the blink of an eye, it sank to the bottom of the sea. Ha ha ha. This power to control the elements of the world is truly exhilarating. Grid laughed heartily. All his previous frustrations swept away. Little Rain, on the other hand, shrugged, looking somewhat disapproving. If the divine power backfires at that time, it's best to continue training the armament hockey to suppress the divine power. You don't need to worry about that. Grid's mouth twitched, and after a cold snort, he kicked a giant rock into the sea. I believe Bagas and Abaro will definitely not be able to come out again. Then, with another instant, he vanished once more. At this moment, Little Rain couldn't help but smile bitterly. If only he could transform into the 10 Tails. Perhaps he could possess the ability to shake the earth. However, right now, he and T even recovered from his injuries. Moreover, because of the failure to transform into the 10 Tails last time, he could only utilize the B state of the 10 Tails and couldn't T truly become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Thinking of this made him feel somewhat frustrated. In an instant, he vanished. On Crocodile's ship, Jinbei and the 3-eyed girl looked into the distance. After a moment of blurriness, Little Rain and Grid appeared on the deck. Iman closed the pocket watch with a snap and smiled. It took a total of 7 minutes. It seems to be much earlier than expected. Little Rain rubbed his chin and said lightly. This sentence made both Jinbei and the 3-eyed girl Rosie break into a cold sweat. Although they knew these two were powerful, They didn't expect them to be this strong. Baga's and Abaro's strength was definitely at the level of the 7 warlords. To deal with such pirates and only take 7 minutes, combined with the fighters on those ships, this strength could definitely dominate the entire sea. Now, how can we go back? Xiaoyu, just let these 3 ships fly back. This slow pace is making me a bit frustrated. Now, I want to try out some other powers. Perhaps I can even move the whole thing. Greed grinned coldly, staring at Xiaoyu as he spoke. Waving his hand, Xiaoyu smiled lightly. No rush. Actually, I'm quite curious about Big Mom's fruit abilities now. Among the 4 emperors, Red-Haired's physical skills combined with swordsmanship and hockey can definitely be considered top tier in the sea. Kaido's mythical Zoan-type White Tiger fruit is also no slouch. Whitebeard's Tremor fruit can be said to possess world-destroying power. So what about Big Mom? Upon hearing this, Greed became curious as well and glanced at Rashi. He had seen the powers of Red-Haired and Whitebeard. At that time, their strike could tear the sky apart. As for Kaido, Greed had fought alongside Sabo and others. Just in terms of power, speed, and hockey, they could definitely be called 4 emperors. However, this Yao Lingling made Greed curious. As one of the 4 emperors, her immense strength is beyond doubt. Even Greed would casually claim he could defeat a 4 emperor. Now that he could use divine power, he still needed the Philosopher's Stone to suppress it. Otherwise, he would suffer a backlash. Similarly, Blackbeard's Tremor fruit ability could completely devastate the world. Therefore, in terms of combat, Greed was confident he could withstand one of the 4 emperors. But defeating them was another story. If it were 2, then Greed could only escape. Rashi blinked her 3 eyes and focused on Xiaoyu. With a bitter smile, she sighed. The witch fruit, or rather, the wizard fruit ability user. Wizard fruit user? What is that? I've never heard of it. Xiaoyu scratched the back of his head, a bit frustrated as he asked. Rashi pointed to herself, sighing. The reason we call her Mom is because many of her subordinates were created by her using witchcraft, including me. We are all people made by her. Alchemy. This is just like the alchemical array for creating artificial humans. She can actually create people. Greed was a bit surprised and glanced at Xiaoyu. At this moment, Xiaoyu seemed to have suddenly understood and nodded. Chapter 193. Xiaoyu's Return in the New World Alchemy Kingdom. The red-haired crew was boringly drinking and looking at the sky. This was originally the center of Whitebeard's territory, but now it had been renamed Alchemy Kingdom by Greed. This Alchemy Kingdom not only has a king, but also a divine presence. No matter what you are doing or any bad deeds you've committed, the god can hear it and even directly punish you. The power of this divine punishment is immense, capable of turning a person to dust in an instant. Even Red-Haired was mumbling at this moment. This Xiaoyu, it's one thing not to be a king, but why? Doesn't even want to be a god. Beckman smiled faintly and said softly, he probably doesn't care about territory and reputation. He just wants to become the pirate king. Speaking of which, he should be back soon. As soon as he finished speaking, all the crew members stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. During the 3 days on this island, most of their time had been spent drinking and chatting. Of course, Red-Haired had done a few things. The first was to try to win over Marco, wanting him to join him. The second was to try to win over Chinjo, hoping he would join too. However, although Red-Haired was thick-skinned, Chinjo didn't take him seriously at all, which made him a bit helpless. Especially Chinjo, who directly asked him, if you can find Xiaoyu now, or take over all the Navy territories in the New World, I will follow you. Just this one sentence made Red-Haired dare not bring up this matter with Chinjo again. Sighing helplessly, Red-Haired suddenly widened his eyes and pointed at the sky. Beckman, what is that thing? As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 large ships in the sky descended directly, crashing onto the harbor's sea with a bang. Wow, it looks like a ship, but besides the Penguin, is there another ship that can fly in the sky? Jesus swallowed hard and said softly. Red-Haired and Beckman were the first to react. After exchanging glances, they smiled. If we're not mistaken, it should be Xiaoyu coming back. Let's go meet this legendary captain. Many of you haven't met him face to face yet. After speaking, Red-Haired jumped up. After descending the slope, he headed toward the dock. Meanwhile, in the castle on the slope, several figures shot out at an incredibly fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the sight of the red-haired pirates. Just as Xiaoyu stepped onto the stone-paved dock, a figure crashed into his arms at high speed. Another figure leaped high and threw their arms around his neck. Hanging on, Xiaoyu, who wasn't very tall to begin with, twitched the corners of his mouth and asked softly, I'm still injured. Anna and Jolena immediately released their hold, staring at Xiaoyu with tear-filled eyes. After looking him up and down, they finally said with a sobbing voice, in the future, you must not fall behind on your own. This time we'll let you off. Amidst Xiao Yu's, Anna snorted coldly before looking back. Greed was a bit awkward, while Jinbei found it amusing. However, the three-eyed Rashi blinked, looking helpless. It's really strange that this guy can be so strong while encountering such women. But Anna definitely did not share the same thoughts as the three-eyed girl. Her eyes widened sharply, and after blinking, she pointed at Rashi and asked, "Who is this freak?" Almost everyone seemed to have something stuck in their throats. Especially Rashi, whose already ample chest was now heaving dramatically, looking very angry. Greed shrugged and walked towards Enel and the others behind Anna, a smile on his face. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu was wiping the sweat off his forehead while explaining. "This is Big Mom's subordinate, Rashi. And this one, you should know, is the fishman pirate, Jinbei. Who is the freak? You are the freak. Just now you grew wings. Do you think we were blind?" "Umph," Rashi exclaimed angrily, sounding almost like she was pouting. At that moment, a huge hashtag appeared on Anna's forehead. As she clenched her fists, sparks of electricity crackled. At that moment, even Xiao Yu didn't want to stay here any longer. Honestly, he somewhat regretted coming back. Anna snorted coldly, just as she was about to explode. Red-haired smiled faintly and slowly walked over with a group of pirates. "ISNT this Big Mom's top warrior, Rashi? What brings you here?" "Red-haired Shanks. Immortal Marco. Why are you all here?" Rashi turned with a hint of surprise and looked at Xiao Yu. "Shanks, Marco." Anna turned around in a fury, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Even red-haired, as a four-emperor, didn't dare to meet Anna's gaze. Could it be that Big Mom has already? Red-haired Shanks frowned and asked in a low voice. Marco and the others also reacted, seemingly sensing something bad. "Indeed, Mom has died to cover our retreat. Speaking of which, as a four-emperor, where have you been? It's been a long time since the rescue letter was sent, and I haven't seen you all. Now, are you here, Xiaoyu?" She said with some anger, looking like she was about to take action, although sometimes she felt very helpless about Big Mom's actions. Three-eyed girl actually respected this boss very much deep down. Red-haired pointed at Xiaoyu, then pointed at herself and whispered, "I set off long ago, but was stopped by a Kainu. This time, the Navy has made an underground deal with Blackbeard and Kaido, and perhaps 1/3 of Big Mom's territory has been taken by the Navy. Sigh, I could only run to Xiaoyu's place, taking advantage of the fact that this guy hasn't come back, to help keep an eye on the island." Gride chuckled and directly took over the conversation. "You can rest assured about that. The Navy definitely can attack this island. Right, Qianbingwei?" Qianbingwei nodded vigorously and patted the combatant beside him. "Of course, it's absolutely impossible to attack this island. Do we all eat white rice?" Red-haired gave a helpless, looking a bit foolish. It was Beckman who coughed lightly and said, "Now, let's not talk about this for now. Since the Navy and Kaido and Blackbeard have made an underground deal, it seems that after we deal with Big Mom, there will definitely be conflicts between us two sides. We should think about how to deal with the Navy instead." Xiao Yu and the others all turned to look at Beckman. Among everyone, he was the calmest. Now that Kaido and Blackbeard have formed an alliance, and the Navy seems to have intervened, this time Big Mom has lost. However, there will definitely be a war between the Navy, Blackbeard, and Kaido. After that, it will be our business. Xiao Yu spoke in a low voice, turning his head to glance at everyone, and asked quietly, "Where's Sabo? The Revolutionary Army should have been here long ago, right?" Enel pointed to the other side and said quietly, "Only 2 are left, and 1 has already been given to the Revolutionary Army as a base. Speaking of which, they helped a bit last time." Xiao Yu frowned, nodded lightly, and walked towards the castle while saying, "Gather everyone, including the Revolutionary Army. Now, we need to hold an emergency meeting." As soon as he finished speaking, he led everyone into the town. The faint sunlight spilled down, making everyone's shadows appear extremely long. On the uninhabited island, Rayleigh was looking at the newspaper while sighing. It seems that the New World is about to be in chaos. Is there news from the New World? Luffy suddenly swallowed a piece of meat and patted his chest to ask. Rayleigh gave a and nodded. Xiao Yu and the Revolutionary Army teamed up to defeat Blackbeard and Kaido, and then he was injured and went missing. Meanwhile, Kaido and Blackbeard launched an attack on Big Mom. Now, the Navy is focusing on Red-haired. It seems that if Big Mom loses, it will definitely cause huge turmoil. Where's Sengoku and Garp doing? How can such a thing be left to a Kainu? That kid is too radical. He can go to any lengths for justice. Rayleigh didn't realize that the last few words were said unintentionally while he was thinking. Luffy snatched the newspaper and began to read it carefully, especially the news about Xiao Yu. He seriously flipped through it more than a dozen times. Only then did he put down the newspaper, furrowed his brows lightly, and began to ponder while pinching his chin. After a long time, Luffy smiled. Really, I want to go to the New World right now. Originally, the year was about to be up. Just now, taking advantage of this opportunity, let's enter the New World. You already have a foundation in hockey, and now you can use it quite freely. But, are you really not planning to train some more? Rayleigh smiled faintly and asked softly. Luffy's eyes squinted with a smile, pointing at the newspaper. Xiaoyu never cares about territory. What he cares about is the title of Pirate King. So, we can't let him get ahead of us. Moreover, in a month, our partners will gather. There's no need to wait for just a few days. Hey, all right, this time, I can take you directly to Sabati Archipelago. Rayleigh stood up, secretly thinking. The New World might become even more chaotic. Chapter 194. Gride's idea. Time flies, and in just over a month, the situation in the New World has once again become tense. First, Blackbeard and Kaido attacked Big Mom's territory. Then, after both sides went to war, Big Mom was defeated. After that, Blackbeard and Kaido suddenly went to war. The Navy also got involved. This war lasted for a month, and during this month, Blackbeard managed to withstand the combined forces of Kaido and the Navy. However, the moment they heard about Xiaoyu's return, the three parties seemed to have an agreement and immediately stopped the war. It seemed that Xiaoyu was like Whitebeard back in the day, capable of shaking the New World. And after Xiaoyu returned, it was only a short week. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyu had seized 7 territories for Blackbeard and Kaido. Moreover, the territories originally stationed by the Navy were also directly reclaimed by Xiaoyu. In just 7 days, the people in the outer seas, or the first half of the Grand Line, were shocked. The Navy was even more shaken, and the Gora CEI had already issued the ultimate order. As long as they encounter Xiaoyu, without the presence of an admiral, they should escape immediately. For a time, the reputation of Xiaoyu's pirate group blazed like the sun, rising rapidly like a sudden storm. In the New World, if you could join Xiaoyu's pirate group and become one of its protected pirate crews, you could walk sideways in the New World. Even Blackbeard and Kaido could only temporarily avoid the limelight. Rumors aside, at this time, Xiaoyu and Gride were struggling with moving islands. Although Gride had immense power, he could only move a little bit to merge with Alchemy Island. But the island is inhabited by people. If it were to move like an earthquake every day, by the time the real merging occurred, it would have already turned into a dead island. Those people would be shaken to death. What frustrated Xiaoyu was that Gride wanted him to use the universal attraction to move the entire island. When Xiaoyu heard Gride's idea, he almost blurted out, "Go to hell." Having just recovered from his injuries, even using a full 10 layers of chakra to move across such a vast sea would probably tire him to death. Does he really think he's Shiki the Golden Lion, able to float wherever he wants? What he used was chakra. Moreover, he couldn't directly use all of the Ten Tails chakra. If he could become a Jinchuriki, then this kind of thing would be very easy. Even if it meant destroying the world, it seemed like he could do it directly. In the air above Alchemy Island of the Alchemy Kingdom, Gride was looking down while holding his chin. It seemed that only sitting on the spaceship could he come up with an idea. I said, Gride, it's better not to think about impossible things. If you really move everything to this sea area, all the people on the island will be shaken to death by you. Moreover, even if I use chakra, it's obviously impossible. Besides, what if you overuse your divine power and suffer backlash? Xiaoyu blinked and said softly, while drinking red wine and drawing alchemy array blueprints. Gride suddenly smiled, patted the table, and stood up sharply. Xiaoyu, I have thought of a solution. At this moment, Greed looked like a scientist who had just discovered a world-class weapon. He started to dance with excitement and whispered, "Did you not say that Water City should be transformed into a huge island battleship? Have you forgotten my abilities? Alchemy." Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, and then quickly reacted. She turned to Greed and asked in a low voice, "Are you saying that you can use alchemy to turn the whole thing into a gigantic warship? The problem is, even if it becomes a super ship, what kind of engine can propel it? Sea water. What?" Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief. She turned to Greed, seemingly still trying to process the idea. "After using alchemy to turn the whole thing into a ship, we can put up several large sails like a terrifying 3-masted ship. Then, I can use divine power, where you can directly transform into a water monster and bring it over. After that, I can use alchemy to restore it to its original state, directly rooting it to the seabed. Wouldn't that work?" Greed said excitedly, as if a large piece of land was about to become his kingdom. In that moment, even Xiaoyu nodded her head. According to Greed's idea, it was indeed feasible. Moreover, it could ensure that the people on the island would feel nothing and just pass over that area. However, some islands were wind islands, some were winter islands, and some were thunder islands. Wouldn't it be a bit strange to mix them all together? Xiao Yu smacked her lips and frowned slightly as she asked. Greed snorted coldly and then said, "Do you know why the Grand Line is like this? After my research with Qianbing Wei, it is entirely due to an ancient war." War? Xiao Yu asked curiously. A war couldn't have caused this, could it? Greed's expression became serious as he nodded. Yes, it was a war. Perhaps in the past. They were all part of a single landmass. Because of a war, this land was shattered. And those strange weathers are the after effects of that war. As long as Qianbing Wei, I, and In'll work together, we can completely restore them. After all, the most important thing is still the sky. The sky? What does that mean? Xiao Yu was becoming increasingly confused. Some time ago, she had to lead people to conquer those places, while Greed and Qianbing Wei were conducting investigations. Clearly, they seemed to have uncovered something important. Greed smirked and whispered, "Did you not say that there are world-destroying weapons on Raftel?" Perhaps. This weapon collided with another type of weapon, causing the Grand Line and the world's tectonic plates. And the other weapon should be the Celestial King. Poseidon can control all the sea kings in the ocean world, while the Pluto could destroy the world. As for the Celestial King, perhaps it's something from the celestial dragons. Xiao Yu suddenly realized and, after a moment of contemplation, whispered, "Are you saying that the celestial dragons brought the Celestial King from the sky and were blocked by the ancient kingdom on the ground?" Then, a great battle broke out between the two sides. In the end, the kingdom on the ground was destroyed, and the celestial dragons occupied the blue sea. Exactly. Greed affirmed, with confidence, Qianbing Wei discovered the residual traces left by those weapons, and I found the differences among all the tectonic plates, as well as the anomalies in the sky. This information should only be known by the celestial dragons and the high-ranking officials of the Navy. At this point, even Greed sighed. He never expected that the world was like this, continuously enslaved by a group of outsiders. If this news were spread, the entire world would fall into chaos. By then, even the celestial dragons would become the targets of everyone's wrath. However, with the weapon of the Celestial King, I believe no one would dare to confront the celestial dragons. Xiao Yu sighed and stood up. We must act quickly. Luo has already gone to the Navy headquarters. I believe we will soon get the 7 warlords. At that time, we can lure Doflamingo to a certain island to understand him. This guy has been involved in every Navy operation. This time, we will completely eliminate him. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Yu flew up, and Greed nodded before controlling the flying ship to head towards the nearest location. The two of them needed to test things out before making a decision. On the other side, on Sabaody Archipelago, after dealing with the fake Straw Hat crew, Luffy finally embarked on the path to the New World and sank directly into the sea. Meanwhile, another pirate ship flashed by in the sky, instantly shooting towards the New World. The ship was not very large, but not small either. On the deck, a dozen women shielded themselves from the sun with parasols while staring at the sky ahead, their faces full of frost, as if on the verge of an explosion. That guy Xiao Yu disappeared without even making a phone call. If it weren't for the news, I wouldn't have known he had already returned. Hancock clenched her fists, a giant hashtag appearing on her forehead. Behind her were a dozen female pirates who had escaped with her, all hugging themselves with eyes filled with envy. Even when she's angry, Lady Hancock is so attractive. But Lady Hancock, what about Old Lady New? Behind her, the original guardian warrior, Marguerite, asked helplessly. Before she could finish her sentence, Hancock interrupted her. With a cold snort, she pouted slightly. Why did that old woman run out to cure her illness back then? Now, what about me running out for my love? Besides, Sonia and the others will manage the country well. That old woman isn't so old that she can't move. Thinking of this, Hancock became angry again, slamming the railing and shouting, "If I don't hurry over now, Lord Xiao, you will really be taken away by those 2 women, Anna and Emma." It's definitely going to be like that this time. If it weren't for those 2 women, Xiao Yu probably wouldn't have left. Marguerite twitched her lips, appearing somewhat helpless. She knew Hancock's temper the best. As long as it was something she liked, she would go to any lengths to obtain it, even if it meant sacrificing everyone else's lives. But if it was something she didn't like, she wouldn't care even if it meant killing everyone in the Amazon Lily. Thinking of this, Marguerite thought of Luffy. I wonder how Lord Luffy is doing. He should have set sail by now, right? I hope he can reach the New World smoothly. Chapter 195. The Straw Hat's Message in just half a month. Greed and Xiao Yu worked together to move almost everything next to Alchemy Island, forming a piece of land-like area. Among them, the uninhabited islands and the last one with fewer people were ultimately left outside by Xiao Yu. That one with fewer people was not far from Alchemy Island. but also not too close. This was reserved as a graveyard for Doflamingo. Looking at Luo, who had already obtained the title of 7 Warlords, Xiao Yu lightly tapped the armrest of the sofa-like main seat and said softly, "Not bad. You obtained the title of 7 Warlords in just half a year. Hee hee. This time, you could go directly to Wind Island. Immediately notify Doflamingo, and then inform us of the time and place." A cold smile appeared on Luo's face, like a world-destroying Azura. He nodded and whispered, "This time, it will definitely be his burial ground." Grid also sneered. Compared to Xiao Yu, he wanted to directly eliminate Doflamingo even more. After all, he was his prey. He should have been captured by the hunter after escaping last time. But at that moment, Xiao Yu's smile was even more sinister as he quietly asked, "Your name should have a din it, right? Why is it hidden?" Upon hearing this, Law was momentarily stunned. Grid, on the other hand, curiously turned to look at Xiao Yu. "Doflamingo's brother died for you. And you, do you still not know about the will of?" Xiao Yu continued, "Luffy also has a din his name. Honestly, I really want to know what this is all about." Xiao Yu blinked and pinched his chin as he spoke, looking quite interested in the lettered. Law chuckled bitterly, surprised that this boss knew him so well. He shook his head and pointed to himself. "Well, you should also know about the illness I had before. It was this illness that allowed me to be reborn and receive Mr. Corazone's redemption. That's why I want to kill Doflamingo so much." By the end of his statement, Law's expression turned cold. Corazone's death would forever be a burden in Law's heart, and it had always been the reason for his relentless training and efforts. Xiao Yu nodded thoughtfully, closed his eyes, and fell into contemplation. At that moment, all the members and cadres of the Xiao Yu pirates present became serious. Basically, every time a meeting was held, as long as Xiao Yu closed his eyes, the next moment a command would be issued. Even Anna had to maintain absolute silence. After a long time, whether it was a quarter of an hour or an hour later, Xiao Yu slowly opened his eyes, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips as he said softly, "That guy Akainu is very likely to join forces with Blackbeard and Kaido to eliminate me first. Therefore, our defenses must be raised to S level." He continued, "And as for Doflamingo, he might not believe us directly. After all, he never trusted you." Law nodded, murmuring, "That is true, he really wouldn't trust me. So, what I fear the most is that he finds out about our relationship and goes directly to Akainu. At that point, that island would be our burial ground. The Navy, plus Blackbeard and Kaido, 3-pronged attacks. Unless I find Shanks and the Revolutionary Army for help, otherwise." Xiao Yu's words sent chills down everyone's spines. Even Law felt a bitter taste in his mouth. What Xiao Yu said was indeed correct. Moreover, it could be said that every possible scenario had been anticipated. Unless they sought help from Shanks and the Revolutionary Army, but if they did, once a battle broke out, the entire New World would be thrown into chaos. At that time, not to mention the New World, the entire world might be thrown into turmoil. Just like the last time, it had caused quite a bit of chaos. But we have to gamble. Xiao Yu paused and looked at everyone. Gamble on what? Grid sneered, chuckling. Even Enel, with half-opened eyes, slightly turned and looked at Xiao Yu. "We are betting our lives that Doflamingo doesn't know about our relationship. Moreover, we also bet that Akainu 1T reacts so quickly, right?" Xiao Yu smiled and nodded. "Exactly. We are betting our lives that Akainu and the others don't know about this operation. Moreover, our odds are quite high. After all, Doflamingo doesn't trust Akainu either. And similarly, we haven't done anything out of the ordinary this month. The most important thing is, Straw Hat Luffy has already entered the New World." "Luffy has entered the New World?" Grid was taken aback and immediately looked at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu pulled out a newspaper and tossed it in front of Grid. He pointed and said casually, "Just received the newspaper. Luffy has already passed through Sabaody Archipelago. Right now, he should be at Fishman Island. At most, in about a week, they will definitely appear here. And, very likely, they will stir up big events, leaving Akainu in a frenzy. Moreover, they might even cause trouble that will infuriate Akainu." The members of the Xiao Yu pirates all laughed. They knew Luffy's character very well and were aware of his temper. If it were him, he might really stir up a major incident. Xiao Yu snapped his fingers again and said, "As long as we hand over Doflamingo's information to that kid, I believe it won't be long before he gets furious and goes directly to find Doflamingo. At that time, Law can lead him to our setup. Do you think we will still have no confidence this time?" At that moment, Law was stunned for a moment and then suddenly overjoyed. This back-and-forth mood made him feel somewhat emotional. Why is this captain always so indirect when stating his plans? Can't you just say it all at once? While he was thinking this, Grid suddenly opened his eyes wide, looking shocked as he stared at the ceiling. At the same time, Xiao Yu and Enel also showed expressions of shock. Boom! With a loud explosion, the ceiling of the castle meeting room suddenly collapsed. Dust flew everywhere, and Law and some cadres raised their weapons. However, the crew of the Xiao Yu pirates merely smiled faintly. Even Xianbing had reacted by this time. Seeing the flying ship, which he had personally made and given to Hancock, his eyes widened in excitement. Hancock, did you miss me? So you came to find me? Xianbing stretched out his hands, pretending to be intoxicated. The other pirate cadres looked somewhat puzzled. Xianbing's unique status in the Xiao Yu pirates was known even to the Alchemy Kingdom. But the current situation seemed a bit too out of place. On the other hand, Law suddenly thought of something amidst a woman's cough and exclaimed in surprise. The Empress Hancock, one of the 7 warlords? As soon as he said this, a voice that sounded like a spoiled child followed. Xiao Yu, are you happy to see me? As the words fell, she hugged Xiao Yu's neck in the midst of Anna's murderous glare. Xiao Yu, who was not as tall as Hancock, looked like a child being held. Xiao Yu felt a bit awkward, while Qianbing suddenly became extremely dejected and sat down next to Grid. Meanwhile, Dumpling, while eating milk candy, muttered, this cow again, why does she always stick around like candy? As soon as these words were spoken, all the cadres and pirates slightly frowned, especially Anna, who clapped her hands and burst into laughter. On Fishman Island Square, Luffy's expression turned cold. His hands cracked as he clenched them, sneering. Xiao Yu once told me a saying, and now I'll pass it on to you. If you don't have strong enough power, don't do things beyond your ability. As soon as he finished speaking, his conqueror's haki was unleashed. Like a pressure, it felt like a thick mist, causing the 50,000 pirates on the square to collapse in an instant. Hody was astonished, almost having his eyes pop out. What kind of power is this? How could he take out 50,000 people in an instant? If he used this twice, wouldn't that mean he could wipe out 100,000 people in one night? At this moment, even the Fishman cadres felt a tremor in their hearts, especially since Luffy had just mentioned Xiao Yu. Others may not know, but they are very clear about Xiao Yu's strength. Clearly a fruit user, but underwater, he is even more powerful than them, the fishmen. Even the fishmen find it hard to believe such a thing. Yet, all of this is a fact. Are you part of Xiao Yu's pirate crew? Hody shouted coldly, glancing at Jinbei. This guy seems to have recently allied with Xiao Yu. Even on Fishman Island, the flag of Xiao Yu's pirate crew is flying. But Hody has to take action. In his heart, the fishmen are always the strongest. The atmosphere of Fishman Street makes it impossible for him to accept being protected by a human. Luffy grinned and laughed. How can we be part of Xiao Yu's pirate crew? We are the Straw Hat Pirates, and I'm going to be the Pirate King. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the Straw Hat crew laughed. Zoro tied up his apron like cloth, the sword slowly biting into his mouth, and chuckled. It's been a year, and you're still this spirited. Sanji blew out a smoke ring, raising an eyebrow slightly. In this past year, your swordsmanship hasn't declined, has it? If you can't cut someone, I can help. You idiot. Do you want to have a contest? Then let's compare. Who takes down more people? Watching the two argue, almost all the crew members laughed. These two guys are still the same. Chapter 196. Changes in all predictions. The most accurate, genius, and great one is time. This is the evaluation made by Law, one of the 4 emperors in later generations, about Xiao Yu. The current time can definitely match. After leaving Fishman Island, Luffy immediately went to Punk Hazard, directly thwarting Doflamingo's plans. Fortunately, Law arrived in time to help Caesar escape to Zou. Otherwise, Doflamingo would have suffered a significant loss in research funding. Moreover, Kaido and Blackbeard would probably not let him off. Now that he knows Law saved him and immediately notified Law, he rushed over. He believes that within half a day, he will reach Zou. At the top of the island's tower, Xiao Yu smiled faintly, watching Law, who was observing the distance with a telescope while emitting some hostility, and asked, "You seem quite anxious now." "Don't worry, as long as he appears, he definitely won't escape. Moreover, my Rinnegan can see much further than your telescope." Beside him, Grid also smiled, patting Law's shoulder. "Even if his eyes can't see, my observation haki can still hear." Law's knuckles turned a bit white, and after frowning, he coughed. "Sorry, I'm a bit excited and nervous." Xiao Yu and Grid exchanged glances and laughed heartily. But in the midst of their laughter, Grid suddenly paused. At the same time, Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. The corners of their mouths twitched, looking somewhat helpless. "What's wrong? Your expressions seem off. Could it be that Doflamingo really brought the Marines here?" Law asked with some frustration, looking very downcast. Xiao Yu shook his head. "It's not Doflamingo, nor Blackbeard and Kaido, and definitely not the Marines. It's Luffy." "What?" Law thought something was wrong with his hearing and asked in disbelief. Grid sighed and looked at Xiao Yu. Hey, you calculated the time and everything. But why didn't you account for this kid's personality? With his character, he would definitely track Law here. When Doflamingo sees the straw hat, what do you think will happen? Xiaoyu slapped his forehead and shook his head helplessly. Then he flew up and turned to say, I'll deal with him first. And then Doflamingo will be up to you. Can you do it? Do you need me to help? Grid extended his carbonized palm, squeezing it, and said softly. Xiaoyu, in midair, said quietly, no need. Doflamingo still needs you and Law to deal with him. Enel is currently stationed at the kingdom. Otherwise, he would be happy to help. Forget it, that guy's too violent. Let me handle it slowly. Grid shrugged, saying somewhat helplessly. As soon as Xiaoyu heard this, he instantly disappeared, and the next moment, he appeared on the lion's head of the Thousand Sunny. On the deck, Luffy was shouting loudly, why do we still have to chase that guy? Oomph. I feel nauseous just seeing him. Idiot, idiot. Caesar has been captured by Law, and we must catch Caesar first to be let go by Kaido, Blackbeard, and Doflamingo. Otherwise, won't we be hunted down? Nami, somewhat angrily, punched Luffy on the head, causing a big bump. Luffy, why don't we just go find Xiaoyu? Didn't you say Xiaoyu is your good brother? If we go find him now, he will definitely help us. Usopp said, pulling Luffy and pleading. Hearing that disrupting the plan would lead to being hunted by the four emperors, almost everyone was shocked. Of course, excluding Luffy, because he didn't know that Law had saved Caesar and ultimately track him down. But at this moment, the entire crew wanted to capture Caesar once again. Luffy widened his eyes and snorted coldly. How could I go find him? Besides, if Kaido comes, we can just knock him away. Xiaoyu can take them both alone. I don't believe I can't do it. Pouting, Luffy looked determined not to lose to Xiaoyu. The entire crew was getting angry. This guy has benefits without taking responsibility. After shaking his head, he turned to look at the front of the ship. At that moment, almost all the crew members opened their mouths wide. Suddenly, except for Luffy, the entire ship fell silent. Huh? What is wrong with you all? Looking so surprised. Ha ha! Do you really think I could defeat Xiaoyu and become the Pirate King? As he said this, Luffy stood up, hands on his hips, laughing loudly. Usopp coughed loudly. Pointing at the front of the ship in a very low voice, Luffy, look over there. Xiaoyu, it's Xiaoyu. Huh? Xiaoyu? Luffy frowned and turned to look at the front of the ship. This time, even Luffy almost bit his tongue. Xiaoyu? How are you here? Xiaoyu smiled faintly, shrugged. I came here to tell you not to go to that place ahead. That island is actually my territory. And the one who rescued Caesar is also my person. As soon as he finished speaking, Zoro and Sanji were startled and immediately looked outside the ship. Suddenly, after being shocked, they frowned and looked at Xiaoyu. What? What have you done to our ship? Stop it immediately, Usopp said, trembling and looking somewhat tense and afraid. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Are you working with Doflamingo? Luffy's expression immediately became serious. In his heart, there is always black and white, with no other colors. To him, the original Xiaoyu was white. But if he helps Doflamingo this time, then he would definitely be black. Xiaoyu was somewhat speechless and shook his head. Soon, Doflamingo will come to the island because of Caesar. At that time, there will be a big battle. Glid will take action to kill that guy. So, you can't go to the island now. If he sees your ship, he will become suspicious. Kill Doflamingo? Is that true? Usopp said, a bit panicked at first, but then seemed to realize Xiaoyu's strength and directly shut his mouth. I want to join too. Luffy raised his hand, looking determined to go to the island. Nami and the others gathered around Luffy. Bang! After a few punches, Luffy, with a swollen face, shook his hand and said softly, forget it. Let's leave it to you, Xiaoyu. But, as his voice fell, Luffy's fists were suddenly covered with armament hockey. In an instant, he shouted, this time, I will definitely defeat you, rubber gun. Puff! After a dull sound, the rubber gun pierced through Xiaoyu's body. As it turned into water, Xiaoyu grabbed the rubber gun. With a smirk, he said softly, although I don't have the ability of a devil fruit, I can also elementalize like those admirals. After saying that, he suddenly pulled up the somewhat depressed Luffy and slammed him onto the deck. After a cloud of dust, Luffy bounced back, adjusted his hat, and said, I didn't expect you could do that too. At this moment, Zoro's swords slowly began to spin in his hands. Biting his sword, he said, I heard that Xiaoyu's swordsmanship is extremely powerful, and I really want to see it. Since you're going, then I also want to test how much my ability has improved. Sanji once again lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and raised one leg high. Xiaoyu had already controlled the Sunny out of the area, stretching out his hands, and two black iron rods extended from his palms. At that moment, even Nami felt that Xiaoyu was somewhat terrifying. With a faint smile, one of the black iron rods was enveloped in wind chakra, while the other one appeared with lightning chakra. With a smirk, Xiaoyu said, "Speaking of which, I also want to test your strength. Remember when we were at Sabeti Archipelago? You were at most at the level of Muse. How about now? Can you master armament hockey? Let's find out." Luffy laughed and directly entered Gear Second. In the next moment, he appeared at Xiaoyu's upper left and struck down with a rubber gun aimed at Xiaoyu's head. Without avoiding it, Xiaoyu's eyes widened. At that moment, Luffy suddenly foresaw that if the rubber gun moved forward just 1 centimeter, his hands would definitely break into several pieces. With a snap, he pulled back and flashed to the bow of the ship. At that moment, Zoro's three-sword style also came in. With a powerful slash, it directly struck towards Xiaoyu from 3 directions. Just this strike showed the level of Zoro's training over the past year. Even swordsmen in the New World wouldn't have such strength. However, in front of Xiaoyu's Rinnegan, no matter how fast you are, you cannot escape his eyes. The black iron rods with wind and lightning chakra danced in an instant, blocking all of Zoro's attacks. Then, with a sword flying out, Zoro dodged and retreated to the other side. However, a trace of blood appeared on his face. At that moment, Sanji leaped high and directly slammed down with a kick. Xiaoyu smirked, and in an instant, tailed beast chakra shot out, grabbing Sanji's foot in midair and slamming it onto the deck. In the blink of an eye, all 3 were knocked back. At that moment, even Robin was somewhat surprised. This kid is too strong. Chapter 197. Solving it easily a year of training. Although improved a bit, with such strength, it's still somewhat tiring in the New World. Xiaoyu chuckled, waving the black iron rod in his hand, looking as if he didn't take Luffy and the others seriously at all. In an instant, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji all became furious. Originally, they had been training hard just to enter the New World. Now, with Xiaoyu's remark, it felt like all their previous efforts were in vain. After a cold snort, Luffy's arms were covered in armament hockey. At the same time, he bit down and transformed into a giant's arm. Zoro's expression slightly cooled as he began to swing his hands. In the moment of crossing, it was as if he had seen a Shura. Sanji spun around, his foot turning into fire. "Oh, you used to be able to do such moves, and now it seems like there's not much improvement." Xiaoyu chuckled, mocking once again. After a cold snort, Luffy shouted, "Rubber grizzly gun, Ashura, piercing, devil wind leg." Boom! With a loud explosion, the entire ship sank slightly. Then, a hurricane swept across the sea. In an instant, Usopp and the others had to duck down and grab the railing. In that moment, Xiaoyu directly transformed into tailed beast form and blocked all the attacks. When the storm passed, Xiaoyu still stood calmly on the lion's head, smiling faintly. Meanwhile, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were all gasping for breath, seemingly exhausted. However, they had no injuries. Xiaoyu's 2 black iron rods had already shattered. With a smirk, he smiled lightly. "Honestly, your current strength is indeed good, but your resilience is lacking." "What do you mean?" Zoro frowned and asked in a low voice, looking very concerned. Xiaoyu raised a finger and explained, "First, right now, especially you, Luffy, even Doflamingo might not be your match, but your temper..." "My temper? What do you mean?" Luffy snorted, brushing off the dust and rain. "You're too impulsive. Just a few words can make you furious, even disregarding the danger and lives of your other companions. As long as you provoke your temper, it will be too easy for me to deal with you. Even Zoro and Sanji are the same. As for the second point, if what I just mentioned about resilience..." Xiaoyu jumped onto the deck and walked towards them. Usopp and the others retreated behind, clearly very afraid of Xiaoyu. Akainu and Akiji can fight for 10 days and nights. But if it were you guys, maybe after just 1 day, you'd be as exhausted as a dog. Xiaoyu reiterated the so-called resilience. At that moment, Luffy and the others fell into deep thought. What Xiaoyu said was correct. If a fight really broke out, even if they could hold on, they would definitely lose in the long run. And the most important point is that with Luffy's temperament, he would definitely be taken advantage of by others. Clapping his hands, Xiaoyu laughed. "All right, I'm heading back to the island now. Next time, be careful. If you want to find me to play, you can go to Alchemy Island, and the one in front will also merge into Alchemy Island later." Xiaoyu chuckled and instantly disappeared. Not long after Xiaoyu flew out, while still a distance from the island, at that moment, a figure jumped towards him. Slightly stunned, he frowned. Immediately, he murmured softly, "What is that guy Glid really doing? How could he let Doflamingo escape here?" As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he appeared behind Doflamingo. Just as the thousand-bird sharp gun pierced out, Doflamingo's reaction was also extremely quick. After avoiding his vital points, the 5-colored thread shot out. With a sound of PU, The sound of piercing into the body mixed with the tearing sound of the little rain water transformation technique. Doflamingo leaped high and left at that moment. The little rain water transformation technique slowly gathered, and he chuckled softly. Not bad. No wonder Glid let him escape. But to think he could run away in front of me is really too naive. After a cold snort, he disappeared again in an instant. Little Rain's speed was very fast. In fact, even Carp couldn't catch up with him. Moreover, Enel's speed, akin to spatial transfer, was at most comparable to Little Rain's. Among the 7 warlords, Doflamingo's speed could definitely be considered above average. However, compared to Little Rain, he was clearly no match. Just after running out about 30 meters, he was instantly caught up by Little Rain. Directly landing in midair, he glanced at Doflamingo and said, "You can't escape. With your speed, even if you run out of this sea area, I can still catch up to you. Why? Why do you have to oppose me? Is it because of law?" A cold sweat appeared on Doflamingo's forehead. Even 2 years ago, he was no match for Little Rain. And now, he had personally witnessed that war. He was definitely not this kid's opponent. Little Rain smiled faintly, raised a finger and shook it. No, it's definitely not because of law, but because you are a celestial dragon. Celestial dragon? So what? Since I was a child, I have been persecuted because of celestial dragons, and now I will die because of them. Doflamingo suddenly became furious, his hands moving rapidly. In an instant, countless 5-colored threads shot towards Little Rain. In the blink of an eye, they were cut off by Little Rain's 1,000-bird sharp gun. With a smirk, he quietly asked, "Law told me about your relationship with Corazon, but if it weren't for you, your parents wouldn't have died. If it weren't for you always clamoring to buy slaves and always claiming to be a celestial dragon, demanding others to kneel, do you think you would be safe? In the end, it's just because of your evil intentions." Doflamingo was stunned, and, at that moment, Little Rain made his move. He instantly used the universal attraction technique to grab Doflamingo by the neck. While the wind attribute chakra black iron rod had already pierced into Doflamingo's chest. Bang! With a loud bang, the divine retribution technique sent Doflamingo's body flying. At that moment, Glid and the others also rushed over, especially Law, who used his fruit ability to instantly transfer his body. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Doflamingo, and with a swift motion, he severed his head. Afterwards, he landed on the shoulder of the Combat King #1, piloted by Simbei. "Mr. Corazon, I finally avenged you." Law knelt down, tilting his head back. He looked somewhat sad, and tears rolled down his eyes. Little Rain looked at Doflamingo's body, sinking into the sea, and shook his head. He flew directly to Law's side and patted his shoulder. "All right, since you have avenged him, why are you still crying? Speaking of which, weren't you looking forward to this revenge for a long time? You should be smiling now. You wouldn't understand." Law stopped crying, shook his head, and stared intently at Doflamingo's body, which was about to sink to the bottom of the sea. "Little Rain, how did you end up here?" Glid said angrily while standing in midair with Moonwalk. In the end, he was robbed of his prey by this kid. For him, it was simply a humiliation. Then what happened to you that allowed him to escape? Little Rain blinked and pointed at Doflamingo's body, which was separated from its head and body. As soon as the topic of the escaped prey was mentioned, Glid became furious. He snorted coldly, glared at Little Rain, and said in a low voice, "If it weren't for your 2 women fighting halfway through, how could I have been distracted and tricked by his thread clones?" Little Rain's mouth twitched, feeling somewhat speechless. The 2 women Glid mentioned were, of course, Hancock and Anna. If these 2 could stay together for more than half an hour without arguing, they would definitely have a problem with their brains. That's why Little Rain didn't want them to come along at that time. "I choose to remain silent." Little Rain raised both hands and said with a low laugh, "Let's all go back. This time, the matter of the island will be left to you. Consider it compensation for you stealing my prey." Glid glanced at Little Rain and turned to return to Storm Island with Moonwalk. Sunbei then patted Law and turned to follow the Combat King. As for Little Rain, he looked somewhat angry. Rubbing his temples, he sighed. "That's why I say, women are the most troublesome creatures." Chapter 198. Luffy lands pushing the entire operation was not easy. At least, Little Rain felt it was quite challenging. After merging Storm Island with Alchemy Island, Little Rain weakly returned to the castle and collapsed. Leaning against Hancock's thigh, he lay down and waved his hand. "Glid, don't look for me for this kind of thing in the future. My chakra is not meant to be used like this." The conference room of the castle was once again filled with people. In addition to Little Rain's pirate group, there were also the administrators of the Alchemy Kingdom and the cadres of the pirate groups under it. Of course, Law was among them. However, the cadres and pirates under him looked enviously at Little Rain. He could lie on Hancock's thigh during the meeting and have Anna help him pour drinks and feed fruits. Such a life was truly a fairy-like existence. You brat, if it weren't for you, would I have lost my prey? Glid shouted angrily, slapping the armrest of his chair. The cadres once again envied Glid. In the pirate group, although most people seemed to have no rules, only 3 people could influence Little Rain on major matters: Glid, Dumpling, and Sunbay. The status of these 3 was absolutely different from that of ordinary pirates. Even Anna and the others couldn't compare. Moreover, sometimes when the 4 of them, including Little Rain, spoke, others couldn't understand. It was as if they were speaking a language from another world. Only when one truly enters the inner circle can they know the news and trust. Speaking of which, isn't Hancock going back? As a fellow warlord, your country seems to need this title for protection, right? Law smiled faintly, softly easing Little Rain's embarrassment. Hancock snorted coldly, her white, jade-like finger gently brushing across Little Rain's face, and said softly, "Compared to the title of Warlord of the Navy, Little Rain's Rain Pirate flag is more impressive. Once it's hung up, even the Navy won't dare to attack." Law raised both hands, repeatedly gesturing as if to say he was wrong. "Now that everyone is gathered here, what exactly is the matter?" "I'm very busy," Sunbay snorted, glancing at Little Rain. Meanwhile, Anna, watching Hancock's finger trace across Little Rain's face, was so jealous that she almost jumped up to give Hancock a lightning strike. Xiaoyu put down her hands and whispered, "First, the reason I called everyone here for a meeting is that the Navy and Blackbeard might be taking action." "What action?" Grid asked in a low voice while swirling his red wine. "Second, this action involves sending people into our country to infiltrate." Xiaoyu continued without addressing Grid's question. As soon as these words were spoken, even the cadres started to feel puzzled. Especially EUR, who is one of the highest managers in the country and has invested a lot of feelings and effort into it. Of course, he didn't want such a thing to happen. "What's going on? Should we notify Sabo and the others?" Grid understood Xiaoyu's meaning and asked in a low voice. Xiaoyu shook her finger and suddenly laughed. "Just inform them, but we don't need their help. This time, Luffy will help us solve it." "Luffy? What does Luffy have to do with this?" Jiaozi was taken aback and asked curiously. The other cadres also looked at Xiaoyu. At this moment, Xiaoyu grinned widely, looking very happy. "All the surrounding seas have been brought here. Do you think, besides coming to this island, where else can they go?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter. This was their pride and their legend. They had combined dozens of surrounding sea areas into a continent as solid as land. Such a thing, even the Navy had probably never heard of. And this was exactly what their boss had done. How could it not make them proud? On the sea, Luffy and the others were idly fishing. Meanwhile, Nami was about to go crazy. In this vast sea with so many shipping routes, not a single compass pointed in the right direction, and finally, the 3 pointers all pointed to one location. However, this location could never be known to Luffy because it was far too dangerous, and the fluctuations were so intense that even Nami couldn't be sure. Looking over at Usopp, Nami was momentarily stunned. Luffy, who had been there just a moment ago, was nowhere to be seen. After blinking, when she wanted to look for Luffy, he suddenly poked his head over to look at her compass. This. Luffy, I think this compass might be broken. It only shows one way," Nami said awkwardly in a low voice. Luffy grinned and pulled back his head. "Since there's only one way, only one island as position, then of course we have to go there." "But," Nami's mouth twitched, feeling an urge to cry. Sanji, on the other hand, blew out a smoke ring and came over to Nami's side. "Nami-san, I prepared some afternoon tea snack for you. Would you like some? By the way, our food is running low. We need to find an island to resupply soon." Zoro jumped down from the lookout tower, shook a bottle of wine, and said in a low voice, "The alcohol is also running out. After such a long time, it's time to find an island to replenish." Everyone gathered around, but Nami had already started crying. "I'm sorry, the compass is pointing in one direction, and that direction is definitely going to be dangerous." As soon as Luffy heard the word danger, a huge exclamation mark popped up on his forehead. At that moment, almost everyone reacted. They all looked at Luffy, but Luffy seemed to be in a daze, mumbling, "Then let's go to this island, huh? I can already smell the scent of adventure. It's over." Usopp slapped his head, knowing it was irreversible. As soon as Luffy found out about the dangerous place, he would definitely not give up. The ship sped towards that direction again. After leaving Storm Island, they took a big detour. It wasn't until 3 days later that the Thousand Sunny finally arrived at the Alchemy Island Sea area. If they hadn't taken a detour, they might have arrived in a day. Originally, Storm Island and Alchemy Island were quite close. However, when the group was still far away, They were already stunned by Alchemy Island. At a glance, it seemed endless, as if it were a red Earth continent, directly blocking the sea. Luffy's mouth dropped open in surprise, and at the same time, Nami also looked astonished. If they were to map this out, how long would it take to draw it? Shaking her head helplessly, Nami thought, maybe it's better to forget it. It's too dangerous. I'll just resupply and leave right away. The ship continued to sail. But the closer they got, the larger the island seemed. Until they were almost near the dock on the coast, a speedboat suddenly shot out. In an instant, it was right in front of the Thousand Sunny. Almost everyone was on guard, while Luffy just stared dumbly at the slowly stopping speedboat. On the speedboat, 4 men dressed in camouflage military uniforms stood, directly placing their hands on the submachine guns at their waists. One particularly burly man raised a megaphone and shouted in a low voice, "This is the sea area of the Alchemy Kingdom." "Who are you?" "Huh? Alchemy Kingdom?" Everyone had a huge question mark on their heads, seemingly unable to understand. At this moment, the burly man on the speedboat sneered. "Haven't you heard of the Alchemy Kingdom? Then, have you heard of the Xiaoyu pirate group?" Everyone on the ship who was crouching behind the railing nodded. Even Luffy seemed a bit obedient at that moment. The king of the Alchemy Kingdom is Grid, the vice-captain of the Xiaoyu pirate group. If they wanted to enter the Alchemy Kingdom, they had to pay taxes. Pay taxes? Luffy hesitated for a moment before asking. The burly man nodded vigorously and shouted, "Of course you have to pay taxes. Otherwise, how will we, the sea police, eat? 3,000 berries per person. Otherwise, you won't be allowed to go ashore. By the way, pay the taxes over there at the dock. We are just here to remind you. If you want to use force, we will fight back." As soon as he finished speaking, the speedboat quickly turned around and sped away. At this moment, Nami and the others breathed a sigh of relief, although it was dangerous. At least it was managed by someone familiar, otherwise it would have been quite scary. Meanwhile, Luffy was feeling a bit frustrated. How could it be unsafe under Grid's management? Who said this was extremely dangerous? Everyone looked at Nami. After all, it was her who said this was the only extremely dangerous place. At that moment, Nami could only awkwardly apologize repeatedly, then looked at her compass. Could it be that the compass was broken? No, it absolutely couldn't be. How could the compass be broken? Chapter 199. Questioning the young and naive when the Straw Hat crew sailed the Thousand Sunny into the dock. Even someone like Zoro was surprised. This was not a dock at all, but a water kingdom. Just like Water 7, no matter what ship it was. They all had a dock inside. Completely, there were no boats outside. No wonder they hadn't seen a single ship on the way here. After passing through the water gate, a security officer who looked like he had wings slowly flew up and landed on the deck of the Thousand Sunny. He first bowed and said in a low voice, 3,000 berries per person. Thank you. Everyone turned to look at Nami. Feeling a bit pained, took out 27,000 berries and handed it to the sheriff, receiving a receipt in return. At the same time, a flying cat appeared. The sheriff flew up and whispered, "This is a divine pet, the flying cat. It will lead you to rest in the town." With that, he returned to his position. Chopper looked at the white flying cat in surprise and pointed at it, saying, "Do you know the flying cat next to Little Rain? It's black and can turn into a tiger." As he spoke, he gestured a bit. However, Luffy squeezed in and gestured again. "It should be this big." The white flying cat nodded its small head and began to speak in beast language. Everyone looked puzzled and turned to Chopper. Clearly, only he could understand. Chopper immediately smiled and began to translate. It says that is their captain, who only comes out to stroll on Sundays, and usually stays in the castle at the center of the island. Luffy immediately wanted the black cat's quirky abilities and that kind of brutal personality. After pouting, he seemed to believe it. Nami furrowed her brows and asked, "Chopper, quickly ask it why this island is so big. It seems unusual for the New World." After nodding, Chopper turned to the white cat. However, the answer made cold sweat break out on Chopper's forehead, like a fever that had come after a false alarm. "What's going on? You need to translate for me," Nami shouted angrily, instantly turning into a demon-like figure. Chopper first opened his mouth wide, then stammered an explanation. "It says this is made up of nearly 20 parts, and those were moved here by Grid and Little Rain together. It makes management easier and gives the Navy no opportunity." What? Almost all the crew members opened their mouths in disbelief, especially Luffy, who shook his head vigorously, seemingly unable to believe such words. How is that possible? Are you kidding us? Who can directly move a whole island? It's not like those giant warriors. No, even those giant warriors couldn't move so much, unless they were enslaved by Little Rain. Nami shook her head, looking somewhat convinced. The white cat, seeing the group of disbelieving pirates, suddenly became angry. After taking a deep breath, a fireball the size of a basketball shot out. It aimed directly at the most skeptical Luffy. Luffy was startled and instinctively dodged with his observation haki, but still felt a bit guilty. He patted his chest and laughed. Well, this white cat, I can also move one. It's not just little Rain. Everyone looked away from Luffy, acting as if they didn't know him. Usopp, however, began to boast loudly, as if the Alchemy Kingdom could only be established because of him. Meanwhile, on the highest balcony of the castle, little Rain sat quietly alone. With a creak, Grid and Enel walked in together, looking somewhat displeased. Did Zephyr and the Navy find anything? Little Rain asked without turning his head, showing a hint of coldness. No, but we did find Shinji. Enel shook his head helplessly and said softly. No matter how powerful his observation haki and fruit abilities were, he couldn't cover a country made up of nearly 20 parts. At most, 5 was already the limit. And although Grid's observation haki was also quite strong, he could only cover 3 original sizes. Shinji? Hee. It seems Luffy will be appearing soon. Zephyr probably wants to temporarily stay above me before heading to the last volcano. We need to find him first. Then, we can follow. Little Rain gave a light command without turning back. Enel and Grid nodded, then said, since Luffy is going to stop them, why should we go too? Little Rain's predictions have always been very accurate. So if he says Luffy can handle it, then Luffy definitely has the ability to solve it. It would seem a bit redundant to act ourselves. We were going to collect interest from the Navy. You and I have been hunted for so long. And on top of that, we were suddenly ambushed back then. Do you think it would just end like this? Little Rain said lightly, turning to look at Grid. Grid smiled faintly and shook his head. How could it just end like this? Collecting interest, that's a good idea. He. Enel also sneered, nodded, and then hesitated before saying softly, about 10 minutes ago, Luffy and the others have already landed at dock number 3. Little Rain was taken aback, then laughed. After finding Zephyr, informed Shinji of his location. No, I'll go notify him myself. I didn't expect Shinji to have already run to our main city. With that, he vanished in an instant. Enel and Grid exchanged glances and shook their heads. You can never know this captain's thoughts. It's like the sea, ever-changing. In a hot spring center of the Alchemy Island's main city, Shinji lay lazily in the pool, looking quite relaxed. An eye mask covered his eyes, and his head reclined back. Little Rain looked at Shinji's posture, a strange smile forming at the corner of his mouth. He patted Shinji's shoulder and asked, you guy, even after quitting the Navy, are still this lazy? You're not trying to come here as an undercover agent, are you? Shinji turned his neck and casually took off the eye mask, pouting, oh, it's Little Rain. What are you doing here? Little Rain was speechless, his mouth twitching slightly as he shook his head. This is all my territory, okay? Right. How did I forget about this? Shinji slapped his thigh, looking like he had just woken up. However, Little Rain would not believe that Shinji really didn't know this was his territory. With a smirk, he activated his Rinnegan, seemingly trying to penetrate Shinji's heart and see his thoughts. Shinji repeatedly shook his hands and lazily said, I'm not interested in men. If you were a beauty, I would be happy for you to look at me like that. Little Rain felt an impulse to spit blood. This guy's role-playing was really fast. Sighing, he jumped up and sat on the bench opposite the pool. The other pirates and ordinary people had already left. Now, only the 2 of them remained. Aren't you even a bit interested in Zephyr? Little Rain chuckled, his voice taking on a cat-like tone. Shinji's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a cold demeanor. Little Rain patted his heart and said again, you kind of lazy on the outside, cold inside, but with warmth. I've seen plenty. Saying that there's not a bit of confidence in the Navy and having opinions about Admiral Akainu. It can't all just be talk, right? You, my friend, really have the potential to be an undercover agent. However, I believe that the current relationship with Zephyr is even more important to you. Extending a finger, Little Rain continued. Akainu has already dispatched a general along with several veteran vice admirals to the last volcano waiting there. And I believe that Blackbeard and Kaido will definitely send people to monitor as well. But who will Zephyr's ultimate enemy be? Do you think it might be that I take him down before he even shows up? As soon as this was said, a flash of light shot out from Shinji's cold eyes. After a brief moment, he slowly stood up, wrapped a towel around himself, and walked outside. While walking, he said, if you just came to tell me this news, then there's no need. I already knew that the teacher was up there, and I also know what his goal is. By the way, if you really wanted to make a move, you would have done it long ago. Why come to find me? Little Rain shook his head and said with a self-deprecating tone, I don't want to make the first move. I plan to get those Navy intelligence officers out first. After saying this, he disappeared right by the edge of the pool. Chapter 200. Zephyr's fury for a whole week Little Rain was searching for those Navy intelligence officers. Of course, once he found them, he eliminated them without a word. However, Zephyr seemed to have vanished in his silence, as if he had completely disappeared. There was not a trace, nor any signs of movement. On the 8th day, Little Rain arrived at a more central location, standing quietly at the highest point of the bell tower, looking down below. His ninja sensing ability spread out, hoping to see his last hope. According to Greed and Inaru speculation, Zephyr should have directly evacuated from this land-like area. Just when Little Rain was about to give up in disappointment, outside the city that resembled Water 7 with its numerous waterways, a submarine slowly surfaced. It appeared right in the middle of the great river. Little Rain's eyes suddenly brightened. It was only at this moment that he realized these guys had actually been hiding in the river all along. No wonder he couldn't find them after searching for so many days. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he whispered, "Sure enough, it's the former admiral. Who would have thought to hide in the water? In that case, not only would I not look for them, but even Greed and Inaru wouldn't think to look in the river. However, this time, consider yourselves unlucky." With a cold snort, he instantly jumped on his Zephyr's submarine. The people on the deck, who were joking just moments ago, suddenly froze. Then, they looked towards the railing on the deck. Especially Zephyr, whose eyes were slightly cold. Narrowed as he quietly asked, "Sure, Little Rain, what are you doing on our ship?" Little Rain's lips curled into a strange arc as he sneered. "What do you think I'm here for? You and those Navy intelligence officers have been making a ruckus on my territory for several days. Surely, you can't expect to keep it up indefinitely, right?" Zephyr and the others all raised their weapons. Little Rain raised his hands and laughed. "So soon? No more delaying? Or have you already decided to take me out here? What do you think?" Zephyr coldly snorted and instantly leaped up, his crusher smashing towards Little Rain's head. Little Rain glanced with his Rinnegan, sneered, and instantly used Universal Pull. In an instant, Zephyr was drawn over. At the same time, Ein swiftly drew 2 short swords and charged to the left. Biz, after a roll, went to the right. In an instant, the 3 of them surrounded Little Rain. Especially Zephyr, due to Universal Pull, was approaching Little Rain even faster. With such power, "Do you think you could take me down?" Little Rain's lips curled up with a hint of coldness as he shouted, "ShinraTensei!" Boom! With a huge explosion, the entire submarine erupted in waves, sweeping towards both sides of the river. Zephyr let out a muffled grunt, his armament hockey instantly covering the crusher, and with a punch, he blocked the force that burst out. "Little Rain, are you underestimating us too much?" Zephyr bellowed, pushing down hard. In the blink of an eye, he was almost in front of Little Rain. 2 years ago, I knew this guy was powerful, and now I was finally taking him seriously. However, the current Little Rain is not the same as before. With a cold laugh, the red chakra manifested. He threw a punch directly at Zephyr's fist. At that moment, even Zephyr was momentarily stunned. Ein and Biz, after bouncing onto the river surface, were rescued by several soldiers. When they saw this scene and were about to help, they were instantly sent flying by Little Rain's tailed beast chakra tail. At the same time, one of the chakra tails wrapped around Zephyr's foot, smashing him onto the deck. With a loud bang, the entire deck seemed ready to be smashed through. "Teacher!" Ein and Biz shouted in surprise and charged towards Little Rain again. Several seeds were thrown out, and vines extended to try to ensnare Little Rain. With a cold snort, he waved his hands in a flurry of 1,000 birds, directly cutting off all the vines. Ein's short sword, upon touching 1,000 birds, was instantly severed. After a kick from each, the 2 were once again sent flying. At this moment, Little Rain burst into laughter, pointing at those Inyo Navy members who still dared not advance, saying, "You all claim to be the Inyo Navy, yet now you don't even dare to come forward? Wahaha!" Ein and Biz had blood at the corners of their mouths, glaring at Little Rain angrily. This guy was much stronger than 2 years ago. No, he should be said to be even more unmatched. Amidst the shattered deck, Zephyr jumped up. Blood was on his chest and the corner of his mouth, and, after casually wiping it, he staggered towards Little Rain. With a cold snort, he said softly, "You become even stronger compared to 2 years ago." Little Rain shook his hand and laughed. "Compared to 2 years ago, your physical condition has worsened. Now, are you going to surrender?" "How could we surrender? We will fight you to the end." "Damn it, do you think our Inyo Navy would be afraid of you?" Several new Navy soldiers shouted angrily, directly opening fire at Little Rain. In less than a few seconds, dozens of bullets floated in front of Little Rain. Shrugging, Little Rain said softly, "Is this the extent of your strength? How could you take me down?" With a cold laugh, he used Universal Pull to instantly reflect the bullets back. "Not good." Zephyr was stunned for a moment. and the massive crusher swept horizontally, blocking several of the bullets. However, the other bullets couldn't be stopped. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the bodies of those Inyo Navy members. Damn it! Zephyr roared angrily, becoming somewhat furious. He took a deep breath and once again activated his armament haki to charge at Little Rain. Little Rain's lips curled up, and with a cold smile, he struck back with his fists also covered in armament haki. After exchanging a few punches, Zephyr clearly began to wheeze. Struggling to respond to a few moves, he retreated. At that moment, a pirate ship was slowly approaching from the other side of the river. On the bow of the ship, Luffy's figure was sitting atop the lion's head. Xiaoyu curled the corner of her mouth and smiled. You really have good luck this time. I'll let you go for now. As her voice fell, she disappeared in an instant again. Ein and Biz, on the other hand, immediately took out their asthma spray and began spraying it at Zephyr. After 2 quick breaths, Zephyr finally managed to catch his breath. He helplessly smiled bitterly. I really am getting old. If we don't act quickly, we might not make it. Ein hurriedly said, How could that be? Teacher is the strongest existence. What strongest? The strongest right now is that little guy Xiaoyu. At such a young age, he can already defeat 2 of the 4 emperors. If he finds Raftel, he might be able to become the pirate king immediately. Zephyr snorted coldly, clearly becoming even more anxious. He looked at the pirate ship on the other side of the river and blinked, whispering, What pirate flag is this? I haven't seen this kind of pirate flag under Xiaoyu's banner before. Ein glanced at the pirate ship and suddenly paused, quickly saying, This is the Straw Hat Pirates. The pirate crew of the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. The Straw Hat Kid Luffy? Is it the kid who became famous during the Marineford War? Zephyr sneered and turned his gaze to the pirate ship. Slowly standing up, the massive machine paused momentarily before he shouted, Sink that ship for me. The new navy behind him roared in unison. Unlike the previous gloomy atmosphere, everyone now seemed to direct their anger at the Straw Hats. Xiaoyu, standing at the top of the bell tower, grinned. Luffy really came at the right time. As long as Zephyr takes out all his anger on them, it might make Luffy chase after them. In that case, the Navy won't pay attention to us. By then, you will definitely suffer. Akainu, behind him, Greed patted Xiaoyu's shoulder and whispered, It's hard to say right now. What if that Akainu guy finds a clue and comes to attack us with Blackbeard and Kaido? Greed, are you scared? On the other side, Inaru smiled faintly and asked in a low voice. Greed suddenly turned his head, glaring at Inaru with fiery eyes. At this moment, Xiaoyu shook his head. He won't find out. This time, we'll go straight from the seabed. Besides, I'm leaving with Kiambingwei and Dumpling. So he can't know. Huh? What are we supposed to do here? Just stand around like fools? Xiaoyu shook his head again and turned to look at the two. No. In the days I'm gone, the Revolutionary Army will sweep through everything. I want all the intelligence personnel of the Navy and the spies from Blackbeard and Kaido to be found and eliminated. Greed and Inaru exchanged glances, shrugged, and said, That shouldn't be a problem, but if we act quickly, can we also go to support you? If you can really make it in time. I don't mind. As his voice fell, the 3 of them vanished. Chapter 201. The thoughts of the Navy High Command on the outer island of the Alchemy Kingdom. The Straw Hat Pirates were all dejected, especially Usopp, who had reached the peak of negativity in his life. Luffy sat silently on the dock, head down. Nami was counting money while sighing helplessly. We don't have much money left, Luffy. Why don't we ask Xiaoyu for help? Otherwise, we won't even have enough to repair the ship. Luffy frowned and snorted. How can we ask Xiaoyu for help? If we do that, wouldn't I be admitting defeat to him? He also wants to become the Pirate King, and he defeated that bastard Zephyr over me. But I lost to him. I lost to Zephyr and broke the ship. Are you giving up so soon? Shinji walked over on the ice, carrying a package, looking extremely relaxed. Luffy and the others were startled and jumped up, ready to defend themselves. Just a little setback, and you want to give up? When Xiaoyu first set out to sea, he was chased by Captain Carp. He fled all over the East Sea, even breaking his ship beyond recognition. At that time, he never gave up like you are now, Shinji said in a low voice, looking very calm. Luffy and the others were stunned and fell silent. However, Robin and Nami exchanged glances and focused on Shinji, asking softly, How come you're here, former Marine Admiral? If you went to Xiaoyu's island, he should have noticed you. Shinji smiled faintly and asked playfully, I never expected such a sexy big sister to become so youthful. It really makes me not believe it. Hey, we are asking you a question. Nami, looking like a little girl, shouted angrily. Shinji pouted and laughed. Did you not just say that? I'm just a former admiral, not the current one. That kid Xiaoyu wouldn't pay too much attention to me. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances and nodded. Speaking of which, The fight between Qingji and Akainu had ended. Moreover, he had lost. So now, he could only be considered a free agent. Nami was left speechless and shrugged helplessly. However, Luffy snorted and took a couple of steps forward, standing in front of Qingji. Where is Zephyr? Oh, so it seems you haven't given up, but want to find that guy's location? However, the teacher has already left this island. Qingji adjusted his sunglasses and said, Teacher. Luffy and the others were all stunned. Looking at Qingji, Qingji smiled faintly and nodded. Teacher Zephyr is a Navy teacher, and all the elites were taught by him. Now as the fleet, Admiral Akainu, Admiral Kizaru, Vice Admiral Smoker, and Vice Admiral Rat. All of these people are his disciples, and I am also a disciple of the teacher. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Luffy frowned, snorted, and said in a low voice, No matter who he is, I will definitely defeat him. This time, I will win back everything, including the loss to Xiao Yu. Be careful of that kid Xiao Yu. Don't think he is just idling around. Qingji smiled eerily, turning his gaze back to Luffy and said, This time, you should go after Teacher Zephyr. Perhaps he will also make a move. So you guys better hurry, or else it won't be worth it if you get taken down by Xiao Yu. Also, I can pay to repair your ship. Nami's eyes lit up with dollar signs as she shouted. Really? Really? Qingji nodded, took off the package. Just as he wanted to hand over the money to the dock owner, Luffy and the others stared at Qingji, looking somewhat distrustful. However, the owner shook his head repeatedly. No need, you just used a bit of wood and metal from us while parking your ship here. Most of the materials are your own. Moreover, King Greed has instructed that as long as it's the Straw Hat Pirate's ship, there is no repair fee. Nanny? Luffy and the others were stunned, feeling somewhat bewildered. After all, although they had been hearing about Greed and others' legends for so long since entering, they had never actually seen them. However, Qingji appeared unfazed. Seeing that Luffy and the others looked quite surprised, he laughed and said, Your intelligence work can't compare to Xiao Yu at all. Since you entered the island, he already knew. Moreover, he came to see me a few days ago. Xiao Yu already knows we landed? Robin furrowed her brows, looking somewhat surprised. Qingji nodded and pointed at the ship. Every ship that enters here will be registered and investigated. In fact, over the past few days, you have been monitored several times, but you just didn't know it. Unless you sneak in like the teacher. Ha ha ha. Speaking of which, you really are quite inexperienced. Qingji smiled lightly, casually sharing information about Zifa while walking towards the distance, looking extremely relaxed, like a traveler. Luffy suddenly got angry and shouted, I'm really mad right now. Why do Zifa and Qingji both say that? Always saying I lost to Xiao Yu? I will definitely win. The Pirate King is definitely mine. Seeing Luffy's expression, all the crew members burst into laughter. The playful and competitive Luffy had finally returned, and the crew felt reassured. Meanwhile, inside the naval headquarters building, Akainu slammed his fist on the office desk, causing several officers nearby to hold their foreheads. This was already the 4th desk this month. Damn it, Fleet Admiral. Can't you pay a bit more attention? All intelligence personnel were found and eliminated within a week. You useless bunch, you can't even handle this. Are you all just looking for fun? Akainu shouted angrily at the intelligence officers in front of him, his expression making everyone break out in cold sweat. On the other hand, Fujitora smiled faintly and said softly, Fleet Admiral, this time we absolutely cannot blame them. Unless they can avoid Enel and Green Bull's observation hockey. Otherwise, even if we go to the island, we will definitely be found. You know their abilities. Not to mention, there's also that Xiao Yu guy. Akainu snorted coldly and turned to stare at the intelligence officers. That can't be an excuse. Since you are in intelligence, you should think of ways to deal with these guys. All you do is report casualties. By the way, have we found Zifa's whereabouts this time? Over the past few months, Zifa's whereabouts have been unstable. But the Navy would definitely care about this guy. After all, as a former admiral, he knows a lot of information. Moreover, the recent news could plunge the entire New World into chaos and be directly destroyed. So, they must find Zifa's whereabouts. The intelligence officer finally breathed a sigh of relief and quietly reported Zifa's whereabouts. But Akainu frowned as if he was pondering something. This time, I'll go after the teacher. After all, he escaped from my hands last time. Kizaru volunteered, looking at Akainu. The wrinkles at the corner of Akainu's eyes deepened, and after a moment of silence, he nodded, bring more people. After all, his strength is there. Also, we need to guard against Straw Hat Luffy and Xiao Yu's group. Otherwise, we will suffer. How about I go too? Speaking of which, I've always wanted to meet this legendary marine. Fujitora sighed lightly, seemingly respectful of Zifa. Green Bull laughed heartily and turned to Fujitora. Can you really see him? If I want to see him, I can see him. Fujitora smiled humbly, nodded, and then walked out of the office. Kizaru followed suit. Akainu looked at Green Bull and another tall, thin man and said softly, "You two must keep an eye on Xiaoyu's actions during this time. If anything unusual happens, report immediately. I have a feeling that Xiaoyu might also take action this time." "Yes." Watching the two leave, Akainu frowned and muttered, "Why do I always have a bad premonition? Strange." On the training ship for new recruits, Kobe quietly asked, "Will Admiral Zifa really get into trouble? The Navy has already issued orders to pursue him, and Luffy and the others. It seems the latest information shows they are also chasing Admiral Zifa." Carp sighed and smiled helplessly. Although he explained to Kobe and the others the reasons for Zifa's resignation from the Navy, now that he thought about it, the Navy indeed did many things that were hard to accept. Forget it. Let him go. After all, last time Akainu went too far. Not only did he help Blackbeard and Kaido dominate Big Mom's territory, but he also made the Navy bear the stigma of being allied with the four emperors. Although Akainu has explained it was all for Big Mom's sake, he was indeed wrong this time. Carp shook his head, somewhat helplessly. Just then, Sengoku walked over slowly, glanced at Kobe, and suddenly sighed. To be honest, the last incident was not done by Akainu. Not Akainu. Isn't he the fleet admiral now? Carp was taken aback and suddenly seemed to think of something. Nodding, "You mean it's the higher-ups?" Sengoku nodded and smiled bitterly. "That's right, it's people higher up. Moreover, Doflamingo was originally removed by Akainu, but was saved by the higher-ups. Speaking of which, where are those guys thinking now? Damn." The two of them slapped the railing of the warship, feeling troubled. Chapter 202. Zifa's grave. The warship sailed through the waves, slowly approaching the shore. This was a volcano, entirely composed of volcanic rock. If the volcanic rock layers connecting to the seabed exploded, perhaps the new world would be destroyed. The warship was very concealed, but the new navy was even more hidden. They had already run to the volcanic island, hidden themselves while also setting up defenses. At the entrance of the volcano, Zifa was drinking and looking up at the sky. It seemed he was reminiscing about his life. It was also as if he was recalling some figures. Taking a deep breath, he turned to look at the straw hat. This straw hat held extraordinary memories for him and reminded him of sailing the seas. After taking a swig of alcohol, Zifa sighed deeply. He then looked to the other side and saw Luffy slowly walking towards him, filled with anger. His hands made cracking sounds, as if he was about to strike. "Kid, haven't you given up yet? A pirate like you is not suited for the new world. So go home." Zifa smiled faintly, looking quite carefree as he took another swig of alcohol. Luffy snorted and shouted, "I'm definitely going to be the pirate king. This time, I will definitely win." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly flicked his hands back, stretchable. Rubber pistol. With a low shout, the rubber pistol shot towards Zifa like a bullet. Zifa laughed a few times, raising his iron arm crusher to block the attack instantly. At the same time, flames shot out, causing the rubber pistol to bounce back. Boom! A huge force with flames pushed Luffy's rubber hand away. At that moment, Zifa leapt high onto the iron arm crusher, the sound of a machine gun spinning. With a series of gunfire, it pierced through Luffy's body. "Useless. My body is rubber. Bullets have no effect on me," Luffy shouted as his body rebounded back. With a few bangs, the crusher blocked the bullets again. Luffy, at this moment, charged directly at Zephyr with a punch wrapped in hockey. After exchanging a few blows, Zephyr laughed even louder. This iron arm crusher is made of sea prism stone, specifically designed to deal with you fruit users. You actually dare to collide head-on. How naive and pitiful you are. While continuing his fierce attack, Luffy shouted, "Someone once told me that if my hockey can protect me, then I should charge forward without hesitation. I am absolutely confident that I can defeat you." As his voice fell, the hockey on his fist surged explosively. After one punch, a fine crack appeared on the entire crusher. With a roar, Luffy charged out again, and with a loud boom, he sent Zephyr flying with a single punch. Breathing heavily, Luffy shouted, "How could I possibly lose to someone like you, who hides in a turtle shell?" Zephyr was taken aback, then snorted coldly as he threw away his iron arm crusher. He moved his artificial arm, which looked just like a real arm, and twisted his neck. "Do you really think I would lose to a kid like you?" With a cold laugh, Zephyr now appeared even more imposing. He wrapped all his hockey around his hands and charged towards Luffy with a punch. During their fight, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and others arrived. Seeing Luffy's persistence and his clash with the former admiral, they all smiled. Meanwhile, Ching-Ji, who had been standing on the cliff, sat down, drinking while watching the fight, like it was a show. Behind him, Xiaoyu took out a bottle of yogurt, took a sip, and said softly, I really don't understand why you guys like drinking so much. That Zephyr, at such an old age, is still drinking a bottle while fighting. Qingji took another swig of his drink and replied without looking back. That's the boldness and confidence of an adult, something you kids wouldn't understand. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu felt a strong impulse to take down this guy right then and there. Why did you come here? Didn't you say this was something for Luffy to handle? Qingji asked quietly after finishing his drink. Xiaoyu chuckled, pointed at the Navy soldiers that had surrounded them, and whispered, I came to deal with them. What? Do you want to help the Navy? If that's the case, I might just take you down right here. Qingji squinted slightly behind his sunglasses and calmly said, I already said, I'm just a former admiral. The current Navy has nothing to do with me. Xiaoyu patted Qingji on the shoulder and laughed. You won't say it's fine now, but when I go to kill those guys, you won't come help, right? You know, there aren't many admirals in the Navy. This time 2 have come. With you, that's 3. If 3 admirals team up, they might be able to take me down. Qingji snorted and turned his body away. You mean for me to fight you here first, and then have Kizaru and Fujitora help? Xiaoyu raised his hand and shook his head repeatedly. No, that's not what I meant. I meant, why don't you and I go deal with those guys together? After all, you've left the Navy. Joining me would be better. Now, even Blackbeard and Kaido have to give me some face. In this new world, I'm the one calling the shots. Qingji stared at Xiaoyu, as if trying to see through his entire thought process. This kid, although very young, just a year older than Luffy, has such strength that even the Pirate King in his youth might not have possessed. You're too young, not suitable for an old man like me. Qingji turned his head to look down the cliff. It seemed that this matter really had nothing to do with him. Xiaoyu shrugged and glanced over. Luffy is doing well. He is actually fighting to a standstill. It seems Zephyr doesn't have much strength left either. After all, he is old. Although the teacher is old, he is a carefree person. Qingji replied softly, filled with deep emotion. Just then, Luffy finally sent Zephyr flying with a punch. Laughing, finally, I let out this breath. But, is my gap with Xiaoyu really that big? Zephyr lay on the ground, panting heavily. Yes. Your strength compared to Xiaoyu is really quite a gap. 2 years ago, he could directly defeat me. Now, perhaps he could defeat me without even using his full strength. But you actually dared to clash with me head-on. I ask you, why do you want a title of Pirate King? Because the Pirate King is the freest person on the sea. Luffy answered directly without any further thought. This single sentence stunned Zephyr instantly. On the cliff, Xiaoyu smiled faintly, as if he had already known Luffy's answer. Qingji, too, seemed somewhat stunned. Ha! I've lived this long and didn't expect that a kid in his teens could be so clear-headed. Zephyr slowly stood up, laughing as he looked at Luffy. Watching Luffy already wearing the straw hat on his head, he nodded, picking up the sunglasses that had fallen and had a small corner broken. He put them on and said, Let's go. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Luffy and the others were taken aback. But Usopp was the first to notice. Pointing to the valley behind them, he shouted, Navy, it's the Navy. Luffy, let's hurry and leave, or we really won't be able to get away. But Uncle Zephyr. Luffy seemed to want to say something more, but Zephyr waved his hand directly. Once again, the hockey on his hands surged, and he laughed heartily. Didn't you want to get the title of Pirate King? Are you really going to give up here? Ha! How could this bunch of trash be my opponents? As his voice fell, he jumped high and smashed down with a punch. Boom! With a loud noise. The entire ground shook violently. The air was instantly pushed away by this punch. The rushing Navy soldiers were all bounced back, crashing against the cliff wall. Kizaru stroked his chin and laughed helplessly. Although he is old, his strength is indeed formidable. The vice admirals around didn't move. Even Fujitora was just standing there without making a move. Kizaru shook his head. If Zephyr kept hitting like this, the casualties among the Navy would be too great. Teacher, let me give you one last send-off. Kizaru whispered before a laser shot out instantly. In the blink of an eye, Zephyr threw out a punch. The hockey-wrapped fist blocked the laser. At that moment, Kizaru's Yiksha jewel activated, with several beams piercing through Zephyr's body, causing him to stagger backward. Meanwhile, Qingji pressed one hand against the cliff wall. An instant frost covered all the gunpowder rocks and built an ice wall behind Zephyr. Luffy, crying, was being pulled by Zoro and the others towards the Thousand Sunny. Ian and Biz were directly pounding on that ice wall. Xiaoyu, with his arms crossed, smiled faintly and asked softly, You really plan to build him a grave here, huh? Qingji said nothing and jumped down towards Ian and Biz. Zifa casually shook his head, glanced at the ice wall behind him, and laughed. That brat Qingji actually made me a grave in a place like this. What a little bastard. After his words fell, he charged at the marine soldiers again. You little brats, can't even deal with this old man? I'm still standing strong. Those marine soldiers surged forward, but the admirals behind them were all shedding tears. Chapter 203. The power of the Ten Tails. What are these guys crying for? It's clearly this group of useless fools that killed Zifa, yet they're all acting so fake. On the other hand, Kizaru seemed the most genuine. Little Rain crossed her arms and chuckled coldly. The battle was nearing its end, and Zifa's body was starting to slow down. Gradually, even the power of those elite marines seemed unable to hold him back. Everyone stopped moving. Zifa leaned against the ice wall, gasping for breath. Kizaru, why don't you come over and finish me off? Kizaru smiled faintly and shook his head. You're about to end your life. Why should I do something so thankless? At that moment, a barrage of Chidori shot down instantly, piercing through Zifa's body. Meanwhile, Little Rain shouted loudly, Mr. Zifa wanted to achieve the glory of a warrior dying on the battlefield, not to cause you any trouble. Of course, if I were his disciple, I would say the same. Little Rain, Kizaru, and the others immediately assumed defensive stances, looking towards Little Rain on the cliff. Zifa suddenly burst into laughter. He raised his head and shouted, Little Rain, you are one of the two most beautiful people in my eyes. If there really is a hell, I hope to hear your legendary story then. I'll go ahead. With that, he closed his eyes, a hint of satisfaction still on his lips. Little Rain also smiled faintly, raised her hand, and shouted back, We made a promise. I will definitely tell you my legend when the time comes. Wahaha! Amidst the laughter, one by one, the battle robots on the cliff stood tall, their mouths, palms, and chests all gathering laser cannons. Meanwhile, Dumpling flew into the air and landed beside Little Rain. It seems you guys are prepared? Kizaru pouted, revealing a helpless expression. On the other hand, Fujitora moved his sword and drew several circles in the sky. In an instant, the sky seemed to tear apart with a loud sound. Little Rain nodded and said softly, Of course we're prepared. Otherwise, as soon as I step out, I'd be discovered by that old dog Akainu. How could I appear here? After her words, she lightly tapped her finger. Suddenly, all the battle robots fired their laser cannons and rockets. Boom! A huge sound erupted, and the entire volcanic island seemed to shake. At the same time, the canyon below boiled, smoke covering the entire valley. Several figures instantly leaped up, shooting towards Little Rain at the speed of light. Little Rain smiled faintly, a cold curve forming at the corner of her mouth. She reached out her hands, and ShinraTensei was unleashed in the blink of an eye. Bang! After a muffled sound, Kizaru and the others were all rebounded by this force. Little Rain was at her peak, in a state where her chakra was completely intact. Moreover, she was enveloped in chakra. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into her tailed beast form. Roar! With a fierce roar, the beast form of the Ten Tails appeared. As she howled to the sky, a tailed beast ball was spit out towards the sky. At that moment, 3 meteors also fell from the clouds. Boom! With another explosive sound, the meteors flew through the air, instantly transforming into massive boulders that shot out in all directions. Some elite marine soldiers, who thought they had good luck, were crushed by the boulders as soon as they emerged. In an instant, they were dead. Kizaru, Fujitora, and a group of rear admirals and elite officers stood opposite Little Rain, their gazes cold. What a terrifying ability! Have you ever seen such a beast, Fujitora? Kizaru quietly asked, pointing at Little Rain's beast form. At this moment, although Fujitora's eyes were closed, his ears were extremely sensitive. After shaking his head, he whispered, Actually, I heard another sound. It's a roar, the roar of a true beast. Kizaru was stunned and turned to look at Little Rain. After transforming into the Ten Tails, Little Rain fixed her gaze on several people. Her body shook violently, and countless monsters created from chakra suddenly appeared and charged into the canyon. Some of them directly rushed towards Kizaru and the others. Were these things? Kizaru's lips twitched slightly, confused. However, in the next moment, a monster appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. It punched through his chest, and only then did he seem to understand that these monsters had extremely powerful attack capabilities. A laser shot out, instantly piercing through the monster's head, and Kizaru jumped high into the air. With 2 fingers pinched together, the Yada no Kagami shot towards Little Rain. Little Rain sneered, knowing that although this move had a wide range and strong penetrating power, resembling a bullet, it didn't seem to have much effect against the power of the Ten Tails. Opening her mouth, she spat out another tailed beast ball. This immense power surged through all the light bullets in an instant, crashing into the opposing cliff and shattering it. Shooting straight towards the sea. Boom! The ocean exploded as if hundreds of tons of explosives had been thrown in, causing the entire sea area to erupt. At this moment, Kizaru's lips twitched slightly, and he curiously asked, Fujitora, how did you guys stop this guy from transforming back then? Fujitora smiled faintly and nodded. The Marshal, along with me, Kuma, and over a dozen admirals, plus all the powers of the warlord, were needed to stop such a powerful energy blast. Speaking of which, this kid couldn't even control such power back then. Oh, so many people's powers were needed to suppress him? Then what we do now? Kizaru pouted, asking helplessly. If he wanted to escape, he could definitely do so. With speeds like light, he could vanish in the blink of an eye. But the problem was, the remaining marine soldiers couldn't just be left there to be slaughtered. We can only fight hard and let those soldiers retreat as much as possible. Just those robots and monsters alone are not their opponents. Fujitora sighed bitterly, drew his sword, and leaped high towards Little Rain. With his sword light imbued with gravity, he slashed down towards her. With a snap, a hand suddenly extended from the back of the beast form of the Ten Tails, blocking the strike instantly. And tailed beast balls began to gather again. At that moment, Kizaru's lightspeed kick also appeared, directly aimed at the gathered tailed beast ball, causing Little Rain to stagger backward. She was even stabbed by Fujitora's sword. After retreating a few steps, she stopped, swinging her claws to knock Kizaru and Fujitora away. Meanwhile, another admiral charged towards Little Rain. Dumpling snorted coldly, exchanged glances with Senbei, and both of them rose to block. One transformed into a giant white tiger made of wind blades, while Dumpling disappeared at incredible speed. Once again, it appeared before a major general. After a flying kick, one major general rebounded and crashed directly into a hole in the ground. However, Qianbingwei, now wielding a howling wind blade, directly blocked the advance of 5 major generals. Just the 2 of them, Dumpling and Qianbingwei, prevented all the major generals from providing support. Meanwhile, it seemed that Fujitora and Kizaru were struggling to hold off Little Rain. In just a short span of a few minutes, Kizaru and Fujitora had been knocked back numerous times. At one point, they were almost hit directly by the Ten Tails tail beast ball. Each strike from the Ten Tails carried a pressure akin to that of heaven and earth, capable of inducing earthquakes with its body. Fighting on this volcanic island made Kizaru and Fujitora increasingly anxious. Retreat. We need to retreat immediately. We'll hold off this kid. Fujitora roared, prompting the naval soldiers and officers to react and sprint towards the warships on the coast. Pursued by the Battle King robots and the monsters created by Little Rain's Yin-Yang release chakra. Can't we let those naval soldiers go? Ashura Little Rain. After blocking one of Little Rain's claws with his sword staff, Fujitora shouted loudly. His body kept retreating until the entire mountain seemed to collapse, finally stopping. Little Rain sneered, extending countless hands once more towards Fujitora and Kizaru. Every time we are besieged by the Navy, why can't you just let us go? Oof. They're just dogs of the celestial dragons. Who are they to manage this world? As the words fell, he let out another roar that made the naval soldiers feel a shock to their eardrums. Damn it, in front of such a guy, it seems like speed is useless. The wounds we inflict can heal immediately. Kizaru transformed into a laser and landed beside Fujitora, speaking in a low voice. Indeed, this kid's self-healing ability is excessively powerful. It has already surpassed the scope of Zoan-type devil fruits. Fujitora nodded and replied softly. Chapter 204. The thoughts of the Navy high, command useless. Little Rain coldly snorted. The beast form of the Ten Tails leaped high once more. In an instant, another tailed beast ball was spat out. Fujitora and Kizaru teamed up to try to stop the tailed beast ball's trajectory. One used super light speed, while the other applied the most powerful gravity. The tailed beast ball changed direction again, heading towards the sea, creating massive waves that made the warships sway dangerously close to capsizing. The 2 of them gasped for breath again. What's wrong? Is that all it takes to tire you out? I'm full of energy. Little Rain laughed heartily, leaping high and charging towards Kizaru and Fujitora. Fists and feet clashed, and the Ten Tails Yin-Yang release could create countless hands and defensive shields. This time, Kizaru and Fujitora found it even more challenging. Just moments ago, Little Rain had nearly taken advantage of them and almost got injured. This time, their combat power was evidently stronger than before. In the blink of an eye, a layer of fine sweat had appeared on Kizaru and Fujitora's foreheads. Surrender, Kizaru. Haven't you always been clinging to your ambiguous sense of justice? Why are you still struggling so hard now? Little Rain shouted while attacking. Kizaru was somewhat confused as to how Little Rain knew this, and quickly replied, an ambiguous sense of justice must at least protect people within my capability. That's the ambiguity of my position as an admiral, not a careless ambiguity. As his words fell, Kizaru's movements became even faster. Fujitora, however, smiled faintly and said softly, "Little Rain, there's no need to undermine our confidence. With 2 admirals blocking you, even if you chase those naval soldiers, it will take time." Little Rain chuckled. Looking back at the coast, why don't you just take a look at what has happened to those naval soldiers now? Fujitora and Kizaru paused, then turned to look towards the coast. Instantly, they were left speechless in shock. Originally 10 warships, only 2 remained. Countless elite naval soldiers have been killed or injured, with most having fallen on the road to the coast. Opposite those 2 warships stood 8 Battle King robots and several monsters. Despite the 2 warships being some distance from the coastline, the Battle King robots and those monsters continued their pursuit. So what now? Should we escape first? After all, it's not much different from total annihilation. Little Rain chuckled softly. Kizaru and Fujitora turned around, their eyes filled with a fierce intensity as they fixed their gaze on Little Rain. At that moment, even Little Rain felt a hint of confusion. What were these guys doing? Did they really intend to fight to the death? Do you know why you are more concerning to the Navy than ordinary pirates? Kizaru said with a frown. Little Rain smiled faintly and nodded. Because in every major incident, I never consider ordinary people. That's why it makes the Navy and the world government so tense. That's right, but we in the Navy have protected most ordinary people, Fujitora said softly, appearing very serious. However, at that moment, Little Rain directly retracted the Ten Tails form and wrapped himself in chakra. With a faint smile, he shook his head. Suddenly, the entire power of the Ten Tails seemed to be under Little Rain's control. In the blink of an eye, the chakra sank into silence. Although most of the Navy is kind, who can define what kindness is? Sighing, Little Rain seemed to suddenly realize as he asked. Although the Navy protects ordinary people, the Celestial Dragons independently protect their interests, especially the high-ranking officials of the world government who actually allied with Blackbeard and Kaido last time. Just this alone surprised me, but it kinda took the blame. As for you, who says that so-called kindness and protection can bring peace to the world? This kind of peace is merely superficial. In the first half of the Grand Line, and in those outer seas, how many kingdoms are under tyranny? Yet, because they joined the world government, they cannot be overthrown. Such kindness is like hypocrisy. You say those soldiers are innocent people, but, as elites, haven't they killed before? Did other pirates come into existence just to be killed by you? After this speech, Kizaru and Fujitora stood there stunned. However, Little Rain would not let the Navy off so easily. In an instant, he reached out his hand. He appeared directly behind Fujitora and Kizaru, suddenly gripping their necks. Bang! With a loud crash, he smashed their heads together. After releasing them, Little Rain asked again, "Are you dizzy?" Kizaru and Fujitora began to shake their heads, seemingly a bit dazed. At that moment, the Seeking Ball appeared, piercing through their bodies. With a loud bang, the 2 of them shot towards the warship like rockets. Meanwhile, Little Rain leapt high, landing among the major generals. With his hands clasped together, he shouted, "ShinraTensei!" In that moment, all the major generals were sent flying. They landed on the coastline and looked towards Little Rain. Dumpling, Kiambing Way, and Little Rain slowly flew towards the coast. After landing, they crossed their arms and smiled faintly. "So, what do you think? Should we just eliminate you here? Oh, by the way, 2 of you are already severely wounded and on the brink of death." Kizaru and Fujitora covered their chests and directed the warship to sail towards the coastline. Kizaru shouted loudly at Little Rain, "If you're going to kill us, just do it. Why are you toying with us?" It was clear that Kizaru was now angry. As a generally good-tempered admiral, most of the Marines had never seen Kizaru lose his temper. However, Little Rain was different. He smiled lightly and shook his finger. No, I'm not toying with you. I just want you to deliver a message to Akainu. Stop monitoring me all the time. Next month, I will set sail again to seek Raftel. By the way, Blackbeard and Kaido might already be caught up in the final stretch of that sea route." After saying this, he instantly disappeared. Dumpling, on the other hand, looked helpless. He shrugged and flew off towards the other side of the island. "What should we do now, Fujitora-sama?" A junior officer asked Fujitora, filled with fear. "Regroup. What else can we do?" Fujitora was now also furious. He snorted coldly and headed towards his cabin. At the Navy headquarters, Akainu slammed the table and shouted at the newspaper, "What the hell is going on? How did those reporters find out about this?" The headline of the newspaper made all the Marines feel ashamed. The Navy's incompetence, heavily wounded by Little Rain, retreating in disgrace. Upon seeing such a headline, even veterans like Sengoku and Garp were nearly spitting blood. Of course, Akainu was so enraged that he destroyed the entire office. In the new office, the intelligence officers all lowered their heads. Each one was sweating profusely, almost wanting to dig into the ground. They knew that as soon as Kizaru and the others returned, Akainu had ordered a news blackout. Yet now, the news was too shocking, almost making these officers feel like they would spit blood. Marshal. This was published by freelance writer Up, and he took these photos. The intelligence officer stammered, but Akainu became even angrier. He slammed the desk and shouted, I asked you last time, haven't you found this freelance writer Up yet? That brat dares to publish such things. Yes, we will find him immediately. Two intelligence officers stood at attention before turning to run out of the office. Meanwhile, on the Thousand Sunny in the New World, when Nami read the newspaper, she was immediately shocked. Was Little Rain also on that small island? Luffy leaned over, glancing at the newspaper. At the same time, Zoro and the others gathered around. After everyone read the newspaper, they sighed. I can't believe Uncle ZEF is dead in the end. Luffy punched the railing in frustration, shouting, Damn it, if I were a bit stronger, if I could be like Little Rain then, Uncle ZEF might not have died. His tone was filled with self-reproach. But Zoro shook his head and said no. If ZEF really wanted to live, he wouldn't have charged in recklessly. But why didn't Little Rain save him at that time? Upon hearing this, even Luffy was surprised, because Zeph's life was already perfect enough. If he were saved at that moment, I fear he would have developed a psychological burden. Since it was perfect enough then, even death doesn't matter. Instead, it can leave behind his legend. A voice with a hollow tone came through. All the crew members nodded, seemingly agreeing with this idea. At that moment, Chopper and Usopp turned to look in the direction of the voice, instantly getting scared and shouting, Little Rain, Nanny. Everyone turned their heads to look at the bow of the ship, suddenly standing up. Especially Chopper, who timidly hid behind Luffy and the others. Chapter 205. The Reason for the Alliance Little Rain. Luffy grinned, scratching the back of his head and quietly asking, What are you doing here? Zoro and the others also looked at Little Rain, seemingly inquiring. Little Rain smiled lightly, pointing to the distant penguin ship, and said softly, We've been here for a while. You just didn't notice. By the way, you really can defeat ZEF. I can't say I defeated him. If he hadn't stopped those people, who knows who would win or lose if the fight continued? Luffy said, somewhat shyly scratching his head, looking quite proud. Little Rain shook his head and laughed. Being young is a kind of strength, but your fighting resilience is too weak. If you could sustain your battles, even those admirals or Akainu could be evenly matched. Haha, but I'm younger than you, and maybe I'm not your opponent right now. But sooner or later, I will defeat you. I'm going to be the Pirate King. Luffy stretched out his hands and shouted loudly at Little Rain. Little Rain laughed heartily, while Greed suddenly appeared behind him. Enel was also standing on the other side of the railing. With a cold sneer, Greed said, Don't even think about being the Pirate King. That title absolutely belongs to our captain, Little Rain. And you're only 1 year younger than Little Rain. Luffy's laughter abruptly stopped, and he looked like he might blow smoke from his nose. After snorting, he turned his head away. I will definitely defeat Little Rain. A bead of sweat appeared on Luffy's crew members, looking as if they didn't believe Luffy's words. By the way, do you have something to find us for? Nami asked, frowning slightly. A super pirate like Little Rain, even the 4 emperors would have to give him some respect. If he came to his ship, he must have something important to discuss. Little Rain nodded, smiling. Of course I have something. By the way, what is your name again? Right, Sanji. Bring me a cup of milk tea. Sanji was left speechless. Seeing Nami's glare, he could only walk towards the kitchen. Little Rain sat down and turned to Luffy. I'm here this time to propose an alliance. What? Luffy and the others seemed not to have heard clearly, all staring at Luffy. At this moment, even Sanji, who had just walked to the second floor, stopped in his tracks. Little Rain was taken aback, glancing at everyone, and asked curiously, What? Is that not okay? No. Are you sure you want to ally with us? Nami was initially stunned, then asked with great joy. This Little Rain was powerful enough to defeat 2 emperors. If he allied with them, wouldn't they be able to safely find Raftel? Little Rain nodded, looking at Luffy. Yes, I want to ally with you. Why? Zoro pushed aside Luffy, who seemed to want to refuse, and asked directly. Little Rain smiled, holding his head with both hands. Because I don't want to face too many powerful forces alone. Kaido and Blackbeard have both entered the final stretch of this sea area. Red-haired is here too, and the Navy might send people over soon. Do you think I can handle all these forces alone? Everyone was stunned for a moment and then laughed. Little Rain was right. With Blackbeard and Kaido together, he might be able to cope. If you add the Navy, he might really be unable to deal with it. And what about Shanks? Shanks helped you back then, so there should be some connection, right? Moreover, you are allied with the Revolutionary Army, so I believe they wouldn't ignore your situation. Sanji walked over Xiaoyu with a few cups of drinks, frowning as he said. At this moment, Luffy also shouted, Shanks will help you too, and since he is so loyal, maybe he is looking to ally with you. Why are you looking for me now instead? Xiaoyu was at a loss for words. After Luffy asked in a fit of anger, she found herself speechless. Gride and Enel looked at Xiaoyu, seemingly unable to understand. In terms of strength, although Luffy is good now, he is obviously still lacking compared to Shanks and the Revolutionary Army. Moreover, with Luffy's temperament, he is definitely not the best ally. Xiaoyu chuckled and pointed at Luffy. Because this guy can hear voices that others cannot? What do you mean? Luffy was also confused, not understanding what Xiaoyu was talking about. Xiaoyu shook her head and began to self-deprecate. I've always thought that with Whitebeard's immense strength and influence, why couldn't he find Raftel? He's foolish. He has no sense of direction. He is not a match for the Pirate King. Zoro and the others' responses made Gride and the others behind them twitch their mouths. It's the first time someone has evaluated Whitebeard like that, especially Zoro, who has no sense of direction. Do you think that's you? Even Xiaoyu, after a moment of shock, burst into laughter. He patted his chest and whispered, You guys are really interesting. How could Whitebeard be foolish or lack a sense of direction? Even the wise Sengoku would acknowledge Whitebeard's intelligence and strength. This guy has the power to destroy the world. Then how do you explain that he hasn't found Raftel all these years? Luffy looked foolish and directly turned to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu coughed lightly and chuckled. Whitebeard wouldn't be that foolish, and his observation hockey is pretty good. It's just that he hasn't been able to hear any voices that others can't. This point, even Gride and Enel cannot achieve. The voices of all things are definitely the key to pointing to Raftel's location. But I can't hear the voices of all things. Luffy pouted, looking somewhat helpless. Nami and the others also nodded. Xiaoyu chuckled and directly pulled Luffy's head closer, taking a sip of milk tea before saying, You heard something, didn't you? When you were about to enter Fishman Island? As soon as this was said, Luffy suddenly recalled. After nodding vigorously, he said vaguely, At that time, I think I really heard a few voices. It seemed like they were talking about us. Then Luffy shook his head, becoming confused again. No, even though I heard those voices, it might just be an illusion from the seabed. Xiaoyu smiled faintly and patted Luffy's shoulder. How could it be an illusion? Those Sea Kings are not ordinary ones without intelligence or thought. They are definitely extremely powerful species. Moreover, they are subordinates of the Sea King Poseidon. Do you think those could be illusions? I can't hear their voices, but I can see. After saying that, she pointed to her Rinnegan. This pair of eyes, which has been talked about for a long time in the pirate world, seemed so mysterious to Nami and the others. It looked as if she could see through everyone's hearts. Think about it. The next time you look for me, I hope you have some clues. Of course, if you think of anything, feel free to come find me. Xiaoyu finished her milk tea, put down the cup, and said. She stood up, patted Sanji's shoulder, and smiled. Want to come to our ship? Our ship has the world's #1 beauty, Hancock. As soon as the words left her mouth, the penguin ship approached. And Hancock jumped onto the Thousand Sunny, grabbing Xiaoyu's hand. At that moment, Sanji's eyes turned into hearts. Luffy was still pondering what Xiaoyu had just said. Lady Hancock, would you like to sit for a while? I'll prepare some heart-shaped desserts for you right away. Sanji twirled around like he was dancing, surrounding the Empress. At this time, Hancock suddenly had a huge hashtag appear on her forehead. After snorting coldly, she directly used the powers of the sweet fruit. In an instant, Sanji was petrified, still maintaining his love-struck pose. What are you doing? Nami, Robin, and the others all stood up, staring at Hancock. Hancock glanced at the two girls. These two were even sexier than Anna. After snorting coldly, she shouted, What? This guy keeps looking at me with those lecherous eyes, so I turned him a stone. What? Do you two also want to become like this? Robin and Nami were taken aback and didn't respond. Even if they had objections, they were no match for Hancock. Moreover, Xiaoyu and the others were laughing, knowing that if it really came to blows, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. They could only turn their heads away. As if they didn't want to see them, Xiaoyu patted Hancock's waist and whispered, All right, let him go. By the way, Luffy, think carefully. Now, we'll be leaving. After a faint smile, she flew towards the penguin ship. Chapter 206. Comprehensive layout on the penguin ship, Gride, Enel, and the others all looked at Xiaoyu. Although only 3 days had passed, these 3 days had caused everyone to surround Xiaoyu. They wanted to know the real reason behind her alliance with Luffy. Even though Xiaoyu said so at the time, they still didn't believe it. Clearly, they did not think that such a reason would lead Xiaoyu to ally with Luffy. Come on, it's been 3 days. Tell us why you allied with Luffy. Gride sat next to Xiaoyu and asked bitterly. Even he was starting to get a bit annoyed. But Xiaoyu shook her head. Why don't you believe me? I've said it before, it's really because Luffy can hear that kind of voice that I look for him. No, that's definitely not the reason. Enel shook his head, speaking with certainty. However, Hancock and Anna directly stood in front of everyone, shouting loudly. We've told you several times. Do you have a problem with your brains? Gride shrugged, looking innocent. Xiaoyu stood up and pushed the two aside. She answered the phone quietly and asked, Luffy, did you think of something? Yes, we are already on our way to your location. This time, I believe it will definitely be useful. Wait for us. After Luffy finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Xiaoyu smiled and said, All right, we are about to enter the real final stretch. Now get ready. So sure? Shinjo was taken aback and looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu nodded, standing on the balcony and gazing into the distance. Blackbeard and Kaido's positions, they think we won't find them. But how could that be? And the Navy actually sent out such a formation. Finally, Shanks is the most pragmatic one, actually in front of the fog. Hee. This time, we will definitely be able to enter the fog. As she finished speaking, she looked into the distance. 3 hours later, Luffy led everyone aboard the Penguin. Xiaoyu thought to herself, as the main character, you may not seem very mature right now, but that ability of yours is my last hope. This time, I can definitely get the title of Pirate King. Xiaoyu, I can finally hear those voices again. By the way, there are 2 Sea Kings chatting right below the ship. Luffy laughed heartily, looking quite pleased with himself. Xiaoyu smiled, nodded her head, and pointed towards the bow of the ship. After 5 more kilometers, we will reach the Misty Sea. That Misty Sea is so hazy that even the seabed is unclear. Only by hearing the Sea Kings can we find our way out. Then, we can enter the final location of the true Grand Line. In that sea area, we might be able to find Raftel. Luffy was overjoyed and patted Xiaoyu on the shoulder. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry in. As long as we find Raftel, I can become the Pirate King. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyu's mouth twitched, feeling a bit speechless. How did this guy's brain cells even develop? Could it be that he really is a single-celled organism? Shaking her head, she patted Luffy's shoulder and smiled. We can't just rush in right now. Blackbeard, Kaido, and the Navy might be nearby. So, we have to find a good position. Good position? What do you mean? Luffy was taken aback and turned to look at Xiaoyu. Zoro and the others also looked at Xiaoyu, seeming a bit confused. Xiaoyu waved her hand and whispered, Now, follow our ship. I'll take you to meet Shanks. As soon as she said that, she flew towards her balcony. Luffy and the others returned to their ship. Meanwhile, beside the Misty Sea, a relatively small ship slowly came to a stop. Looking at the layer of fog that resembled cotton candy, everyone sighed. Captain, how'd the Pirate King break into the Misty Sea back then? It is said that after that naval battle, the Pirate King ventured deep inside. Jesus Burgess scratched his curly hair, asking helplessly. At this moment, Shanks also rubbed his forehead, looking puzzled. If I knew how the captain got him back then, I wouldn't he have been circling here all the time? Beckman sighed and quietly asked, Xiaoyu, Blackbeard, Kaido, and the Navy have all come looking for us. If we can't find it this time, perhaps, the title of Pirate King will slip away from us. Shanks naturally understood Beckman's meaning, helplessly exhaling a breath, and looked back at the Misty Sea. Jesus Burgess, can you really not hear any voices at all? Beckman frowned slightly and asked quietly, Do you think the Pirate King listened to the voices to get in? Shanks nodded and looked up at the sky. It seemed he was reminiscing. The captain could hear the voices of all things, which is why he could enter this sea area. But how do we get in? At that moment, Jesus Burgess suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction, his expression excited and anticipatory. Instantly noticed by Shanks and Beckman, the two exchanged glances and then asked, Jesus Burgess, is someone coming over there? It should be acquaintances. Beckman smiled faintly and said quietly. Jesus Burgess nodded vigorously, grinning widely as he said, Yes, it's indeed acquaintances. Not only Xiaoyu has come, but she also brought Luffy with her. As he finished speaking, the Penguin appeared before them. At this moment, Shanks was slightly stunned, while Beckman squinted his eyes. Xiaoyu, what do they want from us? Shanks pouted, looking a bit annoyed. However, the pressure of the 4 emperors was immediately released, and in an instant, the Conqueror's haki pressed down towards the Penguin like a layer of weight. At that moment, Xiaoyu also smiled. The Conqueror's haki and the aura of the Ten Tails appeared, clashing against the killing intent of Grid and the Conqueror's haki. The sky rumbled as if it had cracked open. The sea churned, and the edge of the Misty Sea echoed with booming sounds. Xiaoyu stood at the bow of the ship, loudly saying, Shanks, is this how you welcome an old friend? Don't you want to enter the Misty Sea? As soon as she finished speaking, Shanks also laughed. Since we're old friends, why not go ashore and gather? And you, Luffy, could you give me back my straw hat? As they spoke, the two ships had already drawn closer. Everyone arrived at the beach, and Shanks' crew began preparing food. At this moment, upon hearing Xiao Yu say that Luffy could hear those voices, even Shanks looked a bit curious. Really? Shanks pulled Luffy over, whispering. Luffy nodded and smiled. I wasn't too very sure at first, but after Xiao Yu mentioned it, I really found that I could hear. Xiao Yu grinned and nodded, pointing to the Misty Sea. This is the last sea area of the Grand Line. As long as we pass through this sea area, we can find Raftel. Perhaps Whitebeard could also find it, because his Tremor fruit can directly change this Misty Sea. Unfortunately, Whitebeard seems to care little about what's on Raftel. But Blackbeard, this guy will definitely charge, indirectly. Shanks nodded and said quietly, That's true. Having endured for so long, he can't just not enter the Misty Sea. But how will the Navy get in? Everyone looked to Xiao Yu, as she seemed to understand the Navy the best. Moreover, she was also the most knowledgeable about the Navy's weapons. Biting her lip, Xiao Yu shook her head. I don't know either, but this time the highest power in the world will definitely be involved. However, as long as we enter the Misty Sea, even the world government will suffer serious damage. As for why, I can't conveniently say. This is a matter for the Revolutionary Army, and I only know a little. This time, our three parties will join forces to curb Blackbeard's ambitions. Kaido will be left to you, Shanks. Grid sat down at this time and said to Shanks. Both Shanks and Luffy seemed to have no objections, but Beckman turned to Grid and Xiao Yu. If we block Kaido and Blackbeard, what will you do? This question caught Xiao Yu and Grid off guard. Of course, we will deal with the Navy. Do you expect the Navy to charge indirectly? You should know that all three admirals and several warlords of the sea are here. This time, our pressure is also very high, Enel said with a faint smile. But a glint of light appeared in his eyes. Watching Shanks and Luffy leave, Xiao Yu's expression also turned cold. She looked at Enel and nodded, seemingly signaling. Chapter 207. Self-exploding bomb. The Misty Sea, covered with a layer resembling cotton candy, obscured the entire sea surface. And even the entire seabed was as dark as if it had been soaked in ink, devoid of any sense of direction. Waves of undercurrents appeared, pushing the ship in several directions. If it weren't for the penguin, it might really have gotten lost in the sea area. Ha ha! Shanks, Luffy. If it weren't for our ship, even if you managed to enter here and break through this Misty Sea, it would still take a lot of effort and means. Little Rain laughed heartily, standing at the bow of the ship, looking ahead. Shanks and Luffy exchanged smiles and nodded. All the currents here are irregular. Even if you can hear these sounds and point in the right direction, it would still be quite tiring to break through relying solely on your own strength. By the way, your ship is really impressive. It can sail through the waves without needing wind or currents. Of course, just take a look at who built this ship. Shinjio stepped forward, grinning. At this moment, Gil Tesoro and Enel also walked towards the bow with serious expressions, but it didn't seem like they wanted to say anything. Instead, they whispered a few words in Little Rain's ear. However, Jezeb shouted directly towards the red-haired captain at the bow. Boss, about 3 kilometers to the southwest. It seems Blackbeard is already chasing us this way. Oh, and Kaido seems to be there too. Luffy cracked his knuckles and sneered. Just in time this time. We're going to have a big fight. Shanks and Beckman looked at Little Rain. Right now, their ship was still relying on Little Rain's penguin to tow it. So, it mainly depended on Little Rain's decision. Little Rain pursed his lips and slightly furrowed his brow. In such waters, we are not suited for battle. Moreover, that guy will definitely use the Tremor Fruit's ability to clear the way. Beckman nodded, agreeing with Little Rain's statement. That's right, we can't waste our strength and time here. Outside the Misty Sea, our combat power would greatly increase. As for Blackbeard, in this dark world, the abilities of the Dark Fruit and the Tremor Fruit might be even more powerful. Hey Shanks, are we just going to let this go? Dad Whitebeard and Ace, they all died because of Blackbeard. Luffy was somewhat unwilling, and once his temper flared up, it was like trying to hold back 8 bulls. Little Rain patted Luffy's shoulder, smiling. Although we can't fight them here, we can still create a little trouble for them. Right, Shinjio? Just a small matter. Shinjio smirked and ran into the cabin. In less than 10 minutes, he came out holding a pile of small-timed explosives. After nodding at Little Rain, he directly threw them into the sea. Throwing them into the sea won't have any effect on them? Luffy and Shanks were taken aback, looking somewhat surprised. However, Beckman seemed to have figured something out. These are small robots that can use infrared sensing to detect Blackbeard and his crew. When they detect them, they will explode directly, and the explosive power is extremely strong. Shinjio walked in front of Little Rain and began to explain. The robots slowly sank into the ink-like seabed, then emitted faint red lights, seemingly searching for something. Luffy instantly found it interesting and turned to Shinjio. Give me a few. When the time comes, I'll place them at the exit of the Misty Sea. It will definitely give Blackbeard a surprise. Shinjio grinned, took out a few from his pocket, and handed them to Luffy. No problem, I have plenty of these. I'll give you these first, and later you can come to my lab to get more. However, Little Rain shook his head at this moment. The corners of his mouth curled into a strange arc, and after a cold laugh, he said, since we are already within 3 kilometers, they should have sensed us by now. After all, it's impossible for that guy to have no one on board with high-level observation haki. As soon as he finished speaking, Little Rain extended his hands, which instantly transformed into liquid water as he reached down into the sea. Waves surged into the air in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the entire sea surface began to surge towards Blackbeard's direction. Pulling back his hands, Little Rain smirked and coldly snorted. This time, they will definitely have big trouble. All right, full speed ahead. The Penguin towed the red-haired ship and the Thousand Sunny at high speed towards the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, on Blackbeard's ship, Kaido coldly looked ahead, grinning as he asked, since we've already found Little Rain, we don't need to wander aimlessly anymore. We could just chase after them. Blackbeard laughed loudly, turning to Katarina Devon. Just now, it was thanks to this Crescent Hunter that they found Little Rain's ship. At this moment, Devon was slightly taken aback and shook her head. I can't find them. Someone suppressed my observation haki just now, and I can't hear anything. Moreover, since just now, I've heard Little Rain say to go full speed ahead. Oh, it seems they even set off some bombs in the sea. They might explode when we get there. Explosion? Blackbeard was taken aback, becoming somewhat confused. He pointed at the mist and the ink-like sea, whispering, what a joke. In a misty sea like this, how could we find them? Besides, even if we found them with such dark currents and tides, they would have been dispersed. Kaido nodded, looking skeptical. Just at that moment, a huge explosion occurred. The pirate ship at the front was blown away in the blink of an eye, and a gap opened in the mist. The ink-like seawater immediately flipped back, crashing onto other ships. Blackbeard and Kaido's mouths twitched visibly, and after exchanging glances, they quietly asked, what happened? Could it be that those bombs made it here? What a joke. Bombs can't run on their own. Could it be that Little Rain has already infiltrated? Kaido frowned and asked quietly. The Crescent Hunter snorted coldly, closing her eyes and shaking her head. No, there are no living beings approaching. Moreover, there isn't even a fish in this sea. Devon didn't know that there should be fish in this sea, and there were even incredibly powerful sea kings present. It was just that her observation haki hadn't reached the level to hear all things. At that moment, another explosion sounded. Kaido's fleet erupted with a loud bang. In an instant, several nearby ships were blown away. At that moment, Kaido was somewhat surprised, while Blackbeard's anger surged. His fists clenched tightly, and the power of the Tremor fruit began to gather again. With just one punch, he could make the entire sea area churn. And just at that moment, boom, after a loud noise, countless waves surged towards Blackbeard's pirate ship. In the blink of an eye, even Blackbeard was taken aback. What's going on? You want to take us down too? Kaido snorted coldly and glared at Blackbeard. At that moment, Blackbeard's mouth twitched, and he looked at his fists. Are you kidding me? I haven't even made a move yet. Kaido and the others were all stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the waves. Blackbeard snorted coldly and laughed. Does Little Rain really think he can deal with us using such tricks? As soon as he finished speaking, he punched out. Boom! With a muffled sound, all the waves shattered. Some even turned into mist and fell down below. In the sudden downpour, Kaido also made his move, extending his tiger claw towards the other side. Instantly, a power that seemed to tear through space ripped apart the waves. Boom! Amidst the splashes, the seabed suddenly exploded. Several pirate ships erupted in a deafening blast, with one bomb directly exploding at the bow of the main ship. This strike left both Kaido and Blackbeard stunned. The entire ship tilted over. With a thud, the wolf leaped off the massive pirate ship to catch Blackbeard's crew. What the hell is going on? Those bombs can actually attack on their own? Kaido roared after being rescued onto a small boat by Matt. That's right. It's definitely a robot. It seems the explosion on that island was also caused by that robotic bird. Blackbeard suddenly recalled the massive explosion on the island and realized what was happening. Kaido's mouth twitched in frustration. Damn it. Can't this kind of thing be predicted with observation haki by hearing the sounds and directions? T-Boy shook his head and replied, "Impossible, that's a robot, programmed by Chi Bin. How could it hear sounds? Right now, we should hurry and leave the sea area. Otherwise, we really won't know how we'll die," Lafitte said with a frown. Blackbeard nodded and laughed loudly. "Let's go, leave this place immediately." "Ha ha, that bastard Xiao, you just wait until I catch you." Matt looked at Kaido, saw his boss nodding, and then began to direct them towards a certain direction. Chapter 208. Luffy and Shanks being played. It took Xiaoyu 3 whole days to lead everyone out of the Misty Sea. Although Luffy could hear the sounds of Sea Kings in the Misty Sea and find a way out based on those sounds, the sea area was still quite large. Unless one had Whitebeard's power to shake the entire sea, it was indeed very difficult for ordinary pirates to escape. The feeling of seeing the sun again filled Xiaoyu with warmth like never before. He lifted his head, looked at the clear sky, and took a deep breath. It's good to have the sun. That Misty Sea is truly not a place for humans. Luffy was lying on the railing, sticking out his tongue, looking exhausted. "You guys are fine, but I'm dead tired. Sanji, I want to eat. I'm so hungry. I'll prepare some meat for you, right away. By the way, do you want some?" Sanji's eyes turned into hearts as he looked at Hancock and the others on the Penguin ship. Red-haired Shanks shook his head and turned to look into the distance. This sea area, even the 4 emperors had never been to. But upon arriving, he found it to be incredibly calm. Even the outer seas didn't have such clean and peaceful waters. Beckman took a couple of steps forward, hesitated for a moment, and then asked Shanks, "It's strange. How can there be such a sea in the Grand Line? It's calm and clean, almost like a paradise. But the problem is, this is the end point of the Grand Line." Shanks nodded and then turned to look at the mist of the Misty Sea behind them. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Xiaoyu, don't you find this sea area strange?" Xiaoyu chuckled and shook his head. "What's so strange about it? This is the last treasure of this world. It's the last sea area preserved by the ancient kingdom. Is that strange?" As he spoke, he waved his hand and drove forward. In the blink of an eye, he led the way into the vast depths of the ocean, seemingly unconcerned about the tranquility and uniqueness of this sea area. Luffy chuckled and waved his hand to Shanks. "Shanks, let's go treasure hunting together. Ha ha. This time I will definitely find Raftel and finally become the Pirate King." With that, he chased after Xiaoyu. Red-haired Shanks sighed and turned to Beckman. "Let's go up too. Even if we stay here, there's absolutely nothing we can do." Beckman took a puff of smoke and nodded. At that moment, the Misty Sea seemed to be stirred up. Waves rose like giants, crashing against the mirror-like surface of the sea. Boom! With a loud bang, the waves fell, heading towards the pirate ships of red-haired Shanks and Luffy. "What is going on?" Luffy asked, chewing on a large piece of roasted meat, looking curiously at the waves. "Blackbeard? It must be them launching a tsunami. We need to get out of here quickly." Zoro snorted and leaped high, swiftly cutting through the waves. The water transformed into a downpour as it fell onto the deck. Shanks and Beckman used the same method to directly dissipate the waves. It was obvious they knew Blackbeard was catching up. Just after they spoke, the previously calm sea surface began to swell again, and in an instant, with a loud bang, more than a dozen submarines leaped out of the water, surrounding red-haired Shanks and the Straw Hat pirate ship. The sealed doors on the submarines slowly opened, revealing figures from the Navy. Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Fujitora, Admiral Green Bull, and standing in front of them, Fleet Admiral Akainu. Just this level of combat power made Shanks and the Straw Hats feel something was off. The Navy? How is it possible that you arrived here faster than Blackbeard? Shanks furrowed his brow, perplexed. Luffy snorted, stuffing a huge piece of roasted meat into his mouth, rolled up his sleeves, and shouted, "Akainu, I never expected you to make it here too." On the deck of the submarine, Akainu crossed his arms and sneered. He first glanced at Shanks, then turned his attention to the Straw Hat pirates. "It's not surprising that I'm here. 3 years ago, the Navy was already researching the Misty Sea ahead. Now, we've finally figured out the reason and can enter directly. But you guys, I didn't think you would actually reach this sea area. However, if you want to find Raftel, you have to get through us." Upon hearing Akainu's words, Shanks looked at Luffy. Noticing Luffy seemed impulsively ready to charge in and fight, Shanks helplessly shook his head. "Looks like this time, I really have to stake my life in this new era." Beckman, do you want to join me in a fight against the Navy?" Beckman sneered and fixed his gaze on Kizaru. "It's been a long time since I've sparred with an old rival. That Xiaoyu kid seems to have known something and escaped so quickly." When he mentioned escaping so quickly, Beckman clearly paused. Then, as if he thought of something, his expression turned slightly cold. "What's wrong? If we fight here and disturb the peace of the sea, I think you should know." Shanks smiled faintly, shaking his head. But at this moment, Beckman shook his head and quietly asked. Xiaoyu said that their self-destructing bombs can locate Blackbeard's position. Moreover, they can distinguish between enemies and allies, right? Shanks pursed his lips and nodded. That's right, Chi-Bean's technology is quite powerful. You know, the Navy wanted to recruit him back in the day. Exactly. Then he should be able to find this sea area with his own abilities. Moreover, he could even sneak in without anyone knowing. Not long ago, it was said that they sought to ally with Luffy because of his ability to hear all things. Don't you find that strange? As soon as Beckman spoke, Shanks and the others reacted. Being one of the four emperors, they certainly couldn't be lacking in intelligence. They clearly distinguished between major and minor matters. Moreover, this situation seems like a real betrayal. So, are you saying that Xiaoyu already knew that Blackbeard and the Navy could enter here? Therefore, after allying with us, he escaped first and then asked us to hold off the Navy and Blackbeard while he went to find Laughtail. When Shanks said this, he was startled himself. The other crew members also reacted. Based on previous experiences, it seemed unlikely that Xiaoyu would betray them like this. Furthermore, it seemed that Xiaoyu had always been a person of great loyalty. But the facts were right in front of them, making it hard not to believe. Because at that moment, the seabed stirred once again. At the same time, dozens of small submarines surfaced instantly. After those gates opened, pairs of combat robots also appeared. The corner of Shanks' mouth twitched slightly, clearly speechless. Among them, a robot that looked like a head stepped forward and quickly focused on Akainu. With its fists extended, it shot out 2 laser cannons. Boom! With a loud bang, the magma collided with the laser cannon, and in an instant, the laser broke through and attacked the submarines that had just surfaced. Xiaoyu robots? What's going on? Luffy's eyes lit up like an idiot as he looked at those robots. Sanji, on the other hand, seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly slapped the railing and shouted, "Bastard, Xiaoyu definitely wants us to help him hold off Akainu and Blackbeard, and he sent his own robot squad here, ready to attack as soon as they appear. In that case, Akainu would launch a fierce attack, and he could go find Laughtail. Damn it." Luffy was stunned and shook his head. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xiaoyu said he would take me to find Laughtail, then to become the Pirate King." Zoro also stepped forward, snorted, and asked. "He said he would bring you in, but he never said he would give you the title of Pirate King. All along, he's been thinking about getting the title of Pirate King. Okay." Once these words were spoken, Luffy clearly felt Xiaoyu's intentions. After a twitch of his mouth, his whole head seemed to boil with steam. "Damn Xiaoyu, stupid Xiaoyu. How dare you play me? Oomph. This time I will definitely get the One Piece and become the Pirate King. Let us chase after him now." Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances, grabbing the almost rampaging Luffy, and then pointed around. Right, it seems there are still Navy forces here. This. Luffy paused, getting a bit furious. He jumped to the bow of the ship, resting his hands on his mouth. Taking a deep breath, Luffy yelled at Akainu. "Let's not fight here anymore. If we keep fighting, Xiaoyu might find the One Piece soon. Xiaoyu has already gone to the deep sea before us." As soon as these words were spoken, not only did Shanks freeze, but even Akainu, who had just thrown a punch of magma, was momentarily stunned. He frowned and looked at Luffy, seemingly not believing it. However, Shanks at this moment smiled bitterly. "That's right, Akainu. Xiaoyu has already entered the deep sea, and when the time comes, the One Piece will be his." Akainu knew that Shanks wouldn't lie, but after squinting his eyes slightly, he coldly snorted. "First, I'll deal with you, and then I'll naturally go catch Xiaoyu. This time, I definitely won't let you go unpunished." As soon as he finished speaking, the admiral behind him took the lead and launched an attack on Luffy, Shanks, and those combat robots. Chapter 209. The Penguin ship has a spirit Shanks sighed, as if he had long known Akainu would say this. Even Beckman clearly had no hopes left. The two exchanged glances and nodded. This time, Xiaoyu truly won. After saying this, the two jumped high, one blocking Kizu, while the other parried Fujitora with a sword. Boom! After a loud explosion, Akainu leaped high, and the magma instantly turned into volcanic rock, crashing down onto the Straw Hat Pirate's Thousand Sunny. Although Luffy couldn't do anything, he had no choice but to fight back at this moment. After snorting, he shouted, "Damn it, if I catch you, you're dead. Xiaoyu." As soon as he finished speaking, his fists enlarged with armament hockey and directly blocked the magma, causing a towering column of steam and water to rise from the sea. The battle on both sides erupted in an instant, making the entire sea surface boil like water, transforming the originally calm sea into chaos. Meanwhile, on the Penguin ship, Xiaoyu, laughing and slapping his coffee table, shouted, You didn't really think I would ally with Shanks and Luffy, did you? Wahaha. Indeed, even my crew has been deceived. And Shanks and Luffy absolutely wouldn't think of this. Wahaha. Watching the laughing Xiaoyu, Anna became furious, suddenly slamming her hand down and breaking the entire coffee table into pieces. Then, she coldly fixed her gaze on Xiaoyu and asked, "What is going on? You need to explain it to me right now, or I won't let you off." At this moment, even Hancock nodded, as Xiaoyu's legitimate wife. How could she be deceived by her husband? Well, not yet, but soon it would be. Xiaoyu smiled faintly, patting Law's shoulder as if he already knew. Law knows that the Navy can already break through the Misty Sea. If that's the case, coupled with Blackbeard and Kaido, if I had barged in myself, wouldn't I have been surrounded on 3 sides? Even if I found the One Piece, the casualties would be heavy. So, I needed to ask Shanks and Luffy for help. So now, Shanks and Luffy won't be in danger, right? After all, it's an attack from the Navy, Blackbeard, and Kaido on 3 fronts, just relying on 1 Four Emperor and 1 Straw Hat crew. If anything happens, I would feel guilty. Shinjo scratched the back of his head anxiously, looking like he didn't want that to happen. Those familiar with Luffy all nodded. It seemed they couldn't bear the idea that Xiaoyu could become the Pirate King in such a despicable way. But Xiaoyu shook his head with a bitter smile. The 13th Division of Combat Robots, along with Shank's strength and the Straw Hat Crew's luck. I really can't imagine they would get hurt or anything. Moreover, if they really couldn't win, they could break through. Also, do you think the Navy led by Akainu would possibly ally with Blackbeard and Kaido? Clearly, they would fight on 3 fronts. In that case, would there still be danger? After Xiaoyu said this, it seemed to really be the case. After all, Akainu, although overly aggressive, wouldn't ally with pirates. Furthermore, when the 3 sides fought, there would completely be no threat of death. Perhaps they might even escape. Xiaoyu patted the armrest of the chair and said again, "Moreover, Luffy is the protagonist. He will definitely survive. How could he suddenly die? Now you all hurry up and find Laugh-Tale. It's been such a long time, and there hasn't been a single one in this sea area." Grid and the others began to feel puzzled and nodded their heads. If this continues, we really want to know where to look. Perhaps, after sailing for a while longer, we will reach the Red Earth continent. And if we reach the Red Earth continent, it's clear that we won't find Laugh-Tale either. Kiambingwei took out something that looked like a mobile phone and, after tapping a few times, slightly furrowed his brows. Radar sensing seems to indicate that there's nothing within 100 kilometers around here. How is that possible? Grid was taken aback, looking somewhat incredulous. At this moment, Xiaoyu also frowned, lightly tapping the armrest of her seat. After a moment of silence, she said softly, "Should we check the seabed? Perhaps there could be something down there." The seabed? Kiambingwei was taken aback, then nodded. Once again, using sonar to probe the seabed, everyone became tense. This was the final stretch. If we still couldn't find anything, we might really have to go back. But how could we not find anything in such a calm sea? A long time passed, whether it was an hour or a day, until the sun began to set towards the horizon. Only then did Kiambingwei wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and say softly, "I didn't expect there really to be something beneath the sea." Just now, when we were about to reach the end, there was some kind of echo from the seabed. Really at the seabed? Xiaoyu was taken aback and then frowned. She directly opened a map, looked at it seriously, and then scratched her head, becoming even more confused. Why would it be at the seabed? Why shouldn't it be at the seabed? Grid appeared puzzled, although Xiaoyu seemed to understand quite well. But after all, she hadn't been there, who knows? Xiaoyu shook her head again and pointed at the sky. From my understanding, those celestial dragons had a great war with the ancient kings. Therefore, the battle between the king of heaven and the king of the underworld directly caused a massive explosion. Then, the Red Earth continent was clearly the highest point of land at that time, so it wasn't destroyed. But, no matter how you say it, the last piece of land should have been preserved. Moreover, that last piece of land should still be connected to the Red Earth continent. Grid and Kiambingwei exchanged glances and shook their heads. The theory that the war destroyed the continent was something we researched. Why could that ancient kingdom have sunk this piece of treasure land to the seabed, allowing it to be preserved to this day? Perhaps the celestial dragons brought those so-called devil fruits, and the power of the ancient kingdom was the resistance of the king of the underworld. Therefore, it needed to be at the seabed to prevent those with devil fruit powers from entering. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu was directly stunned. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and she nodded. That's true, if we assume that the devil fruits were actually brought by the celestial dragons. Then, in order to resist, they could only be put at the seabed. However, there is absolutely no trace of anything up there. Qianbingwei glanced at the screen in his hand and said softly. At that moment, Grid once again laughed. Are you kidding? With a history of over 1,000 years, how could there still be someone existing? Do you really think it's the fishmen who can live in the seabed without any issues? Forget it. Let us dive down and take a look. By the way, Luo, didn't the D family leave anything behind? Even if it's just a legend. Xiaoyu waved her hand impatiently and turned to look at Luo. Luo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. After all, he was too young back then. How could he know anything about the secrets of the D family? Just as the penguin was about to dive down, the bow of the ship suddenly shook. Then, it broke through the surface of the sea and flipped back onto the water. At the same time, a roar echoed. What's going on? Xiaoyu was taken aback and pressed her face against the deck, asking somewhat frustratedly. Grid and Enel straightened up, feeling a cold sweat emerge. Beneath the seabed, there are countless gigantic sea kings, much larger than any we've seen before. Moreover, their attack power is extremely strong. Once the penguin stabilized, everyone had a question mark floating above their heads. They couldn't figure out. Even Xiaoyu found it hard to understand. The sea kings from Fishman Island are extremely huge, seemingly like real sea kings. This is normal. After all, that is the power that protects the Sea King Poseidon. But how could there be such sea kings outside the last land of this ancient kingdom? Could it be that these sea kings are actually here to protect that place? Then why didn't they chase after us? Qianbingwei was somewhat startled and patted his chest, looking frustrated. Grid and Enel exchanged glances and shook their heads. No. We also find it strange why they gave up after we came up to the surface halfway. By the way, who is controlling the ship? Actually, we didn't have time to turn the ship around just now. Wasn't it you guys? Qianbingwei asked, feeling somewhat choked. Grid shrugged his shoulders and laughed. It's obvious it's not us. It wouldn't be the Control Lord, right? No, Master. Although I saw what happened just now. I thought they wouldn't attack us, so I didn't control the ship. However, I feel like the ship seems to have its own consciousness. The words of the Control Lord left Qianbingwei and the others in a daze, unable to react at all. Xiaoyu, however, jumped onto the head of the penguin at the bow of the ship. She patted the penguin's head hard and said softly, Thank you, penguin. Xiaoyu, you don't really think the ship has its own consciousness, do you? Anna curled her lips, looking skeptical. Xiaoyu nodded and smiled. Of course. Luffy's previous ship had a spirit. Moreover, if it weren't for the ship's spirit during the Enies lobby incident, they would have been doomed. That's just Luffy bragging, alright. Emma was somewhat curious why Xiaoyu would believe that. After all, Xiaoyu had always been a very wise man. Xiaoyu laughed and said, How could it be bragging? Luffy never liked to brag. Moreover, I actually found out that the news I got back then was the same. That ship, like our penguin, also has a spirit. Chapter 210, Ship Spirit of the King of the Underworld, a ship with its own intelligence, capable of commanding. It can even have its own emotions. If this were any ordinary pirate, they would definitely say, Are you out of your mind? However, everyone on the penguin, including Luo, was definitely not ordinary people. It was just that such a situation was indeed encountered for the first time. Anna blinked her big eyes, exchanged glances with Hancock, and then ran to the bow of the penguin. After looking at the penguin, she patted it. This ship really has intelligence, has a ship spirit? As soon as her words fell, she started to pat the penguin's head vigorously. For a moment, huge beads of sweat dripped from the head of the penguin at the bow, looking as if it was really scared. Xiaoyu shook his head and snickered. Silly. How could you call it like that and expect it to come out? By the way, we should think about how to enter that island at the seabed. All the crew fell silent. Speaking of which, dealing with those sea kings was relatively simple, but it was different at the seabed. Besides Xiaoyu, who could directly sink to the seabed, and Grid, who could use divine power to control those sea kings, the others seemed unable to directly enter the seabed to fight. Moreover, only the ship entering the seabed could access the island. As soon as the ship reaches a certain depth, those sea kings will attack. This means that Xiaoyu can get in, but others cannot. Thinking of this, Grid and Xiaoyu exchanged glances and both smiled bitterly. What should we do? Grid whispered, looking as if he genuinely couldn't think of a solution. I don't know, let's wait. Xiaoyu sighed, feeling that there was really nothing else to do but wait. At that moment, a strange voice suddenly echoed. Do you really want to come in? The deep voice, with an ethereal quality, immediately made Xiaoyu and the other's hair stand on end. Glancing around, Grid shook his head and looked at Ainalu. Did you hear where that voice came from? Ainalu smiled wryly. Of course not. If I had, would I still be standing here? After a brief pause, they turned to look at Xiaoyu. Although Xiaoyu's Kinbunchika haki wasn't as strong as theirs, his life perception ability far exceeded theirs. Xiaoyu frowned and closed his eyes, continuously sensing. But the ethereal voice seemed to go directly into his ears. It had no ideological substance, making it difficult for him to perceive. Captain, no need to sense anymore. It's the voice from the bottom of the sea. Another voice entered Xiaoyu's mind. After a moment of surprise, he reached out and placed his hand on the penguin's head, closing his eyes again. Is there a living being on that island? Or does the island itself have a spirit? Xiaoyu didn't speak, appearing as if he were telepathically communicating. At this moment, the spirit of the penguin spoke again. No. It seems there is also a ship on the island, and that ship has a spirit. What? A ship's spirit on the island? What kind of island is that? Could it really be Raftel? Xiaoyu asked quietly, looking surprised. Yes, that island is Raftel. Also, just now the ship spirit asked me if you really want to go in. If you do, it can prevent those sea kings from attacking you. The spirit of the penguin said once more. At that moment, Xiaoyu opened his eyes, seemingly smiling. He stood up and said calmly, Penguin, head toward the seabed. Huh? Grid and the others twitched their mouths, appearing speechless. This kid, did he really come up with a plan after closing his eyes for a moment? Just then, the glass domes on both sides of the penguin began to rise. Slowly diving into the seabed, the currents surged towards the island. Watching the scenery along the way, Cavendish felt a strong urge to fall asleep. He tapped his head and asked irritably, Xiaoyu, what will we do if those sea kings attack us later? The others nodded in agreement, looking at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu shook his head, pointing ahead, and smiled. Look, we're almost at the island, and there haven't been any sea kings attacking us yet. Everyone looked at the giant sea kings, seemingly puzzled. The penguins soon reached the seabed at a depth of 10,000 meters. When they looked up at the island, everyone was a bit surprised. It's so prosperous. This was the first word that came to everyone's mind. The dock was made of white jade stone, looking like a golden town. No, the golden town could only be considered a wealthy place compared to such a city. This city, however, had depth. The high-rise buildings made of huge stones were adorned with murals. Some looked almost real, and on the other side of the murals, gems were embedded. Although they were 10,000 meters deep in the sea, the towering trees in the middle of the island radiated scorching sunlight like the sun itself. The light shone on the gems, dazzling and mysterious. Anna and Hancock were both immersed in that light, seemingly intoxicated. Wow, Xiaoyu, can we live here in the future? This is simply like a paradise. Anna pulled Xiaoyu's hands, twisting her body and whispering. Hancock slapped Anna's hands away and directly hugged Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, this will be our kingdom from now on. I must be the queen. Grid and the others felt goosebumps all over and shrugged, looking helpless. However, Jiaozi blinked and pointed to the middle branch of the giant tree. Look, there's a big ship there. Xiaoyu's Rinnegan widened as he looked at the branches of the giant tree. He saw a huge battleship tightly bound to the branches of the giant tree. The shape of the battleship resembled a navy warship, but the bow had a gigantic dragon's head. Unlike Shank's dragon-headed ship, it made the entire ship look like a swimming dragon. The Rinnegan sparkled slightly. The ship seemed to have a life of its own, making Xiaoyu feel an urge to hear it speak. Furrowing his brows slightly, he took a deep breath and loudly asked, Was it you who spoke just now? Grid and the others were momentarily stunned and then turned to Xiaoyu, especially Hancock, who reached out to touch Xiaoyu's forehead. You're not feverish, are you? Are you going insane? At this, everyone twitched their mouths. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu shook his head again and shouted, It was you who spoke earlier. Why aren't you speaking now? Are you afraid of me? Speak up, let us in. What exactly is going on? As his voice fell, Xiaoyu's entire body slowly rose into the air. If it weren't for that little penguin telling you, would you really believe that those words were spoken by me? The dragon's head indeed came to life, looking almost like a human face. Behind him, Anna and the others were first taken aback, then quickly retreated, especially Jolena, who hid on Witka's shoulder. Xiaoyu smiled faintly and nodded. If I can get here, I can definitely find you. Your life fluctuations can't deceive my eyes. He pointed at his Rinnegan and chuckled. Although I don't know what you want with us, there are very powerful figures outside. And I believe you're the king of the underworld, right? As soon as this was said, Grid and the others exchanged glances and stepped forward. Since they knew that this ship truly had a spirit, there was nothing to fear. After a long silence, the dragon's head once again smiled bitterly. You are much calmer than that person from over 20 years ago. Although that person is a descendant of the kingdom, you are indeed stronger in comparison. The one in your heart, although not completely digested by you yet, should be almost there. Xiaoyu was taken aback, not expecting that this ship spirit would know about the 10 Tails will in his heart. This was his last trump card and the final shred of will. If he could erase that will, he could become the true 10 Tails Jinchuriki, controlling all chakra and possessing the power to shake this world. With a faint smile, Xiaoyu said softly, "Since you know my power, then letting us in should have its purpose, right? If there is nothing, it's impossible to let us in. Yes, there's indeed something." The words of the dragon boat made Xiaoyu and the others perk up their ears. Chapter 211. The late arrival of Luffy. Just a single sentence left Xiaoyu and the others in a daze. As the spirit of the king of the underworld, it actually had something it needed their help with. How significant could this matter be? Could it be a life or death situation? "Do you want me to help you deal with the king of heaven?" After Xiaoyu asked faintly, she turned her gaze to the sky. It was wrapped in a thin film, but now the movement of the sea water was pressing against that film, looking as if it would burst at any moment. It seems that those people have already been defeated by the king of heaven. The voice of the king of the underworld was still as ethereal as ever, as if the vibrations of the entire space were expressing his voice. So sure, perhaps those people defeated the king of heaven? Xiaoyu smiled, looking a bit skeptical. The people behind her, including Grid, also stepped forward to look at the king of the underworld. The entire dragon boat let out a crisp laughter, like that of a child. But upon closer listening, it sounded like a child's laughter. The entire place shook slightly and then said, "You underestimate the strength of the king of heaven too much. This is the strongest battle power relied upon by those who come from the sky. Even I was injured back then. Now, I can only hide in here. However, if the Sea King of Fishman Island helps, perhaps we can defeat him." Sea King? I don't quite understand this. The Sea King can only control those sea creatures. What power does it have to defeat him? It can't possibly let those sea creatures fly up to fight, right? Xiaoyu looked a bit speechless, clearly not understanding the role of the Sea King. At this moment, the seabed shook again. The entire sea surface emitted a booming sound. At the same time, the wreckage of several ships sank to the seabed, floating on the thin film. "There is no time. Even if you don't want to help, the King of Heaven won't let you go. Little penguin. Do you want to meet that King of Heaven?" After shaking for a moment on the tree branch, the dragon boat floated up, just before reaching the thin film. It said something to the penguin. Chiba was taken aback and shook his head. "What are you talking about? How can the penguin accompany you to fight? Besides, why don't you just hide here? After all, that King of Heaven shouldn't come down to the seabed, right?" The king of the underworld paused, and the dragon's head opened wide. Suddenly, a brilliant light that spun the entire airflow began to rotate. "I never said I wanted to fight directly, but to help you block this attack. The King of Heaven wants to directly attack this small island now. Moreover, if I don't go out, this place will truly be destroyed. Xiaoyu, don't you want to see the highest battle power above those kings of heaven?" As the words fell, boom, with a loud bang, everything shook again. Moreover, a dazzling light shot out from the dragon's mouth. The broken thin film instantly tore through the seawater. Just as it hit the sea surface, it exploded as if it had collided with something. The sea began to sway, as if the entire earth had started to tremble. Xiaoyu frowned slightly and coldly snorted. "I really don't believe that the power of a ship is stronger than mine. Grid, should we go out and take a look?" Grid patted Chiba's shoulder, and the two of them jumped directly onto the penguin. "Although the penguin is our home, it clearly wants a fight. If we stop it now, it might make it unhappy, Chiba." The two exchanged smiles, and the next moment, amidst the roar of the penguin, the dragon boat of the king of the underworld broke through the thin film and charged out. Raftrum shook again, like a leaf placed in water, swaying left and right. At this moment, Chiba heavily punched the ground, feeling rather angry. Did those two really plan to take the penguin out to fight? If the King of Heaven is truly strong, then our home is finished. Just as he was about to chase out, he suddenly realized that he seemed to also be a capable person now. He couldn't touch the seawater at all. If he went out, he might really turn into a floating corpse. "Damn it!" Chiba growled and stood up. At that moment, a pirate ship with a lion head smashed down onto the shore. It landed not far from where Chiba and the others were. Dumpling blinked and asked curiously, "Isn't that Luffy's ship?" Anna flew up, and after landing, she pulled up a woman in a tank top, slapping her face fiercely and pointed at her head. "Looks like it's Luffy and the others. Look, isn't this person the navigator on his ship? Hey, wake up." Under Anna's powerful slaps, Nami's face swelled up like steam buns. After gently touching her face, she finally realized what was happening. She rolled over and looked around. Where is this? She saw Enel and others standing not far away, looking a bit dumbfounded as they stared at her. Nami was startled and quickly stepped back. Suddenly, she stepped on Usopp's hand. With a scream, Usopp jumped up, shaking his hand and shouting loudly, "My hand! Is my hand broken? Damn, how can I be a sniper in the future? My hand!" A drop of sweat appeared on Chiba and the others' foreheads. They looked at this sniper king speechlessly, feeling a bit helpless. Nami suddenly turned around and looked beside her. She saw a hot-body beauty pulling up Luffy's body. The hand slapped Luffy's face fiercely with a few loud slaps, making Nami's cheek hurt again. When her hand was placed on her cheek, she finally realized that her left cheek was completely swollen. Her mouth twitched slightly as she glared at Chiba. "Damn, Chiba. Are you planning to capture us?" Well, you all fell onto this island yourselves. Anna just wanted to wake you up." Chiba pointed at Anna, who was still looking for people to slap, and said in a low voice. At this moment, most of the Straw Hat Pirates' crew had woken up. However, the burning pain on their faces, along with Anna, who was still slapping Frankie, made them finally understand their situation. Luffy shook his head and looked at the city on the island. After frowning, he suddenly perked up. "Did we find Rafterum?" Well, Captain Luffy, we found it first." Law raised his left hand and said softly. Enel, Chiba, Dumpling, and you. Damn, Law. Damn it. If it weren't for you guys, we would definitely have found Rafterum first. By the way, where's One Piece? Did you guys steal it?" As soon as he mentioned this, Luffy stretched his head and looked around. Zoro and the others also woke up one after another. They took out their weapons and aimed them at Chiba and his group. After all, there had been suspicions of betrayal earlier. Now, there was no way to turn hostility into friendship. By the way, where is Xiao Yu? It wasn't until everyone had fully woken up that Luffy realized that Xiao Yu and Grid were missing. Enel was still here, looking rather lonely. As one of the three giants, he should have participated in the battle, yet he was unable to go out to fight because he was afraid of the sea water. This was also quite frustrating for Enel. They had already left Rafterum to go out and fight. Anna returned to her group and pointed at the sea water outside in the sky, saying softly, "Go out and fight, by the way. Isn't there an incredibly powerful spaceship outside? It's from a navy, and with just one shot, it almost wiped us all out. If it weren't for Shanks, I might already be dead. By the way, where's Shanks?" As he said this, Luffy once again turned to look around. Chinyan shrugged and replied, "Who knows? Just now, we saw one of your ships crashing down towards Laugh-Tale. As for the others, including Blackbeard, Kaido, and Shanks, we didn't notice them. You guys didn't flee in the face of danger, did you?" After saying this, Chinyan had a look of astonishment on his face, which seemed quite exaggerated. Luffy and the others snorted coldly, all glaring at the group in front of them. "You're the ones who fled in the face of danger, right? You let us help block Blackbeard in the Navy, but you came to Laugh-Tale ahead of us. I misjudged you." Enel slowly opened his eyes, which looked somewhat sleepy, glanced at Luffy and the others, and said in a low voice, "Aren't you all alive? Also, if you want to fight us now, you're definitely going to lose. You should know that we've been resting and recovering these past few days. On the other hand, you just went through a fierce battle." Upon hearing this, Luffy and the others dropped their hands. At this moment, they began to feel a wave of fatigue wash over them, especially Luffy, who nodded off and fell asleep. Chapter 212. Chaotic scene. The Straw Hat Pirates were truly exhausted after battling the Navy and then fighting against Blackbeard and Kaido. They finally made it to the last stretch, only to be targeted by the Celestial Dragons. Even a small pirate crew would be worn out from such events. However, they wouldn't fall asleep standing up like Luffy did. Enel and the others curled their lips slightly, all wearing expressions of speechlessness. It was Anna who took out a pill from her pouch and directly tossed it into the mouths of the Straw Hat crew members. This was a recovery pill she had spent a long time crafting, which could help restore stamina better. Although the Small Rain crew didn't use it, it was a way to compensate for her betrayal of Luffy and the others. Nami and the others, however, did not fall asleep immediately. After all, they didn't have Luffy's character and physique that allowed them to fall asleep standing up. "What did you feed them?" Usopp and Chopper asked, stunned and in a defensive posture. "It's a recovery pill. After taking this pill, you just need to sleep for 2 hours to restore all your stamina. By the way, do you want one?" Anna took out another pill, shaking a bit as she asked. Chopper was taken aback and then exclaimed, "Are there such pills? Even I can't make them." "Hey, Chopper, don't believe them. These guys are the ones who betrayed us. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have had to fight so many battles and end up here." Usopp, though his hands trembled while gripping his pistol, still reminded Chopper. Anna chuckled and shook her head. "Chopper, this is a pill mastered by Uncle Cola. You know, Uncle Cola was the ship's doctor on the Pirate King's ship. Don't you want to study it?" Hearing that it was a pill developed by the ship's doctor of the Pirate King, Chopper couldn't help but be tempted, completely dismissing Usopp's words. Nami snorted coldly. Since the Small Rain went out to fight, Why aren't you going? Could it be that the small rain has already gone to find the One Piece while you guys are just sitting here? Well, that's also a possibility, Enel said, pursing his lips. Hancock, on the other hand, narrowed her eyes slightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her gaze. Why don't we take them out here first? Otherwise, when they wake up, they might interfere with the small rain. As soon as these words were spoken, Nami and Robin retreated. However, Frankie stood right in front, blocking everyone. Super Frankie, have just finished my last can of cola. Now, let Super Me protect you, Frankie said in a strange tone, clapping his hands together. At that moment, even a cyborg like AKAs couldn't help but twitch his mouth, pointing his finger. This guy really is a pervert. Huh, how did you know? Frankie said with a surprised expression, as if just realizing it. Both the Straw Hat crew and the Small Rain crew covered their faces with their hands, feeling that this was no longer embarrassing, but rather a situation where they had no way to deal with Frankie. I can't take it anymore. AKAs roared in anger. This guy is completely insulting cyborgs. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from sight. At that moment, even Chopper, who had been studying the pills, reacted. It seemed AKAs was really ready to make a move. Boom! With a dull sound, before Frankie could react, AKAs kicked him away. His massive body dragged a long trench behind him. Instantly, he crashed into a huge white jade structure resembling an ancient castle. Treasure. Nami, who hadn't noticed at first, suddenly had her eyes shine with the glint of money. Damn, Frankie, why did you crash into this white jade? Nami transformed into a demon, coldly staring at the just-recovered Frankie. How did this group of problematic characters even get here? It's just as Small Rain said, they really are lucky. Enel slightly curled his lips, feeling somewhat speechless. He never expected that he would lose to this group back in the day. In midair, the Small Rain and Gride, who had just broken through the sea's surface, were somewhat surprised. They saw the battle in midair completely unexpected. The Heavenly King, like a real ship, roared as it charged towards the Underworld King, who was desperately trying to avoid it. On the other side of the sea, Akainu was coldly staring at Blackbeard and Kaido while supporting red-haired Shanks at the bow of the ship, appearing extremely vigilant. Gride scratched his head, somewhat confused, and asked, Small Rain, I'm not mistaken, am I? Akainu is supporting red-haired Shanks? Small Rain shook his head and sighed softly. With my Rinnegan's insight, there shouldn't be any mistake. However, even I thought I was dreaming. Small Rain, you finally decided to come out? Upon seeing the penguin, Akainu immediately searched for Small Rain's figure. Seeing the surprised expressions on their faces, Akainu snorted coldly and shouted, The outside is shaking the heavens and the earth. And this guy actually hid in Laugh Tale to rest. Now, almost everyone is injured, and these two guys come out unscathed. Even red-haired Shanks, upon seeing Small Rain, felt the urge to rush up and beat him. Small Rain raised an eyebrow and looked at Akainu. When did the Marine Admiral ally with one of the four emperors? Red-haired Shanks? Is this a dream? Gride, why don't we go back to sleep for a bit? Although he knew Small Rain was joking, Akainu and red-haired Shanks couldn't help but snort coldly. They silently stared at Small Rain, as if saying that the rest of the matter was up to him to handle. Meanwhile, on the only giant warship of Blackbeard and Kaido, two celestial dragons stood. Blackbeard let out a cold laugh, pointing at Xiaoyu and saying with a big grin, Xiaoyu, this time you definitely can't escape. Look, even Hades has been entangled by the Heavenly King. This is not the time for you to show off. If you know what's good for you, how about joining my crew? Ha ha ha. Xiaoyu scoffed and shook his head. I'm not interested in being a dog for the celestial dragons. Moreover, you can't even defeat me. So how can you expect me to follow you? Who would be the boss then? By the way, even if I were to be your boss, I wouldn't feel safe. What if you stabbed me in the back like you did with Whitebeard? Upon hearing this, Blackbeard's expression turned cold. He didn't extend another invitation and directly punched towards Xiaoyu. Bang! With a muffled sound, the entire space seemed to crack open. At the same time, the sea surface nearby began to roll up. Huge waves surged towards Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu coldly laughed, patted the Penguin No. 1's head, and said softly, Penguin No. 1, if you want to fight, just go for it. We need to join this battle too. As soon as the words fell, unparalleled chakra immediately enveloped his body. At that moment, the sea surface seemed to recoil like a vent, forming giant waves that countered the tsunami caused by Blackbeard. Leaping high, Xiaoyu clasped his hands together and shouted, Earth Explosion Star. In an instant, Glid and Penguin No. 1 leaped into the air. Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly opened wide. His entire body formed into swirling orbs, resembling the 6 paths in the world. Heavenly thunder rolled, and black particles slowly ascended into the sky. Blackbeard and Kaido exchanged glances, both showing expressions of surprise. The Xiaoyu from before would always secretly unleash this move after hiding well, but now he could release it in an instant. Clearly, he was much stronger than the Xiaoyu from a year ago. The two nodded and jumped high. Blackbeard extended his fists, using the powers of the dark fruit and the quake fruit towards the black particles. Kaido, meanwhile, let out a tiger's roar, transforming into a massive white tiger. He lunged at the black particles with his claws. At that moment, the entire sky darkened. Along with it, everyone seemed to feel a pain in their ears. A sense of oppression followed. Xiaoyu in the sky had a faint smile on his lips. His hands formed palms, and the seeking Dao, Jade, resembled a long sword at that moment. In an instant, he appeared directly in front of Blackbeard and Kaido. Swish! Two light sounds echoed as the seeking Dao, Jade, struck their abdomens. Cough! Blackbeard and Kaido both staggered back, landing at the bow of the ship. Both of their abdomens had blood holes. Especially for Blackbeard, the pain made him break out in a cold sweat, feeling as if he might faint at any moment. At this moment, Xiaoyu's speed had reached its peak. Although Blackbeard and Kaido were rich in combat experience and possessed powerful devil fruit abilities, they were clearly not a match for Xiaoyu's speed. After Xiaoyu vanished again, even the other pirates on board and the two celestial dragons began to feel a bit fearful. He was too powerful enough that even with the Heavenly King's protection, the celestial dragons could be killed by Xiaoyu in the blink of an eye. Blackbeard snorted coldly, the ability of the dark fruit manifesting. He enveloped his whole body, ready to devour Xiaoyu the moment he attacked. On the other side, Kaido shook his tiger body, and the blood hole in his abdomen began to slowly heal. Chapter 213, Pirate King Finale. Glid. Xiaoyu shouted from midair, and Glid, who had been flying with Penguin No. 1, suddenly appeared on Blackbeard's ship. After snapping his fingers, the two celestial dragons' necks and bodies instantly separated. In that moment, they trembled like puppets before collapsing to the ground. A roar that echoed through the heavens erupted as the Heavenly King in the sky, realizing that the celestial dragons he was protecting were dead, let out an enraged roar. Just as he was about to dive down to attack Xiaoyu and Glid, he was struck by a cannon fired from the arriving Penguin No. 1. Instantly, the UFO-like ship began to roll in midair. After retreating several miles, it finally came to a stop. On Blackbeard's warship, one of the pirates who had been standing behind Kaido suddenly took action, grabbing Kaido's head with one claw and smashing it onto the bow of the ship. On the other side, Xiaoyu stood directly in front of Blackbeard's dark fruit ability, the black particles once again at work, drawing all the dark water up into the sky. Boom! With a loud explosion, the shockwave surged with the tumultuous waves of the sea, instantly shooting out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it pushed Akainu's warship even further away. Shanks let out a bitter laugh and turned to look at Akainu. Honestly, compared to Xiaoyu, the person I least expected to help us is you. Why are you helping us? Akainu narrowed his eyes slightly, deep wrinkles showing his age, and with a hoarse voice said, After all, I am still a person. Although you are pirates, compared to Blackbeard and those celestial dragons, you are more deserving of being called human. As the words fell, both of them laughed. Meanwhile, Blackbeard's warship exploded with a loud bang. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pile of ruins, sinking to the bottom of the sea. Sabo, you finally decided to make a move. Glid leaped high, dodging the strike from the pirates, sinking to the bottom of the sea, and shouted softly, If you don't come out now, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. Sabo laughed heartily and jumped to the other side. At this moment, it seemed that there were no footholds on the entire sea surface. If a real fight broke out now, Xiaoyu and his team would have the upper hand. Even Sabo could use the sixth form, Moonwalk, allowing him to stand in midair. Kaido was dragged underwater by Sabo's strike. Eventually, he was pulled to the surface by a vicious wolf. At that moment, Blackbeard had reached the black particles. If he just waited a few more seconds, he would be absorbed. The blood from his abdomen, due to the gravitational pull, was forced to spray out. Just the loss of blood had already made Blackbeard's face pale. Bastard! Blackbeard roared, directly punching the black particles. Crack! With a crisp sound, the entire black particle shattered. In that moment, Xiaoyu reappeared in front of Blackbeard. The Rinnegan shot out a brilliant light, and the seeking Dao Jade transformed into spikes, fiercely stabbing towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard clawed with both hands, blocking the two seeking Dao Jades. As Blackbeard pulled, faint cracking marks began to appear. Xiaoyu's lips curled into a cold smile as he shouted, Glid, what are you waiting for? Okay, I'm ready. Glid smiled faintly, using a shave to land behind Blackbeard. Standing on his back, the red lightning-like glow in his hand gripped Blackbeard's neck. Not only Blackbeard, but even Kaido was momentarily stunned at this moment. The suddenly appearing Xiaoyu was simply too powerful, especially his speed. It was impossible to keep up. Unless one had extremely powerful observation haki, it was impossible to catch up with Xiaoyu's speed. Even defense became a troublesome matter. The Seeking Dao, Jade, and Xiaoyu's hands began to twist like liquid. Due to Blackbeard's Quake Fruit power, it was indeed difficult to push in. However, Blackbeard, bound by Glid's divine power, did not give up. On the back, the dark water surged like a demon capable of swallowing the sky, directly soaring upwards. It spun and moved, aiming to engulf Grid. Meanwhile, on the sea surface, barrels filled with bullets shot directly towards Grid and Little Rain. At that moment, Little Rain suddenly burst into laughter. Blackbeard, do you really think the dark fruit is that powerful? Now, let me show you an even stronger force. As the words fell, the entire sea boiled. A massive tree burst forth, blocking the bullets and the explosion of the barrels, then shot upwards. Blackbeard's dark water counterattacked, wanted to swallow Little Rain and Grid along with himself. But at that moment, Grid and Little Rain suddenly vanished. The darkness, like the mouth of a demon, was swallowed into Blackbeard's body. In midair, they were enveloped in darkness. Yet the rising tree on the sea continued unabated. In an instant, it pierced through Blackbeard's darkness, breaking through once again until it reached the sky. The darkness was instantly absorbed by this giant tree, slowly adhering to it, accompanied by Blackbeard's screams and an extremely strange pressure. Captain, on the sea, Blackbeard's crew, who had just surfaced, was momentarily stunned. Then, after glancing at the sky, they seemed eager to climb up this divine tree. The moment their hands touched the divine tree, all their strength seemed to be drawn out, slowly heading towards the tree. In the blink of an eye, the barrel had turned into a dried corpse. Kaido was shocked, clearly understanding his situation. After a cold snort, he used a tiger claw to shake off Sabo's pursuit, just as he was about to leave. Suddenly, a water column erupted from the sea. At the same time, Luffy also appeared. Damn, Little Rain, why didn't you call me for the fight? As soon as he finished speaking, a gray bear gun shot out, striking Kaido in the waist. Instantly, he sank, and Sabo, who followed closely behind, crushed his throat with a dragon claw hand. In that moment, even Akainu and Shanks felt somewhat helpless. Chaos reigned. Although Little Rain had control over the battlefield and was about to eliminate Blackbeard, there were simply too many chaotic and unexpected situations. The sudden appearance of the Thousand Sunny and Luffy strike caught both Shanks and Akainu off guard. Little Rain hovered in midair, watching Blackbeard, who was on the verge of being consumed by the divine tree, with a grin. I saw you sleeping so soundly just now. How could I call you? As soon as the words fell, he appeared in the dark position within the divine tree. Just as Blackbeard was about to make one last desperate attempt to unleash all the powers of the Tremor fruit, the spikes formed from the Seeking Dao Jade had already pierced through Blackbeard's throat. Do you know why you lost? It's because you relied too much on these fruit abilities. Fruit abilities are merely auxiliary. You clearly possess such powerful physical skills. If used well, you could even become a true emperor of the sea. As the words fell, the spike was pulled out. Blackbeard pressed his lips together, and after a few choking sound from his throat, he was ultimately absorbed cleanly by the divine tree as nourishment. At that moment, the Heavenly King, who had been entangled with the Penguin and the King of Hell in the sky, let out a wailing sound. The entire UFO-sized battleship suddenly emitted a dazzling light like the sun. The divine tree bloomed, revealing the Tomo Rinnegan, directly fixating on the UFO, seemingly wanting to devour it. Meanwhile, the King of Hell anxiously shouted, "Little Penguin, retreat immediately. The Heavenly King is about to launch an indiscriminate attack." As soon as the words fell, just as the Thousand Sunny had just stabilized, the entire sky was illuminated by an extremely dazzling light. Little Rain furrowed his brows, his mouth twitching slightly as he forced a smile. I just managed to control this divine tree, the Ten Tails. I didn't expect to encounter such a strong opponent. I really am unfortunate. As the words fell, he pressed his hands together. Instantly, a force capable of destroying heaven and earth radiated out. Countless vines and branches began to extend from the divine tree, appearing from afar like a pillar that could support the entire sky. The sound of rumbling echoed from the branches and vines. Each strike carried a spatial vibration. In just over 10 minutes, blood began to trickle from the corner of Little Rain's mouth. The power was so overwhelming that even with the ability to control the 10 tails, Little Rain was still consuming too much energy. Moreover, the Heavenly King remained in the main offensive phase. They could only counterattack after blocking this wave. On the Thousand Sunny, Luffy was momentarily stunned upon seeing Sabo blink. Then, as Sabo greeted him with a smile, tears began to roll down Luffy's face. You little brat, you're really a crybaby. Huh, alright, we'll talk later. For now, we should leave here. Little Rain has blocked that attack. We need to get out of here. No, I want to stay and help. Luffy shook his head while stopping his tears. Behind him, Zoro and others twitched their mouths. Especially Nami, who suddenly slapped Luffy and yelled, Damn Luffy, why aren't you escaping now? Can you block such an attack? Helping? I think you're just being a hindrance. Sabo nodded, turning to look at the penguin in midair. Clearly, that ship would never flee. Then, let's temporarily retreat. We'll come back later, Luffy said, somewhat at a loss for words, looking quite unwilling. The Thousand Sunny sailed slowly out of the sea area alongside the warship. In midair, Little Rain stood at the bow of the ship, trying his best to resist the Heavenly King's attacks with his hands pressed together. Meanwhile, the King of Hell flew over, coming beside the penguin, seemingly watching Little Rain with a faint smile. He will soon finish the first wave of attacks, but before the second wave comes, I will stop him. At that time, I hope you can help me. How to help? Although Little Rain had his eyes closed, the voice reached his mind, and he was very clear about who was speaking. When the first wave of attack stops, use your ability to bind him. I believe this won't be difficult for you. The King of Hell spoke with a low voice, as if making a significant decision. You're not planning to go all out, are you? If you really plan to do so, don't drag us down. Little Rain replied quietly, furrowing his brows. The King of Hell smiled faintly and said again, Even if I go all out, I believe you can still withstand the aftershocks. By the way, make sure not to direct the firepower to the sea. I hope this remains the last peaceful sea. Thank you. As soon as the words fell, Little Rain hadn't had time to say another word when the entire ship of the King of Hell suddenly turned into a ball of fire. Like a rocket, it shot towards the sky in the blink of an eye. The flames left a long tail, turning the entire sky into a fiery cloud. Little penguin, you must protect the world in the future. I'm sorry, I'm leaving first. The last roar of the King of Hell split the sky. It broke through Little Rain's final defense and crashed into the Heavenly King. Damn, are you trying to perish together? A muffled voice appeared, causing Little Rain and the others to be momentarily stunned. At the same time, the King of Hell laughed. That's right, perish together to stop your ambition. This time, you are bound to lose. Just as the Heavenly King wanted to evade, the divine tree suddenly shot out countless vines, directly grabbing hold of the ship's body. It seemed that breaking free would take some time. Meanwhile, the Underworld King had already approached the Heavenly King's ship. Boom! The light and flames collided, creating a roar that echoed throughout the world. Xiaoyu opened his reincarnation eye, his hands forming fists. The massive chakra once again supported the divine tree. In an instant, the seawater flipped up as if controlled by the divine tree, directly covering the entire sky. The branches of the divine tree spread out. Vines formed a gigantic shield, once again covering the seawater. The sound of thuds echoed as flames seemed to tear through the sky. Xiaoyu stood at the bow of the penguin ship, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. At that moment, the divine tree trembled and then collapsed, ultimately turning into chunks of bark that fell towards the sea. The penguin ship descended and crashed into the sea. After bobbing up and down a few times, Xiaoyu collapsed onto the penguin's head at the bow of the ship, looking utterly exhausted. Xiaoyu, are you okay? Anna and the others rushed over, supporting Xiaoyu with worried expressions. After taking several deep breaths, Xiaoyu slightly shook his head. I'm fine, just a bit tired. By the way, let's hurry back to Laugh-Tale. We must take the treasure of the kingdom of Guadai, otherwise, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Glid was taken aback, then nodded. That's true. We need to be quick. Otherwise, if Luffy and the others return, it will really be bad. In Mary Geos, inside the royal palace, Long walked slowly to the 5 elders with heavy steps. Behind him, the celestial dragons collapsed one by one. Without the protection of the Heavenly King and the powerful admirals and navy, they were just ordinary people. Moreover, having lived in luxury, they were even worse off than ordinary people. 5 elders, give it up. The entire Mary Geos is surrounded by our revolutionary army, and those navy forces have been defeated by Xiaoyu's alchemy kingdom army. This time, you have already lost. I can't believe we would actually lose. Haha, after so many years, I never expected it would end in the hands of our generation. This was inevitable. The celestial dragons have controlled for nearly 1,000 years. That's enough. Now, it should be returned to us, the D-clan. Long said calmly, looking like a silent king. After Luffy and the others confirmed that they should be safe, they rushed to the final location once again. However, There were no traces to be found. The seas slowly parted, revealing the penguin ship and behind it, an enormous ship. This ship looked like a giant, being towed by the penguin ship, appearing extremely bizarre. Nami's sharp eyes immediately noticed something different. After slapping her forehead, she shouted, "Luffy, hurry up and chase. That's Laugh-Tail. Xiaoyu and the others are trying to steal the island. Damn it, let's hurry. That's worth more than Gold Country. Damn, Xiaoyu, you stop right there." Luffy also shouted angrily, raising his hands as white smoke billowed from his nose. On Laugh-Tail Island, transformed into a ship by Glid, Xiaoyu stood atop a castle made of white jade, gold, and diamond gems. He waved his arm towards the pursuing Luffy, laughing, "Luffy, I told you. I will definitely get the One Piece and become the Pirate King. Now, I'm moving all away. Let's see what you can do to me. Damn it. You stop right now." Luffy tried to jump over, but was held back by Sanji and Zoro. "What are you kidding? With this distance, you think you can just fly over like Xiaoyu? Luffy, you better stop right now. Otherwise, we'll fire." Not far away, dozens of warships surrounded them, heading towards the Thousand Sunny. On the bow of one of the warships stood Kobe, arms crossed, looking imposing. "Damn it, it's the Navy again. We need to escape. Xiaoyu, just wait. I will definitely get the One Piece." Luffy shouted furiously from the bow of the ship. Behind him, Frankie activated the cola system, shooting out a brilliant light that shone brightly on the calm sea. P.S. After nearly 3 months, I finally completed this fanfiction. Although the ending is somewhat rushed, it is finished nonetheless. This is my first time writing a book, and I want to thank all the friends who have supported me. Here, I bow in gratitude. I will continue to work hard to create better stories to share with everyone. Synopsis: Xiaoyu arrives in the world of One Piece with 3 eggs, gains the power of the reincarnation Eye of the Six Paths, meets Luffy, and befriends Ace.